When the man regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he was surprised to find himself lying on his familiar bed. To his even greater astonishment, he was holding a supreme divine bone that shimmered with golden light in his hand. At that moment, Sujin was completely stunned. Instinctively, he turned his head to look at the old alarm clock on the bedside table. The time was frozen in -2032. Looking at the date displayed on the alarm clock by his bedside, Sujin was utterly incredulous. He had actually been reborn with the legendary artifact, the Supreme Divine Bone. And he had been reborn before the official launch of the game, Divine Pets. Divine Pets is an online game centered around taming and evolving pets and battling other players. Most importantly, it's completely integrated with the real world. The pets and power gained in the game are synchronized with your real-world experience. Those who master powerful battle pets in the game will possess supreme power, wealth, and enjoy endless glory in real life. But Sujin knew that in 3 years, everything would change completely. At that time, the boundary between the game world and reality would be broken, and countless ferocious beasts and gods would descend upon the mortal realm, completely invading reality. Human cities and nations will continue to crumble and be destroyed in the flames of war. The only hope of stopping the gods lies in the pet beasts that have fused with the bones of supreme gods. In his past life, Sujin, along with his beloved Gu Chinga and 10 trusted guild leaders he had personally trained, found the supreme divine bone that would change their destiny in a dilapidated ancient ruin. At that moment, he was incredibly excited. He knew that the opportunity to change his fate was right in front of him. But when he handed the supreme divine bone in his hand to his natal pet beast, the 36-winged world-destroying black dragon, for refinement, fate cruelly played a trick on him. The 10 confidants standing behind him exchanged glances, and then without hesitation, each summoned their own natal beast and jointly set up the terrifying 10 fierce killing formation. All of this happened too fast. Sujin was completely unprepared. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Chinga was severely injured the moment the formation was activated, coughing up blood and collapsing into his arms, her life force rapidly draining away. He, along with his pet beast, the 36-winged world-destroying black dragon, was reduced to ashes under the power of the 10 fiends killing formation, only managing to let out a roar filled with anger and resentment. The thought of these memories instantly turned Sujin's eyes bloodshot, and the anger in his chest almost ignited his reason. Those trusted confidants he once regarded as brothers had actually chosen to betray him at the crucial moment. Fortunately, fate has given Sujin another chance. In this life, he will rely on his past life memories and the supreme divine bone to far surpass other players when the game Divine Pets launches. He wants to cultivate divine pets capable of destroying the heavens and the earth and annihilating gods, and ascend to the top. He also wants to find those who have betrayed him and personally send them to hell. With 1 hour left before the game Divine Pets launches, Sujin quietly watched the time tick by. Finally, the game officially launched. Amidst the overwhelming influx of players, Sujin quickly logged into the game. His vision went black for a moment, and then when he opened his eyes again, he saw the opening cinematic of the game Divine Pets playing. One after another, lifelike pets of various shapes and sizes appeared before his eyes, creating a visually striking scene. As a pet-centric online game, almost every pet in Divine Pets possesses spirituality, and the higher the rank, the stronger the intelligence. Players can not only command their pets to fight, but also use their pets' abilities to enhance themselves, thereby gaining powerful personal combat strength. However, these CG images were meaningless to Sujin. In his previous life, he had already spent 3 years playing the game Divine Pets, and was well aware of all of this. He decisively chose to skip them. At the start of the game, every player will receive a purple diamond card as a bonus. What you get depends entirely on luck. A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes, and he decisively activated the purple diamond card in his hand. Ding! You have activated a purple diamond card. Congratulations! You have received a Supreme Gift Pack. Without a second thought, Sujin opened the Supreme Gift Pack, looking at the prize before him expectantly. Congratulations! You have won the prize. Pet Egg, One-Tailed White Fox, Super Rare. Pet Egg, One-Tailed White Fox, Super Rare. Next, the game enters the process of drawing exclusive talents. Each player can have an exclusive talent, which will directly affect the pet's ability growth and is a key factor in determining its future potential. Ding! Drawing a random talent for you. Drawing complete. You have obtained the F-Rank Talent Predator. Predator. Pets can recover a small amount of health after killing monsters. Sujin frowned immediately. This talent was far too useless. Although he possessed a wealth of game secrets and knew how to acquire countless divine beasts and artifacts, a poor initial talent would inevitably affect his overall growth pace. However, the system notification suddenly changed the next moment. Ding! Due to the influence of the divine artifact Supreme Divine Bone, the system has experienced an unknown error. You have obtained a God-level talent. SSS-level Infinite Evolution Plunder. Infinite Plunder Talent Tier. SSS Effect 1. Force Plunder can randomly plunder one ability from an enemy and use it for your own benefit. 24-hour cooldown. Effect 2. Kill and loot. After killing an enemy, you will randomly acquire one of their abilities. Effect 3. Shared loot. Pets can share the looted abilities and have a chance to trigger special rewards. Effect 4. To be explored by players. Upon seeing this description, Sujin's pupils contracted sharply, and a tremendous wave surged within him. And at this moment, the divine object shining with golden divine light in his backpack was none other than the Supreme Divine Bone. He never expected that the Supreme Divine Bone could trigger a talent mutation. Sujin took a deep breath, feeling the divine power contained within the Supreme Divine Bone, and his eyes suddenly became extremely firm. In this life, I will cultivate the strongest divine pet. I will make the gods tremble. I will make all races bow down in submission. I will make those 10 super guilds fall into endless cycles of regret. Warrior, please choose a game name for yourself. In the virtual interface, the mature and elegant guide glanced at Sujin, slightly surprised by his outstanding temperament. Sujin spoke calmly. Emperor Chun. With that, he turned and stepped into the teleportation array of the newbie village. When Sujin arrived in the newbie village, it was already packed with people, bustling with noise, and filled with the figures of new players everywhere. The players were beaming with excitement, excitedly sharing the talents they had just acquired. Haha, I got the E-Rank talent, Pet Strength Enhancement. All my pet strength increased by 10%. From now on, I'm going to choose Ferocious Beast Pets. Mine is Pet Constitution Enhancement, a 10% Constitution bonus. I plan to raise a shell-type defensive pet. Players chatted and showed off their talents, some happy and some worried. At that moment, a system banner popped up in front of everyone's eyes. Announcement. In this newbie village, a total of 1,000 people have obtained F-level talents. 792 people have obtained E-level talents. 190 people have obtained D-level talents. 16 people have obtained C-level or higher talents. 2 people. Wow, I thought E-Rank was pretty good, but 2 people actually got C-Rank or higher. The odds are so low. Out of billions of people in the world, is there even anyone who can draw an SSS-Rank talent? Just as everyone was marveling at the news, a chubby guy with the ID Little Tyrant walked out triumphantly, his tone incredibly proud. Brothers, I just drew a C-level talent pet, Frenzy Power, which increases pet strength by 40%. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately dumbfounded. He continued smugly. Let me tell you something else. Tencent has invested billions in divine pets to establish the Super Guild Glory Alliance. I've already been invited to join. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers and envy. But when Sujin heard the words Glory Alliance, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. That was one of the 10 super guilds that betrayed and framed him in his past life. This time, he will uproot the Glory Alliance and make them pay for their blood debt. And one of his trump cards now is the divine miracle in his talent, Infinite Plunder Evolution. Just right to use you as a sacrifice for my first strike. Sujin's eyes darkened, a cold smile appeared on his lips, and he quietly squeezed into the crowd to stand next to Little Tyrant. Hey bro, wanna give me a ride? Sujin patted him on the shoulder. Little Tyrant didn't even turn his head. Lots of people want to follow me. Get in line. At that very moment, Sujin's mind stirred, and he quietly activated his talent, Infinite Plunder Evolution. A notification appeared, Plunder successful. You have successfully plundered Little Tyrant's C-level talent, Pet Power Frenzy. You gained a talent effect. Pet Power increased by 40%. Little Tyrant loses its original talent and automatically downgrades to the D-level talent, Pet Power Enhancement. Little Tyrant, why don't you show off your C-level talent and let everyone admire it? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Faced with this request, Little Tyrant didn't hesitate at all and proudly displayed his talent attributes. He had expected to bask in a wave of praise, but instead, he was met with sudden silence. Then, an overwhelming barrage of doubts and insults erupted. Isn't this a D-level talent? Are you kidding me? I was thinking of following you. And here you are, pretending? Pot. Little tyrant froze, immediately looking down at his talent panel. When he saw that attribute, his face contorted as if struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. Pet Strength Enhancement, D-rank talent. Increases pet strength by 20%. What the hell? My C-rank talent is gone. He checked the talent panel 3 times, but his talent still showed as D-level, with no sign of improvement. No one was willing to listen to his explanation. The little tyrant's face was filled with panic and shame. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even stand. In the beginner village, his reputation was completely ruined. As for Tencent, he was utterly speechless. Even if he went to explain, saying that he originally had a C-level talent, but somehow became a D-level, who would believe him? Meanwhile, Sujin, who had caused all of this, had already quietly left with the crowd, heading out of the beginner village. He hadn't expected his SSS-level talent, Infinite Plunder Evolution, to be so powerful. Not only could it silently plunder the talents of others, but more importantly, the abilities of this talent went far beyond that. Outside the starting village, many players were already being chased around by ferocious Pippy Pigs. These Pippy Pigs have extremely high defense and considerable attack power, making them far beyond the capabilities of newly created pets. Some players realized the importance of teaming up and started recruiting teammates. Tiger Pet, looking for strong teammates. What tiger? It's just a tigress, isn't it? You dare to insult my pet? I'll tear you apart first. A few jokes instantly sparked a conflict. The white tiger pet, under the command of a voluptuous older woman, chased a group of players in all directions, leaving them in a sorry state. Sujin didn't care about this, too lazy to fight over these level 1 monsters, and headed straight for the grove on the opposite bank. Whoa! A white fox followed closely behind him with elegant, yet haughty little steps. Hey, little brother, wait for me. The mature woman caught up, her figure undulating as she ran, patting Sujin's shoulder and laughing. I can tell you're not one of those lewd guys. Come on, let me help you level up. Sujin glanced at her ID, Huan. This woman had a hot figure and exquisite features. She was indeed a top-tier beauty. But he simply replied coldly, not interested. With that, he turned and left. Because in the grove he was heading to, a crucial questline was hidden, and he wouldn't allow anyone to disturb or interfere. What a despicable guy. Does he have to go and die alone? If he doesn't follow me, he'll regret it sooner or later. Huan stomped her feet angrily, secretly resentful. As soon as Sujin stepped into the grove, he smelled a strong stench of blood. Whoosh! A ravenously hungry, mutated wild dog suddenly leaped out of the bushes, its fangs bared and its eerie green eyes fixed on him. Mutated wild dog level, LV3, rank, black iron, attack, 40, health, 180. Ali, this is your first battle, don't disappoint me. Sujin's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of sharpness. Ali was indeed the name of a white fox. Hearing Sujin's command, Ali's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. She propelled herself forward with her hind legs, leaping towards the demonized wild dog with the speed of a gust of wind. Her speed was incredible. Just as the demonic wild dog was about to react, Ari's claws stabbed 3 times, instantly taking away a third of its health. Roar! Wounded, the demonic wild dog roared, its momentum surging, and pounced on Ari's hind legs. Ari sprang up her hind legs, her body nimbly leaping into the air, barely avoiding this fatal bite. Attack its waist. Sujin warned coldly. The waist was the demonized wild dog's fatal weakness. Ari was extremely intelligent, and upon hearing the command, she immediately swung her paw and slapped hard at its waist. Sure enough, the demonized wild dog's waist was much more vulnerable than other parts of its body. Ari's claws tore through the demonized wild dog's fur, blood gushing out. The wild dog let out a miserable howl, its health instantly dropping to less than half. Seeing that its life was nearing its end, the demonized wild dog's eyes turned bloodshot, and it instantly activated its skill, Bloodthirsty Charge. It charged at Ari like a madman. Ari remained calm and immediately unleashed her unique skill, Stun. Stun, an instant cast, guaranteed hit skill that immobilizes enemies. The lower the target's rank, the longer the immobilization lasts. It has an extremely short cooldown. In an instant, Ari's eyes flashed red, a streak of blood streaked across the sky, and the demonized wild dog froze instantly. Its aerial charge abruptly halted, crashing heavily to the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. Ari attacked mercilessly twice, completely ending the demonized wild dog's life. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, the white fox Ari, has successfully defeated a LV3 demonic wild dog. You and Ari each receive 30 base experience points, plus an additional 6 experience points for defeating a higher level. After the experience calculation was completed, Sujin and Ari split the reward equally. However, that wasn't all. Suddenly, 2 gentle streams of energy emanated from the demonized wild dog's body, flowing into Sujin and Ari respectively. Sujin felt a jolt throughout his body, his strength seemingly increasing. Kill and plunder effect. You and Ari each gain 2 points of strength attribute. Ari gains an additional 1 evolution point. Chapter 5 Twin Sisters. A hint of surprise flashed in Sujin's eyes. This was just the killing of a demonized wild dog, and Ari had directly gained 2 points of strength and 1 point of evolution value. You must know, in this pet-centric game, for ordinary players, increasing a pet's evolution value is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Forget about killing wild monsters. Even feeding your pet with rare and precious resources will only increase its evolution value by a tiny bit. And these rare and precious resources, once they appear on the market, will immediately fetch astronomical prices. This is because once the evolution value is full, the pet can evolve. Not only will its attributes be greatly enhanced, but it might even awaken a new skill. Sujin opened Ari's attribute interface. Name: One-tailed white fox Ari, super rare, level, LV1, 36 to 100, rank, black iron evolution value, 1 to 5 basic attribute 1, attack 20, defense 8, health 120, mana 80 basic attribute 2, strength 10, constitution 4, agility 8, intelligence 8 skill, intimidate, LV1. Note: as an ultra-rare pet, Ari gains 15 free attribute points per level, far exceeding the 5 points of ordinary pets. The attribute mechanism is as follows. 1 strength equals 1 attack, 1 constitution equals 10 health, 1 defense, 1 magic resistance, 1 intelligence equals 10 mana, and 1 spell damage, and agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Sujin's heart skipped a beat, and he murmured to himself, is there no limit to this plundering talent? If that's the case, if I kill 4 more demonized wild dogs, won't Ari be able to evolve? He felt that this SSS level talent was simply heaven-defying. The pet's growth speed was almost crushing other players. Sujin planned to hunt a few more ferocious beasts to verify if this talent was truly as exaggerated as claimed. Before setting off, he casually checked the loot on the ground. Ding, you picked up 3 copper coins. Ding, you picked up a wolf pelt. Ding, you picked up a black iron weapon, Dogfang dagger. Dogfang dagger, black iron grade, 3 points of physical attack. In the game, Divine Pets, equipment can be used by pets, which is quite unique. This dagger, forged from the teeth of a demonized wild dog, gleamed with a yellow light, and Sujin really didn't want to use it himself. He simply waved his hand and gave the weapon to Ari. The dagger instantly transformed into a ball of energy, merging into Ari's body, increasing her attack by 3 points. After getting ready, Sujin was about to venture deeper into the forest to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a frantic cry for help came from afar. Help! I don't want to die so soon after entering the game. It was a clear, childlike voice, accompanied by the squeak of a ferocious rat. A swarm of rats. A flicker of interest crossed Sujin's eyes, and he immediately ran towards the direction the sound came from. It wasn't because he wanted to be a good guy, but because a swarm of rats was a better test of his plundering talent. Compared to lone wild dogs, rats hunting in packs were far more profitable. He arrived at the scene quickly. 4 mutated giant rats were attacking a little girl with a cat pet. The girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with delicate features, and was frantically trying to escape. Her cat pet was also being bitten and was meowing in pain. Sujin recognized her at a glance. She was an elite member of the Elegy Guild, under Guchinga in his previous life, and was deeply favored. How did she end up here? Before he could think any further, Ari pounced, her sharp claws slashing fiercely at a giant rat. With a soft plop, although it missed a vital spot, it still severely injured the target. -23. Seeing this, the remaining giant rats immediately flew into a rage and pounced on Sujin. The little girl, who had hoped to see a savior, saw only Sujin and couldn't help but show despair again. Brother, run. You can't beat them all by yourself, she kindly advised, unaware that Sujin had no intention of leaving. These giant rats, though strong, were still no match for the wild dogs from before. Ari had further enhanced her combat power, and Sujin possessed rich experience in beast-taming combat from his previous life. As the giant rat pounced, Ari swiftly dodged, tearing apart one of its heads with a single claw strike. -47. Weakness strike. The giant rat didn't even have time to react before it was instantly killed. A system notification sounded. Congratulations. Your pet, one-tailed white fox Ari, has defeated a LV3 demonic giant rat, gaining 30 experience points and an additional 6 experience points for defeating a higher-level rat. Plundering effective. You and Ari each gain 2 points of agility. Ari gains an additional 1 evolution point. Sujin raised an eyebrow. It worked again, as expected. Ari fought with increasing ferocity, constantly weaving through the swarm of rats with lightning speed. Every attack aimed straight for the vitals, every claw strike taking the life of an enemy. Sujin, with precise command, completely suppressed the ferocious rats. In less than half a minute, all 4 giant rats lay on the ground. Ari was covered in blood, but her aura remained high. The little girl standing to the side was utterly stunned. Brother is so powerful. She stared at Sujin and Ali's coordinated movements, speechless with amazement. She hadn't imagined pets could be controlled with such precision. A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations. Your pet has defeated 3 LV3 demonic giant rats, gaining 90 experience points and 18 experience points for defeating a higher-level enemy. The raid has been successful. You and Ari have gained 4 strength and 2 constitution. Ari has gained an additional 3 evolution points. Before he could finish speaking, Ari suddenly began to tremble violently. Its fur stood on end, and it let out a low, painful whimper. Is something wrong with your pet? The little girl asked worriedly. Sujin, however, smiled. Of course, he knew. This was a sign of evolution. Chapter 6 First Boss Kill. The entire server is shocked. Suddenly, Ari unleashed a powerful aura. In just a few seconds, a second snow-white tail quietly grew from its back. A system notification immediately popped up. Congratulations. Ari has evolved into a bronze-level pet, two-tailed snow fox. Not only that, Ari's 4 main attributes also experienced a qualitative leap. Strength, constitution, agility, and intelligence each increased by a full 10 points. And most importantly, it also learned a brand new skill, Frost Power. The skill's effect is, each attack deals an additional 30 points of ice damage and reduces the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 30%. Sujin was overjoyed. This kind of control effect was simply a god-tier skill against bosses. A 30% slow was practically fatal to those clumsy bosses. That wasn't all. He and Ari also successfully leveled up to level 2. Players gain 1 point in each of their 4 main attributes upon leveling up, while Ari gains a whopping 15 points in her free attributes. Without hesitation, Sujin added all 15 points to strength, combined with the 40% berserk buff. At this moment, Ari's attack power had soared to 91 points. After tallying the battlefield loot, Sujin found 13 copper coins for rat pelts and 2 pieces of black iron equipment. One was a hunter's crossbow, increasing attack by 3 points, allowing for ranged attacks. Sujin promptly equipped it, perfect for kiting monsters and disrupting the rhythm of the battle. The other was rat pelt boots, increasing agility by 2 points, which Sujin equipped on Ari. At this moment, the little girl also recovered and bowed gratefully to Sujin. She claimed to be from the neighboring newbie village and had intended to cross the forest to find her older sister. Her ID showed Ing Shuang Shuang, and Sujin remembered that the mature woman named Ing Huan Huan. Could she be her sister? The possibility of them being twin sisters was quite high. A giant rat king boss has appeared over to the east. Some players tried to kill it, but almost suffered a total wipeout. Ing Shuang Shuang's eyes flashed as she delivered the explosive news. Sujin's heart skipped a beat. The rewards for being the first in the entire server to kill a boss were incredibly tempting. Not to mention the unlimited plunder talent. The gains would definitely be substantial. He immediately set off, heading east at breakneck speed. Just as he approached the edge of the battlefield, he heard arguing. We clearly found the boss first, and we've almost brought it down to 0. Whoever gets the monster first gets it. Come at us if you dare. It turned out that 2-player teams were fighting over ownership of the boss. One side consisted of a dozen or so people, clearly the team that had found the boss and was about to get the first kill. The other side had over 30 people, giving them a clear numerical advantage. Sujin didn't act rashly, but instead lay in wait to observe quietly. At this moment, The boss's health was below 20%, a critical stage. The powerful team led by the Great Demon King made the first move, summoning their pets to launch a siege on the opposing side. Forced to fight back, the opposing team could no longer focus on attacking the boss. Taking advantage of the chaos, the dying giant rat king began a frantic escape. The boss unleashed its rapid speed skill, moving at incredible speed, leaving all the players behind. A group of people hurriedly gave chase, but they couldn't keep up with the speed of the weakened boss. "We can't let someone else get away with this," the Great Demon King roared through gritted teeth. However, just as everyone was in a state of panic, one figure remained relentlessly pursuing the boss. That person was none other than Sujin. "I must take this first kill." He pursued relentlessly, having anticipated the giant rat king's escape route. 5 minutes later, the giant rat king scurried into a cave amidst the chaos. A system notification popped up. "You have entered a mysterious cave, containing unknown opportunities and risks. Please proceed with caution." Sujin's eyes gleamed. "Fortune favors the bold. Let's risk it." He followed without hesitation. The narrow cave limited the boss's speed advantage. With only a sliver of health remaining, Sujin decisively ordered Ari to attack. Her claws, imbued with the power of frost, struck a vital point, dealing a staggering 183 damage. The giant rat king roared and retaliated, attempting to devour the petite Ari. Undeterred, Ari immediately unleashed her stun skill, immobilizing the boss. She then unleashed 3 consecutive claw attacks, striking its weak point. -182, -184. Finally, the giant rat king collapsed in defeat. System notifications popped up one after another. "Congratulations! Your pet Ari has defeated the LV5 demonic giant rat king boss, gaining 150 base experience points plus 45 experience points for defeating a higher level. Plundering has been successful. Ari has gained 5 evolution points. Ari has also plundered the boss's weak strength aptitude." Upon seeing this, Sujin was utterly shocked. It could actually plunder a boss's aptitude. This kind of aptitude was equivalent to a monster's innate talent system. A weak strength aptitude meant that Ari would permanently increase her strength attribute by 20%. Ari's current strength is 39 points, immediately increasing her attack power by nearly 8 points. Moreover, as her attributes continue to grow, this benefit will snowball. Right now, Ari is only level 2, but her attack power has already exceeded 99 points. Her evolution value has also increased to the bronze level, 5 to 30, steadily progressing towards the next evolution. At this moment, the interface of every player on the entire server was flooded with system banners. "Congratulations to player Shin for successfully defeating the demonized giant rat king boss and obtaining the server-wide first kill reward." Chapter 7: The Mysterious Rat Egg. Just as Ari slayed the giant rat king, a system banner appeared across the entire server 3 times. "Congratulations to player Shin for successfully slaying the demonized giant rat king boss. First kill reward in the entire server, 1,000 copper coins, 1,000 reputation points, and a beginner pet space expansion scroll." 3 times in a row, the message was spammed in front of all players. In an instant, the entire server chat channel exploded. Someone actually got the first kill on the boss? I'm still being chased by Pippi Pig, and someone has already killed the boss. Copper coins and reputation are understandable, but what's that pet space expansion scroll? That's a super item that lets players raise a second pet. What? 2 pets in 1 person? That's more than just doubling combat power, right? Anyone who understands game mechanics knows that this means perfect synergy and overwhelming dominance. Countless players started discussing it heatedly. Some were surprised, some were envious, and some even admired it. At this moment, the Great Demon King was utterly exasperated. He stared intently at the banner on the screen, his temper nearly exploding. He immediately added Sujin as a friend and sent him a private message. "Brother, this boss was brought down to near death by dozens of us. As long as you're willing to hand over that pet space scroll, I'm willing to compensate you 5,000 yuan. Sujin found the private message both amusing and speechless. They were the ones who failed to steal the monster, yet they were acting all wronged. A mere 5,000 yuan to exchange for a pet scroll worth at least 100,000 yuan. Too lazy to say anything more, he simply replied with one word, "Get lost," and casually rejected the friend request. Upon seeing the reply, the Great Demon King nearly vomited blood on the spot. His face instantly turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. "You dare steal my boss and even dare to insult me? Emperor Chun, you truly have no regard for your life. You've offended the people of Tencent and our Glory Alliance. But Sujin didn't care about these threats at all. He immediately used the basic pet space expansion scroll, and the system notification came immediately. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a second pet space. Please find a second contracted pet. Having 2 pets meant having higher output, stronger control, and more perfect synergy. Right now, Sujin's focus was on only one thing: becoming stronger. Cleaning up the battlefield, he picked up all the items dropped by the giant Rat King boss. 52 copper coins, 1 giant Rat King pelt, 1 poison Rat King dagger, and 1 rat spirit pendant. The poison dagger was a bronze-grade item, granting +5 attack and a built-in 30% poison effect, causing the user to lose 20 health per second for 5 seconds. The rat spirit pendant was also of bronze quality, providing an additional 3 points to agility and 3 points to constitution. Sujin immediately equipped Ari with both items, replacing her original black iron dagger. Attack power increased by 2 points, and other attributes also saw slight enhancements. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently, and the stone walls inside the cave trembled continuously. A system notification popped up: an extremely powerful boss is approaching. Sujin became alert and prepared to retreat quickly. But just then, a blue halo suddenly caught his attention. He followed the light source and discovered a blue-patterned beast egg, quietly emitting an unusual glow. It wasn't large, only about the size of a fist, but it exuded an astonishing aura of bloodline power. A pet egg? No, not an ordinary pet egg. Sujin's eyes lit up instantly, and he snatched the pet egg into his pocket. He was certain that this extraordinary bloodline was no ordinary item. Seeing that the boss was about to appear, he had no intention of lingering. Fortunately, there was a narrow exit in the cave, and Sujin decisively slipped out. Phew, that was close. He retreated dozens of meters outside the cave and hid behind a boulder. Turning his head, he finally saw the true form of the terrifying boss he had just witnessed. It was a giant green snake, over 10 meters long, its body coiled with lightning, its scales covered in dense armor, and bursts of lightning flashing everywhere it went. Wherever it passed, the land was scorched black, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Lightning Serpent King level. Rank. Health. Even basic information cannot be read. Sujin's heart tightened, realizing that this was definitely an extremely dangerous existence. But what surprised him even more was that he could sense a trace of dragon aura from this lightning serpent. Could this guy possess dragon blood? A bolder guess surfaced in his mind. Could the beast egg I just took be its offspring? The thought filled Sujin with overwhelming joy. Finding such a treasure so soon after opening his new pet space? This was simply too much of a stroke of luck. The next moment, the thunder serpent roared and howled, its lightning surging, clearly aware of the egg's loss. Without hesitation, Sujin turned and quickly left. On the way, he took out the beast egg from his backpack and checked its details. The description of the mysterious pet egg read: a special pet containing an extremely rare bloodline. If it is nourished with dragon blood before hatching, there is a chance it will awaken incredible bloodline power. Dragon blood. Sujin pondered as he hurried along. How can I obtain a genuine sample of dragon blood? Chapter 8: The Whereabouts of Dragon Blood. Hidden Dark Main Quest. Dragon blood is no ordinary material. The most direct way to obtain it is to slay a real dragon. But what kind of being is that? With a single flap of its wings, mountains crumble and seas churn. Sujin looked at the pet egg in his hand and shook his head with a wry smile. With my current strength, let alone fighting a dragon, I'd be lucky to even keep the egg. Looks like I'll have to think of another way. He decided to collect the rewards from the previous hidden quest first. Upon returning to the starting village, Sujin went straight to the tailor shop. The shop owner was a charming woman in her 30s, exuding allure with every smile and gesture. It was said that many male players were captivated by her. She greeted him with a beaming smile and enthusiastic enthusiasm. Sujin remained calm and unmoved, speaking directly. I'm here to turn in a quest. I brought the pelt of the mutated giant rat. Hearing this, the proprietress's eyes lit up, and she took the pelt to examine it. Not bad, not bad. The pelt is of excellent quality. I'll settle your reward right away. A system notification popped up. You have completed the hidden quest, gaining 100 copper coins, 200 experience points, and 1 exquisite rat hide leggings. A flash of white light, and Sujin successfully leveled up to level 3. The exquisite rat hide leggings are of bronze quality, increasing movement speed and attack speed by 5%, making them a practical speed-enhancing item. Without hesitation, Sujin equipped Ari with it. Then, he handed over the pelt he had obtained from the giant rat king. The landlady was astonished. "This is the giant rat king's pelt. Warrior, you actually killed it. You've truly rendered a great service to the newbie village. This kind of merit deserves extra rewards." The system notification popped up again. "You have obtained a Pet Week Defense Aptitude Potion." Sujin's eyes lit up. This thing was much more valuable than the previous rewards. Aptitude potions could permanently improve a pet's abilities, and they were extremely expensive to buy on the market. Without the slightest hesitation, he fed the potion to Ari. Ari gulped it down and even let out a satisfied burp. Congratulations. Ari has gained a weak defense aptitude, with an additional 20% increase in defense. Ari's damage resistance has now been greatly enhanced. Upon seeing Ari, the proprietress clicked her tongue in admiration. "So you were able to kill the giant rat king because you have such a rare pet." Sujin seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you know where I can get dragon blood?" The proprietress paused, then shook her head. "Dragon blood? Where in the newbie village would you find that?" However, she suddenly changed the subject and brought up something. "But it is said that a giant dragon once died in the mountains behind the village. There is a mine there that produces dragon bloodstone, which is a very precious forging material. Go and find some dragon bloodstone for me. You might get some unexpected treasures." The system notification appeared. "You have accepted a hidden quest. Collect dragon bloodstones." Quest description: head to the dragon blood mine in the back mountain. There are undead monsters guarding the way. The more dragon bloodstones you collect, the richer the rewards. You are guaranteed at least one piece of silver equipment. Sujin accepted the quest without hesitation. The dragon blood mine is the burial ground of dragons. There are even such hidden clues. In his previous life, he left the starting village too early, missing out on many secrets and treasures. He also missed a major dark event that affected the entire server. That event was triggered by an ordinary player. However, that person simply followed the quest instructions and ultimately only received 1/10 or 1/12 of the rewards. But Sujin was different. He had the advantage of being reborn. He knew there was room for maneuver in the mission, allowing him to navigate between the light and darkness. With the right strategy, he could squeeze every last drop of profit from both sides. Sujin secretly resolved that after completing the Dragon Bloodstone mission, he would immediately rush to trigger the main dark questline. That key NPC would soon infiltrate the starting village. He had to accept the mission before everyone else. Without further thought, Sujin left the village and sped towards the Dragon Blood mine in the back mountains. Along the way, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. Sujin deduced that the remains of the fallen dragon were nourishing the environment. Giant trees stood tall, lush, and green. Ari, however, lay lazily on his shoulder, motionless. "Get down and move around a bit. Being too lazy will make you fat." Upon hearing the word fat, Ari immediately jumped off his shoulder. Then she ran around happily, clearly not wanting to gain weight. Sujin chuckled. Sure enough, girls are afraid of getting fat. Even this fox was no exception. As he walked along with ease, a fiery, mature woman suddenly appeared ahead. "It's her." Sujin's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Ing Huan to be here too. Her pet was a rare white tiger, not as rare as Ari, but still considered high class. At this moment, she was fiercely battling a crystal scorpion. Chapter 9: The Arrogant Ing Huan. Encountering a boss. Little White, press your advantage and finish it off. Under Ing Huan's command, the white tiger attacked decisively, showing no fear against the level 5 crystal scorpion. It was clear that she had considerable experience in beast taming. Every command was exceptionally smooth, demonstrating the skill of a seasoned pro. The white tiger's movements and attack rhythm were perfectly timed, always managing to dodge the scorpion's sting. After a prolonged battle, she finally wore down the crystal scorpion, achieving a kill against a monster of a higher level. Sujin, who hadn't hidden and was watching, was noticed by Ing Huan. She proudly raised her chin, unable to resist showing off to Sujin. "Little brother, did you see that? Even a level 5 monster can be soloed by me." Sujin couldn't help but chuckle. This woman was clearly holding a grudge. He had only refused a team invitation once, and she insisted on proving herself in front of him. Clearly, she hadn't recognized him as the Chun Emperor who had killed a level 5 boss. Otherwise, why would she dare to boast about a mere ordinary monster? Your skills are alright, but the efficiency is too low. The scorpion's weak point is its abdomen. It can ignore defense and deal double damage there. Sujin spoke calmly, his tone devoid of sarcasm, yet every word he uttered was reasonable. Humph. Ying Huanhuan pouted, unconvinced. Although she came from a wealthy and beautiful family, she was exceptionally serious when playing games. She was a top player in many games, known as a female online gaming genius. Being criticized by Sujin like this naturally made her somewhat displeased. She bent down to pick up her fallen spoils, preparing to leave. Actually, she had another purpose in coming. She had spent a large sum of money bribing the village chief to learn the secret of the treasure hidden in the back mountain. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Along with the cracks in the ground, a gigantic scorpion burst forth from the earth, 3 times the size of the previous one. Its pincers resembled giant chainsaws, and its entire body was covered in a crystal carapace that gleamed with an eerie light, exuding a terrifying aura. Crystal Giant Scorpion King level, LV8, rank, bronze, HP, 960, attack, 180, skills, crystal venomous sting, crystal scorpion armor, fearless charge, scorpion tail sweep. An 8th level boss. Ying Huanhuan's expression changed instantly. She had almost failed against a 5th level monster, and facing an 8th level bronze level boss, she had no chance at all. Looks like we're out of luck with the reward. Little brother, let's get out of here, she said through gritted teeth, reaching out to pull Sujin away. But Sujin stood still, with no intention of leaving. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. If you don't leave, I'm really not going to help you anymore. Ying Huanhuan urged anxiously, her expression cold and aloof, but she didn't intend to abandon him. She knew that it was her killing of the crystal scorpion that had attracted this boss. Sujin remained calm and replied, "You don't need to worry about me. I can handle it." In his eyes, a boss of this caliber was practically a godsend. His plundering talent, bestowed upon him by the system, made him crave challenging high-level monsters. The Crystal Giant Scorpion King, its crimson eyes fixed on Sujin, roared and charged. This boss was violent. Once it set its sights on a target, it would tear it to shreds. Ying Huanhuan was about to offer assistance when she suddenly froze. She saw the white fox on Sujin's shoulder suddenly change its demeanor. The fox, which had been languid, was now bursting with fighting spirit. It leaped forward, its claws carrying the power of frost, precisely tearing at the giant scorpion king's abdomen. -204. Weakness strike. With just one claw, it had reduced the boss's health by 1/3. Ying Huanhuan's eyes widened. What kind of pet is this? To deal over 200 damage, even a critical hit would require over 100 attack power. Her white tiger, considered top tier, only had an attack power of less than 40. This white fox's combat power was beyond her comprehension. The Crystal Giant Scorpion King roared in fury, its tail lashing out as it unleashed its skill, Scorpion Tail Sweep. If hit by this attack, most pets would die instantly from poisoning. However, Sujin had anticipated this, and Ari, guided by his will, quickly retreated, easily dodging the fatal blow. On the other hand, the white tiger, because Ying Huanhuan hesitated for a second in shock, was impaled by the scorpion's tail and cried out in agony. Little white. Ying Huanhuan's expression changed drastically, and she rushed over to check. She saw the white tiger's body glowing purple, a sign of poisoning. Its health was visibly decreasing rapidly. If a pet dies, not only will its experience points be reset to 0, but its attributes will also permanently decrease, and its loyalty will drop significantly. This is a result that no player wants to face. Sujin's Ari gave the enemy no chance to breathe. A barrage of attacks rained down on the boss. -203, -206, -204. Although the Crystal Giant Scorpion King activated its Crystal Scorpion Armor, it was utterly useless against the agile Ari. Sujin was incredibly experienced, his beast-taming skills were superb, and Ari, under his control, moved across the battlefield like an elf. Soon, the boss's health was depleted, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. System notifications sounded in succession. Congratulations! Your pet, the two-tailed snow fox Ari, has defeated the LV8 Crystal Giant Scorpion King boss. You and Ari have gained 180 base experience points, plus 90 experience points for defeating a higher-level enemy. Congratulations! Ari has leveled up to LV3. Plundering in effect. Ari has obtained. Chapter 10. Ying Huanhuan is shocked. Ari's second evolution, Plunder, takes effect. Ari gains 5 evolution points. Ari has plundered the Crystal Giant Scorpion King's Weak Life Aptitude. Weak Life Aptitude increases Ari's maximum HP by an additional 20%, enhancing her survivability. Sujin clearly felt the life force surging within Ari, and the entire fox seemed more energetic. Before he could even think it through, Ari burst forth with a dazzling light, as scorching as the sun. This guy's evolving again. Shock and elation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Ari's body grew taller once more, its lines becoming even longer, its claws gleaming coldly, and its aura rising steadily. Amidst this intense light, a third snow-white tail sprouted from Ari's back. Congratulations! Ari has evolved into a silver-tier pet, three-tailed ice fox. Ari's strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, agility plus 15, intelligence plus 15. Ari has learned a new skill, Phantom Teleport LV1. Phantom Teleport allows for 3 consecutive force displacements, each time refreshing all skill cooldowns. Even if controlled, it can forcibly move to escape. This is simply a god-tier survival skill. Even more terrifying is that each movement refreshes the skill cooldown, making it incredibly powerful when combined with forbidden spells. Sujin's expression turned solemn. This skill elevates Ari's combat level to a whole new height. If Ari were to master high-burst magic skills in the future, she could clear the field while running. After Ari evolves into the nine-tailed fox, she can also transform into human form. What will she look like when she transforms into a young girl? Looking at the noble, elegant, and incredibly powerful three-tailed ice fox before him, Sujin felt a surge of anticipation. Three-tailed ice fox. Ari, super rare, level, LV3, 245 to 500, rank, silver, 0 to 20, attack 87, defense 49, HP 474, mana 330, strength 54, constitution 42, agility 49, intelligence 42. Pet aptitude, weak strength, weak defense, weak life, skills, intimidate LV1, frost power LV1, phantom teleport LV1. On the very first day of the server launch, the pet has already evolved to silver level and possesses 3 aptitudes and 3 skills. If this news gets out, it will probably shock all players on the server. Sujin's resolve and goals only strengthened. He would make those who betrayed him pay the price. He would reclaim everything he had lost in his past life, including the one he loved most. 3 years later, the game world would be completely integrated with reality, and that would be the moment of his true rise. Sujin collected his thoughts and began clearing the loot dropped by the boss. He found 60 copper coins, a pet skill evolution stone, a crystal scorpion armor top, and a basic antidote for poison. The pet skill evolution stone could upgrade any of his pet's skills by 1 level. After a moment's thought, Sujin decisively chose to use it on the frost power skill. While Intimidate and Phantom Teleport were both powerful, he needed high damage output to level up right now. Ding! Ari's frost power has been upgraded to LV2. LV2 frost power. Each attack deals an additional 40 points of ice damage and reduces the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 32%. The 10 damage and 2% slow increase, while not extravagant, is extremely practical. Crystal Scorpion Armor Top, Bronze Grade Equipment, plus 8 defense, plus 50 health. Sujin immediately equipped Ari with it. Basic Antidote for Deadly Poison. Can cure poison injuries up to 500 points, which Sujin doesn't need right now. However, someone nearby desperately needs this medicine. Ing Huanhuan's white tiger is currently poisoned and on the verge of death, its body glowing with an eerie purple light. Once a pet dies, not only is its experience reset to 0, but it also suffers extremely high attribute penalties and a decrease in loyalty. Ing Huanhuan, her eyes red and swollen, clutched the white tiger, her face filled with self-reproach and helplessness. Hey, do you want to try this? Sujin stepped forward and handed her a bottle of basic antidote for deadly poison. Still immersed in grief, Ing Huanhuan was startled. Seeing the name of the antidote, her eyes lit up instantly. Little brother, you're truly my savior. She threw herself into Sujin's arms and planted a kiss on his cheek. Her full curves made it hard for Sujin to breathe. Hey, big sister, I saved your pet, not to be crushed by you. Sujin said, both amused and exasperated. Ing Huanhuan then realized she had been a bit out of line, her cheeks flushing red. She quickly stood up. Thank you. I'll go save Xiaobai right away. She turned and ran to the white tiger's side, feeding it the antidote. A few seconds later, the white tiger's poison was completely neutralized, and it slowly awoke from its near-death state. Sujin's willingness to intervene wasn't out of any particular mercy. Although Ing Huanhuan was arrogant, she hadn't abandoned him when facing a powerful enemy before, showing she had a decent heart. Furthermore, She and her sister Ing Shuang were important members of the Elegy Guild in their past lives. His act of saving her was simply a matter of fate. This place is too dangerous for you. Take your pet and leave immediately. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Sujin finished speaking and turned to leave. He needed to find the Dragon Bloodstone and also take on the Dark Hidden main quest as soon as possible. He couldn't waste time here. Wait, I know there's treasure buried here. Ing Huan suddenly said. Chapter 11 Green Hat. Ari bravely put it on. Treasure. Sujin raised an eyebrow, memories flashing through his mind. In his previous life, he had indeed heard that someone had dug up something good in this area. He just hadn't expected that the person who discovered the treasure would be Ing Huan in front of him. Even more unexpected was that she was willing to share the secret with him. Without your antidote, my little white dog would probably be dead. You saved my life, and this debt of gratitude can't be repaid with just a bottle of medicine. Besides, you killed the boss, which gave me the opportunity to dig up the treasure. So, I'm willing to share half of the treasure with you, Ing Huan said earnestly. Sujin's heart stirred slightly. This girl was surprisingly loyal. Ing Huan quickly took out a treasure map and, following the markings on it, led Sujin to a crevice in the ground. The two dug together and finally unearthed a heavy iron box from the ground. Opening the box, they found two pieces of silver equipment, the Emerald Fairy Crown and the Emerald Fairy Long Dress. Emerald Fairy Crown, Silver Rank, Strength +8, Agility +8, Weakness Strike Damage +10%. Emerald Fairy Dress, Silver Rank, Intelligence +8, Constitution +8, Health Regeneration Speed +10%. The green hat is yours. Ing Huan tossed the fairy crown to Sujin without hesitation, then eagerly put on the fairy dress, turning around and smiling. Little brother, don't I look good in this? Wearing a long, emerald green dress, she instantly gained an ethereal quality, like a forest fairy queen. Sujin glanced at the fairy crown in his hand. Its attributes were a perfect match for Ari. A green hat it is, Ari, put it on. Sujin didn't hesitate to place it on Ari's head. Equipping the most suitable pet was the key. Ari hummed softly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, clearly moved by her master's prioritization of her. Her three snow-white tails swayed gently, as if vowing to serve her master with unwavering loyalty. Equipped with her new gear, Ari's strength soared to 62 points. Her base damage reached 135, and her output skyrocketed. After dividing the spoils, the two parted ways. Sujin embarked on his journey deeper into the mine, while Ing Huan returned to the village to complete her quest. Before leaving, she watched Sujin's departing figure, a slight smile playing on her lips. Little brother, you're quite interesting. How could a man Ing Huan, have set my sights on possibly escape my grasp? Just then, she suddenly received a private message from her younger sister, Ing Shuang. Sister, I just arrived at your newbie village. I got surrounded by a bunch of giant rats on the way, but luckily a super handsome guy saved me. Ing Huan was in a good mood and replied with a smile. Oh, little sister, are you getting love-struck? Looks like you've met your true love. Have you offered yourself to him yet? Speaking of which, I've also met a very nice man here. At this moment, Sujin had already ventured deep into the dragon blood mine. The deeper he went, the more desolate and deathly the atmosphere became, with thick black mist filling the air. Barren trees stood all around, their branches broken, resembling some kind of ominous graveyard. Warning, you have entered the cursed mine and are affected by the dark mist. Movement speed -25%. Normal movement skills are ineffective. Sujin's steps suddenly sank, as if he were sinking into mud, each step extremely difficult. He immediately checked Ari's condition. Fortunately, Phantom Teleport was a force displacement skill, unrestricted. This three-tailed ice fox was indeed extraordinary. Even its skill resistance was a level higher than that of ordinary pets. Without further hesitation, Sujin and Ali ventured deeper into the mine. The journey was eerily quiet. They encountered not a single monster, but instead, more and more ghastly white bones lay scattered on the ground. The skeletal remains lay in the earth, their empty eye sockets seemingly still staring at the intruders. An ordinary person would likely have turned and run in terror. But Sujin, having experienced countless life and death situations in his previous life, was already numb to such sights. Soon, he discovered traces of red crystals on one side of the mine wall. Dragon Bloodstone. Each piece of Dragon Bloodstone was embedded in the rock wall, with only a small, fingernail-sized corner protruding. Sujin took out his dagger, plunged it into the rock wall, and forcefully carved out the entire piece of dragon bloodstone. Just as he removed the first piece of dragon bloodstone, the entire mind vein trembled violently. The skeletons on the ground suddenly moved. Skeleton soldiers rose from the ground, eerie green flames burning in their empty eyes, staring intently at Sujin. It was as if he were a tomb raider. The next second, these skeleton warriors raised their bone blades and shields, screaming as they charged forward. Skeleton warrior level, LV7 rank, bronze, HP, 720, attack, 160, skills, bone blade strike, bone shield block. Although their attributes are not as good as the crystal giant Scorpion King, there are 7 of them. Even Sujin felt a bit of pressure facing the attack of 7 level 7 monsters. Ari charged forward, taking the lead in the battle. Her claws slammed into the head of a skeleton warrior, and the damage number appeared, -135. Sujin immediately commanded Ari to attack different parts of the body. She tried the heart, neck, and abdomen, one by one. But no matter where she attacked, the damage remained constant. -135, -135, -135. Only after the skeleton warrior fell did he realize one thing. These undead monsters have no weaknesses and can't be poisoned. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. Your pet, the three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a LV7 skeleton warrior, granting you and Ari 50 base experience points and an additional 20 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. The experience gain isn't low. If he can clear out all 7, he might even level up again. Chapter 12 Dragon Corpse. A talkative person dies from talking too much, plundering in effect. You and Ari each gain 2 points of strength. Ari gains an additional 1 evolution point. Just then, the remaining skeleton warriors let out low, eerie cries, their eyes flickering with ghostly fire, and their bone blades glowing crimson. They had activated the skill Undead Frenzy. This skill instantly increases attack power and attack speed by 40%. 6 skeleton warriors, their killing intent surging, charged madly at Ari, fueled by their companion's fury. However, Ari reacted faster, using her skill Phantom Step to instantly create distance and easily escape the encirclement. Ari spotted a lone skeleton warrior and pounced, unleashing a barrage of sharp claws. -206, -206, -206. Although the skeleton warrior, now enraged by Undead Frenzy, was even more ferocious, his defenses were as fragile as paper, and he fell to the ground repeatedly. A system notification pops up. Congratulations. Your pet, three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a LV7 skeleton warrior, a level above your own. You and Ari have gained 50 base experience points, plus an additional 20 experience points for defeating a level above your own. Plunder activated. You and Ari have gained 2 points of agility. Ari has gained an additional 1 evolution point. Ari moved swiftly, repeating the same actions, defeating the enemies one by one. Before long, the remaining 5 skeleton warriors also fell, leaving shattered bones scattered on the ground. Congratulations. Your pet, three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated 5 LV7 skeleton warriors, a feat far exceeding your level. You and Ari have gained 250 experience points, plus an additional 100 experience points for defeating higher-level enemies. You've reached LV4. Ari has reached LV4. Plunder activated. You and Ari each gain 4 points of Constitution, 4 points of Agility, and 2 points of Strength. Ari gains an additional 5 evolution points. Ari gains 15 free attribute points for each level up, and Sujin unhesitatingly added them all to Strength. At this moment, Ari's attack power reaches 160, and her evolution points have increased to 7 to 20. Her condition is excellent. Sujin happily collected his spoils, continuing to gather dragon bloodstones. He harvested 22 copper coins, 36 dragon bloodstones, and 1 skull belt and 1 skull shoulder armor, both bronze-grade equipment. The skull belt grants +8 intelligence and +10% mana regeneration. The skull shoulder armor grants +8 constitution and +10% health regeneration. Sujin then equipped Ari with both pieces of equipment. At this point, Ari had collected all 6 armor pieces, with only the jewelry slot remaining empty. A pet with a complete set of bronze equipment was probably unique in the entire game. Most other players' pets were still completely bare, barely even having a few pieces of iron gear. The drop rate for top-tier pets was incredibly low, while Sujin's luck was simply phenomenal. Sujin continued deeper into the cave, where black mist filled the air, obscuring his vision. After walking for more than 10 minutes, no monsters appeared, but he could faintly hear the echoes of dragon roars. The sounds varied in distance, deep and majestic. Where there are dragon roars, there are clues to dragon blood. Perhaps I really can hatch that mysterious pet egg. Filled with anticipation, Sujin continued collecting dragon bloodstones as he walked. The journey was uneventful, and the number of dragon bloodstones in his backpack quickly rose to 147. About half an hour later, he finally reached the end of the cave. Before him lay a sinister graveyard shrouded in a dark red glow. In the center of the graveyard lay the enormous, cold corpse of a dragon, its imposing presence still awe-inspiring. Beside the dragon's corpse, a monster covered in icy scales slowly slithered, wielding a giant chain. This was a new type of undead monster called the Corpse King, skilled in tomb guarding and high-intensity melee combat. Ice Scale Corpse King level, LV9 rank, Silver, HP, 1280, Attack, 240, Skills, Chain Entanglement, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Ice Scale Skin, Ice Demon Slash. Trespassers die. The Ice Scale Corpse King's voice was deep and piercing, its scarlet eyes fixed on Sujin. Then it swung its iron chains and charged forward. Seeing this, Ari immediately released her stun skill, and a beam of blood-red light shot out, freezing the Corpse King in place. Ari's claws erupted, unleashing a 3-hit combo towards the Corpse King's chest. -60, -61, -63, but these damages were largely weakened by the Corpse King's thick ice scales, failing to inflict any effective damage. Haha, are you trying to tickle me? Take this, little fox, bloodthirsty assault. The Ice Scale Corpse King chuckled sinisterly as it swung its iron chains down. Ari dodged instantly, but the chains tracked and changed direction, binding her body. A -120 damage overtime warning immediately appeared above her head. With only 500 health points, Ari couldn't withstand the damage for more than a few seconds. Hee, this move is guaranteed to hit. Die, little fox. Bloodthirsty assault. Shut up, you're so long-winded. Sujin snorted impatiently, controlling Ari to instantly activate Phantom Teleport. LV1 Phantom Teleport. Forces 3 displacements, each refreshing the skill cooldown, can interrupt control. In an instant, the chains vanished, and Ari flashed behind the Corpse King. Her claws slashed fiercely at the Corpse King's neck, the only spot without scales. -331, -332, -335. A full set of critical hits. The damage from these 3 claws was so high that even Sujin couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This was due to the effect of the Emerald Fairy Crown, plus 10% weakness strike chance, which was truly powerful. Caught off guard, the Ice Scale Corpse King's health plummeted to 0 in an instant, just as it was about to unleash its ultimate skill, Ice Demon Slash. Before it could even raise its hand, Ari delivered a final claw strike, instantly killing it on the spot. Chapter 13, The Second Pet? Shocking. Congratulations. Your pet, the 3-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a silver-level boss, the LV9 Ice Scale Corpse King. You and Ari have gained 240 experience points, plus an additional 120 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. Looting successful. Ari gains 6 evolution points. Ari has plundered the Ice Scale Corpse King's inferior frost aptitude. The second best frost aptitude increases Ari's ice attribute attack power by 40%, far surpassing the previous weak aptitude. This means that frost power, which originally added 40 points of ice damage to each basic attack, can now add an additional 16 points of ice damage. Moreover, if Ari unlocks more ice-type skills in the future, the bonus effect of this aptitude will only become more terrifying. After the battle, the Corpse King dropped 72 copper coins, plus 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment, the Ice Scale Chainmail and the Ice Scale Bracelet. Ice Scale Chainmail, silver grade, defense plus 12, health plus 100, with 10% ice resistance. Ice Scale Bracelet, silver grade, strength plus 5, intelligence plus 5, ice resistance plus 10%. Sujin put on the chainmail and placed the bracelet directly on Ari's front paw. Before my eyes, the dragon's corpse still lay quietly in the cemetery, as if it had been asleep for 10,000 years. In this world, gods control the game, strange beasts roam freely, and all races vie for supremacy. The conspiracies hidden behind the scenes are far deeper than players can imagine. Sujin knew that the fall of the giant dragon before him was no accident and must be inextricably linked to the forces of darkness. To rewrite the ending where reality is washed away by the gods 3 years later, he must become stronger, strong enough to defy the heavens. The most urgent task now is to use this dragon corpse to hatch his second pet. Senior, please allow me to borrow your dragon blood. I apologize for any offense. I hope that even in the afterlife, you can smile as you watch me rise to power. Sujin arrived in front of the dragon's corpse, decisively used his dagger to cut open its reverse scale, took out a drop of dragon blood, and dripped it onto the pet egg. The pet egg emitted a pale blue glow and trembled violently, filling Sujin with anticipation. About 5 minutes later, the pet egg suddenly stopped trembling, and the halo gradually dimmed. It failed. Sujin frowned, but then shook his head in denial. No, it's because there isn't enough dragon blood. He simply ripped open the dragon scales again, and a large amount of dragon blood gushed out, splattering all over the eggshell. This time, the eggshell began to vibrate violently, and the blue light was far stronger than before, as if it was brewing a qualitative change. Congratulations. Your pet egg has absorbed 100 drops of dragon blood and undergone an incredible transformation. The pet egg has been upgraded to bronze level, with 10 points added to its attributes, all 4 stats, and its skill awakened. LV1 Thunder Arrow. Lightning Arrow. Fires a lightning arrow every second, dealing 100 plus 100% of intelligence as lightning damage to an area of 3 meters. Cooldown is only 1 second. Should it be hatched? No hatching. Sujin refused without hesitation. If the more dragon blood there is, the stronger the effect. Then he will continue to pour it in. Sujin poured a large amount of dragon blood onto the eggshell again, and the light intensified once more, making the egg's aura even more terrifying. Congratulations. Your pet egg has absorbed 1,000 drops of dragon blood, advancing to silver tier, with all 4 stats increased by 15 and the skill awakened. Twin Serpent Shadows. Twin Serpent Shadows summons clones that possess the attributes and skills of the original, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Should it be hatched? Do not incubate. A bolder idea flashed through Sujin's mind. He looked at Ali beside him and asked gently, Ari, do you want a good partner to fight alongside you? Ah. Ari nodded excitedly, her tail swaying from side to side, her eyes full of anticipation. The two of them worked together to drag the enormous dragon carcass into a giant stone pit beside the valley and began the bloodletting process. With a hissing sound, a large amount of precious dragon blood flowed into the stone pit until the entire dragon body withered and turned white. Sujin gently placed the pet egg into the blood pool. The moment the eggshell came into contact with the dragon's blood, it instantly absorbed it like a sponge soaking up water, emitting a bright blue light that was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Finally, the system displayed the following message. Congratulations. The pet egg has absorbed 10,000 drops of dragon blood, undergoing an unimaginable transformation. The pet egg has been upgraded to gold grade, with all 4 stats increased by 30 and its skill awakened. LV1 Bursting Lightning Ball. Exploding Lightning Ball releases a lightning ball in a 10-meter radius, dealing 400 plus 100% intelligence as lightning damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Clang. With a crisp crack, the eggshell shattered. A tiny, bright green head peeked out of the shell, its round, big eyes looking around curiously, its tiny pink tongue flicking out. Wah! It let out a soft, childlike murmur, and when it suddenly saw Sujin approaching, it seemed startled and shrank back, trying to retreat into its eggshell. So shy? Could she be female? Why don't you greet such a handsome owner? Sujin smiled and reached out to pull it out of the eggshell. The little snake was translucent like jade, with a long, slender tail, and exuded a powerful aura despite its agility. Although it looks cute, Sujin could sense the extremely ferocious power contained within it. Congratulations. You have obtained a new pet, Phantom Razor. Chapter 14, The Little Tyrant Who Dumped Himself. Phantom Razor, Mutant. Level, LV1. Grade, Gold, 0 to 40. Basic Attribute 1, Magic Attack 65, Defense 65, Health 650, Mana 650. Basic Attribute 2, Strength 65, Constitution 65, Agility 65, Intelligence 65. Skills, Level 1 Lightning Arrow, Level 1 Twin Serpent Shadows, Level 1 Explosive Lightning Ball. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment, none. Description, a mutated lightning serpent imbued with pure dragon blood, possessing immense potential. With careful nurturing, it might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. The entire pool of dragon blood was definitely not wasted. This little green snake is not only an extremely rare mutated pet, but it was also born at the gold level. A look of surprise flashed in Sujin's eyes. Mutant pets are often able to learn powerful skills more easily and have great potential for development. In his previous life, Sujin nurtured his companion snake pet into a powerful 36-winged world-destroying black dragon. It wasn't until later that Sujin suddenly realized what was happening. Once the 5-clawed golden dragon of China grows up, it is actually many times more powerful than the winged western dragon. Xiaoqing, being a mutated eastern green snake, has the potential to evolve into the Huaxia sacred dragon. Based on its skills, Sujin immediately identified the little green snake as a magic-type turret pet. It can unleash continuous range spell damage, commonly known as a spell machine gun. Lightning Arrow is essentially a small area, continuous damage skill with a short cooldown and consistent damage. The exploding lightning ball is more like a powerful area of effect attack, dealing higher damage and covering a wider area, but also having a longer cooldown. As for the Twin Snake Shadow skill, it is even more unbeatable. It can summon a Snake Shadow clone that is exactly the same as itself, which is equivalent to exerting twice the combat power and dealing twice the damage. Since you're all green to the point of being yellowish, I'll call you Xiaoqing from now on. Ignoring the little green snake's resentful gaze, Sujin forcibly gave it a name. Before leaving, Sujin made sure to collect all the dragon bloodstones in the entire tomb, accumulating over 1,000 pieces in his backpack. While you're at it, collect all the valuable materials from the dragon, such as its heart, bones, and eyes, into your backpack. The poor dragon was first plotted against and killed by the forces of darkness, and then encountered Sujin, a jinx who plundered everything he passed. He died without a complete corpse. It was incredibly tragic. Sujin made a fortune this time, and happily returned to the beginner village with his 2 pets. Inside the tailor shop in the beginner village. My god, you actually collected more than 1,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone, which is so rare that it's practically impossible to find. You didn't actually loot the entire mine in the back mountain, did you? The tailor shop owner was so shocked when she saw the dragon bloodstone that Sujin had brought that her jaw almost dropped. More than 1,000 pieces of dragon bloodstone covered the entire tailor shop, which was truly astonishing. Congratulations. You have completed the tailor shop owner's hidden quest. Collect dragon bloodstone. Your quest rewards include 1,000 copper coins, a pet experience book, 500 experience points, and a Millennium Deadwood staff, silver grade. A pet experience book with 500 experience points? They arrived just in time. We used them on Xiaoqing immediately. The pet experience book transformed into a stream of pure energy and flowed into Xiaoqing's body. Then, 2 dazzling rays of light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has leveled up to level 2 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 3 and gained 15 free attribute points. Jiang Shun gave her a full 30 free attribute points, and needless to say, he put them all into her intelligence. The little green snake is a magic-type pet. The higher its intelligence, the stronger its attack. Among the quest rewards is a silver staff, the 1,000-year-old Deadwood staff. Millennium Deadwood staff, silver grade, intelligence 8, 10% chance to trigger double effect when casting spells. It's perfect, it matches Xiaoqing perfectly. There's a 10% chance of getting double the effect. This effect is quite powerful. When Xiaoqing releases twin snake shadows, it can directly summon 2 snake shadow clones, which is equivalent to 3 Xiaoqings attacking at the same time, causing a total of 3 times the damage. Because you submitted over 1,000 dragon bloodstones at once, you triggered a hidden special reward from the tailor shop owner. Please choose from the following rewards. Option 1. Choose any 2 bottles of potions for weak pet attributes. Option 2. Choose any 1 bottle of inferior pet quality medicine. I need a bottle of inferior pet intelligence enhancement potion. Without hesitation, Sujin chose the second reward. A bottle of inferior pet quality potion is worth at least 3 times the value of a weak potion. This bottle of inferior intelligence enhancement potion was prepared for Xiaoqing. Sujin pried open Xiaoqing's mouth and gulped down the inferior intelligence aptitude potion. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has acquired a minor intelligence aptitude. Secondary intelligence aptitude increases one's intelligence by an additional 40%. After comprehending the second-class intelligence aptitude, Xiaoqing's intelligence attribute instantly increased dramatically. She was born less than an hour ago, and her IQ was already as high as 144. Watching his pet grow stronger, Sujin felt an indescribable sense of joy. Leaving the tailor shop, Sujin was heading to the location of the hidden mission in the darkness to accept that crucial hidden quest. But as soon as he stepped out of the tailor shop, a familiar figure blocked his way. "You must be Emperor Chun. How dare you steal my cousin's first kill of the boss? Hand over the first kill reward right now, or you can forget about ever playing as a top-tier pet again." The little tyrant blocked Sujin's way with an arrogant expression and sneered. "Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Whether I can survive in the world of divine pets is not up to you." Sujin remained calm and composed. "You're asking for it. You insist on refusing to listen to reason and then having to suffer the consequences. Well then, I'll kill you until you drop a pet expansion scroll." Upon hearing this, the little tyrant suddenly flew into a rage, and his huge fist was about to strike Sujin's face. Sujin's combat awareness was astonishing. He simply tilted his head slightly and effortlessly dodged the opponent's attack. Before the other party could react, he kicked out hard, sending the little tyrant flying several meters away. This commotion caused quite a stir, attracting the attention of many players. "Look, little tyrant is being brutally beaten up." Really? With little tyrant's talent and pet being so powerful, who in this newbie village can bully him? My god, it's Emperor Chun. No wonder he could beat up the little tyrant. It turns out he's the big shot who got the first kill reward for the server-wide boss. I feel incredibly honored to be born in the same starting village as the top player who got the first kill on the server-wide boss. Chapter 15. Instantly killing the Earth Bear, shocking everyone. In an instant, the entire newbie village was in an uproar. More and more players gathered around to watch. Little Tyrant has always been a representative of evil forces in the village, and many casual players have suffered under his oppression. Previously, a novice player painstakingly whittled down a monster's health to a sliver, ready to reap the experience and loot from the kill. But Little Tyrant suddenly launched a sneak attack, not only stealing the experience and loot from the monster kill, but also instantly killing the novice player. These players, who had been bullied, harbored a deep resentment towards Little Tyrant, but dared not speak out and could not express their bitterness. Now that the powerful Emperor Chun is willing to stand up and give them a chance to vent their anger, these players who have been bullied can't be happier. Even players who haven't been bullied by Little Tyrant have heard about his various misdeeds in the village and have no good feelings towards him. The Little Tyrant stood up from the ground, staring at Su Chun with a vicious grin, and said, "You little rascal, you've got some skills. Unfortunately, the best pets don't rely on brute force, but on the pet's overall strength. Next, I'll show you what true despair really is." With a wave of his fat hand, Little Tyrant summoned a burst of light. A massive and ferocious earth bear was summoned. The earth bear's muscles were bulging, its paws were as big as millstones, and the ground thumped when it walked. It stared at Su Chun and let out a mocking growl. Hiss! Little Tyrant's pet beast is actually the earth bear, which is a bronze-level pet beast. No wonder Little Tyrant is so arrogant that he can have a bronze-level pet on the first day of the server opening. Alas, it seems Emperor Chun is going to suffer a loss this time. The earth bear is undoubtedly the strongest pet in the village. For a moment, all the players shook their heads in regret and cast sympathetic glances at Su Chun. Seeing this, Little Tyrant became even more smug. His earth bear was always victorious and never suffered a defeat. Little Tyrant firmly believes that the earth bear is invincible in this beginner village. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The earth bear's eyes flashed with a ferocious killing intent as it swung its millstone-sized paws and charged towards Su Chun. As a bronze-level pet, the earth bear possesses immense strength. Although it hasn't mastered any skills, its advantage lies in its weak strength aptitude, making it significantly stronger than other players' iron-level pets. This is also what Little Tyrant is most confident about. As long as Su Chun is hit by his earth slam, he is basically not far from death. How incredibly noisy. Su Chun gave a cold shout, and with a flick of his sleeve, a tender, green snake appeared in his palm. The little green snake was smaller than Su Chun's palm. Facing the 3-meter-tall earth bear, the little green snake was like an ant in front of an elephant, its size completely crushed. Uffed. This toothpick snake isn't even enough to fill the gap between the earth bear's teeth. "Earth bear, tonight's dinner is spicy snake meat strips." Little Tyrant sneered repeatedly, mocking him without any politeness. The little green snake seemed to understand that the Little Tyrant was insulting her. Her round eyes burned with raging anger. As a gold-level mutated pet beast containing dragon blood, How could she be looked down upon by a mere bronze-level pet beast? Opening its mouth, it spat out a burst of lightning, which struck the Earth Bear in the chest. However, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. -503. A terrifying damage number appeared above the Earth Bear's head. The rampaging Earth Bear was struck through the chest by the exploding lightning ball, falling straight to the ground, without even touching Sujin's clothes. Sold out instantly. The Earth Bear was instantly killed by Sujin's pet. Hiss! What kind of outrageous damage is this? One skill instantly kills the Earth Bear. This pet is too overpowered. I always thought that Little Tyrant's Earth Bear was the strongest pet in our village, but it turns out that compared to Emperor Qin's green snake, it was simply crushed. What? Could this green snake be a silver-level pet? Its damage is so high. A pet that can instantly kill a bronze-level Earth Bear must be at least a silver-level pet. Being able to raise a silver-level pet on the very first day of the server launch is truly enviable. Oh my god, not only is Emperor Qin handsome, but even his pets are so fierce. Please, Emperor Sujin, take me under your wing. I'm a delicate and easygoing girl, and I can even warm your bed. I'm completely convinced now. Emperor Qin is amazing. Nobody expected it to turn out like this. All the onlookers were filled with intense shock, and their hearts were in turmoil. Xiaoqing killed the bronze-level pet beast, the Earth Bear. Plunder in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gained 2 points to your Constitution attribute. Xiaoqing gained an additional weak-level strength aptitude. The Earth Bear was permanently deprived of its weak strength aptitude due to its weak strength aptitude being plundered, and it fell to the black iron-level pet. Little Tyrant witnessed the Earth Bear being instantly killed by Sujin's pet, his face filled with disbelief and shock, muttering to himself. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be cheating. I'm going to report you for cheating. I'm going to report you to Shinchong Company. As soon as Xiaobao Wang finished speaking, he was immediately met with a continuous stream of sneers. There are always higher heavens and more capable people. No one would think that Sujin's green snake pet's high damage was due to cheating. High damage means you're dead? Even if you're trying to find an excuse for your failure, this excuse is just too lame. Reporting? How ridiculous. Divine Pet Company doesn't even heed the joint report from the 10 major families of the Dragon Kingdom. So what right do you have? Sir Loser, huh? The Divine Pet online game is independently developed by a top-tier supercomputer, so it won't have any bugs. If you can develop a cheat, the Divine Pet Company will directly reward you with $10 billion. This only proves that your Earth Bear is too trash. It's not even worthy of carrying the shoes of Emperor Qin's green snake pet. Those new players who had been bullied before but dared not speak out now had Sujin backing them up, and they all turned into online trolls, mocking and ridiculing Little Tyrant. In their eyes, Sujin is the real big boss. Little Tyrant's face turned ashen from the barrage of criticism from the other players. He glared at Sujin with venom and threatened him. You dare kill my Earth Bear? You're finished. My cousin has already invited me to join the Glory Alliance Guild, so I advise you to let me go. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you'll be in for a fight with the Glory Alliance. The Little Tyrant's face was now incredibly ferocious and twisted. His prized Earth Bear pet was instantly killed by the green snake in a single encounter. This not only caused his pet to lose a lot of attributes and potential, but more importantly, it made him lose all face. From then on, as long as Sujin was in this beginner village, he would never be able to hold his head up in this village. Threaten me? You're not worthy. Don't even mention killing you. Even if your guild leader, Demon Slayer, came in person, you'd still die. Sujin's voice was icy cold, like a grim reaper coming to claim a life. A gaze filled with intense killing intent fell upon Little Tyrant, instantly sending a chill down his spine. Chapter 16, at this moment, is the focus of countless people's attention and admiration. The Little Tyrant's bullying nature immediately made him back down. At that moment, Little Tyrant had only one thought in his mind: to survive. His pet giant bear, the Earth Bear, has been killed, resulting in a huge loss. If I die here, I will lose a level. His cousin, the Great Demon King, told him that the Glory Alliance was an extremely competitive guild. Once his level falls behind, he will most likely be kicked out of the guild. At this moment, Xiaobao Wang's face was extremely gloomy. If he was kicked out of the Glory Alliance Guild, wouldn't all those casual players he had provoked be teaming up to take revenge on him every day? Since things have come to this, we might as well bow down to Emperor Qin and try to survive first. Emperor Qin, I have no major grudge against you. How about we let this go? I'm willing to compensate you with 100,000 yuan. What do you say? If you nod, I can transfer the money to you right now. The Little Tyrant looked sincere, as if he had already repented for his mistakes and only wanted to get Sujin's forgiveness. 100,000 yuan. So your worthless life is only worth 100,000 yuan. I don't need your 100,000 yuan. I just want to send you on your way. A cold smile flashed across Sujin's face. If you're a complete newbie to online gaming, you might be tempted by the 100,000 yuan. But he knew all too well how risky it was to take that 100,000 yuan. In a past life, there was a novice player who obtained a decent piece of equipment. Coincidentally, a large guild claimed they were willing to buy the equipment for 10 times the price in cash. The novice player excitedly agreed, but died suddenly the day after the transaction, a chilling thought. He has vowed to take revenge and kill the 10 super guilds in this life, so he must not easily reveal his real-world residence. Upon hearing the sound, Little Tyrant's pupils contracted, and he was immediately stunned. Could the other party really be some wealthy tycoon? You don't even care about 100,000 yuan? 1 million? I'm willing to offer 1 million in cash. I only beg the Emperor Chun to let me off the hook. The little tyrant had a fawning and ingratiating look on his face, but his heart was aching as if it were bleeding. Although he is the young master of a small conglomerate, his monthly allowance is only 3 to 400,000. Little Tyrant had secretly vowed that if Sujin dared to accept his 1 million, he would definitely find someone to investigate Sujin's receiving account information. If Sujin had no powerful background, he would definitely make him wish he were dead. Even if you come up with 100 million, my answer will still be the same. I'll take your life. A bright smile appeared on Sujin's face, but in the eyes of the little tyrant, he was like a cruel and ruthless demon, making people feel desperate and suffocated. A silent lightning arrow streaked through the air, leaving a series of sonic booms, and instantly pierced through the little tyrant's head. -207. Weakness shot. A terrifying damage number floated above Little Tyrant's head. With a look of terror, resentment, and despair, Little Tyrant collapsed in bitterness. Your pet Xiaoqing killed player Zaiba Wang, increasing your sin value by 10 points. You have stolen Little Tyrant's D-level talent, Pet Strength Enhancement. Since you already possess the C-rank talent Pet Power Frenzy, the Pet Power Frenzy talent has been slightly enhanced, increasing your pet's strength by an additional 10%. Current pet strength enhancement is 50%. Little Tyrant's talent has been stolen for the second time, and he has been demoted to an E-level talent, Pet Power Enhancement. The many players watching were also stunned at this moment. My god, just who is Emperor Chun? How could he not even care about a million? This green snake is absolutely the #1 pet in the entire server right now. No arguments allowed. As a newbie player who's been bullied by the Little Tyrant, a popular mobile gamer, seeing it get so badly beaten was incredibly satisfying. Enough said, Chun Di is amazing. Has anyone recorded a video? Emperor Chen's style of doing things is so ruthless and decisive. And his divine pet, the green snake, is absolutely awesome. I recorded it. The video has already been uploaded to the official forum, and it's only been uploaded for less than 10 minutes. Yet it's already surpassed 100,000 views and 30,000 likes. What's this? My video of Emperor Chun has gone viral, and the number of comments in the comments section has exploded. What? You guys are really fast. Even recording videos is this competitive. I have to upload mine right away. In no time, the video of the green snake instantly defeating the bronze-level Earth Bear went viral across the entire internet. Some people in the comments section also exposed the various atrocities that Little Tyrant committed against new players, which made countless viewers who learned about this matter extremely disgusted and contemptuous. The fact that Little Tyrant later offered a full million to beg Emperor Chun to spare his life, only to be cruelly rejected, shocked countless players. I don't want a million. I just want to kill you. To vent my anger. Sujin's decisive and ruthless personality, and his unyielding integrity that refuses to compromise his principles for money, have left an indelible impression on countless players. Even Sujin's pet green snake is the envy of countless players. Many wealthy players even took the initiative to privately message Sujin, wanting to buy the green snake for a large sum of money. Emperor Chun, I am the guild leader of the world dominator, invincible under heaven. I wonder if you would be willing to part with this silver-grade pet, the green serpent? I am willing to offer 3 million. 3 million for a silver-level pet? Invincible under heaven, you're delusional. This is probably the only silver-level pet in the entire server right now. Its value is definitely no less than 5 million. As long as Brother Chindi is willing to transfer the Azure Serpent, name your price up to 10 million. I will not haggle. Emperor Chun, I am Mo Zhantian, the guild leader of the Glory Alliance. I will not be like those fools who try to buy your green snake pet. Instead, I sincerely invite you to join the Glory Alliance Guild. I will offer you a contract with an annual salary of no less than 30 million. Sujin kept receiving friend requests, but he chose to block and ignore all of them, including those from wealthy individuals who wanted to buy his pets in guilds that extended olive branches. Only the recruitment information from Mo Gentian made a chilling killing intent flash in his eyes. Although Mo Gentian is the president of the Glory Alliance, he is very young. In his previous life, after Sujin became the #1 expert in the Dragon Kingdom, he treated Mo Gentian, his younger brother, as his own and trusted him completely. Even Mo Gentian's pet, the devouring ant, was only raised into a powerful pet that made it onto the divine pet ranking with Sujin's help. Mo Gentian often took advantage of him, but Sujin didn't take it to heart, considering it as paying for brotherhood. But to my utter surprise, in order to seize the supreme divine bone, Mo Gentian did not hesitate to betray Sujin and secretly betrayed Sujin's secret information that he was about to obtain the supreme divine bone. This led to the deaths of Sujin and his beloved Guchinga. Demon Slayer, I trusted you so much, yet you conspired with the other 9 super guilds to assassinate me. I'll take your first sacrificial knife. Sujin's eyes were icy cold, and his killing intent was boiling. Chapter 17, The Only Gold Tier Equipment. The Ring of Greed. 5 minutes later, Little Tyrant, who was only wearing his underwear, respawned at the respawn point. Death not only caused him to lose his level and pet attributes, but also the equipment he was wearing was looted. He had been planning to extort the boss first kill reward from Sujin, but he never expected to lose everything and suffer a huge loss. The Little Tyrant, his face grim, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, that damned Emperor Chun. Not only did he make me lose a level, but he'll probably also lose a lot of the Earth Bear's attributes. Thinking of this, Little Tyrant quickly opened the Earth Bear's attribute panel. However, something unacceptable happened. Besides losing a lot of attribute points, the Earth Bear even lost its weakest strength aptitude. It suddenly dropped from a bronze-level pet to an iron-level pet? Doesn't this mean that his prized Earth Bear is completely useless? How so? The official website doesn't mention that a pet's death will result in the loss of its special qualifications. Could it be a special punishment caused by some other reason? Or is it something Emperor Chun did in secret? Emperor Chun, you just wait. My Earth Bear may be crippled, but you won't get away with this. A cold look flashed across Xiao Bawang's face. Then, he checked his attributes again. But something even more unacceptable to him appeared before his eyes once again. His D-level talent power enhancement actually dropped to E-level talent power enhancement. My initial talent is a C-level talent called Power Frenzy. It can increase a pet's strength by a full 40%. Previously, it had already fallen to a D-level talent. After being killed this time, it has fallen to a strength enhancement talent again, which can only increase the pet's strength by 10%. That's it. I'm completely finished now. Emperor Chun, whether you were behind it or not, I'll make you suffer even more than I did. Just you wait. My cousin will definitely avenge me. The Little Tyrant's mood was extremely gloomy, and he was completely blinded by hatred. To Sujin's surprise, 2 pieces of equipment with decent stats dropped after Little Tyrant died. Secret crafted cashmere boots, bronze grade, agility 5, plus 10% movement speed in combat. Secret crafted cashmere belt, bronze grade, intelligence 5, mana regeneration speed increased by an additional 10%. With the 2 pieces of equipment equipped, Xiaoqing's damage output has reached a new level. She's thrilled. After finishing his work, Sujin arrived at an inconspicuous street corner in the village. About 5 minutes later, a gaunt old beggar appeared. The old beggar seemed to have gone 3 days without food. He squatted shakily in the corner, a rusty iron bowl in front of him. Every time a player passed by, he would mutter incoherently, "Kind passerby, please give the old man some copper coins so he can buy food." Hearing the sound, many curious players gathered around. They all knew it very well. In the beginner village, you will never easily find a useless old beggar. The old beggar's presence here must have a purpose. Could there be some hidden quest here? Perhaps you can receive some unexpected and amazing rewards? Since the old beggar wants money, why not give him some copper coins? You might get an unexpected reward. Thinking of this, many players were eager to throw some copper coins into the old beggar's bowl. A player named Little Cabbage stepped forward and tossed 10 copper coins into the old beggar's iron bowl, wanting to see how the old beggar would react. As a result, the old beggar simply said thank you in a lukewarm way and then ignored the player. What a stingy person. They only offered 10 copper coins to claim the hidden quest. No wonder people ignored them. While mocking Little Cabbage, player Golden Leopard waved his hand and threw 500 copper coins into the old beggar's tattered iron wrist. This has caused many players to sigh. The old beggar gave the leopard a meaningful look and said gratefully, "Thank you, kind man. Unfortunately, I don't have any hidden quests to offer you." The old beggar's words immediately drew laughter from many of the onlookers. "Ha, you're even mocking others." 500 copper coins were all it took to learn a lesson. Many players lost interest in the old beggar and left after spending 500 copper coins to see the golden leopard, which failed to trigger the hidden quest. Of course, there were also many players who didn't believe in such superstitions and continued to throw money at the old beggar, hoping to trigger an unexpected surprise and have a windfall fall into their laps. In the end, unsurprisingly, they all returned empty-handed. Ing Huan was the last to throw money in. She didn't believe in this superstition and threw in all her wealth, a full 1,000 copper coins, in order to trigger the hidden quest. She was successfully fleeced by the old beggar. Seeing the old beggar's wrinkled smile, Ing Huan felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, Sujin, who had been crouching nearby for a long time, was quietly counting the amount of money the players were throwing. 5 minutes later, Sujin squeezed into the crowd, also preparing to throw money at the old beggar. "Brother, stop throwing money at that old beggar. It's like throwing good money after bad. It's gone forever. I suspect this old beggar is just here to extort newbies in the starting village. He's collected almost 10,000 copper coins here and there, and he hasn't given back a single penny. That old beggar is such a ripoff. I threw in 300 copper coins, and they're all gone. You only have 300 copper coins, while I've thrown in my entire fortune of 1,000 copper coins, and there's not even a peep from the hammer. Oh, little brother, it's you. Seeing that you're about to be fleeced by the old beggar makes me feel much better, huh?" Amidst the dissatisfaction and regret of many players, Ing Huan suddenly noticed Sujin throwing money at the old beggar in the crowd and immediately became gloating. Sujin didn't care about anything else and threw a copper coin into the old beggar's bowl. A glint of light flashed in the old beggar's eyes. Without hesitation, he pocketed the copper coin, then looked at Sujin with a wide, wrinkled smile and said, "Thank you, kind warrior. With your copper coin, I've now collected exactly 10,000 copper coins today. As the lucky one who helped me collect 10,000 copper coins, I've decided to give you a reward. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest. Be the last lucky one to help the old beggar collect 10,000 copper coins. You have received the following quest rewards: 1,000 experience points, 1,000 dark reputation points, and a ring of greed, gold grade, unique. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level, 5. The reward was a greed ring. Sujin's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 18: A Blessing Under Pressure. The one and only greed ring. Grade, gold. Intelligence increased by 10 points. Casting speed increased by 12%. Special ability, greed. You gain 20% more gold when you kill monsters. Description, money. I just want more money. Description 2. If you can find a way to evolve the ring of greed, it might bring you an incredible surprise. The greed ring has a unique characteristic, meaning that there is only one greed ring in the entire server. It's easy to imagine that the greed ring is worth far more than ordinary gold grade equipment. It's even the most coveted artifact in the hearts of countless gold farming teams. The increased intelligence attribute and casting speed are perfect for the little green snake. I promptly put it on the little green snake. Not only did the little green snake's intelligence and damage increase significantly, but the amount of gold it earned from killing monsters also saw a substantial improvement. Most importantly, this equipment is evolving. The evolved attributes are so amazing that they could drive countless players crazy. Sujin knew the method of evolving the greed ring very well. After finishing his work, he prepared to evolve the ring. What? 1,000 experience points in one go. I leveled up instantly. This reward is too generous. Wow. I thought this old beggar was a fraud, but I never expected him to give such a generous reward. What a huge loss. I gave him so much money before and it didn't trigger the reward, but this guy only gave me 1 copper coin and it triggered the reward. There's nothing we can do. Their luck is just that incredible. They gave out that 1 copper coin, which just happened to complete the total of 10,000 copper coins. It's so enviable. This guy is truly lucky. Calling him a chosen one wouldn't be an exaggeration. So all those copper coins we gave him before were just a stepping stone for this lucky guy? That's a gold grade ring. Could this be the first gold grade piece of equipment in the entire server? This is a unique gold grade ring. There's only one in the entire world. My sir, I absolutely adore shiny gold rings. If you give me this ring, I'll serve you for a month. I'll know every position imaginable, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Seeing the dazzling upgrade light emanating from Sujin, the surrounding players were filled with envy. There's no way around it. Leveling up in this game is just too difficult. I spent ages fighting monsters, but only gained less than half a level of experience. They only spent 1 copper coin to instantly level up. And there's also that unique gold grade ring. It's so enviable. This is the only gold grade ring in the entire server. Not only will it look cool when you wear it, but its stats must be incredibly powerful. At this moment, little brother, you're actually Emperor Chun. No wonder you looked so familiar. Quick, add me as a friend. Ing Huan then noticed that the one who received the generous mission reward was none other than Emperor Chun, who had saved her white tiger pet. I never expected that this guy would not only be handsome and skilled, but also have such incredible luck. He truly deserves to be the man she set her sights on. I really have good taste. Ing Huan's words immediately caused a stir among countless people. It turns out this lucky guy is actually Emperor Chun. I was a little envious and jealous before, but now I've suddenly given up. There's nothing I can do. The gap between Emperor Chun and us is just too big. Yes, I can be a little jealous and envious of people who are slightly better than me. But when it comes to the Emperor Chun, who is miles ahead of us, I am not worthy to compare myself to him. Who is Emperor Chun? Can any of you guys explain? Are you a newbie? You don't even know who Emperor Chun is? Emperor Chun is a super strong player who got the first kill of the entire server's boss. More than just a first kill of the boss. The little tyrant, relying on his bronze-level pet, the Earth Bear, was arrogant and domineering in the village, but after provoking Emperor Chun, his little green snake easily killed the Earth Bear. It was truly satisfying to rid our newbie village of a major menace. Hearing the surrounding players' discussions, Ing Huan's gaze towards Sujin became even more ardent. She was already plotting how to win over Sujin. Yes, we must acquire a promising talent like this little brother as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he becomes a super expert, he'll be surrounded by countless beautiful women, and my chances of winning will be much lower. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Sujin walked up to the old beggar, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Old man, my heart has long been drawn to darkness. I wonder if I could join the ranks of the Lord of the Undead?" Sujin's voice was soft, but it was like a thunderclap, stirring up a storm in the old beggar's heart. The reason is simple. This ragged old man is not a real beggar, but a lackey of the Lord of the Dead. Upon hearing Sujin's words, the old beggar's demeanor suddenly changed, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed Sujin and vanished into another dimension. Everyone around was stunned by what they saw. Who would have thought that such an important figure was hidden in the village? What exactly did Emperor Chun say to the old beggar that provoked such a furious reaction? It seems he's in grave danger this time. Now I feel much better. The players who had envied Sujin for receiving such generous rewards were now all gloating. When Sujin opened his eyes, he found himself in a gloomy and dark cemetery. The cemetery was filled with a strong aura of the dead. Sujin was shocked to find himself in the cemetery where the dragon's corpse was buried. The headless corpse of the Ice Scale Corpse King, whose neck had been torn off by Ari, still lay lying nearby. Even the giant dragon's corpse, which Sujin had drained of its blood and harvested all its materials from, lay there in a pitiful state. The old beggar had completely changed from his previous emaciated appearance to that of a necromancer archmage wielding a staff of death and wearing a necromancer's robe. Sujin cast a reconnaissance spell, but all he got were question marks. There was absolutely no useful information. He was slightly startled. How come we can't find any information at all? This means the opponent's level is at least 10 levels higher than yours. They are definitely not someone I can defeat right now. What exactly is your identity? The necromancer Meng-Un's eyes flashed with intense killing intent as he coldly stared at Sujin. I am just an ordinary human being, but unlike others, I have a heart that yearns for darkness. You'll definitely experience some inconvenience while in the starting village. There are some things you're not comfortable doing yourself, but I can do them for you. Sujin said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Chapter 19 The Great Demon King, Tricked by Sujin. Sujin remained calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. He already knew exactly how to complete this task. 3 years later, monsters invade reality, and the gods destroy humanity. Both the light and dark factions are the culprits who want to destroy humanity. Sujin had no good feelings towards either of these two camps. He only wanted to be the biggest beneficiary of this epic battle. They profit from both sides, taking advantage of both the light and dark factions. Therefore, he must find a way to gain the trust of both sides and manipulate them at will. How did you figure out who I was? The necromancer Munin cast a dark reconnaissance spell on Sujin and only felt slightly relieved after finding no trace of light attribute aura and realizing that the opponent's strength was extremely weak. That's not important. What's important is cooperation. You must have your own plans for hiding in the village and are unwilling to easily reveal your identity. Sujin's sincere attitude pleased the necromancer Meng Yin. Interesting little guy, I don't mind giving you some benefits. With a flick of his sleeve, the necromancer tossed a bottle of blood-red potion, exuding an aura of the undead, to Sujin. Inferior pet vampirism potion. After consumption, your pet gains the ability to vampirize. Sujin's eyes lit up. With the addition of the little green snake, Sujin's overall damage output was already quite high. However, as a melee fighter, Ari must have sufficient recovery abilities to create more opportunities for little green snake to deal damage. The ability to suck blood makes up for this. Without hesitation, Sujin fed the blood-sucking potion to Ari. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has acquired the lesser vampiric talent. Secondary vampiric ability. 10% of the damage dealt will be converted into the pet's own health. Seeing Ari's strength improve, Sujin's face lit up with a bright smile. Interesting fellow, but right now I need manpower. However, whether you have a dark heart is not something I will believe just because you say it casually. It depends on your actions, understand? Now I'm going to give you a test. That damned thief ruined my plans while I was sneaking into the village to gather intelligence. If I catch him, I will definitely turn him into a skeleton, so that he will never be reincarnated. Suddenly, a cold look appeared on the necromancer's face. Ding! The necromancer Monin has issued you a hidden quest. Find the culprit who sabotaged the dark plan. Mission description. The necromancer Monin intended to refine the dragon's corpse into a necromancer bone dragon, but the dragon's graveyard was recently attacked. Not only were the Lich King and skeleton soldiers slaughtered, but even the dragon's bones were taken away, causing the necromancer's dark plan to fail. Please help me find the culprit who stole the skeletal materials and retrieve these skeletal remains. Hand them over to the necromancer, and he will reward you handsomely. Sujin was immediately startled when he saw the task. This quest wasn't part of the main storyline in the previous life. Could it be that I stole the materials from the dragon's corpse, causing the plot to deviate? Although Sujin didn't mind exchanging the useless dragon bones in his backpack for rewards. But given the necromancer's current state, if he realizes he almost ruined his plans, he'll probably end up being refined into a skeleton. It's unclear what the consequences would be if players were turned into skeletons. I need to find a scapegoat if I want this mission to continue. Sujin pondered to himself. Accept the mission. After accepting the mission, Sujin left the dragon graveyard and returned to the starting village to consider who to choose as the scapegoat. When Sujin returned to the starting village, he discovered that the necromancer Munin had once again disguised himself as an old beggar. From his appearance, no one would guess that the old beggar in front of them was actually a necromancer lurking in the village, plotting a huge conspiracy. Just as Sujin was struggling to find a scapegoat, he suddenly felt a malicious gaze fixed on him. Cousin, he is Emperor Chun. Not only did I steal your boss' first kill reward, but I also almost became a cripple, Little Tyrant said through gritted teeth, feeling extremely indignant. The familiar voice of the Little Tyrant filled Sujin with a pleasant surprise. Just when they were worried about not finding a scapegoat, someone delivered themselves to their doorstep. Suddenly, the burly young man next to Little Tyrant stepped forward and blocked Sujin's path. Kid, I know your pet is quite powerful, but you've offended us brothers, which is the same as offending the entire Glory Alliance. I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over the boss' first kill reward and kowtow to us brothers to apologize. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted by the Glory Alliance and subjected to endless hunting. This person is none other than the Great Demon King, the player from the neighboring village who tried to steal someone else's first kill of the boss, but was instead robbed by Sujin. So you guys are actually members of the Glory Alliance? I know that the Honor Alliance is backed by Tencent, and it's not something a casual player like me can compete with. I don't want to offend your Glory Alliance, but unfortunately I've already used up the pet space expansion scroll from the first boss kill. If you don't believe me, take a look. With a wave of his hand, Sujin summoned a flash of light, and the little white fox and the little green snake appeared on his left and right sides. The Demon King, who had initially held on to a sliver of hope, was now enraged by what he saw, his eyes practically spitting fire. That's a pet space expansion scroll. It's worth tens of millions in cash, and there's no market for it. What should have belonged to me was taken away and used by others. This made the great demon king's gaze towards Sujin instantly murderous. If looks could kill, Sujin would probably have been torn to pieces long ago. If you're a casual player like me, I'm not afraid of offending you. But since you have the Glory Alliance behind you, I have to think twice. Therefore, I want to compensate you in other ways. Sujin said with a sincere expression. These words immediately stirred something in the great demon king. Having lost his precious pet space expansion scroll, he truly wished he could tear Sujin to pieces. However, Sujin has already used the pet space expansion scroll, so even if you kill Sujin 10,000 times, it will be of no use. But what can Sujin offer to make up for his enormous loss? Compensation? What are you going to offer me in return? The pet space scroll is worth millions. Why should I believe you can produce something of comparable value? The great demon king's gaze turned cold and sharp, and he increasingly felt that Sujin was toying with him. Chapter 20. The longest road I've walked is the road of Sujin's schemes. I just triggered an extremely difficult hidden quest, which requires me to find the remains of a giant dragon. Dragon skeletons are incredibly rare. I went through countless hardships to finally find them, which cost me a lot of my leveling time. However, it's all worth it, because the more difficult the task, the richer the reward. With a pained expression, Sujin took out the dragon skeleton and reluctantly handed it to the great demon king. Dragon skeletons? Hidden quest? Aren't the tasks in the beginner village all just killing chickens and catching dogs? Those thankless and tedious tasks? What kind of reward would lead to a quest to find precious dragon bones? Although the great demon king still found it hard to believe, Sujin had already handed the dragon skeleton to him. Dragon skeleton. Quality, extremely rare materials. Effect, the remains of a legendary dragon after its death. If a weapon is forged using the dragon's remains, it will possess incredible power, and the weapon quality will start at least at the platinum level. Hiss, precious materials that can be refined into weapons of at least platinum grade. Upon seeing the purpose of the dragon skeleton, the great demon king's eyes widened instantly. He was now beginning to believe that the rewards from the hidden quest Sujin mentioned were comparable to those from a pet space expansion scroll. But the hidden quest is yours, so how can I get the quest reward that belongs to you? The great demon king coveted this important hidden quest, hoping to obtain such a generous reward. But he calmed down and asked the most crucial question. Don't worry, the NPCs and divine pets all have extremely high intelligence, just like normal humans. I'll take you with me to complete the hidden quest. You can say that you obtained these dragon skeletons by killing many skeletons and corpse kings, and that you went through a lot of hardship. I didn't do anything. You did an NPC a big favor, and they will naturally give you the reward. Sujin said in an extremely sincere manner. Upon hearing Sujin's words, the great demon king was immediately tempted. But little tyrant's younger cousin panicked and hurriedly sent a private message to the great demon king. Cousin, do you really believe that Emperor Chun would give you the incredibly valuable hidden quest reward? He caused me so much trouble. Even if he really does give you the hidden quest reward as compensation, you absolutely cannot let him get away with it. Don't worry about my cousin. He's asking for death if he dares to offend me. Even if he regrets it now, it's too late. However, I have to pretend to agree to him first, trick him into giving me the hidden quest reward for the dragon skeleton, and then slowly kill him. A barely perceptible chill flashed across the great demon king's eyes as he silently thought to himself. He didn't intend to let Sujin go, but his first priority was to trick Sujin into giving him the mission reward. Brother, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Hand over the dragon skeleton to me. The great demon king patted Sujin on the shoulder, and even his attitude became enthusiastic. Then it's a deal. Once you get the hidden quest reward, we'll be even. Although I'm reluctant to give up the hidden quest reward, I don't want to offend your Glory Alliance even more. Sujin looked uneasy and asked again to confirm. Don't worry, brother. I, the great demon king, always keep my word, the great demon king said confidently, patting his chest. The two completed the transaction, and the dragon's remains were transferred to the great demon king. The great demon king excitedly collected the dragon skeleton and demanded that Sujin accompany him to complete the mission. Furthermore, Sujin was required to prove to the NPC that he had obtained the dragon skeleton after clearing out countless skeletons and zombie kings, and after going through great hardships. Sujin reluctantly agreed. The two approached the old beggar together, and his cousin, little tyrant, followed. wanting to see what incredible reward could be obtained from the hidden quest that required collecting dragon bones. Sir, the dragon's remains are in their hands, Sujin said to the old beggar with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old beggar's eyes widened, and he stared at the great demon king and the little tyrant. That's right, the dragon's remains are right here with me. To find these dragon skeletons, I killed countless skeletons and corpse kings, and went through countless hardships before finally obtaining these invaluable dragon skeletons. If you don't give me a generous enough reward for the quest, I'd rather use it to forge platinum weapons myself than hand over the dragon skeleton to you. The great demon king took out the dragon skeleton and showed it off in front of the old beggar. He planned to extort more rewards from the old beggar. Otherwise, he would never have easily handed over such a precious material as the dragon skeleton. It seems that you really did take the dragon's remains. It seems I've been hiding my identity for too long, causing you mortals to forget the cruelty of the necromancer Meng Yin. The old beggar's eyes flashed with anger. How dare these two damned arrogants ruin his carefully planned scheme and flaunt their power in front of him. That's practically suicide. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The old beggar's aura suddenly became terrifying, and the surrounding space was filled with a dreadful aura of the dead. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying hand of death gripped the throats of the great demon king and the little tyrant. Terrifying. This is truly terrifying. The great demon king and the little tyrant immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling of having your life and death in someone else's hands is utterly despairing. The great demon king instantly understood what was going on. Scheming. This was all part of Sujin's scheme. The longest road I've ever walked in my life is the road of Sujin's schemes. It was Sujin's meticulous planning that made her believe his lies. Just as the great demon king was about to speak, wanting to expose Sujin's crimes to the necromancer and explain that all of this was a conspiracy orchestrated by Sujin. Sujin's voice rang out first. My lord, killing these two scumbags is beneath your noble status as a necromancer. Let me do it for you. Without giving the two any chance to react, he summoned the little green snake and Ari, and launched a fierce attack on the great demon king and the little tyrant. Deterrence. Exploding lightning ball. Control combined with burst damage, a perfect combo. Minus 511. Minus 513. Minus 334. Weakness shot. Terrifying damage instantly struck the great demon king and the little tyrant. Bound by the hand of death, the two were unable to fight back and were instantly killed. With faces full of resentment and shock, the two fell straight down, filled with hatred. You have stolen the great demon king's C-level talent, Pet Intelligence Evolution. You have obtained the Pet Intelligence Evolution talent. Pet Intelligence increased by 40%. The great demon king's talent was stolen, causing him to fall to a D-level talent, Pet Intelligence Enhancement. Chapter 21, Transforming the Undead Bone Dragon. Resurrection Grass. No wonder they're brothers. They even have similar talents. Another C-level talent, Pet Intelligence Evolution. This increased the little green snake's intelligence and magic attack by 40%, resulting in a qualitative leap in its damage output. Sujin glanced at the attribute panel and saw that the Pet Intelligence Evolution talent had directly provided Shaoqing with 44 extra intelligence points. The higher your intelligence level, the greater the additional intelligence boost will be. After the two unfortunate brothers died, a pile of glittering objects exploded on the ground. Sujin stepped forward and picked up all the spoils. Ding. You have acquired the silver tier item, the Sage's Robe of Wisdom. Ding. You have picked up a bronze grade item, Silkworm Gauze Shoulder Pads. Ding. You have picked up an extremely rare material, Dragon Bone. Ding. You have collected 1623 copper coins. The Wise Robe of the Sage. Quality, silver. Intelligence 10. Defense 10. Special effect, Sage's Protection. Each time you take damage, there is a 10% chance to trigger a shield that protects you, with a shield value of 300 plus 100% intelligence. Description. The gods showered wisdom upon humankind, but some cleverly held up an umbrella instead. I never expected the great demon king to drop a silver-level equipment. It was a pleasant surprise. This equipment has pretty good stats, especially the passive skill, Sage's Protection, which has no cooldown. In other words, if you're lucky enough, this shield can be triggered continuously and infinitely, making you virtually unkillable in the early game. However, the great demon king was clearly not so lucky. Otherwise he wouldn't have been instantly killed by the little green snake's explosive lightning ball. As is customary, players prioritize acquiring good equipment for their pets, as a player's strength largely depends on their pet's combat power. After Xiaoqing put it on, his intelligence and magic attack were increased. Silkworm excrement shoulder pads. Quality, bronze. Constitution 5. Life recovery effect 10%. Special rejuvenation. Receives an additional 20% of shield and healing effects. The basic attributes of this equipment are average. Fortunately, this revival effect matches the shield effect of the previous silver-grade robe very well. It's also an essential piece of equipment for Xiaoqing. Sujin glanced at the pet equipment slot. The little green snake is still missing. A helmet, bottoms, a bracelet, a necklace, and earrings. She hasn't yet collected all 11 basic pieces of equipment. Ari only has one empty equipment slot, the ring. It must be said that equipment for divine pets is extremely scarce, especially top-tier equipment. This was even with Sujin's exceptionally good luck in obtaining equipment, and with all equipment being prioritized for his pets. It's easy to imagine how poor the other players must be. For them, let alone collecting a full set of pet equipment, they would be considered rich if they could even collect half of it. As for the dragon skeleton, Sujin tossed it to the necromancer Meng In without a word. Seeing that Sujin not only helped him retrieve the dragon's remains, but also took the initiative to kill the two arrogant fools for him. The necromancer nodded slightly, his gaze towards Sujin becoming increasingly appreciative. Very well, it seems you are indeed inclined towards darkness. You have successfully passed my test, and are worthy of my trust. However, to transform the dragon skeleton into an undead bone dragon, some other auxiliary materials are needed. Could you also find some resurrection herbs for me? It is said that the village apothecary has information on resurrection herbs. After you find the resurrection grass, come to the tomb in the back mountain and find me. I'll be waiting for you there. After the necromancer finished speaking, he crushed the teleportation scroll and left. Congratulations. You have completed the necromancer's hidden quest. Find the culprit who sabotaged the dark plan. You receive the following rewards: 2,000 copper coins, a pet experience book, 1,000 experience points, and 1 pet skill evolution stone. You have triggered a hidden quest. Find the resurrection grass. The quest reward is unknown. The reward was nothing special, but that's not important. This is just the beginning of a hidden dark quest. The rewards increase as you progress through it. Choose to feed the pet experience book to the little green snake. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 4 and gained 15 free attribute points. For pet evolution stones, choose Thunder Arrow, which is the core damage dealing skill of the little green snake. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing's Thunder Arrow skill has been upgraded to level 2, increasing damage by an additional 20 points. LV2, Lightning Arrow, spits out a lightning arrow that strikes an area within 3 square meters of the target, dealing 120 plus 100% of intelligence as lightning damage. Cooldown, 1 second. After Sujin finished raising the little green snake, he went straight to the pharmacy. The pharmacy owner was brewing medicine, and the strong smell of herbs filled the entire shop. It has to be said that the smell of Chinese medicine is really unpleasant. I heard you have resurrection grass here. How much do you want for it? Sujin asked directly. Opening a shop and doing business is all about making money, and the NPCs and pharmacies are no exception. Sujin had accumulated 4,000 or 5,000 copper coins from killing monsters and doing quests, which should be enough to buy a medicinal herb. You can buy any other medicine, but not the resurrection grass. This is a miraculous medicine passed down from our ancestors. It's not something I could sell for any amount of money. The pharmacy owner was still focused on brewing the medicine, not even looking up, and refused Sujin's request without hesitation. Is there anything I can use to exchange for it? I really need the resurrection grass. Sujin didn't believe this mission would be a dead end. There must be a way to get the apothecary owner to hand over the resurrection grass. If you really want the resurrection grass, please do me a favor. My son went to Snake Valley to collect herbs 3 days ago, but he hasn't come back yet. I guess he's encountered danger. Could you go to Snake Valley and help me look for him? Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest. Find the whereabouts of the apothecary owner's son. Mission objective: go to Snake Valley and bring back the son of the apothecary owner. Task reward: unknown. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to save your son. Sujin patted his chest and agreed, and then asked the pharmacy owner for some antidote. To save his son, the pharmacy owner was quite generous and gave Sujin 5 bottles of basic antidote without hesitation. In order to obtain the soul-returning grass as soon as possible, Sujin headed towards Snake Valley immediately. Snake Valley is a hidden dungeon. You can only find it by accepting this hidden quest. Therefore, This place is rarely visited by people. However, Sujin remembered from his previous life that someone had found a priceless treasure in Snake Valley. This gave Sujin a glimmer of hope, and he wanted to try his luck. Warning: you have entered Snake Valley and are affected by poisonous gas, losing 10 health points per second. Having gained experience from his previous life, Sujin prepared an antidote in advance and decisively used it to detoxify himself. Not long after walking, Sujin spotted a figure being attacked by a group of snakes. Chapter 22: The Red Spider Lily. A lovesick young man. The figure was a young boy who was forced to the edge of a cliff and was desperately fighting off the swarm of snakes, wielding a sickle. These venomous snakes were all level 8 monsters with considerable defense. The sickle in the boy's hand was just an ordinary iron tool for harvesting herbs. When it struck the snakes, it could only leave a shallow scratch and could not cause any fatal damage. The boy had been struggling for a long time. His face was pale and bluish, clearly indicating that he was severely poisoned. Sujin was convinced that he was the son of the pharmacy owner he was trying to save, so he quickly summoned Ari and the little green snake and launched a fierce attack on the venomous snakes. Ari reacted swiftly, leaping forward and striking a venomous snake squarely on its vital spot with her sharp claws. -420. Weak point exposed. The venomous snake was attacked at its most vulnerable spot, let out a painful hiss, and was instantly cut in two. Congratulations. Your pet, the three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a level 8 valley viper, a level higher than your own. You and Ari have gained 60 base experience points, plus an additional 24 experience points for defeating a level higher than your own. Looting activated. You and Ari each gain 2 points of strength. Ari gains an extra 1 evolution point. Seeing their kind being brutally murdered, the other venomous snakes reacted quickly, swarming towards Ari like bees to kill her. Ari instantly attracted the hatred of all the venomous snakes, and with her swift speed, she led a group of snakes in circles. This gives the little green snake enough time to deal damage. Showing no mercy to its own kind, the snake spewed purple lightning from its mouth, striking the swarm of venomous snakes. Exploding lightning ball. -535. -535. -535. Exploding lightning ball is a rare area of effect skill in the early game, and its damage is quite considerable. When a swarm of venomous snakes is hit by exploding lightning ball, it causes a lot of damage, and countless venomous snakes are instantly killed. Congratulations. Your pet phantom lizard, Xiaoqing, has defeated 5 level 8 valley vipers, and you and Xiaoqing have gained 300 base experience points, plus an additional 120 experience points for defeating higher level enemies. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 6 points of intelligence, 2 points of strength, and 2 points of constitution. Xiaoqing gains an extra 5 evolution points. These venomous snakes were no match for the 2 pets, and were slaughtered like tigers among sheep. Watching his own and his 2 pets' attributes steadily increase after killing the poisonous snake. This feeling is absolutely wonderful. Infinite Plunder truly lives up to its SSS level talent. It's incredibly powerful. Then, more venomous snakes were hunted down by the 2 pets. A swarm of venomous snakes became a hunting competition for Ali and Xiaoqing. At this moment, the rescued boy cast a grateful glance at Sujin, but he was already on the verge of death and collapsed to the ground. Warriors, thank you for coming to our rescue. However, I am severely poisoned and about to die. Could you do me a favor? This boy absolutely cannot die. Otherwise we won't be able to get the resurrection grass, and the dark hidden quest cannot continue. Without saying a word, Sujin took out 2 bottles of basic antidote and fed them to the boy. The boy gulped down the antidote, and the toxins gradually subsided, making his complexion rosier. But after the boy recovered, he was about to jump off the cliff. This is the deepest cliff in Snake Valley, nearly 100 meters deep. Jumping off like this would definitely result in being smashed to pieces. Sujin was startled and quickly stopped him, saying coldly, "Your father sent me to save you. Are you crazy? You'll definitely die if you jump." He had a premonition that there was some secret hidden beneath the cliff. This drove the boy to risk his life to jump off the cliff. A look of longing suddenly appeared on the boy's face as he explained. On the opposite cliff, a red spider lily blooms, and that flower is incredibly beautiful, just like her. I want to pick that bouquet of flowers and give it to the girl I love most. After hearing this, Sujin was speechless. It seems this young man is also a devoted lover. He was willing to risk his life to win the heart of the girl he loved. This reminded Sujin of the time in his previous life when he was besieged by the 10 super guilds, and Guchinga resolutely stood in front of him, willing to die for him. Sujin couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. However, the cliff was too deep, and even he dared not go down easily. However, the advantage of being a beast tamer is that you can have your pets go where you can't go yourself. Stand here and don't move. I'll pick that red spider lily for you. Sujin glanced at the boy and urged Ari to leap off the cliff. The cliff was very steep, but fortunately, there were intricate vines intertwined on the cliff face. With the help of these vines, Ari nimbly leaped down continuously. 5 minutes later, Ari finally reached the bottom of the cliff. The red spider lilies bloomed quietly not far away, a beautiful and moving sight. Just as Ari was about to reach out her paw to pick the spider lily, a deafening hiss suddenly came from behind her. Turning her head, she saw a giant, jet-black snake staring coldly at Ali, its forked tongue protruding and emitting a pungent venomous odor. Fortunately, Sujin had already given Ari an antidote beforehand, so she could still resist the poison for a while. This giant snake must be the Snake King of Snake Valley. Judging from its size, it has lived for at least several hundred years and has been guarding this spider lily ever since. Valley Serpent King. Level, LV10. Grade, Silver. Health, 1360. Attack, 280. Skills, Venom Spray, Venomous Bite, Snake Tail Sweep, Relentless Entanglement. It turned out to be a level 10 boss. However, Ari was not intimidated at all. Since Xiaoqing appeared, Sujin had devoted a lot of energy to training Xiaoqing. She wanted to prove with her actions that she was no less capable than Xiaoqing. Ari let out a low growl and swiftly attacked the Snake King, her target still the Snake King's vital spot. Minus 425. Weak point exposed. The Snake King, severely injured, suddenly flew into a rage, opening its blood-red maw to bite Ali, determined to teach her a lesson. Deterrence. But before it could retaliate, it was frozen in place. Minus 425. Minus 425. Two more terrifying attacks, aimed directly at its vital point, were unleashed. The Snake King, filled with intense resentment, collapsed to the ground. Congratulations. Your pet, the three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a silver-level boss, the LV.10 Valley Snake King. You and Ari have gained 300 base experience points, and an additional 180 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Looting successful. Ari gains 6 evolution points. Ari has plundered the Valley Serpent King boss's basic poison refining aptitude. Chapter 23 Obtaining the Divine Skill Ahead of Schedule. Pet Possession. It's actually a beginner-level talent. Before Sujin could even feel joy, another burst of dazzling light flashed. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 5 and gained 15 free attribute points. Continue to allocate all free attribute points to strength. After the Valley Serpent King died, to everyone's surprise, not even a gold coin was dropped. Only a ring fell. Ding. You have acquired a gold tier item, the Ring of Deadly Poison. Another gold grade ring? Sujin's eyes lit up immediately. The drop rate for top-tier equipment for divine pets is ridiculously low, and the leveling speed is incredibly slow, making them known as the 2 biggest pitfalls of divine pets. This also led to the divine pet being instantly killed by another attack. Online games that cause damage have completely different gameplay styles. The slower the leveling process, the more the superiority of high-level players and high-level pets becomes apparent. After all, each level up is a real boost to your basic attributes. Furthermore, the benefits of a higher level include being able to wear higher-level equipment, learn higher-level skills, and trigger story quests that can only be triggered at higher levels. Therefore, although leveling up is slow, it is slow for all players. To gain a stronger advantage over other players, you need to level up as quickly as possible. The same applies to top-tier equipment. It is precisely because top-tier equipment is extremely scarce that each piece of top-tier equipment can sell for an astonishingly high price on the market, and there is often no market for it, with it frequently in short supply. Ring of Deadly Poison. Quality, Gold Grade. Strength 10. Attack Speed 12%. Special Effect, Increased Poison Damage. Increases the poison damage you deal to enemies by an additional 20%. A simple and straightforward gold quality ring. The attributes are very powerful. Although this toxicity enhancement skill seems rather useless, don't forget that Ari has just learned the elementary poisoning aptitude. This was the first primary aptitude obtained through the infinite plundering of SSS level talents, and Sujin felt a faint sense of anticipation. Primary level qualification, which is higher than secondary and weak qualifications. Primary poisoning aptitude. Your basic attacks and skills inflict a poison effect, dealing 50 poison damage per second to enemies for up to 10 seconds. This effect stacks with other potent poison damage. It inflicts an additional 50 points of poison damage over 10 seconds. That's equivalent to dealing an extra 500 points of damage with every attack on an enemy. Most importantly, it can stack with other highly toxic damage. Ari's weapon, the Poison Dagger, has a 30% chance to deal 20 points of poison damage, which adds up to 70 points of damage per second. This continuous damage is already quite significant. In addition, the Poison Ring's toxicity amplification effect adds a whopping 84 points of poison damage per second. Sujin glanced at Ari's attribute panel. Ari was only 4 evolution points away from evolving further. Her attribute panel states that once she evolves into a 9-tailed celestial fox, she will be able to transform into a human female. With Ari's current stunning beauty, one can only imagine how incredibly beautiful and breathtaking she will be when she evolves into a woman. The spider lilies were still blooming there, and Ari stretched out her little paws to gently pluck one. The captivating fragrance is truly delightful. Ari has completed her mission and is preparing to return to the cliff and be back by her master's side. Sujin suddenly had a thought, feeling that something was not right. Logically speaking, if there are treasures hidden in this snake valley, they would most likely be hidden here, since it is reasonable for treasures to appear near or around the boss. In the game, Divine Pets, pets and players are connected by their thoughts. Players can not only communicate with their pet's consciousness, but also observe the field of vision in their pet's eyes. Ali, take a look around here. I refuse to believe there aren't any treasures around here. Sujin mentally commanded Ali. Oh whoa, Ari knows, stop nagging, master. Ari replied with a very proud air. Immediately, it set off and wandered around the entire Grand Canyon. Ari ransacked every nook and cranny, from the cracks in the rocks to the inside of the vines and the caves in the rocks. It took almost an hour for Ali to dig, and his 4 little paws were covered in mud, but he got nothing. Bad master. I've been digging in the dirt here the whole time. I'm so tired I can't breathe. It's more tiring than killing 30 monsters. Ari complained, her face full of resentment. Sujin also sensed the resentment in Ali's heart, and he felt that something was wrong. That shouldn't be happening. Where else could the Snake King boss hide the treasure if not in a cave? Could it be that you're hiding it inside your stomach? Sujin pondered for a moment, and then suddenly thought of the analogy of a snake swallowing an elephant, and his eyes lit up instantly. Ali, cut open the Snake King's belly and see if we can find anything. Without hesitation, Sujin immediately gave the order. Although Ari was exhausted, she still had to obey her master's orders. She walked up to the Snake King's corpse and noticed that its belly did indeed appear somewhat swollen. Maybe there really is treasure? With a hissing sound, Ari swung her incredibly sharp claws, tearing the Snake King's body in two. Ding! You've discovered a treasure within the snake's body. Pet possession. Pet possession. Category: extremely rare skill. Function: allows a pet to possess you, granting you all of the pet's attributes, skills, and certain special and powerful abilities. Description: are beast tamers always fragile? No. The moment you learn this skill, you will become a true powerhouse. Sujin's eyes lit up when he saw this skill. Others may not know how powerful this skill is, but as a top expert in his previous life, he naturally knows that this is the undisputed divine skill of a beast tamer. Such skill books are extremely rare. Even in the later stages of the game, only a handful of top-tier players possess the ability to possess pets. Having this skill means that the Beast Master will no longer have weaknesses. By combining with flying pets, players can spread their wings and soar through the heavens. By combining marine pets, players can dive tens of thousands of miles into the deep sea to search for rich treasures that other players cannot reach. By fusing with god-level pets, players can also gain an immortal lifespan, just like their pets, achieving true immortality. It's easy to imagine how terrifying this skill is. Especially as the game progresses, the more powerful the pets become, and the more diverse and numerous the pets are, the more incredible and amazing effects players can unleash with this skill. Chapter 24: Xiaoyan expresses her love to you. Will you accept it? Sujin's eyes lit up with joy when he saw that the Snake King actually possessed a pet possession skill inside its belly. Even in his previous life, it was a long time before he gained the ability to possess pets. It's no exaggeration to say that a pet possession skill book is worth at least 100 million. This is still the most conservative estimate, because although the market price is this high, unfortunately, no player will actually sell pet possession skill books. No one is so lucky as to get 2 pet possession books in a row. Ali, you've done a great service by obtaining this skill book. Sujin was in high spirits. Awoo. Then from now on, if there's anything good, Master, you have to think of me first, Ari said with a proud look. Before Sujin could even speak, the little green snake beside him was already showing its defiance. Sister Ali, although you have made a great contribution this time, I will not show weakness. In the future, I will definitely make greater contributions to my master and gain more recognition and love from him. The little green snake's big, round eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Soon, Ari, with her agile body, nimbly climbed to the top of the cliff. Learn the skill, Pet Possession. Sujin used the skill book without hesitation. Congratulations. You have learned a new skill, Pet Possession, extremely rare. You can freely choose any of your pets to fuse and possess. Sujin was very satisfied, but now was not the time to use the pet possession technique. There will be plenty of opportunities to use it in the future, so it won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. The boy accepted the spider lily with a look of delight, treasuring it as if it were a precious treasure, and said, "Thank you. Respected warrior, before you escort me away, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you." Ding. You have given him the spider lily that the boy had always dreamed of. In return, he has given you 5 power stones and 5 constitution stones. Power stone. Each use of one increases the pet's strength attribute by 1 point. Constitution stone. Each use of one stone increases the pet's constitution attribute by 1 point. I never expected this unexpected surprise. Ari has done a great job this time, and all 10 attribute stones were used on Ari. Congratulations. Your Ari has fused 10 attribute stones and gained 5 points of strength and 5 points of constitution. Warrior, I would like to ask you to deliver this spider lily to Xiaoyan, the girl in the village. I want to express my sincerest love to her, the young man said earnestly. Confessing your feelings is something you should do yourself, Sujin casually remarked. I don't have the courage. The boy silently lowered his head. Sujin was speechless. Ding. You have received a hidden quest. Deliver the spider lily to Xiaoyan in the village on behalf of the young Zhou Mo, and convey Zhou Mo's love to her. Task rewards. 1,000 experience points, 2 pet experience books, 1,000 experience points each, and 2,400 copper coins. Sujin initially wanted to refuse, but seeing such generous mission rewards, I accepted it without hesitation. With such a generous reward for running an errand, only a fool wouldn't do it. After sending the young Zhou Mo back to the village, Sujin went directly to the east end of the village to submit the mission to Xiaoyan, the goddess Zhou Mo had been longing for. When he arrived at the location marked on the mission map, he found 2 women standing in the courtyard. One of them was mature and charming, and Sujin felt that she was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that she was the owner of the tailor shop. The other girl, though still young and inexperienced, was beautiful and youthful, clearly a naive girl who had never been in the world. Warrior, how did you find your way here? When the tailor shop owner saw Sujin, she immediately beamed and swayed her shapely hips as she came to greet him. The proprietress thought she had a good eye for people. When she first met Sujin, she felt that he had an extraordinary temperament and was definitely not someone to be underestimated. So she greeted him warmly and even wanted to develop the relationship further. They weren't nearly as indifferent as they were towards other players. My dear daughter, this is the warrior I've often told you about. He just arrived in our village and already slew the powerful giant rat king. Truly a hero among young people. The proprietress pulled her daughter Xiaoyan to her side and introduced her with a beaming smile. Wow, I never expected you to be so brave, young man. You must come visit Xiaoyan more often in the future. My mother once said that in chaotic times, a girl's only way to survive is to marry a powerful warrior and receive his protection. Xiaoyan raised her flawless, beautiful face and looked at Sujin with admiration in her eyes. Sujin was somewhat speechless. Although the landlady has some merit, what if you encounter a jerk? If you encounter a heartless scumbag, no matter how strong he is, he can't protect you all the time. Speaking of which, the proprietress has such a beautiful daughter, but she has never seen her husband. Could it be that she has encountered a scumbag like this? Do you want your daughter to repeat the same mistake? Ahem, I'm here to hand in my mission. In order to pluck this red spider lily, Zhou Mo risked his life, even nearly jumping off a cliff. In order to complete the task, Sujin decisively got to the point. Zhou Mo? You mean Uncle Zhou's son from the pharmacy, right? Could you please tell him for me that he's a good person, but too ordinary, not my type. However, this spider lily is quite beautiful, so I'll keep it. Xiaoyan accepted the spider lily, but ruthlessly rejected the love that Sujin conveyed on behalf of Zhou Mo. Ding. You received a response from Xiaoyan. She rejected your expression of love on behalf of Zhou Mo. Because your confession failed, you only received half of the task reward. Ding. You have gained 1,000 experience points, 1 pet experience book, 1,000, and 1,200 copper coins. Sujin finally understood why the reward for this mission was so generous. It turned out to be just a gimmick. Xiaoyan, a girl who admires strength, could never accept Zhou Mo's timid yet sincere love. However, receiving even half of the reward is still quite generous. After all, it's just a simple errand-running task, and it's not difficult at all. Since you are unwilling to accept Zhou Mo's love, I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Although the mission reward was only half, I've already received it. Sujin saw no need to stay any longer and turned to leave. He had just turned around and taken a step when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey little brother, wait a minute. Xiaoyan, her face flushed, caught up with him. Is something the matter? Sujin turned around, and the other person called out to him. Could it be that there was a new hidden mission? This spider lily, on behalf of myself, is a gift I wish to give to you. Xiaoyan blushed from her cheeks to her ears, completely losing the coldness she had shown when rejecting Zhou Mo. Ding. Xiaoyan has expressed her love for you and wants to give you the red spider lily. Do you accept her love? First, accepting your love, Xiaoyan's affection level reaches 100, and from then on she will obey your every word. As the son-in-law of the tailor shop owner, you will receive 50% of the tailor shop's profits. Second, rejecting affection may trigger an important hidden quest. Chapter 25, Only Children Make Choices. Of course I want them all. Sujin was stunned for a moment. He carefully examined Xiaoyan. It must be said that Xiaoyan not only inherited the boss lady's good looks, but even surpassed her, further enhancing her advantages. However, at such a tender and innocent age, Sujin was reminded of a few lines of ancient Chinese literature. A beautiful woman of 16 or 17, her body like soft butter, with a sword at her waist to slay foolish men. No one loses a head openly, but the Lord's marrow is drained in secret. No wonder she could be so infatuated with Zhou Mo. She's definitely a top-tier beauty. As for the tailor shop's half of the profit, that seems less important. After all, this is just a beginner village, and those willing to buy equipment here are all new players. Sujin really doesn't care about the meager sums they have. That leaves you with only the choice between the hidden quest and Xiaoyan. If a novice player with little experience were to do this task, perhaps in a moment of impulse, he chose to accept Xiaoyan's love. But having lived a second life, what kind of experiences hasn't Sujin encountered? She deeply understands women's psychology. What they can't have is always the best. My rejection of you this time doesn't mean you'll give up completely. On the contrary, the Real Storm begins after the rejection. That explains why the hidden quest is only triggered after the user refuses. After Sujin figured it out, he patted Xiaoyan's shoulder, looked at her with deep affection, and said gently, Xiaoyan, I never thought you would express your love to me. Actually, I should be the one expressing love. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's delicate body trembled, and a sparkling look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said, Really? Brother Chun, you'll be Xiaoyan's man from now on. Sigh, I wish I could do that too, but my strength isn't enough to protect you yet. How about giving me some time, until I'm strong enough, then I'll come back to protect you. Sujin shook his head, looking reluctant and regretful. Brother Chun, Xiaoyan is willing to go on adventures with you. You'll take Xiaoyan with you wherever you go. Xiaoyan was deeply moved. She never expected that Brother Chun was not only strong and handsome, but also so loyal and righteous. Xiaoyan, this is a dangerous and chaotic world. It's safest for you to stay in this village. I can't be so selfish as to let you go out and risk your life with me, Sujin said with a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. At this moment, Xiaoyan was so moved that she couldn't speak. With tears welling in her eyes, she said reluctantly, Brother Chun, if you go west for 5 kilometers after leaving the village, there is a den of demons there. It is said that there are treasures inside. My father died there 3 months ago. Could you help me retrieve his belongings? Ding. You have triggered Xiaoyan's hidden quest. Retrieve your father's belongings. Mission description. Please venture into the demon cavern to investigate. It is said that the demon cavern holds extraordinary treasures. Quest rewards. 1,500 experience points, 1,000 copper coins, and 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Not only did they successfully trigger the hidden quest, but they also maintained Xiaoyan's goodwill towards them. Okay, I'll take care of this, Sujin said smugly. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Xiaoyun and her daughter, Sujin embarked on his journey of completing dungeon quests once again. The Underground Cavern is a hidden quest instance. Completing this hidden instance quest yields more experience and richer rewards than normal monster hunting. However, the task is also more difficult. The Underground Demon Cave is 5 kilometers away from the village, passing through an endless plain, and along the way, they encountered many bloodthirsty jackals that had been corrupted by demons. These bloodthirsty jackals are a nightmare for countless novice players, having killed countless players and pets, thus becoming a forbidden zone in the village. But the bloodthirsty jackals were only a nightmare for other players. For Sujin, they were as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. With Ari and Xiaoqing's strength, Sujin simply swept through the enemy lines, and packs of bloodthirsty jackals fell under Ari's claws. Congratulations! Your pet, the three-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated 6 level 9 bloodthirsty jackals, giving you and Ari 420 base experience points, and an additional 168 experience points for defeating enemies of a higher level. Looting in effect. You and Ari each gain 6 points of strength, 4 points of agility, and 2 points of constitution. Ari gains an extra 6 evolution points. Before even reaching the Underground Demon Cave, Ari had already accumulated enough evolution points and completed her evolution. Congratulations! Ari has evolved into a gold-tier pet, the four-tailed frost fox. Ari's strength increases by 30 points. Ari's constitution increases by 30 points. Ari's agility increases by 30 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 30 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Frost Triple Slash. Frost Triple Slash. Ari dashes behind the target enemy and launches 3 consecutive high-damage slashes at extremely fast speed. The first slash deals 100% of her attack power, the second deals 200% of her attack power, and the third deals 300% of her attack power. Four-tailed Frost Fox Ari, extremely rare. Level, LV5 rank, Gold, 0 to 40. Basic Attribute 1, Attack 229, Defense 69, Health 870, Mana 570. Basic Attribute 2, Strength 132, Constitution 59, Agility 68, Intelligence 45. Aptitude, Low-grade Poisoning Aptitude, Low-grade Strength Aptitude, Low-grade Defense Aptitude, Low-grade Health Aptitude Skills. LV1 Intimidate, LV2 Frost Power, LV1 Phantom Teleport, LV1 Frost Triple Slash Master. Emperor Chin Equipment, Poison Ring, Gold, Emerald Fairy Crown, Silver, Silver-grade Ice Scale Bracelet, Silver, Poisoned Rat King Dagger, Bronze, Rat Spirit Pendant, Bronze, Crystal Scorpion Armor Top, Bronze, Exquisite Rat Hide Leggings, Bronze, Skull Belt, Bronze, Skull Shoulder Armor, Bronze, Rat Hide Boots, Iron. After evolving, Ari's body became more slender and her claws became sharper. Although she is just a fox, she gives people a captivating and alluring feeling. For snow-white tails, gleaming with the power of frost, swayed behind her. Not only was she as beautiful as a jade maiden, but she also possessed an immense oppressive force, exuding the aura of a superior being belonging to the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. As for Ari's newly learned Frost Triple Slash skill, it is even more ferocious. The damage is dealt in 3 stages, each stage dealing more damage than the last, with the third stage dealing 3 times the damage of the first stage. Using this skill to teleport behind the enemy, once the 3-stage damage is unleashed, it deals a full 6 times the attack power. Chapter 26, A Miserable NPC, a richly harvested cavern. Most importantly, Ari also has the Phantom Teleport ability. Once activated, this skill will instantly refresh all skills. This is equivalent to being able to unleash the Frost Triple Strike multiple times in a row, which undoubtedly greatly increases Ari's damage ceiling. After Ari evolved, she became a gold-level pet, just like Xiaoqing. Ari, a melee burst damage dealer with maximum single-target damage. Xiaoqing is a ranged magic damage dealer with explosive area of effect damage. In Sujin's starting village, any pet is an invincible force among players. If word gets out that Sujin owns 2 gold-level pets, countless players will be green with envy and go crazy for him. Led by his 2 pet followers, Sujin crossed the Jackal Plain and arrived at the location of the Underground Demon Cave. The demon's lair seemed to be enveloped by a layer of dark energy shield, and it was so dark inside that nothing could be seen clearly. The moment Sujin stepped into the demon's lair, a cold warning voice rang in his ears. Warning, this is an extremely dangerous instance. Your current level is only 5. We strongly advise against entering. We suggest you level up to 10 before cautiously entering the game in a team. Sujin ignored the system warning and walked in without hesitation. The warning is for regular players. But I don't need it. The underground cave is a bottomless underground cave that often hides various creatures of dark forces, such as the undead, and the liches. It is said that some of these demonic caves lead directly to the dark world beneath the earth, where endless dangers and opportunities are hidden. The deeper you go into the underground of the demon cave, the darker it becomes, and your vision is extremely limited, to the point that you can hardly see your hand in front of your face. Fortunately, pet snakes can still maintain a clear field of vision in the dark. Sujin connected with Xiaoqing through his thoughts, and was able to see what she was seeing. After walking for about 5 minutes into the depths of the cave, a series of strange insect cries suddenly rang out in the silent and gloomy cave. Squeak! Suddenly, a swarm of burrowing beetles emerged from the ground, their compound eyes coldly staring at Sujin. The beetles' exoskeletons were covered with sharp barbs, and the swarm of burrowing beetles gathered together gave off a very intimidating feeling. Sujin glanced over and saw that there were at least 20 or 30 of these cave beetles, which was much denser than the ordinary monsters in the wild outside. Burrowing beetle. Level, LV10 rank, silver HP, 980 attack, 270 skills, burrow, shell spike, fong bite. They're all level 10 silver monsters. No wonder the system suggested that players should be level 10 or higher and enter in a team. There are so many level 10 monsters that players at this stage simply cannot fight against them on their own. These burrowing beetles showed no regard for martial ethics and swarmed up at Sujin like a swarm of bees. Sujin looked at the swarm of burrowing beetles, but instead of feeling fear, he was even a little excited. These burrowing beetles weren't monsters in Sujin's eyes, but rather a wealth of experience points and attribute points. It's always been Sister Ari who's been showing off. Now it's my turn to shine. Xiaoqing's big, round eyes sparkled with high spirits, and her little mouth kept opening and closing, surging with brilliant white lightning. Exploding lightning ball. The dazzling burst of lightning, as radiant as the sun in the darkness, tore through the dark space and struck the center of the swarm of cave beetles. -535. -535. -535. The swarm of burrowing beetles instantly lost more than half of their health. The burrowing beetles, in pain, howled and screamed incessantly. But Xiaoqing would never let go of the opportunity to beat a dog when it's down. Another barrage of lightning arrows slammed down, striking the most vulnerable part of the cave beetle's head. -471. Weak point exposed. -470. Weak point exposed. -473. Weak point exposed. These burrowing beetles didn't even touch the hem of Sujin's clothes before they were wiped out in swarms. Congratulations. Your pet Phantom Razor. Xiaoqing has killed 30 level 10 cave beetles, and you and Xiaoqing have gained 2,400 base experience points, plus an additional 1,200 experience points for killing higher level enemies. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 30 points of intelligence, 18 points of constitution, and 12 points of agility. Xiaoqing gains an extra 30 evolution points. Cool. A whopping 30 evolution points were accumulated in one go. With just 10 more evolution points, Xiaoqing can transform into a platinum level pet. Before reaching level 10, one could own a platinum level pet. Sujin remembered that no one in his previous life could do that. Immediately afterwards, streaks of brilliant white light appeared. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level, 6. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level, 7. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 5 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 6 and gained 15 free attribute points. The rich experience gained from the burrowing beetle allowed Sujin and Xiaoqing to level up by 2 levels. After killing these cave beetles, Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by a full 60 points, reaching a total of 195. The only pity is that these 30 burrowing beetles are really dirt poor. Aside from dropping a few hundred copper coins, not a single decent piece of equipment dropped. Sujin kicked aside the corpses of the cave beetles and continued deeper into the cavern demon cave. Clang. Sujin suddenly heard the sound of metal clashing, as if someone was fighting with the monsters in the underground cave. He quickened his pace and followed the sound to its source. It seems fate is against me, Linter. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Sujin looked over and saw a man wearing animal skins, fighting a fierce battle with a giant burrowing beetle. The man wielded an iron axe with his left hand, while his right hand had been severed by a giant cave beetle, and blood was gushing out. This wasn't even the worst injury. What was worse was that a black spike had pierced through his heart. But the giant burrowing beetle did not choose to end the man's life immediately and release him from this predicament. Instead, they were slowly tormenting and mocking him. They watched with a mocking air as the man's life slowly slipped away, filled with intense resentment and despair. How could there be such a pitiful NPC here? Let's save them first. There might be a pleasant surprise. Sujin was certain that the NPC wouldn't appear here for no reason. They were very likely carrying clues to a hidden quest. Just as the giant burrowing beetle was about to strike the man, the next blow came crashing down on him. As soon as Sujin had a thought, Ali rushed forward in one stride. Chapter 27 Sujin and Ari merge. A fierce triple frost slash. The giant burrowing beetle's spikes were already pressed against the man's throat, and he was about to die. Deterrence. A flash of blood-red light instantly froze the giant cave beetle in place. The next moment, Ari's sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light, tore through the black mist and struck the giant cave beetle's head heavily. -200. The giant burrowing beetle is completely covered in an indestructible armor, and even its head is not a weak point. Fortunately, the man who called himself Lindsay was rescued. Sujin casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Giant burrowing beetle. Level, LV12. Rank Gold. Health, 1840. Attack, 360. Skills, Ground Spike, Charge Attack, Steel Armor, Retract, and Heal. Another serving of sweet and delicious meat. It seems I'm in for a feast today. Gold level bosses are already able to speak human language and even possess a considerable level of intelligence. A cold glint flashed in the giant burrow beetle's eyes. Its gaze swept over Sujin, and it became excited, leaping into the air and pouncing towards Sujin. Although the giant burrowing beetle is huge, it is extremely fast, especially when it sees fresh blood food. It moves at an extreme speed. Master, danger. Seeing Sujin being attacked, Ali and Xiaoqing were both shocked and wanted to rush over to block the giant cave beetle, but it was too late. Despite the impending crisis, Sujin showed no sign of panic. In fact, a strange smile even appeared on his lips. As a peerless expert in his previous life, how could he be frightened by such a small danger? Ari, pet possession. Sujin let out a low roar, and Ari's body burst forth with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a streak of blazing white light and entered Sujin's body. Sujin's attributes instantly skyrocketed. Suddenly, sharp spikes grew from Sujin's 10 fingers, and 4 beautiful snow-white fox tails materialized behind him. His whole body exuded a cold and arrogant aura of dominance. Having experience from his past life, he was already quite adept at pet possession. Just as the giant burrowing beetle's spikes were about to strike his chest, Sujin vanished without a trace. The giant cave beetle, having missed its target, looked on in astonishment and confusion as it saw Sujin vanish into thin air. Frost triple slash. A cold, low murmur, accompanied by 3 swift and fierce attacks, left a chilling glint in the air as they struck the back of the giant burrowing beetle. -200. -400. -600. 3 terrifying attacks instantly reduced the giant cave beetle's health to 0. However, Ari's damage doesn't stop there. -78. Poison damage. -78. Poison damage. The continuous poisoning damage brought the giant cave beetle to the brink of death. Foolish humans, don't think you can kill me. Utterly ridiculous. The giant burrowing beetle let out a deafening roar, its entire body instantly covered in jet black armor, with its limbs and head retracting completely into the armor. Steel armor, when activated, reduces physical damage taken by 90%. Lockshell healing, retracts into the armor, restoring 10% health per second. +184. +184. +184. The giant cave beetle, which had shrunk into its armor, not only experienced a surge in physical defense, but its health was also recovering at a visible rate. But Sujin's pets weren't limited to Ali. Xiaoqing's magic damage completely ignored the giant cave beetle's high physical defense. -595. -295. -295. Several bolts of lightning struck the steel armor, instantly depleting the giant cave beetle's health. Congratulations. Your pet phantom lizard, Xiaoqing, has defeated a gold-level boss, LV.12, Giant Crypt Beetle. You and Xiaoqing have gained 400 base experience points, plus an additional 200 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 8 evolution points. Xiaoqing plundered the giant cave beetle boss's medium defense aptitude. Medium defense ability. All physical damage received will be reduced by 250 points. Reduces all physical damage taken by 250 points? This aptitude ability is incredibly powerful in the early stages. That means if the boss deals 300 damage per attack, it will only deal 50 damage to Xiaoqing. As for ordinary monsters that deal less than 250 damage, they are completely immune to damage when they hit Xiaoqing, and she doesn't lose a single drop of blood. As a ranged mage, this aptitude undoubtedly greatly enhances Xiaoqing's survivability. More importantly, once Sujin uses the pet possession technique, he can enjoy all of Xiaoqing's attributes and skills. At this moment, Xiaoqing was only 2 evolution points away from evolving, but unfortunately, all the monsters in this cave had been killed. Sujin stepped forward and picked up the spoils dropped by the giant cave beetle. Ding! You've picked up the gold-grade blood-stained earring. Ding! You've picked up a gold-grade sharp armor leggings. Ding! You've picked up a rare 5 elements qualification stone gold. Ding! You've picked up 724 copper coins. Sujin's eyes lit up. He had actually gotten 2 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Although it's a gold-level monster, getting 2 gold-level equipment pieces in one go is incredibly lucky. As is customary, we should first look at the equipment attributes. Gold-grade blood-breaking earrings. Strength plus 16. Agility plus 12. Special effect, Bloodthirst. After activation, your attack power will increase by 200 points for 5 seconds, but in return, you will lose 100 health points per second. High damage earrings, a perfect match for Ari. In particular, the Bloodthirst effect greatly increases Ari's damage. Once activated, it can cause Ari's physical attack power to skyrocket from 255 points to 455 points, which is absolutely terrifying. As for losing 100 health points per second, don't forget that Ari has a secondary lifesteal ability, which can offset a large portion of the health loss. Let's look at the second piece of gold tier equipment. Gold-grade sharp armor leggings. Constitution plus 14. Movement speed plus 10%. Special armor effect. When activated, it reduces the damage you take by 30% for 10 seconds. This armor effect can stack with a pet's defense aptitude. With its strong armor and medium defensive aptitude, Xiaoqing has become practically indestructible. What would it be like to be a ranged mage, directly attacking the boss and unleashing your skills? You think my pet is a fragile mage? Sorry, this is a tank-type magic pet. Therefore, leaving this equipment to Xiaoqing is the best choice. Chapter 28 5-Star Aptitude Stone. Comprehending top-tier pet aptitude. When Sujin's gaze fell on the last treasure, his eyes became burning with desire. Rare 5 elements qualification stone. Gold. Quantity, 1 to 5. Description. Once you collect all 5 types of attribute stones, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, your pet can randomly learn 1 top-tier attribute. Pet aptitude is ranked from lowest to highest as follows. Weak, secondary, elementary, medium, high top. Top-tier pet aptitude is 2 levels higher than medium aptitude, and it's at least several times stronger. To master top-tier aptitude, you need to find the other 4 types of aptitude stones. Sujin had another plan in mind. After all, the top-tier pet aptitude was just too tempting. Could this man be? Sujin's gaze swept over the NPC Lin Se, who was severely injured and barely clinging to life. It seemed that he had something to say to Sujin before he died. What a young hero. I never imagined that the cave monster I fought so hard against could be killed by you so easily. A look of shock appeared on Lin Se's pale face. Is there anything I can do to help you? The other party's injuries were too severe. Sujin wanted to save him, but he was powerless to do so. I know I don't have long to live, but I still have a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. In this chaotic world, how can an orphan and widow survive? Could you please take care of them, mother and daughter, after I die? In return, I am willing to give you all the treasures I have collected. Lin Se, with pleading eyes, spoke weakly. Ding. Lin Se has issued you a special hidden mission. Take care of Xiao Yun and her daughter on his behalf. Quest rewards. 3,000 copper coins, 1,000 pet experience stones, rare 5 elements aptitude stone, wood, frost greatsword, gold grade. I never imagined that he was Xiaoyun's father. Sujin instantly understood. However, this task is really quite bizarre. However, The rewards for completing the task are quite generous. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of them for you from now on. Sujin patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. Hearing Sujin's assurance, Lindsay finally felt relieved. She wrote a will in her own blood, asking Sujin to deliver it to Xiao Yun and her daughter. Then she slowly closed her eyes and her life force dissipated. Ding! You have received the following quest rewards: 3,000 copper coins, 1,000 pet experience stones, a rare 5-element aptitude stone, wood, and a frost greatsword, gold grade. What Sujin cared about most was this rare 5 elements quality stone wood. After that, Sujin only needs to collect the remaining 3 aptitude stones to give his pet a top-tier pet aptitude. Ari is only a few hundred experience points away from leveling up. Without hesitation, Sujin fed Ari a pet experience stone that gave her 1,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your pet Ari has reached level 6 and gained 15 free attribute points. As usual, all 15 free attribute points will be allocated to Strength. Gold grade Frost Greatsword. Strength 20. Weak point strike damage 20%. Endless Snowstorm special effect. After dealing damage to an enemy, there is a 10% chance to create a small blizzard that deals 100 points of ice damage to all surrounding enemies and slows them by 30%. This attribute is truly exceptional. Without hesitation, Sujin replaced Ari's bronze grade poison dagger with the Frostfire Greatsword. After dealing with all of this, Sujin carried Lindsay's body on his back and set off on the road back to the village. It must be said that Lindsay, a middle-aged man, weighs more than 170 kilograms. Sujin carried him back to the village, which took quite a bit of effort. He's even considering getting a strong and healthy bear as a pet in the future. Besides being able to act as a human shield at the front, it can also take over the rough and tiring work. Otherwise, it would be unrealistic to expect this little white fox and the palm-sized green snake to carry things. However, he was just thinking about it. When choosing a pet, the most important thing to consider is whether it has great potential and strong enough strength. However, Sujin has to add another requirement. The pet must be female and extremely beautiful. 10 minutes later, Sujin carried Lindsay's body to Xiao Yun and her daughter, and handed them the suicide note Lindsay left behind before her death. Upon seeing the words stained with blood, the two women instantly burst into tears. Kaching, Xiaoyun, I ultimately failed to return alive. In these chaotic times, you both need someone to rely on. I have entrusted this young man to take good care of you from now on. From this day forward, you must obey his arrangements in everything you do. After burying Lindsay's body, the tailor shop owner, Kaching, and her daughter, Xiaoyun, turned their gazes longingly to Sujin. Xiaoyun had long regarded Sujin as a hero, and her heart was beginning to flutter with romantic feelings. Although Kaching was a bit older, she was still quite charming and had a unique allure. She knew that Sujin was no ordinary person, and that it would be a great blessing for her and her daughter if they could rely on him. Sujin felt the intense gazes of the two women and realized that he was likely to be intoxicated by their gentle charms from now on. However, I have to wait until I finish my own tasks. Wait for me. I'll come back for you after I finish this mission. We'll leave the village together and head to the capital. Sujin revealed his plan. Neither of the two women had any objections, knowing that Sujin would surely rise like a dragon emerging from the abyss in the future. Furthermore, Lindsay had instructed them in her will to follow Sujin's arrangements in everything. Sujin bid farewell to the two reluctant women and repeatedly promised that he would come to find them soon. Only then did they agree to let Sujin leave. After leaving, Sujin went to the pharmacy first. As soon as I entered the door, the pharmacy owner greeted me with great enthusiasm, his face full of gratitude. Warrior, thank you for saving my son. A single resurrection plant is not enough to express my gratitude. Please accept these tokens of my appreciation. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Find the apothecary owner's son. Quest rewards: 1 soul returning grass, 1 pet skill evolution stone, 1,000 experience points, and 1,500 copper coins. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Current level, 8. Sujin chose to use this pet skill evolution stone on Ari's Frost Triple Slash. The reason is simple. This is currently the strongest single target damage skill, a god tier skill for defeating bosses. Ding. You used a pet evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 2, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Level 2. Frost Triple Slash. Ari dashes behind the target enemy and launches 3 consecutive high damage slashes at the enemy with extremely fast speed. The first slash deals 120% of her attack power, the second deals 220% of her attack power, and the third deals 320% of her attack power. Having dealt with all of this, it was time for Sujin to submit the dark hidden quest to the necromancer. Chapter 29 Attacked? Like a god, shocking the entire audience. Sujin left the village and headed towards the dragon's graveyard. Passing by the outer edge of the mountain range, he discovered that the crystal giant Scorpion King boss, which he had previously killed, had respawned. Sujin's eyes lit up immediately. With the SSS level talent of infinite plunder, this kind of boss is practically a gift of aptitude to pets. He can never have too many. Xiaoqing, focus your fire on it. With Sujin's command, Xiaoqing's lightning arrows rained down on the crystal giant Scorpion King like machine gun fire. How terrifying is Xiaoqing's magical damage? Facing the boss whom he had defeated in the past, killing him was incredibly easy. As the crystal giant Scorpion King boss's health plummeted, Xiaoqing was just about to finish it off when a fireball suddenly struck her from afar. Not only was there a fireball, but a wind blade and an earth arrow followed, hurtling towards Sujin. Ding! You have been maliciously attacked by Glory Xiaoyu. Ding! You have been attacked by Glory of the Gods. Ding! You have been maliciously attacked by Glory Unsung. The other party's intentions were truly sinister. They made their move just when the crystal giant Scorpion King had only a sliver of health left. If we can ambush and kill Sujin, we can also take down the crystal giant Scorpion King when it's low on health. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Minus 107. The first fireball blasted away nearly 1/6 of Sujin's health. After all, he had prioritized supplying his equipment to his two pets, leaving himself almost naked and with very low defense. Fortunately, the infinite plunder talent provided him with a lot of physical attributes. Otherwise, other players would probably have been instantly killed by that damage. Just by looking at the ID, you can tell that the other party is obviously from the Glory Alliance Guild, and must be an accomplice that the Great Demon King has sent to take revenge on him. They came prepared, and they're all elite players. Ordinary players' pets simply cannot deal such high damage. Minus 126. Minus 138. The next two attacks were even more powerful, and the damage they dealt to Sujin brought his health to a very low level. A few more attacks would be enough to kill Sujin. A cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes. These scum from the Glory Alliance were really asking for death. Honor Alliance, it seems the day to deal with you is coming sooner than expected. Whether it's the Clown Demon King or the Glory Alliance President Emojantian, they will all pay a heavy price for assassinating me. Xiaoqing, your pet has possessed you. With a low roar, Sujin caused Xiaoqing to suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, transforming into a blazing white stream of light that surged into Sujin's body. Suddenly, Sujin shone brightly, instantly acquiring all of Xiaoqing's aptitudes and skills. Among them is the medium defense qualification. Damage taken from enemies will be reduced by 250 points. After Sujin obtained this qualification, the opponent only dealt a little over 100 points of damage. Not to mention killing him, they couldn't even break through his defense. The attacker, seeing Sujin put away his pet, assumed that Sujin had given up the struggle and wanted to cut his losses before he died, so that his pet would also be killed. Therefore, the three exchanged a glance, a mocking smile appearing on their faces, and stepped out from the shadows, intending to capture Sujin alive and torture him slowly. But as soon as they emerged from the hidden bushes, the next scene shocked all three of them. With a flick of his hand, Sujin conjured a phantom image of a snake's mouth. A barrage of lightning arrows rained down on the crystal giant Scorpion King, after incorporating medium defense attributes. At this point, the three posed no threat to Sujin and were temporarily ignored by him. The crystal giant Scorpion King is already low on health. We absolutely cannot let anyone steal it. Let's take down the boss first, then settle accounts with these three scumbags. Congratulations. Your pet Phantom Razor. Xiaoqing has defeated a level 8 crystal giant Scorpion King boss, and you and Xiaoqing have gained 180 base experience points, plus an additional 32 experience points for defeating a higher level boss. Congratulations. Xiaoqing has reached level 7 and gained 15 free attribute points. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 5 evolution points. Xiaoqing plundered the crystal giant Scorpion King boss's weak life aptitude. Weak life potential. Increases own HP by an additional 20%. Sure enough, the aptitude he comprehended was exactly the same as when Ari killed the crystal giant Scorpion King, a weak life aptitude. However, This aptitude can increase Xiao Qing's maximum health by nearly 200 points, so it's still a huge gain. Furthermore, as Xiao Qing's health points continue to increase, the additional health boost from her life aptitude will become increasingly significant. Xiao Qing's evolution value has now been fully charged. It is beginning its evolution within Sujin's body. Although Sujin cannot see what Xiao Qing will look like after its evolution is complete. However, Sujin could clearly feel the attribute boost that Xiao Qing was giving him, which was increasing significantly. Congratulations! Xiao Qing has evolved into a platinum-level pet, Thunderwing Serpent King. Xiao Qing's strength increases by 60 points. Xiao Qing's physique increased by 60 points. Xiao Qing's agility increases by 60 points. Xiao Qing's intelligence increases by 60 points. Xiao Qing has learned a new skill, Thunder Wings. Skill Level 1. Thunder Wings. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiao Qing. Thunder Wings can not only deal 300 plus 120% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also grant Xiao Qing the ability to fly. They actually mastered the ability to fly. A look of joy appeared on Su Chen's face. Don't forget, he has the ability to possess pets. If a pet has the ability to fly, it's equivalent to the pet having the ability to fly. This not only gave him a stronger ability to survive and a faster travel efficiency, but also allowed him to easily cross mountains and valleys to reach the areas where treasures and artifacts were buried in his memories of his previous life. Condense. Wings of Thunder. With a thought, a pair of wings wrapped in the divine power of thunder suddenly appeared on Su Chen's back. With a flap of his wings, he leaped into the sky, looking down at the earth. The three people in front of him were as small as ants. At this moment, Su Chen stood in the void, with huge lightning wings swirling behind him, making him look like a god of thunder. What the hell? Emperor Chun can actually fly? This is absolutely amazing. What cool lightning wings. What kind of god-level skill is this, Emperor Chun? For a moment, the three who had ambushed Su Chun watched as Su Chun soared through the sky, their faces filled with disbelief, and their eyes filled with shock. They're all players, so why does Emperor Chun have such terrifying damage? Able to instantly kill bosses without even using a pet? It can even fly into the sky? Are we even playing the same game? We're all working so hard to raise our pets, and you're flying around like a god. Chapter 30 Demon Slayer. I will surely bring Emperor Chun under my command. Kill him quickly. He has wings and can fly. If we're any later, he'll escape. After a long while, the three of them finally came to their senses from the shock and remembered that their mission was to assassinate Su Chun. They immediately took action again. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he were looking down on all living beings, his gaze sweeping over the three people who were like ants. Fireball, Windblade, Earth Arrow. The three's pets resorted to the same old trick, once again focusing their attacks on Su Chun. But what happened next made them completely unable to believe their eyes. -1. Force damage. -1. Force damage. -1. Force damage. The three skills bombarded Su Chun at the same time, but they couldn't even break through his defense. This resulted in only 3 points of forced health being deducted. Are you crazy? Even a boss can't be completely immune to our damage. The damage was quite high just now, so how come the health stopped decreasing suddenly? What kind of being have we offended? The three of them were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and regret. They were not remorseful for their mistakes, but rather afraid of the punishment that death would bring. After all, dying once in the early stages will cause you to lose a level and also lose attributes. This is completely unacceptable to them. Once they die, it means they will be squeezed out of the ranks of elite players and become mediocre. Even the Glory Alliance Guild might kick them out of the guild. After all, the Glory Alliance Guild is known for its brutal competition. The winners are promoted, while the weak are eliminated. Emperor Chun, please have mercy on us. It was all that bastard, the Great Demon King, who ordered us to do it. Yes, it was the Great Demon King who promised each of us a reward of 10,000 yuan, which is why we rushed over from the neighboring village to take action against you. The three men were filled with fear, and one of them even knelt down on the ground with a thud, begging for mercy. They didn't want to be eliminated from the Glory Alliance Guild. Otherwise, how could they continue to bully and exploit new players by relying on the guild's reputation? I will leave not a single scum of the Glory Alliance alive. Die. Su Chen's eyes were icy cold, and the wings on his back were like a sword of holy punishment. The endless, dazzling power of lightning struck the three of them heavily. -612. -613. -617. The terrifying lightning damage gave the three of them no time to react before instantly killing them all. How violent is the power of lightning? It instantly tore the three people's bodies apart. They died amidst endless suffering. Before they died, only Sujin's cold words echoed in their ears. Go back and tell your master, Demon Slayer. Let him wash his neck clean, and I'll come and chop him down. Sujin's words were arrogant and extremely confident, leaving the three of them in a state of utter astonishment even as they faced death. After the three died, they immediately logged off and rushed to the Tencent building to deliver the video they had taken before their deaths to Imojantian. President, that Emperor Chen actually insulted you. He's far too arrogant. You absolutely cannot let him get away with this. The office on the 39th floor of the Tencent group was extremely luxurious. Imojantian sat on a deerskin sofa, repeatedly watching the battle videos sent by the three people, his face icy cold. Humph, you bunch of short-sighted fools. This is a true top-tier expert. A top expert who will be able to reach the top of the power rankings in the future. I could have recruited him and put him to my service. But because of you fools, we have offended Emperor Chun, causing him to hate our Glory Alliance. Our Glory Alliance has missed out on a crucial top talent. I'll give you 10 million in cash. Take that 10 million and beg Emperor Chun for forgiveness. If he is willing to join the Glory Alliance, you will have done a great service. If he doesn't forgive you, you can get out of the Glory Alliance forever. Get out of Tencent. Imojantian's eyes were icy cold. He raised his hand and slammed the phone containing the battle video down in front of the three of them with a loud bang. The shock caused a sharp pain in the eardrums of all three people. Yes, yes, yes. We'll go find Emperor Chun right now and beg for his forgiveness. The three of them were terrified and scrambled out of the office. Meanwhile, Su Chun heard a system notification in his ear. You have stolen the glory-blessed C-rank talent. Pet Movement Speed Evolution. Pet Movement Speed Evolution. Grade C increases pet movement speed by an additional 20%. Sujin glanced at them and saw that Ari and Xiaoqing's movement speed had indeed increased by 20%. With their pets becoming faster, they can more flexibly deal with powerful bosses and significantly increase their chances of dodging damage. The only downside is that the increased movement speed doesn't make Xiaoqing's flight speed faster. To increase flight speed, you need to obtain additional flight qualifications. Immediately afterwards, 2 more system notification sounds rang out. You have stolen Glory Xiaoyu's C-level talent, Pet Intelligence Evolution. You have stolen Glory Unsung's C-level talent, Pet Intelligence Evolution. After the talents of Glory Xiaoyu, Glory Tianxi, and Glory Buge were plundered, they all dropped from C-level talents to D-level talents. Su Chun was slightly taken aback, as he had actually obtained 2 Pet Intelligence Evolution talents in a row. He already stole this talent from the Great Demon King. Will there be any changes if he gets it 3 times? This talent is undergoing autonomous evolution because you have accumulated 3 Pet Intelligence Evolutions. Congratulations. Talent evolution successful. You have obtained a new B-rank talent, Pet Intelligence Superization. Pet Intelligence Enhancement. Increases the original 40% intelligence boost to 80%. My pet's intelligence talent has actually evolved. Su Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. Intelligence attribute increased by another 40%. That means his damage to Xiaoqing has skyrocketed. Intelligence jumped from 297 points to 416 points. This damage increase is just too drastic. Next, he began to clear out the loot that had been looted. It wasn't just dropped by the Crystal Giant Scorpion King, but also dropped by 3 members of the Glory Guild after they died. Although the 3 people's pets were put away before they died, it did not prevent them from suffering heavy losses. The equipment they dropped was scattered all over the ground. Ding. You've picked up the silver tier item, the Brave Warrior's Fearless Iron Boots. Ding. You've picked up a bronze grade item, Secret Wolfskin Shoulder Armor. Ding. You've picked up a bronze grade item, Secret Recipe Wolfskin Leggings. Ding. You've picked up a bronze grade item, Snowflake Bronze Earrings. Ding. You picked up a bronze grade item, a copper bracelet. Ding. You've picked up 1246 copper coins. A lot of equipment was dropped, but unfortunately most of it was weak. However, the only piece of silver equipment that was dropped caught Su Chen's eye with its stats. Chapter 31, The Plan, Revenge, and the Slaughter of the 10 Major Guilds. Silver tier, the Brave Warrior's Fearless Iron Boots. Agility plus 10. Movement speed is increased by an additional 12%. Special effect, Fearless Warrior. When health is below 50%, increased damage by 50%. The attributes of this equipment are particularly suitable for Ari. The plus 10 agility provides a significant boost to movement speed and attack speed. The special effect of Fearless Warrior is especially suitable for Ari in close combat. Keeping your health at 50% can significantly increase your monster killing efficiency. As for why it wasn't given to Xiaoqing, she has medium defense aptitude, so the monsters in the beginner village can't even scratch her. Giving her the Brave Warrior special effect is a complete waste. Replace Ari's Iron Grade Rathhide boots with Silver Grade Warrior's Fearless Iron boots, increasing agility by 8 points. This sneak attack also made Sujin more vigilant. He realized that it was not only important to accumulate equipment to improve the attributes of his pets, but also to accumulate equipment and defensive attributes for himself. We must never allow ourselves to be killed by the enemy before we even have a chance to integrate Xiaoqing's defensive attributes. Therefore, Sujin equipped himself with the remaining 5 bronze-level equipment pieces. Defense and health increased dramatically in an instant. By the way, I haven't had a chance to check Xiaoqing's stats after it evolved into a platinum-level pet. With a thought in mind, Sujin opened Xiaoqing's pet panel with a look of anticipation. Thunderwing Serpent King, Mutant. Level, 7. Grade, Platinum, 3-80. Basic Attribute 1. Magic Attack 255, Defense 187, Health 1970, Mana 2780. Basic Attribute 2. Intelligence 255, Constitution 167, Agility 145, Strength 135. Skills: Thunder Arrow, Level 2, Twin Serpent Shadows, Level 1, Exploding Thunderball, Level 1, Thunder Wings, Level 1. Master: Emperor Chun. Aptitude: Medium Defense Aptitude, Second-Rate Intelligence Aptitude, Weak Strength Aptitude, Weak Life Aptitude. Equipment: Ring of Greed, Gold, 1000-Year-Old Deadwood Staff, Silver, Robe of the Sage's Wisdom, Silver, Silkworm Sand Shoulder Pads, Bronze, Secret Crafted Cashmere Boots, Bronze, Secret Crafted Cashmere Belt, Bronze. Description: A mutated snake king imbued with pure dragon blood, possessing immense potential. With careful nurturing, it might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. In a single evolution, Xiaoqing actually evolved to the level of a snake king? In the game, Divine Pets, players are generally extremely careful when choosing a pet. Because once a pet is chosen, it is permanently bound to the player and will accompany the player for life. Snakes are a pet with immense potential. They can transform into pythons, dragons, or even serpents, possessing limitless possibilities. Sujin summoned Xiaoqing. It was discovered that the evolved Xiaoqing had grown to more than half a meter long, and its entire body was covered with blue scales, giving it an exotic beauty reminiscent of a beautiful snake. Her aura had undergone a complete transformation, exuding the regal presence of a superior being, enough to instill fear and panic in weaker monsters. In the early stages of the game, when even silver-level pets are incredibly rare, this could very well be the first platinum-level pet in the entire server. Once the news that he owns a platinum-level pet becomes known, the shock it will cause will likely be enough to shake the entire server. However, making a name for himself is secondary right now. His most important task is to continue completing the hidden quest line of the Necromancer's Dark Main quest. This mission is extremely significant, and could even change the future outcome of wars in the entire world of Divine Pets. What he wants to do most is to become a double agent between the two camps of light and darkness, constantly extracting benefits from both camps and fleecing them. Completing the Necromancer's hidden quest is merely the beginning of a larger scheme. Only by becoming powerful enough can he take revenge and wipe out the 10 super guilds. In particular, a huge secret is hidden in the Divine Pet game. 3 years later, when gods and beast tides invade, he must protect Earth, humanity's only home, embark on the path to supreme power, and make all races submit. With a fierce fighting spirit flashing in his eyes, Sujin continued walking towards the dragon's tomb. The monsters he encountered along the way were all too weak for him. With just a few lightning arrows, the little green snake easily annihilated a group of giant crystal scorpions. Level 5 monsters don't offer much experience. However, Xiaoqing's evolution value and intelligence attribute have slightly improved. 5 minutes later, Sujin arrived at the main hall of the dragon's tomb. The necromancer Meng had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Sujin finally arrive, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Have you gotten the resurrection grass yet?" Sujin smiled slightly, spread his hand, and handed a small, bright red grass to the other person. The necromancer took the resurrection herb, sniffed it, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. It really is the resurrection grass. This time, the undead bone dragon can finally be born from my hands. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest from the necromancer Mengyan. Find the resurrection herb. Quest rewards: 2,000 experience points, 2 pet skill evolution stones, and a gold-grade undead soul necklace. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9. You have gained 1 point of each of your basic attributes. Sujin was overjoyed. The rewards for the hidden missions were indeed becoming more and more generous. Not only did I get 2 pet skill evolution stones at once, but I also got a gold-grade necklace. The truth is that good steel should be used where it's most needed. Thunder Wings is a powerful divine skill that Xiaoqing only learned after evolving to platinum level. Not only does it grant Xiaoqing the ability to fly, but it also provides her with a considerable sustained damage output skill. The evolution skill is the most effective. Ding! You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Thunderwing Serpent King's Thunderwing skill to level 2. When using Thunderwing, flight speed is increased by 10%, and the damage dealt by Thunderwing to enemies is increased by an additional 15%. Ding! You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Thunderwing Serpent King's Thunderwing skill to level 3. When using Thunderwing, flight speed is increased by 10%, and the damage dealt by Thunderwing to enemies is increased by an additional 15%. Skill Thunder Wings. Level 3. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunder Wings can not only deal 300 plus 150% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. After leveling up 2 times, the total flight speed increased by 20%, and the total skill damage increased by 30%. This improvement already satisfied Sujin. Finally, he set his sights on the gold-grade undead soul necklace. Chapter 32: Disguising as an undercover agent. Gaining the trust of the undead overlord. Gold-grade undead soul necklace. Intelligence plus 20. Health plus 600. Level requirement, level 10. Special effect: undead corpse explosion. Enemies you kill will explode upon death, each explosion dealing 500 plus 100% of your magic attack as dark damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. The moment Sujin saw this gold-grade necklace, he felt that its base attribute values were far superior to all the equipment he had obtained before. A whopping 20 points of intelligence and 600 points of health. The special effect of the undead corpse explosion is particularly powerful, dealing massive damage. If a group of monsters gathers together, killing just one monster will trigger a series of corpse explosions that can destroy swarms of monsters in succession. This is truly an amazing skill for clearing large groups of monsters. Even when encountering a boss surrounded by mobs, the terrifying damage from the corpse explosions caused by killing the mobs individually is enough to overwhelm the boss. Sure enough, this is an equipment that can only be worn by level 10 players. Xiaoqing is currently only level 7. We need to find a way to help her level up quickly so she can wear the gold-grade undead soul necklace as soon as possible. At this time, the necromancer, Monin, waved his bone staff, tossed the resurrection herb into the dragon's corpse, and began to chant. Great Lord of the Dead, you are the supreme being of the underworld, and all cycles of reincarnation are in your hands. Among the trillions of dead in the underworld, you are the only one who reigns supreme. And I, the necromancer Mengyan, am one of them. I will believe in you, serve you, and worship you as my Lord for life. Today, please grant your servant some of the power of the undead to reshape the dragon's bones and create a powerful undead bone dragon. With the body of an undead bone dragon, I will bear your mighty will. As the necromancer's voice faded, endless evil necromantic power surged from the dark altar, flowing into the dragon's corpse under the guidance of the necromancer's bone staff. Suddenly, the dragon's carcass began to writhe. The dragon's physical body had completely decayed, leaving only white bones that shimmered with a ghastly light. The dragon had completely transformed into an undead bone dragon. The undead bone dragon's eye sockets flickered with eerie, ghostly fire, its gaze fixed coldly on the necromancer Archmage Mengyan, as if it were the embodiment of the will of the undead ruler. Thank you. This bone dragon body is incomplete, which means I can only exert 100 millionth of my strength at most. I need time to devour more humans to restore my strength. But this cannot deter my determination to conquer the forces of light. Tell the vampire witch my will, and tell her to come here as soon as possible and destroy this nearby village first. The voice of the undead ruler brooked no doubt. After the voice faded, it shattered the void and vanished from this place. But before leaving, he gave Sujin a deep look, his gaze seemingly carrying a profound meaning. Sujin's gaze was icy as he stared intently at the bone dragon that carried the will of the undead ruler, and he clenched his fists inwardly. The Lord of the Undead is the main culprit who will destroy humanity 3 years from now. In the human world, he summoned an endless army of undead to frantically invade and destroy human cities. At least hundreds of millions of humans died under the iron heel of his undead army. He has now obtained at least one extremely important piece of information. The undead overlord's current strength is only 100 millionth of its peak strength. We must kill the undead overlord completely before he fully recovers his strength. Otherwise, if the Lord of the Undead does not die, the human world will surely suffer annihilation 3 years from now. However, right now, we need to find a way to gain the trust of the Lord of the Dead. One reason is to benefit from him and improve oneself. Secondly, it was to find the right opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop. Right now, my most important task is to build up my strength. Sujin raised his head to look at the necromancer Meng In, feigning a devout smile, and said, "My lord, it is my honor to share your faith in the Lord of the Dead. Let me carry out the will of the Lord of the Dead." Sujin's voice fell. This drew the admiring gaze of the necromancer. He grew increasingly optimistic about the human boy in front of him. The boy could perfectly handle every task he was given. He never hesitated to reward such an outstanding talent as Sujin. With a wave of his hand, the necromancer sent a bottle of grayish-white potion into Sujin's hand. Ding! The Archmage of the Undead has bestowed upon you a medium-grade undead potion. Medium undead potion. After your pet takes this potion, it will be transformed into an undead creature and gain plus 100 strength, plus 100 agility, plus 100 intelligence, and plus 100 constitution. However, at the cost of this potion, the pet's physical body will be melted away, leaving only a pale, skeletal appearance. Sujin took the qualification potion and looked at it, and immediately felt somewhat unwilling. All attributes plus 100, this attribute boost is absolutely tempting. Keep in mind that even when Xiaoqing evolved to platinum level, she only gained 60 points of improvement in all attributes. This 100-point increase in all attributes is enough to make Xiaoqing's strength reach a much greater level. But he was unwilling to transform either Xiaoqing or Ollie into undead creatures. The reason is simple. After Ari evolves in the future, she will most likely transform into a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender figure. If the undead aptitude potion is used, the final form will likely be a humanoid skeleton. The transformation of a beauty into a skeleton was something Sujin could never accept. As for Xiaoqing, she can no longer be transformed into an undead bone snake. Sujin had high hopes for her, intending to train her into the supreme and invincible 9-clawed golden dragon of the East. How could we abandon the path to a stronger evolution just for a mere 100 points in all attributes? Thinking of this, Sujin decisively looked at the necromancer and asked, "Lord Monin, could you please change the reward? My pet isn't really suited to being transformed into an undead creature." Sujin's voice left the necromancer Meng In somewhat incredulous. "If you want even stronger treasures, then complete the tasks assigned to you next. If you can successfully complete this task, I will reward you with an even more generous reward." Ding! You have triggered the necromancer's hidden quest, guiding the vampire witch to descend. Mission objective: convey to the vampire witch the decree of the undead lord to destroy the starting village, and cooperate with her to carry out the plan to destroy the starting village. Quest rewards: 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet experience book, 1 pet evolution potion. It's a pet evolution potion. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 33 Xiaoyun. I stole the family's treasures and gave them to my brother. Pet evolution potions can provide pets with a large number of evolution points. It has an incredibly strong appeal to any player. Lord Mondstadt, leave this to me. With such a generous reward, Sujin accepted it without hesitation. After leaving the dragon's tomb, Sujin had a thought and merged Xiaoqing into his body. A pale blue aura suddenly burst forth from his body, and Sujin's attribute values began to soar, unleashing a powerful aura. But Sujin had no intention of fighting. The next moment, terrifying purple lightning surged behind him. Endless lightning power coalesced behind him into a pair of dazzling purple wings. With each flap of its wings, a faint rumble of thunder could be heard. Sujin leaped into the air, his wings unfurling, and he soared 100 meters into the sky, flying towards the beginner village at top speed. Now that he has the ability to fly, there is no need for him to waste time traveling on foot. The journey back to the village, which used to take more than half an hour, was completed in less than 3 minutes. Along the way, many players are working hard to grind monsters and level up, striving to enter the state city as soon as possible to learn a secondary profession. In Divine Pets, in addition to the role of beast tamer, players can also choose to change to a secondary profession. For example, there are dozens of secondary professions such as appraiser, alchemist, and blacksmith. Sujin happened to know about an extremely rare hidden secondary profession, so powerful that it could increase the strength of one's pets exponentially. But one thing is very important. This hidden secondary profession can only be played by one person across the entire server. He wanted to complete the secondary profession change before the top 10 super guilds discovered this unique hidden quest. Look up at the sky. There are huge, shimmering wings. Absolutely stunning. The wings even have lightning bolts. How could anyone not be mesmerized by someone so incredibly cool? Why does that person flying in the sky look so familiar? So it was Emperor Chun. He's already exuding such domineering aura before even leaving the beginner village. No wonder he's the powerful Emperor Chun. Emperor Chun is amazing. Sujin was unaware that his choice to fly, simply to save some time, had caused a huge sensation among the players. After all, the game has only been running for a short time, and the players are still in the newbie stage. But in any game, anyone who can have such cool wings is undoubtedly a top-tier whale who spends a lot of money. The idea of idolizing such big shots is deeply ingrained in the minds of countless players. After Sujin stepped into the village, he went straight to an old man with a cane in the village square. The old man had gray hair and a slightly hunched back, but his eyes were bright and kind as he looked at Sujin. "Warrior, I am the village chief here. Would you like to do your part for the village?" The village chief is the most familiar NPC to players in the early stages of the game. Almost every player will come to him to accept quests. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest. The Pippy pigs outside the village are becoming increasingly rampant. Please kill 100 Pippy pigs to rid the village of this menace. Quest rewards: 200 copper coins, 300 experience points, and 1 bronze level weapon of your choice. This task is too easy. It's not for me. Are there any quests that require venturing into the dark forest? Sujin shook his head. These tasks, which ordinary players could complete, offered pitifully small rewards, making them a complete waste of his time. He was going to the dark forest to complete a hidden quest, but he just wanted to get an extra quest from the village chief and get a free quest reward. You actually want to go to the dark forest? Upon hearing Sujin mention the dark forest, the village chief's face showed utter shock. He continued, "The monsters in the dark forest are far more terrifying than ordinary ones. They are exceptionally powerful. Especially recently, the monsters in the dark forest have become increasingly restless and violent, and many powerful warriors have died there. Young warrior, it is extremely dangerous there. Are you sure you want to choose the dark forest mission?" "I'm willing." Knowing the dangers, yet remaining fearless is the path to becoming a strong person. Sujin replied decisively. What a courageous young man. He knows the dangers, but is not afraid. He has great courage. The old village chief stroked his goatee and praised sincerely. Ding! You have received the old village chief's praise and gained 10 points of favor with him. After completing the old village chief's task, the task reward will be increased by 10%. Ding! You have triggered the village chief's special hidden quest. Suppress the rioting monsters in the dark forest. Mission objective: kill at least 10 monsters in the dark forest and retrieve the materials from their bodies as proof. Basic rewards: 1100 experience points, 1100 pet experience book, and 1 pet skill stone. The more dark forest monsters you kill, the richer the rewards will be. The mission rewards are pretty good, especially the pet experience books. It is very important to level up Xiaoqing to level 10 as soon as possible and equip her with the gold-grade Undead Soul Necklace. If Sujin wants to stir up hatred between the light and darkness factions and extract more benefits from it, he must first improve his strength to a sufficient level. Sujin accepted the task and took the opportunity to visit Xiaoyun and her daughter in the courtyard at the west end of the village. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Xiaoyun happily rushed into Sujin's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother Chen, you've finally come to see me. Mom isn't here yet. She's busy at the tailor shop. It's okay. I just came to see you. You stay here and rest. I'll come back and spend more time with you all once I've finished my tasks. Sujin pinched her delicate, fair cheek and said with a smile. Kuqing was mature and charming, while she was innocent and lovely. Each woman had her own unique charm. Brother, you're so good. Xiaoyan was especially happy. Taking advantage of Su Chen's momentary lapse in attention, she tiptoed and secretly pecked Su Chun on the cheek, her face flushing red. Su Chun felt a warm sensation on his cheek and was immediately stunned. What? I was actually kissed forcibly by this girl. Are NPCs these days also proactive? By the way, Brother Chun, there are a few stones that our father treasured when he was alive. Mom said they are very precious. While Mom wasn't around, I secretly took it out and gave it to my brother Chun. Xiaoyan quickly returned to the house, rummaged around for a while, found more than a dozen colorful stones, stuffed them into Su Chen's hand, and said with a grin, Ding. Xiaoyan secretly stole some treasured items from her family and gave them to you. Ding. You have obtained 15 pet power stones. Ding. You have obtained 15 pet intelligence stones. Ding. You have obtained 13 pet agility stones. Ding. You have obtained 17 pet constitution stones. This girl gave me so many attribute stones all at once. Sujin was somewhat surprised. Chapter 34 Scheming Against Me? A free talent boost. Strength and agility stones are suitable for Ari. Intelligence stones and constitution stones are more suitable for Xiaoqing. Sujin quickly assigned the tasks. Ding. Your pet Ari has consumed 28 attribute stones and gained 15 points of strength and 16 points of agility. Ding. Your pet Xiaoqing has consumed 32 attribute stones and gained 15 points of intelligence and 17 points of constitution. Sujin chatted with Xiaoyan for a few minutes before bidding her a reluctant farewell. They were preparing to leave the starting village and head towards the dark forest. At this moment, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared, rushing to Su Chun with expressions of surprise and delight. These 3 were none other than Glory Xiaoyu, Glory Buge, and Glory Tianxi, who had ambushed Su Chun but were killed in the process and then received a scolding from Mo Zhantian. Boss, we finally found you. You've made us search so hard. Su Chen's cold gaze swept over the 3 of them, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. Looking for me? What? You think you didn't die quickly enough last time and want to do it again? No. Emperor Chun, we were blind to your greatness last time. Please just let us go like a fart. Glory Tianxi hurriedly waved his hand, his face full of obsequiousness. Clearly, Mo Zhantian's orders have been given very clearly. The fact that they were able to recruit Su Chun into the Glory Alliance is a great achievement for the 3 of them. If not, then the 3 of them will be kicked out of the Glory Alliance Guild without any mercy. The 3 of them were extremely humble, which naturally indicated that they had ulterior motives, including their fear of Su Chen's strength. Because after the 3 of them were instantly killed by Su Chun last time, they were reborn and found to be extremely painful that their beast tamer innate talents had been downgraded. All 3 of them were originally C-level talents, but after being resurrected, their talents were reduced to D-level. If they don't bring Su Chun into the Glory Alliance Guild now to prove that the 3 of them still have value, they will be completely useless in the future. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. A good dog doesn't block the way. Sujin shouted coldly. Hey bro, our Glory Alliance Guild is backed by Tencent, and we're destined to become a top-tier super guild. Our guild leader cordially invites you to join us. If you are willing to join the Glory Alliance, you will not only be given a high-level management position in the guild, but also a contract with an annual salary of no less than 10 million. Glory Tianxi forced a smile and said. Although he was trying his best to recruit Su Chun, all 3 of them hated Su Chun to the core. The reason is simple. Losing 1 level and some attribute values are not a big deal. However, their innate talent as beast tamers had all dropped by 1 level, leading the 3 to suspect that Su Chun had used some special means to do this. The 3 of them knew it. As soon as Su Chun agrees to join the Glory Alliance Guild, Mo Zhantian will immediately ask him to meet in person under the pretext of inviting him to sign an annual salary contract. The real purpose was to imprison and control Su Chun in reality, throw him into the cruel and cold land of northern Myanmar, and then make him work day and night in the game, Divine Pet, to serve the Glory Alliance Guild. Mo Zhantian is always two-faced and extremely cruel. This is not the first time he has schemed against Su Chun. Just because Su Chun dared to insult him, he will never let Su Chun go. Seeing the 3 men's shifty, sneaky eyes, Su Chun knew exactly what they were thinking. Su Chun was fully aware of Mo Zhantian's schemes against him. The cash and game currency exchange system is not yet open. If Su Chun wants to get the 10 million cash from Mo Zhantian, he must meet him in person. In contrast, the greedy demon risked everything to seize 10 million in cash. It would be more practical to kill these 3 people and get some useful talent bonuses in return. Thinking of this, Sujin glanced at the three of them and a cold smile appeared on his face. After you are resurrected, don't forget to tell Mo Zhantian that the Glory Alliance is too small a temple to contain a great god like me. That two-faced old dog, Mo Zhantian, I'll kill him back to level 0 sooner or later. Sujin's cold and ruthless smile sent a chill down the spines of the three of them. Suddenly, an immense fear surged through the hearts of the three. It's over. This was the last desperate thought in the minds of the three of them. Xiaoqing possessed him. Suddenly, enormous lightning wings materialized behind Sujin. The moment the lightning wings appeared, they flashed with extremely dazzling lightning light and slammed heavily into the three of them. -705. -704. -709. The terrifying damage poured onto the three of them, instantly killed them all. You killed Glory Xiaoyu. Your sin value has increased by 10 points. You killed Glory of Heaven. Your sin value has increased by 10 points. You have killed Glory Unsung. Your sin value has increased by 10 points. Sujin retracted his thunder wings, and the ID name, Chen Di, displayed on his body had already turned slightly black. This is due to accumulating a certain amount of sin points. Having an excessively high sin value is both a bad thing and a good thing. The downside is that you might be antagonized by some NPCs, and you might even be imprisoned by the city guards when you enter the city. The advantage is that certain dark, hidden quests can be triggered and claimed only if your sin value reaches a sufficiently high level. Hidden missions involving sin points often offer very generous rewards. Sujin was pondering how to accumulate more sin points when suddenly several system voices sounded in succession. You have stolen the Glory Blessed D-Rank talent, Pet Movement Speed Enhancement. You have stolen Glory Xiaoyu's D-Level talent, Pet Intelligence Enhancement. You have stolen the D-Rank talent of Glory Unsung, Pet Intelligence Enhancement. Since you already possess the C-Level talent Pet Movement Speed Evolution, the Pet Movement Speed Evolution talent has been slightly enhanced, increasing your pet's movement speed by an additional 5%. Current Pet Movement Speed Enhancement is 25%. Since you already possess the B-grade talent Pet Intelligence Enhancement, this talent has been slightly boosted, increasing your pet's intelligence by an additional 20%. Current Pet Intelligence Enhancement is 100%. Glory Xiaoyu, Glory Tianxi, and Glory Buge were robbed for the second time, and their talents were reduced to E-level. Watching the three of them fall down, filled with intense resentment and hatred, a smile appeared on Sujin's face. Squeezing every last bit of value out of the three of you is a way to make use of waste. In particular, killing Glory Xiaoyu and Glory Buge twice provided Sujin with a full 100% extra boost to his intelligence. At this moment, Xiaoqing's spell damage had reached a full 300 points. The damage was truly terrifying. Sujin picked up the pile of equipment dropped by the three of them. It was all bronze-level junk equipment. Sujin didn't even bother to look at it, and just threw it into his backpack. Continue your journey into the hidden quests of the Dark Forest. Chapter 35. I'm not targeting anyone in particular. Everyone here is trash. Arrive at the outskirts of the Dark Forest. Before even stepping inside, one can smell an incredibly pungent stench of blood, and the faint, menacing roars of ferocious beasts can be heard from time to time. This place is a terrifying forbidden zone in the eyes of the villagers. It is shrouded in a dark barrier, and there are terrible killing intents hidden everywhere inside. Just as Sujin was about to step into the barrier of the Dark Forest, a system notification suddenly sounded. Tip: the Dark Forest is a raid instance, so it is recommended to enter in a group. When you are in a group, the experience and drop rate of monsters will be increased by 50%. Sujin was stunned. He hadn't expected that there would be such benefits to entering the Dark Forest as a team. However, he has always been used to going it alone, so where could he find teammates? Sujin began searching around the outer edge of the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest covers a large area and is accessible from several nearby starting villages. Therefore, as a high-level dungeon for beginners, many guilds have organized elite players to attempt to conquer the Dark Forest dungeon. If the raid is successfully completed, it will be the first raid in the entire server. The rewards you receive will be no less than the system rewards for the first time you kill a boss. However, to date, no player has been able to successfully clear this dungeon. The Overlord Guild cordially invites top players to collaborate on conquering the Dark Forest dungeon. We welcome skilled players with at least silver-level pets. The team is led by a silver-tier steel-maned pig pet. The team is currently missing a powerful player with a high-damage magic pet, preferably also a silver-tier pet. Otherwise, the pet will be too weak to have a chance to successfully complete the raid. A cute girl is asking for help from experienced players to clear the Dark Forest dungeon. She has a bronze-level healing pet, a nature's bee. Whoever helps her get the first-time dungeon clear rewards, she'll come and stay with her for a month. As soon as Sujin walked over, he heard the noisy shouts of the players. Every time a skilled player appears, they are fiercely sought after by a group of teams who try their best to invite them. Sujin, who had just arrived, was surrounded by a group of players before he could even choose a team. My god, even Emperor Chun is here. I am Yu Chankong, the guild leader of the Overlord Guild. Brother Chindi, how about we cooperate? We'll reserve the team's DPS position for you, and if we successfully clear the dungeon, we'll split the rewards with you. Brother Chindi, why not join our Dupo Guild? As long as you successfully clear the dungeon, you can take 60% of the rewards, and once you join our guild, the position of Vice Guild Leader is yours for the taking. Emperor Chun, please lead our Dragon Ascension Guild in raiding. Name your price. In no time, countless guilds extended olive branches to Su Chun, offering various generous rewards and conditions. But it was precisely because of Su Chin's appearance that many elite players who were originally sought after and invited by major guilds were suddenly neglected. They could have easily raised the price, but because Su Chun was so famous, they were all sidelined. These elite players, who suddenly became unpopular, naturally couldn't accept this drop in status and started verbally belittling Su Chun. Several guilds have tried to clear this dungeon before, but unsurprisingly they all failed. I wonder if Master Chindi can succeed in clearing it? Even Mo Qin Yun, the vice president of the Glory Alliance Guild, failed in his raid. I don't think Emperor Chun can succeed just because he's here. I've seen Chundi's videos on the forum. His snake pet deals a lot of damage, so I think Chundi is quite capable. Shah, Emperor Chun only defeated a bronze-level Earth Bear pet with his snake pet. His pets are at most silver level, nothing special. Even a silver-level pet is very strong, considering how few players actually own silver-level pets right now. Emperor Chun was just lucky. Silver-level pets have died in the Dark Forest before, haven't they? He became famous and trended on social media because of the battle video that appeared on the forum, but what does that prove? At this point, opinions on Su Chin's strength were polarized. Some powerful guild members with considerable resources still have high hopes for Su Chin's strength. But what came out of the mouths of those self-proclaimed elite players were sarcastic remarks. Su Chun sneered a few times, his icy gaze piercing one of the elite players who had spoken rudely. Feeling Su Chin's unfriendly gaze fixed on him, the elite player angrily said, "You think you're so great? I don't think you're any stronger than me." Su Chin smirked, his gaze sweeping over the elite players who had just made sarcastic remarks, and said calmly, "Sorry, I wasn't targeting you. I just want to say that everyone here is trash." As soon as Su Chin said this, the entire room fell silent, a deathly stillness. The 5 elite players who had been the most sarcastic and cynical instantly turned pale, their eyes flashing with murderous rage. "Emperor Chun, I think you're courting death. Let's have a one-on-one duel. Whoever loses has to kowtow and apologize to the other." An elite player named Arrogant and Unrivaled suddenly stood up and said angrily, "A one-on-one fight? You think too highly of yourself. Do you deserve it? All of you come at me at once. If you can make my pet lose even a single drop of health, I'll admit defeat." A smile appeared on Su Chin's lips. His words were incredibly arrogant. However, he has the right to be arrogant and absolute self-confidence. Su Chin's words instantly enraged all 5 elite players. That's incredibly arrogant. He's already gone way too far. We're going to teach him a lesson today. Let's beat him together and make him kneel down and beg for forgiveness. That's right, he must pay a heavy price. Let's all go together and kill him first. The 5 elite players angrily summoned their respective pets. Su Chin's gaze swept over them, and all 5 were silver-level pets, 2 tank pets, 2 physical damage pets, and 1 rare flying pet. The 5 elite players were furious, but they were also well aware that Su Chin's pet was quite powerful. They not only wanted to win, but none of them wanted their pets to die, just to be on the safe side. Even more cautiously, the 5 elite players held a pre-battle meeting. Emperor Chin's pet is a green snake. I remember it very clearly. It's a high-damage magic-type pet. His green snake magic pet has high damage, but I estimate its defense is very low. 2 tank pets will absorb the damage first, 2 physical damage pets will attack from both sides, and flying pets will ambush from the sky. In that case, his green snake pet is bound to lose. All 5 players knew very well that once they joined forces to deal with Su Chun, there was no turning back. Once they fail, the consequences. Chapter 36, A Ruthless 1 against 5, shocking everyone. As Sujin summoned Xiaoqing, the 5 elite players all had icy stares in their eyes as they gave commands to their respective pets. Long Jiyue, golden armored turtle, activate your defensive shield and go up to absorb the damage from the green snake. Ruthless brother, crystal earth crab, follow them. Use your pincers to restrain the green snake. What can I do to you, you arrogant bastard? Shadow panther charge. Bite this snake to death. A street rampage. A golden-haired Tibetan mastiff launches a surprise attack from the right. A single, decisive blow is essential. Wind without a trace. Thunder sparrow, long-range harassment, firepower suppression. 5 pets rushed toward the little green snake from different directions. Any one of them was a dominant force in the beginner village. At this moment, even the players watching from the sidelines felt that Su Chun was bound to lose this battle. After all, no matter how strong his pets are, they could never withstand the combined attack of 5 silver-level pets. Seeing their 5 pets charge forward together, the 5 elite players looked at Su Chun with great pride and said, "Our 5 pets have laid a trap. Let's see where you can escape to. If you're so arrogant, don't take your pet back. Don't be afraid of your pet losing stats. Whoever takes back the pet is a fool." Su Chun said arrogantly, "I never thought of taking the pet back. Xiaoqing, teach these 2 punching bags, tank pets, charging at the front a lesson." Xiaoqing showed no fear and spat out a burst of lightning, which slammed into the golden armored turtle. -709. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck, and the golden armored turtle was the first to rush forward, but before it could even touch the little green snake, it was instantly killed. This scene instantly widened the eyes of countless onlookers, and an incredulous thought surged into their minds. Holy crap, over 700 damage. What the hell is that? That attack would probably take away half of the boss's health. Holy crap, my golden armored turtle had its defensive shield activated, capable of absorbing a full 100 points of damage. How could it still deal such terrifying damage? Long Jiyue watched with immense heartache as his golden armored turtle was instantly killed. This pet of his was known in the newbie village as the immovable king, a position no one could challenge. He never expected that he would be instantly killed by Su Chen's pet in just one encounter. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips, and he felt extremely happy. Xiaoqing killed the silver-level pet beast, the golden armored turtle. Plunder in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gained 2 points to your constitution attribute. Xiaoqing gained a secondary defense aptitude through extra looting. Since Xiaoqing already possesses a medium defense aptitude, this aptitude has been slightly enhanced, granting her an additional 50 points of damage reduction. Current damage reduction is 300 points. After the golden armored turtle's second-class defensive aptitude was plundered, it dropped to a weak defensive aptitude. In other words, Xiaoqing is unharmed if she suffers any damage of 300 points or less. At this moment, although Long Jiyue was immersed in the grief of her pet's death, she did not seem to realize that her pet was already half dead. She was still staring intently at the battle situation on the field, wanting to see Su Chen's little green snake be defeated and die tragically. Only then could he swallow the anger of his pet being killed instantly. Don't worry. Although his skill has high damage, it definitely has a cooldown time. He won't be able to use it again for a while, so he's bound to lose. As long as my crystal earth crab controls him, and you follow up with a burst of damage, we can win easily. Crystal crab, charge with pincers. With a roar, Wuching commanded the crystal earth crab to swing its massive iron pincers and pounce rapidly towards Xiaoqing. With a thought, Xiaoqing activated twin snake shadows. Although she mastered this skill at birth, this is the first time she has used it so far. The main reason is that the bosses we encountered before were too weak, so there was no need for them to use their clones. With a thought, a small green snake that looked exactly like Xiaoqing appeared beside him. Another explosive ball of lightning was spat out from the mouth of the cloned snake and slammed into the crystal earth crab. -821. The crystal earth crab's defense was even worse than the golden armored turtles. It was instantly blasted black by the exploding lightning ball, dying a truly gruesome death. Xiaoqing killed the silver-level pet beast crystal earth crab. Plunder in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gained 2 points to your constitution attribute. Xiaoqing gained a secondary life quality through extra plunder. Secondary life aptitude. Increases own health by an additional 20%. After the crystal earth crab's inferior life quality was plundered, it fell to a weak life quality. At this moment, everyone around, including these 5 elite players, was stunned. Emperor Chen's pet can actually split into 2? Even the clones can inflict such terrifying damage? Are you crazy? Wouldn't this mean one pet could do the work of two? Wouldn't this turn the tide? From 5 against 1 to 3 against 2? However, the green snake's clones have already used up their ultimate moves, and he will still lose when faced with the fierce attack of 3 offensive pets. The remaining 3 elite players' eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent. If they lose a 1 against 5 situation, they will be utterly humiliated and lose face beyond measure. Therefore, they would never allow their pets to lose. The shadow leopard and the golden mastiff had already closed in on the little green snake. A pet with such explosive damage output must have very low defense, right? I estimate it could easily kill them instantly. However, they would not be careless at all and used all of their pet's strongest skills. Shadow assassination. Sharp teeth tear. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the shadow leopard and the golden mastiff. The shadow leopard swung its claws, creating a cold glint in the air, and fiercely tore at Xiaoqing. The golden Tibetan mastiff opened its blood-red maw, revealing a row of incredibly sharp teeth, and bit down hard on Xiaoqing's snake body. But the next moment, something unbelievable happened. -1. Force damage. -1. Force damage. The shadow leopard's claws slammed down on Xiaoqing, as if striking a steel bar, the impact making its claws go numb. The golden retriever and Tibetan mastiff fared even worse. Their sharp teeth bit into Xiaoqing, but instead of leaving a single trace of blood, they almost shattered Xiaoqing's teeth. The strongest attack from 2 silver-level pets couldn't even break through the green snake's defense. Just as everyone was in awe, a dazzling burst of lightning flashed across the sky. Thunder feather arrows. The feathers on the thunder sparrow suddenly sprang out, carrying a dazzling white aura of lightning, and swiftly pierced towards Sujin. That's right. His target wasn't the little green snake, but Sujin. Since his pet is so invincible, the only way to win is to kill him. The phrase, leaving no trace, and fainting to the east while attacking in the west, are excellent examples of this tactic. It's all up to you. You absolutely cannot lose. Wind blows without a trace's bold decision rekindled hope in the hearts of the other elite players. Chapter 37, Slaying 5. Strength surges. Thunder Sparrow's thunder feather arrows can deal 5 hits of damage, with each hit dealing over 100 damage. Although it will weaken the Thunder Sparrow for a while, it's worth it to kill Emperor Chun. A smug smile appeared on Feng Chui Wuhen's face. He had already started recording a video, imagining the scene of his instant fame. But then something shocking happened. Sujin was enveloped in endless, dazzling lightning, like a thunder god descending to earth, calmly ignoring the enemy's sneak attack. The bolts of lightning feathers struck Sujin, yet not even a ripple appeared. Sujin remained standing proudly in place, without moving an inch, and without even shedding a drop of blood. My god! Raiden Sparrow's sacrificial ultimate move, when it hit Sujin, was completely immune to damage? What? That's incredible. Aren't we playing a pet-raising game? Why is his defense so high? If the pet is invincible and the player is invincible, how can we fight against him? Hiss. Just who exactly is Emperor Chun? Are we courting death by making an enemy of such a formidable opponent as Emperor Chun? It's likely that Emperor Chun will have a place on the list of future powerhouses. A look of intense shock appeared in the eyes of all the players around. The 5 people who were enemies of Sujin felt an overwhelming sense of panic and despair. Pet damage explodes. And it's also invincible in defense. Even Emperor Chin's own defensive capabilities are probably at an unbelievable level. Faced with such a truly terrifying powerhouse, the pride in the hearts of the 5 of them was completely shattered, and all they felt was a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Emperor Chin's strength was so great that he even had to look up to him. I'm completely convinced. I admit defeat. I give up. I admit defeat. At this moment, all 5 elite players lowered their heads, no longer displaying their previous arrogance and conceit. The 3 people whose pets were still alive were especially clinging to a sliver of hope. They secretly vowed that if they could escape this calamity, they would be considered idiots to provoke Emperor Chin again. I never said I would accept your surrender. Since you've offended me, let's all set off together in perfect formation, Sujin said with a bright smile. But in the eyes of the 5 people at this moment, Sujin's smile was 1,000 times colder than the smile of a demon. The next moment, endless dazzling lightning wings emerged from behind Sujin, as dazzling and scorching as 1,000 blazing suns. He leaped into the air, his enormous, dazzling purple wings crashing down on the 3 pets with a thunderous roar. -793. -782. -764. Before the 3 pets could be returned to their pet space, they were instantly killed. Xiaoqing killed 3 silver-level pets. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gained 2 points of intelligence and 4 points of agility. Xiaoqing gained a second-class lightning aptitude through extra plunder, increasing the damage of lightning attribute skills by an additional 20%. Xiaoqing gains a secondary movement speed attribute from additional plundering, increasing her movement speed by an additional 10%. Xiaoqing gains a secondary attack speed aptitude through additional plunder, increasing her attack speed by an additional 20%. The continuous system notifications were incredibly satisfying. The feeling of improving a pet's strength through plundering was simply delightful. Sujin glanced at Xiaoqing's attribute panel, where 3 more minor attributes had been added. Especially the second-class lightning attribute. It's like getting whatever you want. It's a perfect match for Xiaoqing's attributes. Its movement speed aptitude is also quite good, which can greatly enhance Xiaoqing's ability to chase, escape, and avoid damage. As for attack speed aptitude, it's not very useful for Xiaoqing. It would be better if it were given to Ari. If Xiaoqing acquires these 3 qualifications, it means that the other party's pet's qualifications will inevitably decline. However, this is all their own fault. Anyone who dares to provoke me should be prepared to pay a heavy price. However, this is not the end. Even though the pets are dead, their owners are still alive. Sujin raised his head and looked at the 5 people. The 5 people felt a chill run down their spines as they felt Sujin's icy gaze. This is a demon. He is absolutely a demon. At least that's the feeling Sujin gave them. Run. Some people are already planning to crush the teleportation scroll and slip away quietly. But the next moment, terrifying divine power of lightning struck the 5 people heavily. -792. -814. -796. The terrifying lightning damage is capable of instantly killing players. The 5 people, their faces filled with despair, fell to the ground in neat rows. You have stolen Long Ju's D-rank talent, Pet Earth Enhancement. You have stolen Ruthless Bro's D-level talent, Pet Diving Speed Enhancement. You have stolen the D-level talent, Wind Without a Trace, Pet Flight Speed Enhancement. You have stolen the C-level talent of What Can I Do? I Can't Do Anything, Pet Movement Speed Evolution. You have plundered the C-level talent of Crazy Slash Across the Street, Pet Movement Speed Evolution. He gained 5 talent abilities in a row, but unexpectedly, 3 of them were only D-level talents. However, this is understandable, since Sujin's own beginner village only has 1 other C-level talent besides himself. C-level talents are extremely rare, no matter where they are. Even the Glory Alliance considers members with C-level talents as core members of the guild. Sujin glanced at the 5 talents he had just acquired. The first 2 are clearly useless. The third one is pretty good. When Xiaoqing uses Thunder Wings to fly, her speed increases by 20%. Even when I fly with Xiaoqing's help, I get the same boost. Just as Sujin noticed the 2 talents he had just plundered. This talent is undergoing autonomous evolution because you have accumulated 3 pet movement speed evolutions. Congratulations. Talent evolution successful. You have obtained a new B-rank talent. Pet Movement Speed Boost. Pet Movement Speed Boost increases the original 20% movement speed boost to 40%. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. This is definitely a qualitative leap for Ari. It can make her, who is already elusive, even faster. Sujin stepped forward and picked up the pile of equipment that had fallen to the ground. Killing 5 people at once, although it increased my sin value by 50 points, was a considerable gain. Ding. You've picked up 5,642 copper coins. Ding. You picked up a silver tier item, an exquisite mink robe. Ding. You've picked up a silver grade, sparkling morganite necklace. Ding. You picked up a bronze level item, deerskin shorts. Ding. You picked it up. Chapter 38, The Enraged Demon Slayer. Sujin counted them and found that a total of 11 pieces of equipment had been obtained. Of these pieces of equipment, only 2 are silver grade. The rest are bronze grade and iron grade. Silver grade equipment is extremely rare and valuable at this point in time. It's unclear which 2 unlucky souls managed to drop these 2 silver grade items, but Sujin glanced at them and noticed that their stats were quite impressive. Silver grade. Exquisite mink robe. Defense 16, Health 210. Special effect. A blessing in disguise. When you take damage, there is a 30% chance to increase your pet's physical damage by 100 points. This effect only applies when the player is equipped with the item. Description. Good fortune may be the harbinger of misfortune, and misfortune may be the harbinger of good. Description 2. Getting beaten up might actually be a good thing. The special effects on this equipment are quite interesting. Unfortunately, it only works when the player equips it. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to give it to Xiaoqing. Since that was the case, Sujin simply put on the exquisite silver-grade mink robe. Silver-grade, sparkling morganite necklace. Intelligence 16, spell casting speed 20%, special effect, Holy Light. Deals 30% extra damage when attacking dark monsters. Description: Holy Light will surely vanquish every inch of darkness. Xiaoqing didn't have any equipment in her necklace slot, so Sujin decisively put the equipment on her. The next stop is the Dark Forest, and this equipment came at just the right time. With the special Holy Light effect, Xiaoqing's damage against the dark monsters was increased to another level. As for the remaining 9 pieces of equipment, Sujin had plenty left over after filling in the missing equipment slots for himself and his 2 pets. I threw the rest of the equipment into my backpack and planned to sell it all at once when I had time. At this moment, Sujin realized that the guild experts who had recruited him earlier were now looking at him with even more fervent eyes. Emperor Chen, you're too fierce. I always thought the Chen brothers were strong, but I never imagined they were this strong. Having witnessed firsthand the overwhelming victory of 1 against 5, I can only say that Emperor Chen is simply terrifying. Emperor Chen, as long as you're willing to join our guild, you can name your terms. Aside from the guild leader position, I'll find a way to fulfill any other desires you have. Our Overlord Guild is currently lacking top experts like you, Brother Chindi. As long as you are willing to join the guild as vice president, we will immediately transfer 10 million in cash to you without hesitation. Brother Chindi, I beg you to take me under your wing. Can I follow you from now on? Dear Emperor Chen, your little sister is obedient, clever, and not clingy at all. Why don't you look after me in the game from now on? I'll buy a plane ticket to come see you right away and promise to serve you to the best of my ability. In an instant, all the players' eyes were focused on Sujin. Someone had already recorded this video of Sujin taking on 5 opponents and uploaded it to various video forums. As expected, Sujin's battle video quickly went viral. The video had only been uploaded for less than 10 minutes when it reignited heated discussions across the internet. What a handsome face. And an incredibly cool personality. He's practically my ideal boyfriend. Women are so superficial. They only care about looks. The true terror lies in Emperor Chen's strength. This green snake's strength is terrifyingly powerful. But what I didn't expect is that in this online game that is supposed to be about pets, Emperor Chen himself is also so incredibly strong. This 1 against 5 victory was even more stunning than the video of him instantly killing the Earth Bear. I feel like Emperor Chen is about to become a sensation again. This isn't just a fleeting trend, it's an absolute frenzy. Sujin is truly a ruthless and taciturn man, a real boss in the underworld. The game Divine Pets is relatively new, yet its influence is growing increasingly terrifying. Countless top domestic and international corporations and families have poured huge sums of money into it, making its influence enough to cover the entire world. Under these circumstances, Emperor Chen's fame may even surpass that of some top international celebrities. Forgive my lack of education, but all I can say is that Emperor Chen is amazing. Soon, Sujin's video went viral across the internet. In the 39th floor office of Tencent, Mo Zhantian stared at Sujin's latest battle video, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. Emperor Chen, I never imagined that your strength would be beyond my wildest imagination. Unfortunately, you refused to join the Glory Alliance and insulted me time and time again. No one can defy me. I admit you're very strong, but I also have my trump cards. Since you can't be used by me, I'll have to nip you in the bud. As Mo Zhantian's voice, filled with rage, fell, his newly acquired iPhone was slammed to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. At this moment, Sujin was unaware of the sensation his 1 against 5 act had caused. However, he rejected all the offers from the guilds that were approaching him. Sujin doesn't want to join any guild for the time being because he doesn't want to be controlled by others. Joining a guild means obeying the guild's commands and orders. Sujin has never joined any guild, neither in his past life nor in this one. However, the Dark Forest is a raid instance, so in order to get more experience and rewards, he still needs to find a suitable temporary team. Just as Sujin was pondering which team to choose, he suddenly spotted a slender and beautiful familiar figure. It was her, Shuang. Sujin had saved her life before, but it was also with her guidance that he managed to secure the first kill of the boss. You've received an extremely valuable pet space expansion scroll reward. They even discovered a precious pet egg, which is now known as Xiaoqing. Without her, Sujin might still be very strong, but he would definitely not be as strong as he is now. Most importantly, she was an elite member of the Elegy Guild founded by Gu Qingge in her previous life. Even if she discovered some secrets in the Dark Forest, she was at least more trustworthy than other players. Sujin stepped out from the crowd, walked up to Ying Shuang, and said, Ying Shuang, how about we form a team and head to the Dark Forest? Ying Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Master, do you really want to team up with me? But I'm still very weak. I just came here to find a team to team up with. You're so strong. I'm afraid I'll drag you down. I was just looking for someone to team up with to get the extra team rewards. You looked familiar, so I was willing to team up with you. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Sujin shrugged and said casually, Brother Emperor Chun, since you don't mind, please take me into the grove with you. But remember to be gentle with me, okay? A meaningful smile flickered in Ying Shuang's eyes. Chapter 39, Entering the Dark Forest with Ying Shuang. We're going into the Dark Forest, not the grove. Sujin rolled his eyes at her and headed straight for the Dark Forest. Hee, isn't that the same thing? Ying Shuang sent a team invitation to Sujin and then quickly followed. Ding. Your current team consists of 2 members and will receive an additional 50% boost to experience and item drop rates. Confirm entry into the Dark Forest. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. The first successful raid on this dungeon will grant a raid completion reward. Confirmed entry. With the captain in command, Sujin chose to enter without hesitation. Then a portal emitting an eerie dark light appeared, and Sujin and Ying Shuang stepped into it together. When their vision returned, the two had been randomly teleported to a corner of the Dark Forest. Everywhere you look, there are thorny, ghostly vines that twine around towering trees and sway in the wind. Although it appeared peaceful, the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood, undoubtedly indicating that danger lurked everywhere. There don't seem to be any monsters around here. Brother Sujin, let's go forward and take a look. Ying Shuang looked around, but apart from all sorts of strange plants, she couldn't even see a single monster. Just as Ying Shuang took a step forward, wanting to walk ahead and scout the way for Sujin. Sudden, the ghost vines that entwined around the giant tree lunged forward like venomous snakes. The black vines covered in sharp barbs came straight at her, and Ying Shuang's face immediately turned pale with fright. Careful. Sujin was prepared. With quick eyes and hands, Ali transformed into a sharp shadow, swinging her claws to block Ying Shuang. Bang! A deafening roar. The vines of the ghost vine clashed with Ari's sharp claws. A -109 damage number floated above Ari's head. However, Ghost Vine lost even more health, dropping a full 359 points. After the Ghost Vine was forced back, Ying Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave Sujin a grateful look. But the trouble with the Ghost Vine is not yet resolved. Sujin casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Ghost Vine. Level, LV12. Rank, Silver. Health, 1440. Attack, 210. Skills, Entangling Vines, Poison Infection, Exploding Broken Vines. Ghost Vine is a plant-type monster. It doesn't deal much damage, but its poison is exceptionally potent. After Ari was damaged, the blood dripping from her turned black, and the number of health points above her head continued to decrease. -109. -109. The continuous loss of health was truly disgusting, and Sujin frowned slightly. Cat purification techniques. At this moment, Ying Shuang suddenly summoned her pet cat. As the cat waved its chubby little paws, a holy white light appeared and entered Ali's body. Cat purification cleanses the target of all negative status effects and increases the target's defense by 30% for 10 seconds. With the blessing of the cat's purification spell, Ari's toxins were instantly removed, and a faint white holy light even emanated from her body. With a low roar, she charged towards the Ghost Vine. The Oni Vine is a plant-type monster, so it does not have any weak points, and the double damage weak point break effect obviously cannot be triggered. However, if the damage is high enough, it can still kill instantly. Frost Triple Slash. Ari's figure vanished from the spot in an instant, and the next moment, she suddenly reappeared behind Ghost Vine. The sharp claws, gleaming with endless frost power, slammed down on the Ghost Vine with lightning speed. -420. -640. -960. 3 terrifying attacks rained down on the Ghost Vine, and before it could react, it was instantly shattered. The next moment, a strong black light suddenly burst forth from the shattered branches of the Ghost Vine. Ari, run. Ari immediately activated Phantom Teleport and quickly retreated to the side. Rumble. After the shattered vines of the ghost vine exploded violently, they turned to ashes. Congratulations! Your pet, the four-tailed frost fox Ari, has defeated a level 12 ghost vine. You and Ari have gained 100 base experience points, an additional 30 experience points for defeating a higher level enemy, and an additional 50 experience points for teaming up in the dungeon. Looting complete. You and Ari each gain 2 points of strength. Ari gains an extra 1 evolution point. Sujin picked up the spoils that had fallen to the ground one by one. Besides dropping a bronze-level equipment and several hundred copper coins, the most important thing is the quest token for killing monsters in the Dark Forest. For example, the remains of a broken ghost vine. Although she had already witnessed Sujin's feat of taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, Shuang still personally experienced the immense strength of Sujin this time. Most importantly, this four-tailed white fox that instantly killed Oni 10 is clearly not the same pet as Oni 10, who fought 5 opponents alone. In other words, Emperor Qin actually possesses 2 pets with such terrifying power. Shuang's gaze towards Sujin unconsciously held a greater degree of admiration. This time, Sujin walked in front, observing the surrounding forest with great vigilance for any movement. Shuang followed closely behind. After walking less than a few dozen meters, Sujin sensed that he had entered an area covered by white spider webs. With such a dense spider web covering the area, there must be many monsters around. Sujin's gaze narrowed slightly, and he quickly made a judgment. Sure enough, countless giant spiders with crimson patterns on their bodies suddenly emerged from the ground from all directions and began to swarm Sujin. Forest Spider. Level, LV 13. Rank, Silver. Health, 1540. Attack, 240. Skills, Web Catching, Silk Launching, Inescapable Web. Although these forest spiders are not much stronger than the ghost vines, their sheer number makes them a force to be reckoned with. In the blink of an eye, at least 40 forest spiders emerged from the ground and attacked Sujin and his companion. Sujin summoned the little green snake. Faced with such a situation with numerous monsters, this is the perfect opportunity for the little green snake to display its power. The next moment, the little green snake activated its twin snake shadows, and its shadow clones suddenly appeared. 2 identical green snakes stood side by side, launching a fierce magical attack on the forest spiders that kept rushing in from all directions. Exploding Lightning Ball. Lightning Arrow Technique. Thunderwing. They unleashed a barrage of skills at the densest concentration of forest spiders, each one a double attack. Minus 872. Minus 872. Minus 792. Minus 792. Each forest spider could not withstand such high damage and was successively slaughtered by lightning. Their eyes were filled with confusion and fear. The humans who had previously broken in were all too weak to be worth mentioning. But how come the enemy we encountered this time is so terrifyingly powerful? Chapter 40 Ari's Imminent Evolution. Although these forest spiders are not instantly killed, each skill can take away more than half of their health. No forest spider can withstand the second attack from the little green snake. Large numbers of forest spiders died amidst their wailing cries, their corpses strewn across the ground in a desolate scene. Congratulations! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has defeated 42 level 13 forest spiders, granting you and Xiaoqing 4,200 base experience points, an additional 1680 experience points for defeating higher level enemies, and an extra 2,100 dungeon team experience points. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 28 points of intelligence, 22 points of constitution, 20 points of agility, and 14 points of strength. Xiaoqing gains an extra 42 evolution points. Immediately, a familiar white light emanated from Sujin and Xiaoqing, and they leveled up 2 levels in a row. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 10. You have gained 1 point in each of the 4 basic attributes. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 11. You have gained 1 point in each of the 4 basic attributes. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Little Green, has reached level 8, and you have gained 15 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Little Green, has reached level 9, and you have gained 15 free attribute points. I have to say, the experience rewards for team dungeons are incredibly tempting. In a short period of time, Sujin and Xiaoqing both advanced 2 levels. If Xiaoqing levels up just 1 more time, she will be able to wear the gold-grade Undead Soul necklace. The plundering and upgrades gave Xiaoqing a total of 58 points of intelligence, significantly increasing her damage output. Most importantly, Xiaoqing's evolution value has increased by a full half through this kill. It won't be long before it evolves into a diamond-level pet. What surprised Sujin even more was that the benefits of killing more than 40 forest spiders went far beyond that. Perhaps due to the increased drop rate when playing in a team, the ground was filled with treasures. Shuang had absolutely no interest in these pieces of equipment, because it was Sujin who did all the work in killing these monsters. She was already quite satisfied with just being able to gain some experience from it. In particular, in less than half an hour, she went from level 4 to level 7. It's fair to say that she has risen from obscurity to the ranks of top players, which must have been a pleasant surprise for her. Sujin stepped forward and picked them up one by one. Ding! You have collected 6,924 copper coins. Ding! You have picked up a pet skill evolution stone. Ding! You have acquired a silver tier item, shining spider silk leg bands. Ding! You have obtained a kill certificate, 42 pairs of spider compound eyes. Ding! You picked up. Surprisingly, a pet skill evolution stone was also found, which gave Sujin a small surprise. Generally, rare items like pet skill evolution stones can only be obtained by defeating bosses. I didn't expect to get one before even encountering the boss. Without hesitation, Sujin chose to use the skill evolution stone to upgrade Xiaoqing's Thunderwing skill. Ding! You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Thunderwing King's Thunderwing skill to level 4. When using Thunderwing, flight speed is increased by 10%, and the damage dealt by Thunderwing to enemies is increased by an additional 15%. Skill Thunderwings. Level for a pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunderwings can not only deal 300 plus 165% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. Sujin glanced at the Thunderwing skill, which had been upgraded to level 4, with satisfaction. He noticed that after Thunderwings evolved, the pair of wings that had condensed on Xiaoqing's back had grown from more than half a meter long to nearly a meter long. No wonder the flight speed has increased. It turns out that the size of the wings is also affected after upgrading the skill. Silver Grade. Shining Spider Silk Leggings. Constitution plus 17. Agility plus 13. Special effect. Spider Web Entanglement. Releases a spider web forward, binding enemies hit for 2.5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. It's a very simple silver grade equipment, but the spider silk entanglement skill is quite useful. It can be combined with Ari's Intimidate skill to achieve a longer lasting chain of control. I promptly equipped Ari with this new gear, replacing her old bronze-level deerskin trousers. The monsters here offer such generous rewards that a bold idea sprouted in Sujin's mind. There's no need to rush deeper into the map to find the boss. Let's just clear the entire map and defeat all the monsters here first. With this in mind, Sujin led Shuang to begin searching the outer perimeter of the dark forest. Soon they encountered 5 more forest lizards. These forest lizards are highly venomous, but as long as you stay away from them, killing them from a distance will not cause any trouble. Minus 694. Minus 792. Minus 876. Xiaoqing kept spitting out lightning, and as its strength increased, it became easier and easier to harvest these ordinary monsters. Congratulations! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has defeated 5 level 13 forest poison lizards. You and Xiaoqing have gained 500 base experience points, an additional 100 experience points for defeating higher level enemies, and an extra 250 dungeon team experience points. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gained 6 points of intelligence, 2 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. Xiaoqing gains an extra 5 evolution points. After a battle, I once again gained a bunch of experience points, attribute points, and evolution points as rewards. Then, they happily collected the loot dropped by the monsters. Shuang had absolutely no objection to this. Being able to gain experience points by following Sujin was the happiest thing in the world for her, and she couldn't wait for Sujin to wander around the dark forest a few more times. Sujin glanced at the old village chief's hidden quest: suppress the rioting monsters in the dark forest. Description: the more monsters you kill, the richer the rewards. Current completion status 48 to 10. 48 wasn't enough. He was determined to defeat all the monsters in the dark forest. For the next hour, Sujin led Shuang to continuously grind monsters. My experience is also increasing rapidly. Even Ari's level has been raised to level 8. Xiaoqing's mana, which was over 2,000, was completely depleted, and all that was left was Ari's melee combat. However, Ari also took this opportunity to gain a large number of attribute points and evolution values. At this point, Ari's evolution value has reached 36 to 40, and she is only 4 evolution points away from advancing to the next evolution stage. Chapter 41 Clues to the Vampire Witch. Ari and Xiaoqing wiped out all the monsters on the outskirts of the dark forest. Sujin reluctantly led Shuang deeper into the dark forest. The deeper Sujin ventured into the dark forest, the stronger the stench of blood in the air became. Sujin continued to explore following the scent of blood, while Shuang clung to Sujin's arm nervously, afraid of losing him. Such a strong smell of blood. How many people must have died? Shuang asked, her face pale with fear. The stench of blood is so strong, at least 100 people must have died. Sujin, drawing on his experience, pondered for a moment and replied. However, those who died might not necessarily be players. They could very well be villagers from the surrounding area. Villagers? Why are so many villagers dead here? Shuang asked, somewhat puzzled. This area is considered a forbidden zone by the surrounding villages, so surely no daring villager would dare to trespass here? They were probably kidnapped. Just as Sujin finished speaking, a loud bang suddenly exploded, startling Shuang. Looking up, a tall figure suddenly pounced towards the two of them. The figure looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, with 3 heads, 9 arms, and 12 legs. These 3 heads all resembled humans, 2 men and 1 woman, with blood-red eyes and extremely sharp fangs in their mouths. It's a human. That's great. Humans have actually come to our doorstep. TSK. With such delicate skin and tender flesh, Her Majesty the Queen will surely be pleased. I discovered it first. It's my achievement. No, you damned woman. I was the one who found out first. Sharing a body with you makes me feel disgusted. Stop arguing and capture these 2 humans alive first. The monster's 3 heads each had their own thoughts, but they quickly reached a consensus. First, capture Sujin and his companion alive, and then divide the spoils. At this moment, Shuang was already terrified when she saw the disgusting monster in front of her. Sujin had seen monsters 1,000 times more terrifying and horrifying than this in his previous life, so he was no longer surprised and simply cast a detection spell. Stitches. Level, LV 15. Grade, Platinum. Health, 4,260. Attack, 719. Skills, Savage Charge, Earthquake, Death Resistance. No wonder no one has ever been able to successfully clear this dark forest. There's a level 15 Platinum level boss hiding inside. What's even more terrifying is that it has over 4,000 health points. This is much stronger than the boss with over 1,000 HP that Sujin encountered before. Its attack power is also exceptionally terrifying. The 3 heads stared at Sujin as if he were prey waiting for a reward. Clearly, this 3-headed, 9-armed Frankenstein monster, as powerful as a platinum-level creature, is not even the true master of this dark forest. Could the queen mentioned by the Frankenstein's monster be the vampire which he was supposed to meet? Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized this. Wait, I need to see your master, Sujin called out. But the skeletal stitched monster completely ignored Sujin's words and pounced on him with a fierce glint in its eyes. Deterrence. When Ari saw her master being attacked, a blood-red glint flashed in her eyes, and her powerful mental energy pierced the skeleton-stitched monster like a needle. Ugh, that damned fox. The stitched corpse monster experienced a sudden, sharp pain in its brain. It paused, roared to the sky, and broke free of control in less than a second, turning around and pouncing on Ari. The normal control time of the stun is 2 to 3 seconds, but when it was applied to the skeleton-stitched monster, it only controlled for less than a second. This is probably because the rank and level of the stitches on monster are both higher than Ari's. Increasing the level of the intimidation skill should extend the control duration. But the next moment, entangled in a spider web, Ari activated the skill attached to her spider silk leg bands, and a web of spider silk descended from the sky, covering the stitches and binding it tightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ari suddenly transformed into a blur and appeared behind the stitches in the wall monster. Frost triple slash. An aura of extreme cold permeated the air, and swift, sharp claws slashed fiercely at the head of the skeletal stitched monster. Minus 329. Minus 659. Minus 991. 3 strikes landed, instantly severing the 3 heads of the skeletal stitched monster. But surprisingly, after the 3 heads hit the ground, this strange headless body still exuded a powerful life force. The earth trembled. The headless corpse swung its 9 arms, slamming them all into the ground. Boom! The earth roared loudly, and the shockwave that spread out sent Ari flying. -679. Ari instantly lost more than half of her health. As expected of a platinum-level boss, just one more shockwave like that would be enough to kill Ari. A beacon of healing. At this moment, Ing Shuangshuang stepped forward and commanded her pet cat to activate a healing skill, and a pale white halo fell on Ari. 212. 212. Ari's health was slowly restored. Xiao Qing wasn't idle either. She frantically spewed out lightning, blasting it towards the headless stitched monster. Exploding lightning ball. Lightning arrow technique. Wings of lightning. In an instant, lightning flashed brilliantly, and the sound was deafening. -796. -847. -678. The terrifying lightning damage brought the headless stitched monster down to its last sliver of health. But the next moment, the headless corpse seemed to become enraged, pounding its chest repeatedly with its arms, and a loud booming sound came from its chest cavity. Death resists. 444. 444. 444. Seeing the headless corpse's health steadily increasing, Sujin didn't want to give him any chance. Ari's phantom teleport skill activated. It appeared above the headless corpse. Skills refresh instantly. Another triple frost slash descended heavily. -329. -659. -991. It shattered the headless corpse's body with a deafening roar. The strange corpse that crashed to the ground was no longer alive. Congratulations. Your pet, the four-tailed frost fox Ari, has defeated a platinum-level boss, the LV.15 corpse Stitches monster. You and Ari have gained 600 base experience points and an additional 240 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Looting successful. Ari gains 10 evolution points. Ari has additionally plundered the medium healing potential of the Stitches in the corpse boss. Medium HP recovery potential. When HP is below 50%, gain 200 HP recovery per second for 10 seconds. Sujin's eyes lit up. This healing ability is incredibly powerful. It can restore 2,000 health points within 10 seconds. Keep in mind that Ari only had a little over 1,000 health points at this point. That's practically like having an extra life. Chapter 42, God Level Hidden Class. Human Guardian God. Before Sujin could even feel happy, he saw Ali burst out with an incredibly dazzling light. Its momentum has become even sharper. The body became more agile. A fifth tail has grown from its back. Ari has evolved again. Sure enough, the system notification sound came soon after. Congratulations. Ari has evolved into a platinum-level pet, five-tailed spirit fox. Ari's strength increases by 60 points. Ari's constitution increases by 60 points. Ari's agility increases by 60 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 60 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Shadow Step. Shadow Step, level 1 Ari enters stealth and gains a 100% increased movement speed. Her next attack will break stealth and deal 1,000 plus 100% of her attack damage as physical damage. This stealth ability cannot be broken by scouting abilities. It's a special invisibility skill. Sujin's eyes lit up, and he quickly opened Ari's attribute panel. Five-tailed fox Ari, extremely rare. Level, LV8. Grade, Platinum, 6-80. Basic Attribute 1. Attack 369, Defense 173, Health 1590, Mana 950. Basic Attribute 2. Strength 369, Constitution 139, Agility 168, Intelligence 95. Qualifications: medium healing ability, low poisoning ability, weak strength ability, weak defense ability, weak life ability. Skills: Intimidate, level 1. Frost Power, level 2. Phantom Teleport, level 1. Frost Triple Slash, level 3. Shadow Dash, level 1. Master: Emperor Chun. Equipment: Frostfire Greatsword, gold. Bloodthirsty Earrings, gold. Poison Ring, gold. Emerald Fairy Crown, silver. Silver Grade Ice Scale Bracelet, silver. Warrior's Fearless Iron Boots, silver. Shining Spider Silk Leggings, silver. Rat Spirit Pendant, bronze. Crystal Scorpion Armor Top, bronze. Skull Belt, bronze. Skull Shoulder Armor, bronze. Sujin hadn't expected that the Dark Forest dungeon would yield such a rich reward before it even ended. Ari's latest evolution grants her a stealth skill that increases burst damage. This stealth skill has many uses, far beyond just combat. For example, he can make Ari turn invisible and sneak up next to a powerful boss to steal the top quality treasures or pet eggs from the boss's lair. For example, Ari can also infiltrate the temple vaults of the dark or light factions and steal their wealth and treasures accumulated over tens of thousands of years. He could even have Ari infiltrate the Glory Alliance Guild and kill Imojantian without anyone noticing. The uses of invisibility skills go far beyond these. You should know that a high-burst pet with stealth abilities is absolutely every player's nightmare. They were caught completely off guard and didn't even have time to summon their pets before they were mercilessly wiped out. Sujin quickly picked up the equipment dropped by the skeleton's stitched monster boss. Ding! You've picked up the gold tier Dark Shadow Belt. Ding! You've picked up the gold tier Dark Thorn Shoulder Armor. Ding! You've picked up a rare 5 elements qualification stone, Earth. Ding! You have picked up the quest token, Heart of the Skeleton Stitches, rare. Ding! You've picked up 2,469 copper coins. There are 2 pieces of gold-grade equipment. Sujin immediately checked the equipment attributes. Gold-grade Dark Shadow Belt. Strength plus 21. Constitution plus 21. Attack speed plus 18%. Equipment effect, Shadow of Darkness. When you are undetected by enemies, your damage will be increased by 60%. Gold-grade Dark Thorn Shoulder Armor. Strength plus 20. Agility plus 23. Movement speed plus 12%. Equipment effect, Dark Thorn. When you are not detected by the enemy, your next attack will stun the enemy for 1.5 seconds. These 2 pieces of equipment are excellent in terms of their base stats, but their special effects are useless for most pets. However, Ari has just mastered the stealth skill. These 2 equipment effects, one increasing damage and the other increasing control, greatly enhance Ari's assassination ability and burst damage. No need for many, just put it on Ari directly. After replacing her bronze-level equipment with 2 gold-level pieces, Ari's strength, agility, and constitution attributes surged by more than 10 points again. The third item is a rare 5 elements qualification stone, Earth. This surprised and delighted Sujin even more. Unexpectedly, the skeleton-stitched monster dropped an Earth-type attribute stone. He has now collected the 3 elemental stones, metal, wood, and earth. Once he collects the 2 elemental stones, water and fire, his pet will be able to obtain a random top-tier attribute. Top-tier talent is an even higher level than average talent. This filled Sujin with anticipation. Alright, I haven't used my level 10 Supreme gift pack yet. Sujin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this matter. Before entering the game, he seized all the Supreme codes of the top 10 super guilds and redeemed a total of 10 Supreme gift packs. Just the first gift pack from the first level exchange gave him Ari, a perfect pet with stunning looks, unlimited potential, and the ability to even transform into a gorgeous beast-eared girl. So, what about the second gift pack that can only be unlocked at level 10? Sujin decisively took out the Supreme gift pack, which could only be opened at level 10, from his backpack. Open it directly. Ding! Congratulations on opening the level 10 Supreme gift pack. You have obtained the Hidden Class Change Book for the Human Guardian. Human Guardian Mission. The Human Guardians are dedicated to protecting the safety of Earth. You can obtain special rewards by weakening the power of either the light or dark factions. Reminder, the Guardian God of Humanity is hailed as the Chosen One of only 10 in billions of humans on Earth. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder the top 10 super guilds in my previous life rose to prominence so quickly. Even the starting Supreme gift pack contains such generous rewards. This is only the second Supreme gift pack, and the rewards are already so top-notch. Wouldn't the rewards in the later premium gift packs be unimaginably generous? Being the Guardian of Humanity is not just a profession, but a mission. A supreme mission dedicated to saving the Earth from future catastrophes. I decided to switch jobs immediately. Ding! Congratulations on your successful job change. You have become a God-level hidden class, Human Guardian. Ding! Your strength has increased by 50 points. Ding! Your physique has increased by 50 points. Ding! Your strength has increased by 50 points. Ding! Your physique has increased by 50 points. Ding! You have obtained 3 pet skill evolution stones. Chapter 43, The First Dungeon Raid. The entire server was shocked. I got a 50-point bonus to all attributes right after successfully changing jobs? Sujin was stunned. That's incredibly generous. Most importantly, there are also 3 pet skill evolution stones. This is a great item that can significantly boost the strength of your pet skills. They actually gave me a reward of 3 yuan all at once. After thinking about it, Sujin decided to use the pet skill evolution stone on Ari. Ding. You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Ari's shadow dash skill to level 2. After becoming invisible, movement speed is increased by 20% and damage is increased by 200 points. Ding. You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Ari's shadow dash skill to level 3. After becoming invisible, movement speed is increased by 20% and damage is increased by 200 points. Ding. You have used a pet skill evolution stone to upgrade Ari's shadow dash skill to level 4. After becoming invisible, movement speed is increased by 20% and damage is increased by 200 points. Shadow Step, level 4 Ari enters stealth and gains a 160% increased movement speed. Her next attack will break stealth and deal 1600 physical damage equal to 100% of her attack power. This stealth ability cannot be broken by scouting abilities. A terrifying 260% movement speed while invisible. After breaking stealth, the first strike can deal a terrifying 2000 damage. This is enough to kill not only players, but even weaker bosses, right? Very satisfied. At this moment, Ing Shuang, who was standing to the side, stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with utter shock. For no other reason than her ridiculously fast leveling speed. In less than half an hour, he was promoted 3 levels. If this were to get out, who would believe it? Even those super rich players who hire hundreds of people to help them level up would probably be so shocked by her rocket-like leveling speed that their eyes would drop to the ground. The so-called padding refers to a wealthy player paying a large number of killers to grind monsters. Once these killers have reduced the monsters to their last sliver of health, the wealthy player delivers the final blow to kill it. This way, even the richest players only need to deliver the final blow to gain 50% of the monster's total experience points, making it the fastest way for them to level up, especially for those with tons of money to burn. Even so, her upgrade speed was far slower than Ing Shuang, who was just coasting along beside Sujin. Emperor Chen, you're so awesome. I'll follow you from now on. If I weren't so young, I would really like to repay Brother Chen D with my body. I'll take the medicine and let you have a good time. Ing Shuang's big eyes sparkled with admiration. What a waste of my past life. Sujin was stunned. I never imagined that girls these days are so outgoing. Just then, a system banner appeared before the eyes of hundreds of millions of players across the entire server. Server-wide announcement. Player Chen D Ing Shuang has successfully cleared the dungeon for the first time on the entire server and has received the following rewards. 2 pet experience stones, 1000 points, 1 random platinum level equipment, and 30-slot backpack expansion scroll. Server-wide announcement. Player Chen D Ing Shuang has successfully cleared the dungeon for the first time on the entire server and has received the following rewards. 2 pet experience stones, 1000 points, 1 random platinum level equipment, and 30-slot backpack expansion scroll. Server-wide announcement. The banner was refreshed 3 times. At this moment, all the players were in an uproar. Good heavens. Aren't raid groups these days supposed to be at least 30 people? 2 people clearing the dark forest? Am I seeing things? Brother, you read that right. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it, but when I saw the name was Emperor Chen, I immediately understood. Yes, if someone else got the server-wide first raid reward, I might be a little jealous, but since the person who raided the dungeon is the legendary Emperor Chen, I can't even feel jealous. In other words, there's an insurmountable gap between humans and gods. Has Emperor Chen been neglecting his duties lately? He only just now received the server-wide first kill reward for the dungeon. What nonsense. Didn't you see that Emperor Chen carried a girl through the Dark Forest dungeon? As someone who loves carrying girls, I can attest to that. Teaming up with a girl to run a dungeon is definitely more difficult than soloing. Hey upstairs, feminist warning. If you make any more discriminatory remarks against women, I'll take you to court and send you a lawyer's letter. My goodness, even feminists have come out. However, your punches are so stiff, I seriously suspect you're on the other side. Forget about feminism, Emperor Chen is awesome. That's all that matters. At this moment, countless players were arguing heatedly in the chat channel. Sujin suddenly received a transaction request. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has gifted you 2 pet experience stones, 1000 points each. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has gifted you platinum grade endless frost leggings. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has gifted you backpack expansion scroll, 30 slots. Sujin looked at Ing Shuang with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong with you? Brother Chindi, I'd be very grateful if you could help me gain some experience in the Dark Forest dungeon. The rewards from the dungeon raid were originally yours. I'm just returning them to their rightful owner, Ing Shuang said with a sweet smile. Sujin couldn't help but think more highly of her. Any one of these rewards was incredibly valuable. Ing Shuang was able to restrain her greed and keep all the rewards for herself. Okay, you can come to me if you need anything in the future, and I'll help you as much as I can. Sujin patted his chest and promised. That's great. I'd love to rely on Brother Chin Di for experience points more often in the future. Ing Shuang said with a grin. After chatting and joking around for a while, Ing Shuang left the dark forest first at Sujin's signal. Sujin began to take stock of the system rewards he had gained from his first raid on the dungeon. In addition to the one Ing Shuang gave him, he also received the same reward. In other words, he now has 2 system rewards. Ding! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has consumed 4 pet experience stones and gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations! Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has reached level 10 and gained 15 free attribute points. Xiaoqing has finally reached level 10. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He decisively took out the gold-grade Undead Soul Necklace and equipped it to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by 20 points and her health increased by 600 points. Next, the second reward. Ding! You have used a backpack expansion scroll and gained an additional 30 backpack slots. Ding! You have used a backpack expansion scroll and gained an additional 30 backpack slots. Chapter 40 for the devastation of the village, blaming the Glory Alliance. Normally, a player's backpack only has 50 slots. Once the backpack is full, it cannot hold anything else. All sorts of miscellaneous materials, equipment, potions, scrolls, etc., take up space in your backpack. In reality, 50 backpack slots are far from enough. Not to mention that Sujin also had 8 supreme gift packs in his backpack, taking up space. This made Sujin's already limited backpack space even worse. This time, the backpack has 60 more compartments, which is more than double the size. No more worrying about not having enough space in my backpack. I'm so happy. Finally, Sujin focused his attention on the final highlight. 2 Platinum Tier equipment items, Platinum Tier Endless Frost Leggings, and Platinum Tier Dark Skyguard Headband. Platinum Endless Frost Leg Bindings. Spell damage 25. Health 800. Physical defense 30. Level requirement, level 10. Special. Ice damage received will be reduced by 150 points. Equipment effect, Frost Shield. After an enemy attacks you, their attack speed and movement speed will be reduced by 30% for 5 seconds. Platinum Dark Sky Guardian Headband. Spell damage 28. 1000 mana. Spell defense 30. Level requirement, level 10. Special, dark damage received will be reduced by 150 points. Equipment effect, Darkness Obscuration. After an enemy attacks you, there is a 25% chance they will become blind for 5 seconds. Blinded enemies will have all their normal attacks disabled. Both pieces of equipment are very suitable for Xiaoqing. The Platinum Dark Sky Guardian Headband's reduction of dark attribute damage, combined with Xiaoqing's medium defense aptitude, can reduce the amount of dark attribute damage received by a full 450 points. This damage is already quite alarming. Sujin could already imagine the awe-inspiring scene of Xiaoqing, a ranged turret mage, charging ahead and invincible against swords and spears when the monsters of the Dark faction launched a massive attack on the city. At this point, although the Dark Forest instance has been conquered, it doesn't mean there aren't other secrets hidden there. After all, the hidden mission given to him by the necromancer Mon was to go here to find the vampire witch. Sujin continued deeper into the Dark Forest, but the scenery there suddenly changed. A castle surrounded by bats appeared deep in the Dark Forest. A clear and melodious singing voice kept coming from inside, sounding both mournful and desolate. Curious, Sujin stepped forward and pushed open the castle gate, where he was greeted by bright red steps and statues. At the very top of the steps stands a magnificent throne. Seated on the throne was a mature, alluring woman of stunning beauty. But what she was toying with in her hand was a human skin. It's a face peeled off from a person's face. She seemed to sense Sujin's gaze, and she raised her head, her purple eyes fixed on him. How could humans have managed to get here? That's impressive. Her languid voice held a hint of doubt. The man in front of her looked at her with such nonchalant indifference, showing neither surprise nor fear. And she was the vampire which the necromancer had mentioned. Such composure is quite remarkable. Although the vampire witch smiled sweetly, her figure suddenly sprang up and rushed towards Sujin. Sujin knew very well about her background, and that her strength was far beyond his own. According to information from my previous life, the vampire witch was at least at the peak of the diamond rank, and her strength was exceptionally terrifying. Wait, I've come to find you on the orders of the Lord of the Undead. Seeing the other party's murderous intent, Sujin quickly stated his purpose. Lord of the Undead? He actually came here? This is impossible. How can I believe you're telling the truth? A look of astonishment flashed across the vampire witch's beautiful face. It was the necromancer Meng-In who used the dragon's corpse as a sacrificial vessel to refine a powerful undead bone dragon, guiding the will of the undead ruler to attach itself to the undead bone dragon's body. Sujin said frankly. In that case, your words do have some credibility. Tell me, what does the Lord of the Undead want me to do? The vampire witch nodded and asked. He wants you to destroy a village. The coordinates are in the starting village, 30 kilometers west of the dark forest. Sujin didn't report the location of his own starting village, but rather the starting village where the Glory Alliance Guild was located. The reason is simple. The vampire witch is exceptionally powerful. Destroying a beginner village would be an incredibly easy task for her. In his previous life, it was in this very starting village that he was unfortunately chosen by the vampire witch. The result was a massacre in the entire newbie village, with all players losing a level and countless pets dying. Since the village is destined to be massacred, why not let the Blood Ancestor Witch massacre the newbie village where the Glory Alliance Guild players gather? According to Sujin, in the newbie village where the Glory Alliance Guild members gathered, almost 99% of the players had joined the Glory Alliance Guild. Even players with weaker talents and less strength were assigned by the Glory Alliance to do menial tasks such as mining and lumberjacking to build up the guild. The reason these players are willing to risk their lives for the Glory Alliance Guild is that the vast majority are driven by money. Many of the stronger players were coerced and lured by Mo Zhantian into signing 30-year membership contracts, which were practically tantamount to indentured servitude. If the vampire witch were to slaughter this starting village, the Glory Alliance would suffer a devastating blow and heavy losses. Please convey this message to the Lord of the Undead, and tell him to rest assured. Give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will personally descend upon that village and wipe out all the humans in it. If you're willing to put in a good word for me with the Lord of the Undead, I wouldn't mind letting you experience what it's like to be my man. How about it? The vampire witch moved like a ghost, suddenly pouncing on Sujin and pinning him to the ground. Her entire body almost straddled Sujin's waist, and a charming smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Not good. I don't like the feeling of being dominated by a woman. Sujin shook his head. Don't like it? That's not something you can decide for yourself. The vampire witch's eyes gleamed with a bewitching purple light, as if she wanted to capture Sujin's soul and make him obey her will. Ding. The vampire witch intends to control your mind. Your artifact, the Supreme Divine Bone, has been activated, and you face the following choices. Option 1. Pretend to be mind-controlled by her and cater to the vampire witch's demands. You will receive unexpected benefits. Option 2. Resisting the vampire witch's demands may anger her and lead to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 45. When it comes to fleecing, you should fleece until you're bald. Sujin was startled. As a subordinate of the undead ruler, the vampire witch spends her days surrounded by corpses and skeletons. It is often said that most women cannot stand loneliness, let alone a witch. Given the constitution of vampires, they can obtain a continuous source of energy by absorbing the life essence of humans. In other words, it involves consuming the lifespan and power of others to absorb into one's own body in order to gain immortality and immense power. In other words, it's true that the other person is attracted to her body, but their bigger goal is to absorb her life energy. Having been reborn, Sujin had already seen through all of this. With enough power, what kind of woman can't he get? In the future, if he wanted, he could simply beckon and countless women of all kinds would throw themselves into his arms. After all, in the apocalypse where gods invade in the future, even those noble top female stars or rich and beautiful women from wealthy families live in constant fear of death. In order to gain the protection of the powerful, they would gladly exchange their bodies for that protection. It seems that both of these choices are life or death decisions. Either their souls are scattered or they die from exhaustion. No wonder the players who triggered this quest in their previous lives later mysteriously disappeared. Since both options lead to certain death, we might as well use someone else's name to intimidate others. Scarlet, the great Lord of the Undead, is aware of all of this. As the Lord of the Undead's messenger, if you were to kill me, are you sure the Lord of the Undead wouldn't punish you? Sujin murmured softly. Punishment? Upon hearing these two words, the vampire witch Scarlet was jolted awake, her delicate body trembling slightly. Seeing that Sujin was handsome and extraordinary, and considering that he hadn't absorbed the essence of a human man for a long time, he did indeed have evil thoughts about Sujin. But Sujin's words suddenly jolted her awake. Furthermore, the fact that Sujin was able to remain conscious under her bewitching eye technique suggests that the Lord of the Undead might have left him some trump card. It was my fault for offending you, young envoy. Please don't blame me, Scarlet, the vampire witch said, her imposing manner softening instantly. She put on a pitiful expression. Oh dear, you startled me just now, and I'm suddenly a little dazed. Do you have any treasures here that can improve one's physique? Sujin pretended to cover his forehead and said with a pained expression. How is that possible? You've already broken through my bewitching eye technique. You couldn't possibly have mental problems, could you? The vampire witch Scarlet was suddenly a little confused and asked doubtfully. In that case, I have no choice but to report the truth to the Lord of the Undead and let him make the decision personally, Sujin said helplessly, glancing at the vampire witch. So you were trying to blackmail me? Scarlet's face immediately darkened. She gritted her teeth, took out a treasure, and threw it to Sujin. Ding! You have obtained a rare treasure, the Fountain of Life. Life Spring. When you or your pet deal damage to enemies, it is converted into life energy in the Life Spring. You can use the life energy stored in the Life Spring to replenish your or your pet's health at any time. Currently stored health, 0. Sujin took the source of life, read the description of its effects, and his eyes lit up. This is definitely good stuff. The Fountain of Life can replenish your own and your pet's health anytime, anywhere, and it restores health instantly, directly restoring health from a sliver to full. And most importantly, it can store a full 100,000 units of blood. It can be reused repeatedly without any cooling. This is practically equivalent to the fact that as long as Sujin doesn't do something reckless and get instantly killed, he's unlikely to die. And your own pet can enjoy this effect too. This doesn't seem quite enough. Forget it. I'll just report the truth to the Lord of the Dead. Sujin shook his head, wanting to try and squeeze more money out of her. Despite Scarlet's stunning beauty and appearance as a woman in her 30s, she has actually lived for at least 1,000 years, extending her lifespan entirely by absorbing the essence of human men. As a member of the Dark Faction, if we don't ruthlessly extort and exploit her now, or even kill her, we'll be in serious trouble. Then, 3 years later, she will inevitably become the main force in slaughtering humanity on Earth. Therefore, Sujin felt no guilt whatsoever in extorting money from her. You bastard. The Elf King's bloodline potion, is that alright now? This is a top-grade bloodline left over from the ancient war between gods and demons. If you consume it, your vitality may even reach that of an Elf King. If this still doesn't satisfy you, I'll risk the wrath and punishment of the Lord of the Dead to fight you to the death. A cold glint flashed in Scarlet's eyes as she spoke viciously. In fact, this is indeed her best treasure. If she weren't a vampire, this potion wouldn't be of any use to her, and she would never have been willing to give such a valuable thing to the wicked Sujin. Ding! You have obtained an extremely rare treasure, the Elf King's Bloodline Potion. Elf King Bloodline Potion. Take it, and you will inherit the powerful bloodline of the ancient Elf King, gaining incredible power. Sujin was somewhat surprised to see that Scarlet could even bring out the bloodline of the Elf King. Having been reborn, he knew all too well how precious ultra-rare bloodline potions were. To put it simply, an ultra-rare bloodline potion is at least 1,000 times more valuable than an ordinary ultra-rare treasure. Because once you drink the bloodline potion, it's equivalent to inheriting the abilities contained within your bloodline. Apart from the Elf King, almost all the other members of the elf race are women, and each of them is slender and beautiful. Most importantly, every elf has an incredibly long lifespan. 3 years later, reality and the game will merge, and every player will be able to obtain everything they have in the game in real life. After merging with the Elf King's bloodline potion, Sujin's lifespan will be extended indefinitely. A long lifespan is enough to drive countless wealthy and powerful people crazy. Very good. I will put in a good word for you before the Lord of the Undead. Before you leave, please allow me to offer you my sincerest praise. Sujin smiled brightly, responding to Scarlet's icy gaze. He stepped forward, gently took Scarlet's fair hand in his, and lightly kissed the back of her hand. When it comes to fleecing, you should fleece until you're bald. Ding. Active plundering talent activated. You plundered. Chapter 46 The shock of countless new players. You have plundered the high-level pet life potential from Scarlet, the Blood Ancestor Witch. You can bestow a high-level pet life quality upon any pet. Advanced pet life potential. Increases HP by an additional 100%. It actually possesses the qualifications of a higher life form. Sujin was suddenly overjoyed. He had just seen that the active plunder talent had been refreshed and reset, and immediately had the idea of plundering the aptitude of the vampire witch Scarlet. The SSS level talent Infinite Plunder is divided into Active Plunder and Kill Plunder, with the former having a 24-hour cooldown. In other words, a full 24 hours have passed since I first entered the game and actively plundered the Little Tyrant's C-level talent. This is the first advanced pet qualification he has now. It doubled the pet's health. He opened the pet panels for Ari and Xiaoqing and took a look. Ari is a low-level life form. Xiaoqing has a second-class life quality. In comparison, it would be more cost-effective to bestow higher life qualities upon Ari. Ding. You have upgraded Ari's weak pet life potential to high pet life potential. Ari's bonus health has been increased from 10% to 100%. Feeling great. Take advantage of their unpreparedness and slip away quickly. Sujin bid farewell to Scarlet, who looked puzzled. At this point, she probably hadn't realized that her superior life qualities had been stolen, otherwise she would have been furious enough to kill Sujin. After leaving the witch's castle, Sujin immediately summoned Xiaoqing's Thunder Wings and retreated as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Scarlet found out and chased after them, it would be a huge problem. 5 minutes later, Sujin returned to the starting village. At this time, the starting village was still bustling and lively. Unbeknownst to these players, Sujin had unknowingly helped them avoid a catastrophic disaster. And they shifted this catastrophic disaster to the newbie village where the members of the Glory Alliance Guild gathered. Sujin walked with a smile to the old village chief in the center of the square. At this moment, the old village chief was still surrounded by a large number of new players, and he was solemnly issuing various beginner tasks to them. Upon seeing Sujin return, the old village chief's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. He squeezed out of the crowd and asked expectantly, "Young warrior, have you already completed the task I entrusted to you?" The old village chief's action stunned all the novice players around him. Why was the usually aloof and stern village chief so enthusiastic when he saw Sujin? "We're all players, how can you treat us so differently?" Just as these newbie players were feeling wronged, they saw Sujin dump a whole bunch of stuff out of his backpack. 15 hearts of the forest poison lizard. There are 28 vines of the ghost vine. The forest spider has 42 pairs of compound eyes. 1 heart from the stitched corpse monster boss. Upon seeing this, not only the novice players, but even the veteran village chief was stunned. "Brave warrior, did you collect all of these from the dark forest? You didn't actually wipe out the entire dark forest, did you?" The monsters of the dark forest had plagued the village for centuries, but now they are finally able to live in peace. All of this is thanks to you, warrior. Warrior, you must accept the village's reward. The old village chief became excited, and even his hand holding the cane trembled uncontrollably. Ding. Congratulations on completing the village chief's special hidden mission. Suppress the rioting monsters in the dark forest. Task rewards: 1,100 experience points, 1,100 pet experience book, and 1 pet skill stone. As soon as the system voice sounded, a burst of brilliant white light fell from Sujin's body. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 12. You have gained 1 point in each of the 4 basic stats. As for the pet experience book, Sujin decided to give Ari a boost in level. As a single target burst damage pet, Ari's monster killing speed is naturally slower than Xiaoqing's, which has area of effect magic damage. This doesn't mean Ari is weaker than Xiaoqing. It just means Ari is better suited to fight bosses. Ding. Your pet Ari has gained 1,100 experience points after using the experience book. Congratulations. Your Ari has reached level 9 and gained 15 free attribute points. As is customary, all 15 free attribute points should be allocated to strength. At this moment, Ari's attack power has exceeded 400, reaching a terrifying 407. Its damage output is enough to outshine any pet in the starting village. Since the damage was already sufficient, Sujin decided to use the pet skill evolution stone he received as a mission reward on Ari's Intimidate skill. This is, after all, the pet's only control skill. Improving the control skill might have a surprising effect when fighting against the boss. Ding. You have used 1 pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade Ari's Intimidate skill to level 2. The duration of the deterrent effect will be extended by 20%. Sujin roughly estimated that the control time of a typical intimidation attack would be around 2 to 3 seconds, with the exact control time depending on the monster's level and rank. In other words, increasing the level of deterrence can extend the control time by about 0.5 seconds. That's not bad at all. Warrior, because you have exceeded the mission requirements, in addition to the basic mission rewards, I will grant you a special reward. The old village chief said gratefully to Sujin. Ding. The old village chief has bestowed upon you an extra quest reward, 1,500 reputation points, and the title, Redeemer of the Village. The village's Redeemer. Type, title. Quality, rare. Strength, 25. Intelligence, 25. Physical fitness, 25. Agility, 25. Attack speed, 10%. Casting speed, 10%. Movement speed, 10%. Title effect, Village Redeemer. Your damage, defense, and movement speed will be increased by 30% while in the village, and you will not be penalized if you die in the village. This title is a pleasant surprise. After all, titles are a very rare type of equipment. The attribute bonuses provided are also very comprehensive. Title type equipment can only be worn by players. Pets cannot wear them. However, being able to improve one's overall attributes and movement speed is still quite good. After submitting the old village chief's task reward, Sujin left amidst the shocked and envious gazes of countless newbie players. I just remembered that big shot. It's the popular Emperor Chun on the forum. Oh my god, it's actually Emperor Chun. I'm so honored that I was born in the same newbie village as Emperor Chun. Oh no, Emperor Chun is my idol. I completely forgot to ask for his autograph. At this moment, some players finally realized that the Chun Emperor, who was admired and followed by countless people, was right beside them. Chapter 47, Shocking Effect? The Miraculous Elixir of the Elf King's Bloodline. After delivering the task to the old village chief, Sujin was supposed to go to the Dragon Tomb to find the necromancer Meng In and submit the task reward. But he did not choose to do that. The reason is simple. In addition to seeking revenge against the Glory Alliance Guild, he also wants to do everything he can to weaken or even destroy the two major factions of light and darkness. As long as these two camps exist, the crisis of human extinction 3 years from now cannot be resolved. Although possessing the SSS-level infinite plunder talent grants him boundless potential and a bright future. But the powerful gods of the light and darkness factions are far beyond his current ability to rival. It's no exaggeration to say that if these gods were hostile to you, they could easily crush you with just a little finger. But he never thought he could fight against the gods of the two major camps with his own strength alone. They moved between the two camps, constantly sowing discord and instigating war. Let the two camps fight like dogs, battling to the death. The real kingly way is for Sujin to secretly exploit both sides, constantly extracting benefits and advantages to strengthen himself and cultivate his own power. Scarlet's destruction of the starting village was just the fuse. We must find a way to provoke a greater conflict between the two camps in order to weaken their power. Sujin suddenly had an idea and immediately summoned Shao Qing to possess him. Dazzling lightning surged from his back and quickly condensed into a huge wing of lightning. Wielding its wings of thunder, it soared into the air and flew swiftly towards the far west of the village. Along the way, we took in all the beautiful scenery around us. Snow-white birds flew alongside him, and the sounds of ferocious beast roars and players fighting against monsters echoed across the grassland from time to time. These scenes appeared before my eyes with unparalleled clarity. Divine Pets truly lived up to its reputation as the second world for humanity. Everything was so incredibly realistic. While we're still flying, let's use the Elf King's Bloodline Potion first. Sujin suddenly remembered that he hadn't used the Elf King's Bloodline Potion he had extorted from the vampire witch Scarlet. With a thought, he took the Elf King's Bloodline Potion out of his backpack. He tilted his head back and gulped it down into his mouth. Rumble. The moment Sujin swallowed the Bloodline Potion, he felt as if an intensely hot flame surged into his body. His body trembled violently, his muscles and bones underwent a transformation, and the blood flowing through his body was burning fiercely. Sujin could clearly feel that his body was evolving towards a higher level. Congratulations. You have successfully consumed the Elf King Bloodline Potion, transforming your ordinary human bloodline into that of the Elf King. Ding. Your health points have increased by 1,000. Ding. Due to the influence of the Elf King's bloodline, the light attribute damage you receive will be reduced by 1,000 points. Ding. Due to the influence of the Elf King's bloodline, the dark attribute damage you receive will be reduced by 1,000 points. Ding! You have mastered the Elf King's skill, Cooldown Aura. Cooldown Aura, an aura-type skill that grants all your pets a 30% reduction in all skill cooldowns. Ding! You have mastered the Elf King's skill, Elf King's Curse. The Elf King's Curse, you can curse any target. A cursed enemy will have all 4 of their basic attributes, Strength, Constitution, Intelligence, and Agility, reduced by 50%. Cooldown, 24 hours. After drinking the Elf King's Bloodline Potion, his health points increased by a full 1,000 points. Furthermore, the damage received from light and dark elements can be reduced by 1,000 points. In other words, if the enemy's light and dark damage is 1,500 points, then you will only suffer 500 points of damage when hit. If one inherits Xiaoqing's medium defensive aptitude, plus their own defensive strength. So, if the 1,500 points of high damage from the light and dark attributes landed on him, it probably wouldn't even be able to break through Sujin's defense. With such powerful light and dark damage reduction abilities, I won't have to worry about facing the light and dark factions anymore. Furthermore, leveraging this significant advantage, we should attempt to conquer more dungeons belonging to both the light and dark factions. Sujin clearly remembered from his previous life that there were several dungeons with 2 opposing factions, one of light and one of darkness, that contained unimaginably generous rewards. It even contains legendary artifacts and divine pet eggs. As for the exclusive skills of the 2 Elf Kings, the Cooling Aura reduces the cooldown of all pet skills by 30%. The Elf King's Curse is even more monstrous, directly reducing all of the enemy's attributes by half, making it an absolute god-tier skill for fighting bosses. However, the cooldown time is a full 24 hours, so it can only be used as a trump card. At this moment, Sujin was unaware that after obtaining the bloodline of the Elf King, even his appearance and physique underwent earth-shattering changes. The appearance of elves has always been stunning, and the Elf King is exceptionally handsome. His features became even more resolute and handsome, and his eyes shone as brightly as the stars. His figure became more upright and tall, exuding a kingly aura. About 10 minutes later, Sujin landed beside a clear spring covered with bushes. Slowly retracting the thunder wings, they walked along the clear spring into the depths. In a previous life, a novice player stumbled upon this place and triggered a series of hidden main quests for the Light faction. Sujin's purpose in coming here was to intercept the main hidden quest of the Light faction. Gaining the trust of both the Light and Darkness factions is his key to victory. At the end of the clear spring, a naked young girl was resting with her eyes closed in the water. The girl had golden hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, and long, shapely legs. Her slender body was without an ounce of excess fat. She has a typical Western beauty face, with an innate and stunning exotic charm. But her body was covered in wounds and bloodstains, the most serious wound of which was so deep that it almost pierced her heart. Clearly, they were already on the verge of death and had fled here while being chased. If it weren't for the divine magic of the light element sustaining him, he would probably have died long ago. Even so, her body couldn't hold on for much longer. Hearing the slow footsteps approaching, the blonde girl's heart tightened. She gripped her holy staff tightly and coldly shouted, "The scum of the dark faction. Even if I don't survive today, I'll fight you to the death." Sujin smiled faintly and stepped forward, saying, "You've mistaken me for someone else. I was just passing by chance, and I'm not a thief from the dark faction." Even after hearing Sujin's words, the blonde girl remained vigilant and wary of him. But when she saw Sujin's face clearly, her eyes narrowed, and she was deeply shocked. Chapter 48 Hidden Quest of Light, Scheming Against the Morning Star Saintess. The girl would never have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. There is such an exceptionally handsome man in the world. Both her appearance and her temperament are so perfect that words cannot describe them. Even so, she remained extremely wary and hostile towards Sujin. Because within the dark faction, there are also some races with extremely handsome appearances. In other words, being handsome doesn't necessarily mean you're a good person. Sujin came here specifically to see the stunningly beautiful blonde girl in front of him, who was none other than Alice, the holy maiden of the Morning Star Temple. The Temple of Morning Stars is a subordinate temple of the Temple of Light, both belonging to the Light faction. Her original purpose for this trip was to investigate the cause of the recent undead unrest, but she was ambushed by powerful members of the undead race. On the verge of death, she was unexpectedly brought here by the power of a random teleportation scroll. However, If no one comes to save her, given her current severe injuries and near-exhausted magical power, she will basically have no choice but to wait for death. Sujin was well aware of this, so he had no fear of the Morningstar Saintess in front of him. Knowing that Saintess Morningstar was in a near-death state, even if Sujin forced himself on her and then disposed of the body, nothing would happen. However, doing this only provides temporary pleasure, and the benefits are far too low. It would be better to play the long game, using the hidden quests and clues she possesses to gradually gain the trust of the Light faction and incite conflict between the two factions. Because in addition to fleecing the Dark faction, he also wanted to fleece the Light faction. I said I just wandered in and had no intention of offending anyone. I'll be going now. Sujin shrugged and made a move to turn around and leave. Playing hard to get is often more effective than pressing relentlessly. It seems I misunderstood you. Warrior, wait a minute, I need your help. The Morningstar Saintess's voice was somewhat hurried, clearly indicating that she had already regarded Sujin as her only lifeline. Ding. The Morningstar Saintess has issued you a hidden quest. Collect holy healing herbs. Quest description. The Morningstar Saintess is currently on the verge of death and urgently needs the energy of the holy healing herb to recover from her injuries. Please collect 40 holy healing herbs for her and bring them back to her. Quest rewards: 500 quest experience points, 500 copper coins, and 300 Light faction reputation points. You want me to save your life? Is this all the reward you've got? Sujin's face immediately darkened. He had long known that the Light faction was stingy, but he never expected them to be this stingy. Sujin completely ignored the hidden mission before him and looked at the Morningstar Saintess with a cold expression, saying, "As the Morningstar Saintess, is this all the reward you can offer?" An angry look immediately appeared on the face of the Morningstar Saintess, and she said, "I am the Saintess of the Morningstar Temple. As a citizen of the Light faction, isn't it only right that you help me? Sorry, I don't accept freebies." Sujin shook his head and decisively refused. "As long as you do things for me, you will be favored by the Star God in the future." The Morningstar Saintess painted a rosy picture for Sujin. "It seems you're not being sincere. Goodbye." Sujin turned to leave. Ding. As long as you help the Dawn Saintess collect enough holy healing herbs, she will give you an extra portion of Water of Light. Water of Light grants your pet the Light attribute. If your pet already has the Light attribute, its potential and strength will be greatly enhanced. Although this item is quite valuable, it's not of much use to Sujin for the time being. Ari is an Ice-type pet, and Xiaoqing is a Lightning-type pet. Each has its own unique evolution path. Once you consume the Water of Light, although it can enhance your strength to a certain extent, your future evolutionary path will inevitably be disrupted, making it a losing proposition. However, if you can find a powerful Light-type pet, the Water of Light is an absolute treasure that Light-type pets would desperately want. Sujin vaguely remembered that it was said that a legendary angel's egg was hidden in the treasury of the Morningstar Temple. It can hatch into female angels with stunning beauty and extraordinary combat talent. Sujin could easily find an opportunity to use Ari's Shadow Step ability to steal that powerful angel egg. Besides the Water of Light, are there any other rewards? Sujin looked at the Morningstar Saintess and continued to ask. He believed that the Morningstar Saintess must possess something even better, but she was simply unwilling to part with it. No matter how beautiful the Morningstar Saintess is, she will be an enemy of humanity in the future. To be kind to her would be cruel to all of humanity on Earth. However, he still had to play along with the other party, not only to get enough benefits, but also to find a way to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. "If you do things for me, I'll give you even better rewards." The Morningstar Saintess saw the insatiable greed on Sujin's face and said coldly, "Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm too weak right now and I'm afraid I can't help you." Sujin shrugged and said with a helpless expression, "Greedy fellow, this is enough for you, isn't it? In return, you must serve me well." The Morningstar Saintess gritted her teeth, took out a pale purple potion, and tossed it to Sujin. Ding. The Morningstar Saintess has gifted you a bottle of high-level pet attack speed potion. Sujin took the medicine and his eyes lit up with joy. Another bottle of high-level pet aptitude potion. Most importantly, this high-quality potion can significantly increase Ari's damage. The faster the attack speed, the higher the output frequency, and the greater the damage dealt. Without hesitation, Sujin summoned Ari and fed her a high-level attack speed potion. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has successfully learned the advanced attack speed aptitude. High attack speed potential. Ari's attack speed will be increased by an additional 100%. After drinking a high-level attack speed potion, Ari's forepaws became much more agile. Double attack speed, awesome. The holy healing herb grows on the extreme snow mountains. Please bring it back to me as soon as possible, or I won't last much longer. Morningstar Saintess Alice said urgently, her face pale. Don't worry, as long as you offer enough benefits, I guarantee I'll bring you back the holy healing herb. Sujin said confidently. If it weren't for the subsequent plans and hidden missions, Sujin really wouldn't want to save this Morningstar Saintess. However, this Morningstar Saintess is the key figure who instigated a full-scale war between the light and dark factions. Let's spare her life for now. Furthermore, the vampire witch Scarlet must have already discovered that he had stolen her qualifications, and she would definitely not let him go. Finding a way to bring out the Morningstar Saintess later to attract the hatred of the vampire, which would be a good idea. What Sujin needs to do now is to lure the vampire witch and the Dawn Saintess into his trap step by step. Chapter 49, The Undead Overlord's Schemes and Machinations. Sujin summoned Shao Qing to possess him, and lightning wings gathered on his back as he flew towards the extreme snow mountain range in the due west direction. The Jishua Mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, with snow falling constantly all year round, making it bitterly cold. It took Sujin a full 20 minutes to fly here. Because it is far from the starting village, no player has been able to venture here yet, which means that this area has not been explored and may contain unknown treasures. But where there is treasure, there is often great risk. This place is no exception. It is inhabited by an ugly creature called a troll. Trolls are violent and incredibly strong. They feed on human flesh and belong to the dark faction. Troll tribes are numerous and often produce some extremely powerful leaders. Warning: you have entered the Arctic Mountains. Due to the extreme cold, your speed will be reduced by 35%. Sure enough, as soon as Sujin set foot in the extreme snow mountain range, he immediately felt his speed slow down considerably. Fortunately, the Thunderwing skill has been enhanced, and even with a 35% reduction in flight speed, it is still quite fast. Sujin flew through the sky, his gaze sweeping across the snow-covered ground, but after wandering for a long time, he still couldn't find a single holy healing grass. Just as Sujin was feeling troubled. Sudden. Call out. -139. A long spear gleaming with cold light flew swiftly through the heavy snow and stabbed Sujin's right arm. Fortunately, Xiaoqing's medium defense aptitude provided protection, reducing a significant amount of damage. You vile outsiders. This is the Great Troll Tribe. I'll use you as the main course for tonight's feast. In the vast expanse of snow, a troll was staring at Sujin with a sinister grin, constantly hurling its spear at him. Troll. Level, LV14. Grade, Gold. Health, 1960. Attacks, 439. Skills, Rage, Sprint, Ice Armor. You're just an ordinary troll, yet you dare to come out looking for death. Sujin's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to unleash several lightning arrows, striking the troll's most vulnerable head. -860. Weak point exposed. -860. Weak point exposed. -860. Weak point exposed. The troll let out a painful howl and collapsed to the ground in despair. Congratulations. Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Shao Qing, has defeated a level 14 troll. You and Shao Qing have gained 120 base experience points, and an additional 24 experience points for defeating a higher level enemy. Looting in effect. You and Shao Qing each gain 2 points of intelligence. Shao Qing gains an extra 1 evolution point. Sujin flew down from the sky to collect the loot dropped by the troll after it died. Ding. You've picked up a gold tier item, Frostbite Boots. Ding. You've picked up a basic cold weather potion. Ding. You've picked up a holy healing herb. Ding. You've picked up a mysterious letter. Ding. You have picked up 239 copper coins. Although the number of copper coins dropped was too small, a piece of gold grade equipment actually dropped. Gold grade Frostbite Boots. Health plus 550. Agility plus 25. Reduces the amount of ice damage received by 100. Level requirement, level 10 or above. Special effect, Frost Shield. When casting a skill on an enemy, there is a certain probability of gaining a frost shield that can absorb 540 points. When the shield is destroyed, it will release an icy aura, slowing the movement speed of all surrounding enemies by 65% for 3 seconds. Description: how can you survive in a snow-covered landscape without a pair of warm boots? The equipment provides decent stats, but the frost shield is quite good. It not only provides shield value, but also causes a huge slow effect, A 65% slowdown is quite significant. Once the boss is slowed down, it can't move at all. Sujin decisively replaced Xiaoqing's original bronze-level short boots with the gold-level frostbite boots. Xiaoqing's defensive attributes have been slightly improved. Basic cold protection potion can remove the slowing effect caused by harsh, icy, and snowy environments, lasting for 3 hours. This bottle of medicine solved Sujin's immediate problem, and he drank it without hesitation. Ding! You have drunk a basic cold-resistant potion, and the slowing effect you suffered has been restored. Looking at the holy healing grass in his hand, Sujin felt an urge to complain about the Morningstar Sanctus. You're treating my injury, but you actually need 40 holy healing herbs at once. You need to kill a troll to get a single holy healing herb. Could it be that I, too, will find and kill 40 trolls in this snow-covered landscape? Even if I can kill so many trolls, the key is to find their trail. The last trophy turned out to be an envelope. Sujin was a little curious, so he opened the envelope and started reading. The writing above was in an obscure and difficult-to-understand language of the dark world. Naturally, the troll's handwriting was not much better, with the characters twisted and crooked. The great lord of demons, the lord of the undead, has been resurrected and seems to be plotting a huge conspiracy, even trying to win me over to his side. I feigned allegiance to him and have already discovered that his first plan is to destroy a village, frame you for it, and make you take the blame to draw the hatred of the Temple of Light. The competition among the higher-ups of the Dark faction is this fierce? Sujin immediately understood when he saw the envelope. The Lord of the Undead and the Lord of Demons are both high-ranking members of the Dark faction, and are both colleagues and rivals. Although the two did not completely break off relations, they frequently schemed against each other and engaged in open and covert struggles in order to gain benefits. The reason the Undead Lord wanted to destroy the starting village was actually to frame the Demon Lord. Given the vengeful nature of the Pope of Light, he would not let it go and would definitely attack the Demon Lord's territory, making him pay a heavy price. The destruction of the starting village is the fuse for war. Once ignited, it could even lead to a war between the Demon Legion and the Temple of Light. In this way, the Lord of the Undead can reap the benefits without lifting a finger, and may even take advantage of the Temple of Light's weakened forces to loot the entire temple. In this way, the demon army under the Demon Lord is the one being attacked in front, while the Undead Overlord can send undead forces to sneak around and take advantage of the situation from behind. This makes sense. Why was the Star Sanctus attacked and hunted down? It was all a scheme by the Lord of the Dead. And that's exactly how the story unfolded in the previous life. The Undead Overlord, who had just possessed the power of the Undead Bone Dragon and was weakened, secretly plundered the Temple of Light, while the Demon Legion and the Temple of Light were fighting to the death. He obtained a large number of treasures, which restored his strength and propelled him to become an even stronger being. Now that Sujin has learned of this news, he absolutely cannot let the Lord of the Undead succeed so easily. Chapter 50: Stealing the Troll Chieftain's Treasure Trove. The treasury of the Temple of Light holds unimaginably rich treasures, which speaks volumes about the extent of its wealth, enough to make even the Lord of the Undead so devoted to its planning and scheming. If Sujin were to obtain these treasures and use them on his pets, they would definitely allow his pets to make rapid progress in strength, and even achieve incredible breakthroughs. What Sujin wanted to do was to thwart the conspiracy of the Undead Overlord. We must also drag the Lord of the Undead into this mess, stop his conspiracy, and seize his gains and profits. Only in this way can Sujin become the ultimate winner, the one who takes all three, and the biggest beneficiary. Sujin tucked the envelope into his pocket. This secret letter was far too important. Whether it is handed over to the Lord of Demons or to the Temple of Light, the final fate of the Undead Lord will be greatly changed. However, Sujin still needs to gather 40 holy healing grasses as soon as possible to save the Morningstar Sanctus. Although Sujin doesn't have a good impression of her, she is an important link in the war between the light and dark factions. At worst, we can just kill her after we've used up all her value. Where should we go to kill trolls and collect holy healing herbs? Sujin pondered in his heart. He looked around and saw snow falling all around him. He couldn't find a single troll or other monster in the entire mountain range. There were only bare branches and a row of footprints that would soon be covered by snow. These footprints were left by the troll that Sujin killed earlier. If we follow the footsteps backward, can we find the troll's lair? As Sujin thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Troll lairs are always extremely well hidden. You might not find them even after searching blindly for 3 days and 3 nights. But if you follow these footprints, things will be different. Sujin then began to follow the footprints and move forward. A dozen minutes later, they indeed discovered a secluded and hidden nest. Sujin did not act rashly, but chose to observe from a secluded place first. Outside the lair, two trolls stood guard at the entrance, drinking strong liquor and talking to each other. It's freezing cold outside. Being on duty here is a real pain. Our leader seems to have some new big plan. He wants to take us away from the snow mountain. I heard they're taking stock of their assets. The leader's tent is full of treasures. Upon hearing this, Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's seize this troll's lair first. He secretly cast a scout spell at the troll guard. Troll Warlord. Grade, Platinum. Level, 20. Health, 4,950. Attack, 1,020. Skills, Giant Shield Defense, Longsword Sweep, Fury. These two troll guards are actually level 20 Platinum level strength. This immediately made Sujin abandon his idea of killing them. It wasn't that Sujin couldn't defeat them, but rather that if he were to fight these two troll guards, it would inevitably attract the attention of the troll leader inside the lair. Once the troll chieftain becomes alert, I won't have a chance to steal the treasures from the chieftain's tent. Therefore, it's best not to alert them. Ari has possessed me. Shadow Dash activated. With a thought, Sujin released Shaoqing from possessing him and then allowed Ali to possess his body. After possessing Ari, his aura suddenly gained a touch of murderous intent and sharpness. Instantly enter stealth mode. After concealing himself, Sujin walked into the cave in front of the two troll guards. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard the conversation between two troll guards. I think I heard footsteps passing by me, a troll guard said, his ears perked up, sounding puzzled. Brother, you must be drunk and hallucinating. There's no way anyone could sneak in right under our noses. The other troll looked around, but found no trace of anyone. I must have had too much to drink. Brother, let's have another pot of wine. The two troll guards, finding no trace of anything, relaxed and resumed their drinking. Sujin breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking quietly deeper into the nest. Inside the nest was a simple hall. Inside the hall, hundreds of troll warriors were busily preparing combat supplies, creating a constant commotion. Great. I'm finally leaving this freezing, awful place. Praise be to the great leader Derek. I haven't tasted human flavor in so long. This time I should be able to really enjoy it. Especially human women, with their delicate skin and tender flesh, so tender you could squeeze water out of them. And they can also satisfy your appetite, huh? Sujin felt utterly disgusted as he listened to the trolls' discussion. These troll warriors were not only ugly in appearance, but also incredibly cruel in nature. Right now they're slaughtering humans in the starting village, but in the future they'll slaughter real humans on Earth. These filthy trolls will be wiped out sooner or later. There was no point in staying there, so he found the large tent in the very center and quietly went inside. A troll leader, several times larger than the troll warriors outside, was resting with his eyes closed inside the tent. The troll leader had a ferocious face with protruding fangs and bulging muscles. He wore a tiger skin cloak and carried a huge steel battle axe that gleamed with a menacing light at his waist. Beside his feet sat a huge box, its contents shimmering with a faint, dazzling light. Sujin's heart skipped a beat when he saw the treasure chest. Clearly, this treasure chest contains treasures accumulated by the troll leader over many years. However, the troll leader was sitting right next to him. If Sujin touched the treasure chest, it would inevitably alert the enemy. If he was hit by area of effect damage or control skills, his invisibility would be nullified. The troll leader is at least level 30 or higher, and with my current strength, it will be difficult to defeat him. In addition, there are thousands of troll warriors outside who will rush in at any time upon receiving a command. He might not even be able to defeat a single troll leader, let alone be surrounded by countless troll warriors, making the situation even more dangerous. Therefore, we must not act rashly. Sujin could only use his invisibility to wait quietly in place, preparing to make his move after the troll leader left the tent. Fortunately, the invisibility effect of Shadow Step has no time limit, allowing him to keep waiting. He waited patiently for a full 20 minutes. Go out and see how the soldiers are preparing. The troll leader muttered to himself, finally stood up, stretched, and walked out of the tent. Sujin was overjoyed. After waiting a few more seconds to make sure the troll leader was far away, he walked towards the large red box with anticipation. Ding! A treasure chest belonging to the troll chieftain has been discovered. Do you wish to open it? Open it now. Chapter 51, The Kidnapped Elf Princess. Ding! You have discovered a rare elemental attribute. Water. Ding! You have discovered the emerald-grade frost troll belt. Ding. You have discovered the emerald-grade frost troll shoulder pads. Ding. You have found 100 healing herbs. Ding. You have found 4 skill evolution stones. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. The troll chieftain's tent is hiding so many good things. Put it away. Pack them all into your backpack. I've actually collected another rare elemental attribute. Water. At this moment, Sujin has already collected 4 of the 5 elements attributes: metal, wood, water, and earth. As long as he finds one more attribute, fire, he can fuse them into a powerful top-tier attribute. There are also 2 pieces of emerald-grade equipment and a total of 4 skill evolution stones. Emerald-grade equipment is a higher quality level than platinum-grade equipment. In the early stages of the game, every piece of jade equipment is priceless and incredibly valuable. Sujin decisively put all the treasures into his backpack, just as he was about to sneak away before the troll leader returned. Suddenly, they discovered a hidden compartment behind the treasure chest. This is... Sujin's eyes widened, and he pushed the treasure chest open, wanting to see what was hidden in the secret compartment. The hidden compartment is sealed by a huge iron lock. To explore what secrets it holds, you either need the key to the lock or you need to break it open. The key must be carried by the troll leader. We definitely can't get it. So, the only way to open the hidden compartment is to forcefully break the iron lock. However, breaking the iron lock would inevitably produce a loud noise, attracting the attention of the troll chieftain and countless troll warriors. Give it a try. If someone comes, you can just slip away quickly. Sujin made a quick decision. Then break the lock as quickly as possible. Frost triple slash. Sujin's right hand was radiating endless frost power, and due to the power of Ari, extremely sharp claws actually grew on his hand. Bang! The moment the attack was launched, it instantly broke stealth and created a huge, booming sound. Minus 1840. Damage against stealth. Minus 840. Minus 1260. The terrifying triple slash, combined with the high damage from Shadow Dash, slammed heavily onto the iron chain. Although a gap was punched through the lock, it still could not be opened. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my royal tent? He's asking for death. Surround the main tent for me and tear him apart alive. Oh no, we've been discovered. What to do? Should we retreat or continue trying to unlock it? Sujin was very unwilling to leave just like that. In a flash, he made up his mind and decided to go all out. Change your pet. Xiaoqing, possess me. Exploding lightning ball. Thunderwing. Lightning arrow technique. Minus 960. Minus 872. Minus 579. Sujin unleashed a variety of terrifying lightning skills, which poured wildly onto the iron lock. With a snap, the iron lock was finally shattered. Sujin quickly opened the hidden compartment and discovered that a stunningly beautiful woman was hiding inside. To be precise, it was a slender female elf, lying there quietly, seemingly asleep. Beneath her snow-white neck, her proud breasts rose and fell slightly. The elven girl's eyes were closed, her jade-like body lying prone. Ding! You have discovered the kidnapped elf Princess Soja, triggering a special hidden quest for the elf race. Quest description: the Demon Legion has attacked the elf forest, and Princess Soja has been forcibly abducted. The elf queen is now searching for her daughter in deep sorrow. If you can bring Princess Soja back to the elf forest, the elf queen will reward you handsomely. Quest rewards: 20,000 experience points, 300,000 copper coins, 100 random pet attribute stones, and 1 optional diamond-grade equipment. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. 300,000 copper coins. 20,000 experience points. There are also 100 random attribute stones, which is equivalent to giving your pet 100 random base attribute points. There's even an optional diamond tier item. This reward is undoubtedly quite generous. It was worth taking such a big risk. Unexpectedly, by secretly infiltrating the troll's lair, I accidentally triggered a hidden quest from the elves. In other words, the little girl in front of you is actually an elven princess. No wonder she's so beautiful. Although she hasn't fully grown up yet, she's definitely a stunning beauty in the making. Sujin picked up the elf Princess Soja, but she was still asleep, seemingly under some kind of drug. The effects of the drug that had put her into a coma hadn't worn off yet, and no matter how much Sujin manipulated her now, he probably wouldn't be able to wake her up. The area is completely surrounded. You can't escape, you little thief. You dare to dream of saving the fairy princess? You'd better stay here and die. Just then, The troll leader who had barged in saw Sujin holding the elf princess Soja in his arms. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes, and he brandished his battle axe, slashing fiercely at Sujin. Hey big oaf, I have no intention of going head-to-head with you. I'll come back to take your life when I'm strong enough. Sujin sneered, unfurled his thunder wings, and leaped to the side, dodging the troll leader's heavy blow. He turned and rushed out of the tent, soaring into the air towards the outside of the troll's lair. Although we can't see the troll leader's specific attributes, given his level and rank, he must have at least tens of thousands of health points, not to mention the countless troll warriors surrounding him. With Sujin's current strength, he has almost no chance of winning. Countless troll warriors swarmed out in pursuit, but Sujin's flying speed was simply too fast for these crowded troll warriors to catch up with. Damn it, you can actually fly? Oh no, how am I going to explain this to the demon lord? The troll leader watched as Sujin flew away, his eyes filled with both shock and anger. After the demon lord abducted the elf princess, he repeatedly instructed him to keep a close watch on her, as it was of utmost importance. Just to be on the safe side, the troll leader deliberately hid the elf princess in the most secret hidden compartment. But to everyone's surprise, they were discovered and rescued. The demon lord kidnapped the elf princess here to coerce the elf queen, who had chosen a neutral stance, into changing her mind and forcing her to lead the elf race in an alliance with the demon legion, thus defecting to the dark side. Now that the elf princess has been rescued, the plan to have the peace-loving elven race, who had chosen the neutral side, betray the dark faction is likely to fall through. It feels so good to be free. This is definitely a huge profit. After leaving the extreme snow mountains, Sujin carried the elf princess Soja through the sky, while taking stock of his haul in his backpack. Chapter 52 Abundant Harvest. A total of 101 holy healing herbs were collected. Holy healing herb. Give the holy healing herb to the Morningstar Saintess, and you will receive a quest reward. If you consume it yourself, each holy healing herb will provide you with 10 permanent health points. 40 holy healing herbs equal 400 permanent health points. Sujin felt a pang of regret that he had given the Morningstar Saintess 40 holy healing grasses in exchange for such a small reward. However, in order for the subsequent plan to proceed smoothly, we must be prepared to risk our lives to catch the wolf. Once the Morningstar Saintess is used by him, the reward will be more than 10,000 times that of 40 holy healing herbs. Sujin decisively fed all 61 holy healing grasses to Xiaoqing. The direction of Xiaoqing's evolution is to build her into a tank mage with high defense and high health. Ding! Your Xiaoqing has consumed 61 holy healing herbs and gained 610 points of maximum health. Following that, there are 4 more skill evolution stones. After thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to use it on Thunderwings. He is increasingly able to appreciate how convenient and beneficial this skill is. Not only does it deal explosive damage, but most importantly, it provides extremely high flight speed. This not only saved him a lot of time, but also allowed him to reach many other dangerous places containing treasures that other players could not access. Ding! You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to upgrade Thunderwing King's Thunderwing skill to level 8. When using Thunderwings, flight speed is increased by 40%, and the damage dealt by Thunderwings to enemies is increased by an additional 60%. Skill Thunderwings. Level 8. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunderwings can not only deal 300 plus 225% of magic attack as lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. Level 8 Thunderwing. This is an absolute qualitative leap. A single wing flap can deal over 1,000 lightning damage. Moreover, this skill is a continuous output skill, capable of dealing such a huge amount of damage per second, which is truly abnormal. The enhanced flight speed has increased by 40%, making it even faster. Finally, Sujin turned his attention to the final, most important part. 2 pieces of emerald grade equipment. Emerald grade Frost Troll Belt. Strength 35. Physical fitness 35. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment effect. Frost amplification. Increases ice damage dealt by an additional 15%. Equipment effect 2. Roar of Frost. After activation, all surrounding enemies will be forcibly knocked back 10 meters and will suffer 500 plus 100% physical attack power of ice damage. Description. Frost. Capable of destroying everything. Emerald grade Frost Troll shoulder pads. Strength 36. Agility 39. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment effect, frost protection. You will receive 15% less ice damage and 25% less ice-based crowd control effects. Equipment effect 2, frostbite. Your ice attribute damage skills will have a 10% chance to deal an additional 300 damage and freeze the enemy for 1.5 seconds. The 2 emerald grade equipment pieces not only provide amazing base attributes, but also offer a total of 71 points of strength. It also comes with 4 equipment skills. Equipment with 2 skills is extremely rare. Even among emerald grade equipment, those with 2 skills are uncommon. These 2 items are undoubtedly perfect for Ari. This is a really good deal. I decisively replaced Ari's 2 bronze level equipment pieces with these 2 jade level equipment pieces. Sujin's 3 basic attributes, strength, physique, and agility, have increased significantly. The 4 additional skills have greatly boosted Ari's strength. Sujin looked at the unconscious elf princess in his arms and suddenly felt a headache coming on. He cannot leave until he has completed the hidden quests in the starting village. What should we do with this stunningly beautiful fairy princess? I can't hold her all the time, can I? Sujin pondered for a moment. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and he had an idea. He decisively changed direction, not looking for the Morningstar Saintess, but flying towards the newbie village. The evolved Thunderwing is undoubtedly much faster. It took less than 5 minutes to reach the starting village. My God, there really is such a perfect and beautiful woman in the world. Compared to her, all those top celebrities and models in real life would pale in comparison. Is this an NPC? It doesn't look human. What? Could it be a legendary elf? Who cares if she's human or elf? If I had a wife that beautiful, I'd be willing to give up 50 years of my life. If I could meet such a beautiful NPC, why would I bother with any quests? I'd just marry her on the spot. I almost rushed up to snatch the female elf, but then I realized that the person holding her was none other than the powerful Emperor Chun. Rushing up would probably be no different from suicide. Such a beautiful elf. Even I, a girl, am envious. Her flawless beauty, untouched by any trace of dust, makes me feel utterly ashamed of myself. No wonder Emperor Chun looked down on those female players who threw themselves at him. With such a beautiful female elf, those ordinary-looking female players were simply outclassed. Emperor Chun is amazing. As soon as Su Chun entered the beginner village, carrying the fairy princess, he attracted the attention of countless players. There was no other reason. This fairy princess was simply too beautiful, captivating the onlookers and drawing envious glances from the female players. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding players, Su Chun carried the elf princess Soja straight into the tailor shop. When Su Chun arrived, the tailor shop owner greeted him with a beaming smile. "Ah Chun, you're finally back. I can sense that your strength has improved a lot. Such a beautiful female elf, like a fox spirit. Who is she?" When the proprietress, Kaching, saw that Su Chun was holding a stunningly beautiful female elf in his arms, her eyes immediately filled with hostility. They seemed afraid that the female elf would steal Su Chun's heart and abandon them, mother and daughter. There's a hidden quest that requires you to send her back to the elf forest. I still have things to finish in the village, and it's inconvenient to take her with me. Sister Kaching, could you please take care of her for me for a while? Su Chen's words immediately relieved the proprietress, Kaching. She cast a flirtatious glance at Su Chun with her alluring eyes, and said earnestly, "That's good. Ah Chun, you can't be fooled by other women. Only my daughter and I truly care about you and want to be with you. Understand?" Chapter 53 Special Rare Equipment, Disguise Mask. The proprietress, Su Kaching, took the sleeping elf princess from Su Chen's arms and carried her back to her bed in the bedroom. Soon, she came out with a smile, her beautiful eyes like pools of spring water. She was incredibly charming. "Ah Chun, shall we go inside and talk?" As she spoke, she tried to pull Su Chen's hand and lead him into the house. As the two entered the room, the fairy princess was still fast asleep on the bed to the side, and the proprietress, Su Kaching, looked Su Chen up and down with a burning gaze. "Is this convenient? There's someone else sleeping in the bed." Su Chen glanced at the elf princess and asked casually. It would be a lie to say that Su Chen wasn't tempted by the still attractive proprietress. But it's not to the point of being so impatient. She's asleep. Judging by her appearance, she won't wake up anytime soon. "Come on, I've been thinking about you for so long." The proprietress, Kaching, was very proactive, sitting on Su Chen's lap. When feelings run deep, emotions naturally intensify, and just as the two were preparing to take their conversation to the next level. "Cough cough, where am I?" A confused voice sounded from behind, startling the restless proprietress, Su Kaching. Looking back, I saw that it was the elven princess Soja who had woken up. He was staring at the two of them with a bewildered expression. Luckily, the two didn't have any deeper conversation, otherwise it would have been awkward. Wasn't I imprisoned in the troll's lair? Sister, are you a troll too? Wait a minute, aren't trolls supposed to be ugly? The elf princess looked at the proprietress, Su Kaching, with a puzzled expression. You little girl, you really have no sense of propriety. You actually called me a troll. If it weren't for Achen's sake, I wouldn't have taken you in. The proprietress, Su Kaching, was already displeased that the fairy princess had interrupted her and Su Chen's good time. A woman dresses up for the man she loves, and in her youth she was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the village. Although the years have passed and her daughter is almost an adult, time has not left any marks on her face. She is still beautiful and has gained a more mature charm. However, she was mistaken for a troll by the other party, and her phoenix eyes naturally contained anger. So, it was you, brother, who rescued me from the troll's lair. Soja has nothing to repay you with, so she will give this to her brother. Princess Soja tilted her head and thought for a while before finally understanding. She thanked Suchun and took off a sparkling necklace from her snow-white neck, handing it to him. Ding! Because you rescued the elf Princess Soja, she has given you Soja's personal necklace as a token of her gratitude. Emerald Grade, Soja's personal necklace. Spell Defense 36, Health 1000. Reduces fire damage taken by 150 points. Level requirement, level 10 or above. Equipment skill, Nature's Blessing. When your health is below 15%, Nature's Blessing will automatically trigger, granting immunity to all damage for 1.5 seconds. Suchun took the necklace, his eyes suddenly lighting up. This necklace not only boasts top-tier defensive attributes, but its 1.5-second invincibility protection time is also ridiculously powerful. With this necklace, the risk of being ambushed and instantly killed can be completely eliminated. If someone is ambushed, as long as they have even half a second to complete Xiaoqing's possession, with the added bonus of high damage reduction and medium defense, there is absolutely no way anyone can kill them. Even breaking through one's own defenses is difficult. Not only can it prevent players from ambushing you, but even when facing a powerful final boss like the Undead Overlord, this necklace skill also prevents you from being instantly killed. The 1.5-second invincibility period is enough for you to summon Thunder Wings and quickly escape. Suchun decisively put on the Emerald Grade Soja's personal necklace, replacing his original trash bronze necklace, which greatly boosted his defensive attributes and self-protection ability. Oh right, brother. Several of my best friends were also kidnapped by the demon army. Before I lost consciousness, I vaguely heard the demon lord say that he was going to take them to the zombie dungeon for a blood sacrifice ritual. If I don't rescue my sisters soon, they're probably doomed. Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest for Princess Soja. Save your elven sisters. Mission objective. Head to the zombie dungeon in the far west and rescue the imprisoned elven sisters. Quest rewards. 8,000 copper coins, 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet experience book, and 1 diamond grade equipment evolution stone. The task rewards are quite generous. Diamond grade evolution stone allows you to select an emerald grade equipment and evolve it to diamond grade quality. I'll take this task. Don't worry, I will do my best to rescue your sister. Suchun patted his chest, though he didn't know if the two sisters he needed to rescue were the elven princess Soja's biological sisters or her best friends. However, in order to obtain this generous reward, one must also complete this hidden quest. Suchun happily accepted the task and left. Only the landlady Su Kaching and the elf princess Soja were left in the bedroom. As the proprietress Su Kaching looked at the elf princess pleading pitifully with Suchun, she secretly labeled her as a green tea bitch. Humph, I refuse to believe that my man's heart can be stolen by a green tea vixen like you. You're just a pretty human woman at best, while I'm a noble elven princess. If I wanted to compete with you, do you think you could win? Faced with the hostile gaze of the proprietress Su Kaching, the elf princess was by no means weak and retorted without hesitation. The two women harbored hostility towards each other, and what would happen to them after Suchun left would only be known when he returned. After leaving the tailor shop, Suchun did not rush to the zombie dungeon immediately, but instead went to the trading market in the beginner village. The game had just been launched, and other players were all in a state of having only a superficial understanding of it. Occasionally, new players might unexpectedly obtain 1 or 2 top-tier treasures. Suchun wanted to try his luck and see if he could encounter any unexpected surprises. Suchun walked to the first stall, which was run by an 8th level player. At a glance, the stall was filled with a bunch of junk bronze equipment. Jump over. The second stall had a small amount of silver equipment for sale, but to Su Chun, it was all junk. Jump over. So, Su Chun scanned the stalls in the beginner village for a whole time, but didn't find anything useful. When he saw the last stall in the very corner, Su Chin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared intently at a treasure on the stall. Rare special equipment. Disguised mask. Chapter 54, Plundering B-rank talents. It was a disguised mask. Su Chin's heart suddenly fluttered. Disguised mask. Strength 15. Intelligence 15. Agility 15. Physical fitness 15. Movement speed is increased by 25% after leaving combat. Equipment skill. Disguise. You can disguise yourself as any player or NPC without being detected by anyone. The disguise can last for up to 1 hour. It adds 15 points to all attributes. Although the increase is not much, this piece of equipment is a special piece of equipment and does not take up any equipment slots. The accompanying disguise skill might be useless to other players, but for Su Chun, it's an absolute godsend. This disguise skill is amazing. It can fool not only players, but also NPCs. For example, Su Chun could disguise himself as an NPC of the Dark faction, infiltrate the Dark world, steal powerful top-grade treasures, and then slip away when the opportunity arises. In this way, the NPC is the one who takes the blame and is wanted, while Su Chun is the one who secretly benefits. He could even disguise himself as an NPC and pretend to issue hidden quests to other players, tricking them into fighting the top 10 super guilds, or even the light and dark factions. With this disguise mask, there are simply too many ways to operate. If used properly, it is absolutely a divine weapon among special equipment. Seeing that the stall owner was a level 9 female player named Moon Jasmine, Su Chun asked, "How much does this disguise mask cost?" 5,000 copper coins. No bargaining. Sure, I'll take it. Let's trade directly. 5,000 copper coins is not expensive. It is obvious that the female stall owner player does not know the value of the goods and thinks she has sold them for a high price. As long as he buys it, Su Chun will make a huge profit. Just as the female vendor was about to initiate a trade request with Su Chun, an extremely arrogant sneer suddenly came from behind her. "Hey, aren't these the Chin brothers?" "What? The Chin brothers are buying street vendor goods here too. You want to buy this mask for 5,000 copper coins? Sorry, 10,000 copper coins. I'll take it." Su Chin's eyes suddenly turned cold. The newcomer was named Demon Bloodsword, and he was a member of the Glory Alliance Guild. Just when I was worried about not being able to find anyone from the Glory Alliance Guild to take revenge, they unexpectedly delivered themselves to my doorstep. Su Chun vaguely remembered the person named Demon Bloodsword. In his previous life, he was a well-known figure in the Glory Alliance Guild with considerable strength. The talent is a B-level talent called Blood Rage Amplification, which can select a target and put the target into a state of rage, increasing attack speed by 50% and damage by 50% for 5 seconds. The cooldown is 3 hours. In other words, this talent allows pets to gain extremely strong burst damage capabilities in a short period of time, just like taking Viagra. Although it's only a short-term boost, it often has a surprising effect when fighting bosses. Therefore, his pets often become the main damage dealers when the Glory Alliance Guild is raiding bosses. However, since Su Chun encountered it today, we must nip it in the bud. "Excuse me, I'm in business, so naturally I sell to whoever offers the highest price." Someone offered 10,000 copper coins. "If you, Emperor Chun, cannot offer a higher price, I will have to sell the disguised mask to the player who offered the higher price." The stall owner recognized Su Chin's identity, but she was a businesswoman, and money was more attractive to her than anything else. "Demon Bloodsword, if you're willing to pay for this mask, then keep it for me for a while. I'll come to you to pick it up soon." Su Chun walked up to the other person with a cold smile, patted him lightly on the shoulder, and then left without looking back. Anyone who dares to offend Demon Bloodsword is simply asking for death. I thought you, Emperor Chun, were something special. It seems you're only good at empty talk and spouting a few harsh words. I easily got my hands on the mask, while you could only slink away in disgrace." The Demon Bloodsword's eyes were full of mockery as it watched Su Chin's departing figure and said with a smug look on its face. But what Demon Bloodsword didn't know was that Su Chun had secretly taken away his B-grade talent, Frenzy Amplification. "You have stolen the Bloodthirst Sword's rank B talent, Fury Amplification. You have gained the Fury Amplification talent. Designate any target and put them into a Fury state for 5 seconds, increasing their attack speed and damage by 50%. Due to the plundering of its talent, The Demon Blood Sword has been downgraded to a C-level talent pet, Rage Amplification. Sujin knew that the Demon Blood Sword did not belong to this beginner village. He came here from the newbie village where the Glory Alliance Guild was stationed, clearly looking for trouble. It's obvious without even thinking that this was instructed by Guild Master Emojantian. Since they've come to me, I'll save myself the trouble of going looking for them again. Getting my hands on this B-grade talent would be an absolute steal. The fact that the Demon Blood Sword's B-grade talent was directly downgraded to a C-grade talent is undoubtedly a huge loss. This is just the first step. The disguise mask is still in the hands of the Demon Blood Sword, and Sujin must get his hands on it. Since the Demon Blood Sword is bidding for the disguise mask, let's just give it to him first. After he bought it, he could then reveal the disguise mask from his body, saving Sujin the cost of 5,000 copper coins. Sujin clearly remembered that on the afternoon of the third day after the game's launch, which was 3 hours later, the Glory Alliance would discover a powerful platinum-level boss. In his previous life, the Glory Alliance even invited Sujin to join them in killing this platinum-level boss. After finally defeating the platinum-level boss, the other party only offered a few words of thanks and did not share any benefits with Sujin. In this life, when the Glory Alliance tries to defeat that platinum-level boss again, Sujin not only wants to intercept the boss, but also wants to expose the disguise mask. Demon Blood Sword, just you wait. I'll give you a surprise in 3 hours. Sujin smirked, turned around, summoned Thunder Wings, and flew towards the zombie dungeon. Let's take this time to complete the hidden quest for the Elf Princess. Thunderwing's flight speed far surpasses that of other players on foot. In less than 10 minutes, Sujin had already arrived at the area where the zombie dungeon was located. The surrounding area was desolate, littered with the corpses of villagers, and the stench of rotting bodies was nauseating. Sujin glanced over and saw that the villagers' deaths were extremely gruesome. Most of their bodies had been eaten, some had bloody holes in their chests, some had lost an arm, and some were blind. These gruesome corpses were clearly the work of dark forces. Having experienced his past life, Sujin knew this very well. 3 years from now, once the forces of darkness invade the real world, the fate of real humans will be just as tragic as that of these villagers. Countless people will die miserably in endless fear. Damn the dark faction, I will exterminate you all in this lifetime. A chilling killing intent flashed across Sujin's eyes as he made a vow in his heart. Sudden, a terrifying blood-red shadow suddenly pounced towards Sujin. Humans, become offerings in this blood sacrifice. Chapter 55, A New Direction for Xiaoqing's Evolution? It's a hungry zombie. Sujin glanced at them and instantly confirmed their identity. The hungry zombie was a villager in life, but after being infected with the plague, he became a slave to the demon and began to slaughter other villagers in order to perform a blood sacrifice ritual for the demon lord. Hungry zombies. Level, 15. Grade, Platinum. Monster HP, 2840. Physical attack, 679. Trait, Anti-Spell Shell. Reduces spell damage taken by 35%. Skills, Hunger Bite, Corpse Cannibalism for recovery, Plague Poison. Description, an extremely hungry and powerful zombie. Do not provoke him easily, or he will devour you until there is nothing left. Spell damage is reduced, right? Ari, it's up to you now. After this period of training, and even being equipped with 2 top-tier emerald-level items, Ari's damage output has undergone a complete transformation. Just as the hungry zombie's gleaming white fangs were about to bite Sujin, Ari suddenly activated the Frost Roar skill from the emerald-grade Frost Troll belt. The deafening roar, containing terrifying ice-type pressure, transformed into a powerful shockwave that slammed into the charging hungry zombies. Minus 942. Before the hungry zombie could even touch Sujin, it was blasted more than 10 meters away by the terrifying Frost Roar. The skill's considerable damage reduced the hungry zombie's health by 1/3. Damn humans, I'll take you down with me. The hungry zombie's face was twisted and ferocious, and its body released black plague poison as it pounced on Sujin like a madman. Plague poison. After being poisoned, you lose 300 health points per second for 5 seconds. In addition, if you are poisoned by plague poison, your constitution attribute will permanently drop by 50 points. This poison is disgusting. Losing 1,500 health points is not enough to cause death from poisoning. However, Sujin absolutely could not accept permanently losing 50 points of his constitution attribute, and he also did not want Ali to suffer such a loss. Ari, come back. Sujin decisively summoned Xiaoqing. Since melee combat carries the risk of poisoning, I'll just kill you from a distance. So what if you have 35% spell damage reduction? I'll kill you with spells today. Xiaoqing activates Twin Snake Shadows, instantly creating two identical little green snakes side by side, which then unleash their skills at the hungry zombie, resulting in double damage. Exploding Lightning Ball. Lightning Arrow Technique. -726. -726. -419. -419. Death is also returning to the embrace of the Lord of Demons. The hungry zombie's eyes were filled with intense madness. Its body was shattered into pieces by lightning, and it crashed to the ground. What a fanatical believer. The power of brainwashing is truly terrifying. Sujin couldn't help but shake his head. Congratulations. Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 15 hungry zombie. You and Xiaoqing have gained 150 base experience points, and an additional 45 experience points for defeating a level higher. Plunder in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points to your Constitution attribute. Xiaoqing gains an extra 2 evolution points. A few seconds later, the plague around the hungry zombie dissipated, and Sujin stepped forward, kicked aside the zombie's corpse, and picked up the loot that had dropped on the ground. Ding. You have picked up a pet skill evolution stone. Ding. You have collected 826 copper coins. As a platinum level monster, even if it's not a boss, it shouldn't be this poor, right? Sujin couldn't help but complain. Actually, you can't blame the hungry zombies for being too poor. They're so hungry they can't even afford meat. So it's already pretty good that they can get a pet skill evolution stone. Which skill should I use this pet skill evolution stone on? Sujin pondered to himself. He had originally planned to continue using it to enhance Thunder Wings, since investing in this skill was extremely cost-effective. It not only saved a lot of time running around the map, but also greatly increased the damage output during combat. However, when Sujin focused his attention on the Twin Snake Shadow skill, he suddenly had a new idea. If I use this to enhance this skill, will it increase the number of clones? Sujin wondered to himself. That would be too inhuman. The clones summoned by the Twin Serpent Shadows have the same combat power as the original. Now, summoning a clone with 2 small green snakes attacking together will deal double the damage. If the skill is upgraded, will it be able to summon 3 or 4 clones? Most importantly, Xiaoqing is female and possesses the bloodline of a dragon, giving her the opportunity to transform into a human in the future. She may very well evolve into an absolute beauty like Queen Medusa in the future. If the clone skill is evolved to its ultimate form, once the user transforms into a beautiful woman, will the clone skill immediately create hundreds of stunningly beautiful women? And as a pet, she would be absolutely obedient to Sujin and willing to give everything. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Thinking about this, Sujin suddenly felt that evolving the Thunder Wing skill was no longer appealing. By upgrading her clone skill to a higher level, not only will her strength be greatly guaranteed, but wouldn't it also allow her to explore a more exciting way to play? Sujin no longer hesitated and decisively integrated the pet skill evolution stone into Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill. Ding. Since Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadows is a special skill, please choose an evolution path for her skill. Option 1. Increase Xiaoqing's clones. Consuming 3 evolution stones will allow you to create 1 more clone of Xiaoqing. Option 2. Make Xiaoqing's clone stronger. Consuming 1 evolution stone will increase Xiaoqing's clone's base attributes by 6%. Once the evolutionary direction is determined, it cannot be changed and will continue to evolve in the chosen direction. Adding a clone would be equivalent to a 100% increase in damage output, and there might even be special benefits once she transforms into human form. If the clone's strength is enhanced, it's equivalent to only increasing the damage output by 6%. Is there even a need to consider this? Decisively choose the first evolution path to increase the number of clones. It does require 3 pet evolution stones to evolve, but it's definitely worth it. Just keep saving evolution stones. Keep this one for now. Sujin held Ali in his arms, while Xiaoqing obediently curled up on his shoulder. The two of them walked towards the interior of the zombie dungeon. Upon arriving at the entrance to the zombie dungeon, the iron gate was already rusty and even stained with foul-smelling blood. Master, I'm coming. Ari voluntarily emerged from his embrace and slammed his paw heavily against the iron gate. With a loud bang, the immense force shattered the iron gate, reducing it to dust. Ah no. Please have mercy, it hurts so much. As soon as I entered the dungeon, I heard a delicate woman's wail coming from the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 56, Rescuing the Elves, Encountering the Boss. Could it be? An ominous thought suddenly popped into Sujin's mind. They quickly followed the sound and continued deeper into the dungeon. "Ah, please let us go." The woman's agonizing cries grew louder and louder, making Sujin's heart tighten and his pace quicken. Sudden, for gruesome corpses in the dungeon corridor suddenly rose from the ground and pounced on Sujin. 5 more hungry zombies. This time, we must act swiftly and decisively, and not give them another chance to unleash the plague. Ari suddenly pounced out of Sujin's arms, activated her intimidation skill, and a blood-red glint flashed in her eyes, instantly freezing the 4 hungry zombies in place. Then, her incredibly sharp claws, carrying the power of sudden frost, ripped fiercely at the hungry zombie. Frostbite triple slash. -479. -958. -1437. A terrifying triple attack was unleashed in an instant. The zombie that was hit was instantly killed before it could even react. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-tailed fox Ari, has defeated a level 15 hungry zombie. You and Ari have gained 150 base experience points, and an additional 45 experience points for defeating a level higher. Looting activated. You and Ari each gain 3 points of strength. Ari gains an extra 2 evolution points. Sujin glanced at Ari's experience points, which had reached level 9, 4198 to 4500. It seemed that as long as he cleared out these hungry zombies, he could level her up. Again, Ari's phantom teleportation is activated, and all her skills are refreshed. Deterrence. Frostbite triple slash. 3 hits were dealt, instantly killing another hungry zombie. Skill LV1. Phantom teleport. Ari transforms into a phantom and can be forcibly teleported up to 3 times in a row. After each teleport, all skill cooldowns are refreshed. Immediately afterwards, the second phantom teleport is activated, all skills are refreshed, and the combination of Intimidate and Frost triple slash is used to kill another hungry zombie. Immediately following the activation of the third phantom teleportation, the last hungry zombie was instantly killed. In the blink of an eye, Ari annihilated all 4 hungry zombies. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-tailed fox Ari, has defeated 3 level 15 hungry zombies, a feat that puts you and Ari at a higher level. You have gained 450 base experience points and an additional 135 experience points for defeating higher level enemies. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 10 and gained 15 free attribute points. Looting in effect. You and Ari each gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of constitution. Ari gains an extra 6 evolution points. These 4 hungry zombies dropped significantly more loot than the previous zombie. However, the woman's painful screams continued to echo from deep within the dungeon. The situation is extremely urgent. Judging from their voices, they probably won't last much longer. Sujin decided to go in and see what was going on. As for the loot dropped by the hungry zombies, he could come back and collect it slowly after rescuing the woman inside. Ari has possessed me. Shadow Dash activated. To speed up their journey, Sujin directly possessed Ari into his body, instantly activating the stealth effect of Shadow Step. With the added boost of Shadow Sprint, my travel speed increased significantly. When Sujin walked into the deepest part of the dungeon, what came into view was a huge pool of blood. The pool of blood was filled with a dense aura of death, sending chills down one's spine. This blood pool is a demon altar that was forged to worship the Lord of Demons. By absorbing the purest virgin blood and soul through blood sacrifice, the demon lord can gain a continuous boost in power. 2 stunningly beautiful female elves were bound hand and foot by enormous chains, and their blood and souls were being constantly drained by a demonic altar. The 2 women looked almost identical, but their skin tones were completely different. The female elf, with her more mature and elegant appearance, had skin as white as snow, like a pure white lotus, making one want to touch and caress her. The other female elf, whose appearance was somewhat youthful and innocent, had skin as if draped in a mysterious black veil, and her slender jade feet were wrapped in ripped black stockings, which added to her allure. They looked so alike. Could they be twin elves? The one with the dark skin is clearly a night elf. However, aren't night elves and nature elves destined to be mortal enemies? How could 2 women become twins? Sujin had some doubts, but saving lives was the priority right now. Xiaoqing, break these iron locks. Quickly save people. Sujin, who was in stealth mode, quickly gave the order. Oh whoa. Xiaoqing's round head popped out from Sujin's shoulder, letting out a strange cry. and then huge thunder wings suddenly appeared behind it. The terrifying power of lightning crashed down onto the thick, hard iron chains. A loud bang rang out. The iron chains could not withstand the power of the thunder and shattered with a crash. Upon seeing this, the two twin female elves turned pale instantly and hugged each other tightly in fear. "Don't be afraid. I've come to save you at the request of Princess Sojin," Sujin quickly explained when he saw the two women trembling with nervousness. "Sister Sojin sent you? Has she been rescued? That's wonderful." The twin elf sister looked overjoyed, her previous tension and fear instantly vanishing. "Brother, please hurry and get us out of here. If we are any later, we sisters might really die here." The twin elf sister cried out for help immediately. The two women were extremely pale, clearly not going to last much longer. Sujin walked up to the demon altar, preparing to pull the two women out of the blood pool. "Watch out," the dark-skinned elf sister suddenly exclaimed. Sujin felt a chill run down his spine. Countless battles in his previous life had honed his sharp reflexes, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Sudden, a bloodstained butcher's knife narrowly missed Sujin's ear. Even a mere brush against his ear caused Sujin excruciating pain. If I had reacted any slower and been hit in the head, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sujin quickly turned around to look. A cannibalistic butcher wielding a cleaver, his blood-red eyes blazing with murderous intent, suddenly charged out. "Damn humans! How dare you disrupt the demon lord's blood sacrifice plan? I will capture you alive and offer you to the great lord of demons." Ogre Butcher. Level, 18. Rank, Emerald level boss. Health, 7200. Attacks, 1329. Special feature, Blood Supply. Automatically restores 500 health points per second. Skills, Butcher's Knife Throw, Potential Burst, Blood Sacrifice. Chapter 58, Drawing Top-Tier Pet Qualifications. After evolving, Xiaoqing has transformed from a snake king into a true demon python. Sujin knew that this was only the beginning of Xiaoqing's evolution. With the powerful SSS-level talent of Infinite Plunder, what terrifying existence can Xiaoqing, this beautiful snake, evolve into in the future? Sujin was also filled with anticipation. Even more surprisingly, after the cannibalistic butcher died, there was a spectacular explosion. All sorts of dazzling loot were scattered all over the ground. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he stepped forward to pick them all up. Ding! You've picked up a rare elemental attribute. Fire. Ding! You've picked up the Emerald Grade, Soul of Power leggings. Ding! You've picked up an Emerald Grade robe, Soul of Constitution. Ding! You've picked up the Emerald Grade, Soul of Agility necklace. Ding! You've picked up 3,241 copper coins. Very good. I've finally collected all 5 rare elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sujin couldn't wait to put the 5 rare quality stones, which were different in color but identical in shape, together. Just as the 5 rare quality stones merged together, they suddenly linked together and burst forth with an incomparably dazzling 5-colored divine light. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 5 rare 5 elements aptitude stones. Would you like to fuse them into an incomparably precious top-tier pet aptitude stone? Fusion. Sujin made the decisive choice. 5 rare elemental aptitude stones are fusing together to form a top-tier pet aptitude stone with random attributes. Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining a top-tier pet luck stone. Top-tier lucky stone. Increases your pet's luck by 300%. Seeing that the fusion had actually formed a top-tier pet luck attribute stone, Sujin began to feel excited. Having been reborn, he knew all too well how important the hidden attribute of luck was. It's no exaggeration to say that increasing your luck stat is far more important than increasing other basic attributes. But there are very few ways to increase your luck stat. In the previous life, after all players understood the luck value in the mid-game, even a basic pet luck aptitude stone was sold for tens of millions of dollars. The reason Sujin was able to become the #1 expert in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life was largely because his pet black snake accidentally swallowed a medium-level lucky stone, which caused the pet to trigger a series of lucky events. It even triggered a hidden evolutionary path during its evolution, eventually evolving step by step into a terrifying existence that suppressed countless divine pets, the 36-winged world-destroying Black Dragon King. Top-tier lucky stones are 2 levels above medium-tier lucky stones. It's easy to imagine the extent of the impact this could have on pets. But then, Sujin encountered another problem that made it difficult for him to make a decision. There is only one top-tier lucky stone. Should it be Ari, the five-tailed fox spirit who has been with you since you first entered the game, or Xiaoqing, the beautiful snake spirit with explosive output and extremely strong defense? After thinking it over, Sujin finally decided to give the top-tier lucky talent stone to Xiaoqing. There's only one reason. Ari's evolutionary path is very stable. Each evolution has resulted in the growth of an extra tail, which in turn brings a surge in strength. However, Xiaoqing's evolutionary direction is highly unpredictable. The potential is extremely high, but the risk of evolution is also very high. It may evolve into the supreme and invincible eternal dragon emperor, or it may evolve astray and become a nine-headed demon python that is incredibly powerful in the early stages but extremely weak in the later stages. The greater the risk, the more effective the top-tier pet luck aptitude stone will be. Ding. Please select the pet you want to enhance with the top-tier lucky attribute stone. I choose Xiaoqing. Sujin replied decisively. Congratulations. Your pet Azure Python Xiaoqing has obtained top-tier luck. Immediately afterwards, Sujin turned his attention to the 3 pieces of jade-grade equipment. Emerald grade, Soul of Power leggings. Strength, 35. Physical attack power, 47. Reduces the amount of ice damage received by 200. Level requirement. Level 10 or above is required to wear this item. Equipment special skill, Soul of Power. When you kill an enemy, your strength will increase by 100 points for 10 minutes. Note, this attribute cannot be stacked. Emerald grade, Robe of the Soul of Constitution. Physical fitness 42. Health, 650. Reduces fire damage taken by 200 points. Level requirement. Level 10 or above is required to wear this item. Equipment special skill, Soul of Power. After you kill an enemy, your constitution will increase by 100 points for 10 minutes. Note, this attribute cannot be stacked. Emerald grade, Soul of Agility necklace. Attack speed 30%. Casting speed increased by 30%. Movement speed 12%. Reduces wind damage taken by 200 points. Equipment special ability, Spirit of Agility. After you kill an enemy, your agility will increase by 100 points for 10 minutes. Note, this attribute cannot be stacked. These 3 very practical emerald grade items are quite suitable for Ari. Let's use these 3 pieces of equipment to make up for Ari not getting the top-tier luck aptitude. Replace Ari's 3 bronze level items with 3 emerald level items. All attributes have been significantly improved, and Ari now possesses a total of 6 emerald grade equipment pieces. Furthermore, with these 3 emerald grade equipment pieces, Ari's 3 main attributes will increase by 100 points simply by killing a small monster. Extremely fierce. After dealing with everything, Sujin waved his thunder wings and soared into the air above the blood pool. Come with me. I'll take you to see Sozia. Sujin stretched out his arm and easily pulled the 2 women out of the blood pool, one on each side into his arms. However, Sujin felt a chilling aura emanating from the 2 women. They discovered that their long, slender legs were now tinged with a thick, black aura. What is this? Sujin was startled. Our souls and life force are constantly being drained by the blood pool, and our bodies are being continuously corroded by the black energy. We're already beyond repair, and I'm afraid we won't live much longer. The twin elf sister sighed and shook her head. Is there any way to save you? Sujin watched helplessly as the black energy between the 2 women's legs slowly dissipated and spread to other parts of their bodies, and he couldn't bear to see it happen. Only the power of holy light can suppress the spread of the deathly darkness and nourish our blood and souls, but the people of the Temple of Light may not be willing to help us. The twin elf sister's eyes dimmed with despair as she spoke. Chapter 57 Pet Evolution. Forbidden spell level skill? It's actually a jade level boss. Sujin's eyes instantly burned with fervor. This means that once you kill it, the reward will be incredibly generous. However, this ogre butcher is clearly a boss with high defense and high health, and it even has the ability to automatically regenerate 500 health points per second. In other words, unless there is a sufficiently high burst damage to instantly kill it. With a health regeneration rate of 500 per second, this ogre butcher boss is practically immortal. Even if some powerful guilds organize a large number of players to explore the area, if their damage output is insufficient, they can only be worn down and wiped out. Unfortunately, this boss encountered Sujin. Ari arrived first. The claws, imbued with the power of endless frost, moved with lightning speed and slammed down on the ogre butcher's head. Frost triple slash. -479. -958. minus 1,437. The terrifying damage poured out, smashing half of the Ogre Butcher's face to pieces, and the Ogre Butcher's health instantly dropped by a third. Don't think that this level of damage can kill me. The cannibalistic butcher grinned maliciously, bursting out streaks of blood mist from his body. The next moment, the half of the ogre's face that had been injured by Ari began to regenerate and repair itself wildly under the nourishment of the blood mist. 500. 500. It has a strong recovery ability, right? How about we make a bet and see if I can overwhelm you with damage? Xiaoqing, possessed by a pet beast. A confident smile appeared on Sujin's lips. With a thought, Xiaoqing transformed into an ethereal divine soul and swiftly entered Sujin's body. Thunderwing. With a low roar, a dazzling array of lightning wings suddenly unfurled from Sujin's back. Endless, terrifying divine power of lightning surrounded Sujin, making him appear as if the god of thunder had descended to earth. The thunder and lightning possessed an earth-shattering power, unparalleled in its domineering might. In addition, Sujin's handsome appearance and tall and imposing figure made the twin elf sisters stare at him for a moment, their eyes wide with infatuation, completely forgetting that they were in danger. My god, that's so cool. I feel like my heart is fluttering. He's practically my ideal man. The next moment, Sujin spread his thunderous wings and suddenly took to the air. Fury Amplification talent activated. Fury Amplification increases the damage and attack speed of all pets by 50% for 5 seconds. The enormous lightning wings, like lightning blades that vanquish all evil in the world, unleashed deafening sonic booms as they slashed wildly at the Ogre Butcher. Minus 1,722. Minus 1,722. Minus 1,722. The lightning damage amplified by Fury is absolutely terrifying. The boss, with a whopping 7,200 HP, was annihilated in an instant. This scene instantly stunned the elven twin sisters. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 18 emerald level boss, Ogre Butcher. You and Ari have gained 800 base experience points and an additional 480 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. A dazzling light flashed across Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 13 and gained 1 point of strength, 1 point of agility, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of intelligence. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 12 and gained 15 free attribute points. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 12 evolution points. Xiaoqing additionally plundered the high-level life potential of the Ogre Butcher boss. Advanced life potential increases the pet's own HP by an additional 100%. Another advanced life form. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. Ari had already obtained a high-level life quality, and now she has also taken one from Xiaoqing. After Xiaoqing fused with the advanced life quality, her health increased by nearly 2,000. At this point, his health had surged to 3,147 points. And this is under the condition of extremely high defense. At this point, Xiaoqing had completely transformed into a small monster with high defense, high health, and explosive damage. Before Sujin could even feel joy, another incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Xiaoqing. Then, they discovered that Xiaoqing had started to shed her skin. The snake skin on its body began to peel off layer by layer, and then its body became even larger. A pale blue halo flowed around it, giving people a sense of exquisite beauty. Sujin was suddenly overjoyed. He knew that Xiaoqing was about to evolve again. Congratulations. Xiaoqing has evolved into an emerald-level pet, Azure Python. Xiaoqing's strength increases by 120 points. Xiaoqing's physique increased by 120 points. Xiaoqing's agility increased by 120 points. Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by 120 points. Xiaoqing has mastered a new skill, Thunder Prison Tribulation. Thunder Prison Calamity, Level 1 Xiaoqing, deals 1,000 plus 100% spell power lightning damage per second to all enemies within a 50-meter radius, centered on herself, and inflicts a stun effect for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. Xiaoqing's newly acquired skill is actually a forbidden spell with a wide area of effect. This skill deals terrifying damage. Without taking into account the enemy's defense, it is equivalent to dealing nearly 2,000 points of lightning damage to surrounding enemies every second for 3 seconds. If the damage is fully dealt, it will be a terrifying 6,000 points of area of effect damage. It also comes with a 3-second crowd control and immobilization effect. Most importantly, Don't forget that Xiaoqing also has the Twin Snake Shadow skill. With the addition of a Snake Shadow clone, the damage is doubled, directly exceeding 10,000 and reaching a terrifying 12,000 damage. If Xiaoqing's clones were to become 2, 3, or even hundreds or thousands, and all of them were to unleash this wide-range forbidden spell together, how terrifying would the damage be? Furthermore, all of Xiaoqing's basic attributes have been increased by 120 points, which is definitely a tremendous boost to her strength. Azure Python, Mutant. Level, 10. Grade, Emerald, 5 to 160. Basic Attribute 1. Magic Attack 526, Defense 304, Health 3267, Mana 3180. Basic Attribute 2. Intelligence 439, Constitution 274, Agility 265, Strength 231. Skills, Thunder Arrow, Level 2, Twin Serpent Shadows, Level 1, Explosive Thunderball, Level 1, Thunder Wings, Level 8. Master, Emperor Chun. Aptitude, High Life Aptitude, Medium Defense Aptitude, Secondary Intelligence Aptitude. Equipment, Endless Frost Leggings, Platinum, Dark Skyguard Headband, Platinum, Frostbite Boots, Gold, Ring of Greed, Gold, Soul of the Dead Necklace, Gold, Millennium Withered Tree Staff, Silver, Sage's Wisdom Robe, Silver, Amethyst Bracelet, Bronze, Silkworm Sand Shoulder Pads, Bronze, Secret Crafted Cashmere Belt, Bronze. Description: this Azure Python, imbued with pure dragon blood, possesses immense potential. With careful nurturing, it might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. Chapter 59. What? The forces of darkness are plotting and scheming? The power of holy light? Sujin seemed to be deep in thought, then said, if the power of holy light can save you, then the power of the stars should be able to as well, right? After all, the power of the stars is also a kind of holy light. The twin elf sister voiced her concerns. The power of the stars can indeed save us, but we have no connection with the Morning Star Temple. In fact, the Morning Star Temple regards us as accomplices of the dark forces. Why would they be willing to save us? Upon hearing this, Su Chin's eyes lit up, and he said, if the power of the stars can save us, then so be it. I will find a way to make this happen and get the Morning Star Saintess to heal you. If it were someone else who suggested asking the Star Saintess to save them, they wouldn't have any hope at all. But it was Su Chun who brought it up, which rekindled a glimmer of hope for them to survive. Warrior, if you can save us sisters, we are willing to offer you our ancestral treasure. Ding. You have triggered a special hidden quest. Heal the elven twin sisters who have been corrupted by a demon. Quest reward, the twin elves' ancestral heirloom. Quality unknown. An heirloom? Su Chin felt a little expectant. He took out 2 bronze-grade robes from his backpack, tossed them to the 2 women, and said, put your clothes on first, otherwise you two will be too naked to show yourselves to anyone. Upon hearing this, the 2 women realized that they were still naked after being pulled from the blood pool, and their cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. I couldn't help but think of a rule of the elven race. Nature elves must remain chaste, and once they have an affair with a man, they must serve him faithfully and cannot betray him. Fortunately, the man in front of them didn't seem to be the kind of person who coveted beauty, which made them feel a little more at ease. The 2 women quickly put on their robes, their exquisite figures hidden inside the large garments. The 2 women looked increasingly weak, and it seemed they wouldn't last much longer. If it had been any later, he probably would have died. Hold me tight, I'll take you away. Su Chan waved his thunder wings, pulling the 2 women into his arms, one on each side, before soaring into the air and flying out of the dungeon. Along the way, Su Chun did not forget to pick up the loot dropped by the 4 hungry zombies that had been killed earlier. Ding. You have picked up 2 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You have picked up 3 intermediate pet intelligence stones. Ding. You have picked up 3 intermediate level pet constitution stones. As expected of a hungry zombie, it's so poor that it can't even drop a single piece of equipment. However, these evolution stones and attribute stones are quite useful. Ding. You have used 3 intermediate intelligence stones to increase your pet Xiaoqing's intelligence by 9 points. Ding. You have used 3 intermediate constitution stones to increase your pet Xiaoqing's stamina by 9 points. Just in time, Su Chun had collected 3 pet evolution stones in his backpack. It was decisively used to evolve the Twin Snake Shadow skill. Ding. Since Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadows is a special skill, please choose an evolution path for her skill. Option 1. Increase Xiaoqing's clones. Consuming 3 evolution stones will allow you to create 1 more clone of Xiaoqing. Option 2. Make Xiaoqing's clone stronger. Consuming one evolution stone will increase Xiaoqing's clone's base attributes by 6%. Option 1. You'll have more clones. Sujin made a decisive choice. Ding. You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 2. You have gained an additional clone. LV2. Twin Serpent Shadows. Summons 2 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Good heavens. This level increase is equivalent to doubling Xiaoqing's strength. In less than 5 minutes, Sujin arrived at the place where the Morning Star Saintess was healing, accompanied by the 2 women. Seeing Sujin arrive, the Morning Star Saintess's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she complained. If you had come back any later, you could have collected my corpse. Did you bring back the healing herb? As expected, he still has the same bad temper as always. We won't tolerate this from you. Sujin stared directly at the Morning Star Saintess, took out 40 holy healing herbs from his robes, and said coldly, "The holy healing herb is here, but if you want it, you'll need to help me dispel the deathly black aura from those 2. Only then did the Morning Star Saintess notice that there were 2 female elves standing behind Sujin. Their beauty even made the Morning Star Saintess a little jealous. But the deathly black aura emanating from the 2 female elves continued to spread, and their injuries were even more severe than hers. But one of the female elves turned out to be a night elf, which made the Morning Star Saintess's eyes turn cold. No, I can spare some of my star power to save this neutral nature elf, but the night elf is a traitor who has turned to the forces of darkness. I cannot use the power of holy light to aid the enemy. Therefore, I can only save one at most." The Morning Star Saintess's eyes were resolute. If Sujin insisted that she save the dark elf, she would rather quietly wait for her death. Seeing this, the twin elf sister quickly said, "Not all night elves are bad. My sister grew up in the elf forest and has absolutely no connection with the dark faction." The Morning Star Saintess shook her head and said, "Night elves are inherently despicable. Countless night elf women have risen to power through their bodies, becoming concubines and playthings of the higher-ups in the dark forces. I have always believed that it is better to kill 10,000 innocent people than to let one evil villain go free." Sujin smiled and said without any hesitation, "I never thought that you, the bright faction, would be any kind of benevolent people who save lives. Your hypocrisy is nothing more than a means to win people's hearts and minds, and to gather more people to fight against the dark forces on your behalf. Once your forces of light become dominant, the entire human race will likely be treated like livestock." The Morning Star Saintess lowered her eyes slightly and said calmly, "If the forces of darkness can be destroyed, it would be an honor for billions of humans to become offerings to the gods of light." Everything the Morning Star Saintess said seemed so natural, as if the lives of billions of humans were as insignificant as weeds in her eyes. Knowing her weakness as a fanatical believer, Sujin smiled and said, "Have you ever wondered why you were being hunted down, and why they, like you, suffered such severe injuries? In reality, it's all the work of dark forces plotting behind the scenes. They're trying to play a much bigger game. Saving a night elf is at most equivalent to saving a very minor enemy. In exchange, I will tell you the schemes and secrets plotted by the Lord of the Dead. You nipped the scheme of the Lord of the Dead in the bud, and the value you gained is far greater than that." Upon hearing this, the Morning Star Saintess's eyes widened in shock. "What? The forces of darkness are plotting and scheming? Chapter 60 Emperor Chun, do you dare to fight me?" The Morning Star Saintess stared intently at Sujin and said, "Is this really true?" Sujin smiled and said, "I know that deceiving the Temple of Dawn will not end well. We're targeting your Morning Star Temple, so what? How can I profit from this if I don't let you dogs fight each other?" The Morning Star Saintess pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Let them come over here. But I'm warning you beforehand, this is no small matter. If you dare to deceive me, you and the 2 of them will be blacklisted by the Morning Star Temple and subjected to endless manhunt and pursuit." Sujin nodded, and the 2 girls obediently stepped forward. As the Morning Star Saintess waved her staff, endless, dazzling starlight descended from the sky, transforming into pure stellar energy that dispelled the deathly black aura from the 2 women and nourished their blood and souls. Soon, the twin elf sisters' complexions became much rosier, and the dense black aura of death on their bodies was completely dispelled. The twin elf sisters looked delighted and excitedly said, "Thank you, warrior, and thank you, Morning Star Saintess. Ding. Congratulations on completing the special hidden quest. Heal the elven twin sisters corrupted by demons. Congratulations on receiving the mission rewards. 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet experience stones, 2,000 copper coins, and a beginner-level diamond, Dark Blade. It's a diamond-level equipment. Sujin was overjoyed. He took the Dark Broken Blade and immediately checked its attributes. Diamond Beginner, Dark Broken Blade. Physical attack power, 66. Attack speed, 30%. Weakness strike damage increased by 30%. Level requirement. Can be worn by level 10 or above. Equipment skill, Shadow of Darkness. For 10 seconds after activation, your evasion rate will increase by 30%, and each attack will deal an additional 666 points of dark attribute damage. Description. In the ancient War of the Gods, a broken battle blade, if given the chance to be repaired and fused, may be upgraded into an unimaginably powerful weapon. That's some serious damage. This is practically the perfect assassin's gear. Ari, it's yours now. Sujin decisively replaced his original bronze grade, Poison Rat King Dagger with the new diamond grade Dark Broken Blade. Ari's strength has increased by more than one level. Sujin thought for a moment and used the 3,000 pet experience stones on Ari. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 11 and gained 15 free attribute points. Full power. Suddenly, a system voice sounded. Ding. You are the first player in the Shanghai Town area to obtain diamond-level equipment, successfully activating the Shanghai Town Equipment Leaderboard. Since you have multiple pieces of equipment on the list, would you like to disclose your name on the list? The newbie village where Sujin is located, the newbie village where the Glory Alliance Guild is stationed, and more than a dozen other newbie villages around it all belong to the area under the jurisdiction of Shanghai Town. No hiding. From the moment Sujin decided to take revenge, he had no intention of hiding his identity. Building up one's reputation is also a form of accumulation. In the future, gods invade reality, and billions of monsters slaughter humanity. Sujin couldn't possibly kill all the monsters single-handedly, so cultivating his own power was an important part of his future plans. At the same time, a huge banner appeared before the eyes of all players in the Shanghai Town area. Ding! Player Chindi has obtained the first diamond-level equipment in the Shanghai Town area, successfully activating the Shanghai Town equipment ranking. Ding! Player Chindi has obtained the first diamond-level equipment in the Shanghai Town area, successfully activating the Shanghai Town equipment ranking. Bite! The banner was displayed 3 times in a row. All the players who saw the banner were filled with shock. Diamond-level equipment? Are you crazy? I risked everything I had for a single silver-grade item, and in the end, everyone else got their diamond-grade gear? This is absolutely incredible. Above silver is gold, above gold is platinum, above platinum is emerald, and above emerald is diamond. One piece of diamond-grade equipment is worth more than 10,000 pieces of gold-grade equipment. I can only say that he truly lives up to his reputation as Emperor Chun, and he is indeed my idol. He is absolutely amazing. Diamond-level equipment. Just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. I'm offering 8 million in cash to buy the diamond-level equipment from the big boss Chindi. If Chindi is willing to sell, I can raise the price if he's not satisfied with it. Dear Emperor Chun, I don't need your equipment. I just want you to carry me. If you're willing to carry me, I'll make sure you're comfortable. I'll do any position you want. In an instant, countless player messages flooded the entire chat channel. While all the players were fighting tooth and nail for a silver-level piece of equipment, Sujin obtained a diamond-level piece of equipment. What does that mean? It's like while others are still working hard to earn a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan in an electronics factory, Sujin accidentally earned 100 million yuan. That's how amazing it is. Some people envied them, some were jealous, and some even hated them with a vengeance. On the Canglang grassland, Mo Zhantian, wielding the black demon eagle, crushed the head of the Azure Wolf King boss with a single claw, scattering various treasures across the ground. Just as he was feeling smug about getting a gold-grade equipment. As soon as he picked up the equipment, a huge banner popped up in front of him. Congratulations, Player Chindi. Upon seeing the news that Emperor Chun had obtained diamond-level equipment, Mo Zhantian suddenly felt that his gold equipment was no longer appealing, and stared at the banner with intense envy. Emperor Chun, you have repeatedly humiliated me. If I allow you to grow up smoothly like this, where will I, Mo Zhantian, put my face? Where will the Glory Alliance Guild put its face? No matter the cost, I will nip you in the bud. Anyone who dares to defy the Glory Alliance will only face death. A chilling killing intent flashed in Mo Zhantian's eyes. He opened the chat channel and spammed over 100 times with the megaphone, each message containing only one sentence. Emperor Chun, do you dare to fight me? Emperor Chun, do you dare to fight me? Emperor Chun, do Do you dare to fight me? I watched it over 100 times in one sentence. Such a frenzied barrage of comments left almost all the players wide-eyed. It's truly a case of one wave subsiding only for another to rise. I just witnessed the birth of the first diamond-level equipment, and then the owner of the diamond-level equipment was publicly challenged by the president of the Glory Alliance. On one side is Emperor Chun, whose reputation has risen and who is hailed as the #1 expert in Shanghai town. On one side is the powerful overlord, Imo Zhantian, the guild leader of the Glory Alliance. The moment the message about Demon Slayer was sent out, it not only ignited the entire chat channel, but also set the entire official game forum ablaze. And major video websites. Chapter 61. If you want war, then let's fight. Sujin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the challenge message sent by Imo Zhantian, a flash of killing intent disappearing in an instant. Challenge. I haven't even reached out to you yet, but you've come knocking on my door? Very well, then I'll grant your wish. Sujin's response came quickly in the chat channel. If you want war, then let's fight. There was only one loudspeaker, but it was decisive and efficient, showing no weakness, and its momentum was in no way inferior. Sujin's response, once released, shocked all the players like a bombshell. Emperor Chun, that's real, hard power. His green snake pet can destroy the world. He's practically a mythical being. I heard that Imo Zhantian once secretly sent someone to extend an olive branch to Emperor Chun, even offering an exorbitant membership fee of 1 million. But Emperor Chun rejected it without a second thought and even wiped out all the players sent by Imo Zhantian. How ruthless. I also think that Emperor Chun is definitely a ruthless person. Last time, a few top solo players were talking about him, and Emperor Chun did not back down. He took on 5 people and wiped them all out. You guys don't know yet, but according to rumors, Emperor Chun is said to be hiding a second, super terrifying pet, which is said to be no less powerful than the little green snake. No wonder Emperor Chun didn't take Imo Zhantian seriously. I never expected him to be so powerful. Wow, that's impressive. So it seems like Emperor Chun has a sure win. On the official forum, some players are actually acting as bookmakers, placing bets on who will win and who will lose in the battle between Emperor Chun and Demon Slayer. I'm betting my eyes closed on Emperor Chun to win, and I'm going all in with my entire fortune. Some new players who had just entered the game had their eyes sparkling with admiration when they heard other veteran players recounting Chun Di's glorious achievements. It seems that every game has a top player, even the most powerful pets. The fervor for Sujin hadn't lasted long when another dissenting voice emerged in the channel. Haha, no matter how strong Emperor Chun is, he's just a casual player. He only beat a few ordinary players, and you think he's amazing? How laughable. He's just a casual player. How could he possibly defeat Imo Zhantian, the guild leader of the Glory Alliance? It is said that when Imo Zhantian is leveling up, he has more than 100 people to spar with him. These players will reduce each monster to a sliver of health, and then Imo Zhantian will finish it off with the last blow, instantly gaining a large amount of monster experience to level up quickly. That's not all. Even his pet equipment is the strongest equipment collected from the entire guild and gathered on him alone. He is a super master who has been meticulously crafted like this. Tell me, how could a casual player like Chun Di possibly beat him? That's right, no matter how strong Emperor Chun is, he is still just one person. But Imo Zhantian is a true super powerhouse, born from the combined strength of an entire super guild. Gradually, more and more people began to believe this statement. More and more players started betting that Su Chun would lose, and the betting ratio eventually reached a terrifying 9-1, with 90% of people thinking that Su Chun should lose. Inside the Gu's building, Guchinga was also paying attention to this matter. She had an inexplicable feeling, a vague sense of familiarity with Emperor Chun. Every time she saw Su Chen's tall figure appear in the edited video, she couldn't help but click to take a look, and sometimes she would watch it repeatedly. Emperor Chun, we have never met before. Why am I so concerned about you? Guchinga, the female president of the Gu group, is extremely beautiful and incredibly wealthy. Countless people have pursued her since childhood, including many wealthy young men with assets exceeding 100 billion. But she never gave any man a second glance, and no man ever managed to win even the slightest bit of her heart. She always maintains the aloof and icy goddess demeanor that keeps everyone at arm's length. Only when she saw the calm and confident look on Su Chen's face did she feel a strange flutter in her heart. As more and more people began to support Imo Zhantian, the leader of the Glory Alliance, Su Chen's betting odds plummeted, and people even started fawning over Imo Zhantian. Guchinga felt a strange pang of heartache for Emperor Chun, who was fighting against the entire super guild all by himself. No matter how much others praised Imojantian, she firmly believed in her heart that Sujin would win. We are buying up large quantities of in-game currency for the game, Divine Pets. At a premium, the more the better. She frantically bought up game currency, all in an effort to raise the stakes in support of Sujin. To be able to silently support this man from behind, and to stand tall for him. Let's set the day of our decisive battle for 3 days from now. Imojantian's eyes gleamed with intense confidence. In his eyes, what did it matter if Emperor Chun was strong? What did it matter if he had a fortuitous encounter? He's had his share of extraordinary encounters, even though he's a demon slayer. In terms of strength, he has gathered the resources of the entire Glory Alliance guild into one person. How could he be inferior to Chen Di, a mere independent individual? The day for demon slaying the Heavenly General was set for 3 days later because he had recently accepted a hidden quest that he could complete in 3 days. Once this hidden quest is completed and the reward is obtained, Imojantian believes that his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds, and defeating Chen Di will be a piece of cake. Sujin opened the equipment ranking list in Shanghai Town. They discovered that only his name was displayed there. Shanghai Town equipment ranking. First place, Diamond level basic dark blade. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward, increases the wearer's damage by an additional 10%. Second place, none. Third place, none. Note, only equipment of diamond grade or higher can be included on the list. Each piece of equipment that makes the list will receive an additional damage bonus. Making it onto the leaderboard is not only an honor, but also a tangible reward. Sure enough, Sujin discovered that the dark broken blade in Ari's equipment slot was now emitting a pale golden glow. This is a special effect that adds extra damage to the leaderboard. In the future, as players' skills gradually improve, more leaderboards will appear, such as the Divine Pet ranking, level ranking, guild ranking, reputation ranking, etc. Furthermore, the rankings will gradually expand in terms of region, from towns to cities, then to countries, and eventually to the entire continent. After dealing with everything, Sujin turned his attention back to the Morningstar Saintess. With a smile, he handed 40 holy healing herbs to the Morningstar Saintess. After the Morningstar Saintess received the holy healing grass and refined and absorbed it, her complexion gradually became much rosier, and her strength was gradually recovering. At this moment, the Morningstar Saintess stared at Sujin with a cold expression and said, "Now, can you tell me what the Dark Forces conspiracy is?" Chapter 62, Evolution Equipment. Sujin recounted the schemes of the undead overlord in detail. 3 days later, the Lord of the Undead will send troops to attack the nearby villages, framing the demon lord for the destruction of the villages so that he can profit from it. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the Morningstar Saintess, and she spoke. It turns out that the major figures within the Dark Forces are not a monolithic entity. However, this village is an area ruled by the Light faction, and the Dark Forces will not be allowed to set foot here. I will report this matter to the Star Temple as soon as possible and seek help from allies. If you have any more information, report it to me immediately. Ding. You have completed the Morningstar Saintess's hidden quest. Collect holy healing herbs. Quest rewards: 500 quest experience points, 500 copper coins, 300 Light faction reputation points, and the ultra-rare treasure, Water of Light. While the Water of Light can grant pets immense power, Sujin knew that giving pets more attributes would actually make their evolutionary path more unpredictable. Ultimately, the losses outweighed the gains. Therefore, using this bottle of Water of Light to raise a pure Light-type pet is the wisest choice. Sujin remembered that there was an extremely powerful Light-type pet egg hidden in the treasure vault of the Morningstar Temple. This pet egg possesses unimaginable and terrifying potential. It is currently the best choice for Sujin's third pet. However, this pet egg is considered a treasure by the Morningstar Temple, and it is simply impossible to get the pet egg from the Morningstar Temple. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to sneak into the Morningstar Temple and steal the pet egg. Sujin thought to himself thoughtfully. However, everything will have to wait until 3 days later, when the battle between light and darkness ends. The reason he revealed the Dark Lord's plan to the Morningstar Saintess was, it was not only to allow the Morningstar Saintess to heal the twin elf sisters, but also to ignite a great war between light and darkness. In this battle, he was unwilling to let the Dark Forces win, and even more unwilling to let the Morningstar Temple win. Only when both sides are severely weakened can Sujin extract the greatest benefit and reap the most profits. Come, I'll take you to see the elf princess Soja. Sujin possessed Xiao Qing's body, summoned the wings of thunder, and held the twin elf sisters on either side of him in his arms, soaring through the sky. 5 minutes later, Sujin brought the two women back to the tailor shop. Upon seeing the twin elf sisters, the fairy princess was overjoyed and rushed forward to embrace them excitedly. "That's wonderful. Sally and Sharon, I never thought we'd actually rescue you both. The three of us sisters are finally reunited." Sally and Sharon looked at Sujin with gratitude in their eyes and said, "Thanks to this brave warrior for saving us. He not only rescued us from the zombie dungeon, but also took us, who were on the verge of death, to the Morning Star Saintess and persuaded her to heal us. We must thank this brave warrior. If it weren't for him, my sister and I would probably be dead long ago." Upon hearing this, Princess Soja looked at Sujin with even greater gratitude. Ding! You have completed Princess Soja's hidden quest. Save the Elf Sisters. Quest rewards: 8,000 copper coins, 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet experience book, and 1 diamond grade equipment evolution stone. Sujin glanced at it and saw that Ari was only 2,000 experience points away from leveling up, so he decisively used the 3,000 experience points book on Ari. Congratulations! Your pet, the five-tailed fox Ari, has reached level 12 and gained 15 free attribute points. However, the most important thing is still the diamond grade equipment evolution stone. This is a magical treasure that can evolve emerald grade equipment into diamond grade equipment. After thinking for a moment, Sujin chose a jade grade power soul leggings as his evolution option. The reason is simple. Ari's damage is largely linked to strength, and this item is the one that most directly increases Ari's damage. Ding! Are you sure you want to choose emerald grade soul of power leggings as your evolution choice for diamond grade equipment evolution stone? Confirmed. Sujin answered decisively. Congratulations. Your emerald grade soul of power leggings have successfully evolved into diamond grade source of power leggings. Diamond beginner, source of power leggings. Strength 50, 15. Physical attack power 58, 11. Reduces ice damage taken by 300 points. 100. Level requirement. Level 10 or above is required to wear this item. Equipment special ability, source of power. When you kill an enemy, your power will increase by 200, 100 points for 10 minutes. Note, this attribute cannot be stacked. This is equivalent to an equipment upgrade, giving Ari a full 127 points of damage. Sujin was already very satisfied. He then discovered that his equipment had indeed made it onto the Shanghai Town Equipment Ranking list again. Shanghai Town Equipment Ranking. First place, Diamond Level Basic Dark Blade. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. The wearer's damage is increased by an additional 10%. Second place, Diamond Basic, Source of Power Leggings. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. Increases the wearer's damage by an additional 9%. Third place, None. Note, only equipment of Diamond Grade or higher can be included on the list. This increased Ari's total damage by another 9%. How wonderful. Sujin checked the time. In a little while, the Demon Bloodsword would be about to start fighting the hidden quest boss. The disguise mask stolen by the Demon Bloodsword is crucial to whether or not they can infiltrate the Morning Star Temple to steal the incredibly powerful pet egg. After all, in a place like the Temple of Morning Star, it's hard to guarantee that invisibility skills won't be broken by the god's special means, but the disguise mask has an extremely powerful hidden attribute. It can't be seen through. Demon Bloodsword. You dare steal my disguise mask? This time you'll regret it. Sujin's gaze swept over the 3 elven princesses, Soja and her 2 sisters, and he said, "You can stay here for a few days. Once I've finished dealing with my business, I'll send you back to the elf forest." After giving his instructions, Sujin was forcibly dragged into a small, secret room by Kuqing, the proprietress of the tailor shop. Sujin was speechless. The other party was clearly just an NPC for him to complete a quest. But the other party didn't listen to any of Sujin's explanations and forcibly pushed Sujin down. Chapter 63. Turning the boss to the side, Demon Bloodsword is stunned. An hour later, Sujin, feeling weak in the knees, leaned against the wall as he walked out of the secret room. He quickly ran to the pharmacy, bought a few high-quality tonic pills, and popped them into his mouth. Ding! You have consumed 1 10-ingredient tonic pill, restoring 10% of your energy. Ding! You have consumed 1 10-ingredient tonic pill, restoring 10% of your energy. Ding! You have consumed 1 10-ingredient tonic pill, restoring 10% of your energy. Sujin's complexion regained some color, and he said with lingering fear, "Damn, this woman in her 30s is too fierce." After this battle, His confidence was greatly shaken, and he secretly resolved to find a way to get back at the team he had lost. Otherwise, although the news wouldn't get out, he wouldn't be able to get over that mental hurdle. Or, how about finding a powerful, ferocious beast-type pet to be our third pet? Fusing with a ferocious beast-type pet could probably enhance that ability, but only if the beast is male. A bold idea popped into Sujin's mind, but after thinking about it, he quickly rejected it. Regaining his dignity is one thing, but it cannot hinder his path to becoming stronger. Moreover, there are other ways to enhance a man's virility besides merging with ferocious beast-type pets. Besides, Sujin has a psychological aversion to cleanliness. After fusing with a ferocious beast pet, doing that kind of thing always feels awkward to him. Sujin once saved the son of the pharmacy owner, and the owner knew him. The pharmacy owner looked at Sujin with a serious expression and said, "Young people, you must practice moderation. Women can affect how quickly you become stronger." Sujin shrugged and replied, "What's the point of becoming strong if there are no women around?" The pharmacy owner was stunned and speechless. After all, he was a devoted lover in his youth, and after his wife passed away, he single-handedly raised his son. Sujin left the apothecary, summoned thunder wings, and flew towards the land of extreme flame. 5 minutes later, Sujin saw 7 players besieging a flame stone golem boss from a height of 100 meters. This is a level 18 platinum level boss with strong defense and decent damage output. Its only drawback is that it is rather clumsy. Sujin had already discovered that the leader of these 7 players was the one who had stolen his disguise mask, the Demon Bloodsword. The Demon Bloodsword's pet is a skeleton swordsman, which is considered one of the top-tier damage dealers among gold-level pets. While commanding the skeleton swordsman to frantically slash at the flame stone golem boss, Demon Bloodsword also directed the other 6 players to cooperate in the battle. The 2 tank pets, Thick Stone Turtle and Ironclad Boar, use their taunt skills to absorb damage. The 2 damage-dealing pets, Fong Rat and Blaziken, should maintain their attack frequency from the side, but be careful not to pull the boss's aggro away. The Flamestone boss deals very high damage, and you can't withstand it unless you have a tank pet. The frog provides buffs and attributes, while the white sheep heals the stone turtle and the ironclad pig. As a high-ranking member of the Glory Alliance Guild, Demon Bloodsword's leadership skills are quite commendable. Under his leadership, the players cooperated in an orderly manner, slowly depleting the health of the Flame Stone Golem boss. Although the Flame Stone Golem boss has high defense, it does not have the ability to regenerate health. If the Demon Bloodsword continues to wear down the Flame Stone Golem boss, it will eventually kill it. Sujin Fei, flying in the sky, witnessed the entire scene. Naturally, he couldn't let the Demon Bloodsword easily capture the boss. Fury Amplification Talent. Designate any target and put them into a fury state for 5 seconds, increasing their attack speed and damage by 50%. This talent was plundered from the Demon Bloodsword. And what's best about it is that this talent can be used by anyone. If the Flamestone boss suddenly goes berserk, will the Demon Bloodsword be caught off guard? Sujin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Fury Amplification Talent activated. Designated target, Flamestone Golem boss. A barely perceptible red light shot out rapidly and entered the body of the Flamestone Golem boss. Brothers, give it your all. As long as we keep slowly whittling down the boss's health, we can take it down easily. Then I'll ask Boss Missouri Gentian to give everyone a bonus. Demon Bloodsword's eyes were filled with excitement as he addressed the crowd. Thanks, Brother Jian. Sword Bro is awesome. Encouraged by the Demon Bloodsword, the other 6 also worked even harder, believing that the boss was already firmly in their grasp, and launched a reckless attack. But the next moment, something completely baffled the 7 people present. The Flamestone Golem boss's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its iron fist, which had swung at the Thick Stone Turtle, suddenly became faster and more powerful. The iron fist, which could only leave a shallow mark on the thick earthen tortoise's shell before, now dented the shell with a single punch, turning the thick earthen tortoise into a flat earthen tortoise, a truly pitiful sight. The player commanding the earth turtle was still in a daze and hadn't reacted for a long time. The earth turtle was killed by the second heavy punch from the Flame Stone Golem boss. Immediately afterwards, the Flame Golem's next target was the Ironhide Boar, but the Ironhide Boar's defense was not as good as the earth turtle's. He threw a punch. The armored boar was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the stone wall and dying instantly. With the 2 tank pets dead, the Flamestone Golem boss charged into the front of the numerous fragile pets, like a wolf among sheep. One punch kills a small animal. Hammer's pets all died tragically with cries of agony. Seeing this, Demon Bloodsword was completely dumbfounded. Why does the buff on the Flamestone puppet boss look strangely familiar? Brother Jin, why does this boss's buff status look so much like your Fury Amplification buff? Yeah, it looks familiar too. Sword Bro, did you accidentally add the wrong buff to the boss? Demon Bloodsword glared at the two of them. I'm not that stupid. This is probably a hidden skill of the Flamestone Golem boss. However, Demon Bloodsword was also very confused. How did his B-level talent suddenly drop to C-level? Seeing the other 6 people's pets die tragically one after another, and even his own skeleton swordsman being chased all over the streets by the Flamestone Golem, Demon Bloodsword's mood had already plummeted to rock bottom. Knowing that their chance to ambush and kill the boss had completely failed, they could only helplessly shout, "Retreat! Retreat now! This plan to kill the boss has failed. We'll just have to let as many escape as possible." At this moment, the Flamestone Golem boss, empowered by the Fury Amplification talent, is like a mad dog, attacking anyone it can get its hands on. That's incredible. Chapter 64, A Massacre, A Bountiful Harvest. Sujin watched as the Demon Bloodsword group was hammered and scattered in all directions by the Flamestone puppet boss, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face. However, we can't let the Flamestone boss kill too many players. He has to be the one to kill them in order to trigger the Plunder talent and get the rewards. Thinking of this, Sujin waved his hand, using Shaoqing's power for his own purposes, and a vast and boundless thunderbolt burst forth from his hand. Lightning Arrow Technique. -1398. Weakness Critical Hit. -1398. Weakness Critical Hit. Terrifying damage poured out, bombarding the Flamestone Golem boss, and the boss's health plummeted at an alarming rate. In an instant, the situation reversed. The Flamestone Golem boss, which had been relentlessly attacking the group, was suddenly blasted by the lightning arrows, causing its health to plummet and forcing it to retreat repeatedly. What? Brother Jin, you hired outside help? Who's so powerful? One attack deals over 1,000 damage. Is this definitely not a god descending to Earth? The 6 were dumbfounded again, all staring at the Demon Bloodsword with resentment, cursing inwardly. Why didn't you call such a strong outside help sooner? You made our pet suffer the death penalty. Even the Demon Bloodsword was stunned at this moment. I didn't call for reinforcements. He scanned his surroundings, but couldn't see any foreign aid workers. It wasn't until the Demon Bloodsword noticed a lightning arrow gleaming with brilliant purple light crashing down from the heavens that he looked up and saw a towering figure in the sky. Behind the figure, enormous lightning wings appeared. With each flap of the wings, terrifying arrows of lightning descended. The figure was incredibly powerful, like a thunder god descending to Earth. Such incredible prowess. Could he be an NPC for a hidden quest? Demon Bloodsword murmured. However, the figure looked strangely familiar. The Demon Bloodsword squinted and stared intently, only to be horrified to discover that the other party was none other than Emperor Chun. Emperor Chun, if you're willing to help me kill the boss, I'll return that disguise mask to you, okay? However, you have to save the final blow for me. I need to kill the boss myself to complete the hidden quest. The Demon Bloodsword, convinced that Sujin needed a disguise, immediately shouted. Sujin sneered and said calmly, I want a disguise mask. Why should I trade with you? Boss, the disguise mask, and your life, I want them all. The final lightning arrow struck down, instantly taking the life of the Flamestone Golem boss and blasting it to pieces. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Shaoqing, has defeated a platinum-level boss, LV-18, Flamestone Puppet. You and Ari have gained 700 base experience points, and an additional 350 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Congratulations. You have reached level 14 and gained 1 point of strength, 1 point of agility, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of intelligence. Plunder successful. Shaoqing gains 10 evolution points. Shaoqing plundered the Flamestone Puppet boss's high-level defense aptitude. High-level defense aptitude. All damage you take will be reduced by 500 points. Next, it's your turn. After dealing with everything, Sujin turned his gaze to the Demon Bloodsword group, a chilling smile on his face. In the eyes of Demon Bloodsword and the others, Sujin, who wiped out the Flamestone Puppet with a wave of his hand, was like an invincible Thor. But this incredibly powerful being is precisely his enemy, coming to claim his life. Emperor Chun, if you dare to kill us, you will become the mortal enemy of the Glory Alliance. That's right. If you dare to touch us, Boss Missouri Gentian will definitely not let you off. 3 days from now, Guildmaster Imo Gentian will surely sever your head and make you kneel before him in repentance. Despite the insults from the crowd, Sujin remained unmoved, still wearing a faint smile. Is that so? Then I'll wait. But to the members of the Blood Demon Sword, this smile was as merciless as a demon from purgatory. With a flap of its wings, endless, terrifying lightning crashed down, slamming heavily onto everyone. How terrifying is the power of thunder. The skeleton swordsman who was hit by the thunder wings was instantly killed before he could even react. Xiaoqing killed the gold-level pet, skeleton swordsman. Looting activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 2 points of agility. Xiaoqing gains an extra medium movement speed attribute from plundering. Medium movement speed qualification increases own movement speed by an additional 40%. When actively activated, the effect is doubled for 10 seconds. After the skeleton swordsman's medium movement speed aptitude was plundered, it dropped to low movement speed aptitude. Immediately afterwards, Sujin flapped his wings and began to chase after the frantically fleeing Demon Blood Sword and the others. Even if these people run fast, can they outrun Sujin who is flying in the sky? Sujin flew at an extremely fast speed, frantically hunting down the members of the Demon Blood Sword as he flew. Kill and looting triggered. You have looted the Bloodthirst Sword's C-rank talent. Amplify Fury. Kill and looting triggered. You have looted the Merciless Demon's D-rank talent. Increased pet health. Kill and looting triggered. You have looted the Undying Demon's D-rank talent. Increased pet health. The system's voice, indicating that it had successfully plundered the talents of 7 people, kept ringing in Sujin's ears. In total, I obtained 1 Fury Amplification talent, 1 Strength Enhancement talent, 1 Healing Enhancement talent, 1 Buff Benefit Enhancement talent, and a total of 3 Health Enhancement talents. This talent is undergoing autonomous evolution due to your accumulated pet health boosts from 3 previous uses. Congratulations! Talent evolution successful. You have obtained a new C-rank talent. Pet HP greatly increased. Pet HP greatly increased. Pets gain an additional 20% HP, increasing it to 40%. I suddenly gained 4 new talents, one of which is even C level. I'm so happy. As for the pitiful Demon Blood Sword, its talent had already been stolen by Sujin once, and now it had been killed and plundered again. A perfectly good B-grade talent has been completely ruined and reduced to a trash D-grade talent. It's truly pathetic. The losses suffered by the Blood Demon Sword members were far from over. After Sujin chased and killed all 7 people, a huge amount of spoils of war were dropped. Especially Demon Blood Sword, as a high-ranking member of the Glory Alliance Guild, has been accumulating wealth and equipment, and his equipment is far superior to that of other players. This time, after being chased to death by Sujin, his equipment was greatly damaged. Sujin even thought that he should try to get a piece of death-type equipment that would increase the drop rate of kills on players. There are even legendary death artifacts that can cause enemy players to drop all their money and equipment upon death. That way, when Sujin slaughters the players of the top 10 super guilds in the future, he will definitely be able to make them drop even their underwear. Next, Sujin began to collect the spoils of war. Not only are there treasures dropped by Demon Blood Sword and others, but also various treasures dropped by the Flame Stone Golem boss. Hopefully the disguise mask will drop, otherwise we'll have to waste time killing Demon Blood Sword again. Chapter 65 The Pet is about to evolve. Ding! You've picked up the gold tier, Agile's Honor Shoulder Pads. Ding! You've picked up the gold tier, Belt of Instant Death. Ding! You've picked up a gold-grade Lapis Lazuli bracelet. Bite! Sujin picked up all the equipment on the ground. In addition to a large number of silver and bronze level equipment, 3 gold level equipment were also unexpectedly discovered. However, as a high-ranking member of the Glory Alliance, it's not surprising that the Demon Blood Sword Guild could acquire a few pieces of gold-grade equipment. But this time, it all benefited Sujin. Gold grade, the Elite Shoulder Pads. Agility, 39. Spell damage, 36. In combat, movement speed is increased by an additional 18%. Level requirement, level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Honor of the Agile. For every additional 10% of your movement speed, you gain an additional 5% spell damage. Xiaoqing has a medium movement speed aptitude and moves extremely fast. This equipment, with its special skill alone, can provide Xiaoqing with a considerable boost to magic damage. I decisively replaced Xiaoqing's original bronze level, silk shoulder pads with the gold level, honor shoulder pads of the agile. With just one shoulder pad, Xiaoqing's spell damage increased by nearly 100 points, making her very happy. Gold rank. Belt of instant death. Physical defense 68. Spell critical strike chance is 8%. Spell critical strike damage increased by 10%. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill. Instant death. If you can kill an enemy within 3 seconds, that enemy will not only have a 30% increased chance of dying, but will also have a 30% increased penalty for dying. Isn't this just a low-end version of a deadly weapon? With this equipment, I can make those scum of the Glory Alliance pay a much heavier price when I slaughter them in the future. Furthermore, the increased chance of spell critical strike and spell critical damage can potentially unleash unexpected and terrifying damage once triggered. This piece of equipment undoubtedly belongs to Xiaoqing as well. Decisively replace Xiaoqing's original bronze level, secret cashmere belt with the gold level, instant death belt. It acquired the rare spell critical strike and critical strike damage attributes, as well as the death breath skill. Gold grade, lapis lazuli bracelet. Intelligence 42. Body type 39. Agility 34. Strength 41. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Description, an ordinary bracelet, but it can give you more balanced attributes. It is indeed an ordinary piece of equipment, but the attributes it provides are quite good. Sujin put on these 3 pieces of equipment. His pet had already replaced all the bronze level equipment, and the lowest quality equipment was now silver level. What about a disguise mask? Sujin frantically rummaged through his backpack, having just picked up dozens of pieces of equipment in one go. He hadn't even had time to look at many of the less desirable items. He turned his backpack inside out and found the disguise mask inside. He promptly put it on, covering both his ID and his face. Intelligence, strength, agility, and constitution also received an additional 15. Furthermore, Sujin also discovered an unexpected treasure, a pet evolution potion. Pet evolution potion, rare. Effect, after a pet consumes this product, it will gain 30 evolution points. This is good stuff. It can greatly shorten the evolution time of pets. This potion was dropped by the Flame Stone Golem boss. Xiaoqing has only recently evolved to the Emerald level, and it will require more than 100 evolution points before it can evolve again, so we will not consider it for now. Ari needs far fewer evolution points. She only needs to accumulate 42 more evolution points to break through to the Emerald level. Therefore, giving this pet evolution potion to Ari is a good option to boost Ari's strength in a short period of time. Sujin decisively tossed the pet medicine to Ali. Ari's eyes lit up the moment she saw the pet evolution potion, just like a panda encountering a bowl of milk or a squirrel encountering a chestnut. She raised her little neck and gulped it down. Ding! Your pet Ari has taken a pet evolution potion and gained 30 evolution points. Current evolution value 68 to 80. Sujin was filled with anticipation, knowing he only needed 12 more evolution points to evolve. Oh right, I haven't claimed the reward for the hidden main quest from the Archmage yet. I remember there was a pet evolution potion among the rewards. Sujin's eyes lit up suddenly, and he decisively flapped his wings and flew towards the dragon graveyard. After entering the graveyard cave, many more skeleton warriors spawned, but Sujin didn't want to arouse the necromancer's hatred, so he chose to let them go. Inside the main hall, the necromancer's emaciated body was hidden within a wide black robe, and endless, chilling, wailing necromancy swirled around him like a bloodthirsty viper. Upon seeing Sujin enter, the necromancer Meng-En opened his cloudy eyes, unleashing a terrifying pressure upon Sujin, and said in an angry voice, "You've finally come back. Have you completed the task I asked you to do?" The necromancer was polite to Sujin before, but it turned out he was just using him. If Sujin's actions do not satisfy the necromancer enough, the necromancer will reveal his ugly side. Sujin was already well aware of this. He had long seen through the faction that neither the dark faction nor the light faction were good people. His approach to both camps was solely for the purpose of exploiting them and extracting benefits from both sides. Sujin, utterly undaunted by the necromancer's oppressive aura, spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. The vampire which has been notified, she will take action in 2 days and destroy the starting village. The necromancer's expression improved slightly, and he said, "Very good. Now do one more thing for me. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest of the necromancer Meng-En, guiding the vampire witch to descend. Quest rewards, 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet experience book, 1 pet evolution potion." Ding. The Necromancer Monin has issued you a new hidden quest, Slaughter the Lightbringers. Mission objective. Recently, knights from the Light faction have been frequently seen loitering near the starting village. It's unclear whether the Light faction has discovered something suspicious. You are needed to help the Necromancer Monin spy on the enemy's situation. Task rewards. For 1,000 copper coins, for 1,000 experience points, for 1,000 pet experience stones, and 3 pet skill evolution stones. It seems that the Morningstar Saintess has already begun to plot against the Vampire Witch. To gather intelligence on the enemy? I need to stir up this mess. Sujin accepted the mission, but he wasn't going to simply go along with the Necromancer Mang-un's idea of spying on military intelligence for him. Chapter 66 The Powerful Ari After Evolution. I promptly fed the 3,000-point pet experience book to Xiaoqing. Ding. You used the pet experience book on your pet Xiaoqing and gained 3,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your pet Azure Python Xiaoqing has reached level 12 and gained 15 free attribute points. All attribute points should still be allocated to intelligence. Immediately afterwards, Sujin stared intently at the pet evolution potion. This pet evolution potion will allow Ari to accumulate enough evolution points and complete her evolution. Ding. Your pet Ari has taken a pet evolution potion and gained 30 evolution points. Current evolution value 98 to 80. Congratulations. Your pet, the 5-tailed fox Ari, has reached its evolution point and is about to evolve. Suddenly, an incredibly dazzling light burst forth from Ari's body. A 6th, alluring tail emerged from behind Ari's rump. At this point, Ari had gradually transformed from her original youthful innocence into a more mature and alluring figure. Those bewitching purple fox eyes were so captivating that one dared not look directly into them, lest one be instantly drawn in. Congratulations. Ari has evolved into an emerald-level pet, the 6-tailed mystic fox. Ari's strength increases by 120 points. Ari's constitution increases by 120 points. Ari's agility increased by 120 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 120 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Fatal Strike. Critical Strike, level 1 when activated, your next attack or damaging ability will deal double damage. It was a fatal blow. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. The greatest strength of this skill is that it can be used in combination with other skills. For example, Shadow Step allows you to become invisible, and your next basic attack will deal 1,600 plus 100% of your attack power as physical damage. If the critical strike state is activated again, the next break stealth will deal a full 3,200 plus 200% of attack power as physical damage. It's estimated that even a weak boss could be instantly killed by Ari in one move. That's absolutely terrifying. 6-tailed black fox Ari, extremely rare. Level, LV12. Grade, Emerald, 8 to 80. Basic Attribute 1, Attack 592, Defense 221, Health 2590, Mana 1950. Basic Attribute 2, Strength 563, Constitution 197, Agility 208, Intelligence 165. Qualifications, High Attack Speed, High Health, Medium Health Regeneration, Low Poisoning, Low Strength, Low Defense. Skills, Intimidate, Level 2, Frost Power, Level 2, Phantom Teleport, Level 1, Frost Triple Slash, Level 3, Shadow Dash, Level 4, Fatal Strike, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment, Dark Broken Blade, Diamond Basic, Source of Power Leggings, Diamond Basic, Soul of Agility Necklace, Jade, Soul of Constitution Robe, Jade, Frost Troll Belt, Jade, Frost Troll Shoulder Pads, Jade, Bloodthirst Earrings, Gold, Poison Ring, Gold, Brave Warrior's Fearless Iron Boots, Gold, Emerald Fairy Crown, Silver, Ice Scale Bracelet, Silver. At this point, Ari had become a true queen of assassination. The burst damage is absolutely terrifying. My lord, the potion you bestowed upon me is not suitable for me. Please find me a different reward. Sujin took out the rather useless medium-level undead aptitude potion from his backpack and handed it back to the necromancer Archmage Meng-In. There's nothing better I can offer you at the moment. The necromancer Meng-In looked displeased as he took the medium-level necromancer potion from Sujin, but he had no intention of returning any other treasures to Sujin. Sujin's eyes turned cold, just as the necromancer's bony fingers touched his palm, attempting to take his medium-level necromancer potion. Unlimited Plunder skill activated. You have plundered the high intelligence aptitude from the necromancer Mon-In. You can bestow superior intelligence upon any pet. Advanced pet intelligence aptitude. Increases intelligence attribute by an additional 80%. At this moment, his active infinite plunder cooldown had just refreshed, and he immediately used it on the undead Archmage monk. Surprisingly, they actually plundered advanced intellectual abilities. This is like adding wings to a tiger for Xiaoqing. Ding. You have upgraded Xiaoqing's inferior intelligence aptitude to superior intelligence aptitude. Xiaoqing's intelligence bonus has increased from 20% to 80%. Sujin glanced at Xiaoqing's attribute panel. Good heavens. Xiaoqing only gained a high intelligence aptitude, but her magic attack power increased by nearly 300 points, directly breaking through to more than 800 points. From now on, Xiaoqing's damage output will definitely increase dramatically. Since Lord Mengyan doesn't have any better treasures, I'll keep this potion with medium-grade undead aptitude for now. Sujin quickly took the medicine back. Before the necromancer Mengyan could react, and before his talent was stolen, the best course of action was to make a quick escape. Before leaving, he made sure to replicate the appearance of the necromancer Mengyan into his disguised mask. In this way, he can disguise himself as a necromancer, carry out the next step of his plan, sow discord between the two factions, and extract benefits from it. Afterwards, Su Chun left the dragon graveyard and hurriedly flew towards the starting village. Flying high in the sky with the help of Thunderwing, looking down, I saw many knights wielding warhammers of light patrolling the outskirts of the starting village. But Su Chun had no need to spy on the necromancer Mengyan for him, because he knew that these knights were sent by the Morningstar Saintess to protect the village. If you want to extract profits from this, then let's intensify the hatred between the two forces. Sujin revealed a cold smile. Ding. Do you want to disguise yourself as the mysterious boss, the necromancer Munin? Sure. Ding. You have used the disguise mask special skill to disguise yourself as the necromancer Munin. Please choose one of the following 3 temporary effects as the temporary skill or attribute you gain after disguising yourself. Option 1. All your attacks will deal an additional 1,000 points of dark damage. Option 2. Summons a powerful necromancer sword to slash at the enemy, dealing 1500 plus 100% intelligence as dark damage to all enemies and inflicting the necromancer effect. Enemies slain by the necromancer sword will become small skeletons under your command after death. Option 3. Summon a powerful undead knight to fight for you. He is a level 30 platinum level boss with skills such as death charge, devastation, and self-sacrifice. However, he can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes before returning to the undead realm. Chapter 67 Advancement. Human Guardian God, 2nd Tier. Su Chun would not follow the plan of the necromancer Mengyan, but would instead want to escalate the conflict between the two factions as much as possible. I never imagined that a disguised mask could have such a powerful effect. They even gained an ability possessed by an archmage. Each of these 3 skills is incredibly appealing. But what Sujin wanted to do was to frame the undead overlord for killing the Morningstar Knight. Therefore, option 3 is the best. As Su Chun made his choice, a brand new summon icon lit up before his eyes. Summon the Undead Knight. As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, a dark gray aura of death appeared in the void, and wherever this aura passed, the void shattered inch by inch. A huge rift quickly appeared, and a black-armored knight wielding a spear and riding a skeletal undead horse leaped out from it. Surti, the undead knight, is willing to serve my lord. The undead knight exuded a chilling aura, resembling an ancient, man-eating beast, yet he bowed his noble head before Su Chun. The reason is simple. According to the agreement of the necromancer contract, Su Chun brought him to this world and is therefore his master. Su Chun's gaze turned slightly cold as he swept his eyes over the group of Morningstar Knights patrolling outside the newbie village and gave his orders. Go and kill these patrolling Morningstar Knights, but leave one alive to escape. Yes, my lord. With a low growl, the undead knight steed his undead skeletal horse and charged towards the dozen or so patrolling knights. Death charge. The war lance, radiating an aura of death, tore through wisps of black mist in the air and charged fiercely towards the ranks of the Knights of Light. Minus 3,924. Minus 3,924. Minus 3,924. Wherever the spear passed, it knocked down all the unsuspecting Knights of Light. Enemy attack. The Holy Maiden's intelligence was indeed correct. The Lord of the Undead did indeed send people to attack us. A dozen or so Knights of Light stared intently at the undead knight, their eyes filled with hatred. Brainwashed by the Morningstar Temple, they would not hesitate to turn their swords against their own parents. even if their parents had joined the dark side. Sujin, soaring through the sky, watched as more than a dozen Morningstar Knights launched a counterattack against the Undead Knights. With a wave of his hand, he activated his Berserk amplification talent. A crimson light surged into the Undead Knight's body. The Undead Knight instantly became incredibly powerful, with its attack power and attack speed increasing by 50%, slaughtering all in all directions. Wielding a massive war lance, he swept across the group of Morningstar Knights. Clang! A sudden sound of clashing weapons rang out. A large number of these Morningstar Knights were instantly sent flying. Minus 5,886. Minus 5,886. Minus 5,886. Although these Morningstar Knights were not weak, how could they withstand such terrifying damage? They all died suddenly. Although the Undead Knight's rank isn't particularly high, its level is as high as 30. The attributes it has gained from level alone are already quite terrifying, not to mention the added boost from Berserk. Congratulations! Your summoned Undead Knight has killed 14 level 18 Morningstar Knights, and you have gained 4,200 base experience points. Congratulations! You have reached level 15 and gained 1 point of strength, 1 point of intelligence, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of agility. We need to upgrade quickly. Sujin still has 8 supreme gift packs in his backpack that he hasn't opened yet. The next time he can open them, he needs to reach level 20. He was really looking forward to seeing what unexpected goodies he would get from the next supreme gift pack. Kill and loot reward activated. Designate one pet to receive the kill and loot reward. Xiaoqing. Ari has just evolved and needs more evolution points. I decided to evolve Xiaoqing to diamond level first. Congratulations. You and Xiaoqing have each gained 27 points of intelligence, 9 points of constitution, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of strength. Xiaoqing gains an extra 28 evolution points. Feeling great. At Sujin's behest, the Undead Knight deliberately let one of the Morningstar Knights go free to report the incident. I wonder how interesting the Morningstar Saintess's expression will be when she learns that the Lord of the Undead is so recklessly slaughtering the Knights of the Morningstar Temple. Who cares? Let them fight like dogs. Ding. You have gained 1,000 fate points for changing the course of the two factions. Congratulations. You have advanced to the second tier of Human Guardian God. Ding. Your strength has increased by 100 points. Ding. Your physique has increased by 100 points. Ding. Your intelligence has increased by 100 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 100 points. Ding. You have obtained an advanced pet space expansion scroll. A dazzling white light burst forth from Sujin's body. He could clearly feel that his own strength was constantly increasing. Not only that, but he also obtained an advanced pet space expansion scroll. Great! A look of wild joy flashed in Sujin's eyes. Ding! Do you want to use the advanced pet space expansion scroll to open up your third pet space? I'm sure I'll use it. Sujin decisively chose. Congratulations! You have created your third pet space. Go find your third pet now. Once a pet is successfully contracted, it is essentially bound to the player, and breaking the contract will incur a huge cost. Therefore, even though he had the opportunity to tame a third pet, Sujin wouldn't just randomly choose a trash pet to form a contract with. You must carefully select a perfect pet that is both good-looking and powerful. Ideally, she should be a girl. Damn undead, you just wait. Sooner or later, they will be completely wiped out by our Morningstar Temple. The last Morningstar Knight uttered a harsh threat, then turned and rode his warhorse away towards the direction of the Morningstar Saintess. Sujin witnessed all of this. It was all part of his plan. A glance at the corpse of the dead Morningstar Knight revealed that it had dropped quite a few items. Sujin flapped his wings and landed, picking up all the spoils that had fallen to the ground. Ding! You've picked up 5 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You have picked up 9 advanced power enhancement stones. Ding! You have picked up 7 advanced intelligence enhancement stones. Ding! You have picked up 4 advanced physique enhancement stones. Ding! You've picked up 3 advanced agility enhancement stones. Although no equipment dropped, the haul was still quite substantial. After all, the attributes of equipment are lost once it is replaced, but the attributes gained from enhancement stones are permanent. The strength stone and agility stone are assigned to Ari. The intelligence stone and constitution stone were assigned to Xiaoqing. Ding! You used 12 attribute enhancement stones on Ari, and she gained 18 points of strength and 6 points of agility. Ding! You used 11 attribute enhancement stones on Xiaoqing, and she gained 14 points of intelligence and 8 points of constitution. Chapter 68. The scheme succeeded. The Morningstar Saintess's wrath. Finally, Sujin focused his attention on the last 5 pet skill evolution stones. After thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to continue evolving Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 3. You have gained an additional clone. Level 3. Twin Serpent Shadows. Summons 3 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Summon 3 clones at once. That's equivalent to 4 little green monsters simultaneously unleashing their skills to deal damage. How terrifying must that damage be? We have 2 skill evolution stones left, so let's use them to enhance the other skills. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to upgrade the Azure Python's Thunder Wings skill to level 8. When using Thunder Wings, flight speed is increased by 20%, and the damage dealt by Thunder Wings to enemies is increased by an additional 30%. Skill Thunder Wings. Level 10. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunder Wings can not only deal 300 to 250% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. At level 10, Thunder Wings increases speed by 300%. When Thunder Wing is upgraded to level 10, its flight speed is 3 times faster than before. The damage is ridiculously high. With Xiaoqing's current spell attack power of 836, each strike of Thunder Wings can deal a terrifying 2,390 points of damage. If Xiaoqing were given a berserk buff, her damage would be even more terrifying. With so many Morningstar Knights dying at once, I'm actually quite curious to see how the Morningstar Saintess will react. A playful smile appeared on Sujin's face. He put away his disguise mask, summoned his evolved Thunder Wings, and flew towards the location of the Morningstar Saintess. After evolving, Thunder Wing not only became faster but also larger, with an astonishing presence. Endless purple lightning coalesced into wings behind Sujin, making his tall and imposing figure appear like a thunder god of war. Soon, Sujin arrived beside the Morningstar Saintess. The Morningstar Knight, covered in wounds, reported through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, that undead knight is far too arrogant. They suddenly attacked the village and slaughtered more than a dozen of our brothers. Only I managed to escape thanks to the desperate protection of my brothers. Seeing the last remaining Morningstar Knight flee back in such a sorry state. What? How dare the undead knight be so arrogant? The Morningstar Saintess's eyes suddenly turned cold, and she waved her holy staff, sending a beam of blazing white starlight down upon the Morningstar Knight. Subsequently, the Morningstar Knight's injuries began to heal at a visible rate, and the large amount of health he had lost continued to recover. Return to the Temple of Morningstar and report this matter to His Excellency the Bishop. If this matter is not settled in blood, this holy maiden will never rest. Yes, sir, the Morningstar Knight replied, turning and leaving respectfully. At this moment, the Morningstar Saintess finally turned her gaze to Sujin and said, You've come at the perfect time. Those scum of the undead race are far too arrogant. They dared to slaughter my paladins, and I will make them pay a terrible price. Sujin shrugged and said, I'm happy to help you, but there has to be a good return on my investment. The better the reward, the more motivated I am. A hint of displeasure flashed across the Morningstar Saintess's eyes. In her heart, she had long since labeled Sujin as greedy and insatiable. But at present, in order to retaliate against the undead, there is no better way than to agree. Ding! The Morningstar Saintess has issued you a hidden quest. Take revenge on the undead. Mission description. The Morningstar Saintess is known for her vengeful nature and is determined to avenge herself against the undead race to establish her authority. You are requested to travel to the undead realm as an envoy of the Morningstar Temple to slaughter the undead and collect undead corpse materials to deliver to the Morningstar Saintess. Quest rewards: 5,000 EXP points, 5,000 pet EXP stones, 5,000 copper coins, and 1 top-tier pet aptitude stone. The more undead you kill, the more likely you are to trigger additional rewards. Even Sujin was taken aback by this reward. He had only said it casually, but he never expected the holy maiden to give such a generous reward. A woman consumed by hatred is truly insane. However, he liked this kind of craziness. Take these 2 items with you. They will make it easier for you to commit crimes in the Netherworld. The Netherworld is far more terrifying than you can imagine, but it also hides unimaginable wealth and treasures. With a wave of her slender hand, the Morningstar Saintess took out 2 items from her bosom and tossed them into Sujin's hands. Ding! You have obtained a netherworld teleportation scroll. Ding. You have obtained a diamond tier item, Starry Holy Light Sword, temporary. It's actually a mid-level diamond grade equipment. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. Upon receiving the Starry Holy Light Sword, endless, dazzling starlight shone on its blade, giving it an extraordinary and incomparably noble feel. Diamond tier, Starlight Holy Light Sword. Strength 99. Physical attack power 99. Attack speed 30%. When attacking, it deals an additional 500 points of light attribute damage. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Meteor Shower. When activated, a terrifying meteor shower will fall within a 500-meter radius, bombarding all nearby enemies. Each meteor will deal 3,000 light attribute damage equal to 100% of physical attack power. The meteor shower will last for 10 seconds, with a 3-hour cooldown. If you can successfully complete the mission, this lightsaber that I have treasured will be yours. If the mission fails, I will take it back. The Morningstar Saintess looked coldly at Sujin and said. Sujin didn't take the Morningstar Saintess's threats seriously at all. Such a good thing. Once it's in my hands, you can forget about taking it back. However, Sujin was quite willing to go to the Netherworld and cause some big trouble. Since I can reap the benefits myself and the Star Temple will take the blame, why not? Upon checking the equipment rankings in Shanghai Town, the Starry Holy Light Sword indeed squeezed out the other 2 diamond-level basic equipment pieces and successfully topped the rankings. Shanghai Town Equipment Ranking. First place, Diamond Tier, Starry Holy Light Sword. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. The wearer's damage is increased by an additional 10%. Second place, Diamond Level Basic Dark Blade. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. Increases the wearer's damage by an additional 9%. Third place, Diamond Basic, Source of Power Leggings. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. Increases the wearer's damage by an additional 8%. As soon as the equipment rankings were refreshed, countless sharp-eyed players noticed the changes on the leaderboard. The appearance of the diamond-grade Starry Holy Light Sword instantly stunned countless players. Chapter 69 Stealing the Lair of the Undead Overlord. I'm a newbie, so I'm asking if I don't understand. Is this ranking list created just for the top player, Chindi? Only 3 diamond-level equipment items appeared in Shanghai Town, and Emperor Chen alone managed to collect them all? This lightsaber sounds so cool. If a physics-based pet wore it, wouldn't it roar like a madman? I've already spent 10 million on this game, and I haven't even gotten a single platinum-level item. Other people have already gotten 3 diamond-level items. Brother, you better keep quiet. I brought hundreds of brothers from the group to the Divine Pet instance, and after working hard for several days, none of them have even seen what platinum equipment looks like. The news that Sujin had acquired 3 diamond-level equipment pieces in less than a day undoubtedly shocked all the players. There are at least tens of thousands of people in the entire Shanghai Town, but at this moment, everyone's focus is on Sujin. Some people envied them, some were jealous, and naturally, some secretly resented them. Haha, I think Emperor Chen just got lucky and discovered some hidden plot or treasure. Otherwise, how could a mere casual player with no background possess 3 pieces of diamond-level equipment? I just smiled and didn't say anything. Everyone has their moment of glory, but don't mistake a moment for eternity. Emperor Chen can only hold his own for a few moments in the early game. The late game will definitely be an era of super guilds vying for supremacy. How much of a splash can a little grasshopper make? He's already doing well enough to take on 5 people by himself, but what if he faced 1,000 or 10,000? If each of them spat on him, they could drown him. That's right, Sujin daring to go against a super guild is just courting death. Immediately, even more dissenting voices emerged. It generated an enormous amount of public opinion online. At this time, Sujin replaced Ari's body with the Diamond Intermediate, Starry Holy Light Sword. Before leaving, he made sure to replicate the appearance of the Morningstar Saintess inside the disguised mask. He then decisively crushed the Netherworld Teleportation Scroll. Ding! Do you wish to use the Netherworld Teleportation Scroll to travel to the Netherworld? Warning! The realm of the dead is teeming with countless powerful and terrifying beings. Entering it may lead to unimaginable dangers. Enter. Sujin responded decisively. Immediately, an extremely dark and cold light enveloped Sujin, then took him into an unknown world. Sujin felt the world spinning around him, and the intense sense of loss of control made him extremely panicked. But in his previous life, he had experienced countless major crises over 3 years, so he was already used to such things. About 3 minutes later, when Sujin opened his eyes, he had already arrived outside a huge city gate. The towering city walls were engraved with terrifying and sinister skull statues, and an aura of extreme evil and darkness swirled around them. A mournful sound, like the wailing of a demon, reached their ears. It gives people a chilling, eerie feeling. Outside the city gate, a team was on duty. Sujin looked around and was shocked to find that all the guards were grotesque skeleton soldiers, and the captain of the guards, who was in charge, was even more terrifying. A tall body, riding on the back of a lizard covered in black scales. But his shoulders were empty. He didn't even have a head. His eyes and mouth were all on his stomach. He was a headless knight. Sujin knew that if he rushed in directly, he would be surrounded and attacked by the other side. The realm of the dead hides a great secret, and no living being is allowed to enter. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed on the spot. It was definitely not something he could force his way in. After thinking about it, Sujin decided that disguising himself as the necromancer Meng-un was a good option. Ding. You have used the disguise mask special skill to disguise yourself as the necromancer Mon-en. Please choose one of the following 3 temporary effects as the temporary skill or attribute you gain after disguising yourself. Option 1. All your attacks will deal an additional 1,000 points of dark damage. Option 2. Summons a powerful necromancer sword to slash at the enemy, dealing 1,500 plus 100% intelligence as dark damage to all enemies, and inflicting the undead slave effect. Enemies slain by the necromancer sword will become small skeletons under your command after death. Option 3. Summon a powerful undead knight to fight for you. He is a level 30 platinum level boss with skills such as death charge, devastation, and self-sacrifice. However, he can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes before returning to the undead realm. I choose option 1, Sujin replied. This time, he intends to maximize his own damage output. Immediately, the special effect of the disguise mask activated, and Sujin transformed into the aged appearance of the necromancer Mon-en, his emaciated figure hidden in a wide black robe. The weapon in his hand was also transformed into a necromancer's bone staff, engraved with a skull pattern. It has to be said that the disguise effect of the mask is incredibly realistic. Sujin imitated Meng-un's original demeanor, leaning on his bone staff, and walked into the city of the Netherworld. Who goes there? A skeleton guard saw Sujin, dressed in a black robe, approaching and questioning him in a hoarse, eerie voice. Open your dog eyes. If you delay the Lord of the Undead's important business, I'll throw you into the burning bone hell for refining. Sujin glanced at the skeleton guard and said coldly. Sujin had been to the Netherworld once in his previous life and knew a lot about the undead race. To avoid being exposed, he had to intimidate these skeletons. The headless knight at the head stepped forward, recognized him as the necromancer Archmage Meng-en, and with a swift movement, threw the skeleton guard who had been blocking Sujin several meters away. He then quickly bowed and said, "It turns out that the messenger of grace has returned. There have been some major developments in the city recently. Please forgive us. Quickly let Lord Mon-en pass." Sujin nodded and walked straight in. Entering the realm of the dead, it was no different from a human town. The streets are lined with various shops and pedestrians coming and going. But these pedestrians were either skeletons devoid of flesh and blood or stiff zombies. Among them were also some humans, all of whom were brainwashed followers of the undead ruler. Even the items sold in the shops were body parts, human skulls, and various bizarre items used in necromancy. Sujin knew that the undead overlord was still within the Light faction, plotting his scheme against the Temple of Light. In other words, the Palace of the Dead is completely empty at this moment. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly popped into Sujin's mind. Since the Lord of the Undead is not here, why not raid his lair? Chapter 70 Ari's Bountiful Harvest. When this idea came to Sujin's mind, even he himself was somewhat alarmed. High risk is often accompanied by incredibly high returns. The Lord of the Undead has lived for tens of thousands of years, and his palace must contain many unimaginable treasures. Sujin remembered the way to the Palace of the Dead and headed straight for the palace in the very center of the realm of the dead. Lord Mon-en, weren't you supposed to be carrying out a secret plan for the Light faction? Why have you suddenly returned? Outside the Palace of the Dead, a red-haired banshee approached and inquired. The succubus was named Enchantress. She possessed an exceptionally beautiful woman's appearance, but her heart was as venomous as a snake, and she had a fondness for eating human flesh. Sujin clearly remembered that 3 years later, this succubus suddenly increased its strength for some unknown reason. After invading Earth, it ate people everywhere and swallowed up a county town, turning it into a ghost town. The Lord of the Undead has urgent business and has asked me to return to the palace on his behalf, Sujin said calmly. The Lord has asked you to bring him back? What for? The succubus asked, her eyes filled with surprise and suspicion as she sized up Sujin. Take me to the treasure vault. I need to select some treasures to bring to the Lord of the Undead. Sujin stated his purpose. Follow me, but if you want to enter the treasure vault, you need the key, which is with the demon queen. The succubus led Sujin toward the palace of the dead. The undead palace is huge, 10 times larger than the entire starting village. From time to time, patrolling undead guards would pass by, but seeing that it was a succubus and the necromancer Meng In, they didn't pay much attention and would just glance at them before leaving. When they reached a deserted place, the succubus who had walked ahead suddenly let out a sinister voice. You're not the necromancer Meng In, are you? He wouldn't ask about the location of the necromantic vault, because he himself is the vault's steward. The reason I lured you here is because I'm starving. Come on, let me enjoy you. The succubus suddenly turned around, her eyes turning bloodshot, and a strange spiritual power tried to enter Sujin's body and take control of him. We've been discovered. So what? If all else fails, I can just activate Shadow Sprint and slip away unnoticed. However, this succubus in front of us will surely become a major scourge to the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Before she grows up, she must be nipped in the bud. Ari, your pet has possessed you. Phantom teleportation. Sujin merged with Ari's power and instantly activated his teleportation skill, forcibly breaking the succubus's charm skill. Enchantress Evelyn. Level 20. Rank Diamond Beginner Boss. Health 8100. Attacks 2329. Trait Advanced Backstab. All her attacks launched from behind an enemy deal an additional 100% damage. Skills Blood Spike, Bewitching Eye, Aerial Spike, Flesh Devour. You actually managed to break through my bewitching eye? The succubus Evelyn's eyes widened in surprise. In a flash, she leaped into the air, her fingernails transforming into incredibly sharp, blood-red spikes, which she used to stab fiercely at Sujin's back. Playing assassination? You'd better think twice. Sujin smiled, and just as the succubus Evelyn's incredibly sharp nails were 0.01 centimeters away from his neck, his figures suddenly vanished. Where did they go? How could they have suddenly disappeared? This caused the succubus Evelyn's expression to change drastically. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine, and a strong sense of foreboding welled up in her heart. It's right behind you. Frost Triple Slash. The Starlight Sword, gleaming with a dazzling holy light and carrying the power of endless frost, slashed fiercely at the succubus Evelyn. -842. -1443. Just as the third and most terrifying attack was about to land, the starry holy light sword in Sujin's hand suddenly emitted a powerful cold light. Fatal Strike, double damage activated. -4087. Double damage. The terrifying damage filled the succubus with sudden horror. What kind of horrific damage is this? Her first thought was to run away. But Sujin wouldn't give him any chance. He activated the second phantom teleport, refreshing all his skills. Frost Triple Strike. -842. -1442. Before the third wave of damage could even be unleashed, Enchantress Evelyn was instantly killed. Congratulations. Your pet, the six-tailed fox Ari, has defeated the diamond-level beginner boss, LV 20, Enchantress Evelyn. You and Ari have gained 1,000 base experience points, plus an additional 500 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 13 and gained 15 free attribute points. Based on your attribute point allocation habits, Ari will automatically gain 15 points of strength. Looting successful. Ari gains 15 evolution points. Ari has additionally plundered the high-level power aptitude of the Enchantress Evelyn boss. Advanced Strength Aptitude. Increases own strength by an additional 100%. Upon discovering that he possessed high-level strength aptitude, a look of joy flashed across Sujin's eyes. The power increase has surged by 80%. That's equivalent to an extra 400 plus physical attack power. This is absolutely a revolutionary improvement for Ari. Immediately afterwards, Sujin flipped over the body of the succubus Evelyn and picked up all the loot she had dropped. Ding. You have picked up a beginner-level diamond, Succubus's Blood Crown. Ding. You have picked up a basic diamond item, Blood Soul Bracelet. Ding. You have picked up Evelyn's Treasure Vault map. Ding. You have collected 4,326 copper coins. 2 diamond grade items. Diamond level 1, The Enchantress's Blood Crown. Physical attack power, 89. Physical fitness level 69. Critical hit rate 10%. Level requirement, level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Blood Drain. Each attack deals an additional 400 damage and converts this additional damage into health. Diamond level 1, Blood Soul Bracelet. Physical attack 77. When attacking an enemy from behind, the critical hit rate is 20%. When attacking an enemy from behind, critical hit damage is increased by 25%. Level requirement, level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Blood Soul Slave. When you deal damage to an enemy, there is a 10% chance to summon a Blood Soul Slave, which can tightly bind an enemy, dealing 444 damage per second and reducing the enemy's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Both items are very suitable for Ahri. Replace Ahri's original silver tier, Emerald Fairy Crown with Diamond tier, Enchantress's Blood Crown. Replace Ahri's original silver grade Ice Scale Bracelet with the Diamond grade Blood Soul Bracelet. After equipping 2 diamond level items, Ahri's damage output saw another small surge. Just as Sujin was about to turn his attention to the map of Evelyn's hidden treasure vault, suddenly, an angry voice rang out from afar. There are sounds of fighting over there. Someone attacked the palace, capture them, and kill them without mercy. Chapter 71, A Bountiful Harvest. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Shadow Dash activated. Sujin destroyed the corpse of the succubus Evelyn to cover his tracks, and his body quickly became transparent, entering an invisible state. Soon, a group of vampire guards with blood-red wings on their backs and sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths ran over. Where are they? I clearly heard loud fighting sounds coming from here. The vampire guard captain looked around with a puzzled expression, but the surroundings were quiet, and there was no one in sight. But he still felt something was off. He sniffed hard with his keen nose. Then his expression suddenly turned cold. It smells bloody. Search quickly. The enemy must be hiding in the shadows. Look, a dozen vampire guards flapped their blood wings and scattered in all directions, beginning to search for Sujin's whereabouts. Strange, where could this guy be hiding? The vampire guard captain frowned, pondering. Vampire guard chief. Level, 22. Rank, Diamond Intermediate Boss. Health, 9400. Attack, 3129. Trait, Vampire. 50% of the damage dealt by the vampire guard will be converted into his own health. Skills, Blood Shockwave, Hypnosis, Blood Explosion, Blood Frenzy. Brother, you're right behind me. Sujin sneered. The next moment, a holy sword, radiating dazzling light and exuding a chilling, bone-chilling aura, slashed fiercely at the back of the vampire guard. Level 4 Shadow Sprints, Stealth Breaking Damage. Plus a fatal blow. Minus 5,332. With a single sword strike, he cleaved off half of the vampire guard's blood. The vampire guard captain felt a sudden, sharp pain. His expression changed drastically, and he cast a hypnotic spell on him. Go to sleep. You need sleep. In an instant, a wave of drowsiness surged into Sujin's heart. It was a powerful drowsiness that was difficult to resist with willpower, causing Sujin to involuntarily close his eyes. No, I don't need it. Phantom Teleportation. Instantly clears all control and negative status effects, and refreshes all of Sujin's skills. Goodbye. Frost Triple Slash. Minus 1,493. Minus 2,559. Minus 3,625. The terrifying 3-stage slash descended, instantly shattering the vampire guard captain's body into a cloud of blood mist. But from within the blood mist, a bizarre ghostly face materialized, its features contorted with a chilling ferocity, and it snarled menacingly. Damn intruder! How dare you sneak into the palace of the great undead overlord? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Blood explosion. Bang! This cloud of blood was like a bomb. An incredibly violent explosion erupted, hurtling towards Sujin. Sujin's expression changed, and he teleported away into the distance to escape, but the power of the explosion was too great. Even so, he was still injured by the residual force of the blood explosion. Minus 2,938. The horrific damage made Sujin gasp in shock. Keep in mind, this is just the aftermath damage. Luckily, I had a teleportation skill, which allowed me to dodge the main damage. Otherwise, I probably would have died here. As a mid-level diamond rank boss, the Vampire Guard Chief's blood explosion technique, which he used to fight to the death, was truly terrifying. Congratulations. Your pet, the six-tailed fox Ari has defeated a diamond-level intermediate boss, LV.22, the Vampire Guard Chief. You and Ari have gained 1,200 base experience points and an additional 740 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Congratulations! You have reached level 16 and gained 1 point each in strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. Looting successful. Ari gains 18 evolution points. Ari has additionally plundered the high-level vampire aptitude of the Vampire Guard Chief boss. Advanced vampiric ability. 50% of the damage you deal will be converted into your own health. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise. Ari has gained another type of superior talent. To date, there are 4 types of high-level attributes: high strength, high attack speed, high health, and high life steal. Although she is only at the emerald grade, any pet of the same grade and level would be utterly crushed by her. Sujin stepped forward and picked up the equipment that had been dropped on the ground one by one. Ding! You've picked up a mid-tier diamond, blood sacrifice staff. Ding! You've picked up a diamond beginner, blood reversal robe. Ding! You have picked up 3 skill evolution stones. Ding! You've picked up 4,672 copper coins. Diamond tier, blood sacrifice staff. Spell attack power increased by 109 points. Intelligence increased by 81 points. Health points increased by 1099. Equipment requirement. Can be worn by players level 10 and above. Equipment skill, blood sacrifice. Mark an enemy, and your damage will deal 50% more damage to them, and this 50% extra damage will be converted into your health. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. It truly lives up to its reputation as a mid-tier diamond item. The spell damage it provides has broken into the triple digits. In addition, there is an extra boost to intelligence, which is equivalent to a full 190 points of spell damage. Even the health points given are incredibly generous. This is absolutely the best weapon for fattened pets. Most importantly, the accompanying blood sacrifice skill is also quite powerful. Throwing a blood sacrifice mark at the boss will deal an extra 50% damage to the boss and also allow you to heal yourself. It's too powerful. Diamond Beginner, Robe of Blood Reversion. Health points increased by 1299. Defense increased by 129 points. Health regeneration speed increased by 150 seconds. Mana regeneration speed increased by 100 seconds. Equipment requirement. Can be worn by players level 10 and above. Equipment skill, Blood Reversion. When activated, all surrounding enemies will lose 500 health points per second, and all of this health will be replenished to you, lasting up to 10 seconds. If you are controlled during the skill's activation, it will be interrupted. This blood reversal robe is practically a health regeneration pump. Not only does it have high defense and high HP, but its HP recovery speed has also increased dramatically. The most powerful thing is that this blood reversal skill is an area of effect skill. You can drain 5,000 HP from one enemy, so 10 enemies would be 50,000 HP. Unfortunately, Xiaoqing doesn't have that much health. But this piece of equipment is definitely the most worthwhile to leave to a tank pet. Without a doubt, both of these pieces of equipment belong to Xiaoqing. Replace Xiaoqing's silver grade staff of the Millennium Deadwood with the diamond grade staff of Blood Sacrifice. Replace Xiaoqing's silver grade robe of Wisdom with the diamond grade robe of Blood Reversion. Xiaoqing's equipment has become incredibly luxurious. Even the worst equipment he has is already gold level. This is a dream that many players wouldn't even dare to imagine. Chapter 72. Stay here and let this concubine favor you. It's important to know that, in the eyes of countless players, gold-grade equipment is an extremely rare and highly sought-after item. But for Sujin, it had become the worst standard equipment. Not only Xiaoqing, but Ali is the same. Equipment starts at the gold level, with the strongest equipment reaching mid-diamond level. At this point, the equipment ranking list in Shanghai Town had changed to Shanghai Town Equipment Ranking List. First place, Diamond Tier, Starry Holy Light Sword. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. The wearer's damage is increased by an additional 10%. Second place, Diamond Tier, Blood Sacrifice Staff. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. Increases the wearer's damage by an additional 9%. Third place, Diamond Level 1, Blood Reversal Robe. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. The wearer's damage is increased by an additional 8%. Fourth place, Diamond Basic, Night Demon Necklace. Owner, Demon Slayer. Reward. Increases the wearer's damage by an additional 7%. Fifth place, Diamond Level 1, Enchantress's Blood Crown. Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward. increases the wearer's damage by an additional 6%. 6th place, Diamond Level Basic, Dark Broken Blade, Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward, increases the wearer's damage by an additional 5%. 7th place, Diamond Level 1, Blood Soul Bracelet, Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward, increases the wearer's damage by an additional 4%. 8th place, Diamond Basic, Source of Power Leggings, Owner, Emperor Chun. Reward, increases the wearer's damage by an additional 3%. At this moment, all 7 of Sujin's diamond-grade equipment pieces were on the list, bringing a huge damage boost to his 2 pets. However, what was unexpected was that Imo Zhantian's Diamond Beginner Dark Demon Necklace also climbed to 4th place on the leaderboard. However, this was within Sujin's expectations. Sujin remembered that in his previous life, Imo Zhantian had spent an enormous amount of money to buy this Diamond Primary Night Demon Necklace from a mysterious merchant NPC. The reason Sujin didn't intercept it beforehand was because the mysterious merchant was too greedy, demanding a full 100 silver coins before selling this low-level diamond equipment. You have to understand, 100 silver coins are equivalent to a full 1 million copper coins, which Sujin simply cannot afford. In the early stages of the game, the coin drop rate is extremely low. Even as the president of the Glory Alliance, Imo Zhantian was finding it difficult to come up with so much money at once. However, it must be said that although the Night Demon Necklace is expensive, its attributes are extremely powerful. This necklace also hides an incredibly powerful trump card skill. Even Sujin was tempted. Furthermore, this equipment, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, also grants a 7% damage bonus. The profits are enormous. Since I can't afford it, I'll keep killing you until you break through. Sujin stared at the equipment ranking list in Shanghai town, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just then, Imo Zhantian was going to challenge him in 2 days. While we're at it, let's also plunder his talent. Sujin not only wants revenge, but also wants to use Imo Zhantian as a stepping stone to reach the peak. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the 3 pet skill evolution stones. Without a second thought, we'll continue to evolve Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 4. You have gained an additional clone. Level 4. Twin Serpent Shadows summons 4 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attributes and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown, 120 seconds. With a thought, Sujin waved his staff and summoned Xiaoqing. Use skill, Twin Serpent Shadows. Xiaoqing's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, 4 clones identical to her original self appeared on her body. If Sujin hadn't sensed it, even he wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between these clones and Xiaoqing herself. Furthermore, these 4 clones have the same attributes, skills, and damage as Xiaoqing herself. This is absolutely terrifying. At this moment, all the vampire guards who heard the sound of the blood explosion rushed over. The dozen or so vampire guards all stared at Sujin with icy gazes and said, "You are a traitor to the forces of light, aren't you? What is the purpose of breaking into the palace of the undead ruler?" A bright smile appeared on Sujin's face as he said, "You've come at just the right time. Xiaoqing, it's time to show the power of your level 4 clone." Before the dozen or so vampire guards could react, the 5 little green ones had already lined up in a row, their bodies bursting with incomparably dazzling divine power of lightning. The python opened its mouth, and endless lightning power was compressed and condensed to the extreme. Then, carrying an incomparably fierce pressure, it bombarded out like a storm. Exploding lightning ball. Lightning arrow technique. Thunder prison tribulation. Various skills imbued with terrifying thunderous power were unleashed upon the vampire guards. Each skill is unleashed in 5 stages at once. -2505. -2505. -2505. The damage was just too concentrated. Like 5 magical machine guns, they were firing incessantly. Enemy attack. Damn it, the great lord of the undead will not let you get away with this. The wailing echoed through the sky, causing quite a stir throughout the entire undead palace. In the blink of an eye, all of the dozen or so vampire guards were blasted to smithereens. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has killed 16 level 20 vampire guards, gaining 6,400 base experience points, and an additional 2,560 experience points for killing enemies of higher levels. Congratulations. You have reached level 17 and gained 1 point of strength, 1 point of intelligence, 1 point of constitution, and 1 point of agility. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 13 and gained 15 free attribute points, which have been automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations! Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 14 and gained 15 free attribute points, which have been automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations! You and Xiaoqing have each gained 30 points of intelligence, 12 points of constitution, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of strength. Xiaoqing gains an extra 32 evolution points. The experience points from the 16 vampire guards not only leveled up Sujin, but also leveled up Xiaoqing twice. The upgrade granted 30 intelligence, and the Plunder talent also granted 30 intelligence, causing Xiaoqing's spell damage to surge by 60 points in an instant. Infinite Plunder truly lives up to its SSS level talent. It's incredibly powerful. After the 16 vampire guards died, a large amount of loot was dropped. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise, and he was about to go up and pick up the equipment when a seductive and alluring yet cool female voice rang out behind Sujin. A man with the blood of the Elf King. Stay? Chapter 73, I just want to fight the Death Lord. Sujin turned his head to look. The woman in front of me looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, with long, wine-red hair that cascaded down her back, just reaching her waist. With an exquisite and beautiful face, a slender and graceful figure, and a pair of long, snow-white legs wrapped in black fishnet stockings, and sharp high heels on her feet that resembled daggers, she exuded a captivating yet dangerous and deadly aura. Her gaze lingered over Sujin's entire body, as if she wanted to discover more secrets from him. Demon Queen. Goddess. Rank. Grade. Property. Description. A mysterious woman lurking in the palace of the dead. Beneath her stunning beauty lies unimaginable power. It is best not to provoke her lightly. Sure enough, this was an enemy at least 10 levels higher than me, and I couldn't detect a single detail about them. In just one glance, Sujin felt a sense of crisis, as if facing a life-or-death threat, welling up in his heart. He had a premonition that the stunningly beautiful woman before him had the power to kill him. Faced with such an enemy, it's best to slip away first. Goodbye. Sujin activated Shadow Step, his figure rapidly becoming transparent. After disappearing into the darkness, he immediately fled at top speed. Oh, what an interesting little man. I'm so lonely, and I haven't even experienced the joy of being a woman yet. How can I let you leave like this? With a wave of her hand, the Demon Queen Goddess summoned an all-seeing dark demonic eye in the sky, instantly catching the direction Sujin was fleeing. A light smile appeared on her sexy lips. The next moment, the figure swept past like a phantom, a pair of slender jade legs tearing through the void, drawing a bright silver arc. Sujin had to stop, because those sharp high heels, like deadly blades, were pressed against his neck. Want to play tag? I'll give you one more chance to escape. How about it? The Demon Queen Goddess's radiant smile was breathtakingly beautiful. She hooked one leg around Sujin's neck, and the toe of her other leg pressed against Sujin's throat. So what if I'm dead? Come on, give me a quick death. Sujin closed his eyes, having already put his pet away, and prepared to face his death. At most, he would lose 1 level of experience if he died. As long as his pet is not killed, the loss is not significant, and is perfectly acceptable. Since he has already completed the mission of the Morningstar Saintess, even if he dies once and is resurrected, it will still be a win-win situation. Unfortunately, the map coordinates of Eve's treasure vault in my backpack are located within the netherworld, so I can't explore for the treasure. Just as Sujin was waiting for the cold, sharp blade on the other person's high heels to pierce his throat. Sujin felt something warm against his lips, something soft, pressed against them. He opened his eyes and found that exquisitely beautiful face was almost pressed against his, their breaths colliding and making him feel suffocated. But the next moment, something happened that shocked Sujin immensely. A surge of powerful and pure source energy was extracted from the body of the Demon Queen Goddess and continuously fed into Sujin's body. Ding! You have been empowered by the source power of the Demon Queen Goddess, gaining a power increase of 100. Ding! You have been empowered by the source power of the Demon Queen Goddess, gaining an intelligence increase of 100. Ding! You have been empowered by the source energy of the Demon Queen Goddess, gaining a 100% increase in physique. Ding! You have been empowered by the source energy of the Demon Queen Goddess, gaining an agility increase of 100. Ding! You have been empowered by the Demon Queen Goddess's source energy, gaining an experience boost. Point. Ding! Your physical potential has been enhanced by the magic of Goddess using source power. From now on, the attribute points you gain for each level up will be doubled. A familiar white light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 18 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of intelligence, 2 points of agility, and 2 points of constitution. Sujin was stunned and looked at the demon queen Caddis with a puzzled expression. Not only did the other party not kill him, but they also gave him such a great benefit. All attributes increased by 100, and I also got 10,000 free experience points. Most importantly, the other party even improved their physical potential. In the future, while other players will get 5 base attribute points per level, he will get 10. The gap widened instantly. Why are you helping me? Sujin couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. The demon queen Caddis smiled and said, "Of course I'll invest in you, this potential stock. I was tricked by the Lord of the Dead, who used secret magic to imprison me in this palace, wanting me to submit to him and become his woman. To be honest, I'm a sucker for good looks, and seeing his ugly face makes me feel disgusted. If you can defeat the undead overlord, your sister will regain her freedom and see the light of day again." Sujin shook his head and said, "I can't even beat you. How can I defeat the undead overlord? I have a woman's intuition that you will definitely become a super strong person in the future, stronger than the Lord of the Dead. Don't forget to come and rescue your sister then." Demon Queen Caddis said with a charming smile. "What benefit would I get from killing the undead overlord?" Sujin shrugged. The Demon Queen Caddis's eyes gleamed with a strange light as she said, "As for the benefits, how about I repay you by offering myself to you? Let me tell you a secret. The Lord of the Undead wants to conquer me not only to enjoy my body, but also to obtain the source power within me. Once he becomes my man, he can nourish his body through the innate bloodline source power within me, thereby gaining immense power. But I have always remained chaste and have never bowed down to him. Once you rescue me, I will teach you the art of dual cultivation, the benefits of which will exceed your imagination. Ding! Demon Queen Caddis has issued you an advanced hidden quest. Slay the undead overlord and rescue Demon Queen Caddis. Mission rewards. Confidential, but absolutely generous. I've accepted the task. If the Lord of the Undead is left unchecked, he will surely bring devastating damage to the human world in 3 years. The triggering of this hidden quest essentially gave Sujin another reason to kill the undead overlord. Lord of the Undead, once I'm strong enough, you'll be the first one I kill. Sujin made up his mind in his heart. Under the expectant and appreciative gaze of the Demon Queen Caddis, Sujin turned and left. Before leaving, the Demon Queen's alluring yet cold voice came from behind. Take advantage of the Lord of the Undead's absence during this time. If you can get the key from the steward Munin, I can help you steal the treasures that the Lord of the Dead has hidden in this palace. Treasures in the Palace of the Dead? Sujin was immediately tempted. Then we must first kill the necromancer Meng An. Chapter 74 Incredible Evolution. Before leaving, Sujin made sure to pick up all the loot dropped by the vampire guards. Ding! You have collected 32 random attribute stones for advanced pets. Ding! You have collected 9,329 copper coins. Ding! You have acquired the Emerald Grade Blood Overflow Bracelet. Ding! You have picked up the Emerald Grade Blood Frenzy Necklace. Ding! You have acquired the Emerald Grade Blood Roar Ring. More than a dozen pieces of equipment were looted, but Sujin only found 3 pieces of Jade Grade jewelry that caught his eye. The main attributes of these 3 pieces of jewelry are to provide a large amount of health and spell vamp. I decisively replaced Xiaoqing's Gold Grade Necklace, Lapis Lazuli Bracelet, and Greed Ring with these 3 Jade Grade jewelry pieces. Xiaoqing's health and life recovery speed have received a qualitative leap this time. There are also 32 random attribute stones for advanced pets. Advanced Pet Random Attribute Stones. Each realm attribute stone provides 2 random attribute points. To be fair, the pets will each get half. Ding! Your pet Xiaoqing has consumed 16 advanced pet random attribute stones and gained 8 points of intelligence, 6 points of strength, 12 points of constitution, and 6 points of agility. Ding! Your pet Ari has consumed 16 advanced pet random attribute stones and gained 14 strength for intelligence, 8 constitution, and 6 agility. After the spoils were distributed, after bidding farewell to the Demon Queen Caddis, Sujin used his invisibility to decisively leave the undead palace and sped off towards the far north of the undead realm. Looks like I need to find a way to improve the stealth effect of Shadow Sprint. Sujin thought to himself. Otherwise, although this invisibility effect could evade the search of most powerful people, it could still be detected by peerless experts such as Demon Queen Caddis and the Lord of the Undead. However, there are ways to improve the stealth effect. There are 2 methods. One way is to upgrade Shadow Sprint to level 20 or higher, which will absolutely bring about an incredible transformation in the stealth effect. Another method is to find treasures that enhance invisibility, and using them can increase invisibility to an incredible degree. Sujin thought about it and decided that the first method was easier. Furthermore, upgrading the Shadow Step skill to level 20 not only enhances the stealth effect, but also significantly increases the damage of the attack after breaking stealth. Killing two birds with one stone. In the far north of the Netherworld, the mournful wails of women echoed everywhere. The wailing was not from a woman, but from a female ghost who died with resentment. This is a mass grave, a haunted place where a large number of female ghosts gather. Sujin came here to find the location marked on the map of Evelyn's hidden treasure vault. But as soon as he arrived, he was targeted by a group of vicious female ghosts. A female ghost in a mass grave. Level 21. Grade Diamond Beginner. Health 4900. Attack Power 1439. Characteristic Stamina Drain. Each of her attacks drains 20 points of your stamina. Skills Claw Slash, Painful Scream, Death Bite. Note: once your constitution is absorbed by the female ghost, it will cause permanent damage that cannot be repaired. They were actually 20 female ghosts at the Diamond Level 1. A slight smile appeared on Sujin's lips. If a female ghost encounters a lightning mage, isn't that just courting death? With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xiaoqing. The twin serpent shadows were activated, and 5 identical little green snakes appeared before my eyes. The next moment, all 5 little greens activated their ultimate skills. Thunder Prison Tribulation. Minus 5010. Lightning type is super effective against ghost type. Damage is doubled. Minus 5010. Damage doubled. Minus 5010. Damage doubled. The doubled damage is terrifying. It's so satisfying to watch. Before any of the 20 mass grave ghosts could react, they were instantly killed and turned to ashes. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has killed 20 level 20 mass grave ghosts, gaining 6,400 base experience points, and an additional 2,560 experience points for killing higher level enemies. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 15 and gained 15 free attribute points, which have been automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations. You and Xiaoqing have each gained 39 points of intelligence, 21 points of constitution, 18 points of agility, and 12 points of strength. Xiaoqing gains an extra 40 evolution points. Sujin glanced at it and saw that Xiaoqing's evolution value had reached 129 to 160. With just 31 more evolution points, Xiaoqing can evolve to diamond level. For every pet, reaching the diamond level is a significant hurdle. Only by overcoming the diamond level hurdle can a pet's strength undergo a dramatic transformation. Sujin was filled with anticipation. What kind of being would Xiaoqing become after its evolution? He glanced at the spoils left behind by the female ghosts after their deaths. Ding. You have picked up 1 pet skill evolution stone. Ding. You have picked up 1 pet skill evolution stone. Ding. You have picked up 1 pet skill evolution stone. 20 female ghosts appeared, yet not a single decent piece of equipment dropped. Only 20 pet skill evolution stones, and a little over 8,000 copper coins were obtained. Sujin was speechless. This was just too stingy. However, these pet skill evolution stones are just enough to evolve Ari's Shadow Dash skill directly to level 20. This is Sujin's most important life-saving skill, more important than any other skill. Sujin knew that the undead lord possessed the powerful ability to strip away souls, and once killed by him, they would become walking corpses at his command. In his previous life, the Lord of the Undead used this ability to secretly control countless top human players, thereby manipulating dozens of human cities on Earth. Maximizing the stealth effect of this skill means that even when facing the undead overlord, he can easily slip away. Therefore, this skill is extremely important. They can even infiltrate some extremely dangerous hell-level dungeons to steal treasures from the boss's lair. Ding. You have used 16 pet skill evolution stones to upgrade Ari's Shadow Dash skill to level 20. After becoming invisible, her movement speed is increased by 320% and her damage is increased by 3,200 points. Shadow Step, level 20 Ari enters stealth and gains 480% increased movement speed. Her next attack will break stealth and deal 4,800 physical damage equal to 100% of her attack power. Immediately afterwards, another system voice sounded in Sujin's ear. Ding. Ari's Shadow Step skill has been upgraded to the maximum level and has automatically evolved into a more powerful skill. Chapter 75, The Crimson Giant Tree. The Cursed Secret. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Void Dash. Void Dash, level 1. When activated, Ari will enter a void state, increasing her movement speed by 500%. Her next attack will break the void state and deal 5,000 plus 100% of her attack power as physical damage. In a void state, undetectable, unhittable, and able to pass through walls. Void Dash is the transformed state of Shadow Dash. Sujin was stunned when he saw the description of the skill. Pass through walls at will. Be immune to all damage, and no one can detect you. This is absolutely incredible. With this skill, not only would the undead lord be unable to kill him in his ethereal state, but even the god of light would be unable to kill him. Although Sujin can't defeat them yet, he can at least be invincible with this skill. I have 4 pet skill evolution stones left. Sujin wanted to try to further evolve the Void Dash skill, since this skill was just too powerful. Not enough evolution stones. 10 evolution stones are needed to evolve the move Void Dash. Crazy? It takes 10 evolution stones to level up Void Dash by 1 level. Sujin's eyes widened, and he instantly dismissed the idea. Then let's continue evolving the twin serpent shadows. What Sujin is most looking forward to now is how many clones Xiaoqing can summon at the limit of twin snake shadows. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's twin snake shadow skill to level 5. You have gained an additional clone. Level 5. Twin serpent shadows summons 5 serpent shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Let's save the last evolution stone for now. Once you've collected 3, continue evolving Twin Serpent Shadow. Following the location of the treasure marked on Evelyn's treasure vault map, Sujin continued deeper into the mass grave. As Sujin continued on his journey, he could sense countless pairs of eerie green ghost eyes watching him from the shadows. The yang energy emanating from adult men was something these female ghosts coveted. If it weren't for the scene where Sujin summoned lightning to instantly kill 20 female ghosts, which suppressed these female ghosts, they will definitely swarm him and let Sujin experience the agony of dying from exhaustion of yang energy. 5 minutes later, Sujin arrived at the place with the heaviest yin energy in the mass grave. Ahead stood a giant, blood-red tree, growing in this place with the heaviest yin energy. It was this dense yin energy that nourished it, allowing it to grow so luxuriantly. Sujin looked up and saw a line of blood-red characters engraved on the giant tree. Do not touch this blood tree, or you will be burdened with a deep curse. Interesting. Sujin glanced at the treasure location marked on the map. It was right under this giant tree. Does this mean that to obtain the treasure, one must bear a curse? Sujin pondered whether he should dig up the blood tree to see what was hidden inside. I would definitely be unwilling to leave like this. A horse won't get fat without wild grass, and a person won't get rich without unexpected wealth. Let's just go for it. High risk always comes with high returns. Sujin made up his mind, gripped the starry holy light sword in his hand, and it burst forth with an incomparably dazzling white light, about to slash heavily at the huge blood tree. Sudden, Sujin felt a sudden chill run down his spine, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. The next moment, a death claw, formed from condensed blood energy, suddenly stabbed towards Sujin's back. Blood splattered everywhere. Minus 4,189. Spell critical strike. The terrifying damage nearly killed Sujin. Despite the excruciating pain, Sujin quickly possessed Xiaoqing, activated void swiftness, and entered a state of nothingness. Turning around, he saw a pale-faced female ghost in red who had just ambushed him. A female ghost in red. Level, 23. Rank, Diamond High-Level Boss. Health, 9,800. Attack Power, 1929. Spell Critical Strike Chance, 55%. Talent Trait, Blood Magic Body. Once her spell damage triggers a critical hit, the critical hit damage will be increased to 3 times. Skills, Death Claw, Blood Fiend Moon Slash, Death Dance, Blood Sacrifice Embrace, Blood Shadow Kill. Sujin's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the red-clad female ghost's innate talent. No wonder the damage was so high. It turns out that the magic critical strike damage tripled. Those damned thieves of light, they actually have their eyes on the Blood Bodhi tree. Don't even think about touching the Blood Bodhi tree. Come out and face your death. The woman in red, seeing Sujin disappear, roared furiously with a ferocious expression. What responded to her was a powerful slash that suddenly emerged from nothingness. Minus 6,198. The terrifying damage instantly changed the expression on the red-clad female ghost's face. A blood sacrifice embrace. The female ghost in red teleported in front of Sujin, opened her arms, and was about to pull Sujin into her embrace to perform a blood sacrifice. With me here, you will never harm my lord. With an unparalleled aura of thunder, Xiaoqing suddenly conjured 5 snake shadows. She and her 6 serpent shadow clones lined up and launched a devastating attack on the red-clad female ghost. The lightning arrows, like a Gatling gun, rained down on the red-clad female ghost. Minus 2,389. Lightning type is super effective against ghost type. Damage is doubled. Minus 2,389. Damage double. Minus 2,389. Damage double. The woman in red was utterly powerless against the barrage of lightning arrows raining down upon her. He was instantly riddled with arrows, and filled with boundless resentment and unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground. Congratulations. Your pet, Azure Serpent Xiaoqing, has defeated a diamond-level high-level boss, level 23, red-clothed female ghost. You and Xiaoqing have gained 1,500 base experience points, and an additional 750 experience points for defeating a boss of a higher level. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 20 evolution points. Xiaoqing additionally stole the high-level magic critical damage increase attribute from the red-clothed female ghost boss. Advanced spell crit damage attribute. Once your spell damage triggers a critical strike, the critical strike damage will be increased to 3 times the normal damage. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise. High-level spell critical damage boosting aptitude is absolutely god tier for increasing damage. However, the prerequisite is that you need to increase your spell critical strike rate first. Only when the spell critical strike rate is high enough can the powerful effect of high-level spell critical strike damage increase aptitude be fully realized. Otherwise, with Xiaoqing's less than 20% spell critical hit rate, it would be a waste of her great potential. There are 2 ways to increase spell critical strike rate. One way is to obtain it from equipment, and the other is to obtain it by plundering qualifications. Sujin glanced intently at the crimson giant tree, thinking to himself, what secrets might be hidden beneath this tree? First, collect all the loot dropped by the woman in red, then deal with the blood-red giant tree. Ding! You picked up. Chapter 76 Xiaoqing is about to transform into human form. Ding! You have picked up 2 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You picked up a silver coin. Ding! You've picked up a high-tier diamond item, crimson blood made shoulder pads. A high-level diamond grade equipment actually dropped. Sujin's eyes lit up instantly. Diamond grade, crimson blood made shoulder pads. Increases spell attack power by 145 points. Spell defense increased by 170 points. Spell critical strike chance increased by 20%. Level requirement, level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, crimson breath. When you trigger a spell critical strike, your casting speed, movement speed, and attack speed will all increase by 40%. This equipment not only increases critical strike chance by 20%, but also provides a bonus to movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed after triggering a spell critical strike, which is really great. Replace Xiaoqing's gold grade, Agile's honor shoulder pads with the diamond grade, crimson blood magic shoulder pads. Congratulations. Your crimson blood made shoulder pads have reached number 1 on the Mountain and Sea Town equipment leaderboard, granting you a 10% total damage bonus. Although it pushed the starry holy light sword down the rankings, it's still equivalent to having 1 more piece of equipment on the leaderboard, so the actual total damage still improved. Although a single silver coin may seem small, it is actually equivalent to a full 10,000 copper coins. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on the 2 pet skill evolution stones. With the evolution stone in my backpack, I now have exactly 3. The Snake Shadow Clone skill can be evolved again. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 6. You have gained an additional clone. Level 6. Twin Serpent Shadows. Summons 6 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. After dealing with the red-clad female ghost boss's spoils, Sujin finally looked at the blood-red giant tree. An endless aura of bloodlust swirled around the giant tree, giving it a very eerie feel. Sujin raised the starry holy light sword and cleaved it towards the roots of the blood-red giant tree. Bang! The endless, dazzling starlight struck the blood-red giant tree, and with a deafening roar, the giant tree shattered. Immediately, a strange, blood-red power entered Sujin's body. Ding! You forcibly shattered the blood Bodhi tree and have been marked by an unknown evil force. Blood curse, buff. Time, unknown. Level 1. Description, you have been marked by an unknown evil force. In this state, any player from the dark faction who kills you will receive a random reward. Furthermore, due to the terrifying aura of blood emanating from you, any enemy who attacks you will suffer a 30% reduction in movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed due to fear. Note, defeating enemies of the light faction will increase your buff level, currently 0 to 1000. After reading the introduction, Sujin's expression became somewhat strange. You call this a curse? Attacking your own enemies reduces their attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 30%. That's practically a god-tier skill. Once players reach level 10, they can freely choose a faction, either the light faction, the dark faction, or the neutral faction. However, almost all players choose to join the light or dark faction, with very few joining the neutral faction. The reason is simple. Players from the light and dark factions can accumulate military merits by killing NPCs or players from the other faction. As players accumulate military merits, their status within their own faction will continuously improve. If a player accumulates enough military merits, they can even become the ruler of either the light or dark faction. Command millions of NPCs to your command, and lead an army. As for the players from the dark faction coming to kill you, are you sure they're not just there to feed the enemy? However, Sujin was not concerned about these things at the moment, but rather what treasures were hidden under the blood Bodhi tree. Sujin brandished the starry holy light sword and continued digging into the black soil around the blood Bodhi tree. Ding! After your diligent digging, you have discovered an advanced pet evolution stone. Advanced pet evolution stone. When used, it grants the pet 50 evolution points. Sujin's eyes lit up. The excavation has only just begun, and we've already discovered such a wonderful treasure. At this point, Xiaoqing's evolution value has reached 149 to 160, and it only needs 11 more evolution value to evolve. Let's try it first and see. Sujin couldn't wait to see Xiaoqing reach diamond level. Ding! You have consumed one advanced pet evolution stone, providing your pet Azure Python Little Green with 50 evolution points. Current evolution value, 199 to 160. Ding! Xiaoqing's evolution points are full, and it is evolving. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling purple lightning light erupted from Xiaoqing's body. Xiaoqing began to molt, and the original blue python skin kept falling off, making her body more delicate and tough, and gradually growing new purple scales. The dragon blood energy within his body became increasingly pure and active. She is also gradually developing in the direction of human intelligence. Congratulations! Xiaoqing has evolved into a diamond-level beginner pet, Purple Thunder Python King. Xiaoqing's strength increases by 240 points. Xiaoqing's physique increased by 240 points. Xiaoqing's agility increased by 240 points. Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by 240 points. Xiaoqing has mastered a new skill, Thor's Shield. Thor's Shield, level 1. Xiaoqing summons a divine shield formed from celestial lightning, capable of absorbing. It deals damage equal to 100% of intelligence, and before the lightning shield breaks, it deals 3000 lightning damage equal to 100% of intelligence to nearby enemies. A shield that can absorb over 10,000 points of damage. This shield is absolutely amazing. Not only that, but while the shield is active, it can also deal 4 to 5,000 lightning damage per second to all surrounding enemies, which is truly terrifying. Sujin could already imagine that after he possessed Xiaoqing, he would activate the Thor's Shield skill. Even if he stands here and doesn't move, and is surrounded and attacked by the players of the Glory Alliance, he probably won't lose a single drop of health, while the other side will all be electrocuted to death. Wow, absolutely incredible. At this time, Xiaoqing blinked at Sujin and said, Master, I estimate that after one more evolution, I will be able to evolve into human form. I hope that after the evolution, I can become more beautiful and serve you well. Xiaoqing is almost evolving into human form. Sujin looked at Xiaoqing's alluring and slender body. He was also very much looking forward to seeing what Xiaoqing would look like after she transformed. Is she a stunningly beautiful woman who obeys her every command? Even those with foreign blood. Chapter 77, A Huge Harvest. Purple Thunder Python King, Mutant. Level, 15. Grade, Diamond, Beginner, 39 to 320. Basic Attribute 1. Magic Attack, 1029. Defense, 1239. Health, 7824. Mana. Basic Attribute 2. Intelligence, 946. Constitution, 729. Agility, 691. Strength, 675. Skills. Thunder Arrow, Level 2. Twin Serpent Shadows, Level 6. Exploding Thunderball, Level 1. Thunder Wings, Level 10. Thunder Prison Calamity, Level 1. Thunder God's Shield, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications. Top Tier Luck Qualification. High-Level Spell Crit Damage Increase Qualification. High-Level Health Qualification. High-Level Defense Qualification. High-Level Intelligence Qualification. Medium Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment. Crimson Blood Mage Shoulder Pads, Diamond High Grade. Blood Sacrifice Staff, Diamond Mid Grade. Blood Reversal Robe, Diamond Low Grade. Blood Frenzy Necklace, Emerald. Blood Overflow Bracelet, Emerald. Endless Frost Leggings, Platinum. Dark Sky Guardian Headband, Platinum. Frostbite Boots, Gold. Blood Roar Ring, Emerald. Instant Death Belt, Gold. Description. The Purple Thunder Python King, imbued with pure dragon blood, possesses immense potential. With careful nurturing, it might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. They had only just begun digging into the black soil beneath the Blood Bodhi tree when they discovered something surprisingly good. What else can be dug up next? This filled Sujin with immense anticipation. Sujin wielded the starry holy light sword with even greater force, continuously digging into the black soil beneath the Blood Bodhi tree. Sujin felt a subconscious intuition driving him to dig deeper, where a secret of utmost importance to him was hidden. Furthermore, the deeper you dig, the stronger this feeling becomes. Ding. After your diligent digging, you have discovered a rare treasure, an Equipment Fusion Stone. Equipment Fusion Stone allows you to fuse two pieces of equipment of the same type into a more powerful piece of equipment. It's an Equipment Fusion Stone. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise. He was well aware of just how rare and precious this Equipment Fusion Stone was. Under normal circumstances, a piece of equipment of a higher tier is worth more than 10 times that of a piece of equipment of a lower tier. With the Equipment Fusion Stone, you only need 2 low-level equipment pieces to combine into a more powerful piece of equipment. One Equipment Fusion Stone is more valuable than 8 diamond-grade equipment pieces. Ding. You have used an Equipment Fusion Stone. Please select 2 pieces of equipment of the same type as the synthesis targets. Diamond Grade, Starry Holy Light Sword. Diamond Beginner, Dark Broken Blade. Sujin made a decisive choice. Ding. 2 weapons of different qualities have been detected. If they are combined, there is a 75% chance that they will become a slightly stronger mid-tier diamond weapon, a 24.9% chance that they will evolve into a high-tier diamond weapon, and a 0.1% chance that they will evolve into a top-tier diamond weapon. Are you sure you want to proceed with the fusion? It seems highly likely that after being synthesized, it will become a diamond-grade equipment with slightly stronger attributes. Sujin didn't think he would encounter that 24.9% or even 0.1% probability. The success rate of equipment fusion depends not only on luck, but also on the player's own luck value. The higher the luck stat, the higher the success rate. In his previous life, Sujin had seen a player who had a 90% success rate in opening loot boxes and drawing prizes. He drew 10 times, and all of them came up empty. The player was so angry that he started cursing. It was only later, using the Chi observation technique, that it was discovered that the player's hidden luck value was actually negative. This player is definitely unlucky. Their luck is extremely bad. Oh right. My luck stat isn't high, but Xiaoqing has a high level of luck. This qualification is 10 times more valuable than other high-level qualifications. I just don't know to what extent it can improve the success rate of equipment fusion. Sujin had a sudden inspiration and summoned Xiaoqing, directly possessing her body. Advanced luck qualification activated. Ding. We have detected a significant fluctuation in your luck stat and have recalculated the success rate of equipment fusion. If you combine the Diamond Intermediate Starlight Holy Light Sword and the Diamond Basic Dark Blade, there is a 0.001% chance of creating a slightly stronger Diamond Intermediate weapon, a 0.1% chance of evolving into a Diamond Advanced Equipment, and a 99.89% chance of evolving into a Diamond Pinnacle Equipment. Are you sure you want to proceed with the fusion? Sujin's eyes widened instantly, stunned. He had anticipated that high-level luck would be amazing, but he never expected it to be this amazing. Merge. Merge immediately. Sujin decisively chose. Suddenly, The two weapons, one light and one dark, were instantly reduced to dust by the power of the equipment fusion stone, and are now being continuously fused and forged into a new weapon. The collision of light and darkness, these two mutually exclusive attributes, under the blessing of superior luck, unexpectedly fused together and sublimated into an even more mysterious and powerful force of rules. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining your new equipment, Diamond Level Chaos Holy Sword. A trace of primordial power, neither black nor white, flowed across the sword. This terrifying power of rules, even in its slightest form, can instill a sense of dread and fear. Diamond Level Chaos Holy Sword. Physical attack power increased by 299. Strength increased by 199 points. Upon attack, inflicts 1444 points of chaos damage. Chaos damage ignores defense and has a chance to deal even more terrifying additional damage. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Curse of Chaos. Upon activation, it will inflict a confused state on the target enemy for 8 seconds. Confused state. Unable to use any skills and will attack wildly indiscriminately, regardless of friend or foe. Equipment skill 2, Chaos Absorption. By defeating enemies of the light or dark attributes, you can absorb their source power. When the source power is fully charged, the weapon will undergo an incredible evolution. Current source power, 0. This skill is amazing, especially in dungeons where two bosses coexist. As long as Sujin throws a chaos curse, the two bosses can fight to the death, and both suffer heavy losses without Sujin even having to lift a finger. Sujin could easily reap the benefits. As a top-tier diamond weapon, it provides ridiculously high damage bonuses. High strength, high physical damage, and high additional chaos attribute damage. Altogether, just one weapon can provide a damage bonus of 1 or 2,000. With this top-tier diamond-grade chaos sword, Ari's damage will experience a qualitative leap. And now, most importantly, uncover the true secret hidden beneath the Bodhi tree. Chapter 78 Awakening. Supreme Elf God Bloodline. Sujin gripped the Chaos Holy Sword and continued digging deeper into the black soil. They dug for another 10 minutes, but found nothing. Continuing to dig, half an hour later, Sujin had dug the black soil underground to a depth of several tens of meters, forming a huge pit. But still, nothing was gained. But deep down, Sujin had a gut feeling that there was a secret hidden underground that was very much related to him. Even if I have to dig 10,000 feet into the ground, I will uncover the secrets hidden underground. A look of determination flashed in Sujin's eyes. Wielding the Chaos Holy Sword, he increased the speed of digging. Finally, after more than an hour of tireless effort, an incomparably dazzling golden divine light burst forth from underground. Sujin's eyes lit up, and he quickly continued to dig with all his might. Ding! After your diligent digging, you have discovered an unparalleled treasure, the Supreme Elf God Bloodline Potion. Supreme Elf God Bloodline Potion. Only the Elf King can take it. After taking it, you will gain the potential of the bloodline of a god. No wonder I've been feeling something. It turns out it's the Elf King's bloodline within me that's sensing something. Sujin gripped the Elf God Bloodline Potion in his hand with burning eyes, feeling somewhat excited. Although the Elf King's bloodline is very strong, it is ultimately only a king-level bloodline. However, the bloodline of the Elf God is enough to give Sujin the potential to reach the top of the god rank in the future. Before the gods, all are but ants. This is the sentence that resonates most with Sujin 3 years later. No matter how strong you are, if you don't become a god, you can always be killed by a god in a single thought. A single thought can destroy a city and open the heavens. A single thought can move mountains and overturn seas. A single thought can shatter stars. This is the power of the gods. In his previous life, Sujin went through countless hardships to finally obtain the Supreme Divine Bone, a divine artifact that could enable his pet, the 36-winged world-destroying black dragon, to ascend to the level of a god. However, he was betrayed and killed by the 10 super guilds who were envious of him. In this life, I will not only raise my pets to a level surpassing that of gods. Furthermore, one must elevate one's strength to a level surpassing that of the gods. Sujin's eyes flashed with a fierce fighting spirit as he secretly made a vow. Then, he tilted his head back and drank the Supreme Elf God Bloodline Potion in one gulp. Congratulations! You have consumed the Supreme Elf God Bloodline Potion, successfully transforming your Elf King bloodline into the Supreme Elf God bloodline, and gaining immense evolutionary potential. Ding. Your strength has increased by 500 points. Ding. Your physique has increased by 500 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 500 points. Ding. Your intelligence has increased by 500 points. Ding. Due to the influence of the Supreme Spirit God's bloodline, the fire damage you receive will be reduced by 2,000 points. Ding. Due to the influence of the Supreme Elf God's bloodline, the ice attribute damage you receive will be reduced by 2,000 points. Ding. You have mastered the Supreme Elf God skill, Divine Blood Reversion. Divine Blood Reversion awakens a trace of the divine power of the Elven God's bloodline, granting a terrifying boost to physical attack power, magical attack power, defense, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 100%. This skill will evolve as your level increases. As your level increases, you will be able to awaken more abilities of the Supreme Elf God bloodline. With the absorption of the Elf God's bloodline, Sujin's originally handsome appearance now possessed even more divine majesty. Even his jet-black pupils were now shimmering with a faint gold, making him look exceptionally handsome. If one can fully awaken the bloodline of the Elf God, the mere pressure from a single glance will be enough to make enemies kneel before him. Feeling the powerful and active energy within his body, Sujin experienced a sense of exhilarating pleasure. The benefits that the bloodline of the Supreme Elf God brought him went far beyond the attribute bonuses and skill gains he had just received. Because my current level is too low, the divine potential I can unleash is less than 1/10,000th of what it is. As the level increases, the Supreme Elf God bloodline will awaken more and more powerful abilities. Sujin's trip was definitely very fruitful. It's time to leave the netherworld. Ding. You have crushed the teleportation scroll and are about to be teleported out of the netherworld and back to the starting village. After being enveloped by a teleportation force and experiencing a dizzying sense of loss of control, Sujin opened his eyes again and found himself back in the starting village square. My God, what a handsome man. I really want to have something happen between us, even if it's just a one-night stand. If my man were that handsome, I'd wake up laughing every time I had a wet dream. After Sujin fused with the bloodline of the Supreme Elf God, his features became even more resolute and handsome. His eyes seemed to contain pale golden stars, and his figure became even more majestic and upright. As soon as I entered the newbie village, I attracted the attention and screams of countless female players. Given the frenzy these girls have shown, he could probably just wave his hand and have a ton of girls throw themselves at him, willing to have something happen with him. But Sujin wasn't very interested in that. His current goal was to become stronger as quickly as possible. If you have enough strength, what kind of woman can't you find? Why bother with these mediocre women? The bloodline of the Elf God must have a profound connection with the Elf race. Perhaps the Elven race has a way to awaken more of the power of the Elven God's bloodline. Thinking of this, Sujin decided to go to the tailor shop first to meet the Elf Princess Soja. As soon as Sujin entered the tailor shop, he saw the Elf Princess Soja and another pair of twin elf sisters helping the tailor shop owner sew equipment. Sujin was somewhat surprised that they could get along so well. But when the Elf Princess Soja turned around and saw Sujin, she sensed something. Her emerald green pupils contracted, and she was instantly stunned. My God, I can actually sense elven blood in you. No, this is still the bloodline of a higher-ranking, superior elf. Princess Soja stared at Sujin in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. The male elves in the elf forest have become extinct. I never expected that Brother Chin would be a male elf who was lost somewhere. That's wonderful. This matter is extremely important to the elven race. We must inform Her Majesty the Elven Queen immediately. Yes, because of the lack of male elves, our elven race has not seen the birth of any new young elves for a very long time. Brother Chindi, let's go back to the elf forest together. If you don't want to watch our elven race gradually perish, then let us have children together for you. The twin elven sisters also looked at Sujin with longing expressions. Chapter 79 Top-Tier Aptitude Stone. Sujin was instantly stunned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face, and said, "What do you mean by this? Are you using me as a stud?" Although the women of the elven race are all beautiful and captivating. However, according to Sujin's understanding, although the elf race has declined, the entire race still has at least tens of thousands of female elves. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to work this hard. He was to save the entire elf race, but he himself had to sacrifice himself. He thought about it, and still refused. He wasn't that kind of saint. Seeing Sujin's reaction, Princess Soja became anxious and quickly said, "Brother Emperor Chun, this is the only way to save the elf race and ensure its survival. If you refuse, the number of elves will only decrease until they are completely wiped out. Deep within the elf forest lies a secret realm left behind by an ancient elven god, where only one person can enter each 1,000 years. Once you enter the secret realm, you will receive a generous reward for each level of the ancient spirit god's test you pass. The higher the level you pass, the richer the reward. If you can clear the game to the final stage, it is said that you can obtain the secret techniques inherited from the ancient elf god. If you are willing to come to the elf forest, I am willing to ask my mother to give you this precious opportunity, which only comes once every 1,000 years, to enter the ancient elven realm for trial." Ancient elf mystic realm? And the secret techniques passed down from the ancient elf gods? Sujin was somewhat tempted. These secret realms left behind by ancient gods are extremely rare. Every race that possesses the inheritance of these divine realms regards them as priceless treasures and would never reveal them easily. If he could visit the secret realm of the ancient elven god, with his bloodline as the supreme elven god, he might very well trigger unexpected gains. However, if the elves go too far and make him a stud every day, he can simply run away. Anyway, he has the ability to teleport, so no one can stop him if he wants to leave. Okay, I agree. Once I've finished dealing with things in the starting village, I'll go to the elf forest with you all. Sujin thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "That's wonderful. I must tell my mother, the queen of the elves, this amazing news as soon as possible. Don't worry, Emperor Chun, I will do everything I can to secure this opportunity for you to enter the ancient elf realm." Princess Soja's eyes lit up with surprise, and she excitedly hugged Sujin tightly. Ding! You have triggered a new hidden quest, the last hope of the elves. Mission objective: accompany Princess Soja back to the elf forest, meet the elf queen, and assist the elf race in giving birth to new offspring. Task reward: unknown. Sujin accepted the mission, turned around and bid farewell to the elf princess and the others, then sped towards the location of the Morning Star Saintess. Beside the Morning Star Saintess stood a blond man clad in imperial armor. The man was tall and imposing, wielding a giant dragon-shaped sword, from which the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. This undoubtedly highlights the noble status of the blond man and the extraordinary nature of the dragon-shaped greatsword. This man is none other than Carlo, the chief knight of the empire and son of the city lord of Binhai City. The town of Shanghai, where Sujin is located, is under the jurisdiction of Binhai City. Young Lord Carlo, thank you for your timely assistance. May I ask how many reinforcements you brought? Saintess Morningstar asked with a smile. These are just remnants of the dark forces. Why bother with a big war? I alone am enough. Young City Lord Carlo said arrogantly, but his eyes were sizing up the Morningstar Saintess, clearly showing that he was lustful. Seeing that the young City Lord Carlo was so self-righteous, a look of disappointment flashed across the face of the Morningstar Saintess. The Morningstar Temple is currently fighting against a much stronger Dark Legion and has no powerful warriors to spare to help her save the starting village. What was unexpected was that Carlo, the young lord of Binhai City, actually came here because of his reputation. At this moment, Sujin walked over and looked at the Morningstar Saintess, saying, "I have done what you asked me to do in the land of the dead." Sujin waved his hand and poured out a large amount of materials from his backpack. One left ear of the succubus Evelyn. The vampire guard has 16 ears on his left side. One left ear of the vampire guard chief boss. 20 soul essence cores of the female ghost in the mass grave. One soul core of the red-clad female ghost boss. Hiss, you killed so many? You didn't exactly destroy the undead overlord's lair, did you? The Morningstar Saintess's eyes widened, and she was instantly stunned. There's a woman in the palace of the dead named Demon Queen. She's incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, we can't defeat her, Sujin said, shaking his head. You actually encountered the Demon Queen, and you managed to escape from her clutches? The Morningstar Saintess looked on incredulously. Ding. You have completed the Morningstar Saintess's hidden quest. Take revenge on the undead. You have received the following rewards: 5,000 experience points, 5,000 pet experience stones, 5,000 copper coins, and 1 top-tier pet aptitude stone. Because you killed too many undead enemies, you exceeded the mission requirements and received an extra hidden reward. Hidden reward: 2 pet synthesis stones, peerless treasure. Immediately, a familiar, dazzling white light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 19 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 2 points of agility, and 2 points of intelligence. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He'd reached level 19 so quickly? I'm just one step away from level 20. Level 20 is a watershed moment. Once you reach this level, you can learn more powerful summoner spells and various amazing support classes. What Sujin was most looking forward to was that once he reached level 20, he could unlock the third Supreme Gift Pack in his backpack. The first 2 Supreme Gift Packs offer a powerful pet in one and a powerful hidden class in the other. The subsequent Supreme Gift Packs will only offer even more generous rewards. What rewards could the third Supreme Gift Pack hold? Sujin secretly wondered. However, for now, we should first convert the rewards given by the Morningstar Saintess into strength. At this moment, Xiaoqing is just 1 point away from leveling up, and using a pet experience stone with 5,000 experience points on her is the most cost-effective option. Congratulations! Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 16 and gained 15 free attribute points, which have been automatically allocated to intelligence. There is also a top-tier quality stone. They had already given Xiaoqing a lot of resources, including top-tier luck attributes. Let's use this top-tier quality stone to compensate Ari. Ding! Are you sure you want to use a top-tier aptitude stone on your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ari? After use, Ari will randomly gain a top-tier attribute. Confirmed. A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Chapter 80: The Opportunity to Evolve Pets. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, the six-tailed black fox Ari, has acquired a new attribute, top-tier frost attribute. Top-tier frost talent. Ari's attacks will deal 2,000 points of ice damage, and all damage dealt to enemies will have a 30% chance to freeze them for 2.5 seconds. 2,000 points of ice damage. There are 2.5 seconds left to control the device. This top-tier frost attribute, while not as overpowered as top-tier luck attribute, is still incredibly suitable for Ari. Connecting to the frost triple strike has a 90% chance of freezing the enemy. In addition, it comes with a built-in stun and immobilization skill. It can control the enemy for up to 5 seconds. Furthermore, the Phantom Teleport refreshes skill cooldowns, making the control duration ridiculously long. This high-damage attribute with built-in control is absolutely a god-tier skill for fighting bosses. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on the 2 Pet Synthesis Stones. Pet Synthesis Stone. Quality: Peerless Treasure. Effect: you can choose a weapon, equipment, material, consumable, or any other treasure to fuse with a designated pet. After fusion, the pet will undergo an unexpected transformation, and may even evolve. Pet Synthesis Stones are absolutely priceless treasures. If used properly, a pet might soar to new heights and gain unimaginably powerful abilities. However, if used improperly, it could ruin a pet, turning it into a bizarre, unrecognizable monster. Therefore, although this treasure is precious, Sujin would never just take any treasure and haphazardly synthesize it for his pet. Pet Synthesis Stones can synthesize pets with anything that has no signs of life, including corpses. What would happen if you combined the corpses of pets and gods? A bold idea suddenly popped into Sujin's mind, which startled even himself. Even the corpses of gods who have died and perished for thousands of years possess unimaginable divinity. If they are successfully synthesized, Xiaoqing will inevitably undergo a tremendous transformation and evolution. But where can we find the bodies of gods? That's right, the remains of an ancient elven god might very well exist in the elven realm. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up at this thought. However, there are 2 Pet Synthesis Stones. If you come across a crafting material that matches your pet, you can use one of those materials first. Sujin was pondering how to synthesize and evolve pets when he suddenly felt a hostile gaze fixed on him. He turned his head and saw that the person staring at him coldly was none other than Carlo, the young lord of Binhai City. With such a high level of guilt, you must have killed a lot of people. As the young lord of Binhai City, I have the right to imprison you. Wow. What did I do to you? I came here to hand in a task, and I have to run into someone who's causing trouble? Sujin's face immediately darkened. But Carlo didn't care about any of that. He swung his Dragon Roar greatsword and was about to slash at Sujin. He was not a righteous person who hated evil. His desire to kill Sujin stemmed entirely from naked jealousy. He thought Sujin was too handsome, and letting Sujin stay by the side of the Morningstar Saintess might threaten his pursuit of her. Therefore, Carlo just wanted to find a reason to get rid of Sujin so that he could have more opportunities to show himself in front of the Morningstar Saintess. Sujin quickly cast a reconnaissance spell over there. Carlo, the young lord of the coastal city. Rank. Health. Property. Another enemy with absolutely no information available. In other words, This young city lord Carlo is at least level 30 or higher. Although he has a very arrogant and domineering personality, his strength is terrifying. Sujin was about to summon Xiao Qing to spar with him. At this moment, a dazzling white shield of starlight holy power enveloped Sujin. It was the Morning Star Saintess who made her move, she said with icy eyes. Carlo, I hope you're not here to cause trouble. Emperor Chun is my friend. You can't just arrest him as you please. This is a clash between divine authority and imperial authority. The Morning Star Saintess represents the divine authority based on the Morning Star Temple. Carlo represents the imperial power behind the young lord of the coastal city and the chief knight of the empire. No way. He's killed people. He's a criminal from Binhai City. He must be severely punished. Carlo remained relentless, his eyes burning with jealousy. The more the Morning Star Saintess protected Su Chun, the less he could tolerate him. Carlo, if you insist on opposing Emperor Chen, then you are not welcome here. Please return to Binhai City. We will eliminate the conspiracy of the dark forces ourselves. The Morning Star Saintess said coldly, staring at the young city lord, Carlo. Morning Star Saintess, you actually dare to offend me for the sake of a wanted criminal from Binhai City? Humph. Young city lord Carlo was furious and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Sujin suddenly walked up with a smile and said, Young city lord, what do personal grudges matter in the face of righteousness? First, help the Morning Star Saintess deal with the impending attack of the dark forces. Then I will turn myself in and go back to the Binhai City prison with you. How about that? How could Sujin possibly let such a fool as the young city lord Carlo go? Using him as a weapon is the most effective method. As for his return to Binhai City with the young city lord Carlo to be brought to justice, that means Carlo would have to live to see that time. Really? Young city lord Carlo was somewhat skeptical. Absolutely true, Su Chun said with a smile. Humph, I'll believe you for now. The young city lord didn't completely believe Su Chen's words. He just wanted to stay and see if there was an opportunity to ease tensions and get closer to the Morning Star Saintess. In just one day, the vampire witch will descend to destroy the newbie village. We have to unite. I have some things to take care of. See you in a day? Su Chun patted the young city lord Carlo on the shoulder, then turned and quickly left. Carlo was left completely bewildered, feeling that something was wrong and wondering why his strength had inexplicably declined. You have plundered the top-tier defensive attributes from Carlo, the young lord of Binhai City. You can bestow top-tier defensive attributes upon any pet. Top-tier pet defense aptitude reduces all damage taken by 1,000 points. After Su Chun left in a hurry, a bright smile appeared on his face. Success. Unexpectedly, Carlo possesses top-tier talent. This is definitely a huge profit. One of his purposes in persuading Carlo to stay was to plunder his talent. There are even bigger pitfalls ahead, waiting for Carlo to jump into. If Carlo knew what Su Chun was thinking, he'd probably be furious. However, Su Chun has an even more important task to do right now, to find a powerful treasure that perfectly matches the pet's attributes and help the pet complete an evolution. Chapter 81 Goal: Synthesize and Evolve Pets. Xiaoqing already had a high-level defense aptitude, while Ari only had a medium-level defense aptitude. Replacing Ari's medium defense aptitude with the newly acquired top-tier defense aptitude is the most cost-effective choice. Ding! Because you have endowed your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ari, with top-tier defensive aptitude, Ari's damage reduction has increased from 250 points to 1,000 points. To evolve Ari, choosing an ice attribute treasure is the best option. That's right. The troll leader in the Frost Mountains should drop some top-tier ice attribute treasures. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of the troll's lair where he had previously stolen treasures. He was certain that there was an even bigger secret hidden in that lair. Su Chun waved his thunder wings and decisively sped towards the troll's lair. With familiarity with the route, they arrived at the outer perimeter of the troll's lair in less than 5 minutes. Two tall, blue-skinned trolls remained drunkenly guarding the door, continuing to drink strong liquor. The smell of this strong liquor is just so delicious. I never expected that humans would have such good things. Soon all this wine will be ours, and we'll roast them to eat with our drinks. Hee hee. The two frost trolls chatted away, having a great time. But what they didn't know was that their lives were about to end. Exploding lightning ball. An extremely concentrated and compressed explosive lightning ball descended from the sky, carrying immense power, and slammed into a frost troll. Minus 2,846. The terrifying damage landed, and the frost troll didn't even have time to react before being instantly reduced to ashes. It's absolutely tragic. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing has defeated a level 20 Frost Troll Sentinel. You and Xiaoqing have gained 120 base experience points and an additional 24 experience points for defeating a level higher. Looting in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gains an extra 2 evolution points. Enemy attack. Damn humans, how dare they raid the Great Troll Lair. Seeing his companion instantly killed, the other Frost Troll Sentinel's expression changed drastically, and he immediately turned to flee back into the lair. Sujin wasn't about to give him that chance. His lightning wings flapped violently, and a burst of extremely violent lightning instantly blasted another Frost Troll Sentinel into dust. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 20 Frost Troll Sentinel. You and Xiaoqing have gained 120 base experience points and an additional 24 experience points for defeating a level higher. Plunder in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points to your Constitution attribute. Xiaoqing gains an extra 2 evolution points. But the roar of the Troll Sentinels had already awakened a large number of Frost Trolls inside the lair. Tear this damned human to pieces, boil him, and make soup to avenge the deaths of Doff and Hertz. More and more Frost Troll warriors, carrying axes, rushed out of their lair, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty cruelty. These Frost Troll warriors are far more powerful than the 2 Troll Sentinels on the outer perimeter. They are powerful trolls born for battle. Berserker Troll Warrior. Grade, Mid-Diamond. Level, 25. Health, 6400. Physical attack, 1729. Racial trait, Berserk. These trolls are cruel and bloodthirsty by nature, gaining an additional 50% attack speed and movement speed, but also taking 25% more damage. Skills, Throwing Iron Axe, Fearless Charge, Frosty Roar, Unyielding Spirit. As expected, these Berserk Troll warriors were far stronger than the trolls on the outskirts, belonging to the elite of the troll race. Sujin's thunder wings flapped continuously, each flap unleashing a bolt of lightning that slammed into the charging Berserk Troll warriors. Minus 4,329. Minus 4,329. Minus 4,329. These Berserk Troll warriors, though much stronger, could only withstand 1 attack from Sujin at most. Every 2 attacks are guaranteed to take the life of a Berserk Troll warrior. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 25 Berserker Troll warrior. You and Xiaoqing have gained 200 base experience points and an additional 120 experience points for defeating a higher level enemy. Looting activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points of agility. Xiaoqing gains an extra 2 evolution points. However, there were simply too many of these Berserk Troll warriors, and with the Berserk talent buff, their movement speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Berserk Troll warriors had rushed in front of Sujin, swinging their axes and about to hack and slash at him. You lowly human, now you can't escape even if you grow wings. Countless trolls, their eyes bloodshot, swung their axes and brought them down with tremendous force. Minus 274. Minus 279. Minus 271. Although Sujin possessed Xiaoqing's body, he had powerful defense and damage reduction abilities. But these Berserk Troll warriors had an attack power of nearly 2,000 and an absurdly fast attack speed. As his health plummeted, a cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes. Thor's Shield. This is a powerful skill that Xiaoqing only learned after evolving to the diamond level. It can not only withstand more than 10,000 damage, but also deal more than 3,000 continuous lightning damage to all surrounding enemies, which is quite powerful. With Thor's Shield present, Sujin's survivability is guaranteed. Under the combined damage of Thunderwing and Thunder God's shield, the Berserk Troll warriors who had just approached Sujin were no longer arrogant as before. Their faces were filled with terror as they were blasted into oblivion by lightning in droves. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated 25 level 25 Berserker Troll warriors, granting you and Xiaoqing 5,000 base experience points and an additional 3,000 experience points for defeating higher level enemies. Plundering in effect. You and Xiaoqing each gain 33 points of intelligence, 21 points of constitution, 12 points of agility, and 9 points of strength. Xiaoqing gains an extra 50 evolution points. Immediately, a dazzling light shone on Xiaoqing's body, and her health and mana were fully restored due to the upgrade. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 17 and gained 15 free attribute points. which have been automatically allocated to intelligence. Sujin glanced at his experience bar, which had now reached 6629 to 7500 experience points. He was less than 1,000 points away from reaching level 20. I wonder what treasures I can get from the level 20 Supreme Gift Pack after reaching level 20. Chapter 82, Obtaining New and Powerful Qualities. Sujin felt a sense of anticipation, hoping to find a treasure for Ari that could help her evolve using a pet synthesis stone. With great anticipation, Sujin picked up all the spoils that had fallen to the ground. Ding! You have picked up 25 equipment enhancement stones. Ding! You have collected 2 silver coins and 2,946 copper coins. Ding! You have picked up a mid-grade diamond, Berserker Ice Demon Boots. Ding! You have picked up a mid-tier diamond item, Berserker Ice Demon Belt. Ding! You have acquired a platinum grade item, Flame Demon's Fire Necklace. Ding! You have picked up the gold tier, Endless Slaughter Golden Katana. These Berserk Troll warriors had committed numerous acts of burning, killing, and looting in their lifetimes, and after their deaths, they dropped as many as 40 or 50 pieces of gold and platinum-grade equipment. The sheer number of platinum and gold-grade equipment entering the market will undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. But for Sujin, gold and platinum equipment were almost obsolete, so they held no appeal whatsoever. Only 2 pieces of mid-level diamond equipment caught his eye. Diamond Tier 1, Berserker Ice Demon Boots. Physical defense increased by 425 points. Casting speed increased by 30%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Movement speed increased by 16%. The amount of ice damage received will be reduced by 240 points. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 15 or above. Equipment skill, Frenzy of Ice. When activated, your attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed are increased by 50% for 10 seconds. Diamond level, Berserker Ice Demon Belt. Spell damage increased by 360 points. Physical defense increased by 429 points. Spell defense increased by 372 points. Health points increased by 1024. When you launch an attack, it will deal an additional 120 points of ice damage. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 15 or above. Equipment skill, Frost Summon. Summons 10 level 25 Berserker Troll warriors with mid-diamond strength to fight for you, lasting up to 120 seconds. These 2 pieces of equipment are most suitable for Xiaoqing. Diamond Intermediate, Berserker Ice Demon Boots replaces Xiaoqing's gold level, Frostbite Boots. Diamond Intermediate, the Berserker Ice Demon Belt replaces Xiaoqing's gold tier, Instant Death Belt. At this point, Xiaoqing's equipment is at least platinum level, and she already has as many as 5 pieces of equipment at diamond level or above. Sujin glanced at the equipment rankings in Shanghai Town and found that Imo Zhantian's diamond level equipment was still ranked 5th, while the other positions were all occupied by Sujin's equipment. The Dark Demon Necklace of Demon Slayer not only boasts powerful attributes, but it can also trigger a crucial hidden dark quest. Sujin must get his hands on this equipment, because it could trigger a major shift in the balance of power between the forces of light and darkness. Just then, muscular troll centurions rushed out of their lair. How dare you slaughter so many of our troll clansmen? Today, you will pay for this in blood. The troll centurion roared thunderously, his body radiating an intensely cold frost power, as he charged towards Sujin. Troll centurion. Grade, high-grade diamond. Level, 28. Health. Physical attack, 3,920 points. Characteristics, Troll War Spirit. Awakens the power of the ancient troll bloodline, granting the user a massive 100% increase in all attributes, but also increasing the damage taken by 50%. Skills, Invincible Power, Frost Dimensional Slash, Ice Blade Technique, Blood Soul Summoning. Even the Troll Centurion is at the high-level diamond rank. Sujin was slightly startled. The scouting skill can only detect information about enemies up to 10 levels higher than yourself. Level 28 was the limit of what he could detect. Bang bang bang. Sujin could already hear the troll leader moving with heavy steps, rushing towards them at high speed. The violent shaking made the entire troll lair tremble. This clearly demonstrates just how powerful the troll leader is when enraged. We must take care of these troll centurions before the troll leader arrives. Otherwise, if we delay any longer, we'll be in big trouble. Sujin could already foresee that the troll leader was far more powerful than any of the bosses he had ever killed before. They start as powerful beings at level 30 or above, and their strength is absolutely terrifying. Unleash your ultimate, move decisively, and finish the battle quickly. Thunder Prison Tribulation. Sujin let out a low roar, and endless, dazzling lightning surrounded him, making his skin appear suddenly white. His black hair danced in the wind, his dark golden eyes were like stars, and a pair of wings that gathered the power of violent lightning kept arching and contracting, frantically gathering the lightning elements between heaven and earth. The next moment, the thunder wings suddenly unfurled, like a rock spreading its wings, sweeping out incredibly violent lightning elements that slammed into the 4 troll centurions. -3,269. -3,269. -3,269. These lightning elements not only inflicted continuous damage on these troll centurions. It was like chains, imprisoning the troll centurions in place, unable to move. At this moment, a snow-white figure was summoned by Sujin. Ari moved, like a cold blade, suddenly stabbing towards the weak spot on the neck of a troll centurion. -4,029. Weakness spell. -5,327. Weakness shot. -6,679. Weakness shot. The terrifying damage instantly claimed the life of a troll centurion. Congratulations. Your pet, the 6-tailed fox Ari, has defeated an elite monster, the level 28 troll centurion, far exceeding its level. You and Xiaoqing have gained 1,000 base experience points, and an additional 900 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling upgrade light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 20 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of intelligence, 2 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. Looting successful. Ari gains 10 evolution points. Ari gains an extra high-level berserk potential. High-level berserk potential. When activated, Ari gains a 100% boost to all attributes, but will also take 50% more damage. Not only did it level up to 20, but it also gained a powerful high-level berserk aptitude. With this qualification, Ari's explosive power has undoubtedly reached a new level. This further boosted Sujin's confidence in fighting the troll leader. What treasures can you get from the 3rd Supreme Gift Pack? This also filled Sujin with great anticipation. But at this time, this farce is over. I, the king, will personally send you on your way. A cold and domineering low growl suddenly rang out behind Sujin. Chapter 83 Obtaining Top-Tier Qualification. Terrifying damage. Sujin turned his head and saw the troll leader wielding a steel battle axe, charging towards him menacingly. It exudes a terrifying aura of ferocity and predation, making people shudder, even from afar. Troll Chieftain. Rank, Diamond Peak Level Boss. Level, 29. Health. Physical Attack Power, 4920. Boss Special Feature, 1 call, 100 responses. For every additional troll centurion present in the vicinity, all of his base attributes increase by an additional 50%. Skills: Extreme Ice Mountain Collapse Strike, Ice Energy Burst, Frost King Armor, King's Domain. The boss's special characteristic is that it can command 100 responses. In other words, to defeat the troll leader, you must first kill these troll centurions. Otherwise, with them around, the troll leader's strength will be greatly amplified. Twin Serpent Shadows, activated. Sujin activated Xiaoqing's power, and his figure began to shift. 6 figures surrounded by lightning burst forth from his body, quickly condensing into 6 clones that looked exactly like Sujin. Behind each of these 6 clones were wings of lightning, which unleashed terrifying power of lightning with each flap. Concentrate all fire and annihilate the troll centurion. Sujin commanded. Yes. The 6 lightning clones all responded respectfully. Sujin stood side by side with the 6 thunder shadows, like 7 thunder gods descending to earth. His thunder wings flapped wildly, launching a fierce attack on the troll centurion, just like a thunder god descending to earth. -4,427. -4,427. -4,427. The terrifying damage poured down relentlessly, instantly turning the 1v4 situation into a 7v4. The lightning relentlessly reaped the lives of these troll centurions. The 3 troll centurions, filled with impotent rage and resentment, were ultimately obliterated by the lightning strikes, leaving not a trace. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated 3 elite monsters, level 28, Troll Centurion, despite being above your level. You and Xiaoqing have gained 3,000 base experience points, and an additional 2,400 experience points for defeating monsters above your level. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling upgrade light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations! Your pet, the Purple Thunder Python King, Xiaoqing, has reached level 18 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Xiaoqing's intelligence. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 30 evolution points. Xiaoqing additionally plundered the high-level spell's lifesteal potential. First time, advanced spell vamp talent. All damage dealt by Xiaoqing will gain a 40% spell vamp effect. Xiaoqing additionally plundered the high-level spell's lifesteal potential. Second time, Xiaoqing additionally plundered the high-level spell's lifesteal potential. Third time, killing 3 troll centurions granted Xiaoqing 3 high-level spell vamp aptitudes. Just as Su Chun was feeling surprised, another system voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Because Xiaoqing has obtained 3 advanced spell vampirism aptitudes, her aptitude has evolved. Congratulations! You have acquired the top-tier spell vamp talent. Top-tier spell vamp. All damage dealt by Xiaoqing will gain a 50% spell vamp effect. The vampiric aptitude has actually evolved? It's become a top-tier aptitude. Su Chen's eyes lit up with surprise. With top-tier spell vamp ability, half of the damage dealt can be converted into the caster's own health. In other words, as long as Xiaoqing deals enough damage, she can gain a continuous source of health and become an immortal being. This is so awesome. As the 4 troll centurions died, a large number of treasures dropped, but Su Chun didn't have time to pick them up because the troll leader, whose strength was even more terrifying, had already rushed up in a great rage. Ari, it's your turn to make a move. With a thought, Su Chun teleported Ari behind the troll leader. The sharp, cold claws pierced fiercely into the back of the troll leader. Minus 4029. Weakness spell. Minus 5327. Weakness shot. Minus 6679. Weakness shot. How dare you ambush me? Die. The troll leader, who was in pain from behind, suddenly turned furious. An incredibly powerful frost energy erupted from his body, instantly sending Ari flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into a stone wall in the corner and splattering a trail of bright red blood. Minus 2989. A terrifying damage number appeared above Ari's head. If Ari hadn't had high defense and high life attributes to withstand it, this single attack would have instantly killed her. As a powerful boss whose level and rank are far superior to Ari's, its strength should not be underestimated. Ice King armor. The next moment, the troll leader condensed an incredibly hard frost armor all over his body, and even the shield value above his head had a full 20,000 health points. Ari's figure suddenly moved. Phantom teleport activated, all skills refreshed. High-level berserker potential unlocked. A crimson light shot into the sky from his body, and an incomparably violent blood energy erupted. Frost triple strike. Minus 8058. Weakness shot. Weakness exploitation. Weakness exploitation. The sudden burst of terrifying damage instantly stunned the troll leader. He clearly remembered that the man in front of him was the petty thief who had stolen his treasure a few days ago. He was a weakling, an ant that he could easily kill with a flick of his wrist. How could his strength have become so domineering in just a few days? It not only shattered his shield with a full 20,000 HP in an instant, but also caused him extremely heavy damage. High-level berserk aptitude instantly doubles Ari's damage. The triple attack dealt a staggering 30,000 damage points, truly terrifying. Thanks to her superior vampiric abilities, Ari's life recovery rate began to rise rapidly. 2,419. 3,158. 3,957. The exaggerated damage resulted in an exaggerated lifesteal value. Although Ari's high-level lifesteal aptitude only had a 40% effect, the damage she caused was simply too terrifying. A large amount of life recovery was directly released. It's time for you lowly beings to feel pain. The realm of kings. The troll leader boss roared, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, causing Su Chun and Ari's health to drop continuously, and even slowing down their speed considerably. King's Domain. Within the troll chieftain's domain, all surrounding enemies lose 3,000 health points per second and are slowed by 55%. We must finish this quickly. In the chilling, desolate realm of the king, dragging things out will only lead to certain death. Void Dash. A fatal blow. The Void Strike breaks stealth, plus a critical strike for double damage, and then the total damage is doubled by Berserk. The terrifying damage landed, instantly shattering the troll leader's massive body. Chapter 84 Loot. An incredibly generous harvest. I'm so unwilling to accept this. The great lord of demons will surely avenge me. The troll leader let out a furious roar of resentment, but his body had already been completely shattered and disintegrated. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated a diamond-level peak boss, level 29, troll leader. You and Xiaoqing have gained 4,000 base experience points, and an additional 3,600 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. Immediately, beams of incredibly dazzling light emanated from Sujin and Ali. Congratulations. You have reached level 21 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of intelligence, 2 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. Congratulations. Your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ari, has reached level 14 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Ari's strength. Congratulations. Your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ari, has reached level 15 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength for Ari. The massive experience points gained from defeating the troll leader not only leveled up Sujin, but also allowed Ari to level up twice. Gained 30 points of strength. Looting successful. Ari gains 20 evolution points. Ari gets an extra top-tier shield attribute. Top-tier shield ability. Once activated, Ari will gain a massive shield capable of withstanding 10,000 points of damage. The shield can block all damage and lasts for 10 seconds. It's actually a top-tier shield. A full 10,000 shield points, which is a much greater boost than the increase from health aptitude. However, the downside of shield value is that it cannot be restored through lifesteal and its duration is limited. But this shield value of 10,000 points is enough to save you in a critical moment. 4 high-level diamond bosses and 1 peak-level diamond boss. What rewards can I expect from them? With anticipation in his eyes, Sujin picked up all the spoils scattered on the ground. Ding. You've picked up a diamond tier item, the Melting Heart Battle Axe. Ding. You've picked up a diamond grade item, Frost Dominator Earrings. Ding. You've picked up the diamond premium, Frostbite Ring. Ding. You've picked up a diamond grade item, Frost Domination Boots. Ding. You have picked up 1 equipment fusion stone. Ding. You've picked up 4 silver coins and 2,391 copper coins. Ding. You picked it up. 2 pieces of equipment at the diamond level peak were dropped. Among them, the one that attracted Sujin the most was the diamond peak level, Ice Melting Heart Battle Axe. Diamond tier, Ice Melt Heart Battle Axe. Physical attack power increased by 287. Physical fitness increased by 201 points. When attacking, inflicts 398,1549 points of freeze damage. There is a chance to freeze the enemy when dealing freeze damage. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Frost Impact. Unleashes a massive frost shockwave forward, dealing 4,000 plus 100% of attack power as ice damage to all enemies hit, and freezing them for 1.5 seconds. Equipment skill 2, Frost Barrier. Summons a frost barrier, dealing 2,000 plus 100% attack power as ice damage per second to all surrounding enemies, and slowing them down. Within the frost barrier, your movement speed and attack speed receive an additional 35%. This axe is the giant battle axe in the hands of the troll leader. Sujin was tempted by the powerful axe. There's another pet synthesis stone I've saved for Ari. I'm waiting to use it. A diamond level weapon, and its ice attribute, fused into Ari. What kind of power change will it bring to her? A look of anticipation flickered in Sujin's eyes. Oh, right. The monster also dropped an equipment fusion stone. First, fuse the Chaos Holy Sword and the Ice Melting Heart Battle Axe. By fusing with more powerful weapons, Ari might gain an even greater boost in strength. Thinking of this, Sujin decisively took out the Diamond Peak Grade Chaos Holy Sword and placed it together with the Diamond Peak Grade Ice Melting Heart Battle Axe, and then chose to use the Equipment Fusion Stone. Ding. You have used an Equipment Fusion Stone. Please select 2 pieces of equipment of the same type as the synthesis targets. Diamond Level Chaos Holy Sword. Diamond Tier, Ice Melt Heart Battle Axe. Sujin chose without hesitation. Ding. Both weapons have been detected as being of Diamond Peak quality. If combined, there is a 50% chance that they will become a Diamond Peak weapon with slightly stronger attributes, a 49.9% chance that they will evolve into a Starry Sky beginner weapon, and a 0.1% chance that they will evolve into a Starry Sky intermediate weapon. Are you sure you want to proceed with the fusion? It incorporates Xiaoqing's top-tier lucky talent. Advanced luck qualification activated. Ding. We have detected a significant fluctuation in your luck stat and have recalculated the success rate of equipment fusion. If you combine the Diamond Peak Chaos Holy Sword and the Diamond Peak Icemelt Heart Battle Axe, there is a 0.001% chance of creating a slightly stronger Diamond Peak weapon, a 0.1% chance of evolving into a Starry Sky beginner equipment, and a 99.89% chance of evolving into a Starry Sky intermediate equipment. Sujin smiled. Top-tier luck aptitude, truly amazing. We will merge decisively. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining new equipment. Starry Mid-Tier Chaos Ice Sword. Intermediate Star Glory, Chaos Extreme Ice Sword. Physical attack power increased by 499 points. Strength increased by 399 points. Physical fitness increased by 399 points. The attack inflicts 2,000 to 4,000 points of freeze damage. There is a chance to freeze the enemy when dealing freeze damage. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill. Extreme Ice Impact. Unleashes a massive frost shockwave forward, dealing 6,000 plus 200% of attack power as ice damage to all enemies affected and freezing them for 2.5 seconds. Equipment skill 2. Frost Barrier. Summons a frost barrier, dealing 3,000 plus 200% of your attack power as ice damage per second to all surrounding enemies and slowing them down. Within the frost barrier, your movement speed and attack speed are increased by an additional 55%. A look of satisfaction flashed in Sujin's eyes. But that's not enough. When we killed the Berserk Troll Warrior earlier, we also got 25 equipment enhancement stones. Why not use them all on this weapon? Ding. You used an equipment enhancement stone to enhance the Starry Sky Intermediate Chaos Ice Sword by +1, gaining +10 physical attack, +10 strength, and +10 constitution. Chapter 85 The Powerful Pet After Evolution. Ding. You used an equipment enhancement stone to enhance the Starry Sky Intermediate Chaos Ice Sword by +2, gaining +10 physical attack, +10 strength, and +10 constitution. Ding. You used an equipment enhancement stone to enhance the Starry Sky Intermediate Chaos Ice Sword by +25, gaining +10 physical attack, +10 strength, and +10 constitution. The 25 enhancements added a total of 250 points of physical attack, 250 points of strength, and 250 points of constitution to the Chaos Ice Sword. Sujin looked at the Starry Sky Intermediate Chaos Extreme Ice Sword, enhanced by +25, in his hand, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes. This should maximize Ari's benefits from fusing with the Chaos Ice Sword. Ding. The Starry Sky Intermediate Chaos Ice Sword, reinforcement +25, has been selected as the synthesis material for the pet synthesis stone. Please select the pet you want to synthesize. Six-tailed black fox Ari. Sujin replied decisively. Ding. The synthesis formula is six-tailed mystic fox. Ari, Starry Night Intermediate. Chaos Extreme Ice Sword. Enhancement 25 equals. This synthesis requires 10 silver coins. Do you wish to confirm? The higher the synthesis grade, the more it will cost. Confirm synthesis. Immediately, an incomparably blazing light burst forth from the pet's synthesis stone, transforming the Chaos Extreme Ice Sword into pure Chaos Extreme Ice energy, which then merged into the body of the six-tailed black fox Ari. Ari's fur became softer and whiter, and she exuded a more alluring charm in her every move, becoming increasingly captivating. What's most astonishing is the aura emanating from her entire being, a seductive charm that can kill without leaving a trace. Congratulations. Synthesis successful. You have obtained a new legendary pet. Seven-tailed Ice Spirit Fox Ari, Diamond Intermediate. Ari's strength increased by 600 points. Ari's constitution increases by 600 points. Ari's agility has increased by 600 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 600 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Mind Control. Mind Control, Level 1 Ari can control the enemy's body with her mind, making the enemy obey her commands. The duration is affected by the enemy's strength and mental strength. Ari has learned a new skill, Frostbite Storm. Frostbite Storm. Ari dances with unparalleled grace, unleashing a terrifying storm around her. Within this storm, incredibly violent ice blades dance wildly, inflicting devastating damage on all surrounding enemies. Ice-type damage equal to 100% of physical attack power, with a 10-minute cooldown. How did Ari evolve directly from an emerald-level pet to a diamond-level intermediate pet? Sujin's pupils contracted. He was stunned. Not only did he learn two skills at once, but his basic attributes also saw a significant boost. Seven-tailed Ice Spirit Fox. Ari, Peerless. Level, 15. Grade, Mid-Diamond, 124 to 500. Basic Attribute 1. Attack 2266. Defense 2651 Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2. Strength 1824. Constitution 1024. Agility 1408. Intelligence 965. Qualifications. Top-tier shield qualification, high-level strength qualification, high-level attack speed qualification, high-level health qualification, high-level life steal qualification, medium-level health regeneration qualification, high-level defense qualification, and basic poisoning qualification. Skills. Intimidate, Level 2. Frost Power, Level 2. Phantom Teleport, Level 1. Frost Triple Slash, Level 3. Void Dash, Level 1. Fatal Strike, Level 1. Mind Control, Frost Blade Storm. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment. Enchantress's Blood Crown, Diamond Basic. Blood Soul Bracelet, Diamond Basic. Source of Power Leggings, Diamond Basic. Soul of Agility Necklace, Jade. Soul of Constitution Robe, Jade. Frost Troll Belt, Jade. Frost Troll Shoulder Pads, Jade. Bloodthirst Earrings, Gold. Poison Ring, Gold. Warrior's Fearless Iron Boots, Gold. This evolution has undoubtedly been a huge boost for Ari. Especially the Soul Control skill, it is absolutely a divine skill. Most bosses have ultimate moves, or even life sacrifice skills. Ari can unleash the enemy's ultimate ability, or even their life sacrifice skill, as long as she controls them, regardless of the duration. This would cause the opposing sides to fight each other, creating immense chaos, and providing Sujin with a perfect opportunity to take advantage. Furthermore, there are many other uses for soul control. It can be used not only on monsters, but also on NPCs and players. If this skill were to fall into the hands of some players with malicious intent and be used against some extremely beautiful NPCs or players, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Frostfire skill deals even more terrifying damage. A group skill that can instantly unleash over 10,000 damage is enough to instantly kill most ordinary monsters, and can even cause terrifying damage to bosses. When combined with Critical Strike and High Berserk Aptitude, the damage can be multiplied several times over. At this moment, Ari had 7 snow-white tails on her back, swaying in the wind, which was very alluring. Ari, once evolved to have 9 tails, will gain the ability to transform into human form. What will Ari look like, and what will her strength be when she transforms into human form? A look of anticipation flashed across Sujin's face. Oh, and there are 3 more diamond grade items. Let's see what their stats are. Diamond level, Frost Dominator Earrings. Physical attack power increased by 249 points. Spell attack power increased by 249 points. Agility increased by 150 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 15%. Movement speed increased by 20%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill, Frost Domination. Can conjure an ice elemental boss to fight for you. The ice elemental has diamond level strength, the same level as the player, and can last up to 120 seconds. Diamond Premium, Frostbite Ring. Physical attack power increased by 175 points. Increases spell attack power by 175 points. Physical fitness increased by 120 points. Physical critical hit damage increased by 20%. Attack speed increased by 30%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill, Frost Assault. Summons a shard of frost that is launched at the target enemy. Enemies hit will have their movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed reduced by 75% for up to 3 seconds. Diamond grade, Frost Domination Boots. Physical defense increased by 450 points. Spell defense increased by 420 points. Strength increased by 170 points. Evasion rate increased by 12%. Casting speed increased by 40%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill, Frost Domination. All nearby friendly units will gain a layer of Frost Shield, providing 3,000 shield points and 120 physical defense. Chapter 86 The Huge Gains from the Supreme Gift Pack. Replace Ari's gold-grade Bloodthirst Earring with the diamond-grade Frost Dominator Earring. Replace Ari's gold-grade Poison Ring with the diamond-grade Frostbite Ring. Replace Ari's gold-tier Brave Warrior's Iron Boots with diamond-grade Frost Domination Boots. Replace 3 pieces of gold-tier equipment with 3 pieces of diamond-tier equipment. Ari's attribute values have surged once again. At this moment, 8 pieces of equipment on the Shanghai Town Equipment Leaderboard already belonged to Sujin. Besides the dark demon necklace worn by Mo Zhantian, there was another piece of equipment on the list. That is Mo Qingyun's Peerless Demon Thorn Dagger, ranked 7th on the Shanghai Town Equipment ranking list. Mo Qingyun is the vice president of the Glory Alliance Guild, and his status within the guild is second only to Mo Zhantian. He is practically second only to Mo Qingyun. He was Mo Zhantian's right-hand man. If he were to be crippled, the Glory Alliance Guild would be essentially missing a key right-hand man. By the way, the Chaos Sword was used to craft equipment for Ari. Ari doesn't even have a decent weapon left. Since I'm missing a weapon, I'll go and meet you and borrow your weapon while I'm at it. Sujin smiled brightly, already having a plan in mind. However, before heading off to cause trouble for Mo Qingyun, he remembered that he still had several Supreme gift packs in his backpack that he hadn't opened yet. With an expectant look on his face, he opened his backpack and took out the 3rd premium gift pack. Ding! Do you want to open the Supreme gift pack, level 20? After opening, you will receive a random top-quality reward. Start. Congratulations. You have obtained the Perfect Pet Foundation Building Method. The Perfect Foundation Building Method for Pets. Rank, Extraordinary. Introduction. It is divided into 5 steps: body refinement, flesh refinement, bone forging, blood refinement, and meridian refinement. Each step can bring about an incredible transformation in the pet's foundation, resulting in unimaginable benefits. However, each step requires the assistance of special top-grade treasures, making it extremely difficult. Note: pets can only cultivate the perfect foundation building technique at the diamond level. Once they break through to the star glory level, they will no longer be able to cultivate the perfect foundation building technique. It's actually a transcendent level cultivation technique. After reading the introduction, Sujin felt somewhat shocked. No wonder the pseudo-god level pet of the Ali family in my previous life was able to have the strength to fight against god level pets. The reason is that the Ali family's pets had an extremely good foundation from the moment they were raised. However, Sujin was certain that the pet from the Ali family had at most completed the first 2 steps of the pet foundation building technique. Otherwise, that pet wouldn't just be able to fight against a god level pet, but would be able to defeat a god level pet. Diamond level is just the starting point for pets, but this starting point is often extremely important. Once a pet is trained to a perfect foundation stage, it will not only greatly enhance its strength, but also bring it endless development potential. I want to train all my pets to reach the perfect foundation establishment stage. Only in this way will my pet have a chance to reach the top of the divine realm in the future. I will trample all the gods under my feet. Sujin clenched his fist, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Body refinement. A piece of purple blood mighty bear pelt is used to refine the pet's skin strength. The pelt of the purple blood mighty bear? Sujin pondered to himself. The purple blood mighty bear's activity area is not far, just in the Bear Valley east of the extreme snow mountains. First, go to Bear Valley to collect the pelts of the purple blood mighty bear and use them to train your 2 pets. After making his decision, Sujin merged with Shaoqing's possession, summoned the wings of thunder, and decisively flew eastward into the Bear Valley. Roar, roar, roar. Even when he was only 10 miles away from Bear Valley, Sujin could hear the deafening roars of the bears inside. It looks like an incredibly fierce battle is taking place. Could it be that some players have already explored this place? Sujin was somewhat surprised as he flew towards Bear Valley while looking down. A wild bear, over 3 meters tall, was furiously chasing a group of players. Haha, we actually managed to snatch the cubs of the wild bear. This is a huge windfall. When I get back this time, I'm sure I'll be richly rewarded by Boss Missouri Zhantian. Brothers, everyone deserves credit this time. We, the demon Qingyun, never take credit for ourselves. Every brother will be richly rewarded. A middle-aged, burly man with a small braid tied behind his back, his face showing excitement, was holding a small brown bear cub in his arms, the child of the wild and violent bear. Upon seeing the middle-aged, muscular man, Sujin couldn't help but laugh. It's said that enemies are destined to meet. I was just looking for you, Mo Qingyun, and I didn't expect to run into you like this. Sujin smiled brightly. The wild bear was angrily chasing after the players of the Glory Alliance Guild led by Mo Qingyun, but unfortunately, speed was the wild bear's weakness, and despite its strength, it couldn't catch up with the players at all. Ari, it's up to you now. Sujin flapped his thunder wings and quietly landed on the ground. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned Ari, the 7-tailed ice spirit fox. Ari and Sujin were of one mind. Ari instantly understood Sujin's meaning, activated the Void Swiftness skill, and quietly sneaked to Imo Qingyun's side. Mind control. The next moment, Ari's eyes flashed with an extremely intense spiritual power, like a sharp thorn piercing into Imo Qingyun's mind. Ding. You have taken control of Imo Qingyun's body. Control duration, 15 seconds. Imo Qingyun's eyes widened instantly, his steps faltered, and he involuntarily shouted, "Brothers, stop running. Turn around and kill this wild bear." Upon hearing Imo Qingyun's words, all the players around were stunned. Kill the wild bear? Vice President Qingyun, are you out of your mind? This wild bear is a high-level diamond boss. Do you think we can defeat a high-level diamond boss? Imo Qingyun's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Brothers, I know that the wild bear has a huge weakness. As long as you follow my command, we can kill this wild bear and we will all have accomplished a great feat." As Imo Qingyun spoke, he stopped his escape and summoned his two-headed wolf pet to prepare for the battle against the wild bear. Vice President Qingyun, do you really know the wild bear's weakness? Then we'll risk our lives to fight alongside our captain. Fortune favors the bold. Let's charge. Follow Vice President Qingyun's command and kill this savage bear. Chapter 87. Imo Qingyun gets scammed. These Glory Alliance Guild players steeled themselves, stopped, and returned to Imo Qingyun's side to fight the powerful wild bear. The rules of the Glory Alliance Guild are extremely strict. As their superior, Imo Qingyun's orders cannot be disobeyed. Even if it means death, they must stand up for him. Otherwise, if they disobey orders and desert in the face of danger, they will be fined a huge amount for breach of contract and go bankrupt. They could only hope that Imo Qingyun really had a way to defeat the wild bear. If they were killed by Imo Qingyun's impromptu decision, they would blame everything on Imo Qingyun and apply to the guild for compensation for their death. Seeing that these people were no longer running away but turning to attack him, the wild bear became extremely envious. It swung its millstone-sized paws and was about to pounce on the group. Under Imo Qingyun's command, two tank-type pets stepped forward, while the other pets launched a fierce attack on the wild bear. But at that moment, Imo Qingyun retreated behind the group, summoned the flaming two-headed wolf, and began to ambush the players from behind. I was ambushed. It was the Vice President's flaming two-headed wolf who plotted against us behind our backs. Brothers, we've been tricked. Imo Qingyun must be a spy sent by another guild. In an instant, all the players were gripped by panic. Facing the frenzied attacks of the wild bear in front and the sneak attacks of Demon Azure Cloud from behind, a group of players, filled with resentment and anger, perished one after another. Imo Qingyun, you traitor. We've already saved the battle recording. Just wait to be punished by the guild leader. Yes, we will definitely file a joint report against you. Just you wait. Only after all the dozen or so players had fallen in resentment did Imo Qingyun finally break free from the mind control. He was stunned when he heard the curses of more than a dozen players before they died. How could this happen? I felt like I was possessed. I completely lost consciousness. Before Imo Qingyun could even figure out what had happened, his face was filled with utter terror. -3,279. A bear paw the size of a millstone slammed into his face, leaving him feeling completely stunned. The next moment, a snow-white arc flashed by, ending Imo Qingyun's life. Looting successful. Congratulations. You have stolen player Imo Qingyun's B-grade talent, Blazing Flame Specialization. Flame Mastery. You will receive 50% less fire damage, and all fire damage dealt by your pet will be increased by 60%. Due to being plundered, Imo Qingyun's B-level talent, Flame Specialization, was downgraded to the C-level talent, Flame Manipulation. The Flame Specialization is more suitable for fire-type pets. The fire damage amplification is not very useful for Sujin, but the 50% reduction in fire damage is not bad. It can provide a lot of help when tackling some super difficult fire-type dungeons in the future. Even in the later stages of the game, many gods are fire-type deities, and having fire-type damage reduction can have unexpected and wonderful effects. Well done, Ari. Seeing all this, Sujin smiled broadly. It was under his instruction that Ari used mind control skills to manipulate Imo Qingyun's thoughts. Unfortunately, before his death, Imo Qingyun still managed to retrieve his flaming two-headed wolf pet. Otherwise, Sujin would have gained another pet qualification. This time, Imo Qingyun was really screwed over. Once Imo Zhantian learns of this news, given his methods, Imo Qingyun will suffer an unimaginable fate. Sujin was actually quite looking forward to the Glory Alliance guilds fighting amongst themselves, turning into a dog-eat-dog situation. However, It's time for him to reap the rewards on the battlefield. Ari, like a bolt of lightning, swung her incredibly sharp claws and viciously stabbed at the wild bear's neck. Frost triple strike. Minus 3,172. Minus 5,439. Minus 7,705. The evolved Ari has become even more terrifying in terms of damage. Roar. The wild bear roared in pain, about to retaliate, but Ari's next attack ended its life. A fatal blow. Critical hit triggered. The wild bear was torn apart by the gleaming claws and fell straight to the ground. Congratulations. Your pet, seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a diamond-level high-tier boss, LV.27 Wild Bear. You and Xiaoqing have gained 3,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,800 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. Plunder successful. Ari gains 15 extra evolution points. Ari has obtained advanced Earth-type talent. High-level Earth attribute aptitude. Ari takes 50% less Earth-type damage and deals an additional 1,000 Earth-type damage when attacking. If she can collect all 7 Earth, Fire, Wind, Light, Darkness and Thunder attributes, she may be able to obtain incredible high-level power. Advanced Soil-type qualification. Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up. Even setting aside the collection of the other 6 types of aptitude, just looking at the attributes of the advanced Earth-type aptitude alone is an incredibly huge gain. Collecting all 7 types of attributes is no easy task, and Sujin wasn't in a hurry to collect them all, so he didn't need to rush. His immediate priority is to get his 2 pets to successfully complete the 5 steps of the perfect foundation building technique as soon as possible, so that he can confidently evolve them to the Star Glory level. Only in this way can his pet far surpass other players' pets, possessing unlimited potential and future. Sujin stepped forward and picked up the loot that had been dropped on the ground. Among them were equipment dropped by the wild bear, as well as items dropped after Mo Qingyun and others died. Ding. You picked up the Diamond Premium, Wild Earth Trousers. Ding. You've picked up a beginner-level diamond, the Crown of Undying Flame. Ding. You've picked up the Diamond Beginner, Peerless Demon Dagger. Ding. You have picked up 3 skill evolution stones. Ding. You've picked up 8 silver coins and 2,396 copper coins. Ding. You picked it up. There were also quite a few platinum and even emerald-grade equipment, but Sujin didn't take a liking to any of them and casually tossed them into his backpack. Diamond Premium, Wild Earth Pants. Defense increased by 426 points. Health points increased by 1024. Physical fitness improved by 299 points. The amount of Earth attribute damage received will be reduced by 450 points. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill. Earth Domain. When you wear this equipment, all enemies within a 100-meter radius will have their attack speed reduced by 30%, movement speed reduced by 30%, and casting speed reduced by 30%. The skill Thick Earth Domain is very useful, as it essentially provides a continuous soft control effect. As soon as an enemy gets close, you will be instantly slowed down, even if you are invisible. Chapter 88 The Undead Overlord's Schemes and Calculations. Diamond Level 1. Crown of Undying Flame. Intelligence increased by 236 points. Spell attack power increased by 217 points. Spell critical strike chance increased by 18%. When your spells deal damage to enemies, they deal an additional 350 points of fire-based area damage. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill. Undying Flame. Each of your attacks will apply 1 stack of Undying Flame buff to the enemy. The first stack of Undying Flame increases fire damage by 100 points. The second stack increases fire damage by 200 points. The third stack increases fire damage by 300 points, and so on, with no upper limit. The Undying Flame skill is quite powerful, dealing increasingly higher damage to enemies with each attack. With just this passive ability, as long as the attack frequency is high enough, it can inflict considerable damage on bosses. Both of these pieces of equipment are very suitable for Xiaoqing. Replace Xiaoqing's Platinum Grade, Endless Frost Leggings with the Diamond Premium, Wild Earth Trousers. Replace Xiaoqing's Platinum Grade Dark Heavenly Guardian Headband with the Diamond Grade Undying Flame Crown. Xiaoqing's damage has been significantly increased, and at this point, more than half of Xiaoqing's equipment is Diamond Grade. There's also a low-tier diamond item, the Peerless Demon Dagger. Without a doubt, it was dropped by Mo Qingyun. Diamond Beginner, Peerless Demon Dagger. Physical attack power increased by 329 points. Strength increased by 179 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 15%. After leaving combat, movement speed is increased by an additional 50%. Level requirement. Level 10 or above can wear this. Equipment skill. Isolated. When there is only one enemy in front of you, the isolated state will be triggered, and the damage dealt to the enemy will be increased by 30%. This equipment is quite good. I promptly replaced Ari's weapon with this one, filling the gap in Ari's weapon inventory. What interested Sujin the most were these 3 skill evolution stones. With these 3 skill evolution stones, Xiaoqing's twin snake shadow skill can finally evolve once more. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's twin snake shadow skill to level 7. You have gained an additional clone. Level 7. Twin serpent shadows. Summons 7 serpent shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. After dealing with everything, Sujin continued his journey deeper into Bear Valley. Suddenly, they discovered that beneath the massive carcass of the wild bear, there was a miniature version of the wild bear hidden. This must be the cub that the wild bear just gave birth to. Sujin remembered that in his previous life, Imo Qingyun successfully raised this wild bear cub, which gradually made him famous and made him a master in the Glory Alliance. However, in this life, Imo Qingyun suffered terribly. Not only was the earth bear stolen by Sujin, but he also earned the reputation of scheming against his teammates. Once the video of him betraying his teammates falls into Imo Zhantian's eyes, his career in the Glory Alliance will be over. This wild bear cub was a huge gain for Imo Qingyun. But for me, it still falls short. Sujin looked at the wild bear cub stroking its little head and shook his head. Although his third pet space was still empty, and there was a ready-made cub right in front of him, Sujin did not intend to make it his third pet. The reason is simple. He wants to find a third pet with greater potential. Furthermore, he already had a plan in mind. Sujin clearly remembered that there should be a very rare and mysterious pet egg in the treasure vault of the Morning Star Temple. Its rarity is no less than that of Ali and Xiaoqing, making it one of Sujin's top choices for his third pet. As for the wild bear cub, Sujin put it in his backpack, intending to either sell it or use it to cultivate his own power. In the grand scheme of things, while improving his own strength is extremely important, he also needs to cultivate his own power base. Only in this way can we fight against the endless invasion of monsters 3 years later and find a way to reverse the fate of humankind being wiped out in the future. At this moment, within Bear Valley, a deafening roar of bears echoed for miles around. Sujin knew that this was the roar of the purple blood mighty bear. He followed the sound and quietly crept deeper into Bear Valley. The entire Bear Valley was found to be desolate, with withered leaves scattered on the ground, and the corpses of giant bears, their flesh and blood devoured, leaving only pale skeletons. This is the aura unique to the undead. Has this place been invaded by the undead race? Sujin's eyes widened in surprise and doubt as he continued to explore. They quickly found the cave where the purple blood mighty bear lived. Inside the cave, the purple blood mighty bear exuded an astonishing aura of the undead, its eyes flashing with chilling undead bone fire. With the blessing of the undead aura, the purple blood mighty bear's aura surged, and its strength received a huge boost. Sujin cast a reconnaissance spell at the undead purple-blooded giant bear. Undead transformation, purple-blooded mighty bear. Rank, beginner star glory. Level, 30. Health. Physical attack, 5,420 points. Special feature, resurrection. When the purple blood mighty bear dies, it has 1 chance to revive with full health. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Skills, undead charge, earthquake tremor, purple blood frenzy, raging strike. It has nearly 50,000 HP. And it also has the ability to revive with full health after death. In other words, this purple blood mighty bear boss has a full 100,000 HP. Even its attack power is quite astonishing. With an attack power of over 5,000, if it were to rush into the newbie village, it would be a terrifying sight to kill a large number of players with a single bear paw. At this moment, the purple blood mighty bear was gnawing on the corpse of its own kind of bear. When it looked up and saw Sujin, its bloodthirsty and excited appearance was like staring at a delicious delicacy. Sujin finally understood how the bear skeletons he had encountered along the way came about. It turned out that all the bear monsters in the entire Violent Bear Valley had been eaten by the undead purple blood mighty bear. Clearly, this purple-blooded mighty bear was starving. While its undead form granted it immense power, it also caused its appetite to increase exponentially. Driven to desperation by hunger, it eventually turned on its own kind, using them as food. It seems the Lord of the Undead is still plotting something. He even managed to control this purple-blooded giant bear. Sujin had some questions in his mind, but for now, he still had to deal with this purple-blood mighty bear. This is the first step in whether Xiaoqing and Ali can perfectly establish their foundation. Chapter 89 Advanced Dark Attribute. Hoo-hoo. Food. Food. I want more food. The purple-blood mighty bear was covered in undead flames, its eyes revealing a bloodthirsty and eerie look. Its fangs bared, and it let out a deafening shriek as it charged towards Sujin. Seeing the purple-blood mighty bear approaching with overwhelming force, Sujin frowned slightly and uttered softly, "Ari, possessed by a pet." As the voice faded, Ari transformed into an incomparably blazing beam of soul light, which then rapidly virtualized and entered Sujin's body. After successfully merging with Ari's power, Sujin's body also shone with an incomparably dazzling blue light, surrounded by frost and swirling snowflakes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Just before the purple-blood mighty bear charged towards Sujin moved. The next moment, Sujin's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the purple-blood mighty bear. Frostbite storm. A fatal blow. As soon as Sujin finished speaking, his figure began to spin rapidly. The snowflakes that were flying around him condensed into ice blades, exuding a chilling aura, and hovered around him. Immediately afterwards, the speed of the ice blades began to accumulate, until hundreds of ice blades were gathered. These ice blades detached from Sujin's body, carrying endless cold light, and slashed heavily towards the purple-blood mighty bear. Once the critical strike is activated, the hundreds of damages are undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. Hundreds of attacks rained down on the purple-blood mighty bear, and in an instant, purple blood splattered everywhere, and a mournful roar echoed through the heavens. With just one hit, it took away half of its health. Such horrific damage was actually caused by this young human being. The next moment, the purple-blood mighty bear began slamming the ground violently. Thud, thud, thud. A fist the size of a millstone slammed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and the valley to collapse. The bear's paw slammed into the ground, and the resulting terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. The incredibly violent damage swept across the area, not only pulverizing the trees, but also blasting the bear carcasses lying on the ground into pieces. Such terrifying damage clearly showed that the purple-blood mighty bear was completely enraged, and it began to take the young man in front of it seriously. They wanted to tear it apart with swift and decisive action. But Sujin stood there calmly, a faint smile on his face. Top-tier shield quality. Activate. Immediately, a white energy burst forth from his body, erecting a blue barrier that could withstand a full 10,000 points of damage. Minus 9,327. Terrifying damage appeared above Sujin's head. If it hit Sujin directly, it would send him away without a doubt. However, thanks to his top-tier shield ability, which blocked the attack, Sujin's shield showed signs of collapse, but he himself was completely unharmed. Next, it's my turn. Sujin groaned softly, gripped the peerless demon dagger tightly, and slashed heavily at the neck of the purple-blood mighty bear. Frost triple strike. High-level berserker aptitude activated. Minus 6,272. Damage double. Damage double. Damage double. The terrifying damage instantly killed the purple-blood mighty bear, whose health was almost depleted, and it collapsed to the ground. However, a cross-shaped tombstone pattern appeared on the body of the purple-blood mighty bear. The cross-shaped tombstone shimmered with a dark purple light, emanating a faint, hidden necromantic energy that surged into the corpse of the purple-blood mighty bear. Immediately, the purple-blood mighty bear's injuries began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered to full health and got up from the ground again. Resurrection? So what? I'll kill you again. A cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes. With a wave of his hand, azure light appeared continuously, and Xiaoqing's figure was summoned out. Twin snake shadows. As Xiaoqing activated her skill, 7 of her clones lined up and appeared beside Sujin. Thunder prison tribulation. 8 terrifying lightning strikes simultaneously rained down, bombarding the purple-blood mighty bear. Minus 4,397. Minus 4,397. Minus 4,397. In an instant, the purple-blood mighty bear lost nearly 35,000 HP. Enraged, it was about to enter a berserk state and launch a fierce counterattack against Sujin, but the next moment, A cold voice rang out behind it. Phantom teleportation. Void speed. A fatal blow. Goodbye, I'm sending you on your way. Damage double. The horrific damage ended the purple blood mighty bear's life this time. Congratulations. Your pet, seven-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has defeated a star-level beginner boss, LV30 purple blood mighty bear. You and Ari have gained 5,000 base experience points and an additional 1,800 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. The experience points provided by the beginner-level Star Glory boss are indeed incredibly generous. A vast amount of experience points surged into Sujin and Ari's bodies, and a familiar white light instantly emanated from both of them. Congratulations. You have reached level 22 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 16 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you've done, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 17 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you've done, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. The experience from just one boss allowed Ari to level up twice in one go, which shows how generous the experience points are for defeating powerful bosses that are above her level. Plunder successful. Ari gains 25 extra evolution points. Ari has obtained high-level Dark-type aptitude. Advanced Dark attribute aptitude. Ari receives 50% less Dark attribute damage and deals an additional 1,000 points of Dark attribute damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 attributes, Earth, Fire, Wind, Light, Dark, and Thunder, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 2 to 7, with Dark and Earth attributes already available. High-level Dark talent. Dark-type damage is reduced by half. It also deals an additional 1,000 points of Dark attribute damage. Most importantly, collecting all 7 qualities will absolutely allow Ari to undergo an incredible transformation. Next, Sujin stepped forward and picked up all the loot dropped by the purple blood mighty bear. Chapter 90, I've come here to send you on your way. Ding. You picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Undying Sacrifice Robe of the Undead. Ding. You've picked up a top-tier diamond, the Purple Blood Necklace. Ding. You've picked up an extremely rare material, Purple Blood Mighty Bear's Fur. Ding. You've picked up 4 silver coins and 4,987 copper coins. A star-level equipment item has actually been dropped. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise as he checked the equipment's attributes. Star Glory Beginner, the Undying Sacrifice Robe of the Undead. Strength increased by 329 points. Health points increased by 2,000. Physical defense increased by 1099 points. Spell defense increased by 1299 points. Your life regeneration rate is increased by an additional 100%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill. Undying Sacrifice. Sacrifice a monster's corpse, and you will randomly gain a permanent boost to one of your attributes. You can sacrifice up to 3 times. This passive ability is quite interesting. Replace Ari's Emerald Grade, Soul of Constitution Robe with the Starry Beginner, Undying Sacrifice Robe. Subsequently, a sacrifice skill appeared in Ari's skill list. Ding. Do you wish to sacrifice the undead purple blood mighty bear's corpse? Sacrifice confirmed. A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Congratulations. The sacrifice was successful. A mysterious force from another dimension has recovered the corpse of the undead purple blood mighty bear, and Ari has gained 20 points of luck. Sujin's eyes lit up immediately. It's a luck stat reward. This is an extremely valuable hidden attribute, even more precious than basic attributes like strength and constitution. While it doesn't directly boost stats or damage, it subtly brings Ari various unexpected benefits, such as easier to trigger critical hits, easier to evolve top-tier skills, and easier to plunder better aptitudes, etc. There are still 2 more chances for the Undying Sacrifice. Sujin is somewhat looking forward to seeing what rewards Ari will receive when he sacrifices the corpses of other bosses in the future. Immediately afterwards, Sujin turned his attention to another piece of diamond-level top-tier equipment. Diamond-level, Purple Blood Necklace. Physical damage increased by 299. Strength increased by 199 points. Agility increased by 109 points. Physical fitness improved by 109 points. Each time you deal damage, you recover 1,000 health points. Level requirement. Can be worn by level 10 or above. Equipment skill. Purple Blood Erosion. Select a target and erode their life force with purple blood. The enemy will lose 5% of their maximum health per second for 5 seconds. During the period of being eroded by purple blood, physical defense and magic defense will be reduced by 50%. This necklace also has very good attributes. I decisively replaced Ari's Emerald Grade Agility Soul Necklace with the Diamond Peak Grade Purple Blood Necklace. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on his target this time. The fur of the ultra-rare material, the Purple Blood Mighty Bear. This is a very important first step in pet foundation building. Ding! Do you want to use the Purple Blood Mighty Bear's pelt to help your pets, Xiaoqing, and Ali cultivate the first level of the perfect pet foundation building technique? Skin refining? Sure. Sujin responded without hesitation. Immediately, an incredibly intense light burst forth from the two pets. Ari's fur became denser and finer, and Xiaoqing's python scales became even more resilient. Congratulations! Your pet Ari has gained 1,000 points of increased constitution, 1,000 points of increased physical defense, and 1,000 points of increased magic defense. All damage received will be reduced by an additional 800 points. Congratulations! Your pet Xiaoqing has gained 1,000 points of increased constitution, 1,000 points of increased physical defense, and 1,000 points of increased magic defense. All damage received will be reduced by an additional 800 points. It seems that the skin refining level mainly improves the pet's defensive capabilities. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself. However, the perfect foundation building method still has 4 steps: flesh refining, bone forging, blood refining, and meridian refining. After each step is completed, the two pets will receive an immense boost in a certain aspect of their abilities. Only when the perfect foundation building method is completed will the potential of the two pets truly be unleashed. At this moment, the pet perfect foundation building method popped up a second prompt. Enhancement. To complete the meat refining step, you need to kill 100 monsters with either the light or dark attributes. Kill 100 monsters with either the light or dark attributes. Sujin pondered in his heart. This task requirement seems to be able to be completed together with other tasks. Tomorrow, the Undead Lord will send out a large number of undead monsters to attack and slaughter the newbie village. The Morningstar Saintess will also make her move at this time to engage in a decisive battle with the army under the command of the Undead Lord. That would be the perfect opportunity for Sujin to reap the benefits. Next, it's time to meet the Necromancer. Sujin smiled, summoned the wings of thunder, and flew towards the Dragon Graveyard. Although Bear Valley is quite far from Dragon Graveyard, it would take an average player at least 4 hours to walk there. With his thunder wings enhanced to level 10, Sujin arrived at the Dragon Graveyard in just 15 minutes. As soon as he arrived at the Dragon Graveyard, Sujin felt a suffocating sensation enveloping him, with an ominous feeling that a storm was brewing. Sure enough, the Necromancer Mon suddenly appeared, staring at Sujin with cold eyes, and said, "Why aren't you carrying out the task as I instructed? I sent you to investigate the Morningstar Knight's intentions, not to alert them and kill them all. This could very well alert the Temple of Dawnstar, causing an unexpected disruption to the Lord of the Undead's grand plan. You'd better give me a reasonable answer, or I won't hesitate to smash all your bones and turn you into an undead slime." Faced with the Necromancer Meng-Un's questioning, Sujin remained surprisingly calm, shrugged, and smiled. "Doing things your way won't do me much good. You don't need to know so much. I'm here to send you on your way." As Sujin finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Ali and Xiaoqing appeared simultaneously. Before the Necromancer could react, all sorts of fierce and violent skills had already been unleashed. Deterrence. Frost Triple Slash. Exploding Lightning Ball. Thunder Prison Tribulation. Terrifying damage skills, one after another, were all unleashed upon the Necromancer Mon. Minus 3,145. Minus 5,391. Minus 7,637. Minus 8,986. Attribute Advantage, damage doubled. Attribute Advantage, damage doubled. Xiaoqing's lightning type skills are especially effective against undead types, dealing an additional 50% damage, making her a natural enemy of undead types. Chapter 91 Crazy Harvest. In just a few days, you've gone from a lowly ant to someone who can threaten my life and death? Who exactly are you? A look of horror flashed across the eyes of the Necromancer Mon. He waved his bone staff, and a strange, round, giant face was summoned. It opened its foul-smelling mouth and lunged at Xiaoqing. Snap! But the moment that giant face bit into Xiaoqing's python body, its expression was one of utter shock. Not only did it not cause any harm to Xiaoqing, but its teeth were also numb from the impact. Don't underestimate me just because I'm small. Xiao Qing glared at the strange giant face with her round eyes, summoned her thunder wings, and was about to slap the strange giant face hard. Before it could even get close to Xiao Qing, the strange giant face was slapped hard across the face. Minus 5,379. Attribute advantage. The bizarre giant face was immediately enraged and was about to retaliate when another slap followed. Minus 5,379. Attribute advantage. The eerie giant face was completely stunned. The paralyzing effect of the lightning was its nemesis, giving it no time to react before it was bombarded relentlessly. Minus 5,379. Attribute advantage. Minus 5,379. Attribute advantage. Minus 5,379. Attribute advantage. That grotesque face was instantly smashed to pieces, and its soul vanished amidst a painful scream. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiao Qing, has defeated a diamond-level peak monster, level 30, Painful Ghost Face. You and Xiao Qing have gained 3,000 base experience points, and an additional 600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Looting has taken effect. You and Xiao Qing have each gained 30 points of intelligence. Xiao Qing gained an extra 20 evolution points. The bizarre face was instantly sucked into the infinite plunder talent, where it was transformed into two incredibly pure energies, which merged into Sujin and Xiao Qing's bodies respectively. I have a feeling that Xiao Qing is about to evolve. Sujin thought to himself, and casually cast a reconnaissance spell at the necromancer. Last time the scouting was all question marks, probably because my level was too low. Hopefully this time it will work. Archmage of the Undead. Mingyan. Rank, mid-level star glory. Level, 30. Health points. Spell attack power, 7120. Physical defense, 3760. Spell defense, 1240. Talent trait, Undead Resurrection. Can transform any corpse into an undead monster that will obey his commands completely. Skills, manipulating corpses, blood sacrifice summoning, entanglement by 10,000 ghosts, resurrection by possession of a corpse. The necromancer Munin, standing to the side, looked rather displeased as he watched his summoned creatures fall short of even a single blow from Sujin's pets. Great Lord of the Undead, grant your most loyal servant, the power of the undead, to awaken the slumbering spirits. Innate secret technique, resurrection of the dead. The next moment, he waved his staff, and the entire cemetery began to tremble. Rumble. One by one, coffins engraved with eerie necromancy runes burst forth from the tomb, their pale, ghostly aura spreading around them, emitting an unbearable stench. The first coffin moved, and a black panther emerged from it, but it was quickly enveloped by the aura of the dead and transformed into an undead shadow panther amidst painful howls. The power of the undead not only brought it back to life, but also gave it even greater power, but at the cost of losing its own self, making it like a puppet. Immediately afterwards, the second coffin also moved, and a lion bathed in flames was summoned and transformed into the Hellfire Lion. Subsequently, the spotted hyena, reeking of blood, was transformed into the evil blood demon hound. The silver rhinoceros, whose entire body seemed to be made of silver, was transformed into a necromancer rhinoceros. Roar. In an instant, 7 or 8 undead summons of various appearances stared menacingly at Sujin, baring their teeth and displaying extreme ferocity. Servants of the dead, tear this traitor to pieces. The necromancer Monin's murky eyes flashed with anger as he issued his command. As an archmage of the undead, his most proficient skill is summoning. Upon hearing the sound, all the undead beasts pounced on Sujin like madmen. Trying to outnumber the weak? Dream on. Twin snake shadows. With a thought, 7 identical clones of Xiao Qing appeared beside her. Instantly, the undead beasts were dazzled and couldn't distinguish which one was Xiao Qing's true form. But that's not important. Although they have become undead monsters and possess great strength, they also have a fatal weakness. They are afraid of lightning. Lightning can not only paralyze them, but also increase their damage by more than half. Thunder Prison Tribulation. Minus 6,927. Attribute advantage. Minus 6,927. Attribute advantage. Minus 6,927. Attribute advantage. The terrifying damage poured down, and the scene instantly turned into an 8 versus 8 battle. The undead beasts, who had hoped to win by sheer numbers, were immediately on the verge of defeat. In particular, the Thunder Prison Tribulation is a terrifying area of effect attack. Each strike of the Thunder Prison Tribulation can cover all undead creatures, and even the Necromancer Mon-In is not spared. Congratulations! Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Shao-Qing, has defeated a Diamond-level peak monster, a level 30 undead Shadow Leopard. You and Shao-Qing have gained 3,000 base experience points, and an additional 600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Shao-Qing, has defeated a Diamond-level peak monster, level 30 Hellfire Lion. You and Shao-Qing have gained 3,000 base experience points, and an additional 600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling light emanated from Sujin and Shao-Qing. Congratulations! You have reached level 23 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of intelligence, 2 points of constitution, and 2 points of agility. Congratulations! Your Shao-Qing has reached level 19 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you prefer, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Shao-Qing. The looting has taken effect. You and Shao-Qing have each gained 60 points of intelligence, 120 points of constitution, 30 points of agility, and 30 points of intelligence. Shao-Qing gained an extra 160 evolution points. These summoned undead beasts were practically giving away experience and rewards to themselves and Shao-Qing for free. Although the creatures summoned by the undead do not drop anything after they die, Sujin happened to have the powerful SSS level talent of infinite plunder, so he still reaped considerable rewards. He could clearly feel that with each monster he killed, his and Shao-Qing's attribute data were soaring. Sujin glanced at Shao-Qing's evolution value, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. Chapter 92 Obtaining Top-Tier Qualifications Again. At this point, Shao-Qing's evolution value had reached 337 to 360. Once the Necromancer is defeated, Shao-Qing should be able to evolve. Sujin stared at the Necromancer Meng-In, a look of anticipation flashing in his eyes, and thought to himself, Shao-Qing's next evolution might bring unexpected rewards. But at that moment, a chill ran down Sujin's spine. He sensed a terrifying aura descending upon him. When Sujin's gaze fell upon the Necromancer Meng-In, his eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, the Necromancer was clearly driven to desperation by Sujin, and his eyes showed a desperate, all-or-nothing attitude. They planned to use a blood sacrifice to burn their life potential, summon a more powerful undead being, and eliminate Sujin. O great and supreme being of the dead, I offer you my blood as a sacrifice, and beg for your protection. The Necromancer, Mon-In, swung his bone staff, unleashing a surge of death energy countless times more violent and turbulent than before. This energy tore a massive rift in the void, from which a hideous ghost general emerged. This ghost general wielded a huge crescent blade, and was covered in jet black armor, but had no lower body. As it hovered in the air, it exuded a chilling white aura of the dead, which was somewhat suffocating. It gives people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Sujin cast a reconnaissance spell over there. Undead Ghost General. Rank. Grade. Property. A row of question marks is enough to prove that this is an existence even more terrifying than the Necromancer. Mortal, prepare to die. The ghostly figure vanished from the spot before Sujin could even react. The next moment, Sujin felt a terrifying sense of impending death growing in his heart. Instinctively, I quickly summoned Ari to possess me. Possess your pet. Choose Ari. Top-tier shield qualification activated. As Sujin finished speaking, Ari quickly merged into Sujin's body. The milky white shield had just been summoned when it felt a powerful and heavy strike coming down upon it. Shield shattered. The shield collapsed instantly, and the crescent blade, wreathed in black flames, sent Sujin flying with a bang. Fortunately, he had 10,000 shield points to hold on. Otherwise, this one attack would have been enough to instantly kill Sujin. Although he only suffered 4,790 points of aftershock damage, Sujin was still in bad shape, with his health almost depleted. If the undead general lands one more blow, he can be sent back to the respawn point. Even the undead ghost general didn't expect that Sujin could withstand his attack. A look of surprise flashed across his face, but it was quickly replaced by a cold smile. So what if you can withstand one of my blows? If one strike doesn't kill you, then I'll strike you a second time. After saying that, the undead ghost general raised his huge crescent blade, which was more than 2 meters long, and slashed at Sujin again. This blade's shadow carried a surging aura of the dead, as if countless wronged souls were screaming in agony. Sujin could clearly feel that the attack from the undead ghost general was even more terrifying. If it happens to me, I will surely die. The undead ghost general seemed to possess profound spatial abilities. The moment he raised his crescent blade, he had already teleported above Sujin's head. But Sujin showed no sign of panic at this moment. It was the composure he had cultivated through countless life and death experiences in his previous life. If I can't handle you, then even the necromancer won't be able to defeat you. So, a bright smile suddenly appeared on Sujin's face. Mind control. Using the skill Ari had just mastered, a strange, dark purple light flashed in his eyes, containing boundless and terrifying spiritual power, like a sharp thorn, piercing into the body of the undead general. Ding. You have used your mind control skill to control the body of the undead general. Control duration, 5 seconds. Although it was only 5 seconds long, it was enough. The manipulated undead ghost general instantly stopped his crescent blade from slashing at Sujin. This left the necromancer completely bewildered. What happened? That one strike could have killed that wicked traitor. Lord Ghost General, why did you stop? With just a casual strike, he will be beheaded. The necromancer grew anxious and shouted. But the controlled undead general wouldn't listen to the necromancer's words. In an instant, it appeared behind the necromancer. Under Sujin's instruction, the undead ghost general spared no expense and unleashed his strongest attack, heaven-destroying demon slash. As the ghoul's indifferent and ruthless voice fell, the surging death energy of the undead was compressed and condensed to the extreme, converging into an extremely terrifying point. It was an extremely terrifying slash that cut through layers of dark mist and slashed wildly towards the back of the necromancer. Instant kill. Sizzle. Blood splattered, and heads flew off. The necromancer stared in shock, his eyes wide, as he looked at his own head separated from his body. Great Ghost General, how could you be? Despite being filled with doubts, the necromancer still manipulated a wisp of soul, trying to escape far away and find a target to possess and parasitize. He possesses the ability to resurrect a body. As long as he can find a host, he can slowly recover. But then, Xiaoqing suddenly moved. Opening its mouth, a massive, dazzling purple ball of lightning shot out and blasted towards the necromancer's soul. Exploding lightning ball. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Thunder is the natural enemy of ghosts and the undead, and it instantly shattered the necromancer's last hope, completely annihilating him. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated a star-level intermediate boss, LV32, Undead Archmage Meng-In. You and Xiaoqing have gained 7,000 base experience points, and an additional 6,300 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. A white light fell on Xiaoqing, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoqing leveled up again. Congratulations. Your Xiaoqing has reached level 20 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you prefer, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 40 evolution points. Xiaoqing additionally plundered the top-tier ghost aptitude of the necromancer, Archmage Meng-In. Top-tier ghost aptitude. Even after death, your soul remains intact. As long as your soul is not killed, you can be resurrected with the help of some precious medicines containing soul power. Resurrection ability? Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise. This skill was incredibly useful to him. Chapter 93 The Mysterious Key. Having the potential to become a ghost, if one were to collect some precious medicines that could support resurrection. Xiaoqing is essentially someone who can be resurrected with the precious medicine every time she dies. As long as Sujin doesn't die and there are enough precious medicines, Xiaoqing is practically immortal. However, at present, this aptitude has little effect without the precious medicine. It can only keep Xiaoqing alive as a soul after death, but it has no combat power. It seems we need to collect some precious medicines that can revive the body as soon as possible. I just wonder if my pet's possession ability can enjoy the resurrection ability of Xiaoqing's top-tier ghost aptitude? Sujin thought to himself. Aya. At this moment, the undead general beside him let out a shrill howl, as if the feeling of being controlled by his body was causing him extreme pain. He was struggling desperately, trying to regain control of his body. Oh no, the undead is about to break free of mind control. Sujin inwardly cried out in alarm. It seemed that the undead ghosts had the ability to resist mind control, unlike Mo Qingyun, who could be easily controlled. Fortunately, I managed to kill the necromancer Meng-In during this short period of control. Since I am not yet a match for this ghost, I decided to make a run for it. Before escaping, Sujin made sure to pick up the loot that the necromancer had dropped after his death. Ding. You've picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Undead Protection Bracelet. Ding. You've picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Undead Soul Splitter Ring. Ding. You've picked up a special item, a mysterious key. Ding. You have picked up 10 silver coins and 7,392 copper coins. 2 pieces of star-level beginner equipment. Looks like a good haul. Sujin was somewhat pleased as he checked the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Star Glory Beginner, Undead Protection Bracelet. Physical fitness improved by 599 points. Agility increased by 599 points. Evasion rate increased by 18%. Maximum health increased by 1,000 points. Maximum mana increased by 1,000 points. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill. Undead Sanctuary. Gain a shield equal to half the enemy's health for each enemy killed, stacking up to 100,000. The shield value will gradually decrease after 1 minute out of combat. Star Glory Beginner. Undead Soul Splitter Ring. Intelligence increased by 566 points. Strength increased by 566 points. Spell critical strike chance increased by 18%. Physical critical hit rate increased by 18%. Movement speed increased by 35%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 10 or above. Equipment skill. Soul Blast. Enemies you kill will trigger a violent soul blast, dealing 5,000 plus 100% of your spell attack power as dark damage to enemies within 100 meters. Both pieces of equipment are perfect for Ari. One improved self-defense capabilities, while the other improved monster-killing efficiency. Replace Xiaoqing's Emerald-level Blood Overflow Bracelet with the Starry-level Beginner, Undead Protection Bracelet. Replace Xiaoqing's Emerald-grade Blood Roar Ring with the Starry-level Beginner, Undead Soul Splitter Ring. At this point, Xiaoqing's other equipment was already extremely luxurious. Apart from the necklace, everything else was diamond-grade equipment. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on the mysterious key. The mysterious key. Description: a mysterious key with an unknown purpose, but perhaps it has an extremely important function. Could this be the key to the treasury of the Undead Palace? Sujin's heart skipped a beat. As for whether it really is the key to the treasure vault of the Undead Palace, he wasn't sure. You'll see when you try? A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. But at that moment, Sujin suddenly sensed a huge disturbance in Xiaoqing's body. Sudden. A dazzling array of 7-colored light burst forth from Xiaoqing's body. Her body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. Congratulations. Xiaoqing has evolved into a diamond-level intermediate pet, Rainbow Python King. Xiaoqing's strength increases by 360 points. Xiaoqing's physique increased by 360 points. Xiaoqing's agility increased by 360 points. Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by 360 points. Xiaoqing has mastered a new skill. Secret Technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Secret Technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Level 1 Xiaoqing summons an extremely violent thundercloud, continuously unleashing raging lightning within a 1,000-meter radius. Any enemy struck by the lightning will suffer. Adds 125% spell attack power as lightning damage. Thunderstorm can last up to 10 seconds. Ding. Xiaoqing, a hero with top-tier high-level aptitude, underwent an incredible transformation during her evolution, successfully triggering a second evolution. Before Sujin could even feel joy, an even more astonishing aura erupted from Xiaoqing. But at this point, Xiaoqing was no longer in her previous python form, but was gradually evolving into a slender and graceful human form. She had fiery red hair, an exquisitely beautiful face, a swan-like neck as white as jade, and hands as delicate as mutton-fat jade. Sujin looked down at her body, his eyes narrowed, and he was stunned. Although Xiaoqing's upper body had transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, her lower body remained that of a long, slender python. Like Zhao Ling'er from the Legend of Sword and Fairy, although she is half snake, she still possesses an unparalleled and captivating beauty. Congratulations. Xiaoqing has evolved into a diamond-level advanced pet, Queen Medusa. Xiaoqing's strength increases by 480 points. Xiaoqing's physique increased by 480 points. Xiaoqing's agility increased by 480 points. Xiaoqing's intelligence increased by 480 points. Xiaoqing has learned a new skill, Petrification by Staring. Petrification by Gaze. Level 1, an indescribable and terrifying power erupts from Xiaoqing's eyes, petrifying all enemies who look directly at her and inflicting severe damage. Adds 140% of spell attack power as spirit attribute damage. Even enemies not directly facing her will be slowed by 75% and take half damage under the radiation of her eye power. Petrification and slowing last for 3.5 seconds. Master, Xiaoqing has finally waited for this day. A look of surprise appeared on Xiaoqing's pretty face. She swayed her long python tail and rushed into Sujin's arms. When it touched my chest, it felt icy cold. Pythons are inherently cold-blooded, but unexpectedly, after transforming into humans, they become so beautiful and elegant, inspiring endless imagination. Ahem, put your clothes on first. Sujin looked Xiaoqing up and down, sizing up her slender figure, and coughed before speaking. Xiaoqing then noticed that her upper body was still completely naked. It was one thing when she was still wearing a python body. Now that it has taken on human form, it should naturally follow human habits. Only my master can see my body. If anyone else dares to look at me, I will kill them. Chapter 94 Incredible Evolution. Queen Medusa. Although Xiaoqing possessed a heroic and valiant aura, she was still a woman after all, and was somewhat shy, with a faint blush rising on her cheeks. Previously, pet equipment had a hidden appearance and only provided attributes to the pet directly. Xiaoqing took off the blood reversal robe and put it on again. She was indeed draped in a blood-red robe again, which, combined with her cascading long hair like the blazing sun, gave her an extremely alluring and exquisite beauty. Having evolved twice in one go, Sujin was very much looking forward to seeing what level Xiaoqing's attributes would reach. I promptly opened Xiaoqing's attribute panel. Medusa Queen. Xiaoqing, Mutant. Level, 20. Grade. High grade diamond, 17 to 640. Basic attribute 1. Magic attack 2929. Defense 2339, Health. Magic power. Basic attribute 2. Intelligence 2376. Constitution 1741. Agility 1659. Strength 1279. Skills. Thunder Arrow, Level 2. Twin Serpent Shadows, Level 6. Exploding Thunderball, Level 1. Thunder Wings, Level 10. Thunder Prison Calamity, Level 1. Thunder God's Shield, Level 1. Secret Technique. Heavenly Thunderstorm, Level 1. Gaze Petrification, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications, Top Tier Luck Qualification, Top Tier Ghost Qualification, Top Tier Berserk Qualification, High Level Spell Crit Damage Increase Qualification, High Level Health Qualification, High Level Defense Qualification, High Level Intelligence Qualification, Medium Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment, Crimson Blood Mage Shoulder Pads, Diamond High Grade, Blood Sacrifice Staff, Diamond Mid Grade, Blood Reversal Robe, Diamond Low Grade. Blood Frenzy Necklace, Emerald, Undead Sanctuary Bracelet, Starry Low Grade, Wild Earth Pants, Diamond High Grade, Undying Flame Crown, Diamond Low Grade, Frenzy Ice Demon Boots, Diamond Mid Grade, Undead Soul Split Ring, Starry Low Grade, Frenzy Ice Demon Belt, Diamond Mid Grade. Description: Queen Medusa, imbued with pure dragon blood, possesses immense potential. With careful nurturing, she might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. A look of satisfaction appeared on Sujin's face. Xiaoqing's strength after its evolution far exceeded his expectations. It has nearly 3,000 spell damage and nearly 20,000 health points. With the support of various powerful attributes, her strength far surpasses that of any pet of the same level, and even enemies whose strength far exceeds hers may not be able to put up a fight. If she completes the second step of the pet foundation building technique, then her and Ari's strength will surely undergo another qualitative leap. Sujin glanced at the progress bar for the meat refining process. Ding. To complete the meat refining step, you need to kill 100 monsters of either the light or dark attribute. Current kill count, 10 to 100. At that moment, an extremely angry and icy voice suddenly rang out above Sujin's head. Damn humans, how dare you mind control me? Prepare to die? Today I will surely cut off your head. The ghost general stared at Sujin with murderous intent, his crescent blade already raised high. The figure suddenly rushed towards Sujin, carrying an endless and terrifying aura of the dead, and the huge crescent blade slashed down angrily. As long as this blade lands on Sujin, the undead ghost is absolutely confident that it will annihilate him. If you want to harm my master, have you asked for my permission? A clear, cold female voice suddenly rang out like a thunderclap. The one who spoke was none other than Xiaoqing, who had evolved into the Medusa Queen. At this moment, Xiaoqing had somehow appeared and stood in front of Sujin. Humph, a mere python woman dares to be my enemy? Court death. A cold glint flashed in the ghost general's eyes, and he increased the force of his crescent blade, intending to kill the two people in front of him at the same time. At this moment, Xiaoqing's fiery red hair swayed in the wind, and she exuded an incredibly powerful aura, with killing intent flashing in her eyes. From the moment she hatched, the first person she saw was Sujin. Therefore, she had long regarded Sujin as her closest relative and would never allow anyone to harm him in the slightest. As she finished speaking, an incredibly strange seven-colored light burst forth from her pupils, like a kaleidoscope, dazzling and mesmerizing. The moment the ghoul's disdainful gaze met Medusa's heterochromatic eyes, his furious killing intent rapidly diminished, leaving only a blank and lifeless look in his eyes. Stare until you're petrified. Petrochemical control. The figure of the undead ghost general was instantly frozen in place, unable to move at all, and his whole body turned into a stone statue. This skill is completely different from Ari's Intimidate. Ari's Intimidate is only the first skill learned at the iron level. Not only does it deal no damage, but the control duration also gradually decreases as the enemy's strength increases. However, Xiaoqing's skill is different. It is a powerful control skill that can only be learned by a diamond-level advanced player. In addition to having high damage, the control effect cannot be reduced or removed by any means. Once an enemy is petrified, they will remain as a stone statue for 3.5 seconds. Secret technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoqing waved her hand, and thunderclouds filled the sky, with thunder roaring incessantly. Since there was only one enemy, the undead ghost general, all the damage from the heavenly thunderstorm was concentrated on the undead ghost general. They unleashed a fierce barrage at the lifeless-looking statue. The terrifying damage poured down, and the undead ghost's body, which had been controlled into a stone statue, was blasted and crackled, and was already paralyzed by electricity. Although the level of the undead general was more than 10 points higher than Sujin's, it was impossible to see the undead general's health and skills. But Queen Medusa's strength at this moment was terrifying, and she was not afraid of the undead general in front of her at all. It could even be said that they completely overpowered the undead ghost generals. In just 3.5 seconds, the undead ghost general lost a full 60,000 health points from the concentrated lightning attack. You lowly human, you have utterly enraged me. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. The undead ghost endured a full 3.5 seconds of torment before finally breaking free from the incredibly rigid petrification control. The fury in its eyes had undoubtedly reached its peak. Its fur stood on end, and its body was engulfed in incredibly violent dark flames. Even the void around it was melted by the dark flames it carried as the crescent blade passed through. This strike came with tremendous force. But at this moment, Xiaoqing showed no fear in her beautiful eyes and still stood in front of Sujin. Her beautiful and slender figure stood proudly suspended in the void, her red hair flying, like a peerless battlefield goddess. Chapter 95 Obtaining Top-Tier Qualification. Twin Snake Shadows. Xiaoqing spoke softly, and as her words fell, she channeled spiritual power into the blood-red scepter in her hand. Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts flashed around them, continuously gathering and eventually revealing 7 stunningly beautiful figures. 8 Medusa Queen figures, resembling twin sisters, hovered in the void, their wings flashing with lightning, their gazes fixed on the undead generals who were furiously attacking them. Thor's shield. With a delicate shout, 7 slender and alluring Medusa Queen clones all erected a shield shrouded in endless lightning shadows. 7 beautiful figures, each bearing the shield of Thor, stood at the very front. Wind-splitting annihilation slash. The undead ghost general, his eyes bloodshot, swung his overwhelming crescent-shaped blade down with a furious slash, accompanied by endless black gusts of wind. The blade clashed with Thor's shield. Suddenly, thousands of flames burst forth. The entire cemetery was shaking violently, the ground was trembling. A terrifying damage value of nearly 100,000 points poured down. The Medusa Queen clone that was struck by the attack was powerless to resist and was instantly annihilated, turning into ashes and disappearing into the world. Although one of the clones was destroyed, it didn't cause Xiaoqing any loss at all, and it perfectly neutralized the vengeful spirit's furious attack. Shatter the darkness with thunder. I will cleanse you of your sins. Prepare to die? Immediately afterwards, Xiaoqing swung her huge thunder wings, which resembled a thunder blade, radiating immense power of lightning. and struck the undead ghost general heavily. Attribute advantage. Spell critical strike. A deep gash was slashed across the chest of the undead general, and a look of horror flashed across his eyes. After evolving into Queen Medusa, Xiaoqing's strength increased dramatically, and her magic damage soared to nearly 3,000. The Thunderwing Slash, which triggers a spell critical strike, combined with the elemental advantage, undoubtedly deals terrifyingly high damage. But that wasn't all. Xiaoqing's other 6 clones also rushed forward, raising their wings that shimmered with lightning, and slashing towards the undead overlord. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Critical hit rate really is all about luck. Although the other attacks did not trigger critical hits, they still caused incredibly terrifying damage. In the blink of an eye, the undead ghost general lost over 100,000 HP. Let's see how much blood you have left. Sujin's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand to summon Ari. There were 7 exquisite white foxtails floating behind her, and her fox eyes, besides being alluring, also revealed a hint of cold, killing intent. Ari teleported behind the undead general, wielding her sharp, long claws to strike him. Frost triple slash. Minus 7,236. 2 attacks landed, each more ferocious than the last, the terrifying damage almost shattering the undead general's ghostly body. Especially this next attack, that's the real killing move. A fatal blow. Double damage. The final blow, containing the element of fatal damage, landed on the undead general, tearing his ghostly body to shreds. Darkness will surely devour light, and the dead will ultimately rule all. The great lord of the undead will never let you go. With a mournful howl, the ghostly body, as black as ink, completely disintegrated and vanished, utterly dead. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a star-level high-level boss, the LV-35 Undead Ghost General. You and Ari have gained 8,000 base experience points, and an additional 8,800 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. It's actually a high-level Star Glory boss. No wonder it's so difficult to deal with. Sujin thought to himself. With nearly 200,000 HP, its damage is also incredibly high. If Xiaoqing hadn't broken through and evolved in time, gaining immense power, Sujin would have had no choice but to slip away. At this moment, a vast amount of experience points surged into Sujin and Ari's bodies, and a familiar white light instantly emanated from both of them. Congratulations. You have reached level 24 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 18 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you've done, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 19 and gained 15 free attribute points. As you've done, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Feeling great. Ari has leveled up twice, further enhancing her strength. Before he could even feel happy, another system voice rang in Sujin's ears. Plunder successful. Ari gains 50 extra evolution points. Ari has obtained top-tier wind type talent. Top-tier wind attribute talent. Ari receives 60% less wind attribute damage and deals an additional 2,000 points of wind attribute damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 elemental talents, earth, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 3 to 7, with darkness, earth, and wind attributes already available. A whopping 50 evolution points. In particular, the wind-type talent he obtained was top-tier. How could one possibly plunder top-tier talent from a star-level high-ranking boss? What an unexpected surprise. However, to Sujin's surprise, what he plundered from the undead ghost general was actually top-tier wind-type talent, not top-tier dark-type talent. However, this is also good. He already had the dark attribute, and now he has the wind attribute, which brings Sujin one step closer to collecting all 7 talents. What power can one gain by collecting all 7 talents? A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. The Lord of the Undead should soon realize the deaths of the Undead General and the Necromancer. The most urgent task now is to head to the Netherworld and steal the treasures hidden in the Netherworld Overlord's lair. Hopefully, the key that dropped from the Necromancer will be the key to the treasury of the Undead Palace. Sujin thought to himself. I wonder how the fairy princess and Xiaoyun and her daughter are doing now. He stepped forward and picked up the loot that had been scattered on the ground. As a high-level Star Glory boss, the Undead Ghost General must drop some pretty good loot. Ding. You've picked up a Star-level Advanced Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt. Ding. You have picked up 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding. You have picked up 11 silver coins and 2,697 copper coins. Chapter 96 Upgrade Skills. Rich Rewards. Advanced Star Rank. Wine Spirit Dark Soul Belt. Health points increased by 1,400. Physical attack power increased by 450 points. Attack speed increased by 40%. Casting speed increased by 40%. Movement speed increased by 20%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 20 or above. Equipment skill, Dark Soul. Summons a Dark Soul that possesses the enemy, continuously draining the enemy's health, up to 5% per second, for a maximum of 10 seconds. This Dark Soul skill isn't very useful for players, since most players carry health recovery potions and can quickly recover even if they lose half their health. Furthermore, Sujin doesn't need to use this skill at all when dealing with players. But when facing a high-level boss, reducing the enemy's health by half within 10 seconds is absolutely a powerful god-level ability. I decisively replaced Ari's Emerald-grade Frost Troll Belt with the Star-level Advanced Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt. There are also 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Without a second thought, Sujin used it directly on Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadows. Sujin had already experienced how awesome this skill was, so there was no need for any hesitation. Ding. You have used 3 Pet Evolution Stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 8. You have gained an additional clone. Level 8. Twin Serpent Shadows. Summons 8 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attribute values and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. The clone possesses the same strength as Xiaoqing herself. Having an additional clone is equivalent to doubling her strength. There are still 2 Pet Evolution Stones left. Tomorrow, the Undead faction will engage in an epic battle with the Morningstar Temple. If Sujin wants to gain something from this great battle, there's no need to hold back anymore. He should maximize his strength first. Which skill should I use to enhance with the remaining 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones? Sujin fell into thought. Why not upgrade Thunder Wings? This is his most frequently used skill. If he evolves this skill to level 20, it might evolve into an even more powerful skill, like Shadow Step. Ding. You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to upgrade Medusa Queen Xiaoqing's Thunder Wings skill to level 12. When using Thunder Wings, flight speed is increased by 20%, and the damage dealt by Thunder Wings to enemies is increased by an additional 30%. Skill Thunder Wings. Level 12. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunder Wings can not only deal 300 to 280% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. At level 12, Thunder Wings increases speed by 320%. This has been a very fruitful trip. It's time to leave. After dealing with the spoils, Sujin's face showed satisfaction. Just as he was about to summon Thunder Wings to leave, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Ghost General, who was thought to be dead, secretly reformed his ghostly body without anyone noticing. If it weren't for Sujin's extremely keen insight, the Undead General would probably have been able to resurrect in no time. At that time, he will definitely report his crimes to the Lord of the Dead, and the Lord of the Dead will surely target him. By then, it will be much harder for me to infiltrate the dark forces and reap the benefits. Exploding Lightning Ball. Sujin possessed Xiaoqing's body, wielded the blood sacrifice staff, and a dazzling bolt of lightning flashed, directly striking the ghostly body of the Undead General that was slowly reforming. Minus 8,329. Spell Critical Strike. The terrifying damage landed, completely shattering the Undead General's remains. I've been found out. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 1 special monster, the remains of the Undead Ghost General. You and Xiaoqing have gained 1,000 base experience points. After killing it, Sujin continued to throw several more lightning arrows until the undead ghost was completely crushed into nothingness by the power of lightning. Only then was he relieved. There was actually something else. After the ghost was completely dead, something else suddenly appeared on the ground. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he stepped forward to pick it up. Ding! You have picked up an extremely rare treasure, the refined bone of the Undead General. The refined bones of the Undead Ghost General. Extremely rare and special material. Effect. The refined bones formed from the essence of the undead's entire body, if fused into your weapon, will cause an incredible qualitative change. It's actually refined bone? Sujin was somewhat taken aback. The perfect foundation building method for pets has 5 steps, the third of which, bone forging, requires refined bones. Instead of wasting refined bones on weapons that can be replaced at any time, it's better to use them to build a foundation for your pet. Ding. Do you want to use the refined bone of the undead ghost general to help your pets, Xiaoqing and Ari, practice the bone forging step of the perfect pet foundation building technique? Sure. Sujin responded without hesitation. Immediately, the 2 pets emitted an incredibly intense light. Although the 2 pets did not change much in appearance, Sujin could clearly feel that their bones had become much more solid, and their damage level had definitely increased significantly. Ding. Bone forging successful. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has gained a 1,000-point increase in strength, a 1,000-point increase in physical attack, a 100% increase in attack speed, an additional 50% increase in physical critical damage, and an additional 500 points of increase in all your physical damage. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has gained a 1,000-point increase in strength, a 1,000-point increase in physical attack, a 100% increase in attack speed, an additional 50% increase in physical critical damage, and an additional 500 points of increase in all your physical damage. Bone forging greatly enhances Ari, resulting in a qualitative leap in damage output. All things considered, Ari's damage has increased by at least 100%. However, for Xiaoqing, the returns were very low. Xiaoqing needs magical damage. If she can reach the blood refinement level, her magical damage will likely undergo a qualitative change. 2 of the 5 levels of pet foundation building have been completed. I wonder how the fairy princess and the others are doing. Sujin had something on his mind. Before heading to the netherworld, I decided to go back to the starting village to see the elf princess and her daughter Xiaoyan. With a thought, Sujin's lightning wings appeared behind him, and the upgraded lightning wings were slightly larger than before. He leaped into the air, flapped his wings of thunder, and flew into the sky. In less than 3 minutes, we arrived at the starting village. Chapter 97 Frenzied Slaughter. Ah-chun, you're finally back. As soon as Sujin stepped into the tailor shop, the proprietress, Kaching, greeted him with a look of delight. The area around the village has been unexpectedly quiet lately. The mutated monsters that used to raid the village have been much quieter lately, but the more they behave, the more ominous I feel. The proprietress swayed her alluring body and spoke with some unease. The village will soon face a major crisis, and if I'm not mistaken, it will happen tomorrow. Darkness erodes light. This is destined to be an era of great strife, with all races suffering and unimaginable carnage. Sujin nodded slightly and said seriously, although he had previously planned to transfer the disaster originating from this newbie village to the Glory Alliance Guild. But the sudden deaths of the necromancer and the undead general will not be tolerated by the Lord of the Undead. Although Sujin concealed his actions very well each time, leaving no trace. But precisely because of this, the undead overlord is likely to attribute the deaths of the necromancer and the undead general to the Temple of Dawnstar. After all, the Temple of Morning Stars did indeed send out a considerable force to secretly infiltrate this place. The necromancer must have reported this to the Lord of the Undead after learning about it. Given the vengeful nature of the undead lord, it's likely that the impact this time will extend beyond just the original starting village. It could very well extend to the entire Shanghai town. At that time, an even more intense bloody battle will surely break out. We, your mother and I, ask for nothing but to stay quietly by your side. The proprietress, Kaching, spoke with eyes as clear as autumn water and a hint of resentment. Indeed, in this world of conflict and war, the best way for a woman who is powerless to fight to the death to survive is to depend on a man. Fortunately, she still considers herself somewhat attractive, and her daughter is at the age where she is about to blossom. This is the best gift she can give back to Sujin. Sujin patted her slender shoulder and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, with me here, protecting you and your daughter is no problem. After tomorrow, when the great battle is over, I will leave with you and your daughter." Sujin was about to go inside to see the elf princess Soja when the landlady Kuchin grabbed him and dragged him back home. Sujin's face darkened. He knew what he was about to face. In a state of pain and pleasure, I was forcefully pressed down on top of a soft, warm body. After the lights were turned off, Su Kuching displayed her mature and charming side to the fullest. An hour later, Su Chun, feeling weak in the legs, leaned against the wall as he left, a hint of regret in his heart. Having already experienced the boss's wife's formidable nature once before, I should have prepared in advance. Aside from resolving the crisis in the starting village, there is nothing more important than upholding one's self-respect as a man. Sujin recalled the landlady's queen-like, condescending attitude after the lights went out. If he didn't find a way to thoroughly crush her, he would feel that he had wasted his second life. He couldn't even suppress a woman, so how could he return to his peak and sweep away all the gods? After Sujin left, he summoned the wings of thunder and came to the side of the Morning Star Saintess. Tomorrow, the forces of darkness will launch a full-scale invasion of the village. I want to go to the Netherworld again and attack the Netherworld Palace. That way, I can distract the Netherworld Lord. Using this explanation, Sujin obtained another teleportation scroll to the Netherworld from the Morning Star Saintess. Surprisingly, this guy wasn't so repulsive after all. At least he had a heart that hated darkness. After hearing this explanation, Saintess Morningstar's opinion of Sujin changed somewhat. Sujin crushed the teleportation scroll of the Netherworld, and a mysterious energy enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the dark and desolate Netherworld. To complete the meat refining process for both pets, you need to kill 90 more dark-type monsters, or NPCs. This time, he didn't plan to sneak around, but instead launched a direct attack on the city. He wants to kill the enemies of the dark faction. Sujin, dressed in a black robe, walked openly toward the entrance to the city gate of the Netherworld. As soon as he stepped forward, a group of skeleton guards swarmed around him, staring at Sujin with hostility. Who are you? Anyone who dares to trespass into the realm of the dead will be killed without mercy. The guard captain, riding a black-scaled lizard, drew his broadsword and pointed it at Sujin, speaking coldly. I'm here to kill you. A cold smile appeared on Sujin's lips. With a wave of his hand, two summoning lights, one blue and one white, suddenly appeared. Even though the skeleton guards had already charged forward with murderous intent, Sujin acted even earlier. With a thought, Xiaoqing had already condensed a thunderbolt of immense force in the sky. Secret technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. The terrifying thunder descended, and these skeleton guards, who were already extremely afraid of lightning, were instantly reduced to ashes and vanished into nothingness. 15 skeleton guards were instantly killed. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated 15 high-level diamond monsters, level 30, and skeleton guardians. You and Xiaoqing have obtained. You gain an extra 7,500 experience points for killing enemies above your level. Although these skeleton guards don't have high individual experience, their sheer number makes up for it. After killing them, a surge of experience points flowed into Sujin and Xiaoqing's bodies. The next moment, a familiar white light burst forth from Sujin and Xiaoqing. Congratulations. You have reached level 25 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has reached level 21 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has reached level 22 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. The looting has taken effect. You and Xiaoqing have each gained 15 points of intelligence, 25 points of strength, 30 points of constitution, and 5 points of agility. Xiaoqing gained an extra 45 evolution points. Feeling great. Seeing his dozen or so guards slaughtered in an instant, the Headless Knight Captain's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with an intense killing intent. You dare to kill my subordinates? I'll snap your head off and offer it as a sacrifice to the heavens. Drive. The Headless Knight, riding a black-scaled lizard, brandished a giant sword wreathed in black flames and charged towards Sujin. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the bone calamity bell in the City of the Dead also sounded a piercing enemy attack alarm. Chapter 98 Divine Skill. Killing Stance. Enemy attack. It must be those damned Lightbringers. Brothers, charge out of the city and kill those arrogant followers of the light. Standing outside the city gate, Sujin could hear the deafening shouts of battle inside. The mere mention of the Lightbringers filled all the NPCs in the undead domain with boundless hatred. Among them are many mysterious and powerful individuals. Hecarim, The Headless Horseman. Rank, High-Level Star Glory. Level, 37. Health, 100,000. Physical attack power. Point. Skills, Undead Charge, Black Flame Burst, Furious Black Slash, Ninefold Blade Slash. Its attack power is over 10,000. The damage is terrifying. Fortunately, this Headless Knight is a bit clumsy, and agile pets like Ari are his nemesis. Let's kill you first, otherwise it'll be troublesome when those NPCs rush out. Although Sujin was confident, he was never arrogant. With his current strength, he was not yet able to withstand the powerhouses of the entire undead domain. Even a master like the Demon Queen wouldn't be his match. He only dared to attack because he knew these guards weren't too strong, all in order to kill 100 dark monsters and NPCs and complete the meat-refining step for his pet's perfect foundation building. The Headless Knight's Black Flame Greatsword was already slashing down at an astonishing speed. Pet possession. Choose Ari. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately tried to possess Ali. Phantom teleportation. Sujin's figure vanished from the spot just before the Black Flame giant blade struck down. This left the Headless Knight somewhat bewildered. But the next moment, above the Headless Horseman's head, a chilling, demonic dagger was already embedded in his headless shoulder. Minus 4,967. This was just a normal, non-skill-based attack. Sujin wanted to find his weakness so he could kill him in one blow. Unfortunately, the gap in the headless area was not his weakness. If this is all the strength you have, you'll die by my hand, even without the city's experts arriving. The large face on the Headless Knight's stomach suddenly began to grin savagely. Black flames erupted. A violent and domineering dark aura suddenly erupted from the Headless Knight, sweeping in all directions and rushing towards Sujin. Void speed. With a low roar, Sujin's body suddenly began to vanish into nothingness. The terrifying aura of black flames passed through Sujin's ethereal body, as if it had not touched anything. This is the power of the void effect. It not only makes you invisible, but also grants immunity to all damage. The next moment, Sujin made his move. If your neck isn't your weakness, then what about your chest? A smile flashed across Sujin's face, and the dagger in his hand gleamed with a chilling aura. Frost triple slash. Hit the weak point. Break stealth with a single strike. Strike the weak point. Horrifying damage numbers leaped from the Headless Knight, whose face was filled with terror. But that's not all. The real killer move is in the next strike. A fatal blow. Strike the weak point. The fatal blow, combined with the final, most powerful strike of the Frost triple slash, unleashed damage that can only be described as astonishing. The three-stage attack instantly killed the Headless Knight. Clean and efficient, without the slightest bit of hesitation or fuss. Congratulations. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a star-level high-level boss, LV-37, the Headless Horseman Hecarim. You and Ari have gained 9,000 base experience points, and an additional 9,900 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. Congratulations. You have reached level 26 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 20 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 21 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. This upgrade speed is just too fast. This is the advantage of killing monsters of a higher level. Killing one boss gives more experience than killing 100 low-level ordinary monsters. Ari has leveled up twice, further enhancing her strength. Before he could even feel happy, another system voice rang in Sujin's ears. Plunder successful. Ari gains 55 evolution points. Ari gains top-tier fire-type talent. Top-tier fire attribute. Ari receives 60% less fire damage and deals an additional 2,000 fire damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 attributes, earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 4 to 7, with darkness, earth, fire, and wind attributes. It's another top-tier fire-type talent. This surprised Sujin. In other words, he has already collected 4 of the 7 elemental aptitudes. If he collects the water, light, and lightning elemental aptitudes, Ari's strength may be able to leap to a whole new level. Seeing that the undead experts in the city had already rushed over, Fortunately, Sujin killed the headless knight quickly enough to pick up all the loot that had fallen. Ding. You've picked up the Starry Sky Advanced, Dark Light, Slaughter shoulder pads. Ding. You have picked up 100 random attribute stones. Ding. You have picked up 13 silver coins and 9,712 copper coins. Advanced Star Rank, Dark Light, Slaughter shoulder pads. Physical attack power increased by 620 points. Health points increased by 1,000. Strength increased by 470 points. Agility increased by 470 points. While in stealth or invisibility mode, movement speed is increased by an additional 100%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 20 or above. Skill. Kill collection. When dealing damage to enemies, you can collect kill points. When the kill points reach 100,000, the kill stance buff will be activated. Killing stance. Attack speed increased by 300%. Lifesteal reaches 100%, and final damage is increased by an additional 80%, lasting until the end of the battle. That killing stance is just too fierce. Sujin's eyes widened in shock. However, it requires 100,000 kill points, which is equivalent to dealing 100,000 damage, to activate. This isn't too difficult, since it's not about dealing 100,000 damage to a single monster, but rather accumulating damage to all monsters. These powerful shoulder pads are perfect for Ahri. I decisively replaced Ahri's Emerald-grade Frost Troll shoulder pads with the Starry-grade Dark Light Slaughter shoulder pads. Finally, there are a full 100 random attribute stones. But at that moment, a group of powerful undead warriors surrounded them. Chapter 99 Infiltrating the Palace of the Dead. Sujin believed he wouldn't be overconfident. The undead warriors within the city are mostly far stronger than the Headless Horsemen. Therefore, avoiding direct confrontation with them is the best option. We'll reap the rewards when we're strong enough. Although he had just used up his void swiftness, and it was still on cooldown, Sujin was not flustered at all. Phantom teleportation. Every time this skill is used, all other skills are refreshed. Once the cooldown of void dash was cleared, Sujin immediately activated it. Sujin's tall figure, shrouded in a black robe, vanished from the spot in an instant. Seeing Sujin's figure disappear into thin air, the undead powerhouses who had rushed over immediately were all dumbfounded. The group of powerful undead looked at each other, when suddenly someone shouted, "This guy must have used an invisibility skill." These undead experts each activated their Eyes of Insight, searching everywhere for Sujin's whereabouts. Eye of Insight is a high-level reconnaissance skill that can expose even the most elusive individuals. But despite their desperate search, they could not find any trace of Sujin. What methods did this damned bastard use? Why can't even the Eye of Insight find his whereabouts? Damn you Lightbringers, I'll destroy you one day. He watched as a group of undead powerhouses, at least level 40 or higher, looked furious because they couldn't find him. A smile appeared on Sujin's face. He transformed into nothingness, flying swiftly towards the direction of the undead palace, while taking out the 100 random attribute stones that the Headless Knight had just dropped. Let's give it to Ahri. We've been focusing on training Xiaoqing, but we haven't been paying much attention to Ahri. Sujin felt a little guilty and thought to himself, "Ding. Are you sure you want to use 100 random attribute stones on the seven-tailed eye spirit fox, Ahri?" Confirmed. Sujin answered without the slightest hesitation. Immediately, a full 100 random attribute stones transformed into incredibly pure primal attribute power, merging into Ahri's body. Congratulations. Ahri has gained 39 points of strength. Congratulations. Ahri has gained 21 points of intelligence. Congratulations. Ahri has gained 16 stamina points. Congratulations. Ahri has gained 23 points of agility. Congratulations. Ahri has gained 1 point of luck. Random attribute stones are stones whose attributes are randomly assigned. I even got a bit of luck points. Sujin was pleasantly surprised. Although luck is an invisible and intangible attribute, it is 10 times better than ordinary attributes. The higher your luck stat, the more likely you are to trigger a lot of unexpected good fortune. On the contrary, the lower your luck stat, the more likely you are to trigger some unexpected bad luck. With the boost from Void Swiftness, Sujin's speed reached its limit, swiftly traversing the streets of the City of the Dead. Wherever it passed, passers-by felt a cool breeze and were slightly startled. 5 minutes later, Sujin had already easily made his way into the Palace of the Dead. He still doesn't know where the Lord of the Undead's treasure trove is hidden. However, he remembered one of the Demon Queen's words. Once you have obtained the key to the treasury from the Necromancer, come find me at the Necromancer's palace. I'll take you to the palace of the dead and steal the treasures hidden in this palace by the Lord of the Dead. Sujin seemed to be deep in thought as he ventured into the depths of the palace of the dead. While traveling in a state of swift movement, Sujin encountered many super experts at the king level, or even above the king level, within the palace of the dead. But let alone these super experts, even if the Lord of the Undead himself came, he might not be able to find Sujin's whereabouts. Where will the demon queen be located? Sujin pondered in his heart. Given the nature of the undead ruler, it's likely that such a stunningly beautiful woman will be placed in the deepest part of the harem. Sujin sneaked into the harem of the undead palace and was surprised to find that there were hundreds of palaces there. Within each palace, there resides a beautiful woman from a different ethnic group, each with her own unique charm. There are orc catwomen, dwarf beauties, human princesses, demon witches, vampires, and more. That old geezer, he's got some pretty fancy tricks up his sleeve. Sujin pursed his lips, thinking to himself. Most of these exotic beauties were forcibly abducted by the Lord of the Dead. No woman would willingly be imprisoned in the deep palace as a female slave. Let's figure out how to save these poor women later. Right now, finding the palace's treasures is the most important thing. It wasn't that Sujin didn't want to save them, but there was no way to put these hundreds of women into his backpack. He couldn't take them away without slaughtering the entire undead palace. Upon reaching the deepest part of the inner palace, Sujin saw a magnificent palace, far more opulent than the other palaces. Curious, Sujin used his ability to ignore collisions and pass through walls while in his void form to quietly slip into the house. Once inside, Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he was instantly stunned. The woman was bathing in a tub, her naked body half exposed. Her jade-like feet swayed gently, creating shimmering water droplets. Although she had her back to him, Sujin couldn't see her face. But Sujin already knew the answer in his heart. This familiar, slender figure was none other than the Demon Queen, who had been imprisoned here by the Lord of the Dead. Demon Queen, it's time to fulfill your promise. With a smile on his face, Sujin suddenly spoke. Hearing the voice behind her, the Demon Queen was slightly startled, but having lived for over 1,000 years, she quickly regained her composure. She glanced sideways, a hint of shock on her face. So fast. It seems I didn't misjudge you. Your older sister has high hopes for you. The Demon Queen smiled and waved her jade hand, instantly evaporating all the hot water in the bucket, turning it into nothingness. Even her naked body needed no wiping. There wasn't a single drop of water left on her. As a super expert, she can keep her body clean at all times without using water. Bathing in the water was simply a way for her to pass the time while she was imprisoned in the deep palace. She donned a magnificent purple robe, glanced at Sujin, and smiled. Walk. Sister will take you to find treasure. The Demon Queen didn't care why Sujin was able to appear quietly beside her. The stronger Sujin's methods and abilities, the more likely he is to rescue her from the palace. She even wished Sujin could be stronger. The Demon Queen came to the bedside and pushed open a very hidden mechanism button, which revealed a dim, gloomy light barrier. A hidden basement door made of obsidian is concealed within a light shield. Sujin had not expected that the Lord of the Undead would hide his treasure vault inside the Demon Queen's palace. This was something the Demon Queen discovered by chance. However, the Lord of the Undead is not worried about the treasure vault being stolen. The key is not in the palace of the dead, and the Demon Queen is imprisoned by him and cannot leave the palace. But the Lord of the Undead never expected that Sujin would become such a variable. Chapter 100: Stealing the Treasure Vault of the Undead Overlord. Key. The Demon Queen glanced at Sujin and said. Sujin decisively threw the key that had dropped from the necromancer over there. The Demon Queen took the key and inserted it into a hidden hole beside the bed. The dim light barrier vanished instantly and then disintegrated. Come in with me. The Demon Queen pushed open the hidden door to the basement and went downstairs. Sujin followed behind. This is just one of the treasure troves hidden by the Lord of the Undead, which I discovered by chance. As for where the other treasures of the Undead Lord are hidden, that's for you to find out. The Demon Queen suddenly spoke. So that's how it is. Sujin was slightly disappointed. He had originally thought he could loot all the treasures hidden by the Undead Lord. But little did they expect that this was just one of the treasures of the Undead Lord. However, given the cunning nature of the Undead Overlord, he is certainly well aware of the principle of having multiple burrows, so Sujin can completely understand why he did this. Sujin followed in the footsteps of the Demon Queen and continued on his way. Under the Demon Queen's orders, all the treasures in this vault were looted. 2 pieces of star-level peak equipment. 10 pieces of ordinary star-level equipment. Over 1,000 pieces of diamond-grade equipment. There are also more than 1,000 gold coins. A bottle of extraordinary grade potion. There was even an unidentified mysterious staff. Unidentified equipment can only have its attributes viewed and be worn after being identified by an appraiser. The equipment that needs to be appraised must be at least top-tier, king-level equipment. A bold idea suddenly popped into Sujin's mind. I never imagined that this was just one of the treasures of the Lord of the Dead. If we could find all of his treasures, what a rich harvest we would have. Star-level peak. The Shadow Bloodblade of the Undying Demon Slayer. Physical attack power increased by 792 points. Strength increased by 699 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 20%. Physical critical hit damage increased by 50%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 20 or above. Equipment skill. Demon Slayer. Each time you make an attack, you will increase your attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 30%, physical critical strike chance by 10%, and physical critical strike damage by 10%, which can stack up to 3 times. After performing 3 basic attacks to stack the maximum number of stacks, you will gain a 3-fold increase in attack speed, as well as significant boosts to other attributes. This Demon Slayer skill is extremely brutal. Decisively replace Ari's Diamond Beginner, Peerless Demon Dagger with the star-level peak. Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade. There is also a star-level peak tier equipment. Star-level peak. The King's Crimson Crown. Health points increased by 3,700. Increase mana by 5,000 points. Physical fitness increased by 800 points. Agility increased by 800 points. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill. Crimson Domain. Summons a Crimson Domain, inflicting a 2.5-second fear state on all surrounding enemies, reducing their physical and magical defense by 75% for 30 seconds. While in fear, enemies cannot attack or cast spells, and will only flee aimlessly. It's a good piece of equipment, so I'll equip it on Ari too. Replace Ari's Diamond Beginner, Blood Crown with the King's Crimson Crown, Star Peak level. The remaining Star and Diamond level equipment ranges from level 20 and 30 to level 40 and above. Sujin replaced all the usable equipment on Shaoqing and Ali, and also changed his own equipment to a star-level set. The main body is equipped with incredibly luxurious gear, while the gear worn by the 2 pets is even more luxurious. If other players saw this, they would probably be so envious they'd shed tears. What excited Sujin the most was this bottle of extraordinary grade aptitude potion. This is an aptitude that is 1 level stronger than the top-tier aptitude. Sujin decided to continue using it on Ari. Since we've chosen to enhance Ari, let's go all out and enhance her to the extreme. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has successfully acquired the extraordinary level of poison tempering aptitude. Superior poisoning talent. Your basic attacks and skills inflict a poison effect, dealing 3,000 poison damage per second to enemies for up to 10 seconds. This effect stacks with other poison damage. Ari had previously acquired a basic poison removing talent, which could cause enemies to lose 50 health points per second. However, after transforming his poison quenching aptitude to the extraordinary level, the amount of health he lost per second skyrocketed from 50 points to 3,000 points. It increased by a full 60 times. In other words, Ari can poison an enemy with just 1 attack. Then you lose an extra 3,000 HP per second, which is 30,000 HP in 10 seconds. After dealing with the treasures here, Sujin slapped his forehead, realizing something had happened. He looked at the Demon Queen and suddenly said, "When the Lord of the Dead returns and discovers that the treasure vault has been stolen, he will surely be furious. What will you do then?" The Demon Queen smiled and raised an eyebrow, saying, "It's all right, let him come. Even if he takes his anger out on me, he would never kill me. But with these treasures, you have a greater chance of becoming stronger. Once you have the strength to defeat the undead overlord, remember to rescue your sister." However, Sujin was not an ungrateful person. The demon consort had given him benefits twice, so he could not ignore her life or death. Okay. Hurry up and leave, or do you expect your sister to let you stay overnight? The Demon Queen rolled her eyes at Sujin and chuckled lightly with a seductive air. If Sujin agrees, she wouldn't mind experiencing what it's like for an older man to date a younger woman. She has lived for thousands of years, and although she is still beautiful and charming, she is much more open-minded than ordinary people. Sujin blushed and waved his hand. Suddenly, I remembered the powerful queen-like demeanor of the landlady, Ka-ching, after she turned off the lights. I felt more and more that, given the nature of the demon consort, she was probably even more formidable than the landlady. Sujin increasingly felt that improving male virility needed to be put on the agenda. If I have the chance, I should go and see the dragon clan. The dragon race likely possesses unique methods and abilities in this regard. Sujin pondered for a moment and muttered to himself. Afterwards, Sujin decisively left the Demon Queen's palace. But before leaving the Palace of the Dead, Sujin made sure to use up his daily opportunity to actively plunder. In his ethereal, swift state, he strolled leisurely through the necromantic palace, searching for targets to plunder. You're the one. Sujin's eyes lit up. They located a top-tier ice-type expert within the undead palace and activated their plunder skill. Ding. Successful raid. You have stolen the top-tier ice-type pet talent from the Frost Lich King. You can bestow top-tier ice-type attributes upon any pet. Chapter 101 Disaster Strikes. Top-tier ice-type aptitude. Ari receives 60% less ice-type damage and deals an additional 2,000 points of ice-type damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 elemental aptitudes, earth, ice, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 5 to 7, missing light and thunder aptitudes. A look of surprise appeared on Sujin's face. The reconnaissance spell was cast, and the Frost Lich King's displayed information was all. Sujin understood that the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. Sorry to bother you. His figure vanished without a trace, leaving the realm of the dead. Only the Frost Lich King felt that something was wrong, and that his strength had inexplicably plummeted. Furthermore, the experts throughout the entire Netherworld are still searching for Sujin's whereabouts. The conspiracy of the Undead Lord and a great disaster for the newbie village are about to happen. Sujin murmured to himself as he sped towards the newbie village. Night gradually fell. The entire town of Shanghai was shrouded in an endless black fog, which was growing increasingly dense. It gives people an ominous feeling, like dark clouds looming over the city, threatening to destroy it. Since Divine Pet is a 100% fully immersive online simulation game, if players don't have a strong desire to log off, they don't need to log off 24 hours a day, or even all year round. Therefore, the vast majority of players choose to immerse themselves in the game, Divine Pets, for extended periods and do not log off for long periods of time. And Sujin was the same. The advantage of doing this is that you can have more time to play the game and thus progress within the game. Sujin knew all too well how terrifying the catastrophe would be 3 years later, when gods invaded reality and monsters slaughtered humanity. Although his strength has improved rapidly, he is still as fragile as an ant when facing gods. The other party could easily crush you with just one finger. Fortunately, Sujin still has time to grow and accumulate strength. At this moment, the black fog continued to thicken, and everyone in the entire Shanghai town felt incredibly suffocated and uncomfortable. Ugh. I'm in so much pain. I don't want to live anymore. I want to kill. A desire is spreading through my heart. Some of the older villagers with weaker constitutions had already started to have bloodshot eyes, desperately choking themselves, their expressions twisted and ferocious, looking as if they were in excruciating pain and about to die. Immediately afterwards, some women and children, after inhaling the eerie black mist, began to wail and cry out in agony. The other villagers were the same. The stronger ones could only hold out for a little longer before their eyes turned bloodshot, their expressions becoming ferocious and crazed. Soon, these villagers gradually began to suffer brain death, turning into ravenous zombies with bloodshot eyes, wandering the village desperately, trying to find living people to kill and devour. In a courtyard, the proprietress, Ka-ching, and her daughter, Xiaoyan, also looked extremely pained, their delicate bodies trembling uncontrollably. Her stunningly beautiful face was now filled only with pain and fear. Mom, do you think Brother Chen will come to save us? Xiaoyun's delicate little face was scrunched up in fear. He will definitely come. Ka-ching patted her daughter Xiaoyun on the back and comforted her. But I'm really feeling terrible right now. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Xiaoyun, the daughter, said with tears streaming down her face and her voice trembling with sobs. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the two women. Is it him who's back? A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two women, as if they were dying people who had found a lifeline. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The lover you've been waiting for hasn't come back to save you yet. What comes into view is the tall and slender figure of the fairy princess Soja. Upon hearing this, Su Keqing and Xiaoyun's spirits plummeted, and the small flame of hope that had ignited in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Su Keqing and her mother have never gotten along with the elf princess Soja, and even regard this woman brought by Su Chun as a rival in love. They probably wish they were dead, so why would they be willing to save their mother and daughter? My fate is sealed, there's nothing more to say. When I first met Aiken, all I wanted was to find a man who could protect my daughter and me. But as I got to know him better, I found myself falling in love with him and becoming completely infatuated. Soja, I just think you're too outstanding and too beautiful. No man wouldn't be attracted to you, especially since you were brought back by Ah-chun. I'm afraid you'll take him away from me. That's why I've always been cold to you. Now, all I hope is that after my daughter and I die, you will treat Aiken well. I believe in him. Sooner or later, he will become the most dazzling hero. Su Keqing's face was covered with tears as she trembled as she touched Xiaoyun's long, flowing hair. At this moment, the bodies of Su Keqing and her daughter were gradually beginning to be filled with death energy, and like the other ordinary residents of Shanghai town, they were deteriorating in the direction of zombies. But just when Su Keqing and her daughter were in utter despair, a beam of emerald green light enveloped Su Keqing and her daughter, unleashing a vast natural force that gradually restored their vitality, which had been slowly being consumed by death energy. Su Keqing felt her body enveloped by the power of nature, feeling warm and comfortable. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she looked up and found that it was the elf princess Soja who was healing her. Don't overthink it. Brother Chen cares about you a lot. I just didn't want to make him sad. Princess Soja snorted coldly and spoke with an arrogant air. She knew in her heart that if the mother and daughter died, Su Chun would be even more devoted to going to the elf forest with her to raise offspring of the elf race. But she was not a heartless person after all, and she did not want to let Su Chun lose the person he cared about by standing by and watching him die. Outside the village, a large number of villagers had turned into zombies and were attacking the players frantically. All the players in the entire Shanghai town were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? If you don't understand, just ask, is this the end of the world? These villagers have all turned into zombies, and their strength has increased many times over. Wasn't this supposed to be a game about divine pets? How did it turn into a post-apocalyptic game? This is probably not the end of the world, but a huge disaster related to the game's storyline. Someone must have triggered some hidden plot, causing such a huge change. These zombies are pretty strong. Are we going to get killed? At this moment, all the players in the beginner village were plunged into a huge panic. Chapter 102 The Elf Princess breaks down in tears. Now let's talk about Su Keqing and her daughter. Su Keqing never expected that the elf princess Soja would step in to save her and her daughter. She cast a grateful glance at the elf princess Soja. Princess Soja, however, remained aloof, like a proud swan. Although she had saved the mother and daughter, she refused to give them any response. She was willing to treat the other party entirely because of Su Chun and had nothing to do with anything else. Boom. Suddenly, a loud banging sound rang out as the door was slammed shut. Su Keqing's heart tightened, and she quickly looked towards the door. I want food. Great, I want to eat you all. You look delicious. A group of bloodshot zombies rushed in, and upon seeing the three living people standing there, they shouted in an incredibly eerie and frenzied voice. The vine binding technique. Princess Su Keqing waved her jade hand, and a wisp of emerald green magic shot towards the ground. After being nourished, a huge vine gate quickly emerged from the earth, binding the zombies in place. Ah, damn it, I need food. I'm going to eat you all. The zombies grew even angrier, desperately trying to break free from the vine's control. Although the vines had controlled the dozen or so zombies, the elven princess's beautiful face showed some tension. As a princess of the elf race, she possesses noble blood and considerable talent, but she excels more in control and healing magic. They were not good at fighting, otherwise they wouldn't have been so easily imprisoned by the frost trolls. The twin elf sisters originally planned to return to the elf forest with Princess Soja, but the discovery of male elven blood was far too important. Therefore, they finally decided that the twin elf sisters would return to the elf forest first to report this important information to the elf queen. Princess Soja stayed behind, waiting for Su Chun to finish his business before taking him to the elf forest. No matter how strong the control skills are, they are ultimately limited in time. The zombies had gradually broken free from the vines and were rushing towards Su Keqing and her daughter. Soja held the teleportation scroll of the elf forest in her hand. As long as she crushed the scroll, she could escape from here instantly. But the scroll can only take one person at most. She can escape, but the mother and daughter are doomed. Faced with the monstrous zombies, they were utterly powerless. But Soja gritted his teeth and put the scroll away, a resolute glint in his eyes. Brother Chun, if you don't come back soon, then we three can collect your corpses together. The zombies surged forward frantically. Soja summoned a vine, held it in her hand, and resolutely charged towards the zombie horde. If they don't act soon, the mother and daughter will definitely be devoured once these zombies rush into the house. Forced into a corner, she, a ranged support class, wielded vines as weapons and fought the zombies as a melee fighter. Hee hee. The zombies' eyes gleamed, and they surrounded Soja like hungry wolves. They attacked Soja with their teeth and claws. Soja used vines as whips to lash out at the zombies who felt no pain and no fatigue. But for every zombie killed, more zombies rushed in. They can't be killed off completely. The zombies' attacks left hideous bloodstains on Princess Soja's fair skin. Although there are natural healing spells that can quickly replenish health, the pain from being attacked is real. She was so badly beaten that tears were almost streaming down her face, but she still tried her best to hold it in. He lashed out with a whip and desperately tried to heal himself. They just dragged it out like that. Just then, a zombie that was many times larger than the others rushed into the yard. This zombie king is not only stronger, but also seems to possess considerable intelligence. Hee hee beauty. What's the point of you holding on any longer? Once your magic power is exhausted, you'll still become our food. Faced with the zombie king's taunts, the elf princess felt a pang of anxiety. Her magic power was indeed constantly draining away, and it was now less than 20% remaining. Is it really true that I will die here in the end? She gradually lost her strength and felt extremely tired, and the image of that tall and handsome figure flashed through her mind. Brother Chun, even if I die here, it will be because I died protecting them. At least I will not have let you down. I hope you can fulfill your promise and go to the elf forest to save our race. She was gradually losing hope, but a sweet smile appeared on her face. In his mind, all he could see was the image of Su Chun rescuing him from the troll's lair. She actually had a little secret hidden in her heart. Brother Chun, you probably don't know this. I had already regained consciousness and woken up when you saved me. I just didn't want to feel awkward, so I pretended to still be unconscious. But when I lay in your arms and caught a glimpse of your resolute and extraordinary face, my heart pounded like a deer. But I also felt disappointed. Because I am an elven princess, it is impossible for me to marry someone of another race. This is an ironclad rule of the elven race established thousands of years ago. If any member of the elven royal family were to marry someone of another race, they would be branded with shame by the elven people. But when I later learned that you were also of elven blood, I was extremely excited and overjoyed. I know that as the only male elf, it's unrealistic for me to possess you exclusively, because you are the only lifeline for the elves and are destined to be shared by the other sisters. However, even if I can only occupy a small part of your heart, I will be very satisfied. But now, this small wish probably can't be fulfilled either. Hopefully, you can save the elven race from imminent extinction. Princess Soja the elf was still fighting desperately, but her magic power had already dropped to less than 10%. Then the zombie king joined in, attacking her relentlessly. Her mana was draining even faster, and she would soon be unable to cast healing spells due to insufficient mana. Her only fate was to die at the hands of these ugly zombies and become food to be devoured. She glanced back at Su Keqing and her daughter. They were just ordinary women without any fighting ability. They were powerless against these zombies and could only tremble and hide in a corner, huddled together tightly. Although he blocked the doorway, he bought them time to survive. But once they are killed, they will inevitably meet the same fate. Just then, a resolute male voice rang out. I'm back. Upon hearing the voice, the fairy princess burst into tears. Chapter 103, Leave the rest to me. The fairy princess looked up and saw a familiar, tall figure. Sujin's tall and imposing figure stood in the void, with dazzling purple lightning wings emerging from his back. Surrounded by surging and violent lightning power, his aura was domineering and unparalleled, as if a thunder god had descended to earth. Leave the rest to me. A slight smile appeared on Sujin's face. Her lips trembled with excitement, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to exhaustion, her vision went black, and she collapsed to the spot. Sujin flew over immediately and embraced the fairy princess's delicate body. Seeing this, a horde of zombies bared their teeth and pounced on Sujin. Food. Give us back our food. Otherwise, you will be devoured by us. The zombies spoke in human language, staring coldly at Sujin and roaring viciously. Sujin's eyes were indifferent, like a deity executing a sacred judgment, as he surveyed the dozens of zombies below and coldly said, "If you dare to touch my people, then be prepared to die." Secret technique, heavenly thunderstorm. As the sound faded, a deafening roar resounded from the sky, accompanied by surging purple light and an astonishing aura. Suddenly, the thundercloud surged, and countless terrifyingly bright bolts of lightning descended from the sky, slamming into the zombies. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Attribute advantage/disadvantage. Thunder is the most effective element against darkness, bar none. The terrifying purple lightning struck the zombies, and before they could even let out a painful howl, the horde of zombies was instantly killed and reduced to ashes. Congratulations! Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated 30 diamond-level beginner monsters, level 28, undead zombies. You and Xiaoqing have gained 9,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,800 experience points for defeating monsters of higher levels. The familiar, dazzling light shone around Sujin. His and Xiaoqing's strength and attributes also increased slightly. Congratulations! You have reached level 27 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations! Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has reached level 23 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. The looting has taken effect. You and Xiaoqing have each gained 36 points of intelligence, 33 points of agility, 15 points of constitution, and 6 points of strength. Xiaoqing gained an extra 60 evolution points. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. Before these evil creatures, Sujin was like a god, annihilating a large number of them with a single move. Sujin and her daughter were stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Brother Chun is so amazing. His purple thunder wings are so cool. I only feel safe when I'm with such an outstanding man. Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face full of adoration. She stared intently at Sujin, her heart pounding like a deer. At this moment, Sujin's face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were filled with surprise, but even more so with excitement. With such an astonishing rate of growth, Chun is destined to become a legendary hero admired by thousands. Sujin held the elf princess's soft, delicate body in his arms, while his cold gaze fell on the boss, the zombie king. In the courtyard, all the ordinary zombies were dead or wounded, except for the zombie king, who transformed into an invisible black mist and escaped the lightning strikes of the thunderstorm. Undead Zombie King. Rank, Star Level Beginner Boss. Level 30. Health Points. Physical Attack Power, 4,700. Spell Attack Power, 5,200. Talent Trait. When attacked, it transforms into a wisp of black mist, becoming immune to all damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skills. Berserk 100 Claws, Black Mist Plague, Poison Activation, Corpse Explosion. Description. The vanguard of the undead overlord's invasion of the beginner village, skilled at turning large numbers of ordinary creatures into zombies, using bloody methods, and possessing a cruel nature. Even the bosses in the vanguard battles are star level. Sujin was slightly surprised. This was probably only the first wave of the boss's attack, yet it had already resulted in the near extinction of all the NPCs in Shanghai town, turning them all into zombies who were completely subservient to the Zombie King. There will definitely be an even more terrifying undead legion to come, launching a frenzied massacre against the players. At that time, the entire Shanghai town will probably become a hell of corpses and blood. The monster invasion in my previous life was far less difficult. It seems that he angered the Lord of the Undead by killing the Undead General and the Necromancer. This led to the Undead Overlord launching an even more powerful and devastating attack. But who cares? When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. The more rampant the undead legion becomes, the less likely the Morning Star Temple will allow it to run rampant and slaughter everywhere, and it will inevitably ignite an earth-shattering, unprecedented war. Go ahead and make a scene. The bigger the scene, the more I can reap the benefits. Sujin smiled. At this moment, the Zombie King was still in the form of a wisp of black mist, emitting a strange and piercing laugh. Thunder Boy, I know you have the upper hand over me, but my black mist state makes me immune to all damage, so what can you do to me? As long as you can hold out until the powerful figures under the command of the Undead Lord arrive, you will still be the one to die. The Zombie King boss seemed to have made up its mind. Having witnessed how terrifying Sujin's thunderous power was, it seemed to intend to cower in the black mist and never come out. Huh, is there such a shameless boss? You think I can't do anything to you just because you're a coward? A faint smile appeared on Sujin's face. With a gentle wave of his hand, a dazzling white summoning light emerged. Ari's snow-white, elegant figure, swaying with 7 enormous fox-tails, appeared before our eyes. At Sujin's instruction, Ari's eyes flashed with a sharp and terrifying cold light, piercing straight into the black mist. Mind control. In his black mist state, the Zombie King felt as if his mind had been struck by an extremely sharp mental piercing, and his mind went blank, losing control of his body. Ding. You have taken control of the undead Zombie King boss's body. Control duration, 10 seconds. The next moment, due to the effect of mind control, the Zombie King's body was completely taken over by Ari. She could understand everything that the Zombie King could control and immediately shared control of the undead Zombie King boss's body with Sujin. Sujin was stunned when he gained control of the Zombie King's body. Chapter 104: A Frenzied Harvest. The shocked Sujin. Sujin discovered the information displayed on the undead Zombie King. Number of zombies currently under control, 106. There are still so many zombies. These zombies were all transformed from villagers, but not all villagers can be transformed into zombies. After villagers are infected with the black mist plague of the undead Zombie King, they will enter a half-zombie state where they only know how to kill, and then they will frantically kill each other. Only by killing at least 10 of their own kind of half-zombie villagers can one transform into a true diamond-level undead zombie. In other words, each zombie has at least 10 lives on its hands. Wait, there's even a corpse explosion technique. Sujin held control of the Zombie King's body for 10 seconds, scanning the Zombie King's skills, and suddenly made a surprising discovery. Corpse explosion sends a command to all zombies under the Zombie King's control to self-destruct, causing explosive damage. Give it a try? With a curious expression, Sujin activated the corpse explosion technique on behalf of the Zombie King. As the Zombie King issued his mental command, all the ordinary undead zombies that obeyed his orders let out sharp howls. Subsequently, bang, 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 one after another, the corpse explosions resounded, bursting forth like incredibly brilliant fireworks, bloody and cruel. These zombies would only slaughter more humans if they lived. Death is their best fate. Congratulations. Your pet, 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated 10 diamond-level beginner monsters, level 27, undead zombies. You and Ari have gained 3,000 base experience points, plus an additional 300 experience points for defeating monsters of higher levels. Congratulations. Your pet, 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated 10 diamond-level beginner monsters, level 27, undead zombies. You and Ari have gained 3,000 base experience points, plus an additional 300 experience points for defeating monsters of higher levels. Congratulations. After the system's voice finished speaking, Sujin was instantly stunned. The zombie explosion technique caused the zombie to self-destruct and die, but it was still counted as being killed by Ari. This is so awesome. As the zombie horde continued to self-destruct, a steady stream of experience points poured into Sujin and Ali's bodies. The deaths of a full 106 zombies provided Sujin and Ali with a significant amount of resources. Earn experience points. If it weren't for Ari's mind control skill, she would never have received such a generous experience reward. This is absolutely wonderful. Immediately afterward, another burst of white light emanated from Sujin's body. Sujin had just leveled up when the familiar upgrade glow reappeared, and there was more than one glow. Congratulations. You have reached level 28 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations. You have reached level 29 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. In just a short while, Sujin had already leveled up 3 times, reaching level 29. As long as Sujin levels up one more time and reaches level 30, he can unlock the 4th Supreme Gift Pack. Each of the previous gift packages had never disappointed Sujin. Sujin was also filled with anticipation for this 4th VIP gift pack. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 22 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 23 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet, The seven-tailed ice fox Ari has reached level 24 and gained 15 free attribute points. Ari was overjoyed, instantly leveling up 3 times and gaining 45 free attribute points. Sujin didn't hesitate at all and immediately allocated them all to strength. The plunder has taken effect. You and Ari have each gained 183 strength, 39 intelligence, 75 agility, and 21 constitution. Ari gained an extra 212 evolution points. It surged by nearly 200 points of strength. It gained a whopping 212 evolution points. Sujin glanced at Ari's evolution value and found that it had already reached 429 to 500. In other words, Ari can start a new evolution once she collects another 71 evolution points. After evolving into the Nine Tails, it can transform into human form. I wonder what a girl transformed from a nine-tailed fox would look like. Sujin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Next, it's time to deal with you. Sujin stared at the zombie king, which had turned into black mist, and a smile appeared on his lips. While there was still time left in mind control, I decisively activated the zombie king to dispel the black mist state. As the black mist dissipated, the zombie king's tall, blood-red body was once again revealed. The cooldown time for the black mist transformation is 10 seconds. Taking down the zombie king within 10 seconds is not difficult for Sujin. The enormous thunder wings behind him burst forth with astonishingly brilliant light. Then, the thunder wings transformed into lightning blades, carrying incomparably violent power, and frantically slashed at the zombie king's body. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. The frenzied attacks rained down, instantly reducing the zombie king to a sliver of health. The zombie king, who had suffered severe injuries, finally recovered from the mind control. But his body was already severely injured, and his health was almost depleted. How could you possibly control my body with your mind? Just who are you? The zombie king looked at Sujin with horror and disbelief. The next moment, he fled as if running wildly. The biggest difference between the zombie king, as a boss, and ordinary zombies is that he possesses a high level of intelligence and will run away decisively if he can't win. Trying to run away? Dream on. A smile appeared on Sujin's lips. Thunder wings flashed behind him, and his figure soared into the sky, looking down like a god at the desperately fleeing undead zombie king. Having slaughtered so many humans, you deserve to die here. Next, we'll send you off to your funeral. Exploding lightning ball. A cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes. With a flap of his thunder wings, a surging and violent ball of lightning was summoned, carrying an unparalleled and terrifying momentum as it slammed into the zombie king. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. The zombie king, struck by the exploding lightning ball, let out an extremely shrill wail, but his body had already been blasted to pieces. Sujin wouldn't give him the slightest chance to escape. Several more lightning arrows struck the zombie king's shattered corpse, completely obliterating it. Upon seeing this scene, Sujin and Xiaoyan were both shocked and looked at Sujin with great admiration. Chapter 105 Obtaining Top-Tier Qualification Again. The zombie king was killed just like that? Xiaoyan stared at Sujin in disbelief, a look of admiration appearing on her face. Which young girl doesn't dream of love? Such a powerful young hero is simply irresistibly attractive to a young girl like Xiaoyan. At this moment, Sujin looked at Sujin with more appreciation in her eyes. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water as she looked at Sujin, and a kind of inexplicable emotion was self-evident. At that moment, Sujin heard the familiar system voice in his ear. Congratulations. Your pet, Purple Thunder Python King Xiaoqing, has defeated the star-level beginner boss, LV30 Undead Zombie King. You and Xiaoqing have gained 5,000 base experience points, and an additional 500 experience points for defeating a higher-level boss. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has reached level 24 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 40 evolution points. Xiaoqing plundered the top-tier mist body aptitude of the Undead Zombie King boss. Top-tier mist body aptitude. Xiaoqing's body can transform into a wisp of black mist, immune to all damage and control, but will be affected by mental attacks. Although top-tier fog bodies possess strong potential, they still have weaknesses. However, this weakness of mind control can be compensated for by using treasures. Dragons are extremely skilled in the art of mental manipulation, and there are mental defense treasures in the deep-sea dragon palace. Not only are there treasures for mental defense, but there are many more incredible treasures in the dragon palace. Xiaoqing wants to evolve into the Eastern Divine Dragon, so the many treasures hidden in the dragon palace must be of great benefit to her. Therefore, I must go to the dragon palace in the future. Sujin pondered his memories of his past life, thinking to himself. However, the dragon palace is located in the deep sea, and to reach it, one must be able to withstand the suffocating feeling of the deep sea. In this pet world where strength reigns supreme, there are no high-tech submarines. There are two ways to dive into the deep sea. The first method is to tame a pet that can adapt to the deep sea, and then use the pet's possession ability to dive into the deep sea. The second method involves finding treasures that allow the human body to adapt to the deep sea, such as the sea-controlling pearl, a top-tier treasure that grants the ability to freely roam the deep sea upon consumption, a truly magical ability. Right now, let's deal with the disaster in the newbie village first. I wonder how things are in the other starting villages right now? Since the Undead Lord has decided to launch a major attack on the Light faction, he will not only attack this one starting village. It's likely that all the newbie villages in the entire Shanghai town will face the same disaster. Furthermore, the Undead Zombie King is only the first wave of the invasion into the beginner village. More and stronger undead monsters will flood into the village later. With Sujin in this beginner village, the other players are lucky enough to survive. But what about the players in other starting villages? How can they fight against these terrifying bosses who start at the star level? At this moment, the elven princess slowly awoke, leaning tenderly against Sujin's chest, and whispered, "Just seeing you come back gives me a strange sense of peace. With you here, I believe we can definitely handle the current crisis." Sujin felt a touch of emotion. The other person could have chosen to leave alone, but for his sake, she was willing to protect Su Kuching and her daughter, which led to her being caught up in a huge life-threatening crisis. This pure emotion moved him. "Don't overthink it. I'm just repaying your life-saving kindness." The fairy princess turned her face away, no longer looking at Sujin, but the blush on her face had already betrayed her feelings. Having lived a second life, Sujin was well aware of the elf princess's little scheme, but he didn't expose her. He simply smiled and said, "All right, you are a noble elven princess. How could you possibly take a fancy to a mere mortal like me? After I've finished dealing with the village affairs, I'll send you back to the elf forest." Upon hearing this, the elf princess became somewhat flustered and quickly explained, "Brother Chen, that's not how I feel. I didn't mean to look down on you. Even if you don't have elven blood, I'm willing." At this point, the fairy princess suddenly realized something was wrong, so she quickly covered her mouth and stopped abruptly, looking absolutely adorable. She realized that she could develop feelings for Sujin, but she absolutely could not let Sujin develop feelings for her, because there are still many sisters in the elf forest waiting for Sujin to rescue them. This concerns the future of the entire elven race. As an elven princess, she could not allow her selfishness to cause the extinction of the entire elven race. What if Brother Chen develops feelings for me and no longer wants to touch the other elf sisters? Wouldn't I become a great sinner to the entire elf race? No, I absolutely cannot let Brother Chen develop feelings for me. I'll just keep my feelings for him to myself. Although the fairy princess turned her face away, her eyes were secretly glancing at Sujin, and she was silently making her own plans. At this moment, Sujin quickly picked up all the loot dropped by the Undead Zombie King from the ground. Ding! You've picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Wrath of the Undead Necklace. Ding! You've picked up 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You've picked up 12 silver coins and 2,397 copper coins. The Undead Zombie King didn't drop much loot, only 1 piece of equipment and 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. However, since this piece of equipment was of the star level grade, Sujin was quite satisfied. This is only the first wave of the undead invasion. A bigger crisis is bound to follow, but high risk is often accompanied by high reward. Sujin thought to himself, and then checked the attributes of the equipment. Starry Sky Beginner, Undead Enslavement Necklace. Spell attack power increased by 699 points. Physical attack power increased by 699 points. Intelligence increased by 550 points. Strength increased by 55 points. Movement speed increased by 18%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill, Undead Enslavement. When you cast this skill, There is a 20% chance to summon an additional star rank beginner undead monster to assist you in battle. The summoned undead monster has the same level as the summoner. Although it's an undead-themed piece of equipment, its stats are pretty good. Xiaoqing happened to be missing a high-grade necklace, so she decisively replaced her emerald-grade Blood Frenzy necklace with the Starry Sky Beginner Undead Enslavement necklace. There are still 5 pet evolution stones left. I should prioritize using them to evolve Xiaoqing's clone skill. That would be the most cost-effective. Sujin thought to himself. Chapter 106: The Elf Princess's Feelings. With that in mind, Sujin decisively invested 3 of his pet skill evolution stones into Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill. Ding! You have used 3 pet evolution stones to upgrade Xiaoqing's Twin Snake Shadow skill to level 9. You have gained an additional clone. Level 9. Twin Serpent Shadows summons 9 Serpent Shadow clones, each with the same attributes and skills as the pet itself. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Note: Twin Serpent Shadows is a special skill. Level 9 is the maximum level. To evolve this skill into a stronger one, you need 20 skill evolution stones to transform it. Sujin was somewhat surprised when he saw the skill notification. The Twin Serpent Shadows only evolved to level 9 before reaching their maximum potential. He even wanted to increase the number of Xiaoqing's clones to several hundred or even several thousand. However, it seems impossible for Sujin to break through without any restrictions with this special skill. Being able to summon 9 clones is already the limit. However, each of these 9 clones possesses the same strength as Xiaoqing herself, which is equivalent to 10 times the damage. This skill is already incredibly powerful. It requires 20 pet skill evolution stones to evolve the Twin Snake Shadow skill into a stronger skill. Sujin clicked his tongue inwardly. This was far too outrageous a demand. If Twin Serpent Shadows could evolve into even stronger skills, it might bring unexpected and huge gains. However, the number of pet skill evolution stones required was too high, so Sujin thought for a moment and decided to level up the other skills first. Wait until you have enough pet skill evolution stones before considering evolving the Twin Snake Shadow skill. As for the remaining 2 pet skill evolution stones, Sujin decided to continue using them to evolve the Thunder Wings skill. The practicality of this skill is self-evident. Evolving this skill is definitely a cost-effective choice. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to upgrade Medusa Queen Xiaoqing's Thunder Wings skill to level 14. When using Thunder Wings, flight speed is increased by 20%, and the damage dealt by Thunder Wings to enemies is increased by an additional 30%. Skill Thunder Wings. Level 14. A pair of wings formed from the power of thunder appear behind Xiaoqing. Thunder Wings can not only deal 300 to 310% magic attack lightning damage to enemies, but also give Xiaoqing the ability to fly. At level 14, Thunder Wings increases speed by 340%. Thunder Wing already deals a whopping 310% of spell power and lightning damage, meaning that each strike deals tens of thousands of points of damage. Once the attribute advantage is triggered, the damage is increased by an additional 50%, making the damage extremely terrifying. Not only has the damage been increased, but the flight speed has also been significantly improved. Sujin wondered what Thunder Wings would look like once it reached its limit and underwent evolution. He felt a sense of anticipation. By the way, I've already killed over 100 undead monsters, and the meat refining step of the pet's perfect foundation building method should be complete by now. Sujin opened the taskbar. Ding! To complete the meat refining step, you need to kill 100 monsters of either the light or dark attribute. Current kill count, 142 to 100. The current task has been completed. Would you like to claim the reward? Claim your reward. Sujin replied without hesitation. Congratulations, the meat is successfully cooked. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice fox Ari, has gained 1,000 points of intelligence, 1,000 points of spell attack, 100% of casting speed, and an additional 50% increase in spell critical strike damage. All your spell damage will also be increased by an additional 500 points. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen. Xiaoqing has gained 1,000 points of intelligence, 1,000 points of spell attack, 100% of casting speed, and an additional 50% increase in spell critical strike damage. All your spell damage will also be increased by an additional 500 points. Ding. Current progress is 3 to 5. You are still missing the blood refining and meridian refining steps to complete the perfect foundation building for your pet. I never imagined that the meat refining step would actually increase spell damage. Although it doesn't have much effect on Ari, it's a qualitative leap for Xiaoqing. After going through the 3 steps of foundation building, the 2 pets' defense, physical damage, and magical damage all received a qualitative leap. What improvements can the next 2 steps bring to your pet? Sujin felt a little hopeful, but what he was most looking forward to was what kind of changes his pet would undergo after completing the 5 steps of foundation establishment. Note: to complete the 4th step, blood refinement, you need to kill a dark attribute king level or higher boss or NPC, and a light attribute king level boss or NPC. Sujin was instantly shocked when he saw this notification. It actually requires defeating a king level boss. It also requires 1 each of the light and dark attributes. Is this level of difficulty really meant for players with diamond level pets? No wonder no one in my previous life was able to achieve perfect foundation building for their pets. The requirement was truly insane. However, it's a piece of cake for me, since both the light and dark factions are my enemies anyway. Sujin silently made a plan in his mind. He not only wanted to exploit the interests of the light and dark factions, but also to exterminate all these NPCs and bosses. The undead invasion must have already begun. I wonder how those scumbags from the Glory Alliance Guild are doing now. Sujin felt a little curious, so he activated his pet possession ability, summoned thunder wings, and planned to fly over to take a look. I'll go with you, Princess Sujin said, blushing. All right. Sujin embraced her soft, delicate body, flapped his thunder wings, and soared into the air, flying towards the novice village where the Glory Alliance was located. At this moment, inside the starting village where the Glory Alliance was located, there was an extremely smug and noisy atmosphere. I heard the undead army is going to attack the city. Great. This is a golden opportunity for our Glory Alliance to make a name for ourselves. Don't underestimate the undead army. I've heard that many starting villages have already fallen, with all the NPCs infected and turned into undead zombies. Players are fighting a tough battle against them. Shaw, the other newbie villages are a disorganized mess. How can they compare to the newbie villages where our Glory Alliance is stationed? Do they even deserve to be compared? How powerful can the monster siege in the newbie village be? Diamond-level monsters are probably big bosses, right? If you ask me, this Undead Legion invasion is just a training ground for players. Those scattered newbies can't handle it, so we, the Glory Alliance Guild, have to take care of it. Chapter 107: The Horrifying Demon Slayer. In an instant, all the players in the Glory Alliance Guild burst into arrogant laughter, convinced that the rewards from this undead invasion were already theirs. High in the sky, a tall and handsome man, wielding enormous thunder wings, soared through the heavens, with a stunningly beautiful elven woman in his arms. These 2 people were none other than Sujin and the princess of the Elf Palace. These people don't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation at all. Princess Sujin nestled in Sujin's arms, tilting her head as she spoke. Who cares about them? If the undead army can wipe out the Glory Alliance Guild, then I won't have to lift a finger, Sujin laughed. So they were all Brother Chen's enemies. I was thinking of helping them, but it seems they deserve to die, the elf princess said earnestly. The fairy princess didn't ask Sujin about the details of the matter. In her eyes, anyone who opposed Sujin was a heinous villain. Hee. Soon, on the outskirts of the Glory Alliance's newbie village, black mist swept in, and a strange, piercing laugh echoed from within the mist. As the black mist continued to spread, the area it covered grew larger and larger until the entire outer perimeter of the beginner village was shrouded in it. People of the undead race, you are all the most loyal servants of the Lord of the Undead. Under the Lord's protection, our undead race has developed silently for thousands of years. Now, it's time to show the world the might of our undead race. My people, the time has come to show your loyalty to the Lord of the Dead. Go and conquer this village, slaughter all the humans inside, and make them our food. As that eerie, hoarse voice rang out, a dark undercurrent began to surge within the boundless black mist, accompanied by earth-shattering roars and battle cries that swept outwards. The next moment, hundreds of undead bloodbats surged out of the black mist and began to charge madly towards the Glory Alliance beginner village. As the dark mass of undead bloodbats charged towards them, the players from the Glory Alliance Guild all gleamed with arrogance. Just in time. It's time for my Glory Alliance Guild to make a name for itself in this battle. In the first row, all the tank-type pets should be positioned outside the village to absorb monster damage. At Imo Gentian's command, a large group of tank pets rushed to the outskirts of the village, forming a shield wall around the village gate. Second row, all mage-type pets, prepare your area of effect skills. When the monsters charge, don't hold back on your skills. The third row consists of support-type pets that provide ample healing and timely buffs, ensuring good teamwork. Under Mo Zhantian's command, these usually arrogant and domineering Glory Alliance players all work together in perfect unison, demonstrating an extremely tacit level of teamwork. Before the swarm of undead bloodbats could even charge over, they were struck by hundreds of dazzling spells. A variety of rocket spells, ice hockey spells, wind blade spells, earth spike spells, and so on were used in quick succession, interspersed with some even more powerful area of effect advanced skills. These skills landed on the swarm of undead bloodbats, dealing thousands of points of damage. But after a barrage of skills, the players of the Glory Alliance were shocked to discover that although the hundreds of undead bloodbats had lost a lot of health, not a single one of them had died, and they were still swarming over. Seeing this, the tank-type pets at the front did not dare to be careless, and all set up defensive skills. All sorts of defensive shields, hardened skin, and damage-reducing magnetic fields were released. This put Mo Zhantian at ease. As long as the front line could hold out, nothing would happen. Even if the undead bloodbats were slowly worn down, they could eventually kill them all. But when the swarm of undead bloodbats rushed towards him, a scene that left Mo Zhantian dumbfounded actually happened. The undead bloodbats, like tigers among sheep, tore at the tank pets, making them all howl in pain. These tank-type pets, even those specializing in defense, couldn't withstand the terrifying damage from these undead bloodbats. In no time, a large number of them were taken down. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Keep up with the healing and defense buffs from the support. Upon seeing this, Mo Zhantian's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately issued an order. Most of the tank pets in the front row have already died or been killed. If all of these tank pets in the front row are killed, the horde of undead bloodbats will definitely charge straight into the village. When that time comes, these weak magic pets and support pets will all be lambs to the slaughter. Mo Zhantian panicked. He was truly panicked. He never expected that this group of undead bloodbats would be so terrifying. In just one exchange, they had completely destroyed all the tanky pets he had carefully arranged in the front row. Rather than let these scum from the Glory Alliance die at the hands of monsters, I'd rather they die by my hand. At least this way, it can be considered a way to make use of waste. Sujin thought of his SSS level talent, Infinite Plunder. With this talent, the more he killed, the more rewards he would get. In that case, why not unleash a killing spree? In this way, he can not only avenge the harm he suffered in his previous life, but also become stronger by collecting the rewards from endless plundering. That's killing two birds with one stone. Let's go? Let's go and have a go at them. A playful smile appeared on Sujin's face. He activated the disguise mask's ability, disguising himself as a short-haired, thin young man. He also changed his ID to Empty City. This is the power of the disguise mask. It can modify not only one's appearance and looks, but also one's ID at will. Since Sujin had decided to tease Mo Zhantian, he decisively retracted the huge, dazzling lightning wings on his back. He used these lightning wings to slaughter Glory Alliance players multiple times, and the wings had almost become his signature move. Since you've decided to hide yourself, then make your acting skills as superb as possible. When Sujin quietly landed on the outskirts of the village, he had already shed Xiaoqing's possession and replaced her with Ali, absorbing the power from the nine-tailed ice spirit fox. Seeing that Sujin was disguised as someone else, the clever princess vaguely guessed what he was going to do, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Then, she waved her jade-like hand, and a stream of emerald green magic power, containing a magical natural force, surged into Sujin's body. Chapter 108 Frenzied Harvest. Ding. You have been blessed by the gift of nature buff, which increases your damage by 100%, attack speed by 100%, movement speed by 100%, and maximum health by 100% for 120 seconds. Sujin felt his strength increase rapidly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The elf race truly lives up to its reputation as the race most skilled in support-type professions. Their support abilities are indeed incredibly strong. As a high-ranking elf, the elf princess is exceptionally skilled in providing support-type buffs. Sujin was blessed by the gift of nature, with a green halo surrounding him and a feeling of exhilarating power. He activated the Void Dash skill, vanished into the darkness, and stealthily made his way towards the Glory Alliance's newbie village. At this moment, the undead bloodbats were still slaughtering everywhere. Although all the players of the Glory Alliance were fighting back, the damage they suffered against the undead bloodbats, who were all star-level monsters, was like scratching a thorn. The situation turned into a one-sided defeat, with the players of the Glory Alliance suffering repeated defeats as they faced a fierce onslaught from hordes of undead bloodbats. These scum of the Glory Alliance might just get killed by you, but I still need to use them to improve my strength. Sujin stared at the ferocious undead bloodbats, a faint smile appearing on his face. The next moment, he swung his blade, becoming a blur, and struck a bloodbat. Uffed. Instantly, bat blood splattered everywhere. Invisibility breaking damage. Terrifying damage numbers floated up from above the undead bloodbats' heads. The undead bloodbat that was hit had no chance to react at all and was instantly killed. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. When this happened in public, all the players in the Glory Alliance faction stared wide-eyed, almost dumbfounded. Hiss! Who is this? The damage is terrifying. One strike instantly kills a star-level monster. That's too brutal. When did our Glory Alliance guild produce such a person? Wow, that's amazing. Looks like our Glory Alliance guild is saved. What? That's so cool. One slash and he takes down an undead bloodbat. I want to kneel down before him. All the players in the Glory Alliance were utterly shocked. Sujin, however, secretly sneered. These players from the Glory Alliance guild still thought he was one of their own. Once he had slaughtered all these monsters, he would slowly deal with these scum players. The reason why these players from the Glory Alliance Guild are called scum is not only because Mo Gentian harmed Sujin in his previous life. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. These ordinary members at the grassroots level of the Glory Alliance all inherited Mo Gentian's arrogant and domineering personality. These players, though they appear subservient to the guild leader Mo Gentian, fear being severely punished by him. However, these Glory Alliance guild members all unleash their full power against ordinary new players. They're all experts at bullying newcomers. They've done every imaginable heinous crime imaginable, stealing bosses, swindling equipment, killing and robbing, kidnapping women. The Glory Alliance Guild is essentially an evil force, bringing together a group of players who commit all sorts of wicked acts. They spend their days figuring out how to cheat and exploit new players to improve their strength. In fact, many of these players even had reddish IDs, clearly indicating that they had forcibly killed countless poor new players, accumulating this effect. Sujin felt no psychological burden whatsoever when he killed them to collect their talents. However, before that, Sujin planned to clear out these monsters first. Congratulations! Your pet, seven-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has defeated a level 32 undead bloodbat, a beginner-level star rank monster. You and Ari have gained 1,000 base experience points and an additional 300 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Triggered kill and looting. You and Ari each gained 5 points of strength. Ari gained an extra 3 evolution points. Feeling great. Sujin rushed forward again. This time, we're unleashing a full-scale AoE ultimate skill, Frost Blade Storm. Suddenly, a chaotic flurry of blades began to fly through the sky, carrying an endless chilling aura of frost, stirring up an incredibly violent and massive airwave, forming a huge ice blade storm. The next moment, these ice blade storms, like knives falling from the sky, slammed wildly towards the undead bloodbats in midair. Thud, thud, thud. With the blessing of nature's gift released by the elf princess, every ice blade Sujin summoned dealt double damage. These gleaming ice blades are simply incredibly powerful weapons of mass destruction. The terrifying ice blades tore the undead bloodbats' bodies apart. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each falling icy blade takes the life of a bloodbat. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has defeated 10 level 32 undead bloodbats, beginner star-level monsters. You and Ari have obtained. You gain an extra 3,000 experience points for killing enemies above your level. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has defeated 10 level 32 undead bloodbats, beginner star-level monsters. You and Ari have obtained. You gain an extra 3,000 experience points for killing enemies above your level. Congratulations! This speed at which you gain experience is just too awesome. As a large number of undead bloodbats died, a massive amount of experience points poured into Sujin's body. The rapid increase in his experience points gave Sujin a feeling of exhilaration. Before long, bursts of incredibly dazzling light fell upon Sujin. Congratulations! You have reached level 30 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. I've leveled up to level 30. A look of joy flashed in Sujin's eyes. Clearly, leveling up by reaping monsters on a large scale is still the fastest way. How long has it been? Sujin had already jumped from level 20 to level 30. Finally, he could open the Supreme Gift Pack again, and Sujin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Each of the previous gift packages had never disappointed Sujin. Sujin was also filled with anticipation for this fourth VIP gift pack. Just then, Ari was also enveloped in a familiar, dazzling white light, and she leveled up 2 levels in one go. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 25 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations! Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached level 26 and gained 15 free attribute points. Chapter 109 The Shock of the Glory Alliance. Kill and loot successful. You and Ari each gain 265 points of strength, 240 points of agility, 215 points of constitution, and 195 points of intelligence. Ari gains an extra 549 evolution points. Such a generous harvest left Sujin stunned. Keep in mind that Ari only needs 500 evolution points to evolve to the first stage. In other words, the evolution points provided by killing these undead bloodbats are enough to allow Ari to evolve by more than 1 level. Suddenly, a cold system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! Your pet, the seven-tailed ice fox Ari, has reached its evolution point and is evolving. Ari was enveloped in a dazzling purple light, with countless ice blades swirling around her, and an immense power emanating from her slender, fair body. Without warning, an 8th tail grew. As she slowly opened her eyes, a pair of stunningly beautiful, bewitching eyes were revealed. Just those eyes alone gave off an air of unparalleled elegance and nobility. Sujin had a premonition that once Ari evolved and broke through to the 9-tailed fox and transformed into human form, she might undergo an incredible mutation. Congratulations! Synthesis successful. You have obtained a new legendary pet, 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, diamond high grade. Ari's strength increased by 480 points. Ari's constitution increased by 480 points. Ari's agility increased by 480 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 480 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Frost Reversal. Frost Reversal, level 1 Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 200% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies will gain benefits from the frost source power. Increases healing effect by 200%, and frost source force can last up to 5 seconds. It's an area of effect damage and area of effect healing skill. A look of surprise flashed in Sujin's eyes. One skill lands. The enemy loses health rapidly, while all your teammates are healed in no time. It's absolutely wonderful. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sujin couldn't wait to open Ari's pet attribute panel. 8-tailed purple sky fox, Ari, Peerless. Level, 26. Grade, high grade diamond, 244-1000. Basic attribute 1, attack 5961, defense 4729 health. Magic power. Basic attribute 2, strength 4431, constitution 3324, agility 3708, intelligence 2965. Qualifications, extraordinary poisoning qualification, top-tier shield qualification, top-tier fire qualification, top-tier wind qualification, high-level dark qualification, high-level earth qualification, high-level strength qualification, high-level attack speed qualification, high-level life qualification, high-level life steal qualification, medium-level health regeneration qualification, high-level defense qualification. Skills, Intimidate, level 2, Frost Power, level 2, Phantom Teleport, level 1, Frost Triple Slash, level 3, Void Dash, level 1, Fatal Strike, level 1, Mind Control, level 1, Frost Blade Storm, level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment, King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Soul Bracelet, Basic Diamond, Source of Power Leggings, Basic Diamond, Purple Blood Necklace, Peak Diamond, Undead's Undying Sacrifice Robe, Basic Star Glory, Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt, Advanced Star Glory, Dark Light Slaughter Shoulder Pads, Advanced Star Glory, Frost Dominator Earrings, Peak Diamond, Frostbite Ring, Advanced Diamond, Frost Domination Boots, Advanced Diamond. The attribute values gained from evolution, plus the attribute values plundered from killing over 100 undead bloodbats, combined, are simply too many. It's only at the 8th level, yet its physical damage is already close to breaking 6,000. With any skill it's paired with, it can easily deal tens of thousands of damage. If Ari were to break through to the Ninetales level, just how terrifying would her damage be? A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Meanwhile, Emo Gentian, standing to the side, had an intense look of shock in his eyes. These hundreds of undead bloodbats left the entire guild helpless and even pushed them to the brink of despair. But it was precisely because of the appearance of this person that so many undead bloodbats were killed so easily. One slash, one kill. The way he went on that rampage was truly awe-inspiring. He had seen every player in the Glory Alliance, but he had never seen this person before. Moreover, if the Glory Alliance had produced such a powerful player as the guild leader, he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. If we can recruit this person into the Glory Alliance guild, then Emperor Chen is nothing. The player in front of me is probably from an area outside of Shanghai town. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength, he would definitely be on the Shanghai town leaderboard. Moreover, the fact that he traveled a long way to support the Glory Alliance guild suggests that he may very well be there to surrender. It seems you've come here because of our reputation, hoping to join our Glory Alliance guild. If we can recruit more experts like these, how could my Glory Alliance not prosper? Thinking of this, Emo Gentian's smile widened. At this moment, he was completely unaware that the short-haired youth with the ID Empty City in front of him was actually Sujin in disguise. Thank you, Kongsheng, for coming all this way to support the Glory Alliance Guild. The Glory Alliance Guild is not short of money, but it lacks top-notch players like the Empty City brothers. If you're willing to join our guild, I can offer you a contract worth 100 million. Upon hearing the olive branch extended by Emo Gentian, all the players of the Glory Alliance gasped in shock. Wow, our boss actually offered a contract worth 100 million. That means if he joins our guild, he'll be guaranteed at least 100 million in income every year. Envy won't help. Their strength speaks for itself. It's obvious that the boss also values their strength, which is why he's willing to offer such an exorbitant price. Looking across the entire server, how many people possess such terrifying strength? That's true. To be able to kill a star-level monster in one hit, that damage is terrifyingly outrageous. If it weren't for the fact that the divine pet is controlled by the world brain and cannot be cheated, I would suspect that he's using cheats. Looking at the damage he caused, it can only be described as outrageous. We all use pets to fight, so why can he charge into the monster horde single-handedly and be more powerful than any other pet? Chapter 110. Even if you offer me 1 billion, it won't sway me. For a moment, all the players in the Glory Alliance Guild were filled with confusion and shock. What's puzzling is why a player suddenly appeared who possesses such terrifying strength without needing a pet. What's truly breathtaking is that the scene of Sujin instantly killing a bloodbat with a single strike is simply unforgettable. At this moment, Sujin didn't even glance at Emo Gentian, despite his enthusiastic invitation. This put Emo Gentian in a very awkward position. Being ignored in front of all his subordinates fueled a nameless rage within him. Emo Gentian narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Sujin, and thought to himself, looks like another guy who won't listen to reason and will have to suffer the consequences. However, I have already offended Emperor Chen, so I must bring this expert under my command no matter what. I'll try to coax and persuade you with kind words first, but once you're inside our Glory Guild, watch how I slowly teach you a lesson. Thinking of this, a cold, killing intent flashed in Emo Gentian's eyes. At this moment, Sujin didn't even bother to pay attention to Emo Gentian. In his eyes, Emo Gentian was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. If it weren't for the fact that the Undead Legion wouldn't continue invading this area once all the members of the Glory Alliance were wiped out, and Sujin wouldn't be able to continue profiting from it, he probably would have already slaughtered Emo Gentian along with the entire Glory Alliance guild. Since you can serve as bait, I'll spare your lives for now. Let's collect the boss's rewards first. Sujin glanced at the group of players in front of him, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Just then, a gigantic bat king, countless times larger than the previous undead bloodbats, emerged from the black mist. Undead Bloodbat King. Rank, Peak Star Level. Health. Physical Attack Power, 9,725. Spell Attack Power, 4,915. Defense, 3,719. Talent Trait, Blood Electric Body. Bloodbat King gains an additional 100% speed boost, and each attack inflicts a lightning paralysis effect. Paralyzed enemies will be unable to move, and the paralysis effect lasts for 2.5 seconds. Skills: Blood Rage Scream, Crimson Lightning, Blood Electric Tornado, Blood Demon Reversion. Haha. Kids, how's your harvest going? The flesh and blood of these humans are incredibly sweet and are excellent tonics. If you had arrived any later, you probably would have taken it all. With an incredibly eerie laugh, the giant Bloodbat King spoke in human language, spread its enormous blood wings, and swooped down towards the village. But when the Bloodbat King stormed into the village, he discovered a scene that enraged him immensely. Countless Bloodbat corpses lay scattered on the ground, all of them cleaved in two by a single blow, their deaths incredibly gruesome, black bat blood staining the ground. The Bloodbat King unleashed an incomparably violent aura, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before him, and with boundless rage, he roared. Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Bloodbat clan's people? I will slaughter you all to pay the price for the Bloodbat people. The Bloodbat King let out a deafening roar, its voice carrying violent and intense sound waves, with red lightning flashing within it. In an instant, Sujin and all the players from the surrounding Glory Alliance guilds saw their health plummet. The most terrifying thing is that this sonic wave damage is also continuous damage. By the time the sonic wave ends, all the players will probably be wiped out instantly. You scum can't die at the hands of the boss, otherwise how am I supposed to farm rewards with you? So you'll have to wait until you die? Sujin thought to himself that these Glory Alliance guild players simply couldn't withstand such terrifying sonic damage. Immediately, he decisively waved his hand, and endless primordial frost power descended from the sky. It not only hit the Bloodbat King boss, but also drifted down onto these Glory Alliance players. The damage kept crashing down on the Bloodbat King boss. Even with nearly 100,000 HP, the Bloodbat King could hardly withstand such terrifying and continuous attacks. Meanwhile, Sujin had already designated all players in the Glory Alliance as allies. That's right, Sujin's plan is to protect them first, and then deal with them slowly after killing the boss. Life restored. Life restored. Life restored. The players from the Glory Alliance Guild were all shocked to see their health plummeting, only to be completely restored after absorbing the frost power that rained down from the sky. Wow, this health recovery speed is insane. That feels so good. I thought I was about to die. It must have been the ice and snow summoned by that guy who slaughtered the Bloodbats earlier. It's really quite impressive. Not only the players from these Glory Alliance guilds, but even Imo showed a hint of surprise on his face. He can even heal multiple people? That's an incredible skill. It should be noted that even the most powerful healing support pet in his guild only has single target healing skills, and its healing output is far inferior to Sujin's. As the guild leader, he knew all too well how powerful a player with group healing could be in team battles. If we could recruit this person into our ranks, not only would the guild gain an invincible combat power, but his group healing effect would also benefit the entire guild. Imo secretly pondered this in his heart. Thinking of this, he decisively shouted to Sujin. Brother, as long as you agree to join the Glory Alliance Guild, all the benefits are negotiable. If 100 million can't sway you, how about 200 million? Imo extended an even more tempting offer, directly doubling the promised benefits. Sujin ignored him completely, showing no regard for Imo whatsoever. Seeing Sujin's appearance, Imo felt even more angry. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and he doesn't believe there's anyone in this world who can't be swayed by money. If you can't move them, then you must not have offered enough money. 300 million. I'll offer 300 million. As long as you agree to join the guild, I'll transfer 300 million in cash directly to your account. Imo said through gritted teeth. 300 million in cash is the limit he can offer. He believed that no guild could offer a higher price than him. At this moment, Sujin finally slowly turned his head. This delighted Imo who quickly asked, Brother, have you finally come to your senses? The doors of the Glory Alliance Guild are open for you. But at this moment, Sujin smiled. His smile was full of killing intent and extremely cold, like a demon from the abyss. No, you're overthinking it. Even if you offer me $1 billion, it won't sway me. The reason I saved you is so I can kill you with my own hands. Chapter 111 Metamorphosis. The Ancient Bloodbat King. Arrogant. That's incredibly arrogant. Not only was Imo shocked, but all the members of the Glory Alliance Guild present were also shocked. Sujin's indifferent and ruthless tone seemed to indicate that he didn't take Imo or the entire Glory Alliance Guild seriously at all. He even boasted that he saved the Glory Alliance Guild so that he could personally kill them. He completely disregards our Glory Alliance Guild. Even if he has some strength, he can't completely disregard our Glory Alliance Guild. Haha, just because you have some ability, you've forgotten the saying that there are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding? A group of Glory Alliance Guild members stared angrily at Sujin, their impotent rage reaching its peak. But at this moment, Sujin didn't care about the gazes of this group of people at all, and instead focused his attention on the Bloodbat King boss. Killing the boss first is the key. As for these scumbags, we'll deal with them slowly later. Damn humans. Prepare to face the wrath of the Bloodbat King. Blood Electric Tornado. The Bloodbat King's eyes were incredibly cold. He flapped his enormous blood wings, and with each flap, endless lightning and storm power swept through the area. A violent tornado containing crimson lightning suddenly swept towards Sujin. A tornado containing electrical properties? Sujin's eyes narrowed. This tornado was incredibly fast and powerful, possessing both the speed of wind and the terrifying power of lightning. Combining these two attributes together is enough to show just how terrifying the power of this blood lightning tornado is. Even before the blood electric tornado got close, Sujin already felt just how terrifying the power of this skill was. No, we absolutely cannot tough it out. Sujin activated phantom teleportation, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Sujin teleported directly to the top of the Bloodbat King boss, his eyes flashing with a cold, killing intent. Frost triple slash. Sujin swung the sharp blade in his hand, carrying endless terrifying frost power, and stabbed it fiercely towards the Bloodbat King's back and neck. After Ari evolves into an eight-tailed fox, all her attributes skyrocket, and her damage is far beyond what it used to be. A terrifying slash fell, instantly splattering bat blood everywhere, accompanied by a shrill wail. Weak point exposed. Immediately afterwards, another blade fell heavily. This strike is even more powerful. Weak point exposed. Two terrifying attacks had reduced the Bloodbat King's health to a mere sliver. The third strike of the Frost triple slash is the truly most terrifying strike. But just as the sword was about to fall, the Bloodbat King boss let out a shrill scream, and then a terrifying aura containing endless years of accumulation erupted from its body. Is this a moment of life or death crisis that awakened its ancient bloodline potential? Sujin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He realized that if that final blow had landed on the Bloodbat King boss, the Bloodbat King would have been dead without a doubt. But it was precisely at this moment that the Bloodbat King's potential between life and death was activated, allowing him to successfully obtain the opportunity to revert to his ancestral bloodline, resulting in an incredibly terrifying surge in his strength. However, even so, Sujin did not intend to give up on continuing his attack on the Bloodbat King. The third strike of the Frost triple slash landed heavily on the Bloodbat King. Weak point exposed. Seeing this final injury, Sujin was completely shocked. His final strike, in all likelihood, should have dealt at least 40,000 damage, but when it landed on the Bloodbat King, it unexpectedly dealt even less damage than the second strike. Sujin then noticed that a blood-red electric shield had actually condensed on the surface of the Bloodbat King's body. This electric shield was incredibly strange, seemingly capable of significantly reducing all damage falling on the Bloodbat King. Not only that, even the appearance of the Bloodbat King itself has undergone a tremendous change. The Bloodbat King is at least 5 times larger than before, and its blood wings are 10 times larger. Those blood-red eyes, like the eyes of a demon god from the deepest hell, were filled with ruthless and cold, killing intent. Sujin could clearly feel that the Bloodbat King's strength was constantly soaring, and its aura was becoming more and more ferocious. He then cast a reconnaissance spell on the mutated Bloodbat King. Ancient Bloodbat King. Rank, Beginner King. Level, 35. Health. Physical attack power. Spell attack power. Defense. Talent trait, Blood Electric Body. The Ancient Bloodbat King gains an additional 300% speed boost, and each attack inflicts a lightning paralysis effect. Paralyzed enemies will be unable to move, and the paralysis effect lasts for 5.5 seconds. Skills. Enhanced Blood Rage Scream. Enhanced Crimson Lightning. Enhanced Blood Electric Tornado. Enhanced Blood Electric Shield. The colossal Ancient Bloodbat King was enveloped in crimson plasma, with terrifyingly dazzling arcs of electricity swirling around it. This not only provided the Ancient Bloodbat King with incredibly powerful defense, but also had an unbelievable and bizarre effect. The evolved Ancient Bloodbat King has actually reached the king level. Sujin's eyes narrowed. Seeing the Bloodbat King's strength increasing rapidly, a strong fighting spirit ignited in his heart. To complete the fourth stage of the perfect pet foundation building method, blood refinement, you must kill a king-level dark attribute boss and a king-level light attribute boss. Now, with a king-level boss of the dark attribute right in front of him, a look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Evolved into a king-level boss, its HP has more than doubled. Sujin thought to himself. However, this is normal, as the king rank is a huge dividing line. Once a pet evolves to the king level, its strength undergoes a tremendous change. The same applies to monsters that can break through to the king level. Even if a monster is only at the initial king level, its strength has undoubtedly undergone a tremendous transformation, with all its attributes more than doubling. Even if you're a king level boss, so what? I'll still kill you. Void speed. After Sujin's icy voice fell, his figure turned into nothingness and disappeared into the world. All that was left were the bewildered members of the Glory Guild and Imojantian, whose face was filled with shock and anger. The fact that a Chun Emperor, who controls the power of lightning, is already enough to give him a huge headache. Now, another strangely powerful empty city has emerged, which is definitely not good news for the Glory Alliance Guild. Who exactly is this player with the ID Empty City? Chapter 112 Top Tier, Lightning Attribute Aptitude. Why does he insist on opposing the Glory Alliance Guild? Imojantian's eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. Although the members of the Glory Alliance Guild are indeed somewhat arrogant and domineering in their daily behavior. However, having learned from the previous lesson of Emperor Chun, Imojantian became much more cautious. Guild members are only allowed to bully and exploit casual players with average strength. For players with strength or potential, they should try their best to befriend them and even recruit them into the Glory Alliance Guild. In fact, it can be summarized in 4 words: to implement the mentality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They extract money and benefits from the weak and then befriend the strong. Just as Imojantian was wondering why this player, whom he had never seen before, was so determined to cause trouble for the Glory Alliance Guild. Sujin's figure stepped out of the void, wielding the blood blade in his hand. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart as he slashed fiercely at the mutated ancient Bloodbat King. This strike not only contained the damage of the void-breaking strike, but also doubled it under the blessing of the fatal strike. Weakness Exploit, Stealth Breaker, Fatal Strike. The 3 terrifying attacks combined together made this strike incredibly powerful. It directly cut off nearly a quarter of the ancient Bloodbat King's health. With a furious roar, the ancient Bloodbat King activated its Crimson Lightning skill, its figure moving with lightning speed, reaching a terrifying level that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Then, a terrifying claw gripped Sujin's back tightly. The terrifying damage nearly killed Sujin instantly. Even more terrifying is that the ancient Bloodbat King's attacks have a built-in paralysis effect. Enemies killed by it will be paralyzed for 5.5 seconds, completely unable to move, and utterly at the mercy of others. Immediately afterwards, another claw slammed down fiercely towards Sujin. The previous claw attack had almost depleted Sujin's health. If this attack landed, Sujin would probably be crushed to pieces. Phantom Teleportation. Fortunately, Sujin reacted extremely quickly, and after a low murmur, his figure vanished instantly. Phantom Teleport not only has the ability to remove control effects, but it can also refresh the cooldown of all skills. Sujin's figure suddenly appeared behind the ancient Bloodbat King, and endless frost suddenly burst forth from his body, as if blades were flying and dancing around him. Wow, there's actually such an incredible skill. That's incredible. This scene left Imojantian and all the players from the Glory Guild dumbfounded. Sujin completely ignored these people, his gaze still fixed on the ancient Bloodbat King boss, with icy coldness. Under his mental control, countless frosts around his body condensed into blades, like incomparably sharp butcher knives, all swarming towards the ancient Bloodbat King. Frostbite Storm. Suddenly, the ancient Bloodbat King's health was completely depleted, and it was instantly annihilated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a king-level boss was slain. This terrifying damage left all the members of the Glory Alliance Guild speechless with astonishment. Congratulations! Your pet, the 8-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has defeated the level 35 ancient Bloodbat King, a beginner-level boss. You and Ari have obtained. You gain an extra 5,000 experience points for killing enemies above your level. Immediately, beams of familiar white light fell upon Sujin and Ali. Killing a boss that's way higher up is so satisfying. The doubled experience points allowed Sujin to level up instantly. Congratulations! You have reached level 31 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. I've leveled up to level 31. Sujin suddenly remembered that he hadn't opened the level 30 Supreme gift pack in his backpack yet, so he decided to open it while he was killing the boss. Let's see what treasures we can get this time. A hint of anticipation flickered in Sujin's eyes. Immediately afterwards, beams of the same white light fell upon Ari. Ari's attribute values also started to skyrocket. Congratulations! Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 27 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 28 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Plunder successful. Ari gains 100 evolution points. Ari gains top-tier lightning-type aptitude. Top-tier lightning attribute. Ari receives 60% less lightning damage and deals an additional 2,000 lightning damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 attributes, earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and lightning, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 6 to 7, missing light attribute. Killing the ancient Bloodbat King actually allowed me to plunder top-tier lightning-type talent? This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. Sujin thought of the crimson lightning power carried by the ancient Bloodbat King, which was probably the source of his top-tier lightning-type talent. Ari is only missing one more light-type aptitude to achieve a complete breakthrough in the fusion of the 7 elements. However, you cannot plunder monsters with the light attribute from undead monsters. Sujin pondered to himself. While undead monsters may possess additional attributes such as lightning, fire, and ice, they cannot possess light attributes. Furthermore, monsters of the light element are extremely rare. In other words, the only way to obtain the light faction qualification is by hunting down NPCs in the light faction. Sujin suddenly thought of a suitable candidate. Wasn't Carlo, the young city lord of Binhai City, a person of the light attribute? Sujin felt no guilt whatsoever about killing NPCs with the light attribute. In the invasion of reality 3 years later, the light faction's methods of slaughtering real humans were no less ruthless than those of the dark faction. It's even more so. The gods of the light faction will completely brainwash humans into puppets who only know loyalty and dedication, completely losing their self and consciousness, which is almost no different from being killed. 3 years later, especially a large number of Western believers even took the initiative to surrender to the camp of light, willingly becoming the lackeys of the god of light. The god worshipped by Western believers is actually a projection of the god of light. Just then, a voice rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! You have defeated the king-level boss of the dark faction. Quest completion progress 1 to 2. Once you defeat one more king-level NPC or boss from the light faction, you can complete the blood refining stage for your pet. Chapter 113 Demon Slayer's Methods. To collect all 7 elemental attributes, Ari needs to hunt down a light-type boss and obtain the light attribute. For the 2 pets to complete the 4th stage of the perfect foundation building method, blood refinement, they also need to kill a light-type boss of king level or above. Prince Carlo, it seems your fate was already sealed long ago. Sujin sighed slightly and said with a regretful expression. Immediately, Sujin looked at the equipment dropped by the ancient Bloodbat King boss, among which were some top-quality, glittering items. The difference between top-tier equipment and ordinary equipment is so great that anyone can tell at a glance. As a king-level boss, the ancient Bloodbat King is so powerful that the equipment it drops will naturally be of high quality. Many of the pieces of equipment, gleaming with divine light, were things that the players of the Glory Alliance had never even seen before, but even a fool could tell that they were absolutely priceless treasures. The Glory Alliance members around him looked on with burning eyes, and as for Mo Jiantian, his eyes flashed with an unusual cold light, and no one knew what he was planning. Sujin didn't care about these people's opinions. Anyway, it was no use for them to be envious. If anyone dared to touch these equipment, Sujin wouldn't mind sending them on their way early. Just then, a ruthless glint flashed in Mo Jiantian's eyes, and he suddenly gave a stern command. Empty City, since you're unwilling to join my Glory Alliance, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brothers, let's charge. Let's steal his gear. Steal one piece of his equipment, and you'll get $1 million reward. Hiss. One piece of equipment is worth 1 million in cash. Mo Zhantian's voice undoubtedly aroused the desires of countless Glory Alliance guild members. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely attract brave men. Although they had witnessed Sujin's strength, everyone still harbored a sense of wishful thinking. If you're lucky enough to acquire a top-tier piece of equipment, it's equivalent to instant financial freedom. For any ordinary person, $1 million in cash is an incredibly tempting number. Even if you die, you'll only lose some experience points and attribute points. When the benefits far outweigh the risks, most people will choose to take the risk. As Mo Zhantian's voice fell, countless members of the Glory Alliance rushed towards Sujin with burning eyes, but their target was not Sujin, but the equipment at Sujin's feet. Sujin's eyes were icy, a hidden smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, enormous lightning wings sprouted from his back like those of a god, and he sneered. If you're so eager to die, then so be it. When they saw lightning wings suddenly sprout from Sujin's back, everyone felt that he looked vaguely familiar. When they saw Sujin's face clearly, they were all horrified. At this moment, Sujin had already shed his disguised ID and appearance, and returned to his true self. It's actually Emperor Chun. My god, he was actually Emperor Chun. Besides his lightning skills, why does he have such a bizarre method that allows him to kill a king-level boss with a wave of his hand? I understand. Emperor Chun must have a method to fuse the power of pets and use it for his own purposes. I once saw him with a thunder serpent that was extremely powerful, and its skills were exactly the same as the skills he could use. As for his other skill, it was probably given to him by another pet. That's terrifying. One person owns 2 pets, each one more ferocious than the last. For a moment, all the Glory Alliance guild members who were rushing towards Sujin were dumbfounded. They all looked at Sujin, who was floating in the void, with extremely shocked eyes, as if they were looking up at a god. At this moment, Mo Zhantian's eyes widened, and a look of shock rose in his heart. He never expected that the empty city in front of him was actually Emperor Chun. I never expected that Emperor Chun would break through to such terrifying strength after just a few days. He suddenly recalled his previous duel with Sujin, and his mood instantly plummeted. He has almost completely dominated the equipment rankings in Shanghai Town. No wonder he's so strong. Currently, only one piece of equipment belonging to Mo Zhantian is still listed on the equipment ranking list in Shanghai Town. The other 9 pieces of equipment on the leaderboard all bear the name Sujin. However, this was also because the diamond-grade equipment in Mo Zhantian's hands was strong enough. Otherwise, with Sujin's current equipment, he could dominate the entire equipment ranking list in no time. Mo Zhantian narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Sujin, and issued orders to the hundreds of players under his command. Brothers, what I said still stands. If you manage to snatch a piece of equipment from Emperor Chun, I'll reward you with 1 million. If anyone can behead Emperor Chun, I will reward them with 100 million. Hiss. There's been an additional reward. Killing Emperor Chun will earn you 100 million. Mo Zhantian's voice was like a stone thrown into still water, causing a huge ripple effect and stunning countless members of the Glory Alliance Guild. Killing Sujin will get you a reward of 100 million. 100 million, what does that mean? Although most people have no hope for this, there are always 1 or 2 people in the Glory Alliance Guild of several hundred who possess special abilities. For example, the purple-haired youth who just stared at Sujin with burning eyes and took a step forward has the ID name Zixian, and his talent ability is Lifelink. Lifelink, a rank B talent that allows you to link your life with that of an enemy. For every percentage of life you lose, the enemy will also lose the same percentage. Note that this is a percentage of health points. In other words, as long as he uses Lifelink to lock onto a target, and then empties all of his own health by committing suicide, then the linked enemy will also lose health instantly, suffering the same fate as Zixuan. His talent has always been a huge secret. He only told Mo Zhantian. No one else knew what his talent was. Seeing Zixian emerge from the crowd, Mo Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly. Emperor Chun, no matter how strong you are, you can never break free from the rules of this world. Zixuan's talent is specifically designed to deal with you. This time, even if I bear the infamy, I will drag you into the abyss. He had previously promised to challenge Sujin to a one-on-one duel. But after witnessing just how terrifying Sujin's strength was, he decisively rejected the idea. What does it matter if I go back on my word once, as long as I can trample Sujin under my feet? Emperor Chun, I've heard you're very powerful. However, I want to give you a piece of advice. Don't be too arrogant. or someone will always be able to teach you a lesson. Zixian walked towards Su Chun with a smile, slowly approaching him, his face full of confidence. Chapter 114 Demon Slayer. So you've been toying with me all along? 100 steps away. 50 steps away. 30 steps away. Zixian slowly approached Su Chun and saw that Su Chun was looking at him with a faint smile on his face, as if he looked down on him at all. Zixian chuckled inwardly. You look down on me, huh? Well, I'm going to show you what the price of arrogance will be. The furthest distance in a life-linking connection is exactly 30 steps. Ding. You have successfully locked onto your target, and the life-link talent has been successfully linked. The notification sound indicating that the talent was locked rang in Zixian's ears. A red line with a faint smell of blood suddenly appeared on Zixuan's chest, near his heart. The other end of the red thread also firmly locked Su Chen's heart. Then, Zixuan smiled brightly and took out a sharp dagger from his pocket. He slashed fiercely at his own arm. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. The intense pain made Zixian frown, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He swung his sword and cut himself, instantly losing about 10% of his health. Looking at Su Chen's side, his health had also dropped by 10%. The other members of the Glory Alliance who were watching from the sidelines all gasped in shock. Unexpectedly, our Glory Alliance guild actually has a player with such terrifying talent hidden inside. In that case, wouldn't Emperor Chen be doomed? It seems that Zixuan is going to take the 100 million yuan prize. All the members of the Glory Alliance looked at Zixian with envy. They never expected that Zixian, who had always kept his abilities hidden, would have such methods. Killing Su Chun would earn a bounty of 100 million. Who wouldn't be envious? Who wouldn't be jealous? At this moment, even Zixuan himself felt that victory was within his grasp, and the 100 million yuan prize money was already in his pocket. No, I have to do something. I have to make Emperor Chen suffer. Let him experience what real pain is. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease taking this 100 million. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Enduring the pain, he raised the dagger again and slashed it fiercely at his groin. That's right, it slashed down hard right at his groin. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Even Imo Zhantian was completely shocked. What? He's ruthless. How could he do that? But this is for the best. Since Emperor Chen dared to offend me, it's time for him to taste what real pain is. Imo Zhantian had already begun to imagine the scene of Su Chen's immense pain in his mind, since once the life link was completed, the pain and damage suffered by both parties would be exactly the same. But when he looked at Su Chun, he found that Su Chun had a calm expression on his face, and there was no sign of pain at all. Something's not right. Could it be that Zixuan's life link has failed? Imo Zhantian was immediately puzzled. He shifted his gaze to Su Chun and Zixian, where a bloody red line still connected them, making it impossible for the life link to fail. Meanwhile, Zixuan on the other end had an expression of extreme pain on his face, feeling as if he wanted to die from the pain. No, Emperor Chen's health has dropped by 40%, just like Zixian's. Since their health drops are the same, there's only one possibility. Emperor Chen is just putting up with it. Heh, so you're just putting on a brave face, huh? Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zixuan, keep up the pace. Upon hearing Imo Zhantian's order, Zixian, despite his pained expression, raised his dagger once more in order to win the 100 million yuan prize. This time, he slashed directly at his own neck. Yes, he could no longer bear this extreme pain. For him, death was also a kind of relief. And they can complete the task successfully. 100 million is mine. Zixian roared and swung his dagger, stabbing it fiercely into his own neck. Blood splattered instantly, his health points were completely depleted, and he collapsed to the ground with a face full of pain. At this moment, everyone, including Imo Zhantian, looked at Su Chun. They also wanted to witness the end of the arrogant Emperor Chen. All eyes were now on Su Chun. With Zixian's suicide, Su Chen's health was instantly depleted. Then the towering figure with wings on its back crashed to the ground. But Su Chen's face remained expressionless, showing no sign of pain, as if death was nothing to him. Even so, it couldn't dampen the excitement of all the members of the Glory Alliance. Ha ha, Emperor Chen is finally dead. Even though he was incredibly arrogant, there were always people who could control him. Zixuan's talent is a powerful trump card for our Glory Alliance guild. Once his reputation spreads, which blind player would dare to mess with our Glory Alliance guild? After this battle, Zixuan will definitely become famous overnight. Killing Emperor Chen alone will cause an unimaginable sensation and shock. No matter how strong Su Chun was, he still met a tragic end. In an instant, All the players from the Glory Alliance guilds laughed with immense pride. Is it finally over? At this moment, Imo Gentian felt extremely pleased as he watched Sujin's figure crash to the ground, but he also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Just then, you really thought I was dead? A chilling voice rang out from behind Imo Gentian. Instantly, Imo Gentian's hair stood on end, and he trembled with fear. He quickly turned around and found that Sujin was standing in front of him unharmed. You're still alive? How could this be? Imo Gentian looked at Sujin in disbelief, his heart filled with utter despair. It's over. This is terrible. Imo Gentian couldn't understand how Sujin, whose health had been completely depleted, could stand in front of him unharmed again. Sujin maintained a faint smile. Having lived a second life, how could he not know how many trump cards Imo Gentian had up his sleeve? The moment Zixin stepped out, Sujin recognized her identity and immediately used Xiaoqing's clone skill to place an identical fake body in front of Zixin. As for Sujin's true form, he had already switched to Ari's body and vanished into nothingness. Imo Gentian stared at Sujin in utter horror, a feeling of utter despair rising in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Sujin, and he said viciously, Emperor Chun, it seems you saw through Zixuan's talent long ago. You've been making fun of me all along. You dare to offend me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll use my real-world influence to find out your identity? Did you know that I'm backed by the massive Tencent Group? Chapter 115-1 Against 1,000. A massacre. If you could find out my identity, you would have done so already. Why are you begging me for information? Despite the threat from Imo Gentian, Sujin showed no concern whatsoever. He knew that Imo Gentian had no way of finding out his identity. Even if Imo Gentian used all the resources of Tencent Group, it would be impossible. The reason is simple. Although Tencent was once extremely popular in China, the server computer of the game, God Pets, was jointly managed by the top executives of the Global Federation, and no one had the right to obtain the top secret information inside the server computer. Furthermore, as a product of the combined research and development of Earth's most advanced civilization and the most advanced technology of alien spaceships, the Federation's quantum computer could not possibly have the slightest flaw or bug. Others might be frightened by Imo Gentian's threat, but in Sujin's eyes, Imo Gentian's threat was completely worthless. Do you know the secret of the Divine Pet's supercomputer? Imo Gentian's face showed a look of horror. The Divine Pet's supercomputer hides a huge secret that ordinary people have no way of knowing. Even as a high-ranking member of Tencent, Imo Gentian only had a superficial understanding of the situation. The deeper, core information was kept under tight control by the federal government composed of 197 countries. It was said to be related to the future of humanity, and it seemed that humanity might face a huge disaster. How exactly did Emperor Chen obtain the core information about the Divine Pets? Every single detail in that information is top secret. Imo Gentian had a strange intuition that Sujin was too confident standing in front of him, the kind of confidence that came from knowing everything. Emperor Chen, who exactly are you? Imo Gentian stared intently at Sujin, increasingly feeling that the young man with a faint smile on his face was unfathomable and frightening. Imo Gentian, so what if you have the huge Tencent Group behind you? In this game, you are nothing more than an ant. Not just you, but the entire Tencent Group will surely be overthrown by me in the future. Sujin's smile grew even brighter as he slowly approached Imo Gentian. At this moment, in Imo Gentian's eyes, Sujin was like the most terrifying demon in the abyss, who could devour him at any moment. Sujin was too lazy to argue with him anymore. The brilliant purple lightning wings on his back burst forth with extremely intense and terrifying lightning, like lightning blades that could kill gods and demons, and fiercely stabbed towards Imo Gentian's throat. Weak point exposed. The terrifying lightning blade struck Imo Gentian's throat. Before Imo Gentian could react, his face filled with fear and hatred, he was instantly blasted to death on the spot. The guild leader was actually killed. My God! Emperor Chun has instantly killed the commander. What should we do now? Oh no, oh no. Witnessing Imo Gentian's body being cleaved in two by a lightning blade, his head and body separated, all the members of the Glory Alliance Guild were filled with immense panic and horror. In an instant, the group was leaderless, like a flock of panicked sheep, all at a loss. Looting successful. You have plundered Imo Gentian's A-level talent, Demonic Explosion Star. You have gained the Arcane Explosion talent. Burn 50% of your mana to deal 10 times the mana consumed damage to all enemies within a 500-meter radius. Due to the theft of his talent, Imo Zhantian's talent level dropped to B grade. A smile appeared on Sujin's face. Sure enough, Imo Zhantian's talent was the same as in his previous life. This talent is definitely an extremely powerful, god-tier damage skill. It's important to know that a player's own mana is generally not very useful. Aside from consuming a small amount of mana when summoning pets, no mana is needed at other times. Sujin currently has around 36,000 mana points, which means that by consuming 18,000 mana points, he can deal a terrifying 180,000 damage to enemies within a 500-meter radius. This was also Imo Zhantian's last trump card, but unfortunately, Sujin knew everything about him. Before Imo Zhantian could release this talent skill, he was killed by Sujin's lightning blade. At this moment, countless players from the Glory Alliance Guild swarmed towards Sujin. Although they were terrified, a single death in the game was not enough to make them betray their guild. Use your master's skills to end your sinful lives. Magical Explosion Star. Sujin's voice was as cold as ice from the deepest hell. He raised his hand slightly, and an incomparably terrifying and violent power surged from his body. Immediately, under the influence of the incredibly violent power, even the surrounding earth began to tremble and collapse. One after another, incredibly violent auras were compressed to the extreme in front of Sujin, finally condensing into an extremely terrifying point. The mana in Sujin's body was being frantically drained. As more and more mana was drained, the damage from the condensed talent became even more terrifying. Finally, Sujin released the formed magic ball instantly, and its terrifying and domineering power swept out in all directions, which was shocking and amazing. The sweeping damage, with unstoppable force, relentlessly reaped the lives of countless players. Countless players from the Glory Guild were filled with utter horror, but under such terrifying and violent demonic power, they were completely unable to resist. Like tiny ants, they were all instantly killed and crushed. Ding! You have killed player Demon Wind Berserker and plundered his C-grade talent pet defense enhancement. Ding! You have killed player Imo Tian Wuching and plundered his C-grade talent pet, water-based enhancement. Ding! You have killed player Lion Roar and plundered his B-grade talent pet's HP boost. In one go, Sujin plundered the talents of hundreds of players, including all kinds of attack talents, defense talents, speed talents, and even special talents. Sujin took them all without hesitation. This time, the harvest was enormous. Sujin looked at the character attribute panel and saw that there were more than 100 talents. The reason why there were fewer talents was because when the same talent was accumulated 3 times, it would evolve. Therefore, Sujin acquired more than a dozen B-level talents alone. Sujin's battle undoubtedly shocked countless players in the Glory Alliance Guild. Many of these players had never even seen Imo Zhantian use his innate skills before, but they witnessed Sujin unleash this terrifying group-killing technique, and they were filled with fear. Chapter 116, an incredibly generous reward. Some players from the Glory Alliance Guild even secretly recorded videos before they died. The entire scene of Sujin infiltrating their newbie village, frantically slaughtering undead bloodbats, then beheading the Bloodbat King, and finally wiping out all members of the Glory Alliance Guild, including its leader, Imo Zhantian, was clearly recorded. They even posted it online, wanting to accuse Sujin of the crime of massacring the newbie village. The video quickly went viral on the official forum after it was released, sparking a huge discussion. In less than 10 minutes, the number of views exceeded 1 million. Players from the Glory Alliance Guild even left comments below. Look at this. Is this something a human being would do? He's a devil. No, even devils aren't as cruel as him. Seeing the players of the Glory Alliance Guild complaining on the forum, they thought they could attract a lot of hatred to Sujin and make him the public enemy in the eyes of all players. But to everyone's surprise, instead of condemning Sujin, the players cheered loudly. I never thought that members of the Glory Alliance would be bullied. All I can say is, well done. Haha, this is more than just being bullied. They practically turned their home upside down. Nearly 1,000 of you players were bullied so badly by a single player that you couldn't even lift your heads. You've really lost all face. Brothers, you probably don't know this, but the Glory Alliance Guild has done a lot of bad things. In order to grow the guild quickly, they will stop at nothing to plunder the resources from new players. They are a bunch of scum. I've heard that the Glory Alliance Guild is backed by Tencent, a top-tier conglomerate in China. However, its methods of accumulating wealth are extremely hateful. I never expected that the Glory Alliance Guild under the same group would be just as bad. All I can say is that Emperor Chen is absolutely amazing. I want to become Emperor Chen's disciple. please accept me. If you're willing, Mr. Chen, I'm happy to meet you in person. Various positions will satisfy you. Suddenly, all the criticism and condemnation were directed at the Glory Alliance Guild. The fact that he single-handedly defeated an entire guild of 1,000 members was a feat that actually garnered Sujin a large following. Enraged, Demon Slayer slammed his game helmet to the ground and glared furiously at the group of players inside the guild base. Idiots. They're all a bunch of idiots. Who gave you permission to upload the video online without my consent? This not only made Emperor Chen famous, but it also ruined the reputation of our Glory Alliance Guild. A guild with nearly 1,000 members was wiped out by a single solo player. Do you think that's glorious? To the few idiots who took it upon themselves to upload the video online, I hereby announce that you have been dismissed from the guild, and we will pursue you for breach of contract for the enormous damage you have caused to the guild. At this moment, Imo Jiantian was furious, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over his subordinates in the base. Emperor Chen, you've offended me, so don't expect to get away with it. Even if you have overwhelming power, I still have ways to deal with you. Imo Jiantian's voice was icy cold as he took out his phone and quickly made a call. Hello, is this Chairman Chen of the Ali Group? Do us a favor, and we're willing to pay a reward of 5 billion. Imo Jiantian's words instantly caused a strange light to flash in the eyes of the old man who answered the phone on the other end. 5 billion is an extremely generous reward. Even though he was the president of the Yama Palace Guild, which is affiliated with Alibaba Group, he was still extremely tempted by such a generous reward. What is it? Your offer is tempting, but I have to decide whether to accept it based on the circumstances. The elderly man who answered the phone was none other than the leading figure of the game guild that the Ali Group had entered, with the ID named Qin Guangwang. Compared to Tencent, Ali Group places much more emphasis on the God Pets game, having mobilized tens of thousands of people to join it from the very beginning. At the time, although Tencent sent Imo Jiantian to the guild, it only symbolically recruited a few hundred people. The Glory Alliance Guild only gradually rose to prominence in the previous life. In its previous life, in terms of investment and number of participants, it was far less than the Yama Palace under Alibaba Group that invested heavily in the Divine Pet game. Inside the Yama Palace, the 10 strongest individuals are known as the 10 Yama Kings. They are all at least A-level talent holders, and their pets are extremely rare and top-quality pets. This old man, named King Qingguang, although he looks to be over 60 years old, is a powerful figure who has dominated the online gaming world for a century. It is said that 50 years ago, when this old man was still a teenager, he was already hailed as a prodigy in esports competitions. Having played various online games for decades, he has accumulated an incredibly rich amount of gaming experience. Although he is now in his twilight years, he is still quite healthy, and his skills and awareness in online games are unparalleled. Most incredibly, King Qingguang even obtained an extremely rare S-level talent in the Divine Pet game. As a result, he was noticed by the Ali Group and directly appointed as the president of the Yama Palace, in charge of all affairs of the Yama Palace. Kill that player named Chen Di in the game down to level 0. We're willing to offer you 5 billion in cash as a reward, Imo Jiantian said slowly. Upon hearing this, King Qingguang's usually placid face showed a hint of surprise. After pondering for a moment, he said, I've heard about the feud between Emperor Chen and your Glory Alliance. He's an extremely troublesome player. Although he's just a solo player, his strength is outrageously powerful. He's not easy to deal with. So what do you mean? Imo Jiantian asked. We need to pay more, King Qingguang said with a deep, mysterious look in his eyes. Imo Jiantian's face immediately turned black. Ultimately, a price of 8 billion was agreed upon for the reward of killing Su Chun to level 0. Imo Jiantian's face revealed a cold hatred. Emperor Chen, you dare to offend me? I will make you pay a terrible price. What he didn't know was that Su Chen originally intended to deal with more than just their Glory Alliance Guild. As one of the top 10 super guilds that plotted against him in his previous life, Yama Palace originally planned to personally go to their door to seek revenge. Now, it's just that the time has been brought forward. At this moment, the vast newbie village was empty, with only Su Chen remaining. In the game, Divine Pets, after death, it takes 1 hour to revive at the respawn point. At this moment, Su Chen stared intently at the equipment scattered all over the ground in the newbie village square. Not only the equipment dropped by Demon Slayer and all members of the Glory Alliance Guild. There are also equipment and treasures dropped by the Bloodbat King boss and countless undead bloodbats. This is a huge windfall. Su Chen's eyes burned with excitement. Chapter 117, The Rewards of Hidden Classes. Ding. You have picked up a basic king-level item, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet. Ding. You have picked up a star-level top-tier equipment, Blood Demon's Lament Leggings. Ding. You have obtained 1,000 random attribute stones. Ding. You have obtained 10 skill evolution stones. Bite. As Sujin collected the equipment that had dropped on the ground, he felt a little troubled. In addition to the various top-tier rewards dropped by the Bloodbat King boss, nearly 1,000 players from the Glory Alliance also obtained thousands of pieces of equipment. Because he killed nearly 1,000 players at once, the amount of equipment dropped was so much that Sujin's backpack couldn't hold it all. What should I do? Sujin looked at the dazzling array of equipment on the ground and wondered to himself. Are we really going to destroy all the equipment that has dropped on the ground? It's important to understand that although most of these items are only platinum or emerald grade, their sheer quantity makes them a valuable asset. Quantity leads to quality, and when accumulated, they amount to an astonishing sum of money. Got it. Sujin's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of a good idea. Pet possession. Fusion with Little Green. With a thought, Sujin directly merged Shao Qing into his body and activated his Twin Snake Shadow skill, instantly creating 10 figures of Sujin. These clones are exactly the same as the original body in terms of strength. Even the equipment and skills that the protagonist possesses can be copied onto the clones. Naturally, the clones also have their own backpacks. However, the equipment stored in the clone's backpack will also disappear if the clone disappears. Therefore, it should generally be used with caution unless absolutely necessary. Sujin only wanted to take the equipment with him first. He didn't intend to store it all in his backpack. Clone units, collect my equipment. Under Sujin's command, the 9 clones dispersed and collected all the equipment in less than 2 minutes. Sujin glanced at the empty space in the backpacks of his 9 clones and thought to himself, it seems I'll have to steal that artifact someday. Sujin knew of a hidden forbidden dungeon where a terrifying boss surpassing the king level was hidden, but in its lair was a powerful artifact, the Ring of the King of Plunder. The Lord of the Looting Ring increases the drop rate of equipment after killing a player to 100%. In other words, once Sujin gets his hands on this divine artifact ring, killing anyone he kills will completely cripple that person, causing them to drop all their equipment. Princess Soja, the elf who had witnessed all of Sujin's battles, now had eyes filled with admiration and adoration. My judgment of men is indeed excellent. He slaughtered thousands with a flick of his wrist. With such overwhelming strength, he will surely lead our elven race to prosperity in the future. Let's go back first. After collecting all the equipment, Sujin, along with his 9 clones, activated Thunder Wings and flew towards the newbie village where Xiaoyun and her daughter were located, accompanied by the elf princess Soja. Along the way, Sujin carried the elf princess in his arms, flying in the sky, with a view overlooking the entire Shanghai town below. At this time, apart from the 2 beginner villages where Sujin had cleared out the monsters, the other beginner villages were still in dire straits. The key to completely resolving this disaster lies in defeating the final boss of the undead army, the Vampire Witch. It's time for the Vampire Witch to make her appearance. Sujin flew in the sky, his eyes sweeping over the dozen or so novice villages below that were engulfed in war, and thought to himself, these ordinary monsters are nothing but small fry. Only by defeating the vampire which can we obtain the final reward. Oh, and I also have a hidden class, Guardian of the Human Race. I wonder what rewards I'll get if I manage to defeat both the light and dark factions at the same time. Sujin felt a faint sense of anticipation. Both the light and dark factions will be humanity's greatest enemies in the future. Only by weakening the 2 major factions and using the Human Guardian class can one obtain the corresponding power-up rewards. 5 minutes later, Sujin carried the elf princess Soja back to the courtyard where Kuching and her daughter were. When the proprietress, Kuching, saw the elf princess nestled in Sujin's arms, she still felt a little jealous, but she was clearly less resistant to it. She didn't seem so repulsive after all. If it weren't for her intervention, my daughter and I would probably have died long ago, the proprietress Kuching thought to herself. At that moment, before his clones dissipated, Sujin waved his hand, and all the clones unloaded the equipment from their backpacks onto the spot. Thousands of pieces of equipment, dazzling and sparkling, covered the entire courtyard. When the proprietress, Su Kuching, saw this scene, her eyes widened in shock. You guys went on a robbery? Where did you get so much equipment? The fairy princess covered her mouth and said with a smile, pretty much. Brother Chin not only slaughtered hundreds of monsters, but also wiped out hundreds of bad guys in the village. These are all spoils of war. In the eyes of the elf princess Soja, anyone who opposes Sujin is a bad person. The proprietress, Sujin, took a deep breath, looked at Sujin, and said, "Aiken, what do you plan to do with these equipment?" Sujin thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "How about I open a shop in the main city, and you and Xiaoyan can go there and be the boss's wives, helping me run the shop?" "No problem. Doing business is something I'm good at, and Xiaoyan is smart too. We can definitely help you manage the shop well," Sujin said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Sujin's words had a hidden meaning and something was not right. "If you're just looking after the shop, then you're just looking after the shop. How did my daughter and I become the shop owners? The boss lady and the person who helps out at the shop are two completely different things. Could it be?" Sujin imagined some strange scenes, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. "I can't carry all this equipment with me, so please keep it safe for me for now. Once things are settled in the beginner village, I'll take you away from here." Sujin gave the instructions. He roughly counted them and found that there were more than 2,000 pieces of equipment in total, of which nearly 1,000 were platinum level or higher. In the current stage of the game, platinum level or higher equipment is still quite valuable, mainly because there are so many of them. Of course, the more money Sujin made, the more the Glory Alliance Guild suffered huge losses. Losing such equipment at once is a huge loss, even for a wealthy Glory Alliance Guild. At this stage of the game, equipment is in far short of demand, and the equipment lost by the players of the Glory Alliance Guild is difficult to recover, which has undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the entire guild. Chapter 1:18 Mutation and Evolution. The reason Sujin asked Kuching and her daughter to help him sell the goods was because his own time was very precious. He simply didn't have time to waste in the shop. That's something only professional businessmen do. If he hired some players to watch the shop for him, any of them could potentially steal from him, so Sujin didn't feel comfortable with that at all. "I'll be getting more and more top-tier equipment in the future, many of which I won't need anymore. Having this mother and daughter help me manage the shop and sell the equipment is the most cost-effective option. In this way, you can make money and gain both personal benefits." They've made an incredible fortune. It must be said that although Sujin had given birth, she still maintained an excellent figure. Her slender legs were over a meter long, and every move she made exuded the charm of a beautiful woman that captivated men. Sujin wasn't Chow Chow, but he had still experienced the taste of her perfectly ripe peach. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be moist, very moist. It's time to find a way to restore Min's dignity. He felt somewhat resentful that she always suppressed him. Sujin glanced at Sujin discreetly, thinking to himself, "However, for now, let's focus on using up the equipment and rewards we have first." Sujin glanced at the few top-tier pieces of equipment he had kept in his backpack. King's basic equipment, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet. Physical attack increased by 1099 points. Spell attack increased by 1099 points. Strength increased by 550 points. Intelligence increased by 550 points. Health points increased by 300. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill, Blood Demon Power. By dealing damage to enemies, you can continuously charge the Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet. Each point of damage is equivalent to charging 1 layer. When it is charged to 500,000 layers, it can activate the power of the Ancient Blood Demon and add it to yourself, gaining an incredible and huge increase in strength. As expected of a top-tier piece of equipment, a single item can provide over 1,000 points of damage. As for the Blood Demon Power skill that comes with the equipment, it is clearly a skill that enhances one's own strength. Furthermore, the conditions for triggering equipment skills are quite demanding. A full 500,000 points of damage must be dealt to trigger the Blood Demon Power skill once. Although it's unclear what kind of power boost the Ancient Blood Demon Power will bring him, Sujin believes that as a king-level equipment with such demanding trigger conditions, the effect of activating this skill will definitely not disappoint him. Decisively replace Ari's Diamond Beginner, Source of Power leggings with the King Beginner, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet. Next is the second piece of equipment. Star-level peak equipment, Blood Demon's Lash Leggings. Physical defense increased by 1136 points. Spell defense increased by 1479 points. Physical fitness increased by 699 points. Health points increased by 2,000. Increase mana by 2,000 points. Level requirement. Level 20 or above can wear it. Equipment skill, Blood Demon's Lament. When you receive more than 100,000 damage, Activating this skill will summon 3 Blood Demon Servants to fight for you. These Blood Demon Servants are star rank peak monsters, with a level equivalent to yours. This summoning skill can last up to 1,200 seconds. It can actually summon 3-star level peak monsters at once? Sujin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the leg guards to have such powerful attributes, making them one of the top-tier items among star-level equipment. Without a doubt, both of these pieces of equipment were dropped by the Bloodbat King boss. This is absolutely a huge profit. Oh, and I also got a pretty good piece of equipment from Emojantian. Sujin thought to himself as he looked through his backpack. Found it. Starry Sky Beginner, Dark Moon Demon Necklace. Physical attack power increased by 799 points. Strength increased by 689 points. Agility increased by 650 points. Attack speed increased by 45%. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 20 or above. Equipment skill. Moon Demon Queen's Blessing. Summons the remnant soul of the Moon Demon Queen to descend before you and fight for you. She is a powerful support class with unfathomable strength, but due to the limitations of equipment tier, only a wisp of her remnant soul can be summoned, so the remnant soul only possesses a portion of her abilities. Description: evolved from the Dark Demon Necklace, this equipment possesses incredible potential. If suitable materials are found to further refine it, it may be able to transform into an even more exquisite piece of equipment. This is the equipment. Sujin was overjoyed. The last time I saw this piece of equipment on the leaderboard, it was only a low-level diamond item. It seems that Emojantian has put a lot of effort into evolving this equipment. Now, this equipment has actually evolved to the initial star glory quality. This piece of equipment has enormous potential. With enough top-quality materials for fusion, it is entirely possible to evolve it to a quality that surpasses the king level. Sujin thought to himself. In his previous life, Demon Slayer had evolved this equipment to the king level, but due to the inability to find suitable materials, the further evolution of this equipment was delayed. However, Sujin knew exactly where to find the materials that matched this equipment, so he was confident that he could evolve this equipment to a stronger level. Let's wear it first and see. Replace Ari's Diamond Peak Level Purple Blood Necklace with the Starry Beginner Dark Moon Demon Necklace. Sujin thought for a moment and decided to give 500 of the 1,000 random attribute stones in his backpack to each of his 2 pets. As for which pet would get which attribute, that would be up to fate. Ding! Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has consumed 500 random attribute stones and gained 124 points of strength, 116 points of constitution, 142 points of agility, and 118 points of intelligence. Ding! Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has consumed 500 random attribute stones and gained 239 intelligence, 127 constitution, 71 agility, and 63 strength. Ari's attributes are very balanced. She gains roughly the same amount of each attribute. However, Xiaoqing gained a lot of attribute points, half of which were intelligence. Sujin felt that this was because Xiaoqing had top-tier luck. It seems that from now on, it's more appropriate to let Xiaoqing handle things that rely on luck. Sujin thought to himself. Finally, there are 10 pet skill evolution stones. Sujin decided that it was most appropriate to use it to evolve Thunderwings first. Ding! You have used 6 pet skill evolution stones to upgrade Medusa Queen Xiaoqing's Thunderwings skill to level 20. When using Thunderwings, flight speed is increased by 60%, and the damage dealt by Thunderwings to enemies is increased by an additional 90%. Ding! Xiaoqing's Thunderwings skill has evolved to the maximum level and is currently undergoing a mutation evolution. Chapter 119, The Precious Contract Scroll. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. Thunderwing has evolved. Congratulations. Xiaoqing's Thunderwings skill has evolved into a new skill, Purple Thunder Mystic Wings. Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, a pair of enormous wings formed from the power of purple thunder from the heavens materialize behind Xiaoqing. The Purple Thunder Mystic Wings can not only deal 5,000 plus 400% magic attack damage to enemies with lightning attributes, but each attack may also trigger a thunderstorm effect, dealing double damage. The Purple Thunder Mystic Wings can even grant Xiaoqing the abilities of flight and diving. Flight ability is equivalent to 3 times that of the Thunder Wings. After evolving into the Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, not only does the damage increase dramatically, but it also has a thunderstorm effect, which has a chance to cause additional double damage, which is equivalent to triple damage. Not only that, their flight speed has become faster, and they have also gained the ability to dive. Sujin was pleasantly surprised. The evolved purple thunder mystic wings were much stronger. I have 4 pet evolution stones in my backpack. Which skill should I use them to evolve? Sujin first tried evolving the purple thunder mystic wings. Not enough evolution stones. Evolving Xiaoqing's purple thunder mystic wings requires 5 pet skill evolution stones. After thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to evolve Ari's frost triple slash. This is Ari's core burst damage skill, with terrifying output. Only by evolving this skill to be even stronger will Sujin have more confidence in defeating stronger bosses. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's frost triple strike to level 4, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's frost triple strike to level 5, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's frost triple strike to level 6, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's frost triple strike to level 7, increasing the damage of each of the 3 hits by 20%. In the end, Sujin chose to use all 4 remaining pet skill evolution stones on Ari's frost triple slash skill. This instantly boosted her frost triple slash to level 7. Level 7. Frost triple slash. Ari dashes behind the target enemy and launches 3 consecutive high damage slashes at extremely fast speed. The first slash deals 220% of her attack power, the second deals 320% of her attack power, and the third deals 420% of her attack power. This is equivalent to dealing a whopping 960% physical damage after 3 separate attacks. Nearly 10 times the physical damage. Its power is unimaginable. After dealing with all the loot in my backpack, I still haven't opened the level 30 Supreme gift pack. Sujin suddenly thought of something. The vampire witch's power is terrifying. To face her next challenge, I must push my strength to its limit. With expectant eyes, Sujin took out the Supreme gift pack from his backpack and opened it. Ding! Do you want to open the Supreme gift pack, level 30? After opening, you will receive a random top quality reward. Start. Congratulations. You have obtained a servant contract scroll. 2 attempts. Special treasure, servant contract scroll. Quality, unparalleled. Current available attempts, 2-2. Effect, the servant contract can be used on any player, NPC, or boss. Once the servant contract is successfully established, the target will become your servant forever. The servant will be loyal to you forever, never betray you, and will be willing to do anything for you, including offering their body or dying for you. Furthermore, you can see all the thoughts in their mind. Contract conditions. Either the other party voluntarily agrees to become your servant, or you need to bring the enemy to the brink of death, below 3% health, to forcibly complete the contract. It's a servant contract scroll. Sujin was shocked, and then a look of wild joy surged in his eyes. This servant contract scroll is just as useful as the pet space expansion scroll. He can not only make the boss your servant, even players and NPCs can form contracts with them, turning them into completely obedient servants. This further demonstrates that the divine pet mastermind is playing a much bigger game, not just aiming to create a phenomenal online game for everyone, but rather plotting a spectacular scheme. Even real-life human players can completely disregard life and death. Players who are bound by slave scroll contracts are not only those who are contracted to become their slaves within the game. Even in reality, they can be completely manipulated by themselves, becoming slaves who are completely obedient to and controlled by them. This servant scroll won't immediately boost my strength, but the benefits it brings me far outweigh any other reward. Sujin thought to himself, if you use this scroll to make a pact with a beautiful woman, she will become your servant forever and be willing to do anything for you. If this scroll is used to form a contract with the leader of a super guild, then the entire guild will be at your disposal. Moreover, these leaders of super guilds often wield immense power and resources in reality. Controlling the ultimate power holder is equivalent to controlling a vast sphere of influence. I have absolutely no interest in making a contract with a man, but I have no interest in making a contract with a pretty but empty-faced woman. But what if the contract involves an exceptionally beautiful woman with considerable power and influence? Sujin's eyes lit up as he suddenly remembered a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, but a heart as venomous as a snake. She was not only exceptionally beautiful and possessed astonishing power, but also had an unparalleled beauty that could topple kingdoms. However, he possesses a cold heart. On the surface, he is as gentle as a spring breeze, but in the shadows, he harbors thoughts of wreaking havoc on the world. If I have the chance in the future, I will make that woman my servant through a contract. Not only will I be able to enjoy a unique and charming experience, but I will also lay the foundation for my path to becoming stronger and a god. The more Sujin thought about it, the more feasible his plan seemed. However, it seems the vampire witch is about to make her appearance. Meanwhile, the Morningstar Saintess is probably lurking somewhere, waiting for the arrival of the vampire witch. The two women are bound to start a massive battle. He couldn't possibly miss out on this exciting event. Whether it's the perfect foundation-building method for pets or Ari's 7-element aptitude fusion, they are only one king-level light element NPC away from being killed. In order to become stronger, Sujin had to go. After dealing with the equipment in his backpack, he bid farewell to Sujin and her daughter, summoned the even larger purple thunder mystic wings, and leaped into the air, soaring into the sky. Chapter 120 Dogs Fighting, a Mouthful of Fur. As for the elf princess Soja, Sujin temporarily left her in the courtyard to take care of Sujin and her daughter. Sujin soared above the sky, overlooking the entire landscape of Shanghai town. All the surrounding starting villages were shrouded in endless black mist. The disaster is relentlessly claiming the lives of players and NPCs. Sujin stared down and found that the place where the black energy was most concentrated was still on a street in the very center of Shanghai town. That was where the black energy was most concentrated. Even a space was torn open with huge cracks, and an extremely strange necromantic blood energy was bursting out from the spatial cracks. That's it, there's no mistake. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he waved his dazzling purple thunder mystic wings, flying towards the direction of Shanghai town streets. It's so stupid to just walk over there like that. It would be better to hide first, with the enemy in the open while we remain in the shadows, and plan our moves carefully. 5 minutes later, Sujin quietly landed 300 meters away from the spatial rift. Then Xiaoqing was taken back to the pet space, and Ari was switched to her body. Activate Void Dash. Sujin's figure instantly became transparent. Not to mention the vampire witch. Even if the Lord of the Undead were to come in person, he might not be able to detect Sujin in his void state. Being a Voldemort is the best option for winning. His figure completely vanished, which put Sujin at ease. They quietly approached the location where the spatial rift had appeared. At this moment, the spatial rift began to vibrate more and more violently. Then, a graceful leg wearing red high heels stepped out from the spatial rift. This witch can finally come out for some fresh air. It's been so long since I've tasted human blood. This time, this witch is going to have a good drink. A strange woman's laughter suddenly rang out. Then, the vampire witch's entire body stepped out from the spatial rift. A pair of stunningly beautiful legs were wrapped in a blood-red robe. Her fingernails were blood-red and sharp, not only incredibly sharp, but also radiating an astonishing aura of bloodlust. On that pale yet delicate face, a pair of blood-red eyes, though somewhat frightening, gave off a unique and exotic beauty. Sujin casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Diane, the vampire witch. Rank. Grade? Property? Skill? As expected, it was all question marks, which meant that the vampire witch's strength was definitely far above his own, and her level was at least 10 levels higher than his. Although Sujin was not absolutely certain that he could defeat the vampire witch. However, he didn't plan to make a move right away, since there were still people from the Morningstar Temple around. Sujin planned to watch them fight like dogs from the shadows first, and then steal the benefits. Just as the vampire witch Diane let out a strange laugh, an equally astonishing aura suddenly burst forth from the side. A stunningly beautiful and elegant blonde woman suddenly appeared. This figure was none other than Alice, the Saintess of Morningstar. Which, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I knew you'd show up here sooner or later. Prepare to face the judgment of the Morningstar. The Morningstar Saintess, with her icy gaze, spoke indifferently to the vampire witch Diane, she said. At this moment, her injuries had been completely healed, thanks to Sujin collecting enough holy healing grass for her. Alice, I'm here to protect you. With me here, I will not allow this witch to harm you in the slightest. The next moment, a tall man wearing flashy silver-white armor, carrying a giant sword burning with holy flames, also rushed over from a distance. Sujin immediately recognized the man as Carlo, the young city lord of Binhai City. Sujin could tell that Carlo clearly had feelings for the Morningstar Saintess, fawning over her like a sycophant. Carlo wouldn't allow anyone to get close to the Morningstar Saintess, fearing that someone would snatch her away from him. Therefore, just because he had some contact with the Morningstar Saintess, she plotted to kill him, which was simply insane. You even brought in helpers. Then I'll find some helper too. A strange smile appeared on the vampire witch's face. She waved her long, slender, fair hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Suddenly, a violent and surging surge of blood energy burst forth from the spatial rift. A monstrous figure exuding an incomparably evil aura emerged from the spatial rift. Although the monster was a dog, it had 3 dog heads, and its limbs were treading on raging hellfire. It is Cerberus. Upon seeing the monster's figure, Sujin's eyes narrowed instantly, and he secretly cast a reconnaissance spell. Cerberus. Rank: Intermediate King-level boss. Level: 38. Health: 180,000 to 180,000. 180,000. Total 540,000 health. 3 heads, each with its own health. Physical attack power. Point. Physical defense. 8,792 points. Spell defense. Point. Talent ability. Body of Fire. Reduces fire damage taken by 65% and increases own fire damage by 55%. Skills. Frenzied Bloodlust. Hellfire. Blazing Assault. Hellfire Bloodlust. Description: a 3-headed dog from hell, evil and insane. If you want to live a good life, you'd better stay away from it. The monsters summoned by the vampire which were all mid-level bosses. Sujin quietly hid in the shadows, somewhat surprised. Go forth, Cerberus. Let's have a dog versus dog showdown. A mocking smile appeared on the vampire witch's face. Under her command, the 3-headed hellhound pounced towards the young city lord, Carlo. You actually called me a dog. Carlo's eyes blazed with fury as he swung his massive, flaming sword at Cerberus. Aren't simps still dogs? If you can defeat Cerberus, you will be the king of dogs. If you can't win, you're not even as good as a dog. Haha, now it's time to show your skills. The vampire witch's smile widened, her face full of mockery. Glancing at the Morningstar Saintess Alice in the distance, she immediately recognized that Carlo was a suitor of the Morningstar Saintess, and a rather obsequious one at that. These words immediately darkened Carlo's face. Whether or not he can defeat Cerberus, his reputation will be terrible. So what if I'm a dog? As long as I can protect Alice, I'm willing to be her dog. Carlo gritted his teeth and, fueled by incredibly violent fiery battle aura, slashed heavily at Cerberus. Not to be outdone, Cerberus bit Carlo's buttocks. Chapter 121: 2 Women Fight. Sujin benefits. Although Carlo is clearly stronger than Cerberus, Cerberus is born of fire and is immune to 65% of fire damage. Carlo's fighting style is fire-based, and the damage from his fire attacks is largely negated when they land on Cerberus, making it barely a scratch. For a time, Carlo and Cerberus were locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, the witch Diane looked at the Morningstar Saintess with a hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes, and said with a sensual smile, "The old woman of the Morningstar Temple. Anyone who dares to obstruct my mission probably doesn't know the meaning of death." Faced with Diane's provocation, the Morningstar Saintess's gaze became much more indifferent and cold. She swung her snow-white holy staff, and a silver spear light, like starlight, blasted towards the witch Diane without giving her any chance to react. Let's see how long you can remain arrogant and cocky. Now you'll face the judgment of the Morning Star. The Spear of Judgment. As the holy spear, radiating a terrifying silver light, hurtled down, the witch Diane dared not be careless and quickly formed hand seals. Damn it, you actually attacked first. A shield radiating a strong aura of blood appeared in front of the witch Diane. Boom. The silver-white holy spear suddenly slammed into the blood-red shield in front of the witch Diane. A clash between spear and shield. The sound reverberated through the sky, and the aftershocks from the collision alone caused surrounding trees to break and houses to collapse. Absolutely stunning. The moment the holy judgment spear shattered the blood shield, the holy power of Morning Star was also exhausted. The spear and shield were shattered simultaneously and vanished into the world. Having fought the witch Diane to a draw, the proud Morningstar Saintess was unwilling to accept defeat and cast another Morningstar Holy Light spell into the witch Diane's body. Although Morningstar Holy Light is a light-based healing spell, when it falls on dark races, it turns from healing into damage, and the damage is exceptionally terrifying. A massive damage number floated from the top of the witch Diane's head. The holy light of Morningstar instantly inflicted immense pain on the witch Diane, twisting her exquisite and beautiful face and causing her to let out a shrill wail. Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death. The witch Diane felt intense pain, and her eyes suddenly turned fierce, completely losing their previous alluring charm. The witch Diane's red hair flew wildly behind her, and sharp, blood-red spikes suddenly grew from her 10 fingers. They were filled with an incredibly turbulent and violent blood energy that swirled and circled between her fingers, making her extremely eerie. The next moment, the witch Diane appeared like a ghost and attacked the Morningstar Saintess. In comparison, Carlo's fight with Cerberus seemed rather trivial and comical. Cerberus, relying on its high fire resistance, fought with a life-or-death mentality, relentlessly biting Carlo like a mad dog. Faced with such a reckless fighting style, Carlo dared not confront it head-on, and was chased all over the streets by Cerberus, a truly miserable sight. Even though Carlo's strength was no less than that of Cerberus, as the son of a prominent city lord, he had never experienced any life-or-death battles and was extremely embarrassed by Cerberus's frenzied attacks. Meanwhile, Sujin was secretly hiding in the shadows, witnessing this battle that would determine the fate of tens of thousands of townspeople and players in Shanghai town. The Vampire Witch and the Morningstar Saintess are evenly matched, and it will be difficult to determine a winner for the time being. It would be better to kill Carlo first and boost our strength. Having made up his mind, Sujin smiled, and then, taking advantage of Carlo's predicament of dealing with the frenzied bites of the three-headed hellhound, quietly circled around to Carlo's back. A fatal blow. The first move was a deadly strike. The combination of breaking stealth and a fatal blow creates a terrifyingly high level of damage. Weak point exposed. The poison blade silently slashed at Carlo's neck from behind. Carlo felt a burning pain in his back and, unable to deal with the attack of the three-headed hellhound, quickly looked back. Only then did he realize with horror that a familiar figure was standing behind him. It was Sujin. My prediction was right. It seems you really are a spy for the dark faction. Damn traitor, I'll tear you to pieces. Carlo instantly flew into a rage and launched into a frenzied barrage of insults. But Sujin always wore a faint smile on his face. Whether I'm on the light or dark side is none of your business anymore. Wait until you reach the depths of hell, then slowly seek revenge on me. After saying that, Sujin's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Carlo was both shocked and furious. Watching Sujin appear and disappear like a ghost, his face instantly contorted with rage, displaying his impotent fury to the fullest extent. Meanwhile, the two women who were fighting each other nearby heard Carlo's frantic howls and obviously noticed that Carlo had been ambushed. The witch Diane revealed a smug smile, looking at the Morningstar Saintess with a boastful expression, and said, "See, my helpers have arrived. If I can hold you back, Carlo is doomed. After Carlo dies, it will be a 3-on-1 situation. Just wait, and you'll be slowly tormented." Ha, you pampered Saintess, the more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you will be in a moment. Faced with the witch Diane's provocation, the Morningstar Saintess's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. She never expected Sujin to betray her, and she questioned him. "Emperor Chun, I trusted you so much, but I never imagined you were such a dark person. If you are willing to abandon darkness and embrace the light, you still have a chance. Otherwise, you can expect to be wanted and hunted down by the Temple of Morningstar." Sujin shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "I am neither a member of the light faction nor a member of the dark faction. The only thing that can drive me to take action is always self-interest. Carlo has threatened to kill me time and time again. He's too arrogant. I'll send him on his way first." When Sujin reappeared, he was already above Carlo's head. Phantom teleport refreshes all skills. Once again, the frost triple slash came crashing down, a terrifying blood blade carrying endless frost power, striking Carlo's head repeatedly. A strike that breaks through stealth. The second strike. Sujin's voice was like that of a cold demon, sending chills down Carlo's spine and making him tremble. Sujin's extremely elusive movements were completely unfathomable to Carlo. Before he could even react, he was instantly stunned by a terrifying attack. The final blow will send you on your way. Chapter 122. The two women were utterly shocked. The final blow will send you on your way. A fatal blow. A fatal blow. After being upgraded to level 7, the Frost Triple Slash is completely different in power from before. The damage from the third strike, in particular, can only be described as terrifying. The terrifying damage instantly shattered Carlo's silver-white armor. Even Carlo's body couldn't withstand such terrifying power, and his health was instantly depleted, causing him to fall straight to the ground. "Congratulations. Your pet, the eight-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has defeated a high-level boss, LV-39, the young lord of Binhai City, Carlo. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Killing Carlo yielded a total of 36,000 experience points. This instantly delighted Sujin, as such a generous amount of experience points was enough for him to level up. Immediately, beams of familiar white light fell upon Sujin. Congratulations! You have reached level 32 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Immediately afterwards, Ari's body also emitted a white light, and there was more than one. Congratulations! Your pet, the eight-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 29 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet, the eight-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 30 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Plunder successful. Ari gains 120 evolution points. Ari gains top-tier defensive stats. Top-tier defense. All damage you take will be reduced by 50 points. It's only top-tier defensive aptitude? A look of disappointment appeared on Sujin's face. He originally thought he could obtain top-tier light elemental aptitude, so that Ari could gather all 7 elemental aptitudes: earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, thus causing her to transform and complete her evolution. However, this is understandable. After all, as an Imperial Knight, Carlo is more fire-oriented and skilled in defense. Ari already has fire-type aptitude, so what he plundered is naturally defensive aptitude. Top-tier defensive aptitude is quite good. It can absorb 5,000 points of damage each time it is attacked. Sujin quickly felt relieved, which greatly ensured Ari's survival ability, which was quite good. Just then, a system voice suddenly rang in Sujin's ears. Ding! You have currently defeated the Dark Faction King-level boss, 1-1, and the Light Faction King-level boss, 1-1. Congratulations! You have completed the test of the blood refining step. Do you wish to proceed with the bone forging for your 2 existing pets? Sure. Sujin responded without hesitation, saying that he had gone to great lengths to wait for this moment. He could clearly feel that the blood in Ari and Xiaoqing's bodies was constantly surging, being purified and transformed by a powerful energy supplied by the system. Their bloodline power was constantly reverting to its ancestral form, transforming into an even more powerful bloodline. Ding! Blood refining successful. Congratulations! Xiaoqing's top-tier luck aptitude, top-tier ghost aptitude, top-tier berserk aptitude, top-tier mist aptitude, high-level magic critical damage increase aptitude, high-level health aptitude, high-level defense aptitude, high-level intelligence aptitude, and medium movement speed aptitude have all received an additional 50% boost. Congratulations! Ari's extraordinary poison refining aptitude, top-tier shield aptitude, top-tier fire aptitude, top-tier wind aptitude, high-level darkness aptitude, high-level earth aptitude, high-level strength aptitude, high-level attack speed aptitude, high-level health aptitude, high-level life steal aptitude, medium health regeneration aptitude, and top-tier defense aptitude have all received an additional 50% boost. Completing blood refinement can actually increase the effects of all attributes by 50%. A look of joy flashed in Sujin's eyes. Take top-tier defense aptitude as an example. Originally, it could reduce damage by 5,000 points. After this boost, it can directly reduce damage by 7,500 points. Take the advanced strength aptitude as an example. Originally, it could have doubled Ari's strength, but after this amplification, it directly increased Ari's strength by another 50%, which is equivalent to giving Ari an extra 2,500 points of damage. Each qualification represents such a huge improvement. When combined, they bring about a dramatic transformation for both pets. Damage, defense, speed, and recovery capabilities are all greatly improved. Ding! You have triggered the final step of the perfect foundation building method, Meridian Refinement. Meridian Refining Trial. Obtain 1 Elemental Energy Core. Elemental Energy Core? Sujin was slightly surprised. He had never heard of such a thing before. However, for now, let's resolve the crisis in the beginner village first. At this moment, the Morningstar Saintess and the vampire which were still locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Well done. The witch Diane smiled with satisfaction and said, Little brother, I have seen your sincere devotion to darkness. Next, As long as you help me eliminate the Morningstar Saintess, I will report your merits to the Lord of the Undead, and you will surely receive a generous reward from the Lord of the Undead." Sujin's expression immediately darkened with displeasure, and he said, "Trying to make empty promises? I don't fall for that. Without sufficient benefits, believe me, I'll defect to the light side in a heartbeat." Regardless of whether the witch Dianely would actually report her achievements to the Lord of the Dead, Sujin had already looted his palace and treasury. If the Lord of the Dead saw him, it would be strange if he didn't kill him, let alone reward him. Without hesitation, Sujin charged at Cerberus once again. He did this to warn the witch Dianely that if he didn't give her enough benefits, the situation would inevitably reverse. Frostbite Storm. With a low murmur, Sujin unleashed terrifying frost power, which rapidly spun as it condensed. A massive frost storm formed centered on Sujin's body. After the frost blades were formed, they swiftly slashed towards Cerberus. This left Cerberus completely bewildered. Its former ally, who had been fighting alongside it, was now suddenly turning against it. Hellfire. Cerberus, not to be outdone, spat out bursts of fireballs that crashed down on Sujin. Fireballs collide with ice blades. As a level 38 mid-level boss, Cerberus's ability to chase and bite Carlo shows that its strength is absolutely extraordinary. The power of the summoned Hellfire was terrifying to the extreme. But the next scene completely shocked it. The witch Diane and the Morningstar Saintess, standing to the side, also stared wide-eyed in utter shock. Chapter 123, Obtaining Top-Tier Qualifications again. Ice blades sliced through the Hellfire and struck the three-headed Hellhound fiercely. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. Attribute advantage / disadvantage. The horrific damage instantly severed one of Cerberus's heads, causing it to let out an incredibly painful howl, leaving only two bald heads on its neck. The witch Diane looked pained. She had carefully raised Cerberus for 3 years, even sacrificing herself to feed it, before finally raising such a beloved pet that satisfied her. Now that his beloved pet has had one of its heads severed by Sujin, he is undoubtedly heartbroken. "You dared to destroy my beloved pet. Just you wait. If I ever have the chance, I will imprison you as my slave, slowly tame you, and make you my beloved pet in its place." The witch Diane stared at Sujin through gritted teeth, her gaze burning with intensity. Sujin completely ignored her threat and suddenly teleported behind Cerberus, fiercely slashing at Cerberus's second head. Frost triple slash. After slashing twice, Sujin decisively unleashed a fatal blow, combining two incredibly terrifying attacks, with the third attack being extremely powerful. A fatal blow. The terrifying 3-stage attack crashed down, instantly severing the second head of Cerberus. At this point, Cerberus had already had 2 heads chopped off, looking quite pitiful. The last head trembled as it looked at Sujin, seemingly begging him to spare it, completely unlike its previous arrogant and domineering mad dog appearance. Emperor Chen did a great job. As long as you are willing to repent and reform, this holy maiden is willing to give you a generous reward. Compared to the clenched teeth of the witch Diane, the Morningstar Saintess was much more comfortable. Although the young city lord Carlo was killed by Sujin, to the Morningstar Saintess, Carlo's death was at most the loss of an ally. She felt no pity whatsoever. As the saying goes, those who fawn over others will end up with nothing. What can you give me in return? Sujin smiled. Being able to extract more benefits from the Morningstar Saintess was definitely a good thing for him. When the Morningstar Saintess saw that Sujin had taken the bait, a smug and delighted look appeared on her face. She reached into her bosom, took out an object, and threw it directly at Sujin. Ding! Morningstar Saintess Alice has gifted you a high-grade power stone. Advanced Strength Stone. After consumption, you will randomly gain 50 to 500 permanent strength points. Sujin's eyes lit up. This is a good stuff. You can never have too many things that provide permanent attributes. Sujin decisively used the high-level power stone on Ari. Ding! Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has consumed 1 high-grade power stone and gained 257 power points. A decent improvement, nothing special. If Xiaoqing were to take it, with the help of her top-tier luck aptitude, the attribute boost would likely be at least 350 points. Sujin thought to himself. However, one thing is certain. The Morningstar Saintess possesses far more than just this. We must find a way to extract the truly valuable things from her. Otherwise, even if we kill her, we might not be able to get all the treasure she has. Your Highness, surely this isn't all you have on you. You think you can bribe me with just a single power stone? You're probably not qualified. Sujin's lips curled into a smile as he brazenly extorted money from Sujin. What a greedy fellow. Upon hearing this, the Morningstar Saintess's face showed a hint of anger. With a wave of her jade hand, she threw out another object. Ding! Morningstar Saintess Alice has gifted you a high-grade intelligence stone. Advanced intelligence stone. After consumption, you will randomly gain 50 to 500 permanent intelligence points. Sure enough, it came. A look of joy flashed in Sujin's eyes. The amount of attribute boost from high-level attribute stones depends entirely on luck. If you're lucky, using one high-level attribute stone can be as effective as using 3 if you're unlucky. I wonder how many attribute points Xiaoqing, with her top-tier luck, will gain. A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. He decisively ordered Xiaoqing to activate her top-tier luck aptitude. Then the advanced intelligence stone was used on Xiaoqing. Ding! Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has consumed a high-level intelligence stone and gained 500 intelligence points. I actually got the highest possible intelligence. Sujin was instantly shocked. The odds of winning a lottery are invisible and intangible, but they can be affected by luck. Not only the lottery draw rate, but also all probabilistic events that depend on luck, such as evolution path and critical hit rate, will be affected by the luck value. This is so incredibly useful. It seems I also need to find a way to get Ari a top-tier lucky attribute. Sujin thought to himself. You take someone's money, so you're expected to solve their problems. I'll kill this 3-headed hellhound for you first. Sujin knew that the Morningstar Saintess must have something even better, but he couldn't push her too hard. He could just slowly blackmail her. He activated Phantom Teleport, clearing the skill's cooldown time. Then came another combo of 3 consecutive frost strikes, followed by a fatal blow. The trembling Cerberus was sent directly to the underworld. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed ice fox Ari, has defeated a mid-level king-tier boss, LV38, Cerberus. You and Ari have obtained. You gain an additional 9,000 experience points for killing enemies above your level. Another 20,000 plus experience points. However, this time Sujin didn't level up. Ari only leveled up by 1. A familiar white light emanated from Ari. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 31 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Plunder successful. Ari gains 120 evolution points. Ari gains top-tier dark aptitude. Top-tier dark talent. Ari receives 60% less dark attribute damage and deals an additional 2,000 points of dark attribute damage with each attack. If she can collect all 7 elements, earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she might gain incredible high-level power. Currently collected, 6 to 7, missing light attribute talent. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He hadn't expected that what he had plundered was a dark-type aptitude, which directly upgraded Sujin's dark-type aptitude from high-level to top-level, and the additional damage value also doubled. The witch Diane saw Sujin and the Morningstar Saintess form an alliance and felt somewhat unwilling. Chapter 124 Extraordinary Qualification. I could barely manage a 50-50 fight with the Morningstar Saintess. If that kid is added to the mix, I'm definitely going to lose. At that time, not only will the Lord of the Undead's plan be ruined, but I'm afraid I won't be able to escape either. No, we absolutely must break up that kid's alliance with the Morningstar Saintess. So you think you can win people over with bribes? This witch will be even more generous than you. The witch Diane's eyes held a hint of defiance, and a resolute look appeared on her face as she thought to herself. Then she looked at Sujin, a smile appearing on her face, and said, Little brother, why don't you join the alliance with your sister? The Morningstar Saintess is so stingy, she can't possibly have anything good to offer. Come on, let me show you what sincerity really is. After saying that, the witch Diane took out something from her bosom, waved her jade hand, and it landed in front of Sujin. Ding! The witch Diane has gifted you a bottle of extraordinary aptitude potion. Superior qualification potion. After your pet takes this, it will randomly gain 1 attribute. It's actually a super grade potion. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. Women really do like to compare themselves to others. Once a woman's competitive spirit takes hold, men have no chance. Sujin was pleasantly surprised that the witch Diane was willing to bring out such a good thing. A potion with extraordinary aptitude is worth at least 10 times more than one with top-tier aptitude. Compared to Sujin, who can acquire unlimited aptitudes simply by skipping over them, it is much more difficult for other players and NPCs to obtain aptitudes. At most, one can only obtain the qualification by taking such qualification-enhancing drugs. The higher the grade of the potion, the rarer it is. Therefore, once high-grade potions enter the market, their prices are simply outrageous. This is probably the first extraordinary grade potion to appear in a player's hands across the entire server. Even with a conservative estimate, the price of a single bottle of extraordinary grade aptitude potion is at least equivalent to an apartment in Thompson Riviera. Sujin thought to himself. This was all before the players knew that 3 years later, all the power in the game would manifest in the real world, and that humanity would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Otherwise, all humans would be frantically raising pets at all costs in order to protect themselves, and this extraordinary quality potion would inevitably be driven up to an unbelievable price. Of course, Sujin would never sell his extraordinary talent. With future disasters looming, improving his strength was far more important than accumulating money. Should it be used by Ari or by Xiaoqing? After thinking about it, Sujin decided to give it to Xiaoqing. The reason is simple. Random aptitude potions are ultimately based on probability. Xiaoqing has top-tier lucky aptitude, so she has a greater chance of drawing more suitable aptitudes. Let's give it to Xiaoqing first. If there are other good things in the future, I will give Ari my priority. After weighing the pros and cons, Sujin made the most cost-effective choice. Without hesitation, he fed the extraordinary level aptitude potion to Xiaoqing. Ding! Xiaoqing has consumed a potion that grants her extraordinary aptitude and has gained extraordinary intelligence aptitude. Extraordinary intelligence aptitude. Intelligence attribute increased by an additional 150%. After the intelligence aptitude was improved, Ari's intelligence bonus increased from 80% to 150%, an amazing 70% increase, almost doubling. Xiaoqing's intelligence level skyrocketed by nearly 3,000 points. The damage is undoubtedly a qualitative change. That's great. It seems I need to regroup my enemies. Sujin smiled brightly and said, by the way, let's see how much the damage actually increases after Xiaoqing's intelligence is improved. He waved his staff, and suddenly a burst of light appeared, revealing a graceful figure, half human and half snake. Master, what are your orders? Xiaoqing swayed her sexy waist, raised her eyes, and with a slight pout of her red lips, looked at Sujin and asked. Even the Morning Star Saintess and the Witch Dianary were somewhat surprised by her alluring figure. They never expected that Sujin could find such a helper. Although her strength was still unclear, her beauty and charm made them feel somewhat inferior. With a human head and a snake's body, she was beautiful and alluring. Beneath her delicate willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of phoenix eyes that could bring ruin to a country. Her features were exquisite and refined, and the cinnabar mole on her red lips added a unique charm. That long, graceful snake tail also possesses a captivating beauty. With the swaying of her waist, not only men, but even women would be intoxicated by her gentle charm. A snake demon that can transform into human form must have incredible potential, and is probably a direct descendant of some ancient species. How could such a noble being willingly become a slave and serve a human as its master? The Morning Star Saintess frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. However, if Sujin were to defect to the dark side, the situation would become 3 against 1. The situation will be completely reversed. Not only will the Morning Star Temple be defeated in this battle, but she will also probably die here. She gritted her teeth slightly, as if making a difficult decision, and said, Emperor Chun, if you help me kill this witch, I can help you activate the bloodline of this snake woman and evolve her into a higher level being. Can it make Xiaoqing evolve? Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up with joy. Do you have a treasure that can activate dragon blood? If Xiaoqing can evolve by activating the dragon blood, it would be an enormous benefit for her. Not only will their strength be improved, but their potential will also undergo a tremendous transformation. It could even give her the hope of evolving into a supreme being stronger than her ancestral bloodline in the future. Take out the treasure first. I can promise to help you kill her. Sujin stared at the Morning Star Saintess with a somewhat intense gaze and said. But the Morning Star Saintess's attitude was somewhat resolute. She shook her head and said, I will not give you such a treasure until I kill the witch Dianely. However, I can swear to the God of Light that as long as you help me kill Dianely, I will give you the treasure that can make the snake woman's bloodline revert to its ancestral evolution. Otherwise, I will perish and never be reincarnated. As the Morning Star Saintess made her vow, a mysterious and profound energy entered her body. This power, which witnessed the vow, was enough to control her life and death. The treasure that could bring Xiaoqing such great benefits was far more valuable than anything she had extorted before. Sujin no longer hesitated and decided to kill the vampire witch first. In any case, the Morningstar Saintess has already sworn an oath in the name of the God of Light, and such an oath is absolutely impossible to break. Xiaoqing, make your move. Su Qin's voice was like a death sentence for the witch Diane. Yes, master. Chapter 125 The Controlled Vampire Witch. Clone. With Su Qin's command, Xiaoqing's alluring and exquisite figure instantly transformed into 10. One becomes 10. Watching the two women in front of him fight back and forth, locked in a fierce battle. Xiaoqing's beautiful face remained expressionless. In her heart, carrying out her master's mission was of paramount importance. Her snake tail swayed, her black hair danced, and a ball of lightning, brimming with violent energy, gradually took shape and crashed towards the witch Diane. Exploding lightning ball. Following closely behind, the other 9 clones also condensed explosive lightning balls. In an instant, the powerful explosive lightning balls, like machine guns, frantically hurled at the witch. You opportunist. Seeing the dazzling purple orbs hurtling towards her, the witch Diane's expression changed drastically. Even just watching from afar, she could feel the immense power of these lightning orbs. What's more, a full 10 explosive lightning balls were blasting at me at the same time. If they had landed on me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. It seems the mission to invade Shanghai town is destined to fail. But at least you have to save your own life. The witch Diane gave a cold snort, her figure instantly transforming into a bloody shadow as she turned to flee towards the spatial rift. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. When my undead legion returns, I will make you wish you were dead. Seeing the witch Diane turn to flee, the Morningstar Saintess breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill Diane, but the price of killing Diane was simply too high. If Diane is defeated and allowed to escape safely, then not only will she not have to pay the expensive treasure for Su Qin's pet evolution, but she will also have successfully completed the task assigned by the Morningstar Temple. For her, this was a win-win situation. After all, she had promised Su Qin that she would give him the treasure of the evolved Xiaoqing if he helped her kill the witch Diane. If the witch Diane escaped, then it wouldn't count. Seeing the Saintess of Morningstar's secretly delighted expression, Su Qin was unwilling to give her that chance. We absolutely cannot miss the chance to give Xiaoqing a free opportunity to activate her dragon blood and evolve. Mind control. With the help of Ari's power, a powerful spiritual force suddenly burst forth from Su Qin's eyes, like an extremely sharp thorn, swiftly piercing towards the witch Diane and drilling into her mind. The witch Diane's delicate body trembled, and her figure suddenly stopped. Ding! You have taken control of the vampire witch Diane's body. Control duration, 8 seconds. It seems the vampire witch is indeed quite powerful, as her control duration is only 8 seconds. However, that's enough. Su Qin thought to himself. At this moment, the witch Diane's body was completely under his control. Driven by his will, the witch Diane's body suddenly moved. The next moment, the witch Diane stopped running away and instead charged towards the Morningstar Saintess with an extremely violent aura. Blood sacrifice. Blood demon slash. Suddenly, an extremely violent burst of blood energy erupted from the witch Diane's body. This blood energy was forcibly extracted from her body, and her face immediately turned much paler. However, this extracted blood energy was constantly being condensed and compressed to the extreme, gathering into an extremely terrifying blood sword, which slashed wildly at the Morningstar Saintess. Without a doubt, this is a life-or-death fighting style. Su Qin was controlling her to do this. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? The Morningstar Saintess's expression suddenly changed drastically. Although her strength was slightly better than that of the witch Diane, the opponent's willingness to sacrifice herself and fight to the death was truly terrifying. Su Qin, quickly block her for me. Hurry up. The ultimate treasure of the evolved human snake. Don't you want it anymore? Faced with the threat from the Morningstar Saintess, Su Qin remained calm and unmoved. He simply smiled faintly and said, Don't think I can't see through your little schemes. You have sworn an oath to the God of Light that once the witch Diane dies, you will have no choice but to give me the evolution treasure. As for the witch Diane injuring you, that is something I cannot do. You. The Morningstar Saintess glared at Su Qin, still struggling to cope with the witch Diane's relentless attacks. Diane was fighting with a death-defying ferocity, seemingly intent on taking Su Qin down with her. The Morningstar Saintess, clinging to her life, was naturally at a disadvantage. Subsequently, the Morningstar Saintess felt that something was wrong. The witch Diane, who originally wanted to escape, could have run away, but why did her attitude suddenly change so drastically, and why was she willing to risk her life to kill her? Was Diana, the witch, being controlled by someone? Thinking of this, Saintess Morningstar suddenly felt a sense of dread and looked at Sujin with horror. Are you controlling the witch Diane? Otherwise what? Sujin smiled faintly. Upon hearing Sujin's answer, the holy maiden of Morningstar trembled. She increasingly felt just how terrifying this young man before her was. He hesitated to make a move, allowing the witch Diane to desperately deplete my strength, his aim being to kill us both. This guy is so cunning. If that's really the case, I'm afraid I'm doomed. As a vampire witch, Diane was already extremely proficient in blood sacrifice techniques, which allowed Sujin to make perfect use of her value. As the witch Diane continuously sacrificed her life potential, causing her own health to plummet, the Morningstar Saintess's health also decreased steadily. Unfortunately, Ari's mind control can only control the witch Diane for 8 seconds. As the control period was about to end and the witch Diane was about to break free, Sujin decisively chose to have Diane self-destruct, giving full play to her last bit of energy. Buried in blood. Self-explosion. With a face full of resentment, the witch Diane watched helplessly as her body uncontrollably exploded. Her delicate and exquisite body was stretched like a balloon, her skin covered in endless crimson. Blood energy burst through her body, forming an incomparably violent aura, and charged towards the Morningstar Saintess. The Morningstar Saintess was horrified and hurriedly activated the Morningstar Holy Shield to defend herself, but the blood energy generated by the self-destruction was simply too terrifying. It shattered the shield set up by the Morningstar Saintess in an instant. The incredibly violent burst of blood energy from the self-destruction struck her body, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Her body, which flew backward, broke in half along with the houses and trees she collided with, before finally collapsing limply against the solid iron gate of the city wall. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with horror and shock, completely devoid of the arrogant air of a saintess she had displayed before. Chapter 126 Ari evolves towards the nine-tailed fox. Congratulations! Your pet, the eight-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has defeated a high-level king-rank boss, LV40, the vampire witch Diane. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Instant arrival. Overall experience. A familiar white light instantly emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 33 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. This upgrade speed is amazing. Feeling great. At the same time, Ari's body began to glow with an upgraded light. The experience points required for a pet to level up are less than the experience points required for the player, so it is common for a pet's level to be higher than the player's. However, since Sujin had 2 pets to raise, the pet's leveling efficiency was somewhat lower. Even so, Ari's level caught up with Sujin's. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 32 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached level 33 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Then, a mysterious energy surged from the corpse of the witch Diane, which was absorbed into Ari's body. Plunder successful. Ari gains 200 evolution points. Ari gains top-tier life potential. Top-tier life potential increases the pet's own health by an additional 200%. The upgrade from advanced life potential to top-tier life potential directly doubled Ari's health, increasing it from an extra 100% to 200%. At this moment, a surge of incredibly violent blood energy erupted from Ari's body, increasing her health by nearly 20,000 points at once, greatly enhancing her survivability. At this point, Ari's evolution value has reached 8391000, which means that as long as Sujin kills another boss with a strength similar to that of the witch Diane, Ari can complete her evolution. This made Sujin's gaze fall on the Morningstar Saintess. Sujin was never the kind of sycophant who would hesitate to fight at the sight of a woman. His painful past life taught him that nothing was more important than improving his own strength. Moreover, he had no interest in the hypocritical Saintess of Morningstar, so killing her was no big deal. Ari is only one attribute away from having all 7 attributes, the light attribute. If we don't kill her, wouldn't that greatly slow down Ari's growth? Sujin walked to the corpse of the witch Diane and picked up all the loot she had dropped. Ding. You have picked up the crown of the high-rank Blood Queen. Ding. You've picked up the King's Advanced Bloodburst Belt. Ding. You've picked up a pet evolution potion, 1,000 points. Ding. You have picked up 29 silver coins and 9,781 copper coins. I actually got 2 pieces of high-level king tier equipment. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. I promptly took out the 2 items I had just acquired and checked their attributes. King level advanced, Blood Queen's crown. Health points increased by 5,400. Mana increased by 5,400 points. Physical fitness increased by 1,000 points. Agility increased by 1,000 points. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill, Blood Summoning. A powerful crown sealing the soul of a vampire witch. Using this skill summons the vampire witch Diane to fight for you. The summoned Diane not only possesses all the power she had in life, but will also be amplified by your talents. The summoned witch Diane lasts for a maximum of 120 seconds. Can this crown summon the vampire witch back to life? Sujin was somewhat surprised. This is a high-level boss in the king rank. Furthermore, he possesses a multitude of talents he has plundered, which can greatly enhance the strength of the witch Diana, making him an invaluable asset. Ari already has the King's Crimson Crown, a star-level top-tier item, while Xiaoqing's helmet is still a low-tier diamond-level item. I decisively replaced Xiaoqing's Diamond Primary, Undying Flame Crown with the King's Advanced, Blood Queen's Crown. Immediately afterwards, Sujin's gaze fell on the second piece of equipment dropped by the witch Diane, the King's Advanced Blood Burst Bracelet. King's Advanced Blood Burst Belt. Spell attack increased by 1499 points. Physical attack increased by 1499 points. Intelligence increased by 640 points. Strength increased by 640 points. Health points increased by 5,000. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill, Blood Burst. Consumes 30% of own health to deal dark damage equal to 20 times the consumed health to all surrounding enemies. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Xiaoqing has nearly 30,000 health points, which means that consuming 30% of her health points can deal nearly 200,000 damage to surrounding enemies. Furthermore, as Xiaoqing's health increases, the damage of this equipment skill will also increase. I decisively replaced Ari's Diamond Intermediate Berserker Ice Demon Belt with the King's Advanced Blood Burst Bracelet. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on the Pet Evolution Potion, 1,000 points. This potion can provide a full 1,000 evolution points. With this Pet Evolution Potion, Ari can evolve directly. A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Once Ari takes this Pet Evolution Potion, she should be able to transform into a true nine-tailed fox. Furthermore, after Ari evolves into the nine-tailed fox, she not only gains greater combat power, but also the ability to transform into human form. Ding. Do you wish to consume a Pet Evolution Potion, 1,000 points, to replenish Ari's evolution points? Hint. Ari's evolution points are currently full. Consuming this potion will complete the evolution. Confirmed. Sujin answered without hesitation. Ding. Your pet, the 8-tailed purple sky fox Ari, has reached its evolution point and is currently evolving. Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst forth from Ari's body. Like a purple star, its dazzling light is so intense that one dares not look directly at it. At this moment, Ari not only grew a 9th beautiful, snow-white tail, but her body also became more slender and supple. This change is not an evolution into a more beautiful fox, but a complete evolution towards a human form. A dazzling purple light enveloped Ari, and no one could see what Ari had actually become, but her unparalleled aura had already erupted from her. Chapter 127: The Stunningly Beautiful Ari in Human Form. Congratulations! Your pet Ari has successfully evolved. You have obtained a new legendary pet, Nine-Tailed Fox Ari, Diamond Peak level. Ari's strength increased by 600 points. Ari's constitution increases by 600 points. Ari's agility has increased by 600 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 600 points. Ari has learned a new skill, Extreme Ice Shadow Formation. Extreme Ice Shadow Array. Ari sets up a powerful magic array, then her figure dances within it, each attack causing damage to all enemies within the array. Adds ice elemental damage equal to 100% of physical attack power. The magic circle lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds. The fewer enemies in the magic circle, the more times they will be hit. The extreme eyeshadow formation is the most powerful skill Ari learned after becoming a Ninetales, and its power is absolutely terrifying. But what first caught Sujin's attention was not the power of the extreme eyeshadow formation, but Ari's bewitching beauty and exquisite figure after her evolution. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. At this moment, Ari has been completely transformed. She no longer has the snow-white fox body she once had. Instead, she has snow-white, jade-like skin, a silky and delicate swan neck, and a pair of long and straight jade legs. However, she still had 9 exquisitely white foxtails swaying behind her, making her look incredibly alluring. It possesses both the delicate and graceful beauty of human women and the alluring charm of exotic beast men. She was so alluring that any man who saw her would find it hard to look away and would willingly submit to her charms. Master, please give Ari all the orders you wish. Ari swayed her 9 snow-white, bushy fox tails and walked in front of Sujin with alternating legs, saying with a loyal expression. Even when she was still a fox, she possessed considerable intelligence. Now that she has evolved into human form, her intelligence has increased even further, and she is incredibly clever. The only thing that remained unchanged was her loyalty to her master, Emperor Chun. Sujin's eyes showed a slight surprise. He hadn't expected that the evolved Ari would not only be so beautiful, but also have a voice as melodious as heavenly music. He didn't speak, but instead opened Ari's attribute panel. Nine-tailed fox Ari, peerless. Level, 33. Grade, Diamond Peak, 839-2000. Basic Attribute 1. Attack 7369. Defense 5929 Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2. Strength 6237. Constitution 5124. Agility 4708. Intelligence 4365. Qualifications. Extraordinary Poisoning Qualification. Top-tier Shield Qualification. Top-tier Lightning Qualification. Top-tier Dark Qualification. Top-tier Ice Qualification. Top-tier Fire Qualification. Top-tier Wind Qualification. High-level Earth Qualification. High-level Strength Qualification. High-level Attack Speed Qualification. High-level Life Qualification. High-level Life Steal Qualification. Medium-level Health Regeneration Qualification. Top-tier Defense Qualification. Skills. Intimidate, Level 2. Frost Power, Level 2. Phantom Teleport, Level 1. Frost Triple Slash, Level 7. Void Dash, Level 1. Fatal Strike, Level 1. Mind Control, Level 1. Frost Blade Storm, Level 1. Frost Rewind, Level 1. Extreme Ice Shadow Array, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment. King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Demon's Lapel Guards, Peak Star Glory, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, Beginner King Glory, Dark Moon Demon Necklace, Beginner Star Glory, Undead's Undying Sacrifice Robe, Beginner Star Glory, Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt, Advanced Star Glory, Dark Light Slaughter Shoulder Pads, Advanced Star Glory, Frost Dominator Earrings, Peak Diamond Glory, Frostbite Ring, Advanced Diamond Glory, Frost Domination Boots, Advanced Diamond Glory. That's great. With her physical attack power increasing by several thousand at once, Ari, after evolving, not only became more pleasing to the eye, but her strength also underwent a tremendous change. Sujin looked at Ari's attribute panel and smiled with satisfaction. After finishing his work, Sujin turned his gaze to the Morningstar Saintess who was slumped to the side. At this moment, the Morningstar Saintess stared coldly at Sujin and said, Emperor Chun, I am the Holy Maiden of the Morningstar Temple. If you dare to touch me, the Archbishop of Morningstar will be furious. No matter where you flee, you will be relentlessly hunted down by the power of the Morningstar Temple. When you are caught, you will be subjected to the most severe punishment and die in endless agony. Faced with the threat from the Morningstar Saintess, Sujin remained unmoved, a cold smile appearing on his face as he said, I never like being threatened. If any of the people from the Morningstar Temple dare to come after me, I will kill them all. Whether you are from the light faction or the dark faction, you are enemies in my eyes. One day, I will wipe out both of you. And you should set off first. The Morningstar Saintess's eyes widened, and her heart was filled with a tremendous storm. Emperor Chin's ambition wasn't just to kill her and the witch Dianely and plunder more treasures and wealth. He actually wanted to slaughter the two most powerful forces in the world. This is insane. You're absolutely insane. You ignorant fool. Whether it's the forces of light or darkness, their strength far exceeds your imagination. You are like an ant, barely showing your talent, yet you dare to utter such arrogant words. If you really dare to do that, your death is probably not far off. The Morning Star Saintess's eyes held a hint of mockery. As the saintess of the Morning Star Temple, she knew all too well how terrifying the temple's power was. She was able to become a saintess of the Morning Star Temple only because she possessed extraordinary talent and a pure body that resonated with the power of the Morning Star. However, she had only been a saintess for a year, and in terms of strength, she was not even ranked among the top in the Morning Star Temple. The hall is guarded by many incredibly powerful experts. In her opinion, Sujin's strength was not much stronger than hers at all. It was only because she and the witch Dianely fought to a standstill that Sujin was able to take advantage of the situation. The conflict between the forces of light and darkness is like two colossal beasts battling it out. And you are nothing but an ant. Any colossal beast could easily crush you with a single step. With your strength, trying to shake the Temple of Morning Star is simply wishful thinking. Even if you were given another 3 years, you still wouldn't be worthy of carrying the shoes of the Morning Star Temple. The Morning Star Saintess let out a cold laugh, her mocking tone growing even stronger. Oh really? This insignificant ant, will single-handedly slay 2 colossal beasts. Chapter 128 The Morning Star Saintess Who Wanted to Die Together. Sujin's attitude was indifferent, but the Morning Star Saintess could see an extremely strong confidence in his eyes. She snorted coldly, her eyes instantly turning murderous, and sneered. Humph, you really think you've got this in the bag? Don't be the one who ends up dead. Her azure eyes suddenly burst forth with an incomparably dazzling golden light, and then her holy robes, including her skin, were all enveloped in a faint golden hue. O God of the Morning Star, your most loyal handmaiden is now facing a life-or-death crisis. I am willing to sacrifice my own life to beg you to grant me even a fraction of your divine power, so that I may slay the enemy before me. As the voice faded, it seemed as if the gods were sensing something, and the appearance of the Morning Star Saintess aged at a visible speed. Wrinkles gradually appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face, and many dense spots grew on her neck. The life essence within her body rapidly dissipated, as if it had been stolen by some mysterious and powerful being from another dimension. Then, her health rapidly recovered, her strength suddenly surged, and her aura grew wildly at an astonishing speed. This frog in the well dares to boast that it wants to annihilate the forces of light. Then I'll show you just how terrifying even a fraction of a god's power is. I'll drag you down with me, so I won't be alone anymore. Immediately, the Morning Star Saintess was bathed in dazzling golden light, and even her holy robes turned into golden armor. Her staff transformed into a golden star spear, which she fiercely attacked Sujin. Holy Judgment, Spear of Slaying Evil. As the golden holy spear flew towards them, its terrifying power shattered the surrounding space, leaving it riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. A cold smile appeared on the lips of the Morning Star Saintess. Only she knew how terrifying the power of this demon-slaying spear was. Even the witch Diane would surely die from this attack. You must understand, this attack was a powerful strike that she had gathered by sacrificing her own lifespan. The witch Dianely's method of sacrifice is nothing more than burning her own potential to activate her own bloodline power. Her method of sacrifice was to offer her soul and life to the gods in order to obtain a trace of supreme divine power. How terrifying is the power of the gods! With a wave of his hand, he could overturn a mountain and destroy a city. Even this trace of divine power was enough to push her strength to an incredibly terrifying level. At this moment, even if she were to fight 3 witches, Diane, at the same time, she would be invincible. Her method of sacrifice was far superior to that of the witch Dianely. At this moment, Sujin witnessed the Morning Star Saintess, bathed in dazzling golden light and resembling a brilliant star, charging towards him with unparalleled and terrifying divine power. His eyes burned with intensity, showing no sign of panic. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit welled up within him. Ari, pet possession. The next moment, a look of joy appeared on Ari's beautiful face. Her soft and exquisite body, like a cunning rabbit, transformed into a spirit and entered Sujin's body. Phantom teleportation. Sujin's figure instantly transformed into a black afterimage and disappeared from the spot. The golden holy spear, which had been attacking fiercely, missed its target and crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, it smashed a crater tens of meters deep into the ground, snapped the surrounding trees, and caused houses to collapse, demonstrating the terrifying power of the attack. Next up, it's my turn. Frost Triple Strike. Sujin's figure suddenly appeared behind the Morningstar Saintess. As the skill was activated, the blood blade in his hand burst out with an extremely cold and terrifying chill, tearing through layers of wind and heavily slashing at the Morningstar Saintess's back. The damage from the first attack surprised Sujin. The golden holy armor that enveloped the Morningstar Saintess was clearly not just for show, but rather possessed powerful defensive capabilities. Even so, Ari's damage increases dramatically after evolving into the nine-tailed fox. The damage of just the first part of the Frost Triple Strike is already terrifying. The power of the second strike of the Frost Triple Strike far surpassed that of the first strike, landing heavily on the Morningstar Saintess's golden holy armor. Although it wasn't enough to shatter the holy armor, the immense power of the recoil caused considerable damage to the Morningstar Saintess. The Morningstar Saintess's expression changed slightly. She drew her golden holy spear and recklessly turned to stab Sujin. After she used the method of sacrifice, she had no intention of living, so naturally she didn't think about living. She only wanted to die together with Sujin. Boom. The terrifying golden spear pierced Sujin's chest, creating a huge, gruesome hole. Despite the excruciating pain, Sujin immediately activated Void Swiftness, and his figure vanished from the spot. Then, the third hit of the Frost Triple Slash came crashing down. Furthermore, the damage from this attack also includes the effects of Void Dash and a critical strike. With a loud bang, an incredibly terrifying damage number was displayed. 3 strikes directly severed nearly 200,000 of Morningstar Saintess's health points. Even with the blessing of a trace of divine power, her face turned deathly pale, and a hint of shock appeared in her eyes. Keep in mind that her defense is enhanced by the golden holy armor, which inherently provides a huge damage reduction effect. At this moment, Sujin was also seriously injured by the heavy blow from the holy spear. Frost Reversal. Sujin roared, and endless frost fell from the sky. Ari's skill could both restore her own health and deal huge damage to the enemy. As his health rapidly increased, Sujin's health was fully restored in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, the Morningstar Saintess, when struck by the power of frost, was able to inflict equally terrifying frost damage. The Morningstar Saintess's health was plummeting at the same rate, and it looked like it was about to hit rock bottom. I'll fight you to the death. The Morningstar Saintess's eyes were filled with rage. She once again swung her golden holy spear and fiercely stabbed at Sujin. This strike, gathering all her remaining divine power, was compressed into the golden holy spear. The previous attack had caused extremely serious damage to Sujin. With this attack, Saintess Morningstar was extremely confident that she could instantly kill Sujin. Most importantly, this attack was about to land on Sujin. He has absolutely no way to avoid it. Prepare to die, you traitor Chun. I won't be lonely if I take you with me on this journey. Chapter 129, Gathering All 7 Elemental Qualities. At this moment, Sujin remained indifferent and silent. He saw no need to engage in any further verbal sparring with a dead man. Perfect timing. Let's test the power of Ari's new skill. This trick will send you on your way. Extreme Ice Shadow Formation. As Sujin's icy voice fell, an explosive aura erupted from his body, and even his speed reached its limit. He transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow, vanishing from his spot just before the Morningstar Saintess's golden spear fell. This most powerful spear strike, which gathered all the remaining divine power of the Morningstar Saintess, actually missed its target. The Morningstar Saintess stared wide-eyed, her face filled with horror. How is that possible? How did he manage to dodge that? This missed attack completely depleted her remaining divine power. To her utter surprise, even sacrificing all the divine power she had gained by giving up her life failed to kill Sujin. He's actually that strong? At this moment, Sujin's figure was like the sharpest blade of ice, moving through every corner of the extreme ice shadow formation. Each time it swept past, it inflicted terrifying damage on the Morningstar Saintess. Amidst wave after wave of attacks, the Morningstar Saintess's golden holy armor gradually shattered, and her physical body was completely destroyed, turning into a sky full of blood mist. The power of the extreme ice shadow array was so terrifying that the Morningstar Saintess was trapped inside, and her life ended without even a complete corpse being left behind. Even if Sujin didn't intervene, the Morningstar Saintess would still die from exhaustion of her life force. But Sujin absolutely could not let her die naturally. as that would be a huge amount of experience points. Furthermore, his infinite plundering talent is also aimed at plundering the talents of the Morning Star Saintess to evolve. Congratulations! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has defeated a high-level boss, LV-42, the Morning Star Saintess Alice. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Sujin gained over 60,000 experience points in one go, causing his experience bar to surge and jump 2 levels. Congratulations! You have reached level 34 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations! You have reached level 35 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. This upgrade speed is amazing. The experience gained from killing a high-level boss or NPC is far greater than what an average player gains from killing hundreds of ordinary monsters. Such an astonishing speed of upgrading is unique to Sujin. Before Sujin could even feel happy, Ali's body began to glow with a series of upgrade lights. The experience points required for a pet to level up are less than the experience points required for the player, so it is common for a pet's level to be higher than the player's. However, since Sujin had 2 pets to raise, the pet's leveling efficiency was somewhat lower. Even so, Ari's level caught up with Sujin's. Congratulations! Your pet nine-tailed fox, Ari, has reached level 33 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet nine-tailed fox, Ari, has reached level 34 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet nine-tailed fox, Ari, has reached level 35 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Not only did Sujin level up 2 levels, but Ali also leveled up 3 levels in one go, and her combat attributes skyrocketed. Subsequently, a quality that the Morning Star Saintess possessed before her death was absorbed into Ari's body. Plunder successful. Ari gains 220 evolution points. Ari gains an additional top-tier light attribute. Top-tier light attribute talent. Ari receives 60% less light attribute damage and will deal an additional 2,000 points of light attribute damage when attacking. If she can collect all 7 attributes of earth, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she may be able to obtain incredible high-level power. Just as Ari gained the light aptitude, an incomparably dazzling 7-colored light burst forth from her exquisite and delicate body. They represent 7 qualities: light, darkness, thunder, earth, gale, flame, and frost. At that moment, a cold system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has acquired all 7 elemental attributes and received a permanent blessing from some mysterious power. Ari's strength increased by 800 points. Ari's constitution has increased by 800 points. Ari's agility has increased by 800 points. Ari's intelligence increases by 800 points. Ari's all attribute resistances are increased by 500 points. Ari's strength has been greatly enhanced once again. Meanwhile, Sujin discovered that Ari's evolution value had also increased to 1059 to 2000. As long as she accumulated less than 1000 more evolution points, she could complete the evolution again. Finding the final step of the perfect foundation building technique for pets, meridian refining, is urgent. We must complete the entire perfect foundation building technique before Ari evolves to the star glory level. Only in this way will Ari have a chance to ascend to godhood in the future. A fierce light flashed in Sujin's eyes. The perfect foundation building method is like laying the foundation for a house. If a house is hastily built before the foundation is laid, the house will inevitably be unstable. The perfect foundation building technique can only be practiced at the diamond level. Once Ari evolves to the star glory level, it will be impossible to master the perfect foundation building technique. Sujin reopened the Meridian Refining Test Panel. Meridian Refining Trial. Obtain 1 elemental energy core. Where exactly can one find the essence of elemental energy? Sujin wondered to himself. Although he had spent 3 years in the game in his previous life and knew most of the information in the game, but there were always some obscure pieces of information that he had never even heard of. The elemental energy core was precisely one of the few treasures he was unaware of. At that moment, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The Lord of Binhai City once obtained an elemental energy core on the battlefield of gods and demons. Perhaps you can obtain an elemental energy core from him. Upon hearing this news, Sujin was instantly shocked. The elemental energy core is actually in the hands of the coastal city lord? I just killed the son of the Binhai City Lord. Chapter 130, the divine object that activates Shao Qing's bloodline. If the city lord of Binhai City were to see me, he would probably not only be willing to give me the elemental energy core, but he would also want to kill me. Sujin was certain that the city lord of Binhai City must already know about his son's death, and must have already started preparing to issue a warrant for his arrest. Because he had previously seen the Morningstar Saintess secretly contacting the outside world. She was not only contacting the Morningstar Temple, but also the Binhai City Lord, who must have already learned about everything that was happening here. This is no longer a place to stay. We need to pack up our spoils and escape as soon as possible. Sujin thought to himself. We absolutely cannot wait for the Lord of Binhai City to issue a warrant for our arrest here. We must leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. As for where to go, Sujin had already thought it through. The safest place is the safest place. I had originally planned to go to the elf forest with the elf princess, but before that, I had to get my hands on the elemental core. Only after completing the perfect foundation building technique can Sujin feel at ease going to the elf forest with the elf princess. Sujin stepped forward and picked up all the treasures dropped by the Morningstar Saintess. Ding! You've picked up the King Tier Advanced Radiant Star Staff. Ding! You've picked up the King Tier Advanced Star Soul Belt. Ding! You've picked up 10 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You have picked up a Peerless Evolutionary Treasure, Dragon Essence. Ding! You've picked up 27 silver coins and 9,724 copper coins. After Sujin picked up these treasures, he examined them one by one. King Level Advanced Radiant Star Staff. Spell attack power increased by 899 points. Intelligence increased by 800 points. Health points increased. Point. Increase mana. Point. Casting speed increased by 40%. Equipment requirements. Can be worn by players level 20 and above. Equipment skill. Starry Holy Armor. When activated, it summons an incomparably dazzling golden holy armor to bless the user, reducing damage taken by 500 points each time, and automatically restoring 3,000 health points per second, lasting up to 100 seconds. The high-level equipment for the King tier is indeed powerful. Sujin never expected that this equipment would grant the wearer the effect of the Starry Holy Armor. He had just seen the golden holy armor released by the Morningstar Saintess, and it was undoubtedly incredibly cool. I wonder if the Starry Sky armor and the golden armor worn by the Morningstar Saintess have the same effect? This is a magical item, undoubtedly the most suitable for Shao Qing to wear. I decisively replaced Shao Qing's Diamond Intermediate Staff with the King Level Advanced Brilliant Star Holy Staff. Immediately afterwards, Sujin turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. King Tier Advanced Star Soul Belt. Spell damage increased by 980 points. Physical defense increased by 1429 points. Spell defense increased by 1372 points. Health points increased. Point. When you launch an attack, it will deal an additional 2,000 points of ice damage. Level requirement. Can be worn at level 20 or above. Equipment skill. Starfall. Summons a meteorite to fall from the sky, striking the enemy and dealing damage. It adds 100% spell damage and causes a 2.5 second stun effect. Furthermore, after the meteorite falls, it transforms into a colossal star giant to fight for you. The star giant possesses high-level king rank strength, with a level comparable to the summoner. Another top-tier piece of high-level king-level equipment. A single belt can increase Shao Qing's damage by nearly 3,000 points, and it also comes with such a terrifying starfall skill. It is a damage skill, a control skill, and a summoning skill. This skill is incredibly comprehensive. I decisively replaced Shao Qing's Diamond Intermediate Berserker Ice Demon Belt with the King Level Advanced Star Soul Belt. There are also 10 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Sujin thought for a moment and decided to continue using it to evolve Ari's Frost Triple Slash skill. This skill is undoubtedly Ari's highest single target burst damage right now, and using it to upgrade this skill is absolutely the most cost-effective choice, bar none. Ding! You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 8, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 9, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 10, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding. You used a pet skill evolution stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 17, increasing the damage of each of the 3 hits by 20%. Sujin upgraded Ari's Frost Triple Slash skill to level 17 in one go. The Frost Triple Slash skill, which was already extremely powerful, became even more terrifying. Level 17. Frost Triple Slash. Ari dashes behind the target enemy and launches 3 consecutive high-damage slashes at extremely fast speed. The first slash deals 420% of her attack power, the second deals 520% of her attack power, and the third deals 620% of her attack power. 3 strikes can deal an astonishing 1,560% of physical attack power and damage. That's equivalent to more than 15 times the original attack power. There's simply no solution. Sujin was even looking forward to what kind of advanced skill Frost Triple Slash would transform into if it were upgraded to level 20. And the last one is the Peerless Evolved Treasure, the Dragon Essence. That's the treasure Sujin cares about most. A mysterious object, the essence of a dragon. Rank, Peerless. Effect. If a creature with dragon blood consumes this essence, it may undergo an incredible transformation and evolution. Without a doubt, as long as Xiaoqing consumes this dragon essence, she will gain a tremendous and transformative power. When the Morningstar Saintess dared to swear on her soul, Sujin already believed that she must possess a treasure that could activate dragon blood and allow Xiaoqing to begin her evolution. Although she did not hand over the dragon essence, even though she knew she was going to die, it still exploded after her death. Xiaoqing, come here. I've got something good for you. Sujin threw the dragon essence to Xiaoqing, causing a burning light to gleam in her eyes. Oh my god. This is actually the essence of a dragon. Can I take it? If so, not only will my strength be greatly enhanced, but the power of my bloodline may also undergo a true transformation. A look of anticipation appeared on Xiaoqing's beautiful face. Chapter 131 Little Green After Evolution. It's for you, Sujin said with a smile. A look of surprise appeared on Xiaoqing's face. There was no need to say more about her gratitude, because as Sujin's pet, she herself belonged to Sujin. She would do anything Sujin asked her to do without hesitation. After consuming the dragon essence, she became even stronger and was able to serve Sujin even better. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing swallowed the dragon's essence and began to refine this incredibly pure ancient bloodline power. At that moment, a cold system voice rang in Sujin's ears. Ding! Your pet, Medusa Queen Xiaoqing, has consumed the dragon essence, causing her bloodline to undergo an incredibly profound evolution, and she is currently evolving towards a higher level. Immediately, Xiaoqing's exquisite and alluring body was enveloped in a golden light, and a dragon's roar seemed to echo continuously within her bloodline. At this moment, dazzling and brilliant lightning emanated from her delicate body, swirling around her. Xiaoqing's body became even more slender, and she exuded a heroic and valiant aura. Terrifying lightning surrounded her, radiating a powerful, divine might. At the same time, her body is getting stronger, and the dragon bloodline within her is constantly transforming. Congratulations! Your pet Xiaoqing has evolved into a diamond-level pet, Purple Scale Dragon Girl. Xiaoqing's strength increases by 600 points. Xiaoqing's physique increased by 600 points. Xiaoqing's agility has increased by 600 points. Xiaoqing's intelligence has increased by 600 points. Xiaoqing has learned a new skill, Sacrifice and Self-Destruction. Sacrifice Self-Destruction, Level 1 destroys Xiaoqing's physical body, randomly damaging all enemies within a 3,000-meter radius. It also deals lightning damage equal to 150% of the user's spell attack power. Xiaoqing's diamond-level skill is actually self-destruction. Sujin was somewhat stunned. Although the damage of this skill was terrifying, capable of instantly unleashing hundreds of thousands of damage, the cost was too high, requiring him to self-destruct Xiaoqing's body. Once she self-destructs, it's equivalent to dying once, and Xiaoqing's attributes will definitely plummet. This is definitely a skill that shouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Skills learned at the Diamond Peak level are really too useless. If only we could obtain such terrifying damage without sacrificing Xiaoqing's life. Sujin complained somewhat helplessly. Why not sacrifice Xiaoqing's life? Etc. Sujin suddenly had a bold idea, and his eyes lit up. since exposing Xiaoqing would lead to Xiaoqing's immediate death. So what if Xiaoqing's clone were sacrificed to self-destruct? Wouldn't that allow the skill's power to be fully utilized? You should know that Xiaoqing can summon 9 clones at once. If each clone can self-destruct and cause hundreds of thousands of damage, then the power of 9 clones self-destructing at the same time would be terrifying, right? Sujin knew very well that the clones summoned by Xiaoqing could use all of Xiaoqing's skills. How terrifying would the power be if all 9 clones self-destructed at once? Thinking of this, Sujin's eyes suddenly became incredibly ardent, flashing with anticipation. Let's take a look at Xiaoqing's evolved attribute panel first. Sujin thought to himself. Purple-scaled Flood Dragon Girl, Xiaoqing, Mutant. Level, 24. Grade, Diamond Peak, 347-2000. Basic Attribute 1. Magic Attack 6129, Defense 5439, Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2. Intelligence 4976, Constitution 4141, Agility 3959, Strength 3779. Skills, Thunder Arrow, Level 2, Twin Snake Shadows, Level 9, Exploding Thunderball, Level 1, Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, Level 20, Thunder Prison Heavenly Tribulation, Level 1, Thunder God's Shield, Level 1, Secret Technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm, Level 1, Gaze Petrification, Level 1, Sacrifice Self-Destruction, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications, Top-Tier Luck Qualification, Top-Tier Ghost Qualification, Top-Tier Berserk Qualification, Top-Tier Mist Qualification, High-Level Magic Crit Damage Increase Qualification, High-Level Health Qualification, High-Level Defense Qualification, High-Level Intelligence Qualification, Medium Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment, Crimson Blood Mage Shoulder Pads, Diamond High Grade, Radiant Star Staff, King High Grade, Blood Reversal Robe, Diamond Low Grade, Undead Enslavement Necklace, Starry Low Grade, Undead Sanctuary Bracelet, Starry Low Grade, Wild Earth Pants, Diamond High Grade, Blood Queen's Crown, King High Grade, Berserker Ice Demon Boots, Diamond Mid Grade, Undead Soul Splitter Ring, Starry Low Grade, Star Soul Belt, King High Grade. Description: this purple-scaled dragon maiden, imbued with pure dragon blood, possesses immense potential. With careful nurturing, she might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. During this period, we have been focusing on training Ari. This caused Xiaoqing's level to fall behind, only reaching level 24, but her spell attack power was already over 6,000. If Xiaoqing's level is gradually increased, her damage will definitely become even more terrifying. Sujin thought to himself. The gaze fell on Xiaoqing. Although the dragon essence did not allow Xiaoqing to directly transform into a complete dragon bloodline, the evolution from Python bloodline to Flood Dragon bloodline was already a huge transformation for Xiaoqing. Furthermore, at this time, Xiaoqing's appearance had evolved from a human body with a snake tail to a human body with a dragon tail. The tail is no longer a snake's tail, but a more majestic and spirited dragon's tail. The dazzling purple scales covering the dragon's tail not only provided Xiaoqing with powerful defense for the tail area, but also made her look absolutely stunning, with a beautiful exotic charm that would make any man unable to resist. Very good. It's time to leave with the fairy princess and her daughter, Kuqing. First, go to Binhai City and try to get your hands on the elemental energy core from the Binhai City Lord. The perfect foundation building method for pets is just one step away from this. Both pets have evolved to the peak diamond level. If you want both pets to embark on the perfect evolution path, you must complete the perfect pet foundation building method. Sujin looked at Xiaoqing with satisfaction, then decisively activated the pet possession technique, merging her soul into his body. The next moment, Sujin summoned the purple thunder heavenly wings, took a sudden step, and soared into the sky. Sujin discovered that after Xiaoqing evolved into a dragon, even her purple thunder profound heaven wings were enhanced to a certain extent, and her flight speed was much faster than before. In less than 5 minutes, Sujin had returned to the starting village and arrived at the courtyard where the elf princess and her daughter Kuqing were. Brother Chen, you're back. Ah Chen, you're finally back. The two women exclaimed in surprise in unison. Chapter 132 SSS Level 1 poster. Sujin retracted the purple thunder heavenly wings and landed in the courtyard when he heard the two women's joyful voices. At this moment, Kuqing's daughter, Xiaoyan, was fast asleep in her arms, like a well-behaved kitten. Her sleeping posture was very cute. Soja, you should go back to the elf forest first. I have something to take care of in Binhai City. I promise you, I will go to the elf forest to find you within 3 days at most. Sujin's gaze fell on the elf princess, and he spoke. The fairy princess looked somewhat reluctant, but still nodded, because she knew that Sujin must have his own plan for saying that. Brother Chun, I'll head back now. I'll be waiting for you in the elf forest. No, it's not that there's nothing. It's that the sisters from the elf forest are also waiting for you. When we get to the fairy forest, I'll let you try the wolfberry and wood tea I brewed. My mother says this anciently prepared secret tea has amazing effects on men. Listening to the elven princess innocently explaining things to herself, Sujin's forehead immediately darkened. They even prepared goji berry tea. It seemed there would definitely be a big battle when they arrived at the elf forest. He recalled the scene of himself struggling to leave Kaching's room and immediately made up his mind. I'd rather not steam buns than lose face. Just for the sake of the goji berry and wood tea, I have to make a trip to the elf forest. At this moment, the elf princess looked at Sujin with a smile and said, Brother Chun, I'm about to leave. Don't you have anything to tell me? There's nothing else to explain. I'll be looking for you in the elf forest in 3 days. Sujin was somewhat taken aback by the elf princess's question and asked Yeoda, but I have something to tell you. The elf princess walked up to Sujin, picked him up, and gently tiptoed to press her warm, fragrant red lips directly onto his. I've already explained everything I needed to. Brother Chun, I'm leaving now. You absolutely must come to the elf forest to find me. The fairy princess blushed slightly, turned around, and ran away, feeling both sweet and shy. What she didn't tell Sujin was that the kiss just now was actually her first kiss. The elven race has a rule. The first man you kiss will be your lifelong partner, and you must not betray him. And she willingly gave that kiss to Sujin. Before Sujin could react, she crushed the teleportation scroll to the elf forest. A dazzling light enveloped her, and her graceful figure vanished from the spot. After the fairy princess left, Sujin turned his gaze to Kuching and her daughter. Let's go. I'll take you away. This place will soon be flattened by the forces of darkness. It's no longer suitable for a long stay. The reason why Shanghai Town is the primary target of the Undead Lord's attack is because it is located at the border between the light and dark factions. If the dark forces want to annex the territory of the light faction, they will naturally have to start by slowly encroaching on the periphery. As the fourth war between gods and demons gradually begins, this territory will sooner or later be invaded by the forces of darkness, slaughtering all life in the surrounding area. Sujin didn't need to directly confront the dark forces head-on. Regardless of which side lost, the other would inevitably become stronger. Therefore, let the two camps fight each other, while Sujin only wants to quietly reap the benefits in the middle and accumulate his own power and resources. Then, Sujin spread his purple thunder heavenly wings, embracing Kuching and Xiao Yun on either side of him, and soared into the sky. 10 minutes later, Sujin arrived outside Binhai City. Warning. You have been issued an SSS level wanted notice by the Lord of Binhai City. Once the soldiers of Binhai City discover your existence, they will relentlessly hunt you down. Sujin had already anticipated this system notification. As expected, the city lord of Binhai City has issued a warrant for his arrest, and he happens to need the city lord's elemental energy core. This is really troublesome. Fortunately, Sujin had a disguise mask. Donning a disguise mask, Sujin transformed into an ordinary young man with the ID empty city, dressed in all black, unremarkable in appearance, and with mediocre strength. This is amazing, incredible. Xiaoyan was slightly surprised to see Sujin's appearance change so drastically, but she quickly calmed down. In her heart, she had long since deified Sujin, believing that her beloved Chingij was an omnipotent being. Disguise and face-changing techniques are naturally within their grasp. After disguising himself, Sujin led Kuching and her daughter to the territory of Binhai City. The guards at the city gate merely glanced at the three of them before letting them pass. The first thing Sujin did after infiltrating Binhai City was to find a place for Kuching and her daughter to settle down. Settling in was easy, but Sujin wanted them to help him sell his equipment. Then you need to find a shop in a good location. A well-located shop can have at least 10 times more foot traffic than a poorly located shop. The higher the foot traffic, the easier it is to sell the equipment. By the way, you can go ask old Zhang first. Sujin thought to himself. According to his memories from his previous life, Zhang Laokai is the richest businessman NPC in Binhai City. He mainly deals in real estate and owns a large number of shops. All the best located shops are under his ownership. Sujin decisively took Kuching and her daughter straight to Zhang Laocai's residence. Zhang Laocai's residence was very luxurious, like a garden villa. He had accumulated a lot of wealth through his unique business acumen. At this moment, old Zhang was pacing back and forth at the door with a worried look on his face, leading an emaciated boy beside him, and muttering to himself, "I can eat as much as I want and I never get fat. What should I do about my son?" The extremely emaciated boy standing to the side was Zhang Laocai's son. During a caravan transport, he was unexpectedly infected with the plague. Everyone else in the caravan died, and only his son escaped back. But after returning home, Zhang Laocai's son contracted the plague and began to experience strange symptoms. With a huge appetite, he would eat anything he saw. While others ate 3 meals a day, Zhang Laocai's son could eat 30 meals a day. My stomach felt like a bottomless pit. Strangely, despite eating so much food, Zhang Laocai's son still felt incredibly hungry and grew thinner and thinner until he was just skin and bones. Old Zhang had no doubt that if his son continued to lose weight like this, his health would surely collapse and he would die. The Zhang family has had only one son for 3 generations, and he is practically the lifeblood of the family. Even after consulting almost every renowned doctor, none of them could help his son with his illness. At this moment, Sujin walked up with a smile, looked at Zhang Laocai, and said, "I can cure your son's illness." Sujin's words immediately made Zhang Laocai's eyes widen. Chapter 133, A Cunning Little Girl. Old Zhang raised his head, thinking that the person who could make such a statement must be a skilled doctor over 50 years old, but he was surprised to find that the person in front of him was a very young man, and he was immediately disappointed. "Young man, you may have some medical skills, but my son's illness has been treated by renowned doctors all over the world, even by the head priest of a church, but none of them could help." Sujin remained calm, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "You're overthinking it. I don't know anything about medicine. So you're here to cause trouble?" Old Zhang's expression changed slightly. Because he had indeed amassed a considerable fortune through business over the years, he was often approached by thugs who would try to extort money from him. Even worse, some people used the pretext of treating his son's illness to extort money from him. "Although I don't know anything about medicine, I have a way to cure your son's illness. Do you believe me?" Sujin said calmly. "Do you think you can cure my son's illness? That's good. First, cure my son's illness, and I'll give you whatever you need. But if you can't cure me, I won't give you a single penny of compensation." Old Zhang had seen too many swindlers and con artists, and seeing that Sujin was so young and had no medical skills whatsoever, he was quite surprised. He had absolutely no confidence in Sujin, so he gave a perfunctory reply. "If I cure your son's illness, I want the best shop in Binhai City," Sujin said with a smile. The best shops in Binhai City are worth at least tens of millions of dollars in cash. But being able to save his son's life was certainly not an unacceptable condition for Zhang Laocai. "If you can cure my son's illness, I'll give you 10 of the best located shops," Old Zhang said, waving his hand. He had no belief that Sujin was capable of curing his son and only wanted to get rid of Sujin as soon as possible. "It's a deal." Sujin smiled, turned around, and left without hesitation. After leaving Zhang Laocai's residence, Sujin settled Kuching and her daughter in an inn in Binhai City. The plan was to settle them down first, and then go and solve the problem of Zhang Laocai's son's illness. Just before leaving, Su Kuching dragged him into a secluded bedroom. After a real battle, when Sujin left the room again, he found that more than an hour had passed. Sujin, feeling a bit weak in the legs, leaned against the wall to get out, while Su Kuching, who was lying lazily on the big bed, had a much rosier complexion and seemed to be enjoying herself. "By the way, your daughter must be getting impatient waiting outside, right?" Su Kuching slapped her thigh, only then remembering that her daughter was still waiting for her outside. She hurriedly left the bedroom to find her daughter. Meanwhile, Sujin had already quietly left Binhai City. He summoned Shao Qing to possess him, and after flying for more than 10 minutes, he arrived at a desolate and boundless desert. The surrounding area was filled with yellow sand, and a fierce wind was constantly howling. The ground was littered with skeletons, and some emaciated humans were wandering around. "I want to eat. Give me some food, or we'll all die." These humans were clearly starving, and they devoured everything edible around them. In the end, only a few survivors remained, fighting each other, the strong eating the weak, and then being eaten by the stronger. The symptoms suffered by these survivors were exactly the same as those of Zhang Laocai's son. Sujin folded his wings and descended from the sky, looking at everyone with a smile, and said, "I've come to rescue you. Tell me the location of the hunger source boss." The survivors looked at each other, and although Sujin's sudden appearance from the sky had indeed shocked them, but they couldn't believe that Sujin had the ability to kill that powerful being. After all, That powerful being was simply too terrifying in strength. So much so that they preferred to kill and devour each other rather than challenge that extremely terrifying monster. I can tell you where that monster is. A thin little girl squeezed out from the crowd of survivors and looked at Sujin with an innocent expression. With her small frame, she managed to survive among so many survivors fighting each other. It's truly an incredible thing. Oh, then tell me, where's that boss? Sujin looked at the thin little girl with great interest and said with a smile. The little girl walked up to Sujin very obediently, stood up on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear. That boss is. The little girl paused suddenly, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. He swiftly pulled a dagger coated with deadly poison from his sleeve and stabbed it fiercely at Sujin. Thor's shield. Sujin's eyelids twitched, and he murmured. Just as the sharp dagger coated with deadly poison was about to pierce Sujin, a shield crackling with terrifying lightning suddenly appeared. It directly blocked the little girl's dagger. The dagger was deflected with a snap. A terrifying electric current struck the little girl directly, and a look of pain instantly appeared on her face. Sujin had long suspected that this little girl was no ordinary person. With such a frail figure, her survival among so many survivors could not have been due to luck alone. She must have some trump cards and an extremely ruthless heart. The little girl's face was full of horror. She never expected that this young man with a youthful appearance would be wary of her. Her poison blade strike was incredibly terrifying. If it landed on Sujin, it would definitely cause him a fatal wound. Die! A cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes. Lightning danced in his hand, and a huge ball of lightning instantly condensed and slammed into the little girl, sentencing her to death. The terrifying, exploding ball of lightning struck the little girl, shattering her body and ending her life amidst endless horror and regret. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a star-level intermediate monster, level 40, famine plague survivor. You and Xiaoqing have gained 3,000 base experience points and an additional 1,500 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gained 8 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gained an extra 5 evolution points. Seeing that the frail little girl's assassination attempt had failed, and she had been instantly killed by Sujin. The other survivors all had fierce eyes. None of them were kind-hearted. They were all powerful individuals who had devoured the flesh and blood of at least dozens of humans. You can kill her, but you shouldn't have blasted her to smithereens. You ruined our food, so take her place and become our food. The survivors all stared coldly at Sujin, and instead of fighting amongst themselves, they all charged at Sujin with a shared hatred for him. Chapter 134. Xiaoqing's level increases rapidly. Just in time. A cold smile appeared on Sujin's face. These people swarmed in, which saved me some trouble. Secret technique, heavenly thunderstorm. Sujin murmured, and thunder clouds immediately filled the sky, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. Immediately, terrifying lightning bolts descended, striking the survivors who swarmed forward. The lightning strikes were terrifyingly powerful. They struck the survivors and instantly killed them all without any doubt. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a star-level intermediate monster, level 40, famine plague survivor. You and Xiaoqing have gained 3,000 base experience points and an additional 1,500 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a star-level intermediate monster, level 40, famine plague survivor. You and Xiaoqing have gained 3,000 base experience points and an additional 1,500 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Although these famine survivors were so easily killed by Sujin, it wasn't because they were weak, but because Sujin was simply too strong. He could easily wipe out a large number of ordinary star-level monsters. Even a star-level boss is not too difficult to kill. Although these survivors were only star-level, the Plague Origin monster was extremely powerful. We need to find a way to locate this monster that is secretly creating the plague. Sujin quickly thought that only by finding that monster could he save Zhang Laocai's son. The 20 surviving monsters provided Sujin and Xiaoqing with over 90,000 experience points. As his experience points rapidly increased, a familiar glow emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations! You have reached level 36 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations! You have reached level 37 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. This experience gain is so satisfying. The leveling speed is incredibly fast. It's estimated that Sujin will reach level 40 soon. What rewards can you get from the level 40 Supreme Gift Pack? A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. Furthermore, Xiaoqing's body began to glow with an upgraded light. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 25 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 26 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 27 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 28 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. With 90,000 experience points, Xiaoqing leveled up 4 levels in one go. This is because Xiaoqing's level is too low, so she needs less experience to level up. Immediately afterwards, another mechanical system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gained 68 points of intelligence, 40 points of constitution, 32 points of agility, and 20 points of strength. Xiaoqing gained an extra 100 evolution points. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He stepped forward and picked up all the equipment dropped by the survivors of the famine and plague after they died. Ding! You have picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Hunger Blood Curse Ring. Ding! You have picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Hunger Blood Curse Bracelet. Ding! You have picked up the Starry Sky Beginner, Hunger Blood Curse Necklace. Ding! You have picked up 11 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You have picked up a mysterious map. Ding! You have collected 22 silver coins and 9,721 copper coins. The equipment at the Star Glory level no longer held much appeal for Sujin, because most of Sujin's equipment is now at least star level, and he even has quite a few king level equipment. Only Ari's ring remains, still featuring high-end diamonds. Sujin was too lazy to check the attributes of each of these star level equipment. The Starry Sky Beginner, Hunger Blood Curse Ring was directly replaced with the Diamond Advanced Frostbite Ring on Ari. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the 11 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. The primary choice for skill evolution is definitely Ari's Frost Triple Slash. Sujin decisively consumed 3 Pet Evolution Stones to evolve Frost Triple Slash to its maximum level. Ding! You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 18, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 19, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to successfully upgrade your pet Ari's Frost Triple Strike to level 20, increasing the damage of all 3 hits by 20%. Ding! Ari's Frost Triple Slash skill has evolved to its maximum level and is currently undergoing a mutation evolution. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. After Frost Slash evolved to level 20, it indeed evolved. Congratulations! Ari's Frost Triple Slash skill has evolved into a new skill, Extreme Ice Quadruple Slash. Level 1. Extreme Ice Quadruple Slash. Ari dashes behind the target enemy and launches 4 consecutive high-damage slashes at extremely fast speed. The first hit deals 500% of her attack power, the second hit deals 550% of her attack power, the third hit deals 600% of her attack power, and the fourth hit deals 650% of her attack power. When all 4 slashes land on the enemy, that's a full 23 times the physical attack power and damage. It can deal hundreds of thousands of terrifying damage in an instant. This attack is many times more powerful than the previous Frost Triple Slash. Sujin was very satisfied. Then, he tried to use the Pet Skill Evolution Stone to continue evolving the Extreme Ice 4-stage slash skill. Ding! To evolve the Extreme Ice 4-stage slash skill, you need 10 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. You do not have enough Evolution Stones. Strengthening and advancing skills consumes too many skill evolution stones. It seems the only option is to focus on improving other skills. Sujin thought to himself. He still has 8 evolution stones. What skill should he use them to evolve? Chapter 135 Mysterious Treasure Chest. Lord of Famine. Final. Sujin put all of his 2 pet skills into the device and tested it out. 4 large area burst damage skills like Extreme Ice Shadow Array and Secret Technique. Heavenly Thunderstorm. Upgrading them by 1 level requires at least 5 evolution stones. These skills will definitely need to be upgraded in the future, but upgrading them now is too extravagant, since Sujin doesn't have many skill evolution stones. As monster levels increase, the drop rate of pet skill evolution stones will also increase. You can consider evolving these skills later when you have enough skill evolution stones. After thinking about it, Sujin finally decided to evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill. This skill can directly double the damage of other burst-type skills. Sujin was eager to see how much damage he could increase after upgrading this skill. Ding! Do you want to consume 2 pet skill evolution stones to evolve the 9-tailed fox Ari's Fatal Strike skill? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 2. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 3. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 4. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 5. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Sujin was extremely satisfied with raising the critical strike skill to level 5 in one go, and then checked the skill panel. Level 5. Critical Strike. When activated, your next attack or damaging skill will deal 280% damage. Due to the skill level increase, the cooldown of this skill is reduced by 20%. Sujin was very satisfied and finally turned his attention to the last map. A mysterious map. Quality, unknown. Description, a mysterious location is marked above. It is uncertain what will happen if you go there. Please proceed with caution. Let's go check out the places marked on the map. We might find something unexpected, Sujin thought to himself, quickly making his decision. Sujin was well aware of the nature of these mysterious maps in the Divine Pet game. They might bring you unexpected surprises, but they could also bring you nightmare-like fear. In the past, many players died and lost levels while exploring unknown maps. Even worse, some were cursed with a permanent curse. If the curse is not lifted, combat ability will be greatly affected. However, some players from previous lives have made unexpected and huge discoveries while exploring the mysterious map. As a result, his strength soared, and he even entered the world's top-level rankings. Following the location marked on the map, Sujin traveled for a full 20 minutes across the desert before finding a mysterious cave. Inside the cave, fragmented skeletons were piled up on the ground from time to time. After walking dozens of kilometers along the cave, we finally found the end of the cave. Against the wall of the cave, there was a gleaming golden treasure chest, exquisitely crafted, its extraordinary nature evident in every detail. Although we didn't find the Lord of Famine, discovering the location of this treasure chest was a pleasant surprise. Sujin felt a surge of joy as he stepped forward and reached out to open the gleaming golden treasure chest. They wanted to find out what treasures were hidden inside. Just as he was about to touch the treasure chest, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Ari, possessed by a pet. Void speed. Sujin's figure vanished into nothingness in an instant, and then a bizarrely large, blood-red maw appeared, snapping down fiercely. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he probably would have been swallowed whole by that eerie, enormous mouth. How dare you? You dare touch my treasured possessions. I'll devour you alive. This incredibly ugly mouth produced a sound that was surprisingly like a woman's voice, and even somewhat pleasant. Sujin saw the monster's appearance clearly. It was a giant toad demon with 3 legs and an enormous mouth. He decisively used a reconnaissance skill and sent it over. Lord of Famine, Blood Toad. Rank, High-Level King. Level, 43. Health, 880,000. Physical attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Innate talent. For every life consumed, the Blood Toad, the Lord of Famine, experiences a significant increase in size and strength. Skills: plague infection, endless devouring, acidic corrosion, intestinal world. Where did they go? Coward, get out here now. Upon seeing Sujin's figure suddenly disappear, the Lord of Famine suddenly burst into a tirade of curses. Since you are the Lord of Famine, who has killed so many people, then you should obediently accept your death. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He was just looking for the whereabouts of the Lord of Famine when he didn't expect it to be right in front of him. As long as this Lord of Famine is killed, Sujin can cure Zhang Laocai's son's bulimia. Hey big oaf, there's someone right behind you. Sujin revealed a mocking smile, drew his shadow blood blade, stepped out of the void, and slashed it fiercely at the head of the Lord of Famine. A strike that breaks through stealth. With a loud bang, a red damage value appeared above the Lord of Famine's head. Let me infect you with bulimia first. The Lord of Famine sneered, opened his mouth wide, and suddenly exhaled a pungent, foul breath. The foul air instantly filled the entire cave, and Sujin had no way to avoid it, ultimately falling victim to its effects. At that moment, a cold system voice rang in Sujin's ears. Warning, you have been diagnosed with bulimia. Your health will continue to drop, and you will lose weight rapidly. If bulimia is not cured within a month, you will starve to death. Sujin could clearly feel an intense hunger filling his mind, but he still managed to maintain a clear mind, using his reason to fight desperately against his appetite. A fixed damage number had already appeared above Sujin's head. Sujin knew that this was a side effect of bulimia. If this problem isn't addressed, the pain will only intensify. Chapter 136, A Bountiful Harvest. Furthermore, as the duration of bulimia increases, the rate of decline in blood volume and the uncontrollable hunger will continue to intensify. Seeing the pain on Sujin's face, the Lord of Famine revealed a triumphant smile. Little one, stop struggling in vain. If you dare to disobey me, you will suffer more and more from bulimia. However, seeing that you still have some ability, I'll give you a chance to work under me. Do things for me, and I'll provide you with enough food to alleviate the pain caused by your bulimia, okay? The Lord of Famine looked as if he had Sujin completely under his control. You ugly toad, you want me to be your subordinate? That's like a toad marrying a fairy. What a pipe dream. Sujin's face was full of mockery as he sneered. Immediately, the blood-red blade in his hand emitted an incomparably cold chill, and exquisite snowflakes danced around him, making him appear like a cold god of death. I'll use you to test the power of my new skill. Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash. Suddenly, the blood-stained blade, carrying an incomparably cold chill, slashed fiercely at the Lord of Famine. The Lord of Famine felt a sudden pain, and his expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected that Sujin, who was under its gluttony curse, would still dare to attack him. Its eyes flashed with coldness, and it opened its mouth to bite Sujin. But Sujin had already anticipated this, and, using his phantom teleportation ability, disappeared from the spot. By the time he appeared, the second strike of the Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash had already landed on the back of the Lord of Famine. The Lord of Famine was somewhat angry, not expecting Sujin to react so quickly, and these methods of avoiding damage were truly strange, making it impossible for it to touch him. Just then, as the Lord of Famine was preparing to retaliate in anger, he discovered that his massive body had been frozen solid. This is the effect of Ari's top-tier frost talent. Top-tier frost talent. Ari's attacks will deal 2,000 points of ice damage, and all damage dealt to enemies will have a 30% chance to freeze them for 2.5 seconds. Because of Sujin's SSS level talent, Infinite Plunder, his two pets, Ari and Xiaoqing, were given many powerful aptitudes and attribute values, making them strong enough to crush other pets of the same level and grade. This is also their strength in challenging enemies of higher levels. Before the Lord of Famine recovers from the freezing effect, they can take advantage of this. Immediately afterwards, the third strike of the Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash landed heavily on the Lord of Famine. At this point, the Lord of Famine had lost nearly a quarter of his health. The more Sujin was attacked, the more painful the attack became, which surprised it. Finally, the final blow of the Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash landed on the Lord of Famine. Furthermore, this attack contains the fatal strike that comes with being enhanced to level 5. A terrifying damage number suddenly appeared, instantly reduced the Lord of Famine's health to below 50%. At this moment, Sujin also summoned Xiaoqing. Twin Snake Shadows. As Xiaoqing's stunningly beautiful and alluring figure appeared, she waved her hand, and 9 other figures identical to her appeared beside her. Purple Thunder Mystic Sky Wings. With a delicate shout from Xiaoqing, 10 exquisitely beautiful figures with human bodies and dragon tails simultaneously revealed enormous wings surrounded by lightning, with dazzling purple lightning constantly flowing behind them. 10 incredibly terrifying attacks instantly reduced the Lord of Famine to a sliver of blood. The world of the gut. The Lord of Famine's eyes widened in shock. He immediately activated his trump card technique, summoning his intestines, which enveloped the entire cavern. Ding! You are trapped in the gut world of the Lord of Famine. You will be subjected to continuous acidic corrosion, losing 5,000 health points per second and having your defense reduced by 50%. Sujin and Xiaoqing were trapped in the intestinal world created by the Lord of Famine. Sujin tried to stab his intestines with the blood blade, hoping to break through the limitations of the intestinal world. But when the blood blade landed on the intestines, it was discovered that the Lord of Famine's intestines were unusually tough, and the damage it caused was negligible. It seems that if the burst damage isn't high enough, it's impossible to break through the intestinal world of the Lord of Famine. Sujin pondered to himself, how exactly can we break into the gut world of the Lord of Famine? At this moment, the Lord of Famine revealed an extremely smug smile. How laughable. They even dared to attempt to kill me, the king? Ha ha ha, become my food and nourishment. That's not necessarily true. Sujin suddenly thought of a powerful skill, and his mood instantly relaxed, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Xiaoqing, make all your clones self-destruct. Upon hearing the command, Xiaoqing immediately commanded her 9 powerful clones, each surrounded by lightning, to unleash a self-destruct sacrificial attack, crashing violently into the intestinal wall of the Lord of Famine. Just as it hit the intestinal wall, the 9 clones sacrificed themselves simultaneously, unleashing an incredibly terrifying burst of energy that violently shattered the intestinal wall of the Lord of Famine. Boom! A deafeningly terrifying sound wave exploded, instantly shattering the entire intestinal world, leaving blood and fluids scattered all over the ground. Even the Lord of Famine was completely annihilated by the explosion. The arrogant and domineering creator of the hunger plague was thus brought to an end by Sujin. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a high-level king rank boss, level 43, the Lord of Hunger, Blood Toad. You and Xiaoqing have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Congratulations! You have reached level 38 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. At the same time, a familiar white light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 29 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 30 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing has gained 240 evolution points. Xiaoqing gained top-tier life attributes. Top-tier life potential. Increases health by an additional 150%. The upgrade from advanced life quality to top quality increased life value by a full 50%, which is equivalent to an additional 30,000 HP. At this moment, Sujin turned his attention to the spoils left behind by the Lord of Famine and the golden treasure chest left in the corner. Chapter 137, The Unexpected Gain from the Golden Treasure Chest. And just then, a system voice sounded in Sujin's mind. Ding! Because you have successfully killed the source of hunger, the blood toad, all humans infected with bulimia have recovered their health. Ding! Your negative condition of binge eating disorder has disappeared. Sujin clearly felt his body lighten, his energy returned, and the agonizing hunger quickly disappeared. This relieved him. It seemed he was about to get the shop. Old Zhang promised that if he cured his son's illness, he would give me the best shop in the Binhai City commercial street. Not just one room, but a full 10. Sujin smiled and walked forward to pick up the spoils that had fallen to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the king's advanced gluttony source robe. Ding! Congratulations on picking up the King of Glory advanced gluttony source boots. Ding! Congratulations! You have picked up 12 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! Congratulations! You have collected 29 silver coins and 2,398 copper coins. 2 pieces of high-level king tier equipment, not a bad haul. Sujin clicked on the equipment to view its attributes. King level advanced. Robe of Gluttony. Health points increased by 600. Defense increased by 650 points. Health regeneration speed increased by 1500 seconds. Mana regeneration speed increased by 1500 seconds. Movement speed increased by 30%. Equipment requirements. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. Equipment skill. Gluttony source. Each enemy killed restores your health. It restores health points and randomly absorbs a small portion of an enemy's attributes, converting it into permanent attributes for the user. A maximum of 1,000 total attribute points can be permanently gained. The Gluttony source skill is pretty good. It can significantly increase your recovery ability. Furthermore, killing enemies grants a permanent portion of attributes, which is an extremely valuable effect. Even if you add up all 4 attributes, intelligence, agility, strength, and constitution, you can only get a maximum of 1,000 attribute points. But since it was free money, it's still pretty good. Decisively replace Xiaoqing's Diamond Basic Blood Reversion Robe with the King Advanced Source of Gluttony Robe. Next, Sujin's gaze fell on the King level Advanced Gluttony Source Boots. King level Advanced Gluttony Source Boots. Physical defense increased by 2050 points. Casting speed increased by 55%. Attack speed increased by 55%. Movement speed increased by 30%. The amount of light attribute damage received will be reduced by 2,000 points. The amount of dark damage received will be reduced by 2,000 points. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 30 or above. Equipment skill. Gluttony Chase. When activated, your attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed are increased by 100% for 10 seconds. This is a top-tier piece of equipment that can significantly boost speed. It doesn't have many fancy skill effects, but the attributes it provides are very practical. Attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed can all be increased by an additional 155%, which is equivalent to a significant increase in Xiaoqing's damage frequency and mobility. A simple and practical piece of equipment. That's how Sujin described it. Replace Xiaoqing's Diamond Intermediate Berserker Ice Demon Boots with the King's Advanced Gluttony Source Boots. Finally, Sujin's gaze fell on the 12 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Let's upgrade Fatal Strike to the maximum level first. This skill, when combined with any other damage skill, is incredibly powerful. Ding! Do you want to consume 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to evolve the Nine-Tailed Fox Ari's Fatal Strike skill? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 6. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 7. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 8. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding! You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 11. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. By increasing Fatal Strike by 6 levels, Ari's damage output has undoubtedly increased to another level. Sujin clicked on Fatal Strike to check its current skill attributes. Level 11. Critical Strike. When activated, your next attack or damaging skill will deal 400% damage. Due to the skill level increase, the cooldown of this skill is reduced by 50%. Previously, a level 1 Critical Strike could only deal 200% damage. A level 11 Critical Strike can now deal 400% damage. This can increase the damage of any of Ari's skills by 4 times. If Ari had a skill that could deal 200,000 base damage, and then activated the 4 times damage bonus of Fatal Strike, that would be a whopping 800,000 damage. Even high-level bosses can be instantly killed. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. After dealing with these matters, Sujin walked straight to the golden treasure chest in the corner. The treasure chest gleamed with a golden light and was locked. As Sujin reached out to touch the golden treasure chest, a prompt box suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding! You have found a golden treasure chest. You can only open the chest by answering the question correctly. If you answer incorrectly, the chest will be automatically destroyed. Would you like to answer the question to open the treasure chest? To answer the question, Sujin decisively replied. I actually encountered a quiz-type treasure chest. These kinds of questions are often preset by the person who placed the treasure in the treasure chest. In other words, the original owner of this golden treasure chest was likely not the Lord of Hunger, but some more powerful being. Quiz-type treasure chests often possess a certain degree of intelligence, used to identify whether the answers are correct or incorrect. Therefore, those who can design quiz-style treasure chests are often powerful individuals who surpass the level of a king. This made Sujin feel quite excited. The stronger the expert, the better the quality of the treasures they leave behind. I wonder what treasures are stored in this golden chest. A look of anticipation flashed across Sujin's eyes as he thought to himself. Chapter 138 New Skill, Protection of Luck. Please listen to the question. Question 1. What kind of path did you choose? 1. Falling into the path of darkness, vowing to slaughter all living beings and turn the whole world into a paradise ruled by the dead. 2. Follow the path of faith and light. You are a devout believer in the God of light, and your most important mission in life is to drive out darkness. 3. In your pursuit of freedom, you are a staunch advocate of neutrality, neither believing in the light nor succumbing to darkness, but simply wanting to watch the world go by and remain outside the chaos. 4. The path to self-redemption. Your race is about to face a great disaster. Both light and darkness will become your greatest enemies. The only thing you believe in is your own strength. If you cannot become the strongest, you and your race will be exterminated. Upon seeing the problem on the golden treasure chest, Sujin's pupils instantly contracted, and he was stunned. This question has a deeper meaning. Choosing to be the first to fall into the path of darkness means that you belong to the dark camp. Choosing the second path of faith, the path of light, means that you belong to the light faction. Choosing the third path of pursuing freedom means that you are a member of the neutral camp. What would choosing the fourth path of self-redemption represent? Representing humanity on Earth's plane? I'm afraid not. The powerful person who designed this treasure chest would never have imagined that they would be a reincarnated person who traveled back from the future. At this time, the human world had not yet been violated. But Sujin knew that besides the human plane, there were other alien races in this world that were also being invaded by the light faction and the light dark faction, such as the goblin race, the giant race, the siren race, and so on. These races belong to no faction, yet they are all on the verge of extinction. Although they are all races within the world of divine pets, they share the same fate as humans on Earth. In their previous lives, the forces of light and darkness did not achieve a decisive victory when they invaded humanity on Earth. However, they wiped out all the races in the world of divine pets except for the two major factions. The plight of these alien races is even more tragic than that of humans on Earth. It's truly heartbreaking. Sujin thought to himself with a look of regret. Sujin had a premonition that the powerful figure who set up this treasure chest problem was likely from an alien race that was about to be wiped out. Furthermore, the plight of these alien races evokes a sense of shared suffering with humanity on Earth. With this in mind, Sujin had already made his choice. I choose the fourth option, the path of self-redemption. Sujin replied decisively. As Sujin's voice fell, the treasure chest suddenly shone with an incomparably dazzling golden light, and a vast and majestic aura flowed around it, giving the entire golden treasure chest a magnificent and extraordinary feel. Congratulations. You answered the question correctly. As the system voice sounded, Sujin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the result was as he expected. It would have been heartbreaking if the golden treasure chest had been destroyed due to a wrong answer. Question 2. Do you care about your ethnic group? 1. If the roots die, can the leaves still live? You will share weal and woe with your race. And even if your race faces the greatest crisis, you will be willing to protect your people. 2. You only want to pursue your own transcendence. You know how powerful the enemy is, and you are unwilling to fight a losing battle. You only want to survive and preserve the race. It seems that the designer of this treasure chest wanted to cultivate a powerful being capable of resisting both the forces of light and darkness. Judging from this, the treasure in this chest must be quite extraordinary. Sujin thought for a moment and decisively chose option 2. Congratulations. You answered the question correctly. Congratulations. The treasure chest has been successfully opened. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly stepped forward to take out the treasure hidden inside the treasure chest. Ding. You have obtained a pet experience stone, 100,000 experience points, from the golden treasure chest. Ding. You have obtained a pet tempering pill, peerless grade, from the golden treasure chest. Ding. You have obtained a mysterious stone from the golden treasure chest. Ding. Are you willing to accept the quest, the redemption of the dragons? This is an epic quest, unlocked at level 50. Accept the mission. Sujin accepted the mission without hesitation. Sujin could sense the value of this mission. The dragon race possesses the pride and backbone of the dragon race. The vast majority of dragons are unwilling to bow down to either the light or the dark faction, even if the other side extends a generous olive branch. Therefore, in their previous lives, the dragons, relying on the strength of their clan, fought to the very last moment against the combined attacks of the light and darkness factions, until the last dragon bled its last drop of blood, without ever surrendering. At the same time, dragons have lived for tens of thousands of years and have an extreme fondness for hoarding treasures. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that dragons are the richest race. The moment he accepted the task, another system voice rang in Sujin's ears. Ding! You have accepted a significant mission, which may very well lead to an alliance between humans and dragons, and you have obtained. Calculate your destiny points. Congratulations! You have advanced to the 3rd tier of Human Guardian God. Ding! Your strength has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Your physique has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Your intelligence has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Your agility has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Protection of Fortune. Level 1. Blessing of Fortune. All damage you take will be reduced. Point damage. A look of joy flashed across Sujin's eyes. As the system voice sounded, a dazzling golden light poured into his body. Sujin could clearly feel his own attribute values soaring. And with his damage reduction ability, who can damage him except for high-level bosses? These 100,000 experience points pet experience stones came at just the right time. It's time to level up Xiaoqing. Immediately afterwards, Sujin used the pet experience stone he had just obtained on Xiaoqing. Ding! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon, used a pet experience stone and gained 100,000 experience points. Immediately, beams of dazzling white light emanated from Xiaoqing's exquisite and beautiful body. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 31 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 32 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Chapter 139, The Mysterious Stone. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 34 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. A series of dazzling lights emanated from Xiaoqing's body. With 100,000 experience points, Xiaoqing leveled up 4 times, reaching level 34. The undead invasion of the village brought Sujin an incredibly rich harvest. Sujin and Ali's levels progressed rapidly, causing Xiaoqing's level to lag behind. This experience stone came at just the right time, allowing Xiaoqing to level up. Immediately afterwards, Sujin turned his gaze to the body tempering pill. Pet tempering pill, peerless grade. Effect: after your pet consumes this, it will receive a huge boost to its attributes. There was only one body tempering pill, and after thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to feed it to Xiaoqing. After all, Xiaoqing can summon a full 9 clones of the same strength to enhance her power, which is equivalent to a 10-fold increase. Thinking of this, Sujin decisively tossed the pet tempering pill to Xiaoqing. Ding! Confirm feeding Xiaoqing the pet tempering pill, peerless grade. Okay. Sujin replied without hesitation. Awu. Immediately, a look of pain appeared on Xiaoqing's exquisite and beautiful face. The blazing pure energy flowed continuously within her body, constantly sublimating her dragon blood and tempering her physical body. It's so hot, I can't stand it. Xiaoqing blushed, swaying her slender waist as she hugged Sujin tightly. She breathed softly in Sujin's ear, her warm, fragrant breath brushing against his earlobe, making Sujin feel a little distracted. Xiaoqing, calm down. Don't let this violent energy control your mind, or it will cause you to develop inner demons. It must be said that although Xiaoqing has a human body and a dragon's tail, she is indeed a stunningly beautiful woman with exotic charm. Sujin found it hard not to be attracted to her, but when he looked at the swaying dragon tail on her lower body, he instantly suppressed his slightly agitated feelings. He didn't have the same strong tastes as the Indians from Curry Country, no matter how alluring and charming Xiaoqing was at that moment. He could never give Xiaoqing, who is half human and half dragon, to that person. At least wait until Xiaoqing can transform the dragon's tail into human legs before letting her serve you slowly. With Sujin's continued guidance, Xiaoqing's emotions gradually calmed down, and her blood flow also became more stable. Then, her aura continued to erupt and grow stronger. With an innate, enchanting beauty and heroic spirit, she is just like Zhao Linger from the legend of Sword and Fairy. Congratulations! Your pet Xiaoqing has successfully refined a pet tempering pill, Peerless Grade, gaining a corresponding attribute boost. Ding! Xiaoqing's intelligence has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Xiaoqing's physique has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Xiaoqing's agility has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Xiaoqing's strength has increased by 1,000 points. Ding! Xiaoqing's damage from light attribute has been reduced. Point. Ding! Xiaoqing's dark attribute damage has been reduced. Point. Ding! Xiaoqing's lightning damage has been reduced. Point. At this point, although Xiaoqing's rank had not evolved, her foundation was much more solid than before. The body tempering pill is a top-grade elixir for tempering the physical body. It not only improved her skills, but also her temperament, appearance, and figure. As for the last item found inside the treasure chest, it was the mysterious stone. The mysterious stone. Grade, unknown. Function, unknown. Description, an extremely mysterious stone, concealing the secret of the dragon race's evolution into gods. If you can uncover this secret, you will gain unexpected rewards. Perhaps you can discover its secret within Dragon Valley. Sujin had never seen this stone before, yet it always contained an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. He knew the extraordinary nature of this mysterious stone, but he could only uncover its secret when he reached Dragon Valley, where dragons gathered. After dealing with everything, Sujin activated Xiaoqing's possession ability, summoned the purple thunder mystic wings, and decisively flew towards Binhai City. 15 minutes later, still disguised as an ordinary young man in black with the ID Empty City, he infiltrated Binhai City. When he arrived at Zhang Laocai's residence, Zhang Laocai's son was no longer the pitiful, emaciated man he had been before, but was gradually recovering his health. The Lord of Hunger was killed by Sujin, and all the gluttony plagues disappeared as a result. Sujin ignored Zhang Laocai's son and looked directly at Zhang Laocai, getting straight to the point. Mr. Zhang, I have cured your son. Now you should deliver on your promise about the shop. Old Zhang was still basking in the joy of his son's recovery when Sujin asked him for something. His expression immediately changed, and he said coldly, My son has recovered, what's it to you? That was all because I prayed for my son day and night, and the God of Light was moved and healed my son. Old Zhang's words undoubtedly meant he wanted to renege on his promise to give Sujin 10 top-tier shops. The reason he promised Sujin 10 top-tier shops was because he felt that Sujin didn't know any medical skills and could never cure his son's illness. But now that his son's illness has been cured, Zhang Laocai regrets it. 10 top-tier shops are definitely not a small amount of money. In the future coastal city where land is extremely valuable, each of these top-tier shops will be worth at least 80 million yuan in cash. 10 top-tier shops in Binhai City can be exchanged for 800 million renminbi in cash from China. Its value is self-evident. For businessmen, what truly binds them is never a promise, but a written contract or the force that can control their life and death. Seeing that Zhang Laocai clearly intended to renege on his promise of 10 top-tier shops, Sujin didn't argue with him. Instead, he coldly left behind a single sentence. No one has ever been able to act shamelessly in front of me. Get ready to pay a heavy price. After Sujin finished speaking, he turned around and left, disappearing into the crowd without looking back. This is the safe zone of the coastal city. All damage is ineffective here. This is also why Zhang Laocai is so arrogant. He takes advantage of the fact that he is in the safe zone and Sujin can do nothing about him. He watched Sujin's departing figure with a cold smile and snorted. Humph, you think you can get something out of me? Dream on. He's just a bluffer. Let's see what you can do to me. Meanwhile, Sujin quietly made his way to the city lord's mansion. The purpose of going to the city lord's mansion is not only to obtain the elemental energy core needed for the foundational method of refining a pet into a perfect pet. It was also to punish Zhang Laocai and make him pay a heavy price. Chapter 140, A Silent Scheme. Even if you're in a safe zone, I still have ways to make you regret offending me. A cold glint flashed in Sujin's eyes as he walked through the bustling streets and arrived in front of the city lord's mansion. Along the way, he saw notices plastered all over the walls, all of which were wanted posters for Sujin. And the bounty is as high as 100,000 silver coins. With such a high bounty, Sujin even considered tying himself up and sending himself to the city lord's mansion to collect the reward. This shows how much effort the Lord of Binhai City went to in order to apprehend Sujin, and it also demonstrates the depth of his hatred for Sujin. Carlo is the only son of the coastal city lord, who is hoping that his son will inherit his position as city lord in the future. Now that he has lost his son in his old age, how could he not be furious at the thought of an old man outliving his son? But at this moment, thanks to the disguise mask, Sujin had completely changed his appearance, and no one could recognize his identity. At this moment, a group of guards were on duty at the gate of the city lord's mansion. Seeing Sujin walking towards them, they stared at him warily and asked, "The city lord's mansion is a restricted area. Idlers should avoid it." A group of guards blocked Sujin's way, about to check his identity. Sujin smiled and said, "Do I know where Emperor Chen is? Take me to see your city lord. I want to collect a bounty." Upon hearing Sujin's words, the guards were instantly moved. The head guard immediately smiled. The city lord of Binhai had repeatedly ordered the investigation of Emperor Chen's whereabouts, vowing to avenge his son. Now that the whereabouts of Emperor Chen had finally been found, they, as his subordinates, could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay, this way please. I will take you to see the city lord right away." With the head guard leading the way, Sujin quickly arrived at the inner chamber of the city lord's mansion. An elderly man with white hair and a white robe stood inside the pavilion, his face filled with sorrow, and beneath it all, a chilling, killing intent emanated. "My son, I will make that Emperor Chen pay for his blood debt, and send him to the deepest hell to pay for your life." At this moment, although the city lord of Binhai had his back to the gate, he sensed that someone had entered the pavilion. The city lord of Binhai turned around, his gaze sweeping over Sujin, sizing him up and down, and said indifferently, "Why are you here?" "Lord City Lord, this man claims to know the whereabouts of Emperor Chen." The head guard beside him quickly replied, "Is this true?" Upon hearing this, the Lord of Binhai City's eyes immediately turned fervent, his gaze fixed intently on Sujin. "Lord City Lord, Emperor Chen has learned that you are hunting him down and has fled into the Northwest Beast domain. I just arrived from there and saw him with my own eyes." As Sujin spoke, he secretly used the disguise mask's function to subtly replicate the appearance of the Binhai City Lord. He said that because he wanted to get the City Lord of Binhai away, so he could use his identity to carry out his next plan. Upon hearing this, the City Lord of Binhai City was somewhat skeptical, staring coldly at Sujin, and said, "Are you sure that the person you met in the Northwest Beast domain was Emperor Chen? Do you know what terrible consequences you will face if you lie about military intelligence?" Faced with the threat from the City Lord of Binhai, Sujin showed no sign of panic, but calmly said, "Emperor Chen and I came from the same village, and I even have a grudge against him. I know him very well, and I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. So it's impossible for me to mistake him for someone else. Emperor Chen personally killed your son, and you are the supreme ruler of the entire Binhai city. Emperor Chen knew that you would issue a warrant for his arrest, so naturally he dared not continue to stay within the territory under the jurisdiction of Binhai City. Providing false military intelligence would do me no good. On the contrary, it would bring me death. Therefore, what I am telling you is undoubtedly the truth." Sujin's words plunged the Binhai City Lord into deep thought. The City Lord of Binhai was also pondering whether there were any loopholes in Sujin's words. After pondering for a moment, he finally nodded slightly and said, "I'll trust you this once, but you know the consequences if you dare to lie to me. As for the bounty, you'll get your share once I successfully capture Emperor Chen." After speaking, the City Lord of Binhai ignored Sujin and instead mobilized his troops to send them to the Northwest Beast domain. They made a solemn pledge that even if they had to turn the Northwest Beast domain upside down, they would still find Sujin and drag him out of the Northwest Beast domain. "If I don't win over Sujin, I swear I will never return to Binhai City." Soon, the City Lord of Binhai led tens of thousands of soldiers and generals in a grand procession toward the Northwest Beast domain. Sujin witnessed this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. Immediately, he activated his disguise mask ability and transformed into the appearance of the coastal city lord. Ding! You have transformed into the appearance of Lord Red of Binhai City. Please choose two abilities from the following. Option 1. Your physical attack power increases by 300 points. Your magic attack power increases by 300 points. Your attack speed increases by 60%. Your movement speed increases by 60%. and your casting speed increases by 60%. Option 2. Your strength increases by 2,000 points, constitution increases by 2,000 points, agility increases by 2,000 points, and intelligence increases by 2,000 points. Option 3. You take 5,000 less wind damage, 5,000 less fire damage, 5,000 less earth damage, and 5,000 less ice damage. Option 4. Summon a war spirit. All friendly units within 1,000 meters of the spirit gain a 3,000 point increase in defense and a 1,000 point increase in health regeneration per second. Option 5. Raging Blood Holy Soul Slash. Unleashes a terrifying shockwave that will knock back all enemies hit by it and inflict severe damage. Light attribute attack that adds 100% physical attack power and 100% magical attack power. Choose one or two. The first two skills can directly increase Sujin's damage, allowing his strength to undergo further transformation after he can merge with the power of Shaoqing or Ali. Compared to other skills, Sujin naturally preferred this kind of simple and straightforward buff skill. Sujin had successfully disguised himself as the city lord of Binhai, and even his demeanor was exactly the same. Even if the lord of Binhai City stood here with him, no one could tell from their appearance who the real lord of Binhai City was. Lord City Lord, why are you back again? A guard standing nearby asked with a puzzled look when he saw Sujin return. Deploying tens of thousands of troops to the Northwest Beast Domain requires the preparation of a large amount of supplies and equipment. Take me to the City Lord's supply depot. I need to take the supplies and equipment there. Sujin glanced at the guard beside him and said something without revealing his true feelings. Chapter 141 Abundant Harvest. His Excellency the Bishop is truly meticulous. Your Excellency, please come with me. I will take you to the supply depot. The guard gave a respectful compliment and then led Sujin into the depths of the City Lord's mansion. As Sujin walked, he casually asked, "Go and arrest Zhang Laokai, the richest man in the city, and confiscate all his assets and hand them over. Although Zhang Laokai has indeed embezzled a lot of money over the years, he is your father-in-law. Are you sure you want to do this?" The guard's eyes widened, and he quickly replied. This surprised Sujin, who hadn't expected that Zhang Laokai and the Lord of Binhai City would have such a relationship. No wonder he could amass wealth so brazenly. However, no matter how deep his network of connections is, he might not be able to do anything about offending others, but he offended Sujin. For the long-term stability of Binhai City, what's wrong with sacrificing family for the greater good? Go and do it. Sujin remained indifferent and spoke calmly. Yes, sir. The guards who can get by in the City Lord's mansion are obviously discerning. I will never ask questions that I shouldn't, and I would never dare to guess the City Lord's intentions. They only knew that they had to obey the City Lord's orders. After the guards led Sujin to the military supply depot, they respectfully saluted and then led their men to Zhang Laotsai's house to issue an arrest warrant and confiscate his property. Sujin arrived at the military supply depot and, as the City Lord of Binhai, entered directly without undergoing any inspection. The entire military supply depot was built to be incredibly luxurious, with all sorts of consumables, top-quality materials, and rare treasures displayed everywhere. There are also many guard-style equipment. Although these equipment are not of the highest quality, they have the advantage of low requirements for wearing them, a large quantity, and completely identical styles. These standard guard equipment were of little use to Sujin himself. However, Sujin had a bold idea, to take these equipment to the elf forest. Although the elves in the elf forest were quite strong, they knew nothing about the craft of making equipment and had been lacking equipment for many years. This has led to many female elves in the elf forest still covering themselves with leaves and bird feathers, which is quite backward. After entering the supply depot, Sujin began frantically searching for the equipment inside. Before the City Lord of Binhai returns, loot all the treasures here. Ding! You have picked up 1,000 pieces of platinum grade, a complete set of standard military equipment. Ding! You have picked up 100 pieces of emerald grade, a complete set of standard military equipment. Ding! You have picked up 10 diamond grade items, a complete set of standard military equipment. Having acquired over 1,000 pieces of equipment, Sujin originally planned to summon his 9 clones and put all the equipment into their backpacks. However, the drawback of doing this is that once these 9 clones walk out of the City Lord's mansion, it is difficult to explain. Even if they all use disguises and masks to replicate the appearance of the Coastal City Lord. However, the appearance of 10 Coastal City Lords together inevitably arouses suspicion. Just as Sujin was starting to feel a headache coming on, But then he suddenly discovered a piece of equipment that could save him from his immediate predicament. Ding! You have picked up the King Tier Advanced, Sea God Soul Belt. King Level Advanced, Sea God Soul Belt. Physical attack power increased by 1250 points. Increases spell attack power by 1250 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 35%. Spell critical strike chance increased by 35%. When a physical critical hit is triggered, critical hit damage is increased by an additional 50%. When a spell critical strike is triggered, critical strike damage is increased by an additional 50%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. Equipment skill, ambitious and responsive. Grants you an additional 1,500 inventory slots. And for each inventory slot occupied, you gain an additional 1 point of intelligence, 1 point of strength, 1 point of agility, and 1 point of constitution. Maximum increase of 2,000 points of intelligence, 2,000 points of strength, 2,000 points of agility, and 2,000 points of constitution. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy after reading the equipment's attributes. However, he did not intend to wear this equipment himself, but left it to Ari. Pets wearing this backpack-enhancing equipment can also enjoy the same effect of increased backpack space. Furthermore, it also provides a huge boost to all 4 attributes. I decisively replaced Ari's Starry Night Dark Soul Belt with the King's Advanced, Sea God Soul Belt. Afterwards, Sujin began searching for other special treasures in the military supply depot. Ding! You have received 100 permanent fire resistance potions. Ding! You have received 100 permanent water resistance potions. Ding! You have received 100 permanent wind resistance potions. Ding! You have obtained 100 permanent earth resistance potions. Ding! You have received 100 permanent luck potions. As expected of a military supply depot, they managed to find hundreds of bottles of any random item. It's actually a potion that permanently boosts attributes. And there are a full 100 bottles of each kind. This is a huge profit. Sujin's eyes lit up. He put all the rare potions into his backpack and casually took out a bottle to check its properties. Permanent fire resistance potion. Quality, rare. Effect, after consumption, all fire damage you receive will be permanently reduced by 1,000 points. The effect can be stacked by consuming multiple bottles of this potion, but can only be stacked a maximum of 20 times. The other 3 permanent potions, permanent water resistance potion, permanent wind resistance potion, and permanent earth resistance potion, have the same effects as this permanent fire resistance potion. Sujin decisively took out 10 bottles of each type of medicine and gulped them all down. Although the potion tasted somewhat bitter and even difficult to swallow, after drinking it, an incredibly pure elemental energy circulated within the body, subtly enhancing the body's resistance to that element. Ding! You have consumed 10 permanent fire resistance potions, permanently increasing your fire resistance. Fire damage reduction. Ding! You have consumed 10 permanent wind resistance potions, permanently increasing your wind resistance. Wind type damage reduction. Ding! You have consumed 10 permanent water resistance potions, permanently increasing your water resistance. Water attribute damage reduction. Ding! You have consumed 10 permanent earth resistance potions, permanently increasing your earth resistance. Reduces earth attribute damage. Hiccup. After drinking 40 bottles of potion in one go, Sujin felt his stomach swell up. The various types of energy were gradually being digested in his body. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable, he could personally feel the benefits that the potion energy brought him. Chapter 142, the second type of extraordinary qualification. At the same time, Sujin also took out various permanent attribute potions and fed them to Ari and Xiaoqing respectively. Ding! Ari drank 10 permanent fire resistance potions, permanently increasing her fire resistance. Fire damage reduction. Ding! Ari drank 10 permanent wind resistance potions, permanently increasing her wind resistance. Wind type damage reduction. Ding! Ari drank 10 bottles of permanent water resistance potions, permanently increasing her water resistance. Water attribute damage reduction. Ding! Ari drank 10 bottles of permanent earth resistance potions, permanently increasing her earth resistance. Reduces earth attribute damage. The same goes for Xiaoqing. This infiltration of the military supply depot was a huge gain for Sujin, and the same was true for the 2 pets. Following that, I also received 3 bottles of permanent luck potions. Permanent luck potion. Grade, super rare. Effect. After ingestion, it grants your pet the luck aptitude. If your pet already possesses luck, this will raise its luck aptitude by 1 level, up to a maximum of extraordinary level. What potion can grant a pet a lucky attribute and also improve the grade of that attribute? This is great stuff. Sujin exclaimed in amazement upon seeing the properties of the lucky potion. Xiaoqing already has top-tier luck aptitude. Since luck aptitude potions can only raise a pet's luck aptitude to the extraordinary level, it means that luck aptitude potions can only help her advance by one level at most. But the top-tier luck stat has already brought Xiaoqing so many benefits. Every time a random lucky event is triggered, it brings good fortune. When Ari consumes attribute stones that randomly increase attribute values, she lacks the luck aptitude, and the attribute values she randomly obtains are mostly in the middle range. However, the attribute values that Xiaoqing draws are almost maxed out every time, and at the very least, they reach an above-average level. Furthermore, in terms of evolutionary path, Xiaoqing's every evolution is moving towards the correct path to godhood. This is also because her high luck value allows her to make the luckiest and correct choices with each evolution. Many probabilistic events like these depend on luck. That's why I had this saying from my past life. I'd rather forego attribute values than not max out my luck stat. This clearly demonstrates the importance of luck. Sujin tossed a bottle of luck potion to Xiaoqing, and a look of surprise appeared on Xiaoqing's enchanting and beautiful face. At Sujin's instruction, he tilted his head back and drank a bottle of luck potion. Ding! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has consumed a potion of luck, successfully raising her top-tier luck aptitude to the extraordinary level. Extraordinary luck qualification increases your pet's luck stat by an additional 600%. The original top-tier luck stat increased luck stat by an additional 600%. Xiaoqing's luck stat has tripled. Sujin was pleasantly surprised. He was very much looking forward to seeing what Xiaoqing would gain in the future after evolving to an extraordinary level of luck. Then, Sujin turned his gaze to Ali. Who benefits the most from potion luck stats? Without a doubt, it's Ari. Since Ari has absolutely no luck aptitude, Sujin was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of gains it would bring him by maxing out his luck aptitude in one go. Ding! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has consumed a luck potion and successfully gained a weak luck aptitude. Increases luck by 10%. Ding! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has consumed a luck potion, successfully upgrading her weak luck aptitude to secondary luck aptitude. Luck increased by 25%. Ding! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has consumed a luck potion, successfully upgrading her luck aptitude from secondary to low level. Luck aptitude increased by 50%. Ding! Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ari, has consumed a luck potion, successfully raising her top-tier luck aptitude to the extraordinary level. Luck aptitude increased by 600%. After drinking 7 bottles of lucky qualification in one go, Ari's lucky qualification was directly upgraded from 0 to extraordinary level. Although Ari's attribute panel didn't look any different, Sujin knew that the luck value would have a far greater impact on her future than any other attribute improvement. Sujin continued his search deeper into the military supply depot. Finally, we entered the core equipment and treasure area of the military supply depot. Ding! You have picked up the King Tier Advanced, Dragon Light Concealed Wing Boots. Ding! You have picked up the King of Glory Advanced, Glory Demon Slaying Pants. 2 more pieces of high-level King Tier equipment. Sujin opened the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment to check. King Level Advanced, Dragon Light Concealed Wing Boots. Health points increased. Point. Defense increased by 750 points. Attack speed increased by 50%. Casting speed increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 30%. When attacking, it converts 40% of the damage you deal into your health. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. Equipment skill, Dragon Light Slash. When activated, your movement speed will increase by 100%, and your next attack will deal additional damage. Point damage. It's a fairly standard piece of high-level equipment, nothing particularly outstanding, but its strength lies in the practical attributes it provides. After all, it's a high-level piece of equipment for King of Glory players, so it would be a good choice for Ari. Replace Ari's Diamond Tier, Frost Domination Boots with the King Tier Advanced, Dragon Light Hidden Wing Boots. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the second piece of equipment. King of Glory Advanced, Glory Demon Slaying Pants. Defense increased by 1400 points. Health points increased. Point. Physical fitness improved by 1499 points. Light attribute damage received will be reduced by 45%. Dark attribute damage received will be reduced by 45%. Level requirement. Level 30 or above can wear this. Equipment skill, Glory of Magic. Damage dealt to enemies with dark attribute will be increased by an additional 70%. Damage dealt to enemies with light attribute will be increased by an additional 50%. This equipment is quite good for dealing with enemies from both the light and dark factions. In particular, the damage dealt to enemies with the dark attribute has been increased by a full 70%. Decisively replace Xiaoqing's Diamond Advanced, Wild Earth Pants with the King Advanced, Glory Demon Slaying Pants. After looting the two pieces of equipment, Sujin discovered a secret door hidden deep within the armory. This secret door is made of titanium alloy steel, and even with Sujin's current strength, he cannot break it. The only way to open this secret door is with a key. Just as Sujin was pondering how to open the secret door, a noisy sound suddenly rang out outside. Chapter 143 The Chase. Since we can't open the deeper secret door for the time being, let's see what's been discovered outside. Sujin, still disguised as the city lord of Binhai, stepped out of the quartermaster's office. An elderly man and a young boy were found tied up outside the house. Hundreds of guards kept a close watch on the old man and the young boy, giving them no chance to escape. The old man and the young boy were none other than Zhang Laokai and his son. It must be said that the subordinates of the Binhai city lord are really efficient. The task that Sujin just gave the order to be completed in no time. However, this is also good. Before the city lord of Binhai can react, we can deal with everything properly. As for his desire to escape, with his void speed walk, it would be a matter of minutes. You may leave now. I will interrogate them myself. Sujin waved his hand, ordering the guards to leave. Yes, Lord City Lord. All the guards respectfully bowed and then withdrew under the leadership of their captain. As soon as the guards withdrew, Zhang Laokai came up to Sujin, tears streaming down his face, and hugged his leg, saying with some resentment and confusion, "You are my son-in-law. I have given you half of all the money I earn. What do you mean by kidnapping me and confiscating my property?" Sujin was too lazy to waste any more words with him. A smile appeared on his face as he slowly shed the disguise of the Binhai city lord and returned to the way he was when he first met Zhang Laokai. "Since you're going to die anyway, let's just let you die knowing the truth. Do you think you're safe just because you're hiding in the safe zone? I told you, if you dare to offend me, be prepared to pay a heavy price. And the price is death." "Ah, it was you." Old Zhang's face showed a look of horror. He never expected that the Binhai city lord in front of him was actually Sujin in disguise. He never expected that Sujin would have such abilities, not only the ability to impersonate the Binhai city lord, but also the means to distract the Binhai city lord himself. "No wonder you were able to cure my son's illness. I never imagined you had such extraordinary abilities. Please let us go. I'll never dare to offend you again. How about I give you all 10 shops I promised you, not one less?" While begging for mercy, Zhang Laokai had his own calculations in mind. At this moment, what difference would it make if he promised Sujin 10 shops, or even 100 or 1,000? Once the real Binhai city lord returns, Sujin will be doomed. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to stall Sujin. "I gave you a chance before, but now you have no chance." But at this moment, Sujin's eyes held a cold smile, a smile that faintly carried killing intent. In Zhang Laotsai's eyes, Sujin at this moment was as terrifying as a demon. "Ah, the Lord of Binhai City will never let you get away with this." A hint of coldness flashed across Sujin's eyes, but a faint smile remained on his face. At that moment, a snow-white, delicate figure flashed past like a blur. Sizzle. 1 strike, 2 lives. Before Zhang Laokai and his son could react, they fell straight down on the spot, their heads and bodies severed in two. The afterimage that made the move was none other than Ari, who had been quietly lurking in the shadows. She and Sujin were completely in sync. Sujin didn't need to say a word to ask her to do anything. As long as Sujin has a thought, Ali can instantly understand and act without hesitation. Even if Sujin ordered her to her death, she would never flinch and would carry out Sujin's orders without hesitation. This is the deep connection with pets, and it's also the recognition Sujin gained by leading his 2 pets to level up quickly and bringing them a rapid increase in strength. Other players would never be able to achieve such a level of understanding with their pets. Zhang Laokai and his son were ordinary people with no strength, so the experience points gained from killing them were negligible. Although Zhang Laokai, as the richest man in Binhai City, provides very little experience points, the things that can be obtained from him are still worth looking forward to. Sujin stepped forward, kicked Zhang Laotsai's corpse aside, and went to check his dropped items. He searched and searched, but But in the end he only found an item that looked like a sheepskin roll. There was nothing else. Ding. You have picked up a mysterious item. Fragment of the Sheepskin Scroll Secret Realm Map, 1 to 2. Fragments of the Secret Realm of Sheepskin Scrolls, 1 to 2. Quality, unknown. Effect. If you can collect a complete fragment of the Sheepskin Scroll Secret Realm Map, you might discover a huge secret. The other half of the map may be in the hands of the Lord of the Coastal City. Upon seeing the description of the fragmented map of the Sheepskin Scroll's secret realm, Sujin's eyes flickered slightly. His deep gaze turned northwest, and he murmured to himself, "It seems it's time to have a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of Binhai City. Whether you want to collect all the fragments of the Sheepskin Scroll that hide a huge secret, or you want to obtain the Elemental Energy Core to complete the perfect foundation building method for your pet. Both of these points to one person, the Lord of Binhai City. Only by killing the Lord of Binhai City can Sujin gain significant benefits and increase his strength. However, the strength of the Binhai City Lord should not be underestimated. On the continent of divine pets, a village has several thousand people. 10 villages make up a town, and 10 towns make up a city. As the Lord of Binhai City, he governs hundreds of thousands of people and is the strongest in terms of martial prowess among the hundreds of thousands of original inhabitants of Binhai City. Such a powerful figure would be someone even a guild leader of a large guild would never dare to provoke, let alone a casual player. The Lord of Binhai City is currently on his way to the Northwest Beast Domain, and judging by the time, he should not have arrived there yet. I'm catching up with him now. It shouldn't take too long. Sujin secretly made plans in his mind. He summoned Xiaoqing, merging her exquisite and graceful body into his own, then activated the purple thunder mystic wings and decisively flew towards the northwest. About half an hour later, Sujin finally caught up with the Lord of Binhai City on a vast grassland. Sujin flew in the sky, quietly observing the movements of the Binhai City Lord. At this moment, the Lord of Binhai City was riding a fiery red rhinoceros, followed by 2 lieutenants. Tens of thousands of soldiers from Binhai City set off with the city's lord. However, not all soldiers in these coastal cities could have horses, most were infantry. Therefore, their march was slow, and they were left far behind. The city lord of Binhai personally led 2 deputy generals to the front to scout out the situation. "Lord City Lord, do you think what that boy said is true?" a lieutenant asked with some doubt. Chapter 144 Astonishing Defensive Power. No matter what traces there are of the murderer who killed my son, I will never give up. Emperor Chun, you can run away now, but even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will personally kill you to avenge the murder of my son. If that brat who delivered the message dares to lie to me, I will tear him and Emperor Chun to pieces. The city lord of Binhai snorted coldly and said through gritted teeth. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling killing intent. The Lord of Binhai City is a warrior who survived the battle between gods and demons. Although the coastal city lord was not very strong during the god-demon battle, he had already developed amazing perception abilities through countless life and death trials. He constantly felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him. Meanwhile, Sujin was using Xiaoqing's purple thunder mystic wings to fly through the sky. If Ari were in her void swiftness stealth state, even if the Lord of Binhai City had the most incredible perception, he would absolutely not be able to detect Sujin's presence. After being reminded by the city lord of Binhai, the 2 lieutenants quickly looked around, searching for the presence of the enemy. One of the lieutenants glanced at the sky and spotted a figure with purple wings flying right above them. The lieutenant's eyes widened, and he immediately shouted, "There's an enemy. In the sky, right above us." At the deputy general's shout, the city lord of Binhai and the others quickly looked up at the sky. They quickly noticed Sujin's presence. When the city lord of Binhai noticed Sujin's appearance, a surge of murderous intent swept up, as if he wanted to skin Sujin alive and devour him whole. Because he noticed that the person who had been observing him from above was none other than the enemy, who killed his son, Emperor Chun. As for why the Lord of Binhai City knew Sujin's appearance clearly, it was because when the Holy Maiden of Morningstar revealed Sujin's crimes to the Morningstar Temple and the Lord of Binhai City before her death, Sujin's appearance was also completely copied into the communication artifact. Therefore, even the wanted posters for Sujin all had Sujin's picture on them. "Emperor Chun, it was you. Haha. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. I've been searching everywhere for you, hunting you down, but you've actually delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Now that you have appeared, I will offer your head as a sacrifice to the spirit of my son in heaven." The city lord of Binhai stared at Su Chun with bloodshot eyes, the intense killing intent in his eyes almost materializing. Two arrows imbued with the aura of flames tore through the void and shot fiercely towards Su Chun. The two arrows were fired by none other than two lieutenants under the command of the coastal city lord. These two lieutenants possess fire-based fighting spirit and can even imbue their arrows with the power of fire, creating terrifying arrow damage. As two arrows imbued with the aura of flames hurtled toward him, Su Chun did not dodge in the slightest. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face as he allowed the two arrows to strike him. -1. Force damage. -1. Force damage. The two flaming arrows that landed on Su Chun only inflicted a small amount of force damage. In other words, the arrows fired by the two lieutenants, imbued with fierce fighting spirit, failed to even break through Su Chun's defense. The two lieutenants stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. Even the city lord of Binhai City found it hard to believe, as he knew the strength of his two deputy generals. Although the deputy general's strength was not as good as his strength was definitely not bad either. The deputy general's flaming arrows struck Su Chun, but failed to penetrate his defenses, causing the Binhai city lord to no longer underestimate Su Chun's strength. The city lord of Binhai narrowed his eyes slightly and began to look directly at Su Chun, but the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. "Lord City Lord, we will go and capture him." Feeling somewhat humiliated, the two lieutenants knocked their arrows again, infusing them with an even stronger burst of fiery power. This arrow was significantly more damaging than the previous one. If the previous arrow was a probe, this one is a complete killing blow. "You have no chance." Su Chun smiled coldly, and with a wave of his purple thunder mystic wings, a vast and powerful surge of lightning energy emerged. Suddenly, endless, dazzling purple lightning burst forth from the lightning wings. The next moment, dazzling lightning descended from the sky, slamming into one of the lieutenants. A terrifying damage number of nearly 40,000 floated out from the lieutenant's body. Su Chun casually cast a reconnaissance spell on the deputy general. Binhai City, deputy general. Rank, high-level king. Level, 40. Health, 600,000. Physical attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Innate talent. Unbreakable. Due to wearing an indestructible top-grade armor, all physical attacks received will be reduced by 70%, and magical damage received will also be reduced by 30%. Skills: Flame Slash, Flame Arrow, Flame Sky Collapse Strike, Secret, Flame Burst. Even the Deputy General is a high-level king. This coastal city lord is quite something. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, the Lord of Binhai City is not someone to be trifled with. Before dealing with the Lord of Binhai City, we need to get rid of these two Deputy Generals first. Although dealing with the City Lord of Binhai is not easy, killing these two lieutenants is not too difficult. He brandished his lightning wings and launched a barrage of lightning strikes at his lieutenant. They quickly reduced the Deputy General's health by 1/3. The City Lord of Binhai saw his Deputy General being repeatedly defeated and forced to retreat by Su Chun, looking quite miserable. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he leaped into the air, soaring into the sky, brandishing a chilling silver-white spear, and fiercely thrust it at Su Chun. Su Chun narrowly dodged the terrifying gunshot with his graceful flight arc. He waved his purple thunder mystic wings to quickly distance himself from the Binhai City Lord and continued his attack on the Deputy General. If these two lieutenants are not killed and a decisive battle is not waged against the Binhai City Lord, they will inevitably continue to harass Su Chun. Su Chen's purple thunder mystic wings flapped continuously, unleashing terrifying lightning damage that blasted towards the Deputy General on the ground, who was constantly shooting arrows at him. They quickly reduced one of the lieutenant's health to half. But Su Chun was still not satisfied with this speed, so he decisively activated twin serpent shadows and summoned 9 clones that were exactly the same as him. 10 figures lined up in a row and launched another fierce attack on the two deputy generals. Soon, one of the lieutenant's health was depleted, and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Chapter 145 Challenging the Lord of Binhai City. Then, a system voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations. Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a high-level NPC, LV40, in Binhai City. You and Xiaoqing have gained 8,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,600 experience points for defeating a higher-level enemy. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gain 20 points of agility. Xiaoqing gained an extra 15 evolution points. As expected of a high-level NPC in the game, you can get 20 attribute points just by killing a single lieutenant. Unfortunately, the attribute points obtained were for the agility attribute. The most advantageous attribute for Xiaoqing is intelligence, followed by constitution, and then agility. After the deputy general of Binhai City died, a bright light appeared beneath his body, followed by a clear, tinkling sound. Sujin knew that was the sound of equipment falling. Shipped. But Sujin didn't have time to pick it up, because at the same time, a flame burst arrow, 10 times more powerful than the previous flame arrow, slammed into Sujin's forehead. Weak point exposed. The game is incredibly realistic. Even the pain is extremely realistic. Sujin was hit in the forehead by an arrow. Although it didn't cause his forehead to explode, the pain still made his face look somewhat ferocious. Sujin turned around and saw that the one who shot the arrow at him was another deputy general. At this moment, the surviving lieutenant was glaring at him with a furious expression, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared angrily. Lao Lu is my sworn brother. If you dare to kill him, I'll fight you to the death. Having said that, the lieutenant drew his bow again and fired a second fireball arrow. The previous flame arrow was just a test. This fireball arrow is the real killing move. These deputy generals are indeed not to be underestimated. Sujin's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Just as he was about to deal with the deputy general, an extremely angry voice came from behind him. The person who attacked was none other than the Lord of Binhai City. First they killed my son, then they killed my right and left arms. Today, I will surely kill you. An incomparably domineering spear light tore through the void for hundreds of miles, leaving a magnificent trail in the sky, and stabbed fiercely into Sujin's back. Sujin had already sensed how domineering and fierce the Binhai City Lord's spear was. He knew he absolutely could not withstand this attack head-on, so he activated the purple thunder mystic wings and retreated rapidly into the distance. But the City Lord of Binhai was not about to give up. He raised his silver spear and charged straight at him, clearly determined to fight to the death. At the same time, the lieutenant also drew his arrow and shot it at him. Stare until you're petrified. Sujin's eyes suddenly turned incredibly eerie, bursting with an astonishingly dazzling purple light. When the Binhai City Lord and his deputy met Sujin's gaze, a connection was formed. The two felt as if their bodies had been thrown into the sea, completely unable to move. The arrows that were shot into the air and the spear light that was slashing towards them were also frozen in place. While the two were both petrified, Sujin, together with his 9 clones, unfurled the enormous purple thunder mystic wings, unleashing 10 streams of vast and boundless energy towards the sky. Then thunderclouds began to gather in the sky, and thunder roared, as if the thunder god was destroying the world, displaying his divine power in the heavens. As the thunderclouds in the sky intensified, endless and terrifying lightning surged across the purple clouds, threatening to overwhelm the ever-growing intensity of the lightning energy at any moment. The aura of thunder in the sky grew stronger and stronger, and the sky turned pitch black. Even the blazing sun was covered. It was furious and domineering. The deafening roar caused the city lord and his deputy to change their expressions, and an extremely ominous premonition surged into their hearts. But at this point, they had absolutely no chance to resist, because they couldn't even move. In the sky, 10 incredibly terrifying secret techniques, the thunderstorm, all contained within them, converged to form an even more terrifying, colossal version of the secret technique, the thunderstorm. At this moment, the secret technique with 10 times the power, heavenly thunderstorm, took shape, and, carrying a terrifying divine might that shook the heavens and the earth, poured down fiercely, simultaneously striking the coastal city lord and his deputy general. The terrifying power of the lightning slammed into the bodies of the coastal city lord and his deputy. The two were petrified and unable to move, forced to endure the terrifying divine power pouring down upon them. The deputy general's physical strength was naturally far inferior to that of the coastal city lord. Under the tenfold power of the secret technique, heavenly thunderstorm, his body was riddled with holes and charred black. In the end, he was blasted into pieces by the terrifying and merciless lightning, unwillingly turning into nothingness. Congratulations. Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a high-level NPC, LV40, in Binhai City. You and Xiaoqing have gained 8,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,600 experience points for defeating a higher-level enemy. Triggered kill and looting. Yu and Xiaoqing each gained 20 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gained an extra 15 evolution points. Another system voice rang in Sujin's ears. This time, the real gain is in intelligence. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. He glanced at it and saw that not only had Ari's evolution value reached the peak of diamond, 1059 to 2000, but Xiaoqing's evolution value had also reached the peak of diamond, 830 2000. It's just one step away from evolving to the star level. However, the perfect foundation building method for pets must be completed before both pets break through to the star level. The final step in perfecting the foundation of a pet is to obtain the elemental energy core from the Lord of Binhai City. The City Lord of Binhai is the target that Sujin is about to eliminate. Sujin casually cast a reconnaissance spell towards the Binhai City Lord. Lord of Binhai City, red. Rank, Peak King level boss. Level, 45. Health, 950,000. Physical attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Innate talent. Will of the God of War. Red is a projection of a wisp of the God of War's will. He can activate a wisp of the God of War's power, gaining a huge boost to his attributes and strength. Skills. Heaven-shattering strike. Heaven-shattering frenzy slash. Heaven-destroying style. Silver thunder soul-destroying spear. The City Lord of Binhai stared at Sujin with a cold gaze, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. Sujin killing his son first had already enraged him immensely. Now, right in front of him, they even killed his two most trusted lieutenants. This is a blatant slap in his face. At this moment, the Lord of Binhai City held a silver spear, his golden hair flying, his figure standing proudly in the void, his eyes filled with incomparably overwhelming killing intent, his gaze fixed on Sujin. Chapter 146, War God Form. The Furious Coastal City Lord. Kid, you're going to die today. I will use your life to atone for the souls of my son and my lieutenants. The will of the God of War possesses me. With a roar, the Lord of Binhai City unleashed an astonishing aura that could dominate the world. This aura swept outwards in all directions, causing the native monsters within 100 miles to tremble uncontrollably. Trees snapped, the earth crumbled, and everything trembled. Above the heavens, a mysterious will was being poured into the body of the coastal city lord. Not only did it unleash an incredibly surging and violent aura from the city lord of Binhai, but it also caused his attribute values to skyrocket. When Sujin used his reconnaissance skill on the Binhai city lord again, the opponent's attribute panel had completely changed. Lord of Binhai City, red, war gods will form. Rank, Peak King level boss. Level, 45. Health, 1.35 million. Physical attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Innate talent. Will of the God of War. Red is a projection of a wisp of the God of War's will. He can activate a wisp of the God of War's power, gaining a huge boost to his attributes and strength. Skills. War God Form. Heaven-shattering strike. War God Form. Heaven-shattering frenzy slash. War God Form. Heaven-destroying form. War God. Silver thunder soul-destroying spear. In the War God will form, the coastal city lord not only experiences a surge in attribute values, but also gains a War God Form prefix for each skill. This means that every skill of the coastal city lord is enhanced by the power of the God of War's will, resulting in a significant improvement. Although the God of War is not as powerful as the God of Light, he is at least a lower-level god. Even a lower-level god is still considered a god. Even if it is just a wisp of his will, once activated, his strength is still extremely terrifying. It's an honor for you to die in your God of War form. Now prepare to die. War God Form. Heaven-shattering strike. The seaside city lord's blood-red pupils were filled with overwhelming killing intent. He brandished his silver spear, which gleamed with dazzling light, and charged towards Sujin with an incomparably violent and overwhelming momentum. The energy carried by the thrusting silver spear tore apart the surrounding void. Seeing the silver spear thrusting towards him, Sujin's eyes turned serious. Faced with such a fierce and violent attack, he dared not underestimate it in the slightest. Thor's shield. With a cold shout, lightning swirled around Sujin, and a dazzling purple light shield appeared in front of him. They wanted to withstand this terrifyingly powerful shot. The next moment, the silver spear pierced through the void, carrying earth-shaking divine might, and slammed into the lightning shield in front of Sujin. The lightning shield collided with the silver spear, and the lightning power it carried infused the coastal city lord with lightning damage through conductivity, causing more than 20,000 damage to him. But the power of the lightning shield was limited to that, because in the next second, the lightning shield was instantly shattered by the terrifying power of the silver spear and turned into nothingness. The divine power of that spear was still present. After piercing through the lightning shield, it continued to bombard Sujin relentlessly. Sujin was instantly hit by this attack. His brain buzzed, and his body flew backward. A huge bloody hole was pierced in his chest, and he had only a sliver of health left. He was almost killed by a single shot. Owner. Ice and snow return. Upon seeing this, Ari's expression changed drastically. She quickly waved her slender hand, releasing a healing spell that enveloped Sujin and restored his health. Health restored. Health restored. Health restored. With Ari's powerful healing, Sujin gradually recovered his health from the brink of death, and his health was rapidly increasing. Sujin had anticipated that the Binhai City Lord would be very strong in his defeated state, but he did not expect him to be this strong. With just one shot, he was nearly killed instantly. It should be noted that his health and defense have been increased to an extremely terrifying level through countless kills and plunders. Furthermore, Ari herself possesses high-level defensive and life attributes, and the powerful survivability provided by these attributes gave Sujin a strong sense of confidence. But to my utter surprise, I was still careless. Sujin stared at the Binhai City Lord in his god of war state, his eyes blazing with an unprecedentedly strong fighting spirit, and his arrogant aura was in no way inferior to that of the Binhai City Lord. At this moment, I will no longer hold back. 9 clones attacked together. Exploding lightning ball. Thunder prison tribulation. Secret technique, heavenly thunderstorm. Sujin unleashed a variety of terrifying skills, and the sky was filled with endless lightning, seemingly demonstrating the awe-inspiring power of the thunder god's descent. The other 9 clones also unleashed all their damaging skills. Various lightning attribute skills rained down on the coastal city lord like a storm. In an instant, the coastal city lord's health plummeted. Meanwhile, Ari was also busy. The scene of the Binhai City Lord seriously injuring Sujin had already enraged Ali. In her mind, anyone who dares to touch her master will be punished, even at the cost of her life. Ari's slender and exquisite body leaped up lightly, surrounded by endless frost power. More and more frost-like energy gradually gathered towards her. At this moment, her body was like a frost vortex, frantically absorbing the frost energy within 100 miles. As a result, apart from the sudden chill around Ari, the rest of the area within 100 miles became unusually dry and scorching, and the creatures within that area felt a suffocating sensation as if their moisture had been drained. Frost triple slash. Void speed. A fatal blow. Frostbite storm. Extreme ice shadow formation. Ari unleashed a barrage of powerful frost skills, all aimed at the lord of the coastal city. First, he was baptized by the power of lightning, and then all kinds of damaging skills carrying the aura of frost rained down on the lord of Binhai City. The lord of Binhai City endured the frenzied baptism of ice and lightning, and his health had dropped below half. His flowing blonde hair had been blasted black. His silver armor was shattered by the frost power. When the gaze fell upon the face of the city lord of Binhai, that resolute face, once filled with murderous intent, was now charred black, as if he had fallen into a coal mine. At this moment, the lord of Binhai City was in a miserable state. He never expected that Sujin's strength would be so great, and that he could still unleash such terrifying damage when facing him in his god of war form. Chapter 147 Ninefold Sacrifice, Self-Destruction. The city lord of Binhai dies. His son was killed, his trusted subordinates were killed, and even he himself was almost driven to the brink of despair by Sujin. At this moment, the lord of Binhai City had completely gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with boundless hatred and rage. He wielded his silver spear with all his might, charging straight at Sujin with the dazzling silver spear in hand. War god form, annihilation style. With a fierce shout, the lord of Binhai City unleashed his most powerful finishing move. He was absolutely confident that once his opponent was hit, there would be no chance of survival. Faced with this powerful attack, Sujin's eyes narrowed. He also felt the terrifying divine power contained in the attack that the Binhai City Lord was launching. Ari also felt how terrifying the power of this attack was. Her pretty brows furrowed, and she felt extremely worried for Sujin. She was about to rush forward to block the shot for Sujin. Even though she had a premonition that she would die regardless of whether she could block the bullet for Sujin, she was destined to die. Despite this, she rushed towards Sujin without hesitation, wanting to shield him from the bullet. Ari, Activate Void Dash. Sujin gave a cold shout, not only refusing to ask Ali to take the bullet for him, but also telling Ali to protect herself. At Sujin's command, Ali's figure immediately stopped. It wasn't that she backed down, but rather that Sujin's figure had already turned into a cloud of black mist. Not only Sujin himself, but also the other 9 clones he summoned all turned into mist, becoming clumps of black fog. The Binhai City Lord's silver spear, imbued with terrifying divine power and carrying earth-shattering rage, pierced through the black mist as if it had pierced through the void. It was completely incapable of causing the slightest harm to Sujin in his black mist state. Sujin's ability to transform into black mist is precisely the top-tier mist body aptitude he plundered from the undead zombie king. Top-tier mist body aptitude. Xiaoqing's body can transform into a wisp of black mist, immune to all damage and control, but will be affected by mental attacks. Having merged with Xiaoqing's power, Sujin was naturally able to easily utilize her inherent abilities. Damn it, what a coward. If you don't come out, I'll kill your woman first. The city lord of Binhai watched helplessly as Sujin transformed into a cloud of black mist. No matter how fierce his attacks were, he could not inflict the slightest harm on Sujin, who had turned into black mist. But soon the city lord of Binhai City shifted his focus, turning his attention to Ali. Seeing this enchanting and beautiful fox spirit protecting Sujin so fiercely, it was clear that the two had an extremely close relationship. If we kill this fox woman, we might be able to force Sujin out. Thinking of this, the lord of Binhai City sneered, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. The divine power of this spear remained unchanged as he continued to attack Ari. Killing this brat's woman will also vent my anger, the Binhai City lord thought to himself. The spear tip, imbued with a sharp edge, pierced fiercely towards Ari. This strike had the effect of sealing off space, preventing the locked-on enemy from teleporting to avoid the damage. But when the spear tip pierced Ari's body, the lord of Binhai City discovered that the fox girl's body suddenly became ethereal, her figure fading until it disappeared into nothingness. At this moment, the city lord of Binhai was completely dumbfounded. Not only did his enemy Sujin's figure turn into a cloud of black mist, but even the damned fox woman in front of him disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The city lord of Binhai roared in fury. At this moment, the lord of Binhai City was bursting with a soaring fighting spirit. He was absolutely confident that if Sujin dared to show his face even once, he would instantly reduce him to ashes and blast him into dust. But how could Sujin not know what the Binhai City lord was thinking? Although he could remain invincible by hiding in the black mist, his purpose was not to play hide-and-seek with the city lord of Binhai. The city lord of Binhai wanted to kill Sujin to avenge his family. Sujin also wanted to kill the Binhai City lord and seize the elemental energy core to help his 2 pets achieve perfect foundation building. Believe it or not, I can kill you without even revealing myself. Sujin smiled. Immediately, driven by his will, the other 9 clones emerged from the black mist. These 9 clones were exactly the same as Sujin's original form. Seeing that Sujin's 9 clones actually emerged from the black mist, the city lord of Binhai City revealed a cold smile and said, "Then let's start by taking down your clone. I refuse to believe you can hide in the black fog forever. Whether it's a day, a month, a year, or even 100 years, I will stay here until I force you to appear." The city lord of Binhai City revealed an arrogant smile, wielding a silver spear that shone with dazzling divine light, tearing a huge rift in the sky and blasting it towards Sujin's 9 clones. Seeing the city lord of Binhai approaching his 9 clones step by step, Sujin also revealed a smile. "You're overthinking it. I didn't intend to hide forever. I told you, I'm going to kill you right now." Driven by Sujin's will, all 9 clones charged head-on towards the Binhai City lord without fear of death. Trying to break a rock with an egg, that's overestimating your own strength. The city lord of Binhai City swung his silver spear, slashing at all 9 of Sujin's clones. But to everyone's surprise, these 9 clones did not adopt any defensive stance at all, and continued to rush towards the Binhai City lord at top speed. Is he sending his clone to its death? You're courting death, so I'll grant your wish. However, before this, that's right, it has expanded. At this moment, the 9 clones were like balloons, their bodies having expanded several times larger than before. What is he doing? The city lord of Binhai City saw that Sujin's 9 clones had actually turned into this form. He was filled with doubt, but a strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Oh no, run. The city lord of Binhai City always felt that a great threat, a matter of life and death, was getting closer and closer to him. Trying to escape? Too late. Ninefold sacrifice, self-destruction. Sujin sneered and commanded his 9 clones, which swelled up like balloons, to explode violently in the direction of the Binhai City Lord. Bang! 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 9 deafening explosions suddenly rang out. 9 mushroom clouds actually rose into the sky. I have to say, the power of Xiaoqing's clone self-destruction move was like that of a small nuclear bomb. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, all the flowers and grasses on the grassland were reduced to dust. The earth was shaken to pieces, and the sound of explosions echoed through the sky. The coastal city lord, who was at the very center of the explosion, naturally suffered the most tragic fate. Chapter 148, Taking Stock of the Riches. Sujin looked in the direction of the Binhai City Lord. The 9 incredibly terrifying clones exploded, causing an immense and terrifying impact on the Lord of Binhai City. The coastal city lord was completely unable to resist the violent explosions. His golden armor began to shatter inch by inch, and his body was gradually falling apart. I am so unwilling to accept this. I am the embodiment of the will of Ares, the god of war. You wait, my true god of war will never let you go. No matter where you flee to, I will personally escort you to your burial. The city lord of Binhai was filled with resentment and boundless rage. In the end, his body completely collapsed, and he died unwillingly. But this was merely a projection of Ares' will, an incarnation of the god of war, walking in the mortal world in his place. Now that his clone has been killed, Ares, the god of war, will naturally learn of this news immediately. Inside a dimensional temple billions of miles away, a man with bulging muscles and an extremely ferocious face was sitting on the throne of the gods when he suddenly opened his eyes. He exuded a terrifying aura that could shatter countless stars, and a trace of extreme killing intent flashed in his dark golden eyes. This man, radiating an awe-inspiring fighting spirit, was none other than Ares, the god of war. Before him stood tens of thousands of incredibly powerful individuals, all kneeling in trembling fear. Any one of these super strong individuals kneeling before the god of war Ares is a terrifying existence whose strength far surpasses that of a king. But in front of Ares, the god of war, they didn't dare utter a single word. Emperor Chun. How dare an ant-like being call itself an emperor? Ares, the god of war, suddenly rose from his throne, his entire body radiating power that caused countless of his super strong subordinates to kneel on the ground, not daring to move. He spoke calmly, his words carrying a divine authority, his incomparably majestic aura filling the heavens and earth. He surveyed the tens of thousands of super-strong warriors under his command and declared fiercely, "All of you, descend to the mortal realm and hunt down a brat named Chindi. I slept for a full 30,000 years, and the world seems to have forgotten me. It's time to re-establish my prestige. Let's start by sacrificing that arrogant brat to the heavens." The voice of Ares, the god of war, resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the entire world to tremble. With his command, tens of thousands of super-strong individuals surpassing the king level were ordered to descend to the lower realm and begin a frenzied pursuit of Sujin. At this moment, Sujin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had lived 3 years in his previous life. How could he not know that the Lord of Binhai City was the incarnation of the god of war Ares? In his eyes, Ares, the god of war, was no good. He is called the god of war, but in reality, he is a lackey of the god of light. In the war between gods and demons, Ares, the god who called himself the god of war, actually feigned death out of fear of battle. That's right, it's playing dead. After entering the battlefield of gods and demons, he did not confront any of the demon gods of the dark faction. Instead, he chose to hide in an inconspicuous place and silently enter a state of suspended animation. He chose to become the 6th son of a demon, and slept for a full 30,000 years on the battlefield of gods and demons. By the time he woke up, the war between gods and demons had long ended. This incident also greatly displeased the god of light. But Ares, the god of war, wanted to make amends, so he launched an invasion of Earth 3 years later. In order to show their loyalty to the god of light, and also to demonstrate that they have repented. Representing the forces of light, he bravely led the charge into the Earth plane. It was precisely because of the extreme weakness of humankind that Ares' invasion of the Earth plane was akin to a dimensional reduction attack. After Ares, the god of war, invaded the Earth plane, He destroyed more than a dozen human cities, most of which were cities in the Dragon Kingdom. How could Sujin forget the hatred between his family and his country? Whether it was Ares, the god of war, or the embodiment of his will, the lord of Binhai City, Sujin had sworn to personally kill them. Ares, the god of war, I will utterly annihilate you. Sujin's eyes blazed with an intense fighting spirit. Just then, a series of system voices rang in his mind. Congratulations. Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a king-level peak boss, level 45, the lord of the seaside city, a projection of the will of Ares, the god of war. You and Xiaoqing have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Congratulations. You have reached level 39 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. At the same time, a familiar white light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations. Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 35 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations. Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has reached level 36 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing gains 500 evolution points. Xiaoqing has gained an extraordinary level of defensive ability. Superior defense qualification. Xiaoqing will have all damage reduced. Point. At this time, Xiaoqing's evolution value has reached the peak of diamond level, 1330 to 2000. Sujin never expected that killing a peak-level king-level boss would yield a whopping 500 evolution points in one go. Furthermore, Xiaoqing also obtained an extraordinary level of defensive ability through Plunder. His extraordinary defensive aptitude was actually able to withstand point damage. It can withstand every injury it receives. Click it. Sujin sighed inwardly. This undoubtedly raised Xiaoqing's defensive capabilities to a whole new level. Let's pick up the equipment that dropped on the ground first. Hopefully, the Lord of Binhai City will be able to obtain the Elemental Energy Core. If it doesn't come out, I'll be in big trouble. Sujin held great anticipation in his heart as he looked toward the place where the Binhai City Lord had died. Although covered by the corpse of the Binhai City Lord, Sujin could vaguely see a strange light shimmering beneath the body. The dazzling brilliance everywhere highlighted the extraordinary nature of the spoils dropped by the Coastal City Lord. Beside the body of the Coastal City Lord lay the bodies of 2 lieutenants. Various treasures of different colors also fell from beneath the body of the lieutenant. This wave should bring unexpected gains. But what I'm most interested in is the Elemental Energy Core. Without further thought, Sujin decisively walked towards the spoils hidden beneath the corpse of the Binhai City Lord. Chapter 149 Inventory of the Loot. Sujin first walked to the deputy general who was closest to him, kicked his corpse aside, and picked up the spoils that had fallen out. Ding. You have picked up the king-level advanced, blazing holy soul earring. Ding. You have picked up 5 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You have collected 33 silver coins and 2,497 copper coins. The results were pretty good. A mere deputy general under the Binhai City Lord provided Sujin with a high-level king-level equipment and 5 pet skill evolution stones. King-level advanced, blazing holy soul earrings. Physical attack power increased by 1450 points. Increases spell attack power by 1450 points. Agility increased by 900 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 25%. Spell critical strike chance increased by 25%. Movement speed increased by 35%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 30 or above. Equipment skill. Summon Flaming Holy Soul. Summons a Flaming Holy Soul to fight for you. The Flaming Holy Soul is a high-level boss with powerful group fire skills such as Flame Explosion, Flame Fury, Volcanic Eruption, and Flame Burning the Sky. The level of the summoned Flaming Holy Soul is the same as the wearer's level, and the Flaming Holy Soul can last for up to 120 seconds. The earrings have very comprehensive attributes, and they can even summon a high-level fire-type boss to fight for you, which is really great. He decisively equipped Xiaoqing with the king-level advanced Flaming Holy Soul earring. Sujin was already quite satisfied. After all, the best is yet to come. Immediately afterwards, Sujin continued walking towards the spot where the second deputy general had fallen. Ding. You have picked up the King Tier Advanced, Blazing Burst Shoulder Pads. Ding. You have picked up 5 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You have collected 34 silver coins and 2,524 copper coins. The gains from killing 2 lieutenants are almost identical. Each item contains 5 pet skill evolution stones, plus a piece of high-level king-level equipment. King-level advanced. Blazing Blaze Shoulder Guards. Spell attack power increased by 1620 points. Physical attack power increased by 1440 points. Health points increased by 1,000. Intelligence increased by 1,000 points. Strength increased by 800 points. In combat, the wearer gains an additional 300% mana regeneration rate. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 30 or above. Skill. Burst Stack. Each time the wearer deals damage to an enemy, they apply 1 stack of the burst buff. When the burst buff stacks to 5, a large area explosion of fire damage will occur, dealing damage amount missing. Increases spell damage by 200%. When the burst buff stacks to 10 layers, the explosion damage doubles. Thereafter, the explosion damage doubles again for every 5 stacks of the burst buff. The burst stack skill is very good. This is equivalent to indirectly increasing Xiaoqing's damage output significantly. It's unclear whether Xiaoqing's clone and Xiaoqing together apply the burst buff to the boss, or whether this buff will stack. If they can be stacked, Xiaoqing and the other 9 clones' attacks can stack 10 layers on the monster, which is equivalent to triggering 2 explosions. That's way too exaggerated. Sujin was somewhat surprised. If this piece of equipment fell into someone else's hands, it might be a piece of equipment with good attributes, but it fell into the hands of Xiaoqing, who has 9 clones, and each clone can enjoy the skill attributes. This piece of equipment is just too overpowered. Whether this equipment is really that bugged remains to be seen. We'll have to test it on a boss to confirm. I decisively replaced Xiaoqing's Diamond Advanced, Crimson Blood Magic Shoulder Pads with the King Advanced, Blazing Burst Shoulder Pads. The NPCs at the King level are not comparable to the King level bosses. Such a result is largely attributed to Xiaoqing's extraordinary luck. With his extraordinary luck, Sujin's luck value after possessing Xiaoqing was 6 times higher than that of other ordinary players. Whether it's equipment drop rates or other things involving luck and probability, everything has received a huge boost. Keep in mind that the drop rate from killing NPCs is far lower than that from killing bosses. For ordinary players without the luck bonus, even if they are able to kill a high-level king NPC, let alone get a high-level king equipment and 5 pet skill evolution stones, getting a mid-level king equipment would be considered extremely lucky. Sujin collected all the spoils dropped by the 2 lieutenants, took a deep breath, and walked towards the city lord of Binhai. The city lord of Binhai City was completely shattered, but unsurprisingly, the number of treasures he dropped far exceeded those of the 2 deputy generals. Ding. You have acquired the king-level peak grade, War God's Fury Ring. Ding. You have acquired the king-level peak grade, War God's Unyielding Bracelet. Ding. You have collected 20 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You have picked up 6 random high-level attribute stones. Ding. You have picked up an extremely rare treasure, Elemental Energy Core. Ding. You have collected 102 silver coins and 3,496 copper coins. High risk, indeed, comes with high reward. Although killing the projection of Ares, the god of war, will bring me some danger, the rewards will also be enormous. Sujin thought to himself. The Lord of Binhai City is not only a top-tier boss, but also a projection of the will of the god of war, Ares. He walks in the mortal world in place of Ares, the god of war. Future crises can be resolved gradually over time. Sujin first focused his attention on the 3 pieces of equipment. King Tier Peak, Ring of War God's Fury. Spell attack power increased by 2499 points. Physical attack power increased by 2499 points. Intelligence increased by 1500 points. Strength increased by 1500 points. Movement speed increased by 50%. The damage received will be reduced by an additional 3,500 points. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. God of War 3-piece set, 1-3. Equipment skill. Wrath of the God of War. Absorbs a trace of the God of War's power and converts it into his own attribute value. After activation, it increases his own strength, agility, intelligence, and constitution by 500 points, which can last for up to 180 seconds. Description. If you can collect all 3 pieces of the God of War set, you can permanently convert a portion of the God of War's divine power into your own. King level peak. War God's Unyielding Bracelet. Spell attack increased by 25-50 points. Physical attack increased by 25-50 points. Intelligence increased by 16-40 points. Strength increased by 16-40 points. Health points increased. Point. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. God of War 3-piece set, 2-3. Equipment skill. Unyielding shield. When activated, you will gain an unbreakable shield, providing yourself with increases shield value by 300 points and physical defense by 500 points. When the unyielding shield breaks, it can cause damage to surrounding enemies. Point explosion damage. The shield lasts up to 250 seconds. Description. If you can collect all 3 pieces of the God of War set, you can permanently convert a portion of the God of War's divine power into your own. Chapter 150 Evolution. New skills. Collecting all 3 pieces of the God of War set allows one to permanently convert a portion of Ares' divine power into their own strength. This was something that Sujin cared about very much. Although Ares, the God of War, is not a very good person, his strength is undeniable. If it were an ordinary member of the Light faction, daring to be the 6th man on the battlefield of gods and demons, they would secretly hide away to protect themselves. Once discovered by the God of Light, the fate is absolutely one of annihilation of both body and soul, and eternal damnation from reincarnation. However, Ares, the God of War, was a powerful lieutenant of the God of Light. Although he was despicable, he was extremely strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to atone for his sins, and would have been sent by the God of Light to the Earth plane to serve as the vanguard and redeem himself. This also led to Ares, the God of War, slaughtering countless humans on Earth, including a large number of people from the Dragon Kingdom. He was able to plunder a small portion of Ares' divine power and use it for his own purposes. This not only enhances its own strength, but also weakens the power of Ares, the God of War. Sujin had to do something that involved a trade-off between the two. Looks like I need to find a way to collect the entire God of War set. The last piece of the God of War set is very likely in the hands of one of Ares' other subordinates. I hope to meet them soon. Sujin secretly looked forward to it. I decisively replaced Shaoqing's Starry Level 1 Undead Soul Splitter Ring with the King Peak War God's Fury Ring. The King Peak level Unyielding War God Bracelet will also replace the Star Glory Beginner Undead Protection Bracelet on Shaoqing's body. Next, Sujin turned his attention to the Pet Skill Evolution Stone. The 2 lieutenants each obtained 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. The City Lord of Binhai City obtained 20 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. That adds up to a total of 30 Pet Evolution Stones. This time, I can evolve all my skills at once and have my fill. Sujin thought to himself. Feeling great. Without further ado, let's continue evolving Ari's Fatal Strike skill. Ding. Do you want to consume 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to evolve the 9-tailed fox Ari's Fatal Strike skill? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding. You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 12. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding. You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 13. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding. You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 14. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. Ding. You have used 2 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 20. The skill damage will be increased by an additional 20%, and the skill cooldown time will be reduced by an additional 5%. In one go, he upgraded the Fatal Strike skill to the maximum level. At that moment, a dazzling light shone from the icon of the Fatal Blow. This is a sign that the skill is about to evolve. The next moment, a familiar system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Ding. Ari's Critical Strike skill has reached its maximum level, level 20, successfully triggering skill evolution. Congratulations. Ari has gained a new evolved skill, Heaven-Slaying Strike. Heaven-Slaying Strike, level 1 when activated, your next attack or damaging skill will deal 600% damage. Due to the skill level increase, the cooldown time of this skill is reduced by 95%. That's a whopping 6 times the damage. If Sujin's single skill deals 100,000 damage, with this skill's enhancement, it can deal a full 600,000 damage. Furthermore, even the cooldown time of skills has been reduced by 95%. The original cooldown of this skill was 120 seconds. After the cooldown was reduced by 95%, it only has a 6-second cooldown. This means that you can basically use the Heaven-Slaying Strike at will. Anyway, the cooldown will be restored in a few seconds. Sujin had intended to continue evolving this skill, but discovered that evolving the Heaven-Slaying Strike skill required 10 skill evolution stones each time. Although Sujin still had 21 pet skill evolution stones, he didn't want to waste them like that. The most cost-effective option is to steadily and gradually upgrade the levels of minor skills. After looking around, Sujin finally decided to choose the Frost Rewind skill. Frost Reversal, Level 1 Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 200% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies will gain benefits from the Frost Source power. Increases healing effect by 200%, and Frost Source Force can last up to 5 seconds. This is Sujin's only existing skill for restoring health, and it is also an area of effect damage skill. The Frost Rewind skill is both offensive and defensive, making upgrading this skill extremely cost-effective. Now that our output capabilities are already quite high, it's time to consider our self-preservation capabilities. Strengthening the Frost Reversal skill to level 20 and allowing it to evolve is Sujin's best choice. With this in mind, Sujin decisively consumed the Pet Skill Evolution Stone to begin the journey of strengthening the Frost Rewind skill. Ding! Do you want to consume 3 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to evolve the Frost Rewind skill of Nine-Tailed Fox Ari? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have used 3 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 2. Increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding! You have used 3 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 3. Increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding! You have used 3 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 4. Ding! You have used 3 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Ari's Fatal Strike skill to level 8. The health recovery effect is increased by 20%, and the damage dealt is also increased by an additional 20%. Frost Reversal, Level 8 Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 340% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies bathed in frost energy will gain. Increases healing effect by 340%, and Frost Source's effect lasts up to 5 seconds. With the Frost Reversal skill maxed out, Sujin's health recovery ability was also guaranteed. What Sujin cared about most was that he had also obtained the Elemental Energy Core. With the Elemental Energy Core, Ari and Xiaoqing's future potential is likely to undergo a tremendous transformation. Chapter 151, An Astonishing Transformation. Sujin took the Elemental Energy Core that the Binhai City Lord had dropped from his hand. This is an elliptical energy device, which is probably made from some kind of energy or mined from an energy mine, and then compressed and modified into its current form. Just as Sujin held the Elemental Energy Core in his hand, a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that you have obtained an Elemental Energy Core. Do you want to use the Elemental Energy Core for the perfect foundation building techniques meridian refining stage of your pet? Okay. Sujin replied decisively. Immediately, the Elemental Energy Core in Sujin's hand cracked open, and the vast and pure energy within transformed into a stream of ethereal energy, which merged into Ali and Xiaoqing's bodies respectively. Furthermore, it seemed that a third stream of pure energy had been separated and stored in Sujin's third empty pet space backpack. If Sujin tames a third pet in the future, it will also be baptized by the energy within the Elemental Energy Core, tempering the pet's potential. As this incredibly pure yuan energy surged into Ari's delicate body, she seemed to tremble slightly, and her eyes began to gradually become hazy. Her jade-like body emanated a mysterious and dreamlike radiance, which flowed around her like a rainbow. This is the convergence and fusion of 7 elements: light, darkness, thunder, frost, flame, earth, and wind. It seems to be transforming Ari's body towards a higher level. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed inwardly, Ding! Meridian refinement successful. Congratulations. Your pet, the Nine-Tailed Fox Ari, has completed the perfect pet foundation building technique, undergone an incredible transformation, and successfully evolved into a pseudo-Glora level pet, the Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has had her strength permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, will have her intelligence permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, will have her physique permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet Fox, Ari, a Quasi-Saint Fox, will have her agility permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has gained an extraordinary attack speed aptitude during the Meridian refining stage. Extraordinary attack speed potential. Ari's attack speed will be increased by an additional 300%. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has mastered a new skill, Freeze 10,000 miles. Frozen Horizon, level 1 after a 3-second channeling period, summons a massive blizzard that affects all enemies within a 3,000-meter radius. Increases spell damage by 200% of spell power as ice damage, and all enemies damaged are frozen for 3.5 seconds. Ari actually evolved. Sujin's eyes lit up with surprise as he thought to himself. He looked at Ari, who was still enveloped in a mysterious 7-colored light. The 7 colors represented different attributes, and after merging, they would transform into a more profound power that Ari would absorb. This also means that Ari's strength will definitely undergo a huge breakthrough. Seeing that Ari's evolution was nearing its end, Sujin opened her pet attribute panel with some anticipation. Ari, Peerless, the Quasi-Saintus of the Fox Clan. Level, 35. Grade, Diamond Peak, 1059 to 3000. Basic Attribute 1, Attack. Defense 8965, Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Strength 8737, Constitution 7624, Agility 7908, Intelligence 6965. Qualifications, Extraordinary Luck Qualification, Extraordinary Attack Speed Qualification, Top-Tier Defense Qualification, Extraordinary Poisoning Qualification, Top-Tier Shield Qualification, Top-Tier Lightning Qualification, Top-Tier Dark Qualification, Top-Tier Ice Qualification, Top-Tier Fire Qualification, Top-Tier Wind Qualification, High-Tier Earth Qualification, High-Tier Strength Qualification, High-Tier Life Qualification, High-Tier Life Steal Qualification, Medium-Tier Healing Qualification. Skills, Intimidate, Level 2, Frost Power, Level 2, Phantom Teleport, Level 1, Frost Triple Slash, Level 20, Void Dash, Level 1, Heaven-Slaying Strike, Level 1, Mind Control, Level 1, Frost Blade Storm, Level 1, Frost Reversal, Level 1, Extreme Ice Shadow Array, Level 1, Frozen Thousands of Miles, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment, King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Demon's Lapel Guards, Peak Star Glory, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, Beginner King Glory, Dark Moon Demon Necklace, Beginner Star Glory, Undead's Undying Sacrifice Robe, Beginner Star Glory, Sea God's Soul Belt, Advanced King Glory, Dark Light Slaughter Shoulder Pads, Advanced Star Glory, Frost Dominator Earrings, Peak Diamond Glory, Hunger Blood Curse Ring, Beginner Star Glory, Dragon Light Hidden Wing Boots, Advanced King Glory. After this evolution, Ari's physical attack power has exceeded 10,000. Sujin was pleasantly surprised. Ari's attack power exceeds 10,000, which undoubtedly provides a huge boost to her damage output. All of her damaging skills have a physical attack bonus of several times. With an attack power of over 10,000, it means that the additional damage from her skills alone can reach a terrifying several times. Not to mention her skills also have additional basic skill damage. A mysterious, 7-colored light slowly faded from her snow-white swan neck. Then, the light swept across her rounded arms and breasts, slid down her slender waist, and finally revealed her long, straight legs, which extended to her exquisite, work of art feet. The 9 snow-white fox tails on her buttocks, swaying in the wind, also highlight her noble status as an ancient fox demon. At this point, Ari has become even stronger. Her appearance also became more perfect. Even her voluptuous and alluring mature woman aura became even more outstanding and refined. Her eyes and brows always exuded a captivating exotic charm. I still have 6 random high-level attribute stones. I'll use half of them on her, Sujin decided in his heart. Sujin was never one to hesitate, and decisively threw 3 of the random high-level attribute stones to Ari. Ari and Sujin were in perfect sync, instantly understanding each other. Ari opened her sexy red lips and swallowed the 3 random high-level attribute stones. Ding! Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone, gaining 1,000 points of agility. Ding. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone and gained 1,000 points of constitution. Ding. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone and gained 1,000 strength points. Chapter 152: The Crisis of the Future. The effects of extraordinary luck are truly amazing. Random advanced attribute stones can grant pets 100, 1000 random attribute points. Unexpectedly, Ari used 3 random high-level attribute stones in a row, and each attribute stone provided Ari with the full attribute value. Furthermore, Ari is not the only one who reaps huge benefits after the pet's perfect foundation building method is completed. At this moment, Xiaoqing was also undergoing a silent transformation. Compared to Ari's noble and mature demeanor, Xiaoqing gives off a much more passionate and fiery vibe. A look of pain appeared on Xiaoqing's exquisite and beautiful face. Her exquisite, jade-like body was trembling constantly, and the shimmering blue scales on her tail seemed to be undergoing a tremendous transformation after absorbing the energy from the elemental energy core. Immediately afterward, before Sujin could even carefully observe the changes in Ari after her evolution, another familiar system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, the purple-scaled flood dragon girl, Xiaoqing, has successfully completed its meridian refinement. It has successfully completed the perfect pet foundation building method, achieving an incredible transformation and evolving into a pseudo-glory level pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing dragon, Xiaoqing, has had its intelligence permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing dragon, Xiaoqing, has had its strength permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing dragon, Xiaoqing, has had its physique permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing dragon, Xiaoqing, will have its agility permanently increased by 300 points. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has gained extraordinary intelligence during the meridian refining stage. Extraordinary intelligence aptitude. Xiaoqing's intelligence value is increased by an additional 200%. Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon, Xiaoqing, has learned a new skill, Thunder Flood Dragon Purple Fiend Seal. Thunder Flood Dragon Purple Fiend Seal, level 1 from the heavens above. A giant seal formed from the power of thunder condenses, suppressing all enemies in its path. All suppressed enemies are unable to use any skills for 10 seconds and will suffer lightning damage equal to 150% of spell attack power. The skill Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal is a soft control skill that silences all enemies. Fortunately, the silence lasts for a full 10 seconds, during which the enemy cannot use any skills. This could become a hidden killer move. Sujin thought to himself. Many bosses have a trump card skill they have up their sleeve when they are about to die. With the Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal, these bosses can be silenced for 10 seconds when they are about to die. Those 10 seconds were enough to render the boss completely unable to do anything, not even unleash its trump card skills, and die a miserable death at Sujin's hands. After evolving, Xiaoqing revealed an even more stunning and beautiful appearance. A bright red robe covered her full and shapely body, except for her slender, snow-white waist, which was exposed and had an exquisite charm. The purple dragon tail, coupled with a dazzling golden phoenix crown, gives it an extremely alluring feel. However, what Sujin was most concerned about was to what extent Xiaoqing's attributes improved after evolving into the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon. 9-colored sky-swallowing dragon. Little green mutant. Level, 36. Grade, Diamond Peak, 1330 to 3000. Basic Attribute 1, Magic Attack. Defense 9729, Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Intelligence. Constitution 8237. Agility 8959, Strength 7779. Skills, Thunder Arrow Technique, Level 2. Twin Snake Shadows, Level 9. Exploding Thunderball, Level 1. Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, Level 1. Thunder Prison Heavenly Tribulation, Level 1. Thunder God's Shield, Level 1. Secret Technique. Heavenly Thunderstorm, Level 1. Gaze Petrification, Level 1. Sacrifice Self-Destruction, Level 1. Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications: Superior Intelligence Qualification, Superior Defense Qualification, Superior Luck Qualification, Top-Tier Ghost Qualification, Top-Tier Berserk Qualification, Top-Tier Mist Qualification, High-Level Magic Crit Damage Increase Qualification, High-Level Life Qualification, Medium Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment: Blazing Burst Shoulder Pads, King Level Advanced. Blazing Holy Soul Earrings, Blood Level Advanced. Brilliant Star Holy Staff, King Level Advanced. Gluttony Source Robe, King Level Advanced. Undead Enslavement Necklace, Star Level Basic. War God's Unyielding Bracelet, King Level Peak. Glory Demon Slaying Pants, King Level Advanced. Blood Queen's Crown, King Level Advanced. Gluttony Source Boots, King Level Advanced. War God's Fury Ring, King Level Peak. Star Soul Belt, King Level Advanced. Description: This purple-scaled dragon maiden, imbued with pure dragon blood, possesses immense potential. With careful nurturing, she might evolve into an unimaginably terrifying being. Apart from one necklace being only at the Starry Sky beginner level, Xiaoqing's other equipment had all reached the King Advanced level or above. With such luxurious equipment, Xiaoqing's intelligence value easily exceeded 10,000, and even her magic attack reached more than 12,000. As for Xiaoqing's newly acquired Extraordinary Advanced Qualification, it has further boosted her intelligence value by a significant margin. The intelligence boosted by the Extraordinary Intelligence Aptitude will not be directly displayed on the pet panel. Otherwise, Xiaoqing's intelligence stat on her character panel would have displayed an incredibly exaggerated and astonishing number. Let's give the remaining 3 random high-level attribute stones to Xiaoqing. Sujin placed the remaining 3 high-level attribute stones into Xiaoqing's fiery red lips. Immediately, Xiaoqing stuck out her tender tongue and swallowed the 3 attribute stones, and instantly the blood in her body began to boil. Ding! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone and gained 996 intelligence points. Ding! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone and gained 998 intelligence points. Ding! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has consumed a random high-level attribute stone and gained 999 intelligence points. They're all intelligence stats. The 3 random high-level attribute stones boosted Xiaoqing's intelligence by nearly 3,000 points. Both pets have made tremendous progress in strength. This gave Sujin even more confidence in saving the elf race in the future, and even in facing the pursuit of the super strong men sent by the god of war Ares. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. Sujin's confidence stemmed entirely from his own formidable strength. Chapter 153: The Secret of the Order Dragon God. Other ordinary pets do not have a pseudo-star level rank. Instead, after breaking through to the Diamond Peak level, one directly reaches the Star Glory beginner level. However, Ari and Xiaoqing have an extra layer of pseudo-star level, which is equivalent to gaining an extra breakthrough in attributes, an extra useful and powerful skill, and an extra extraordinary aptitude. This is one of the benefits of the perfect foundation building method, but the benefits of the perfect foundation building method are by no means limited to this. In the future, there will inevitably be more and more benefits to cultivating the perfect foundation building method. At this time, the news that the Lord of Binhai City is dead will probably reach Binhai City soon. The coastal city will soon be the scene of a huge sensation. Even the king of the Starsea Kingdom would likely be furious and would spare no effort to find out the reason behind the death of the coastal city lord. After all, the identity of the Binhai City lord is not simple. However, Sujin did not intend to stay in Binhai City for long. He had promised the elf princess that he would finish his business and head to the elf forest as soon as possible. There are still arduous tasks awaiting him there. However, before leaving, Sujin kept thinking about the secret door hidden in the military supply depot in Binhai City. However, it seems that some kind of medium is needed to open the secret door. This kind of medium must only exist on the Lord of Binhai City. Because this secret door is so well hidden, the treasure stored inside must contain a huge secret. What could it be on the Binhai City Lord? Sujin's gaze fell on the corpse of the Binhai City Lord. At this moment, the corpse of the Binhai City Lord was already torn to pieces, and everything that could be extracted had been extracted. It seems that among the treasures dropped by the Binhai City Lord, there weren't any special treasures, the kind used to open hidden doors. Sujin pondered to himself. Who cares? Then take all the corpses of the Binhai City Lord back and try again. Sujin was also very curious about what treasure was hidden in that secret door. Only after clarifying this matter can he travel to the elf forest without any worries. After Sujin finished dealing with everything here, he merged Xiaoqing's slender and beautiful body into his own, then summoned the purple thunder mystic wings and soared into the sky. It flew swiftly towards the coastal city. 15 minutes later, Sujin returned to Binhai City safely. At this time, the coastal city was still a prosperous and thriving place. But Sujin knew that all the prosperity he saw was only temporary. When the news of the Binhai City Lord's death reached Binhai City, it would inevitably cause a huge sensation. Without a leader, the coastal city is likely to riot, and the entire city may fall into chaos. After entering Binhai City, Sujin decisively switched his possession state to Ari and activated Void Dash. In a state of nothingness, Sujin silently entered the city lord's mansion. The palace was calm, with soldiers patrolling everywhere, but everything was orderly, and there was no sign of chaos. Sujin easily sneaked into the military supply depot, which was now completely empty, having already been looted by Sujin. However, apart from the lord of Binhai City, no one else is qualified to enter. Therefore, the people in the city lord's mansion have not yet realized that the military supply depot has been robbed. Sujin quietly arrived at the hidden door deep inside the military supply depot. It was still an extremely dark environment, blocked by an impregnable hidden door. Sujin took the body of the Binhai City Lord out of his backpack and used his fingerprints to touch the hidden door, but the hidden door still showed no signs of opening. He looked around the hidden door, but found no combination lock or anything like that. In other words, this secret door must be opened in a more covert way. What is the method to open the secret door? Sujin recalled the various methods of opening the coded doors from his past life. As he pondered, a sudden light flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed, "Blood! Perhaps the blood of the city lord of Binhai is the key to unlocking this secret door." Thinking of this, Sujin decisively took some blood from the corpse of the Binhai city lord and splashed it on the secret door. Wow! The moment the city lord's blood was splashed onto the secret gate, the gate seemed to possess some kind of infinite magic, absorbing all the blood that had been splashed onto it. But the secret door seemed to merely absorb the spilled blood, showing no sign of wanting to open. Sujin stepped forward and pushed the door, but it was still tightly sealed and could not be opened at all. Was there not enough blood splashed on it? Sujin had some doubts. However, the Lord of Binhai City is already dead, and his blood is useless, so we might as well give it a try. He then drew a large tube of blood from the city Lord of Binhai and splashed it all onto the secret door. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the secret door, and then with a click, the door opened automatically. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he decisively went inside. Contrary to Sujin's expectations, after entering the secret door, there was only a small, cramped space. There are only two things inside. An old parchment scroll. There was also an egg covered in golden runes. This egg looks very mysterious, yet it gives people a sense of extreme luxury and extraordinariness. Sujin had a feeling that this egg was very likely a pet egg, and the pets that can hatch from such a magnificent egg are absolutely beyond imagination. Sujin first picked up the old parchment scroll and examined its contents. Fragments of the secret realm of sheepskin scrolls, 1 to 2. Quality, unknown. Effect, if you can collect a complete fragment of the sheepskin scroll secret realm map, you might discover a huge secret. This half of the sheepskin scroll matches the half that had been found on Zhang Laocai's body perfectly. Sujin thought to himself. Thinking of this, he decisively took out the half of the parchment from his backpack and pieced the two incomplete parchments together. Sure enough, the gaps in the two maps matched perfectly, indicating they came from the same secret map. At this moment, the secret map that had been pieced together suddenly emitted a mysterious divine light, and the two incomplete secret maps completely merged together, transforming into a complete map. The secret diagram of the inheritance of the Order Dragon God. Quality, top tier. Purpose. The Order Dragon God is one of the supreme ancestors of the dragon race, having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and possessing unparalleled power. By taking this secret map to Dragon Valley, you may obtain the power inherited from the Order Dragon God. Chapter 154, The Mysterious Pet Egg Possessing Divine Bloodline. It's actually the legacy of the Order Dragon God. Sujin was somewhat surprised. The Order Dragon God was an unparalleled powerhouse among the dragon race 1,000 years ago, and even among the many gods, he was a powerful being. However, the Dragon Clan does not only have the Order Dragon God as a god-level powerhouse, but also the Chaos Dragon God and the Holy Radiance Dragon God. At that time, the forces of light and darkness were locked in fierce combat. Countless powerful warriors died on the battlefield between gods and demons. No race on this continent was spared. All races were greatly affected, and each race suffered heavy casualties. Some races were even more tragically wiped out. The reason is that those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Alternatively, join the light faction, fight for them, and receive their protection. Alternatively, join the dark side, fight for them, and seek their protection. If we choose to remain neutral, then the forces of light and darkness may come knocking at any time, looting all the treasures of the clan, and wiping out any who resist. The chaotic dragon god intends to join the dark faction. The holy dragon god, on the other hand, wanted to join the light faction. The order dragon god, on the other hand, is a staunch neutral party, unwilling to allow the dragon race to become an appendage of any power, and absolutely unwilling to be subordinate to anyone. Initially, it was just that the chaotic dragon god and the holy radiance dragon god were at odds with each other, and the two god-level dragon powerhouses often fought to the death. The order dragon god watched all of this unfold, allowing the chaos dragon god and the holy radiance dragon god to fight to the death, while he quietly cultivated and improved his strength. 1,000 years later, the order dragon god, who was originally the weakest, actually became the strongest of the three dragon gods due to the ebb and flow of power. This undoubtedly aroused the suspicion of both the holy radiance dragon god and the chaos dragon god. Thus, the holy radiance dragon god and the chaos dragon god actually put aside their prejudices and hatred towards each other, and joined forces to plot and kill the order dragon god. Although the order dragon god was the strongest of the three dragon gods, he could not withstand the combined attack of the chaos dragon god and the holy radiance dragon god. Ultimately, unwilling to accept defeat, it turned into a wisp of a soul, and its whereabouts are unknown. The location indicated by this parchment scroll could very well be the place where the remnant soul of the order dragon god remains. It is likely that the order dragon god harbors immense resentment towards the chaos dragon god and the holy radiance dragon god, and knowing that resurrection is hopeless, he wants to find someone who can accept his legacy and avenge him. Sujin secretly deduced the purpose of the order dragon god. However, this was also a good thing for Sujin, which was exactly what he wanted. After all, the chaos dragon god had already sided with the forces of darkness. Meanwhile, the holy radiance dragon god has already pledged allegiance to the forces of light. Even without the order dragon god, he would still kill the chaos dragon god and the holy radiance dragon god. Then, Sujin turned his gaze to the egg covered with mysterious golden runes. A mysterious egg. Rank. Introduction. A mysterious egg with divine bloodline. If you can hatch the creature inside and make it your pet, you will surely have a place on the future list of gods. The so-called god ranking is a ranking of the strength of god-level powerful beings. To be able to occupy a place among them, one must be a transcendent being with an outstanding status among god-level powerhouses. Although the quality of this mysterious egg is unknown, there is no doubt that the creature hatched from it will have unimaginable potential. How can this mysterious egg be hatched? Sujin had some questions in his mind. Different pet eggs require completely different hatching methods. The stronger a pet's bloodline potential, the more demanding the conditions for hatching its egg. The description doesn't specify how to incubate the egg. I'll put those two things away first. As for how to hatch this pet egg, I'll find a way later. Sujin thought to himself. There are thousands of ways to hatch a pet egg, and even if he tries every single one, he is determined to hatch this pet egg. Sujin believed that the pet hatched from this egg would be worth far more than he expected. Sujin put the parchment scroll and the pet egg into his backpack and quietly walked out of Binhai City. In his state of nothingness, wherever he went, he moved as if strolling in a garden, and no one could detect his presence. Sujin first found Kuching and her daughter, intending to settle them in Binhai City. However, the coastal city was already showing signs of an impending storm. Once the news of the city lord's death reached the city, it would surely cause a huge uproar and riots. Sujin was clearly worried about leaving the mother and daughter here, so he decided to take them to the elf forest first. Are you going to take us to the elf forest? Upon hearing this news, Su Kuching's mouth gaped slightly, and she said in surprise. She had already prepared herself to open a small shop in Binhai City to manage the buying and selling of equipment for Sujin, because she knew that a strong person like Sujin could obtain abundant resources wherever he went. The question is how to maximize the use of these surplus resources, converting them into money or acquiring other treasures that are more useful to Sujin. This way, her value to Sujin can be demonstrated. Sukaching also knew how to assist a man well. It was not enough to just bring him physical pleasure. It was best to help him improve his strength and manage his finances. Only in this way can you firmly capture a man's heart. But plans can't keep up with changes. When Sujin told her that he was going to take her and her daughter to the elf forest, things took a turn for the worse. Her first reaction was some worry, because she had heard that the male elves had become extinct, and all the survivors were beautiful female elves. If a man as handsome and powerful as Sujin were to arrive in the elf forest, he would likely be snatched up by countless female elves very quickly. However, since Sujin insisted on going to the elf forest, it was a promise he made to the elf princess. Although Sukaching felt a little jealous, she knew that if she spoke up to stop him, it would only displease Sujin. Rather than doing that, it would be better to considerately accompany him to the elf forest. With the mother and daughter by his side, they could also restrain Sujin to some extent and prevent him from doing anything too outrageous. Okay, I promise you. Xiaoyan and I are willing to accompany you to the elf forest. A seductive look appeared on Sukaching's exquisite and mature face. Her eyes wandered over Sujin with a captivating gaze as she spoke. Although she said that, she quietly sent Xiaoyan away and pulled Sujin into a tavern. They ordered a deluxe room and then ruthlessly pushed Sujin down onto the bed. Since we can't keep him any longer, let's just squeeze him dry and head to the elf forest. If we hollow out his body, then even if he goes to the elf race, he won't be able to do anything bad, right? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Sukaching's beautiful face. Chapter 155, Entering the Elf Forest. Night gradually fell. Sujin gradually adapted to Sukaching's frenzied offensive rhythm, thanks to his gradual improvement in strength, which also enhanced his abilities in bed. Although the increase is not significant, as long as Sujin's strength continues to improve, it will eventually accumulate and lead to a qualitative change. Sooner or later, you will be the one conquered in bed. Sujin glanced at the assertive Sukaching with some resentment. After slowly recovering his strength, he summoned Xiao Qing to possess him, activated the purple thunder mystic wings, and quietly left Binhai City with the two women. It must be said that the elf forest is located in the far west of this continent, and is indeed quite far from the coastal city on the northern edge. Crossing the desolate and boundless desert, soaring over the continuous and steep mountain ranges, and skimming across the turbulent and hidden Demon Sea. Just as Sujin was flying over the turbulent Great Demon Sea, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! You have arrived at the forbidden area, the Great Demon Sea. Ahead is a whirlpool passage that leads directly to the deepest part of the sea. The depths of the sea hold endless wealth, but if your strength is insufficient, you will be mercilessly devoured by the terrifying sea beasts in the Demon Sea. There's actually a whirlpool passage leading to the deep sea hidden here? Legend has it that the Dragon Palace of the Deep Sea is hidden in the deepest part of the Great Demon Sea, containing astonishing wealth and treasures. Sujin's eyes burned with desire as he thought to himself. Tens of thousands of years ago, the three dragon gods disagreed, leaving the dragons leaderless. Some dragons, not wanting to be involved in this huge conflict, led a group of powerful dragons, led by one of their elders, to flee Dragon Valley and escape to the deepest part of the Great Demon Sea. They settled here, multiplied their dragon offspring, and gradually built the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Although the Deep Sea Dragon Palace was merely a branch of the dragon clan established by a dragon elder who defected from Dragon Valley and led dozens of powerful dragons, it was naturally far less powerful than the Dragon Valley, which had been passed down for millions of years. However, the Dragon Palace in the Deep Sea has the advantage of being far away from strife and resting for tens of thousands of years, during which time it has accumulated astonishing wealth. Although Sujin really wanted to dive into the depths of the Great Demon Sea to find out what was going on, without any ability to control water, it would be tantamount to courting death if he rashly entered the depths of the Great Demon Sea now. The terrifying sea pressure in the depths of the Great Demon Sea alone is something no one can withstand. If you know nothing and impulsively rush into the Great Demon Sea, you're just asking for death. To safely explore the depths of the Great Demon Sea, one must at least find a water control pearl or possess extraordinary diving qualifications. Sujin pondered, secretly calculating. Without a doubt, the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, currently hidden deep within the Great Demon Sea, is not a place he can currently access. Although the treasures inside are very attractive, You have to be alive to get them. Let's go to the elf forest first. If things go as expected, the elf race is about to face a huge disaster. As for exploring the treasures within the Great Demon Sea and the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, let's wait until we've dealt with the matters of the elf forest and managed to obtain the water control pearl or a transcendent level diving qualification before trying to explore further. After making his decision, Sujin stopped hesitating and quickly crossed the vast Demon Sea. After about 2 more hours, Sujin, along with Xiaoyun and her daughter, finally arrived at the outer edge of the elf forest. As far as the eye can see, the lush, green giant trees stretch endlessly, and the roars of beasts and the melodious songs of elves emanate from the depths of the elves. What an idyllic paradise! Sujin exclaimed. However, it won't be long before this place is plunged into a huge disaster. As someone of elven blood, I feel a strange sense of belonging to this place. He was unwilling to stand by and watch the elves perish in this conflict. As Sujin pondered this, he continued his journey toward the elf forest. He originally intended to cross the elf forest directly to its very center. As a princess of the elf race, Soja must reside in the royal palace deep within the elf forest. But what I never expected was, there's a barrier in the elf forest, and it's even transparent. Sujin was flying in the sky when he suddenly seemed to have crashed into a huge energy wall and could no longer fly deeper into the elf forest. Although he had no choice, he could only descend from the sky. Then, he transformed into Ari's body, activated Void Dash, and turned his body into a void state before passing through the barrier and entering the elf forest. It was assumed that Su Keqing and her daughter Su Xiaoyan would be blocked outside the barrier, preventing them from entering. But to everyone's surprise, Su Keqing and Su Xiaoyan easily passed through the energy wall of the barrier and entered the interior of the elf forest. This must be because Su Keqing and her daughter Su Xiaoyan have no fighting ability, right? This barrier formed by the energy wall should only be effective against powerful individuals. Sujin secretly guessed to himself. As soon as he entered the elf forest, he sensed a strong hostility directed at Su Keqing and her daughter. Roar! 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 He turned around and saw a roaring giant bear, its 2 millstone-sized paws pounding the ground wildly, causing the surrounding giant trees to shake and the earth to tremble. Although this is the forest of elves, it is by no means only inhabited by elves. Encountering monsters is perfectly normal. However, the monster before them was far from simple. Sujin judged that this giant bear was probably quite powerful. Sujin casually cast a reconnaissance spell towards the roaring giant bear. Roaring Bear King. Rank, Peak King. Level, 46. Health points. Point. Point. Attack power. Point. Physical defense. Point. Spell defense. Point. Talent ability. Berserker Body. When activated, the Roaring Bear King will increase its attack speed by 200%, physical attack power by 200%, movement speed by 100%, and physical lifesteal by 100%. Skills: Giant Bear Strike, Berserk Bear Paw, Bear King's Roar, Relentless Impact. To think that every monster I randomly encountered was a peak-level king-level being. Sujin was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, I improved my strength before I decided to go to the elf forest. Otherwise, if he had arrived at the elf forest much earlier, he probably wouldn't have been able to handle any trouble he encountered. However, how come this Berserk Bear King only has a little over 100,000 HP left? Could he have been seriously injured? Sujin scanned the area, looking the Roaring Bear King up and down, and discovered that there was a huge hole on the right side of the Roaring Bear King's chest. Chapter 156, Picking Up the Bargain. Low health boss. How could the Raging Bear King's injuries be so severe? Sujin's eyes lit up instantly. I thought I had encountered a formidable opponent, but it turned out to be a lucky break. Even if the Berserker Bear King only has 1/10 of its health left, it is still a boss at the peak of the king level. The rewards for defeating a boss are no different from those for defeating a fully powered, top-tier boss. At this moment, although the roaring giant bear was seriously injured, its gaze towards Sujin was full of contempt. It seemed that in the eyes of this roaring giant bear, Sujin was like a tiny ant. It was thinking that it would devour Sujin to restore its own injuries and health. Roar! You weak humans, become my food. The roaring bear king, with its fierce eyes, opened its blood-red maw and pounced madly at Su Keqing. A look of panic appeared on Su Keqing's exquisite and beautiful face. Although Sujin was there to protect her, she was still terrified as the giant bear charged at her. She could only hold her daughter tightly behind her, her slender and mature body trembling uncontrollably. Deterrence. Sujin gave a cold shout, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. It was this eerie crimson color that instantly entered the roaring bear king's pupils, freezing it in place. The next moment, a devastating strike. Sujin stepped out of the void, raised his blood blade, aimed it at the roaring bear king's forehead, and slashed it hard. A blood-red damage number floated directly above the roaring bear king's head. The roaring bear king, whose health was already low, now has its health reduced by half again. The roaring bear king had not yet recovered from the shock and control it had been under. Immediately afterwards, Sujin delivered another powerful blow, slashing at the roaring bear king. A strike that cleaves the heavens. Heaven-slaying strike is the upgraded version of Fatal Strike after it has evolved to level 20. This attack dealt 6 times the damage of a normal attack. Weakness exploitation. This is without any other skills being added. The damage from the heaven-slaying strike alone is already terrifying to this extent. Bang! The roaring bear's massive body couldn't withstand such terrifying damage, and its enormous form exploded. Congratulations! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has defeated a level 46 roaring bear king, a peak-level boss. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Congratulations! You have reached level 40 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. He actually leveled up to level 40. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. I wonder what treasures I can get from the level 40 Supreme Gift Pack? A look of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. At the same time, a familiar white light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has reached level 36 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has reached level 37 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Plunder successful. Ari gains 500 evolution points. Ari gains an additional extraordinary lifesteal ability. Superior vampiric ability. 70% of the damage Ari deals will be converted into her own health. You will also enjoy this benefit when a pet is attached to you. Ari's level instantly increased by 2 levels, and at this time Ari's evolution value had reached the pseudo-star level, 1559 to 3000. Unfortunately, although Ari has gained another extraordinary talent, it is only the extraordinary blood-sucking talent. While the extraordinary lifesteal attribute doesn't increase Ari's damage output, it does enhance her health regeneration. It's better than nothing, I suppose. This was the outer edge of the elf forest, but Sujin always had a feeling that danger lurked everywhere. Especially with Su Keqing and her daughter Su Xiaoyan in tow, and the added pressure of protecting them, Sujin was under even more strain. Let's pick up the loot dropped by the roaring bear king first. Sujin stepped forward and began searching for the treasures on the roaring bear king's body. Ding! You've picked up the king tier, peak level heart of the earth earring. Ding! You've picked up 15 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You've picked up a strength enhancement potion. Ding! You have picked up 46 silver coins and 3,997 copper coins. As a top-tier boss, the roaring bear king only drops 1 piece of top-tier equipment. However, Sujin could completely understand. After all, although the roaring bear king and the Binhai city lord were both bosses of the same rank, their identities were different. It was already quite good that he could drop a piece of king-level equipment. Sujin took out the top-tier king-level equipment dropped by the roaring bear king and checked its attributes. King-tier peak level, heart of the earth earrings. Physical attack power increased by 2549 points. Spell attack power increased by 2549 points. Strength increased by 1650 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 35%. Movement speed increased by 40%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 30 or above. Equipment skill. Heart of the earth. Standing on the earth, you will continuously regenerate your health, restoring 1% of your health and 1% of your mana per second. When you are in combat, you will regenerate 10% of your health and 10% of your mana per second. It just so happens that Ari's earring equipment is at the highest diamond level. I decisively replaced Ari's top-tier Heart of the Earth earring with the King of Glory's earring. There are 15 more pet evolution stones left to continue evolving pet skills. Ding! Do you want to consume 3 pet skill evolution stones to evolve the Frost Rewind skill of Nine-Tailed Fox Ari? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 9, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 10, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 11, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 13, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Frost Reversal. Level 13 Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 440% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies bathed in frost energy will gain. Increases healing effect by 440%, and Frost Source's effect lasts up to 5 seconds. Chapter 157, The Roaring Bear King Spoils. There's also a strength-enhancing potion. Strength-boosting potion. Quality, extremely rare. Effect, randomly increases the user's strength by 500 to 2,000 points. Without a doubt, it will be left to Ari. Sujin threw the power-enhancing potion to Ari without hesitation. Ari understood immediately, took the power-enhancing potion, raised her head, revealing a snow-white swan neck, and drank the power-enhancing potion in one gulp. Ding. Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has consumed a strength-enhancing potion and gained 1999 strength points. The extraordinary level of luck is truly miraculous. If other ordinary pets were to take this strength-enhancing potion, it would probably only increase their strength by about 1,000 points. But with extraordinary luck, this time it was all. Sujin glanced at Ari's attribute panel and saw that her strength had reached an astonishing level, having increased by nearly 2,000 points in one go. Even ordinary peak-level star-level pets don't have such astonishing power. There's also a supreme gift pack in my backpack, unlocked at level 40. I wonder what treasures might be found inside. A hint of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. He had just reached level 40, which was just the right time to open the level 40 supreme gift pack. Just as he was about to take the supreme gift pack out of his backpack, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. Did you kill the Roaring Bear King? I had already severely injured this Bear King, but you stole it from me. Sujin turned around and saw a jet-black leopard speaking in a ghostly green light, its eyes coldly fixed on him. He recognized the Black Panther at a glance. This is no ordinary Black Panther monster, but a legendary druid. Really. The next moment, a dazzling black light burst forth from the Black Panther's body. When the light faded, the Black Panther had transformed into human form, becoming a burly, rugged man. A look of seriousness flashed across Sujin's eyes, because he could already sense how terrifying the aura emanating from the druid man in front of him was. Druids are allies of the elves. Each druid possesses considerable combat power. However, the reason why the druids are not well known is because their numbers are too small, and the druids are too low-key. Sorry, it just means you're unlucky. I've already killed that Bear King. Sujin shrugged, showing no fear in the face of the aggressive druid. Although the opponent is extremely powerful, possibly even a powerhouse surpassing the level of a king. However, the good stuff that dropped from the Roaring Bear King has already been used up by Ari. It was clearly impossible to spit out the treasure that had been dropped and return it to the druid strongman. At this moment, Sujin was prepared to fight to the death with the druid strongman. Druids are allies of the elves, and offending a druid could easily displease the elves. However, Sujin was never a coward. With the elven princess Soja around, even if he really offended this druid, the elven queen probably wouldn't do anything to him. If you want to reclaim what you've gained from the Roaring Bear King, then let's have a fight. If you can defeat me, then we can discuss the ownership of the loot from the Roaring Bear. If Sujin were going to the elf forest alone, he could have simply ignored the burly druid, activated Void Sprint, and slipped away. Why would he bother arguing with him? But with Su Keqing and her daughter Su Xiaoyan here, even if Sujin can leave, the mother and daughter might not be able to. Once the druid transforms into a Black Panther, his speed is no joke. Just now, when the Black Panther quietly approached him, Sujin had already experienced its astonishing speed. The advantage of Void Swiftness lies in its ability to ignore collisions and freely pass through the obstacles of trees. However, Black Panther's speed is even better, and in terms of speed, it is in no way inferior to Void Sprint when it is at its full potential. Just when Sujin thought that this murderous druid was about to charge at him in a fit of rage. But to everyone's surprise, the druid's murderous intent vanished, replaced by a lecherous look as he stared at Ari and said, "My goodness, there are such beautiful fox spirits in the world. I won't fight you for the reward from the Roaring Bear King. Let this beautiful fox spirit lady do me the honor of having dinner with me." As the burly druid spoke, an indescribable glint of light flickered in his eyes. In the eyes of the world, the beauty of elven women is in no way inferior to that of Ari. At most, one could say that they each have their own merits and unique charm. If Ari is described as having a seductive and alluring mature woman charm, the elven woman possessed an exquisite, innocent, and pure beauty. But the druid in front of him had such a unique perspective. Even though he had seen many elven women, he never found them particularly beautiful. On the contrary, he felt that Ari in front of him was like a fairy descending to earth, which amazed him and made him even more astonished. However, even if a druid takes a liking to an elven woman, the elves cannot intermarry with the druids. In the eyes of the elves, marrying a man without elven blood is a desecration of the elven god and their own elven bloodline, and would make them unable to hold their heads high in front of all the elves. At the same time, druids are often extremely rugged in appearance and have abundant body hair, which is not exactly what elven women find attractive. Therefore, elven women generally do not find druids attractive. The druids, on the other hand, had absolutely no interest in the slender, delicate elven women. In their eyes, women with a lithe figure and strong physique are the kind of women that the druids love. But the burly druid in front of him was deeply attracted by Ari. "Sorry, I'm not interested." The only response the druid received was Ari's utterly cold one. In Ari's eyes, Sujin was everything to her. Sujin was her master, and she would not hesitate to die immediately even if asked to do so. With her intelligence, she was perfectly aware of the situation. In any man's eyes, his woman should not be touched by anyone else. Although she couldn't be called Sujin's woman, she was still Sujin's private pet. Women should uphold traditional virtues. As her owner's pet, she naturally had to uphold the rules of being a pet. But the burly druid displayed his obsequious nature to the fullest, looking at Ari with a fawning expression and saying in a low, humble voice, "It's okay. In my heart, you will always be my one and only goddess. I don't want the spoils of this Roaring Bear King. I have some treasures I've kept hidden away, and I'd like to offer them to you as well." Chapter 158 Elf Woman. The druid, with a rather humble attitude, took out a ring that shimmered with black light and a scroll engraved with dense runes from his pocket, and handed them to Ari with a fawning expression. Ari, however, didn't even glance at the druid man, but instead turned to look at Sujin. Sujin's attitude is the same as her attitude. Sujin is her master, and whether or not to accept the treasures offered by the druid is obviously a decision for her master. The druid strongman was a powerful figure who surpassed the king level, and Sujin never expected that the other party would be such a complete sycophant. When they were in front of Ari, they actually willingly humbled themselves to this extent. This is what they call licking the boots until you end up with nothing. When offered benefits by a druid strongman, one might as well accept them. With her master's permission, Ari unleashed a suction force that pulled the two treasures from the druid's hands, without even making any contact with him. After Ari took the treasures, she didn't even bother to look at what they were before respectfully handing them to Sujin. Ding! You have obtained a pseudo-glory level item, Ring of Nature's Protection. Ding! You have obtained a summoning scroll, Black Panther Druid, super rare. Goddess, this ring is a family heirloom. He can protect your safety to the greatest extent possible. When you encounter a greater crisis, take this summoning scroll out and tear it to shreds. Once the scroll is torn to shreds, I will be able to descend to your side with the power of the scroll and protect your safety with my life. The druid, his face full of flattery, spoke in a very humble manner. Sujin ignored him and instead glanced at the attributes of the two treasures. Pseudo-honorary grade, Ring of Nature's Protection. Intelligence increased by 30-50 points. Strength increased by 30-50 points. Spell critical strike chance increased by 45%. Physical critical hit rate increased by 45%. Movement speed increased by 50%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 30 or above. Equipment skill. Shield of Nature's Protection. When activated, it will automatically generate a shield. A shield that grants 300% intelligence and during the shield's duration, the wearer will be immune to any control effects. The equipment's attributes are quite excellent, and it's a pseudo-honor level ring. Although it doesn't reach the glory level quality, it's definitely much better than the king level equipment. And it's a pseudo-honor level ring that I got for free. I'm so happy. However, perhaps due to his male pride, Sujin did not give the pseudo-glory level weapon to Ari, but instead wore it himself. Then, his gaze fell on another summoning scroll. Summoning scroll, Black Panther Druid. Quality, extremely rare. Effect, tearing the scroll apart will summon a powerful Black Panther Druid to fight for you. Sujin then casually tossed the summoning scroll into his backpack. The Druid watched as Ari handed over what she had given to Sujin. He was somewhat reluctant, but the gift had already been given, and how the other party handled it was their business. If he interfered, it would only displease Ari. Thinking about this, he felt relieved. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to be from the elf forest. You must have come from the outside world. Are you here as guests of our Druid clan? On behalf of the Druid clan, I welcome you. That's what the Druid strongman said. No, we're planning to go to the Elven realm, Ari replied. The elves are allies of us Druids. I can take you there. Just keep going west along this road, and you'll reach the elves, the burly Druid said quickly. We can go by ourselves. Ari coldly left behind a sentence and continued heading towards the elf palace with Sujin. The Druid, however, was left behind and could only watch the two leave. As Sujin ventured deeper into the elf forest, he was increasingly struck by the tranquil beauty of nature. The sturdy trees are as tall as the sky, one giant tree after another, stretching endlessly, and everywhere you look is lush and green. On the branches, various squirrels, monkeys, and raccoons frolic together. Larks, cuckoos, and owls also chirp together. It has the feel of a paradise on earth. One of the squirrels, upon seeing Sujin, was not afraid at all. In fact, it very kindly picked a bright red fruit from the tree and handed it to Sujin, as if it were a gift for him. Sujin smiled and did not refuse the little squirrel's kindness, taking a bite of the red fruit offered to him. This is so delicious, Sujin exclaimed in surprise. A sweet and sour taste filled Sujin's taste buds. As expected of a fruit from the elf forest, it not only tastes excellent, but also contains a trace of spiritual energy. Ding! You have eaten a red spirit fruit and gain experience points. And all 4 attributes, strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, will increase by 1,000 points. Sujin was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected that this fruit, which was so common in the elf forest, would have such amazing effects. He then casually picked another one from the tree and ate it. It was discovered that apart from the excellent taste, there was no improvement in any attributes or experience points. It seems that only the first fruit consumed is effective. Sujin thought to himself. No wonder the animals here are so lively and enthusiastic. Living in such a comfortable paradise, life is simply like being in a fairyland. Then, Ali and Xiaoqing each picked a red spirit fruit and swallowed it. Ding! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has eaten a red spirit fruit and gain experience points. And all 4 attributes, strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, will increase by 1,000 points. Ding! Your pet, the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has eaten a red spirit fruit and gain experience points. And all 4 attributes, strength, intelligence, constitution, and agility, will increase by 1,000 points. Immediately afterward, Xiaoqing swallowed the red spirit fruit and digested it. A familiar white light then burst forth from her body. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached level 37 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. I can even upgrade like this. Sujin muttered to himself. At this moment, a graceful female elf figure suddenly appeared in front of Sujin. Chapter 159, The Elven Hostility? Humans? We elves do not welcome humans. Leave the elf forest at once. The suddenly appearing elven woman looked at Sujin and said with a slight frown. Although she was somewhat amazed by Sujin's handsome and extraordinary appearance, the ironclad rules of the elven race remained in place. She also reminded herself in her heart that she must not abandon her principles as an elf because of the man's good looks. Sujin smiled slightly and said, I am not an ordinary human. Your princess, Soja, sent me to find her. Take me to see her. I've heard your clumsy lies countless times. You'd better leave quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless with my arrows. The elven woman Mina stared coldly at Sujin, and had even taken out her longbow from her back, with an arrow nocked, and aimed at Sujin. If Sujin took another step closer, she would not hesitate to shoot an arrow at Sujin's forehead. Her hostility towards Sujin stemmed entirely from vigilance and self-preservation. 10 years ago, the elves and humans were very close allies. Human merchants provided the elves with armor and weapons, while the elves hospitably provided human merchants with berries containing pure magic power, and even some forbidden spell scrolls of nature. The elves were originally happy to trade with humans, and believed that human merchants were sincere in their trade, and that it would be mutually beneficial. But little did they know that this would be the beginning of the elves' nightmare. As the business opportunities with the elves were discovered, more and more human merchants joined in, leading to increasingly fierce competition in the trade. In order to sell their goods to the elves, many human merchants began to drastically lower prices. This has caused many human merchants who were originally making money to gradually become unprofitable. Merchants are inherently profit-driven and greedy. How could ever satisfy the appetites of those human merchants with ever-decreasing trading profits? Thus, those greedy human merchants gradually discovered a new business opportunity, the slave trade. That's right, it's about selling female slaves. Besides being rich in spiritual fruits and resources, the elven race has another major characteristic. They are abundant in beautiful women. All elven women possess an innate, pure, and elegant temperament. And they were all stunningly beautiful. Every elven woman was undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. This sparked a craze among the human aristocracy, who had grown tired of common women, to acquire elven female slaves. Although this task is extremely difficult, because capturing the elven slave girl requires infiltrating the elven race, and once discovered, one will inevitably suffer the wrath of the elven race. Despite the enormous risks, the price offered by the human nobles for the elven female slaves was simply too high. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. As a result, more and more human merchants, under the guise of trading with the elves, hired a large number of powerful kidnappers to secretly hunt down elven female slaves. As the elven population dwindled, the elven queen gradually realized something was amiss and eventually traced the matter back to the human caravan. From then on, the elves and humans broke off relations completely, and the elves demanded the return of all the elven women who had been captured, imprisoned, and enslaved. This even sparked a massive war between the elves and the humans, ultimately resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. The elves then retreated to the mountains and forests, never to return. The human race also sided with the Light faction. With the Light faction as their backer, the human empire became even more unscrupulous, frequently sending nightly orders to harass and hunt in the elf forest. Clearly, because of this blood feud, the elves could not possibly be on good terms with the humans again. It was for this reason that the elven woman Mina resolutely refused to let Sujin enter the elven realm. Just as Sujin and the elven woman were locked in a stalemate, neither willing to give in. A woman's voice, filled with surprise, suddenly rang out. "Brother Chin, you're finally here." Sujin and the elf woman Mina turned their heads to look at the same time. "It's your highness. What brings you here?" Mina exclaimed in surprise. "I've come to see Brother Chin." Princess Soja's face was beaming with joy, as if Sujin's arrival was the most joyful thing for her. Mina was also somewhat startled. She hadn't seen her highness laugh so happily in so many years. But what happened next left Mina speechless with shock. Princess Soja suddenly threw herself into Sujin's arms and affectionately nuzzled her head against his chest. "Your highness, how could you do this? As a princess of the elf race, how could you do something so undignified?" The elven woman Mina quickly offered a reminder. What does it matter? In my eyes, Brother Chun is more important than anyone else." Princess Soja said earnestly. These words caused a huge stir, making Mina's expression instantly serious. Shouldn't Her Majesty the Elf Queen be the elf princess's closest and most important person? No, I cannot stand by and watch Her Highness fall into the abyss of evil. I must report this to Her Majesty the Queen as soon as possible. Mina thought to herself. "Your Highness, excuse me." Mina bowed slightly to the elf princess, then whistled towards the sky. "Call out." As a clear and melodious whistle rang out, a huge eagle flew down from the sky and landed very gently in front of Mina. Mina nimbly leaped onto the eagle's back, then quietly gave the order. "Nair, take me to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Quickly, I have urgent news to report to Her Majesty the Queen." Roar. With a long cry, the eagle flapped its enormous wings and soared into the sky, flying swiftly into the depths of the elf forest. 5 minutes later, in a vast elven palace built from the Tree of Life, the elf queen sat regally on her throne, her golden hair pulled back, and her elven crown was adorned with 10 mysterious gems containing boundless magic. Holding the Staff of Life, she was surrounded by a natural aura brimming with boundless vitality, and every gesture she made exuded an aura of noble queenly grace that could not be tainted. What? You're saying that Soja is incredibly close to a human man who wandered into the elf forest? The elf queen's expression turned serious as she looked down at Mina below the stage and asked a question. Yes, your majesty. That human man has somehow bewitched the elven princess, and she seems to have become incredibly dependent on him, Mina reported with great concern. Chapter 160 Immense Benefits. The Secret of the Elven Ancestral Land? Soja is the heir to the throne of the future elf queen. How could she be misled by a human man and go astray? Tell Soja to come to me immediately and bring that audacious human man with him as well. I want to see just what this man is capable of that has managed to bewitch my daughter to such an extent. A cold glint flashed in the elf queen's eyes as she spoke calmly. Upon receiving the order, Mina quickly withdrew and, as instructed by the elf queen, went to the location of Sujin and the elf princess, intending to bring the two before the elf queen. But when she rode her griffin to the place where she had set off, she was stunned to find the place completely deserted. Where was everyone? Where was Her Highness the princess? And where was that human boy? Oh no, has that brat already kidnapped the princess? Thinking of this, Mina's expression changed drastically. She quickly rode her eagle into the sky and searched everywhere for the whereabouts of Su Chun and the elf princess Soja. And at this time, Brother Chun, this is where I live. Soja took Su Chen's hand and jogged along, leading him to a small, exquisite house. The magical atmosphere here is exceptionally strong. Spring is in full bloom everywhere, and it seems that some unknown secrets are hidden here. Sujin nodded slightly. He had already heard about the environment inside the elf forest. But what was unexpected was that Soja, as an elf princess, lived in a place where demonic energy was so strong. Su-chun felt his mana increasing as he simply stayed there quietly. Ding. Due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest, your health has been permanently increased by 300 points. Your mana has been permanently increased by 300 points, and your physical strength has been increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest, your health has been permanently increased by 300 points. Your mana has been permanently increased by 300 points, and your physical strength has been increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest, your health has been permanently increased by 300 points. Your mana has been permanently increased by 300 points, and your physical strength has been increased by 1,000 points. 10 system voices rang in Su Chen's mind in a row. It significantly boosted Su Chen's morale. Health points, points of mana, and point of physical strength. The increase in health and mana is a very noticeable improvement in the character's stats. But physical strength can also be improved. This surprised Su-chun. Physical strength enhances all your physical functions, including defense, life recovery, male virility, and more. Of course, not every place in the elf forest has such a strong magical aura. Otherwise, Su-chun wouldn't have felt the magical energy flowing into his body and enhancing his physical attributes only after arriving at the elf princess's residence. What secrets are hidden in this area? Su-chun wondered to himself. Princess Soja, the elf, seemed oblivious to what Su-chun was thinking. Instead, she continued, the place where I live was chosen for me by the elf queen, who is also my mother. It is said to be the ancestral land of the elves. This is actually the ancestral land of the elves. Su-chun was slightly surprised. You should know that the elf forest is really huge, dozens of times larger than the entire coastal city. The so-called ancestral land of the elves is the place where the powerful ancestors of the elves are buried. The ancestors of the elven race were powerful warriors with extremely high status. They all died protecting the elven race in their conquests. To die with unparalleled honor will naturally lead to burial in the most auspicious location. The ancestral land is essentially the burial ground of the elven ancestors. Su-chun never expected that the elf queen would place her daughter here. Could there be some special purpose behind this? As Su-chun felt his physical abilities continuously improving, he had an idea and summoned Ari and Xiaoqing one after another. Ding. Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has gained experience points because she absorbed the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Strength increased by 1,000 points. Agility increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has gained experience points because she absorbed the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Strength increased by 1,000 points. Agility increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has gained experience points because she absorbed the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Strength increased by 1,000 points. Agility increased by 1,000 points. Huh. Ari's attributes improved after absorbing the magical energy are different from mine. Sujin was slightly surprised. However, he quickly realized that since Ari was a female fox, some of the attributes included in her physical strength were useless to her, so they were naturally converted into other attributes. It seems that after absorbing magical energy into the body, it will precisely enhance the attributes needed by the individual. At this moment, as Ari's experience points surged, dazzling white light burst forth from her body. Congratulations! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has reached level 38 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has reached level 39 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Sujin hadn't expected that just staying in this ancestral land of elves for a short while would allow Ari to gain a large amount of experience points and instantly level up twice. This made Sujin even more convinced that there must be an incredible and huge secret on this ancestral land of the elves. Then, Sujin also summoned Xiaoqing. Ding. Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has gained experience points due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Intelligence increases by 1,000 points, and Constitution increases by 1,000 points. Ding. Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has gained experience points due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Intelligence increases by 1,000 points, and Constitution increases by 1,000 points. Ding. Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has gained experience points due to absorbing the magical energy of the elf forest. Points. Intelligence increases by 1,000 points, and Constitution increases by 1,000 points. As Xiaoqing's attribute values and experience points skyrocketed, she also gained tremendous benefits. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached level 38 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached level 39 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to intelligence for Xiaoqing. Sujin didn't even have time to feel happy. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from afar. The person who came was Mina, who had come from afar riding a griffin. Princess Soja, Her Majesty the Queen wishes to summon you to the palace to see her. And you, man who dared to bewitch the princess, come with me to see Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 161 The Elf Princess's Passionate Love. As soon as Mina finished speaking, Princess Soja's expression changed instantly. Could it be that Mother doesn't know that Brother Chan is not human, but has elven blood flowing through his veins? Princess Soja, standing to the side, felt uneasy in the face of Mina's cold voice, but she still held Sujin's hand tightly. Although Mina was the Elf Queen's most trusted subordinate, Princess Soja of the Elves still refused to back down when confronted with Mina's questioning. Whether or not His Majesty agrees, I will stay by his side. She looked directly into Mina's eyes as she spoke. At this moment, the elf Princess Soja was like a proud little deer. Your Highness, I advise you to put away your feelings. It seems you've been quite bewitched by this human man. Mina gave a cold shout, rode her hippogriff down, and landed in front of the elf Princess Soja. Come aboard, fairy princess, and come with me to see Her Majesty the Queen. And you, human man, come up here too. Mina glanced at Sujin and said coldly. At this moment, Sujin did not notice Mina's words, because a system voice was ringing in his mind. Ding! You have triggered a special hidden quest. Explore the secrets of the elven ancestral land. Reward, unknown. There was no mission description, just this one sentence. Even so, Sujin would still find time to explore what exactly was hidden in the ancestral land of the elves. Even before the system task notification, He had already sensed the extraordinary and mysterious aspects of this region. I can walk by myself without your mount. Su Chun responded calmly, summoned Shao Qing to possess him, and the huge and magnificent lightning wings of the purple thunder profound heaven wings suddenly unfolded. Streaks of lightning, imbued with terrifying divine power, continuously surged across the enormous wings on Su Chen's back, echoing with chilling sounds wherever they passed. Wings formed from magic. It seems he really has some skills. Mina looked at the huge lightning wings behind Su Chun, which were constantly crackling with terrifying lightning, and felt a little surprised. Elder Mina, I want to go with Brother Chun. Princess Soja did not choose to climb onto the back of the hippogriff, but instead turned around and jumped into Su Chen's arms. Clearly, she wanted Su Chun to take her away with him. The elf palace was renovated to be magnificent and luxurious. It was easy to spot from afar, so there was no need for Mina to lead the way. Without saying much, Su Chun waved his purple thunder mystic wings and soared into the air, heading straight for the Elf King's palace. Seeing Su Chen's arrogance, Mina's eyes showed some displeasure, but she still urged her griffin to chase after him. In less than 5 minutes, Su Chun had already arrived at the outer perimeter of the Elf King's palace. He put away the purple thunder heavenly wings and walked directly into the Elf King's palace. The elven huntresses on guard were all fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. It has to be said that any elven woman you pick out is a stunning beauty. The elven huntresses wanted to stop Su Chun, but after being glared at by the elven princess, they wisely stepped aside. Amidst countless stares, Su Chun calmly walked into the Elf King's palace. Inside the grand hall, the Elf Queen, seated on her throne, had been waiting for some time. When a tall figure stepped into the hall, her gaze suddenly sharpened. She was surrounded by a natural, ethereal aura. Her appearance was dignified and elegant, and her figure was wrapped in an exquisite and luxurious red queen's robe. Every gesture she made exuded a dignified yet elegant transcendent temperament. Are you the Chun that Soja mentioned? It seems Sally and Sharon were right. You do indeed possess elven blood. You are indeed a rare male elven, and you are free to choose any elven maiden to be your spouse. Even multiple maidens are permissible. I believe that with your handsome appearance, no elven maiden would refuse. The Elf Queen smiled slightly and said, but his unspoken meaning was already quite clear. Su Chun could choose any commoner woman from the elven race to be his woman, or even if he were greedy, he could choose 10 or 8 at once. As the Elf Queen, she could turn a blind eye to everything. But the only exception is the Elf Princess Soja, who cannot be with Su Chun. The reason is simple. When Soja was born, the Elf Queen had already designated her as the next crown prince, destined to ascend to the throne. If the Queen of the Elves had to share a man with other commoner elven girls, the reputation of the entire elven race would be tarnished if word got out. It's all right, mother. I also want to stay by Chingij's side. Princess Soja, the elf, understood the implied meaning in the Elf Queen's words and quickly replied, no. Soja, you are the future crown prince. The future of the entire elven race rests on your shoulders. You absolutely cannot bear even the slightest bit of gossip. The Elf Queen's attitude was very firm. What if I insist on being with Brother Chun? Princess Soja, the elf, was unwilling to back down at all. This shocked Elder Mina, who was standing to the side. Previously, the elf princess had always been very obedient to the Elf Queen and would never have acted so disobeyingly. And now, the fairy princess is actually going to defy Her Majesty the Queen for the sake of a man. The Elf Queen held an extremely high position among the elves and was also Soja's birth mother. Previously, this kind of thing was completely unimaginable. Soja, if you insist on doing this, I will remove you from your position as crown prince. The Elf Queen's eyes were filled with anger, and an astonishing aura pressed down on the elf princess Soja, as if she wanted to force her to submit through this threat. Under the overwhelming pressure of the Elf Queen, Soja's body could not withstand such terrifying power, and his knees buckled, causing him to kneel down with a thud. But a defiant glint flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and withstood the Elf Queen's oppressive aura, replying, I do. If I could be with Brother Chun, I wouldn't care about the position of crown prince. Soja's words caused a huge stir, instantly turning the Elf Queen's gaze cold as she coldly rebuked her. This is outrageous. Soja, you've been kidnapped by the dark forces for a while, and you've already forgotten who you are, haven't you? You are my daughter, with the noble blood of the elven royal family flowing through your veins, and you are the future crown prince of the elves. According to the oracle of the elven god, the elven royal family is forbidden from marrying ordinary elven men. Chapter 162, The Elf Queen's Test. The Elf Queen's voice, like a thunderclap from the heavens, contained a deep disappointment and resentment towards Soja for his lack of ambition. Faced with the Elf Queen's rebuke, Princess Soja, instead of bowing her head, raised it and looked at the Elf Queen, saying, "Yes, I am the crown prince of the elven race, but I have never felt that being of elven royal blood is particularly noble. I was forcibly abducted by infiltrating dark forces and even fell into a coma for a time. If it weren't for Brother Chen accidentally stumbling upon me and saving me, I don't know how miserable my situation would have been. He saved me, and I fell deeply in love with him. As long as I can be by his side, I am willing to give up everything I have, including the position of crown prince." Princess Soja showed neither anger nor backing down, but expressed her attitude in a more resolute and powerful way. She has already confronted the Elf Queen, and she is willing to give up everything for Sujin. The Elf Queen's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stopped paying attention to Soja, turning her gaze to Sujin instead. Since her daughter Soja is so stubborn, the only option is to start with Sujin. The Elf Queen parted her lips slightly, her gaze sweeping over Sujin, and spoke. "Soja's obsession doesn't mean I'll agree to be with her. Even as a mother, I am willing to give up my daughter's happiness. But as the Queen of the Elves, I must place the honor and dignity of the entire elven race above my personal feelings. Do you understand?" The Elf Queen placed her hopes on Sujin, which was also a form of pressure. "I can understand your decision as the Elf Queen, after weighing the pros and cons. But that doesn't mean I'll accept it. Soja came to me with such sincerity, so naturally I wouldn't let her down. As long as she is willing to stay by my side, I naturally have no reason to push her away. Moreover, your attempt to persuade Soja to give up based on her elven royal bloodline is clearly a sign of disrespect towards me. I do not believe in the slightest that the bloodline flowing through my veins is less noble than your so-called elven royal bloodline." Sujin spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. He dared to say that because he had strong self-confidence. Previously, he had not drunk an ordinary bloodline potion, but the supreme elf god bloodline potion. Therefore, the bloodline flowing through Sujin's veins is not that of an ordinary elf, but that of a supreme elf. Before the supreme elf god, not to mention ordinary elves, even royal elves must lower their noble heads. But the Elf Queen thought Sujin's words were somewhat arrogant and coldly said, "If you want my daughter Soja, I can give you a chance. But if you want to marry a female elf of royal blood, you must pass my 2 tests. First, marrying Soja means that a large portion of the elven race's power will be in your hands in the future, and you must be able to protect the elven race's safety. The elven race has recently been frequently attacked by the orcs, and the wicked orcs have even developed a craving for cannibalism. If you can defeat the orcs who have set up camp 500 miles away and stop them from harassing the elven borders, then you will have passed my first test. Second, you need to gain the approval of the ancient elven god statue. The statue of the ancient elf god is located in the secret realm of the elf ancestral land. The purer and nobler the elf bloodline, the easier it is to gain the approval of the ancient elf god. As long as you can gain the approval of the elf race, you will have passed my second test. If you pass these 2 tests, I won't object to you marrying any of my 3 daughters, let alone Soja." The Elf Queen snorted coldly and said indifferently, "The Elf Queen has 3 daughters, Princess Soja, Sally, and Sharon. Although Sally and Sharon are not as talented as Soja, they are in no way inferior to Soja in terms of beauty. Sally and Sharon are not only Soja's older sisters, but also a pair of stunningly beautiful twin sisters. One of them had snow-white skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. She possessed a dignified and noble air, with a curvaceous figure that was incredibly sexy, like a noble and elegant ferret. The other one had a complexion like a black pearl, but her features were incredibly delicate, and her figure was lithe and graceful, like a wild little female leopard. One is black, the other is white, each with its own unique charm. One is noble and can only be admired from afar, while the other makes one want to touch and play with it. Marrying these 2 beautiful sisters would undoubtedly be the ultimate dream for any man." The Elf Queen set out these 2 tests to discourage Sujin from taking them. "Soja is not only my daughter, but also the crown princess of the elven race. You want to marry my daughter, right? Then prove your worth first." In the eyes of the Elf Queen, any one of these trials was something Sujin simply could not possibly complete. The frequent invasions by the orcs have troubled the Elf Queen for centuries. The orcs are an ancient race, predating the origins of the humans. The orcs have now actively sided with the dark faction, becoming its lackeys. Although they had to obey the Dark Lord's orders and everything, giving up their freedom also gave the orcs immense power, making them even stronger than before. It is precisely because of the power of the orcs that the elves are completely helpless when they invade. Although they were not wiped out by the orcs, the elves suffered extremely heavy losses every time they were attacked. Not only will a large number of elven huntresses die, but many beautiful elven girls will also be forcibly abducted. Some were sold to human empires, where they were imprisoned and abused. Some were even devoured by the beastmen, a truly tragic end. Moreover, the orc wolf riders are extremely skilled at guerrilla warfare, constantly harassing the elven borders, taking advantage of the situation and then running away, leaving the elves completely helpless and at a loss. The elf queen had no idea that Sujin could solve such a huge problem. The other problem is even more difficult. If the former was a test of Sujin's strength, the latter was a test of the nobility of Sujin's bloodline. To gain the approval of the ancient elven god statue, one must make the statue manifest its divine power. For an ordinary elven, the probability of gaining the approval of the ancient elven god statue is practically zero. Even for those of noble elven royal blood, the probability of gaining the approval of the ancient elven god statue is at most 50%. To gain the full recognition of the ancient elven god statue, one must have a bloodline even nobler than that of the elven royal family, and must also be an elven being. In the eyes of the elf princess, not to mention Sujin, even if anyone else came, they would not be able to pass the 2 tests she set. Therefore, she had the confidence to make such a bet to Sujin in front of everyone. Your Majesty, I am willing to accept your test. Sujin smiled slightly and said calmly. His words, though spoken softly, were like a thunderous ripple, shocking everyone present. Chapter 163 The Attacked Elf Girl. Hearing that Sujin was actually willing to accept the elf queen's test, Mina's eyes widened instantly. She looked at Sujin with great sympathy and shook her head regretfully. As an elder of the elven race, he knew all too well how difficult the test set by the elven queen was. The difficulty of these 2 tests is increasing, with each one being more challenging than the last. If this is the first test, it's already very difficult. It's definitely the maximum difficulty level of level 100. The second test was far more difficult than the first, at least 10 times more difficult. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen, she was able to think of using a test as a pretext to perfectly resolve this matter. Emperor Chen failed the test, which prevented Princess Sojia from being with him, and he had nothing to say about it. As for Her Majesty the Queen's statement about marrying off all 3 of her daughters together, that was a deliberate trap to get Sujin to accept these 2 tests. Her Majesty the Queen was clearly certain that Emperor Chen would be unable to pass the test. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to openly declare that all 3 of her daughters would marry Sujin. After all, a monarch's word is law. What is said must be done. Mina looked at the elf queen, her admiration for the elf queen's wisdom growing stronger. But at this moment, Princess Sojia's expression suddenly turned somewhat unpleasant. Sojia was well aware of how difficult the 2 tests proposed by the elf queen were. Mother, you're clearly making things difficult for Brother Chen. Such a test is simply impossible to complete. The elf queen stared calmly at Sojia and said slowly, These 2 tests were set by me, and he was willing to accept them. As long as he can accomplish it, I have no objection even if all 3 of you sisters marry him, let alone you marrying him. But if he fails to complete it, he has nothing to say about it. Daughter, I hope you can understand my good intentions. The elf queen lowered her eyes slightly and spoke without a trace of emotion. At this moment, a virtual task box appeared in front of Sujin. Ding! You have accepted the only hidden quest, the Elf Queen's Test. Test 1. Drive out the orc tribes stationed outside the elf forest. Note, the higher your completion rate, the more you will change the Elf Queen's opinion of you. Test 2. Travel to the secret realm of the elves, gain the approval of the ancient elven statue, and trigger the manifestation of the ancient elven statue. Trial rewards. The Elf Queen will no longer prevent the Elf Princess Sojia from being with you, and there are other unknown rewards. Sojia, just stay here and wait for me. I will come to see you again after I have passed your mother's test. Sujin patted Sojia on the shoulder, then turned and left without hesitation. After he left the Elf King's palace, the magnificent and handsome purple lightning sky wings instantly appeared behind him. With a stomp of his feet, he suddenly soared into the air and flew swiftly towards the outer perimeter of the elven territory. The location of the orc tribe stationed outside the elf forest has been indicated in the hidden quest guide for the Elf Queen's trial. The biggest advantage of flying in the sky is that not only is the speed fast enough, but there are also no obstacles to block your way. He only needs to fly swiftly towards the location marked in the mission instructions to reach his destination. Along the way, many hippogriffs and elf dragons flew in the sky. They are not only the mounts of the elven huntresses, but also the good companions of the elven maidens. These hippogriffs and elven dragons made a significant contribution to the elven race's perimeter reconnaissance and coordinated operations. A dozen minutes later, Sujin quietly left the outskirts of the elf forest. When he left the outer perimeter of the elf forest, he discovered that a huge crack had appeared in the outer defensive barrier on the northwest side of the elf forest. It is obvious that the beastmen's super strongest beings used their extraordinary power to forcibly break through the outer barrier surrounding the elves. This allowed Sujin to leave the outer edge of the elf forest without even needing to activate void swiftness. He could simply wave his purple lightning mystic wings and fly away. Before long, Sujin spotted the beast tribe that had set up camp dozens of kilometers away. These beastmen tribes, like yurts, are very simple, but their advantage lies in their portability, allowing them to set up camp wherever they go. Just like some northern nomadic peoples in the real world, who have been invading other regions for years to plunder the resources they depend on for survival. Sudden. Help. Wah. A dirty-faced girl was desperately fleeing towards the elf forest. She was wearing shackles on her feet, and her neck and hands were also locked with huge iron chains. This girl had pointed ears, and although her face was covered in dust, her exquisite beauty was still evident, and she possessed a pure and refined temperament. Behind her, a large group of orc wolf riders, wielding massive steel blades, were chasing after her relentlessly. As they chased after them, the wolf riders wore cruel and arrogant smiles. Little beauty, where are you running off to? They're waiting to throw you and your girlfriends into the pot to make meat soup. You elven maidens, each one with such delicate skin and a wonderful fragrance. Hee hee. Hearing the wolf riders' arrogant laughter, the elven girl's face showed a hint of panic. The wolf riders were incredibly fast. The warwolves they rode were the most agile steppe wolves, extremely adept at long-distance raids. She was not good at speed to begin with, and her feet were bound by heavy iron shackles. How could she possibly be a match for the wolf riders who were good at speed? As the wolf riders closed in on her, despair flickered in the elven girl's eyes. She looked pitiful and helpless. The wolf riders chasing her, as if toying with their prey, looked at her with utter contempt and wore smug smiles. How about we have a horse archery contest? Ha ha ha. Great. No problem. I agree with this suggestion. Let's compete. Let's compete in archery and horsemanship. I've never lost to anyone. I've already reserved my snacks for tonight's drinks, and nobody can take them away from me. Hee hee. The beastmen are the most inhuman race. Any race that they invade and conquer will die a miserable death. They will be wiped out, and their people will be eaten as meat. It is a truly tragic situation. It is precisely because of their evil and notoriety that they have offended many races on this continent and have been besieged by many races. However, they voluntarily joined the Dark Faction, becoming its lackeys in return for its protection, which made them even more arrogant and reckless. Chapter 164. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The elven girl overheard the wolf rider's cruel and arrogant conversation. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately dragged her heavy iron shackles, continuing her desperate escape towards the elf forest. But at this moment, the wolf rider's eyes flashed with cold light, and they each took out their large bows, knocked an extremely sharp bone arrow, and aimed at the elven girl's back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sharp arrows, gleaming with a cold light, even tore cracks in the void as they rushed toward the elven girl. Mina's mom, Nair really can't go back this time. The elven girl's face was filled with utter terror, and she was even in despair. She had closed her eyes helplessly, her long, golden hair fluttering in the wind, and her silk clothes were tattered and torn, like a small blade of grass swaying precariously in a storm, awaiting death. The next moment, she heard the sound of arrows piercing the air. Although she had a lot of resentment and longing in her heart, it all vanished at this moment. Don't be afraid. I'm here, you won't die. A slightly hoarse male voice rang in his ear. She quickly opened her eyes and found a man she had never seen before standing in front of her. He was tall and imposing, with an extraordinary presence. A pair of enormous energy wings, swirling with terrifying lightning power, flowed behind the man, bathing his entire body in lightning, making him appear as if the thunder god had descended to earth. Domineering, fierce, handsome, and exudes a strong sense of security. Countless words flooded her mind in an instant. But it seemed that no words she could think of were sufficient to describe the man before her. It was he who stood in front of me when I was in the most danger. Which young girl doesn't dream of love? It's just that the time hasn't come yet. At this moment, the elven girl Mina felt a flutter in her heart. At this moment, although she felt a stirring of romantic feelings, she was also somewhat worried about the man in front of her. Thank you for saving me. But you'd better run away quickly. I can't escape the clutches of these wolf riders. I don't want you to die here with me. Minor, the elf girl, said somewhat anxiously. But Sujin just smiled slightly at her and said, Don't worry, leave everything to me. But when the wolf riders saw Sujin suddenly appear and actually shield the elven girl Minor from the arrows, they sneered. Oh, kid, you're not even fully grown yet, and you want to be a hero and save a beauty. What a joke. Brothers, extra meat is here tonight. Let's grab our gear. These wolf riders were incredibly arrogant. With a roar, they drew their massive, black glowing cleavers and swarmed towards Sujin. Sujin smiled slightly, and the huge lightning wings on his back flashed. A lightning ball radiating terrifying lightning light condensed from the purple lightning profound heaven wings and slammed into the area where the wolf riders were most concentrated. Exploding lightning ball. The exploding lightning ball is an area of effect skill, and a large group of wolf riders around it were all hit hard. Health dropped drastically in an instant. The wounded wolf riders' expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected this human man to be so terrifyingly injured. The wolf riders' eyes instantly turned blood red. Being wounded only fueled their fighting spirit. The more severe their injuries, the more ruthless they become in their killing intent. This is the true nature of the orcs. Berserk. With a series of roars, the wolf riders instantly unleashed streaks of blood-red light, like raging flames, making it impossible to look directly at them. Even the enormous blades they held were gleaming with an incredibly terrifying blood-red light. Without a doubt, the wolf riders had gone completely berserk at this point. Berserk mode means a massive increase in strength. War tramples. The next moment, the wolf riders, bathed in a terrifying bloody light and wielding giant blades that glowed red, charged towards Sujin like demons that had just crawled out of hell. Really, the wolf riders, enhanced by the berserk state, are at least 3 times faster than before. Wherever his figure swept, only afterimages remained. Even from dozens of meters away, Sujin could already feel how terrifying the aura of this group of wolf riders was. Sujin then used a reconnaissance skill to scout the area. Orc wolf riders. Rank, high-level elite king. Level, 46. Health, 770,000. Physical attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Innate talent. Berserk. The lower the wolf rider's health, the stronger he becomes. Once Berserk is triggered, he will gain an additional 300% movement speed, 300% attack speed, and 300% physical attack power. However, at the cost of this, his defense will be reduced by 90%. Skills. War Stomp, Charge Slash, Whirlwind Slash, 1,000-foot charge battle formation. No wonder these wolf riders were able to raid the elven race. Their strength is indeed terrifying. These are just ordinary wolf riders, yet their strength has already reached the advanced level of the king. And there were actually more than a dozen wolf riders with such high-level king-level strength in front of them. But Sujin wasn't stupid. He would never give them a chance to get close to him. A petrified stare. A dazzling red light burst forth from Sujin's eyes. After this red light burst forth, it instantly split into more than a dozen incredibly mysterious rays of light, which then burst forth in an instant. The moment the wolf riders' eyes met Sujin's, their petrification state was instantly triggered. The dozen or so wolf riders who had charged in fiercely were instantly turned into a dozen or so motionless stone statues, frozen in place. My God, what kind of supernatural power is this? It's incredible. The elven girl Minal, who witnessed this scene, widened her eyes in disbelief and shock. Although this scene shocked Minor, what happened next completely stunned her so much that she couldn't utter a single word. Sujin let out a low roar, and then his lightning wings flapped. Above the sky, 9 ferocious and terrifying giant thunder dragons instantly rose up, these 9 enormous thunder dragons soaring and intertwining in the sky. It seems to be constantly gathering the lightning energy between heaven and earth, converging towards the area where the 9 lightning dragons are gathered. As the aura of lightning accumulated, a giant seal resembling the head of a dragon gradually took shape. Furthermore, This giant thunder dragon seal was surrounded by countless lingering purple, malevolent energies. Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal. Although Sujin's voice was deep, it sounded as if he held the law of heaven. As his words fell, the enormous lightning seal, imbued with boundless lightning energy and carrying a vast, sea-like purple aura, slammed down upon the dozen or so wolf riders before him. Upon seeing this scene, the wolf riders were instantly terrified, and even the war wolves beneath them trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 165: The Girl's Redemption. Shocking. The Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal crashed down on the wolf cavalry with unstoppable force. Faced with such a massive and imposing Thunder Flood Dragon Purple Fiend Seal, the wolf riders were terrified and urged their war wolves to flee into the distance. But just as the wolf riders were about to flee, they were horrified to find that their war wolves were completely still, their legs as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. Furthermore, it was as if all the surrounding spiritual energy had been completely drained away, making it impossible to unleash any skills. In endless despair and panic, he was struck hard by the enormous Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal. The incredibly terrifying damage rained down on these wolf riders. In an instant, the health of all the wolf riders plummeted. These wolf riders had even felt the threat of death, which brought their beastman instincts to the extreme. Who knew this kid was so incredibly strong? Brothers, this is it. It's all or nothing. It's either him or us who die. A mighty charge into battle. With a roar to the sky from the lead wolf rider, all the wolf riders below him responded with a roar in unison. In an instant, the red light emanating from these wolf riders responded to each other and quickly merged together. A dozen or so red rays of light emanating from the wolf riders merged and became even more powerful, their crimson light soaring into the sky. Within a radius of 500 miles, vegetation withered and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world had arrived. The next moment, these wolf riders became perfectly synchronized, their gazes aligned. The very thoughts of all the wolf riders, and even the war wolves beneath them, were united as one. It was as if they weren't a team, but a unified whole. It's equivalent to a dozen or so high-level king-level experts, their strength completely merged into one. This is no longer a simple matter of adding up combat power. The power has already doubled and multiplied countless times. They unleashed an incredibly strong fighting spirit, forming a triangular battle formation that surged towards Sujin like a sharp sword piercing through the air. Run, brother. They're coming for me, so I'm drawing their fire. The elf girl Minal, who was standing nearby, was getting a little anxious when she saw this. Even she had already sensed just how terrifying the power of the wolf riders' fusion technique was. Once they charge over, they will inevitably be torn to pieces, or even crushed to the point of being nothing but bones. Life dedication. The Great Vine's defense technique. With a soft murmur from the elven girl Minal, enormous vines burst forth from the ground, quickly weaving together to form a massive, incredibly thick green wall that blocked Sujin and his companion's path. She wanted to use her strongest sacrificial skill to buy the man who had saved her a moment to escape. After using this skill, her dirty little face turned extremely pale, and her life force visibly declined. Clearly, in order to summon this defensive skill that bursts forth with astonishing phenomena, she was willing to sacrifice a large amount of her life force. Brother, thank you for saving me. But the power of these wolf riders is beyond our ability to stop. This is all I can do for you. I'll buy you as much time as I can. You should go now? At this moment, the elven girl Minal had the most sincere smile in her eyes, but there were tear tracks on her dirty little face. The next moment, the towering battle formation of more than a dozen wolf riders crashed heavily into the vine defense wall that the elven girl Minal had summoned at the cost of sacrificing a large amount of her life force. Bang! The terrifying damage relentlessly pounded against the vine defense wall. Let alone people. Even a vine defense wall with over 1,000,000 health points was torn open with a huge hole by the wolf riders' towering charge. With the fierce impact of the crimson light, the vine defensive wall exploded with a bang, turning into countless fragments that were instantly dissolved. However, the wolf riders who broke through the vine defense wall did not lose any momentum and still charged fiercely towards Sujin and Manai. Seeing the wolf riders so easily break through the vine defense wall, Minal was utterly desperate. I dragged him down with me. Mynheer could only close her eyes helplessly, awaiting death. Never give up, no matter what. Sujin's voice rang in Mynheer's ears, making her body tremble instantly. But what she didn't notice was that at this moment, Sujin's body was radiating intense lightning, and endless thunders surged around him. Finally, streaks of lightning surged from his body, transforming into clones that were exactly like Sujin, blocking the wolf riders who were charging in. Self-destruction as a sacrifice. These clones all transformed into bolts of lightning nuclear bombs containing boundless energy, carrying terrifying divine power of thunder and lightning, charging fearlessly towards the wolf riders. The moment it collided with the wolf riders, it exploded with a deafening roar. Damn it! Accompanied by a series of extremely shrill howls, these wolf riders felt the excruciating pain of their impending death. Terrifying damage rained down, instantly turning the wolf riders into dust. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 46 star-level intermediate monster, a beastman wolf rider. You and Xiaoqing have gained 5,000 base experience points, and an additional 3,000 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, purple-scaled flood dragon girl Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 46 star-level intermediate monster, a beastman wolf rider. You and Xiaoqing have gained 5,000 base experience points, and an additional 3,000 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! After the wolf riders died, clusters of pure white energy surged from their bodies and were absorbed into Sujin's body, turning into experience points needed for leveling up. These are a full 16 high-level monsters, all of them king level. It provides a massive amount of experience points, a full 128,000. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling golden light emanated from Sujin's body. This is the radiance of an upgrade. But this upgraded light was even more dazzling and intense than the light during the previous upgrade. Congratulations! You have reached level 41 and gained 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of intelligence, and 10 points of constitution. Chapter 166 Crazy Increase in Pet Strength. Because Sujin experienced this in his previous life. Therefore, he knew that this was because the attribute values gained would increase significantly after reaching level 40. Previously, leveling up only increased the strength, intelligence, agility, and constitution attributes by 2 points each, which is equivalent to a total increase of only 8 attribute points. However, after reaching level 40, all attributes will increase by 10 points, which is equivalent to a full 40 attribute points. Although it doesn't provide as many attribute points as the SSS level talent infinite Plunder, every little bit helps. Sujin never refuses any offer of permanent attribute point upgrades. However, as the level increases, the experience points required for leveling up become increasingly higher. After level 40, each level up requires at least 100,000 experience points. The experience points gained from killing 16 high-level monsters only allowed Sujin to level up once. However, this is because these wolf riders are merely elite monsters at the king level, not king-level bosses. Boss-level monsters offer significantly more experience points upon defeating them than elite-level monsters of the same level, and are also much stronger. At the same time, Xiaoqing's body shone with dazzling light, which meant that Xiaoqing's level had also broken through to level 40 or above. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached level 40 and gained 80 free attribute points. As per your preference, 100 points have been automatically allocated to Xiaoqing's intelligence. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached level 41 and gained 80 free attribute points. As per your preference, 100 points have been automatically allocated to Xiaoqing's intelligence. The same applies to pets after they reach level 40. The attribute values they provide increase dramatically with each level up. However, pets of different ranks will gain different attribute values when leveling up. The higher the rank of the pet, the higher the attribute values it will gain. Xiaoqing gains a whopping 100 attribute points for each level she gains. At that moment, the sound of the SSS level talent infinite Plunder being triggered also rang in Sujin's mind. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gained 320 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gained an extra 240 evolution points. Sujin did a quick calculation. With the upgrade and the Plunder talent, Xiaoqing's intelligence boost this time was a whopping 520 points. In addition, it gained an extra 240 evolution points, bringing Xiaoqing's evolution value to 1570 to 3000. At this moment, the elven girl Mina opened her eyes in confusion. The scene of being slaughtered and killed by the wolf riders had not happened. Before my eyes, the wolf riders' corpses were charred black by the lightning, some even shattered into pieces on the ground. All of the dozen or so wolf riders were completely dead. He single-handedly and easily killed more than a dozen infamous orc wolf riders. She looked up at Sujin and found the man in front of her even more mysterious and unbelievable. Her eyes were filled with extreme shock. At this moment, Sujin did not pay attention to what the elven girl named Minel was thinking. Instead, he turned and walked towards the corpses of the wolf riders. They picked up all the loot that had fallen to the ground. Ding. You've picked up the king-level advanced Beast Spirit Plunder necklace. Ding. You've picked up 16 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You picked up 2 bottles of pet evolution potions, 1,000 evolution points. Ding. You have picked up 106 silver coins and 2,914 copper coins. As is customary, we should first look at the equipment attributes. King-level advanced Beast Spirit Plunder necklace. Spell attack power increased by 2499 points. Intelligence increased by 2,000 points. Physical fitness increased by 2,000 points. Casting speed increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 50%. Any physical damage received will be further reduced. Point. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Equipment skill. Beast Spirit Plunder. Every time you deal damage to an enemy, there is a chance to plunder some money or treasure from them. The higher the quality of the treasure, the lower the probability of plundering it. If you actively activate this skill, the probability of plundering treasure will increase by 1,000 times within 10 seconds. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. Although the Beast Spirit Plunder skill did not increase damage, it might trigger unexpected and miraculous effects when activated against a boss. Once activated, it can increase the probability of plundering by a full 1,000 times, and you will definitely get unexpected gains. Sujin felt a faint sense of anticipation. He decisively replaced Xiaoqing's Starry Level 1 Undead Enslavement Necklace with the King Advanced Beast Spirit Plunder Necklace. Sujin glanced at Xiaoqing's equipment. At this moment, all 11 pieces of equipment she was wearing had reached the super luxury configuration of King level or above. The highest level equipment in the game is so powerful that even a single piece is enough to drive countless players crazy. At this point, all of Xiaoqing's equipment was at least at the King level. If this news gets out, it will definitely be a bombshell that will shock gamers worldwide. However, Ari still has many items that are only at the star level, and Sujin plans to focus on improving the quality of Ari's equipment. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the 16 pet skill evolution stones. Sujin decided to continue improving Ari's frost reversal skill until it reached the skill transformation stage. Ding. Do you want to consume 3 pet skill evolution stones to evolve the frost rewind skill of Ari, the quasi-saintess of the Fox clan? Confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's frost rewind skill to level 14, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's frost rewind skill to level 15, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's frost rewind skill to level 18, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Frost reversal. Level 18 Ari summons a frostfall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 540% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies bathed in frost energy will gain. Increases healing effect by 540%, and frost source's effect lasts up to 5 seconds. Next, Sujin's gaze fell on the 2 bottles of pet evolution potions that could increase evolution value by 1,000 points. With a full 2,000 evolution points, any pet can be given these points to directly transform and evolve into a true star-level pet. Although they are only star-level pets, the 2 pets have laid an incredibly solid foundation thanks to the perfect pet foundation building technique. In addition, there's the boost from the SSS level talent Endless Plunder and the super strong attributes provided by various top-tier equipment. As long as Sujin has a star-level pet, he is confident that he can challenge a super powerful boss that surpasses the king level. Which pet should I evolve first? Sujin pondered to himself. Chapter 167 Pet Evolution. Ari's advantage lies in having a large number of special attributes, totaling 15 different types. Xiaoqing possesses only 9 special qualifications. However, Xiaoqing's advantage lies in her high level. At this time, Xiaoqing's level has reached 41, and all 11 pieces of equipment she has are at least of the king level high grade. After some deliberation, Sujin decided to first transform Xiaoqing. The 36-winged world-destroying black dragon of its previous life, though incredibly powerful, ultimately had its limits. In this life, Sujin has come to understand that although Western dragons are more powerful in the early stages, once they reach the level of gods, it is harder than climbing to heaven to improve their strength by each level. The potential ceiling of the Western dragon is ultimately not as high as that of the Eastern dragon. If he had chosen to evolve his pet into an Eastern dragon in his previous life, breaking through to the realm of gods would not have been so difficult. They will not be killed by the combined forces of the top 10 super guilds. In this life, I will definitely help Xiaoqing evolve to the highest realm of the Eastern dragon. Compared to the primordial dragon of the East, the dragons of the West are simply no match. Sujin recalled the scene 3 years later in his previous life and sighed inwardly. He pulled out the pet evolution potion that had just exploded from his pocket. Ding! Do you want to use the pet evolution potion? 1,000 evolution points. On the 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon, Xiaoqing? Confirmed. Sujin replied without hesitation. Immediately, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Xiaoqing's body, and the evolution value on her attribute panel instantly surged by 1,000 points, reaching 2,570 to 3,000 points. Immediately afterwards, Sujin used the second bottle of pet evolution potion on Xiaoqing as well. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has reached an evolution value of 3,570 to 3,000 points, meeting the evolution requirements, and will soon begin its evolution. Immediately, Xiaoqing's body shone brightly, and an even more dazzling 9-colored divine light burst forth from her body. This incomparably dazzling 9-colored divine light enveloped Xiaoqing's delicate body, seemingly transforming her bloodline and physique towards a higher level. The next moment, an incredibly pleasant voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, 9-colored sky-swallowing flood dragon Xiaoqing, has evolved into a star-rank beginner pet, Undying Thunder Flood Dragon. At this moment, Sujin noticed that the dazzling evolutionary light emanating from Xiaoqing had not yet faded. Instead, it actually spurred Xiaoqing to evolve towards a higher level. Due to the miraculous effect of her extraordinary luck, Xiaoqing unexpectedly underwent a second evolution. Congratulations! Your pet, Undying Thunder Dragon Xiaoqing, has evolved into a star-rank beginner pet, Undying Thunder King Dragon. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, and Xiaoqing, will have their intelligence permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, and Xiaoqing, will have their strength permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, and Xiaoqing's physique will be permanently enhanced. Point. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, and Xiaoqing's agility are permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has acquired the extraordinary magic critical damage amplification aptitude during its evolution. Superior spell crit damage attribute. Once your spell damage triggers a critical strike, the critical strike damage will be increased to 5 times. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has learned a new skill, Bloodline Reversion, Ancient Jiao King. Bloodline Reversion, Ancient Flood Dragon King. Level 1 Xiaoqing activates the Ancient Flood Dragon King bloodline within her, providing additional enhancements. Increases spell attack power by 30%, spell critical strike chance by 100%, spell critical strike speed by 100%, and spell casting speed by 100%. This effect lasts for 10 seconds. Unexpectedly, thanks to her extraordinary luck, Xiaoqing evolved directly to the mid-stage of the Star Glory realm. Xiaoqing received it all at once. All attributes. Sujin knew that this terrifying attribute boost was the result of the combined effect of the attribute enhancements from the 2 evolutions. This time, Sujin not only obtained the extremely powerful Bloodline Reversion Ancient Flood Dragon King skill, but also gained the extraordinary level of magic critical damage increase aptitude. Once the Bloodline Reversion is activated, all of Xiaoqing's attack attributes increase dramatically, and even the probability of magic critical strike increases by a full 30%. Once a critical hit is triggered, With the effect of the extraordinary magic critical damage amplification attribute, it will deal a full 5 times the damage. Sujin opened Xiaoqing's pet attribute panel with some anticipation to take a look. Undying Thunder King Jiao. Xiaoqing, Mutant. Level, 41. Rank, Mid-Level Star Glory, 570-5000. Basic Attribute 1, Magic Attack. Defense. Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Intelligence. Constitution. Agile. Strength. Skills, Thunder Arrow Technique, Level 2. Twin Snake Shadows, Level 9. Exploding Thunderball, Level 1. Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, Level 1. Thunder Prison Heavenly Tribulation, Level 1. Thunder God's Shield, Level 1. Secret Technique. Heavenly Thunderstorm, Level 1. Gaze Petrification, Level 1. Sacrifice Self-Destruction, Level 1. Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal. Level 1. Bloodline Ancestral Return. Ancient Dragon King, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications, Superb Magic Crit Damage Increase Qualification, Superb Intelligence Qualification, Superb Defense Qualification, Superb Luck Qualification, Top Tier Ghost Qualification, Top Tier Berserk Qualification, Top Tier Mist Qualification, High Level Life Qualification, Medium Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment, God of War's Fury Ring, King Level Peak. God of War's Unyielding Bracelet, King Level Peak. Blazing Blaze Shoulder Pads, King Level Advanced. Blazing Holy Soul Earrings, King Level Advanced. Brilliant Star Holy Staff, King Level Advanced. Gluttony Source Robe, King Level Advanced. Beast Spirit Plunder Necklace, King Level Advanced. Glory Demon Slaying Pants, King Level Advanced. Blood Queen's Crown, King Level Advanced. Gluttony Source Boots, King Level Advanced. Star Soul Belt, King Level Advanced. After 2 consecutive evolutions, Xiaoqing's magic damage has reached nearly 30,000. Even when my 36-winged world-destroying black dragon evolved to the king level in my previous life, its magic damage wasn't this terrifying. As expected of someone with the bloodline of an Eastern dragon. Of course, part of it is also due to the powerful equipment and the continuous accumulation of SSS-level talent, which results in such an amazing damage attribute panel. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself. At this moment, he also noticed Xiaoqing after her evolution was complete. Both her appearance and figure were more perfect and more captivating than before her evolution. Chapter 168 Level 40 Supreme Gift Pack. After evolving, Xiaoqing has a mysterious blue lightning pattern mark on its forehead. And on her waist, neck, and arms, streaks of blue flowing lines appeared, and the marks shone with a dazzling light. From a distance, it evokes a sense of mystery and awe. I never expected this older brother to be so powerful. Even a large pack of wolf riders was no match for him. The elf girl Minel standing to the side looked somewhat shocked. At this moment, her previously despairing heart was rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Mina walked up to Su Chun with a grateful expression, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and said with some joy, "Thank you, brother, for saving me. I am the daughter of Mina, the 3rd elder of the elf clan. I will thank you properly when we reach the elf forest. However, my good sisters are still trapped in the orc camp, and only I managed to escape at the cost of my life. I must return to the elf forest as soon as possible to inform Her Majesty the Elf Queen of this matter and ask her to send people to rescue the other elf sisters." When Minel mentioned her other sisters who were trapped in the orc camp, a hint of anxiety inevitably appeared in her eyes. The reason is simple. The later the elves rescued them, the greater the life or death crisis these elven girls, who had fallen into the clutches of the beast men, would face. The elven race was already dwindling in number because they were no longer able to reproduce. If the casualties continue like this, we will face the crisis of extinction sooner or later. Are you Elder Mina's daughter? Sujin's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he realized that Mina in front of him did indeed bear a resemblance to the elven Elder Mina. By the time you return to the elf forest to seek help, your sisters who have fallen into the hands of the orcs will probably have already been devoured by those orcs. I'll find a way to rescue your sisters, Sujin said, his gaze fixed on Minier. At that moment, a look of surprise flashed in Mina's eyes. Big brother, would you be willing to help me save my sisters? That's wonderful. She knew very well that if she went to the elf forest to ask for help again, it was uncertain whether she could even save her elven sisters. Even if we had the ability to save them, by the time we reached the orc camp, countless elven sisters would have already perished. Wait for me, I'm going to save them. Su Chun merged the newly evolved Xiaoqing into his body, unfurled the purple thunder profound heaven wings once more, and soared into the air. Take me with you. I'll help you. Unexpectedly, Mina waved her slender hand and summoned a vine that wrapped around Sujin's waist. She then followed the vine and crawled into Sujin's arms. Seeing that Mina was so bold, she clung tightly to his waist like a koala. Sujin no longer declined and directly waved his purple thunder mystic wings, with lightning flashing around him, and soared into the sky. At this moment, he discovered that although Xiaoqing's purple thunder heavenly wings level had not changed after evolving, its speed was much faster than before. Elf's secret technique, speed boost. At this moment, Minier waved her slender hand, and a natural spell containing life energy landed on the wings behind Sujin. The large wings, surrounded by lightning, suddenly shone brightly. Ding! Your purple thunder mystic wings have been affected by the elf's secret technique, speed boost, increasing your speed by 100% and skill damage by 50%. Sujin's speed increased again, and he decisively sped towards the direction of the beast tribe. The location of the orc tribe has already been marked on the trial mission issued by the elf queen. As for rescuing the elven girls trapped in the beast tribe, it was just something he did on a whim. Due to the explosive increase in speed of the purple thunder mystic wings, it took less than 5 minutes to cover the distance that previously would have taken at least 15 minutes. If other players were to travel on foot, it would take them at least 3 hours. Having wings significantly saves time and improves efficiency, making millions of players incredibly envious. Orc tribes are much simpler than human cities. Even their houses are mostly made of wood. On the outermost edge, 2 groups of orc sentries were hidden in the shadows, quietly scouting for enemy activity. With lightning speed, Sujin unleashed a powerful explosive lightning ball at the 2 beastmen before they could react. Spell critical hit. Spell critical hit. After Xiaoqing evolves, its damage has already increased dramatically, and it also has a 5x damage amplification from its extraordinary critical hit damage amplification aptitude. A single explosive lightning ball caused a terrifying damage of nearly 200,000. The explosive lightning ball struck the 2 orc sentinels, instantly killing them both. Congratulations! Your pet, Undying Thunder King Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 45 Beastman Sentinel, a beginner-level monster. You and Xiaoqing have gained 4,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, Undying Thunder King Xiaoqing, has defeated a level 45 Beastman Sentinel, a beginner-level monster. You and Xiaoqing have gained 4,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gained 40 points of constitution. Xiaoqing gained an extra 30 evolution points. They were just 2 orc sentinels, and the kill reward wasn't much. Sujin casually picked up the spoils that had fallen to the ground. Ding! You've picked up 2 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You've picked up 10 silver coins. The Orcish sentinels are really poor. No equipment was dropped, only 2 pet skill evolution stones. However, of the 16 pet skill evolution stones that Sujin had previously obtained, after using 15, he still had 1 left. With these 2 evolution stones that just appeared, it's enough to evolve a skill once. Ding! You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 19, increasing the HP recovery effect by 20% and the damage dealt by an additional 20%. Frost Reversal, level 19 Ari summons a Frostfall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 560% to deal ice damage, and all of Ari's allies will gain benefits from the Frost Source. Increases healing effect by 560%, and Frost Source's effect lasts up to 5 seconds. At this moment, Sujin realized that he had completely forgotten to open the level 40 Supreme Gift Pack in his backpack. A glint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Chapter 169 Heavenly Profound Level Treasure. Sujin took out the level 40 Supreme Gift Pack from his backpack with some anticipation. Ding! Do you wish to open your exclusive VIP gift pack, level 40? Start. Sujin responded decisively. Immediately, an incomparably dazzling light burst forth from the Supreme Gift Pack. Congratulations! You have drawn a Super Fusion device from the exclusive Supreme Gift Pack. Super Fusion. Rank, Heavenly Profound. Function, a fusion device with mysterious power, capable of fusing any 2 treasures together, evolving them into something of a higher rank. Cooldown, 24 hours. It's a super fusion device. Sujin's eyes widened in shock. Just by looking at the fact that this treasure is of the heavenly profound level, you can tell how valuable it is. Treasure tiers are divided into the following levels from lowest to highest: common, fine, rare, super rare, peerless, and celestial. If someone possesses a heavenly profound level treasure, it could become a problem if certain super guilds found out. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This will inevitably provoke a joint manhunt by countless super guilds. Having experienced obtaining the supreme god bone in his previous life, Sujin would never make the same mistake again. Although with his current strength, he is not afraid of any powerful member of any super guild. However, the reason why a super guild is called a super guild is that it must have all sorts of unknown trump cards and hidden tricks. In his previous life, the Glory Alliance Guild, which was ruled by Mo Jiantian, was considered one of the top 10 super guilds, but it could only be ranked last among the top 10 super guilds. The truly top-ranked super guilds are the ones that are truly unfathomable. And the super fusion device. It's amazing that they were able to fuse two treasures into a single, higher-level treasure. This is absolutely a steal. It's important to know that even 10 pieces of star-level equipment are not as valuable as one king-level treasure. Similarly, 10 pieces of king-level equipment are far less powerful than one true glory-level equipment. The highest quality piece of equipment Sujin possessed was merely the pseudo-glory grade ring of nature's protection. While pseudo-glory level equipment is quite valuable, it is far inferior to a genuine glory level piece of equipment. Since that's the case, let's use it to synthesize an even stronger piece of equipment. A hint of anticipation flashed in Sujin's eyes. He suddenly grabbed Xiaoqing's delicate hand, causing her pretty face to flush red, and she couldn't help but imagine. Master, is he going to? This is so sudden. I don't seem to have any better option than to accept it. But will Sister Ali get jealous? Just as Xiaoqing's heart was pounding and her mind was filled with daydreams, Sujin actually took off the king-level peak War God's Fury ring from Xiaoqing's hand. He also took out the pseudo-glorious grade ring of nature's protection that he was wearing. The two rings were to be thrown into the super fusion device together, etc. Sujin suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped what he was doing. Crafting equipment is entirely a matter of luck and probability. Since we're going to rely on probability, we have to make use of our extraordinary luck. With this equipment, even a black slave can rise above their circumstances and become a lucky winner. At this moment, Xiaoqing still had a completely bewildered expression. Didn't Master want to do that with me? Or have I misunderstood? Wah, I missed another chance to brag to Sister Ari. Just as Xiaoqing was feeling dejected, a commanding voice suddenly rang in her ears. Xiaoqing, merge with me. Before Xiaoqing could recover from her shock, Sujin dragged her over and forced them to merge. Her slender and alluring body transformed into a beam of azure light containing her entire soul, which was drawn into Sujin's body. Exceptional luck aptitude. Activate it decisively. Immediately, an aura of noble European emperor emanated from Sujin. Only then did he decisively throw the two priceless rings into the super fusion device without hesitation. Ding. The super fusion device has been successfully activated. One diamond peak grade ring and one pseudo glory grade ring have been detected. The crafting formula is King Peak grade, War God's Fury ring, pseudo glory grade, Nature's Protection ring, equals. The synthesis cost is 100 silver coins. Do you want to synthesize it? So expensive? Sujin's eyes widened in surprise. Keep in mind that even if you kill a top-tier king-level boss, you'll only get a few dozen silver coins at most. If you kill other low-level monsters, the amount of coins dropped will be even more pitiful. A single equipment fusion costs a whopping 100 silver coins. This caused Sujin immense financial pain. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, with such an expensive synthesis fee, it would just end up gathering dust in some backwater. Sujin thought to himself. Synthesis. As Sujin's voice fell, the 100 silver coins in Sujin's backpack instantly vanished into nothingness. The two rings that Sujin threw into the super fusion device shattered instantly. The two shattered rings were each enveloped in a ball of blazing white energy, and they moved closer to each other. Finally, under the influence of this blazing white energy, the two shattered rings miraculously fused together and reformed. About a minute later, the light inside the super fusion device slowly faded, and it finally stopped operating. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations. Synthesis successful. You have successfully completed the fusion and obtained a new piece of equipment. Glory beginner. Holy ring of war god's protection. It was a success. They actually managed to fuse together a true glory-level piece of equipment. A look of immense joy flashed across Sujin's eyes. I quickly checked the attributes of the new ring. Glory beginner. The holy ring of war god's protection. Intelligence increased by 4,200 points. Strength increased by 3,600 points. Spell critical strike chance increased by 50%. Physical critical hit rate increased by 30%. When a spell critical strike is triggered, critical strike damage is increased by 100%. When a physical attack is triggered, critical hit damage is increased by 60%. Movement speed increased by 100%. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Equipment skill. War God's Protection. Upon activation, a item/item will be automatically generated. A shield that grants 500% intelligence, and during the shield's duration, the wearer will be immune to any control effects. What incredible attributes! One piece of equipment can provide a whopping 50% spell critical strike chance and 100% spell critical strike damage. In addition, Xiaoqing possesses extraordinary magic critical damage amplification aptitude. Once Xiaoqing wears it, her damage output will absolutely skyrocket. Chapter 170 The Prophet. Just who is this child? Sujin placed the Glory Beginner War God's Protection Holy Ring on Xiaoqing's hand. This caused Xiaoqing's attribute values to skyrocket. Come on, let's go rescue your sister. Sujin waved his purple thunder mystic wings, grabbed Manhwa, and leaped into the sky, continuing towards the central tent of the Beastman camp. At this time, inside the central tent of the orc camp, an elderly beastman with white hair, leaning on a scepter and wearing a cloak woven from eagle feathers, had a somewhat uncertain gaze. The old man is a prophet of the orcs, hailed as the wisest orc among them. He not only possesses great power, but also has the unfathomable ability to communicate with the past and the future. He was the mastermind behind the orcs' hunt for the elven female slaves. 16 wolf riders should have easily captured a mere elven female slave long ago. Why haven't they returned yet? A look of doubt flashed across the eyes of the old orc prophet. 6 hours had passed since the wolf riders he had sent out were chasing the escaped elven slave girl. Hunting down prey is something that wolf riders are extremely good at. The fact that there had been no news of the wolf riders returning for so long made the old orc prophet feel uneasy. Could it be that the wolf riders have been ambushed by the elven army? Even if that were the case, given the capabilities of the wolf riders, it would be impossible for not a single one to escape and for them all to be lost. Just to be on the safe side, we have no choice but to use astrology to search for the whereabouts of the wolf riders. The old orc prophet waved his withered wooden staff, and a mysterious and transcendent power suddenly tore open a spatial rift and surged forth. Astrology. Time reversal. As the old orc prophet whispered, runes imbued with mysterious power slowly emerged from his mouth. These runes then arranged themselves neatly in the void in an extremely ingenious way. After all the mysterious runes were arranged, the old orc prophet's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This is due to the side effects of using astrology. Astrology, which claims to connect the past and the future, is inherently an act that defies the laws and order of nature. Although the old orc prophet has the ability to use astrology, he suffers a backlash from the power of the laws and order every time he uses it. The old orc prophet, enduring the intense physical pain caused by the backlash of the laws and order, raised his head and looked into the void before him. Before his eyes, a somewhat blurry image appeared in the void. In the picture, the elven girl Minel desperately fled across the desert. Behind them, 16 wolf riders with sinister grins followed closely. Because the wolf riders were so incredibly fast, the distance between them kept getting closer and closer. A look of despair crossed Mina's face. Seeing this, the old orc prophet breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems I was overthinking it. This little elven slave girl will soon fall into the hands of 16 elite wolf riders. It seems she has nowhere left to escape. I knew it. With their strength, capturing an elven slave girl would be a piece of cake. How could anything go wrong? It seems that the 16 elite wolf riders went off to slack off somewhere after completing their mission. They made me waste my lifespan using astrology. Once the 16 elite wolf riders return, I will have to punish them severely. A confident smile appeared on the face of the old orc prophet. However, the time travel scene in front of us continues. He wanted to see where his 16 elite wolf riders had secretly gone to slack off after capturing the elven slave girl. The scene in the void continued. Under the relentless pursuit of 16 wolf riders, the elven girl Minel was now within striking distance of them. With victory seemingly within their grasp, the wolf riders suddenly had a whimsical idea to make a bet on who could shoot Miner first. Then, the 16 wolf riders drew their bows and shot arrows, aiming straight for Miner's back. The next moment, countless arrows rained down on Miner like a storm. Just as the 16 wolf riders revealed incredibly ferocious and cruel smiles, believing that the elven girl Minel was doomed, a handsome man with thunderous wings on his back appeared. This handsome and extraordinary man actually folded his wings, forming an indestructible lightning shield that blocked the barrage of arrows fired by the wolf riders from Miner. Seeing this, the old orc prophet was slightly startled. But after realizing that only this one young human had come to help, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It's just another young man coming to his death. Even the most gifted human being at such a young age could not possibly possess great strength. Moreover, I have already obtained intelligence on the capable young people of the human race, and there is absolutely no way such a person could exist. Wolf Riders, now it's your time to put on a show of slaughter. The old orc prophet had already foreseen the bloody scene to come, and a smug smile appeared on his face. This young man is so foolish. What era are we living in? He's still playing the hero saves the damsel in distress trick. The price of foolishness is your life. Then, the old orc prophet continued to stare at the image in the void. Seeing that the arrows were blocked by the young man's thunder wings, the 16 wolf riders drew their great swords with ferocious expressions and swarmed towards the young man. The next moment, the young man showed no sign of panic when he saw the 16 wolf riders charging towards him. With a flap of his wings, he conjured a massive ball of lightning, which he then blasted towards the charging wolf riders. The wolf riders were struck by the lightning ball, and many of them suffered serious injuries. But this level of damage was far from enough to defeat the wolf riders. This only fueled the wolf riders' fury, causing them to enter a berserk state, instantly increasing their speed and strength. They attacked the young man in front of them with even greater frenzy. Minel's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she desperately summoned a wall of vines to block the wolf riders' collective attack. But when faced with the combined charge of the wolf riders, the wall of vines she summoned was as fragile as paper and was easily shattered. Just as the wolf riders were about to charge at the young man and announce the end of his life, the thunderous wings on his back suddenly unleashed an incredibly powerful thunderous force, soaring straight into the sky and even triggering an extremely terrifying celestial phenomenon. 9 ferocious and enormous dragons circled continuously in the sky. These dragons were frantically seizing the lightning elemental energy from within a radius of 1,000 miles. The old orc prophet's expression changed drastically upon seeing this scene. It's actually the phenomenon of 9 dragons. How is that possible? Just who is this person? Chapter 171, The Wrath of the Orc Prophet. Sacrifice? Upon seeing the 9 dragons appear in the image, the old orc prophet's expression grew serious, and he muttered to himself. The 9 dragon phenomenon. He could actually summon 9 such enormous phantom dragons. Only those with pure dragon blood can trigger the 9 dragon phenomena. The Jiaolong is a descendant of the dragon clan, one of the strongest races on the continent. No wonder this young man is so powerful, yet I have no information about him at all. So he was actually a descendant of the dragon race. A deep sense of shock appeared in the eyes of the old beastman. Dragons are a race that surpasses beastmen. Furthermore, the dragons are all complete lunatics, extremely protective of their own. Even though the orcs have now sided with the dark side, they would never dare to anger the dragons. When the Dragon King is enraged, corpses float for thousands of miles. That's no joke. Fortunately, this young man only possesses the bloodline of a Jiaolong, not the more noble bloodline of a true dragon. With the combined strength of 16 elite wolf riders, surrounding and killing them would be a piece of cake. As long as we can kill this young man quickly and efficiently, and then dispose of the body to cover up the crime. Even if the dragons search, they will never be able to find our beastmen. Furthermore, the bloodline of the dragon is an excellent tonic, and consuming it can extend one's lifespan by at least 30 to 50 years. My children, I await your offering of dragon blood for me. The Orcish prophet's eyes suddenly burned with fervor, his face filled with anticipation as he gazed at the replaying image in the void. 9 dragons converged to form a giant purple seal. They pressed down on the 16 elite wolf riders. The wolf rider was severely injured, and his health plummeted. But this only fueled the wolf riders' fury, and they unleashed their mighty charge, completely merging the overwhelming momentum of the 16 elite wolf riders into one. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, their power astonishing. But there was no trace of fear in Sujin's eyes. He remained calm and composed. He flapped his lightning wings, and streams of incredibly vast lightning energy burst forth from them, dissipating to Sujin's side. It actually transformed into 9 clones that looked exactly like Sujin. The moment these clones were summoned, they were manipulated by Sujin's will and charged fiercely towards the 16 elite wolf riders. The moment they collided with the 16 elite wolf riders, these clones all exploded, creating a terrifying and earth-shattering force. In an instant, all the wolf riders, along with their war wolves, were blown to smithereens, wiping them out in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, the old orc prophet was utterly shocked, his face filled with disbelief, and he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? 16 elite wolf riders were wiped out. These kids were my life's work." The old orc prophet was filled with resentment and rage. He would only dare to kill a descendant of the dragon race with the bloodline of the dragon if he wanted to destroy the evidence. Even if someone with dragon bloodline brazenly killed his 16 elite wolf riders whom he had carefully trained, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the dragon race. Those fiercely protective dragon ancestors never cared who was right or wrong. If you dare to provoke a descendant of the dragon race, then the dragon race will fight you to the death. Just as the Orcish prophet was filled with rage and resentment, a deafening battle cry suddenly erupted outside the tent. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Report! Someone has broken into the camp." Upon hearing the sound, the old orc prophet strode out of the tent to see what was going on. Stepping outside, a look of shock and anger flashed across his eyes upon seeing the scene before him. The person who came to attack the camp was none other than Sujin, who had previously wiped out 16 elite wolf riders of the beast race with a single move. "How dare you slaughter my 16 elite wolf riders whom I painstakingly trained? Even if you are a descendant of the dragon race with the blood of a dragon, today I will ensure you never return." The old orc prophet's face was grim, and he slammed his withered wooden staff down onto the ground. The surrounding earth was cracking and crumbling, its power overwhelming heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Sujin, while frantically slaughtering the endless stream of orc soldiers, he glanced at the orc prophet emerging from the tent. He had a premonition that the old beast man who was constantly approaching him was definitely not someone to be trifled with. "I need to kill all these orc soldiers as soon as possible so that I can free up my hands to deal with the orc prophet properly," Sujin thought to himself. As soon as the old beast man approached, Sujin recognized his identity. As a result, Sujin's speed in killing the surrounding beastmen soldiers increased even further. "Congratulations. Your pet, the undying Thunder King Jiao, Shaoqing, has defeated a level 45 beast centurion, a beginner-level king rank monster. You and Shaoqing have gained 6,000 base experience points, and an additional 2,400 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations. Your pet, the undying Thunder King Jiao, Shaoqing, has defeated a level 45 Beastman Wizard, a mid-level king rank monster. You and Shaoqing have gained 7,000 base experience points, and an additional 2,800 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations. Your pet, the undying Thunder King Jiao, Shaoqing, has defeated a level 46 Beast Warrior, a high-level monster. You and Shaoqing have gained 8,000 base experience points, and an additional 4,000 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. At this moment, Sujin was like a world-destroying thunder god, bathed in the thunderous tribulation, and had completely gone mad with killing. As more and more orc soldiers fell under Sujin's thunderbolts, Sujin's experience points were also skyrocketing. Soon, an incomparably dazzling white light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 42 and gained 10 points of strength, 10 points of agility, 10 points of intelligence, and 10 points of constitution. At the same time, ripples spread across Shaoqing's delicate body, indicating a breakthrough. Congratulations. Your pet, the undying Thunder King Jiao, Shaoqing, has reached level 41 and gained 80 free attribute points. As per your preference, 100 points have been automatically allocated to Shaoqing's intelligence. At the same time, a familiar system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Triggered kill and looting. You and Xiaoqing each gained 480 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gained an extra 360 evolution points. At this point, Xiaoqing's evolution value also reached 960,5000 points. A large amount of loot was scattered on the ground, and Sujin didn't have time to pick it up. At this moment, an extremely intense killing intent surged down upon Sujin. That damn dragon brat. How dare he attack our beastman territory? Today, I will throw you and those little elven girls into the sacrificial altar. Chapter 172 The Secret of the Spacetime Rift. An altar for sacrifice? It seems the orc prophet had ulterior motives in scheming to poach the elven slave girl. Sujin narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to have gleaned some clues from the few words spoken by the beastman prophet. However, this also proves that the elven slave girl who was kidnapped from the elven forest is indeed in the hands of the orc prophet right in front of us. Sujin decisively cast a scouting spell on the orc prophet. Orc prophet latent. Rank, pseudo-glory level. Level, 48. Health, 1.6 million, 1.6 million. Spell attack power. Physical defense. Spell defense. Talent ability, anti-magic shield. The orc prophet has an anti-magic shield that can absorb 3 million points of spell damage and reduce the damage of any spells received by 90%. Skills, chain lightning, summon shadow wolves, astrology, earthquake, destructive lightning storm. As expected, it's a pseudo-glory level monster. Their strength is far greater than that of a king-level monster. Sujin thought to himself. The orc prophet's innate ability is an anti-magic shield, clearly designed to counter mages. If an enemy who can only deal spell damage encounters an orc prophet, they are basically doomed. After all, a shield value of 3 million points, plus 90% spell damage reduction, is absolutely a nightmare for any mage. Fortunately, this 3 million shield value can only absorb spell damage. Since magic damage doesn't work on him, let's deal with him using physical damage. Sujin's gaze narrowed slightly, and he waved his staff, unleashing a dazzling summoning light in front of him. Ari's stunningly beautiful and alluring mature figure appeared before Sujin's eyes. Master, you finally remembered me? Ali's voice is incredibly seductive. Any man who hears it will feel an irresistible urge. Her long, slender, and fair legs are not only alluring, but also deadly weapons for killing monsters. Driven by Sujin, Ari, who had just been summoned, attacked the orc prophet without any hesitation. Extreme Ice 4-stage slash. It's a deadly move from the very first strike. Ari's figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the orc prophet, brandishing her incredibly sharp claws and viciously stabbing at his back. Before the orc prophet could react, another sharp claw slammed down in quick succession. 2 attacks, in the blink of an eye, had taken away more than 100,000 of the orc prophet's health. The loss of over 100,000 health points, while significant, was not fatal for an orc prophet with over 1 million health points. Even the amount of health he lost was less than 1/10 of his. Chain lightning. The orc prophet's eyes turned cold. He raised his withered wooden staff and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards Ari. Chain lightning is the orc prophet's signature skill, capable of dealing terrifying damage up to 5 times the spell's attack power. You should know that the orc prophet is an incredibly powerful player with spell damage approaching 70,000. The power of this lightning chain attack was directly aimed at dealing over 300,000 damage. You can imagine how terrifying its power is. With Ari's health of less than 100,000, once she gets hit, she will be instantly killed without any chance of anything happening. The orc prophet recognized this as well, his eyes narrowing slightly, yet filled with immense confidence. The little girl is quite pretty, but unfortunately, she has the strength of an ant. You will pay with your life for your offense. The orc prophet watched with a cold smile as the lightning chain hurtled toward Ari at incredible speed. But at this moment, Ari's stunningly beautiful face showed no fear whatsoever. Void speed. With a delicate shout from him, her graceful figure vanished into the void. Lightning streaked through the void, yet failed to cause the slightest harm, ultimately dissipating into the heavens and earth. How is this possible? The lightning chain has a built-in tracking function, which can automatically detect even invisibility, making it virtually impossible for it to miss. How did she manage to disappear into thin air? A look of disbelief flashed across the orc prophet's eyes. He used his true sight to search for Ari, but after scanning the surroundings, he couldn't find a trace of her. Old man, I'm here. A cold glint flashed in Ari's eyes as she silently stepped out from the void. She executed a beautiful backflip in midair, her waist slightly arched, and her right leg slashed fiercely at the orc prophet like a sharp blade. This strike not only contains the third stage of damage from the extreme ice 4-stage slash, but also comes with additional damage from the breaking stealth strike. A devastating blow. Exploding weakness. A terrifying damage number suddenly appeared above the orc prophet's head. The orc prophet was horrified. Just as he was about to resist, he saw a crimson light appear in Ari's eyes and flow into the orc prophet's body. Deterrence. Ari let out a soft groan, and the orc prophet's body was instantly frozen in place. That attack was just an appetizer. The real highlight is the fourth strike. Ari wore a cold smile as her figure darted through the void like lightning. She has found the orc prophet's fatal weakness, which lies in the top of his skull. As long as the damage lands on this part, it will deal double the damage. And the highlight of this fourth layer of damage contains several times the terrifying damage of the heaven-slaying strike. Frost 4-stage slash, fourth strike. A strike that cleaves the heavens. A terrifying damage number floated above the orc prophet's head. The heaven-slaying strike deals 6 times the damage. That's how terrifying it is. The orc prophet's 160 health points were wiped out in an instant, with nearly 900,000 lost. At this point, the orc prophet no longer dared to underestimate Ari. A fox girl who wasn't even at the star glory level, and who was countless levels below him, was able to threaten his life and safety. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. The matter of the altar of sacrifice is 10,000 times more important than what is happening right now. Put the overall situation first. The orc prophet waved his withered staff, summoning a sudden burst of light. 2 shadow wolves leaped out of the shadows and pounced on Ari. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the orc prophet crushed the space-time teleportation scroll and slipped into a space-time rift. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Sujin decisively sprang into action, wielding his purple thunder mystic wings, and followed the Beast Clan prophet with astonishing speed, disappearing into the spatial rift. Ari was left outside the space-time rift, locked in a fierce battle with the Shadow Wolf. The main reason Sujin left Ari here was not to deal with the Shadow Wolves, but to search for the whereabouts of the imprisoned elves. He wasn't sure whether the imprisoned elven slave girls were imprisoned in this camp or in the space-time rift where the orc prophet had fled. Chapter 173, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. A Bountiful Harvest. After Sujin and the orc prophet entered the space-time rift, Ari's battle continues. Come on, you 2 little puppies, let your big sister give you a good rub. Ari raised an eyebrow, a flirtatious smile flashing in her eyes, and beckoned to the 2 shadow wolves with her finger, saying, Ah. Upon seeing the exceptionally beautiful woman before them, the 2 shadow wolves could not withstand such provocation. They bared their gleaming white fangs and charged fiercely at the woman who dared to offend them. The first shadow wolf, its foreclaws blazing with dark demonic flames, leaped into the air with a stomp of its hind legs, disappearing directly into the shadows, and pounced on Ari's neck with astonishing speed. The second shadow wolf suddenly unleashed an incredibly powerful magical beast aura, howling towards the sky. Its loud screech shook the heavens, and the resulting sound waves, carrying astonishing destructive power, attacked Ari. Without a doubt, even if these 2 shadow wolves are not as strong as the orc prophet, they are definitely not weak either. With their formidable strength and their combined tactics of feints and real attacks, even those far stronger than them have a very high chance of falling into their hands. But Ari showed no fear on her face. Following Sujin in his campaigns not only increased her strength many times over, but also gave her an incredibly rich amount of combat experience. Extreme Ice Shadow Formation. With a delicate shout, the frost elemental power between heaven and earth suddenly began to surge violently. The frost elemental power within a radius of hundreds of miles continuously gathered towards Ari's body, accumulating more and more until it finally formed a huge, dark blue battle formation. Ari's figure danced within the extreme ice shadow formation, her speed increasing until it became so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Carrying a vast, ocean-like power of frost, she continuously traversed the formation, like a frost blade capable of tearing everything apart. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Ari continued to weave and fly, her ice blades slashed at the 2 shadow wolves, while she easily dodged their attacks. Every strike of damage that landed on the shadow wolf felt like scraping bone. As Ari absorbed more and more frost energy into the extreme ice shadow formation, her flying speed increased, and the frequency of damage she inflicted on the two shadow wolves also increased. Shadow wolves are extreme monsters with high attack and low defense, but after Ari easily neutralized their attacks, they could only take hits. Within the frozen shadow formation, Ari not only inflicts incredible damage on all enemies within, but she herself also enters a state of complete invincibility, immune to all damage. The Shadow Wolves had only a little over 400,000 HP. After enduring 7 or 8 attacks from the extreme ice shadow formation, their HP was finally depleted, and they all collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Sujin had just emerged from the space-time rift and was waving his purple thunder mystic wings, chasing after the Beastman Prophet at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a pleasant system voice rang in his mind. Congratulations. Your pet fox clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has defeated a level 47 Shadow Wolf, a peak-level monster. You and Xiaoqing have gained 7,000 base experience points, and an additional 3,500 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations. Your pet, Ari, a quasi-saint of the Fox clan, has defeated a level 47 Shadow Wolf, a peak-level monster. You and Xiaoqing have gained 7,000 base experience points, and an additional 3,500 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Triggered kill and looting. You and Ari each gained 60 points of strength. Ari gained an extra 45 evolution points. At this moment, Sujin also heard Ali's voice transmission in his mind. Hee, master, aren't I amazing? Dealing with these two wolf cubs couldn't be easier. Ari's slightly arrogant tone was already discernible in her words, but combined with her sweet and alluring mature voice, it created a unique charm. Wow, you killed 2 peak-level monsters so quickly? Your evolution value has increased by 45 points, and now your evolution value has reached 1604 to 3000 points. Sujin praised him generously. Oh right, remember to clean up the battlefield. I remember getting a lot of loot from those beastmen soldiers we killed earlier. Sujin continued. No problem, master. Ari smiled and readily agreed. The 2 shadow wolves were summoned creatures, and although they were quite powerful, they did not drop any loot. However, when Sujin broke into the Beastman camp earlier, he killed a large number of Beastman soldiers and generals and obtained a lot of spoils of war, all of which exploded on the ground, and he hadn't had time to pick them up. Ari walked with her long, slender, fair legs until she reached the scene of the massacre of the Beastmen soldiers. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but Ari had killed countless people and was already used to it. At this moment, a series of system notifications rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! Your pet Ari has picked up the King Tier Advanced Beast Blood Undefeated Ring. It's currently stored in her pet backpack, and you can retrieve it at any time. Ding! Your pet Ari has picked up the King Tier Advanced Blood Frenzy Necklace. It's currently stored in her pet backpack, and you can retrieve it at any time. Ding! Your pet Ari has picked up 18 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. They are currently stored in her pet backpack, and you can retrieve them at any time. Ding! Your pet Ari has picked up 106 silver coins and 1029 copper coins. They are currently stored in her pet backpack, and you can retrieve them at any time. Pets and their owners are inherently connected, almost like the owner's left and right hands. Sujin could receive notifications immediately whenever Ari picked up any equipment. At this moment, Sujin was chasing after the Orc Prophet and had no time to check the equipment attributes, so he casually said, the high-level equipment in the King rank definitely has good stats. They're all yours. You can also use those 18 pet skill evolution stones to enhance the skills that best suit you. When Ari heard that the good stuff that had been dropped on the ground had been kept all by its owner for it, Ari was shocked. She was overjoyed and wanted nothing more than to throw herself into her master's arms, hug his handsome face, and give him a couple of kisses. Before long, Sujin saw Ari's attribute panel, where both her damage and defense attributes had increased significantly. Chapter 174 Resurrection. The Revival of the Gods. Ari's equipment panel has replaced the Starry Night Beginner, Dark Moon Demon Necklace with the King Advanced, Blood Frenzy Necklace. Ari's equipment panel has replaced the Starry Level 1, Hungry Blood Curse Ring with the King Level 2, Beast Blood Undefeated Ring. The 2 basic star-level equipment pieces were replaced with advanced king-level equipment, which naturally gave Ari a qualitative boost in her attributes, and also won her heart with immense joy. That's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Immediately afterwards, Sujin heard another voice. This means Ari is starting to evolve her skills. Sujin was also a little curious. He left the 18 pet skill evolution stones to Ari to distribute herself. What skill will she use it to evolve? Ding. You have used 3 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Frost Rewind skill to level 20. The health recovery effect is increased by 20%, and the damage dealt is also increased by an additional 20%. Frost Reversal, level 20. Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 580% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies will gain benefits from the frost source power. Increases healing effect by 580%, and the frost source effect lasts for up to 5 seconds. As expected, Ari used 3 evolution stones to max out the Frost Rewind skill. Immediately afterwards, another system voice sounded. Congratulations! Ari's Frost Rewind skill has evolved to level 20, undergoing a transformative evolution. Please choose your evolution path. Evolution Option 1. Gain higher skill damage. Evolutionary Option 2. Achieve even stronger healing effects. Master, I don't need this much damage anymore. Increasing the healing effect a little might bring unexpected benefits. Since you've asked me to make the decision, then I'll choose the treatment based on its effectiveness. Ali's sweet, coquettish voice entered Sujin's mind. Her thoughts coincided with Sujin's, so Sujin naturally had no objections. Ding. At your instruction, the pet Ari has chosen an evolution path with stronger healing effects. Congratulations. Ari's Frost Rewind skill has evolved, and you have gained a new skill, Ice Revival. Ice Revival, level 1. Ari summons a frost fall imbued with life force, covering a radius of 300 meters. All enemies hit will suffer damage per second. Increases physical attack power by 600% for ice damage, and all of Ari's allies will gain benefits from the frost source power. It adds 800% healing effect, and the frost source effect can last up to 5 seconds. Frost Revival Additional Effect. There is a 10% chance to revive a monster or NPC that has been dead for no more than 3 months. It actually has a life-saving effect. Sujin's pupils contracted, and he was instantly stunned. If this skill were used, the ancestors of the dragon race, and even some ancient gods who had fallen from neutral factions, could be resurrected. This greatly increases his leverage in the future fight against the forces of light and darkness. You must know that those ancient gods who fell at the hands of the light and darkness factions harbored an absolute hatred for these 2 factions. The race was exterminated. Even he himself perished because of it. Who wouldn't hate it? If possible, it would be best to revive the fairy goddess. Sujin thought to himself that he had long heard that the elf goddess was a goddess of unparalleled talent and beauty, the most famous and peerless beauty among the gods, and possessed the bloodline power to draw upon the divine radiance of the moon. However, he was ambushed by the dark god and perished on the battlefield between gods and demons. There are also 15 pet skill evolution stones. After thinking it over and discussing it with Sujin, Ari finally decided to evolve into the Extreme Eyeshadow Array. Ding. Evolving Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill requires 4 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. As soon as the words were spoken, Ari quickly responded. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 2. Each attack deals an additional 30% damage to the enemy and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 3. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 4. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Extreme Eyeshadow Array, level 4. Ari sets up a powerful magic array. Then her figure dances within it, each attack dealing damage to all enemies within the array. Adds ice damage equal to 190% of physical attack power. The magic circle lasts for a maximum of 11.5 seconds. The fewer enemies in the magic circle, the more times they will take damage. After evolving to level 4, the Extreme Eyeshadow Array's damage is increased by a full 90%. Even the duration is increased by an additional 15%. This undoubtedly takes the damage of this already incredibly powerful skill to an even higher level. Ari, Search the entire orc camp to see if there are any imprisoned elven female slaves hidden among them. While frantically chasing the orc prophet, Sujin issued a command. Upon entering the space-time rift, the orc prophet immediately crushed an invaluable superspeed scroll, instantly increasing his speed 30-fold. Despite this, Sujin, with the astonishing flight speed of the purple thunder mystic wings, still kept close behind him, and the distance between them gradually decreased. As the speed boost from the orc prophet's superspeed scroll was about to disappear, Sujin smiled. Let's see where you can run now. A petrified stare. Once Sujin was close enough, a terrifying mental power burst forth from his eyes, piercing towards the back of the orc prophet like a sharp spike. Since the orc prophet was only running away with his back to Sujin, the petrifying gaze failed to petrify him. However, the 75% slow effect from the skill alone was enough to bring the orc prophet to an instant halt. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sujin waved his purple thunder mystic wings, condensing an incomparably terrifying thunderous power, which slammed into the Beastman prophet. Chapter 175 The Strongest Trump Card, Destructive Lightning Storm. The orc prophet, under the 75% slow effect of the petrifying gaze, looked somewhat horrified. He used a top-tier speed scroll, but he still couldn't match Sujin's flight speed. Since you're not going to let me go, then show me my true cards. It's an honor for you to die under my forbidden spell. The earth shook violently. Devastating lightning storm. A look of fury flashed across the orc prophet's eyes. He brandished his withered wooden staff, and strange phenomena instantly appeared within 100 miles around him. The earth cracked open. Mountains and rivers collapsed. Thunder roared. A violent storm is raging. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon caused a solemn expression to appear on Sujin's face. Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon is clearly the last trump card that the orc prophet has unleashed at all costs. The orc prophet has lived for tens of millions of years, and his realm has even surpassed the king level, so he naturally possesses unique methods. A wind blade containing terrifying power crashed down. Sujin quickly used his defensive skills to block, and his body was instantly filled with dazzling purple lightning. Thor's shield. As soon as Sujin finished speaking, a lightning attribute shield containing powerful energy instantly covered his body. But the moment the extremely fierce wind blade struck the lightning shield, it instantly unleashed a terrifying shockwave that shook the surrounding earth. A terrifying damage number floated above Sujin's head. Although this damage wasn't enough to instantly kill Sujin, it shattered the Thunder God's shield in an instant. And this is merely the prelude to the forbidden spell, Destructive Thunderstorm. As more and more wind, lightning, and earth attribute energies gather around, the power of this forbidden spell will only become more and more terrifying. A serious look appeared in Sujin's eyes. Thor's shield is Xiaoqing's only defensive skill. All of her other skills are offensive. But at this moment, Sujin was completely trapped within this terrifying forbidden spell. If he couldn't withstand the destructive thunderstorm, he would probably be sent back to the respawn point, let alone kill the orc prophet. Only Ari's skills can keep me from dying in the forbidden spell. There's no other way but to recall Ari. Sujin quickly made a judgment. Without the protection of void swiftness, his chances of surviving the destructive thunderstorm were almost zero. Ari, recall. One of the abilities of pets is that no matter where the pet is, the owner can bring it back to the pet space at any time with just a thought. When summoned again, it will appear beside its master. With a low murmur from Sujin, Ari was enveloped by an incredibly mysterious power, which forcibly brought her back to the pet space. The next moment, a summoning light emerged. Ari's slender and alluring figure appeared beside Sujin. Master, in the central tent of the orc prophet, I discovered huge cages chained with iron chains, where many elven female slaves were indeed imprisoned. There was also a huge blood sacrifice altar next to it. If we had arrived any later, they would probably have been thrown into the blood sacrifice altar and offered to some bigwig of the dark faction. I'm certain that the statue enshrined on that blood sacrifice altar is the Lord of the Dead. After Ali returned to Sujin's side, she spoke through telepathy. Another undead overlord? It seems the orcs and the undead overlord are colluding, plotting something even bigger. Otherwise, why would they use the life of an elven girl as a blood sacrifice for the undead overlord? Sujin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he thought to himself, while the undead lord may not be the strongest among the many dark giants, he is certainly the most insidious and cunning, especially adept at secretly plotting unseen schemes. In his previous life, the Lord of the Dead invaded Earth and slaughtered countless humans. Sujin had long ago included it on his kill list. Lord of the Undead, it seems the plan to kill you will have to be brought forward. Sujin's expression turned cold, and a chilling killing intent flashed in his eyes. But then, an even more powerful lightning blade came crashing down. A cold laugh came from the side. This is what happens when you offend me. It's too late for you to regret it now. With your endless regret, repent in the deepest hell. You think you're worthy to kill me. Sujin's lips curled into a bright smile. With Ali by his side, he felt incredibly at ease. If Xiaoqing represents a more intense burst of area of effect damage, then Ari is a stealthy assassin skilled at protecting herself. No one can kill themselves in their void state, not even forbidden spells. Ari, your pet has possessed you. At Sujin's command, Ari transformed into a soul entity, carrying her incredibly pure primordial energy, and entered Sujin's brow. Void speed. After obtaining all of Ari's power, Sujin immediately activated Void Dash, and his body instantly turned into nothingness. The incredibly fierce lightning blade struck, but ultimately missed its target and vanished into nothingness. Then, they immediately flew towards the direction of the Orc Prophet. Ding! You are trapped within the energy field of the destructive lightning storm and cannot leave until the storm ends. Sujin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected that even in a state of nothingness, he couldn't escape the restrictions of the destructive lightning storm. Fortunately, it can at least make one immune to all damage from forbidden spells, which is not bad. And just as Sujin, who should have been killed, was about to be killed, his figure turned into nothingness. The Orc Prophet's eyes widened in shock. How did the person disappear? Could it be that they couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the destructive lightning storm and were directly annihilated and their souls scattered? Ha ha ha, you damn dragon brat. Your soul being scattered is the price you pay for offending me. It's a pity that he possesses such dragon blood. If I had drunk it, not only would his strength have increased dramatically, but he could have also extended his lifespan by at least 50 years. What a pity, what a pity. The Orc Prophet expressed his regret, but his face betrayed his smugness. Killing a super genius with dragon blood is already a great honor for him. Because he deeply understands a principle. Nipping the genius of an enemy force in the bud is equivalent to weakening the enemy force, which is equivalent to indirectly increasing the strength of one's own camp. But what he didn't know was, Sujin was transforming into nothingness, hiding within the destructive lightning storm. Once the devastating lightning storm ends, his death sentence will be pronounced. Chapter 176 Ari's Amazing Evolution. Master, before you urgently recalled me, I found something good in the Orc Prophet's lair. Although Ari and Sujin are one, they can communicate with each other using their thoughts. What good stuff did you find? Trapped within the destructive lightning storm array and unable to escape, Sujin, having some free time, asked with great interest. He opened Ari's pet backpack and found a bottle of pet evolution potion inside. You actually found a pet evolution potion. However, even a high-level pet evolution potion can only increase your evolution value by 1,000 points. Your current evolution value is only 1604 to 3000 points. Although one pet evolution potion is not enough for Ari to evolve, it is at least a big step closer to the next evolution, which is a pretty good gain. Just then, Ali's voice came through. Master, take a look at this pet evolution potion. How much evolution value can it increase? As Ari spoke, a smug smile appeared on her pretty face. Upon hearing this, Sujin opened the pet evolution potion to check its attributes. Super Pet Evolution Potion. Rank, extremely rare. Effect, when consumed by a pet, it will instantly gain 3,000 evolution points. It's a Super Pet Evolution Potion. Sujin's eyes widened in shock. Super Pet Evolution Potion is a higher level evolution potion, with an effect 3 times that of Advanced Pet Evolution Potion. Since it's your harvest, then you should drink it. A look of anticipation flashed across Sujin's eyes. After Ari drinks the Super Pet Evolution Potion, she will definitely undergo a transformation and evolution. But Sujin was curious about just how far she could transform. Upon receiving Sujin's order, a look of joy flashed across Ali's pretty face. She was Sujin's pet, and even if she was an unexpected trophy, it belonged to Sujin. She can only take this Super Pet Evolution Potion if Sujin agrees. At this moment, Ari took out the Super Pet Evolution Potion without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. Congratulations. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintus, Ari, has reached an evolution value of 4604 to 3000 points, meeting the evolution requirements, and will soon begin evolving. Immediately, Ari's body shone brightly, and an even more dazzling nine-colored divine light burst forth from her body. This incomparably dazzling nine-colored divine light enveloped Xiaoqing's delicate body, seemingly transforming her bloodline and physique towards a higher level. The next moment, an incredibly pleasant voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, Ari, a quasi-saint of the Fox clan, has evolved into a star-level beginner pet, a saint of the Fox clan. At this moment, Ari's evolution was just like Xiaoqing's. The dazzling evolutionary light on her body was still tempering her physical form. Instead, it actually spurred Ari to evolve towards an even higher level. Due to the miraculous effect of her extraordinary luck, Ari unexpectedly underwent a second evolution. Congratulations! Your pet, the Fox Clan Saintess Ari, has evolved into a star-rank intermediate pet, the Fox Clan Supreme Saintess. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, will have her intelligence permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, will have her power permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, will have her physique permanently enhanced. Point. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, will have her agility permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, has gained extraordinary power aptitude during her evolution. Extraordinary strength aptitude increases the pet's own strength by an additional 200%. Your pet Fox Clan Supreme Saintess, Ari, has learned a new skill, Freeze 1,000 miles. Frozen 1,000 miles. Level 1 Ari manipulates all the frost power within a radius of 1,000 miles, sealing everything in the surrounding area into a frozen state, and adds 300% of physical attack power as ice damage. Enemies frozen in this state cannot move or perform any actions. Ari, who possesses extraordinary luck, also evolved directly to the mid-stage of the Star Glory level. Ari obtained it all at once. All attributes. The new skill Frozen 1,000 miles is not only a massive area of effect crowd control skill, but its damage is also extremely terrifying. When the light and dark factions go to war, if Sujin remains hidden in the shadows, he will definitely gain the huge benefit of winning on both sides. With the SSS level talent Infinite Plunder, every enemy killed grants a significant boost to attributes, evolution points, and even pet aptitude. You must understand that once the light and dark factions go to war, it will be an ultimate war that will involve hundreds of billions of lives. The more enemies Sujin reaped with a wide-range forbidden spell, the greater the benefits he would gain. Thinking of this, Sujin's eyes burned with fervor, eagerly anticipating the day when the two factions would go to war. Sujin opened Ari's pet attribute panel to view it. Ari, the Supreme Saintess of the Fox Clan, Peerless. Level, 39. Rank, Mid-Level Star Glory, 1604 to 5000. Basic Attribute 1, Attack. Defense. Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Strength. Constitution. Agile. Intelligence. Qualifications. Extraordinary Luck Qualification, Extraordinary Strength Qualification, Extraordinary Attack Speed Qualification, Top-Tier Defense Qualification, Extraordinary Poisoning Qualification, Top-Tier Shield Qualification, Top-Tier Lightning Qualification, Top-Tier Dark Qualification, Top-Tier Ice Qualification, Top-Tier Fire Qualification, Top-Tier Wind Qualification, High-Tier Earth Qualification, High-Tier Life Qualification, High-Tier Life Steal Qualification, Medium-Tier Healing Qualification. Skills. Intimidate, Level 2. Frost Power, Level 2. Phantom Teleport, Level 1. Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash, Level 1. Void Dash, Level 1. Heaven-Slaying Strike, Level 1. Mind Control, Level 1. Frost Blade Storm, Level 1. Ice and Snow Revival, Level 1. Extreme Ice Shadow Array, Level 1. Frozen 1,000 Miles, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment, King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Demon's Lash Leggings, Peak Star Glory, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, Beginner King Glory, Blood Frenzy Necklace, Advanced King Glory, Undead's Undying Sacrifice Robe, Beginner Star Glory, Sea God's Soul Belt, Advanced King Glory, Dark Light Slaughter Shoulder Pads, Advanced Star Glory, Heart of the Earth Earrings, Peak King Glory, Beast Blood Undefeated Ring, Advanced King Glory, Dragon Light Hidden Wing Boots, Advanced King Glory. Seeing Ari's amazing transformation after evolving, Sujin's face showed a look of satisfaction. At this moment, the Orc Prophet's forbidden spell, Destruction Lightning Storm, also gradually came to an end. Then, Sujin's gaze fell on the smug orc prophet in the distance, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Orc prophet, it's time to pronounce your death sentence. Chapter 177 This / will take you away. Although they were in a combined state, Sujin could still clearly see Ari's evolved form through the pet panel. At this moment, Ari exudes a more mature and alluring charm, and even her figure is more in line with the golden ratio, making her a typical elegant and mature woman. However, the most important thing right now is to deal with the orc prophet. At this moment, the orc prophet had completely lowered his guard. He absolutely did not believe that anyone could survive his destructive thunderstorm. Although casting the destruction thunderstorm spell comes at a great cost, severely depleting his potential and causing his cultivation level to become unstable, even at the risk of declining, it still poses a significant challenge. However, the power of the forbidden spell in return is also immense. It can be said that within a radius of 100 miles, not a blade of grass will grow, and all things will be annihilated. I have lived for thousands of years. How could you, a mere dragon child, possibly defeat me? Going against me is a dead end. A smug look appeared on the orc prophet's face. But the next moment, he sensed something was wrong, and vaguely felt that an extremely dangerous and enormous crisis was about to descend. You are still destined to die. Prepare for your death. A chilling voice reached the orc prophet's ears, instantly sending a shiver down his spine. Before he could react, a terrifying icy light crashed down on his head. Extreme Ice 4-stage slash. Breaking stealth with a single strike. A terrifyingly powerful attack poured down. The orc prophet's expression changed drastically in an instant. When he saw Sujin appear above his head, his eyes widened in horror, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could you possibly survive the forbidden spell, Destruction Thunderstorm?" The orc prophet's face was filled with disbelief and shock. But he was, after all, an old fox who had lived for thousands of years. Although he was unwilling to accept that he had been defeated by such a young descendant of the dragon, preserving his own life was the most important thing at the moment. The orc prophet gritted his teeth and pulled out a second top-tier speed scroll, which would also be his last. Top-tier speed scrolls are absolutely priceless. Every time an orc prophet uses one, his heart bleeds. Although using the top-tier speed scroll would result in a significant financial loss, not using it would cost him his life. He could naturally distinguish between what was important and what was not. But at the very moment, he crushed the scroll of top speed. Sujin showed no intention of continuing to pursue him. Instead, a bright smile appeared on his lips, as if he had completely regarded the beastman prophet as prey to be slaughtered. With this skill, how can you escape? The land is frozen solid for thousands of miles. As Sujin softly chanted, the temperature within a radius of hundreds of miles plummeted instantly, as if they had fallen into the deepest winter. Then came the frost that fell from the sky, sweeping, raging, and howling continuously. Even though the orc prophet had activated the power of the top-tier speed scroll, his speed was still like that of a tortoise, getting slower and slower until finally his body was frozen stiff and completely encased in ice. The moment the orc prophet was completely frozen, an incredibly terrifying frost damage spell appeared above his head. Under Sujin's relentless pursuit, the orc prophet's health plummeted. At this moment, his health had dropped to less than a quarter, and he was on the verge of death. The orc prophet was unable to move, but his face showed extreme terror. The saying, "the older you get, the more afraid you are of death," is perfectly exemplified in the orc prophet. You can't kill me. I have the entire vast orc empire behind me, and the protection of the undead overlord. If you dare to kill me, the lord of the undead will surely learn of my demise immediately. I am carrying out an extremely important mission for the lord of the undead. If you dare to disrupt his plans, the lord of the undead's wrath will be beyond your ability to withstand. The orc prophet glared at him and spoke threateningly. Seeing that Sujin suddenly stopped, he breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly delighted. Being a young man with little experience, he seemed to be intimidated by the reputation of the lord of the undead. Afterwards, I must inform the lord of the dead about this matter. That damn dragon brat. He'll be sacrificed to become a zombie bone dragon. But the next moment, Sujin's voice rang out coldly, and he said indifferently, "So what if he's the lord of the undead? Even the entire dark faction will be eradicated by me in the future. As for you, you can set off first." Upon hearing this, the orc prophet was filled with shock. The other party was not even afraid of the title of the undead overlord, and even dared to boast that he would eradicate the entire dark faction. Even if the dragon ancestor himself were here, he wouldn't dare say such a thing. However, at this moment, the shadow bloodblade in Sujin's hand had already condensed an incomparably terrifying extreme frost power. All the frost power was infinitely compressed and condensed into the most terrifying ice attribute energy. This one cut will take you away. The ice blade contained terrifying energy and slashed down fiercely towards the orc prophet. Extreme Ice 4-stage slash. A strike that cleaves the heavens. Two incredibly terrifying attacks merged together and crashed down on the orc prophet, who was already on the verge of death. The terrifying damage landed on the orc prophet, with an exaggerated damage value of nearly 700,000, almost instantly engulfing the orc prophet and turning him into ashes. His eyes were filled with utter disbelief as he lay dying. The orc prophet couldn't understand how Sujin, trapped in the forbidden spell, the thunderstorm of destruction, could have increased his strength to such a terrifying level in less than a minute. But Sujin knew perfectly well that all of this was thanks to Ari's evolution. After evolving, Ari's strength increased dramatically. Furthermore, she gained extraordinary strength, doubling Ari's power level. This caused her power to instantly break through to over 30,000. The damage has more than doubled. It's important to know that whether it's the Extreme Ice 4-hit combo or the Heaven-Slaying Strike, the power is multiplied by the base physical attack power. The higher the base physical attack power, the more terrifying the damage will be when combined with the Extreme Ice Quadruple Slash and Heaven-Slaying Strike. The Extreme Ice Quadruple Slash consists of 4 instances of damage: 500% physical damage, 550% physical damage, 600% physical damage, and 650% physical damage. The Heaven-Slaying Strike deals 6 times the damage. Most importantly, the damage from both can be amplified and multiplied together. This is the real reason why Ari's damage is so terrifying. Chapter 178 Shocking. A battle of super strong individuals. At that moment, a familiar system notification sounded in Sujin's mind. Congratulations. Your pet, the Fox Clan Supreme Saintess Ari, has defeated a pseudo-glory level boss, LV.48, the Orc Prophet Leighton. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. An even more intense light emanated from his body. Congratulations. You have reached level 43 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. At the same time, an incredibly intense white light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintess, Ari, has reached level 40 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet Fox Clan Quasi-Saintess, Ari, has reached level 41 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Plunder successful. Ari gains 800 evolution points. Ari gains an additional extraordinary life potential. Extraordinary life potential. Ari gains an additional 200% health. You also enjoy this benefit when a pet is attached to you. Ari's life value increased from high level to extraordinary level, doubling in value and increasing by more than 200,000 points. Before Sujin could even feel happy, another system notification sounded. Ding. You killed the Orc Prophet, thwarting the Dark Faction's plans and subtly influencing the future fate of humanity. You have obtained. Calculate your destiny points. Congratulations. You have advanced to the 4th tier of Human Guardian God. Ding. Your strength has increased by 300 points. Ding. Your physique has increased by 300 points. Ding. Your intelligence has increased by 300 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 300 points. Ding. You have acquired a new skill, Bloodline Collection. Level 1. Bloodline Collection. For each bloodline power you collect, you will gain a huge attribute boost. Currently collected bloodline power. Supreme Elf God Bloodline Power. Ding. Because the Elven race has an extremely high affinity for magic, the power of the Supreme Elven God Bloodline flowing through your veins has given you an additional boost. Intelligence. Increases maximum mana and casting speed by 200%. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. The advancement in the rank of the human race guardian god had actually given him such a substantial boost. Not only did it increase all attributes by 300 points, but it also gained additional benefits due to the blessing of the Supreme Spirit God's bloodline. Boost your intelligence. Without a doubt, this is a huge boost to Sujin's combat power. because after he uses pet possession, half of his combat power depends on the pet's attribute values, and the other half depends on his own attribute values. If you want to break through to higher damage values, you absolutely cannot neglect either the pet's attributes or your own attributes. It seems that the reason the orc prophet captured so many elven female slaves was indeed because he was plotting a huge secret conspiracy for the undead overlord. Sujin's eyes narrowed. Since he had stumbled upon the matter of the undead lord, he might as well take advantage of this fat sheep. Not only must we extract enough benefits from the Lord of the Dead, but we must also make him pay a heavy price. While secretly plotting how to trap the undead overlord, Sujin walked to the corpse of the orc prophet and picked up all the loot it had dropped. Ding. You have acquired a pseudo-glory level item, Saint's Soul Gathering Robe. Ding. You have acquired a pseudo-glory grade item, Spirit Weapon Essence Shoulder Guard. Ding. You have collected 20 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. 207 silver coins and 5,684 copper coins have been collected. 2 pseudo-glory level equipment items were unexpectedly obtained at once. Sujin had no doubt that this was absolutely due to Ali's extraordinary level of luck and talent, which was why he had such a rich harvest. As is customary, we should first look at the equipment attributes. Pseudo-glory level, the Saint's Soul Gathering Robe. Increased physical defense. Point. Increased spell defense. Point. Attack speed increased by 75%. Casting speed increased by 75%. Movement speed increased by 50%. The amount of earth-type damage received will be reduced. Point. The amount of wind damage received will be reduced. Point. The amount of lightning damage received will be reduced. Point. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Equipment skill, Soul Gathering Spirit. When activated, your health regeneration rate is increased by 1,000% for 10 seconds. Furthermore, if you die during the 10-second duration of Soul Gathering Spirit, you will be resurrected on the spot without any loss of health. It's a resurrection skill. However, this skill needs to be activated in advance to be effective. Sujin thought to himself, but he was already quite satisfied. He already possesses the Ice and Snow Revival skill, which can resurrect the dead, but this skill can only be used on NPCs and monsters. However, the Soul Gathering skill, a resurrection ability, can provide a sense of security by being prepared for any eventuality. However, compared to other options, wearing it on your pet is more cost-effective, as it not only ensures your pet's safety. When you encounter danger, activate Ari's pet possession to gain the resurrection effect of this equipment. I decisively replaced Ari's Starry Beginner, Undying Sacrifice Robe with the pseudo-glory level, Saint's Soul Gathering Robe. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the second pseudo-glory level equipment. Pseudo-glory grade, Spirit Weapon Essence Shoulder Guard. Physical attack power increased by 3,600 points. Increases spell attack power by 2,400 points. Health points increased. Point. Strength increased by 1,800 points. Intelligence increased by 1,000 points. In combat, the wearer gains an additional 100% attack speed and 100% movement speed. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Skill. Wrath of the Spirit Warrior. The wearer of this equipment temporarily gains 1,000 strength points for each instance of damage dealt to an enemy, stacking up to 10 times. Add points to strength. The strength boost will disappear after the battle ends. It's another truly practical piece of equipment. I decisively replaced Ari's Starry Advanced, Darklight Slaughter shoulder pads with the pseudo-glory level, Spirit Weapon Essence shoulder pads. After equipping 2 pseudo-glory level items, Ari's stats soared once again. Sujin originally had 3 pet skill evolution stones in his backpack, but he didn't use them. With the addition of the 20 pet skill evolution stones I just acquired, I now have a total of 23. After thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to continue evolving Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill. This skill can be considered Ari's core skill. Ding. Evolving Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill requires 4 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. As soon as the words were spoken, Ari quickly responded. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 5. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 6. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Bite. Bite. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's Extreme Eyeshadow Array skill to level 9. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Extreme Eyeshadow Array. Level 9 Ari sets up a powerful magic array. Then her figure dances within it. Each attack deals damage to all enemies within the array. Adds 340% physical attack power as ice damage. The magic circle lasts for a maximum of 14 seconds. The fewer enemies in the magic circle, the more times they will take damage. Having just completed his power evolution, Sujin hadn't even had a chance to experience the power of the Extreme Eyeshadow Array, which had surged 5 levels in succession. Bang! 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 Suddenly, an extremely intense battle shockwave came from afar. In an instant, the earth shook violently, and mountains and rivers fractured. Even the stars in the sky seemed to tremble. Clearly, there are extremely powerful individuals fighting each other. Compared to this astonishing phenomenon, the power of the forbidden spell cast by the Orc Prophet earlier was simply negligible. Such terrifying aftershocks of battle. Could it be? Chapter 179, Stealing the Sacred Essence Fruit. The aftershocks of the battle were at least thousands of miles away, yet the terrifying tremors could still be felt. One can only imagine what kind of powerful figures were engaged in this fierce fight. But since we're here, we should at least take a look. We might find something unexpected. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself. Immediately, he merged Shaoqing into his body and decisively activated the purple thunder mystic heaven wings. Wings fluttered, and lightning crackled around them. With a push of his feet, Sujin soared into the sky, propelled by the movement of the purple thunder mystic wings. After its evolution, the purple thunder mystic wings had reached an extreme speed. Even the Beastman Prophet, who used a top-tier speed scroll, couldn't outrun Sujin. Although the sounds of battle were thousands of miles away from Sujin, he arrived near the battlefield in less than half an hour. He is an extremely strong member of the beast race. They actually started fighting amongst themselves? Sujin instantly identified the identities of the fighting group. These powerful beastmen were all half-human, half-beast, possessing human bodies but retaining some of the original beastman characteristics. Sujin secretly cast a reconnaissance spell at the group. 10,000 Flaming Demon Tiger. Rank. Property. Kamikaze Dark Eagle. Rank. Property. Zerg Queen. Rank. Property. 3 reconnaissance spells were cast, but not a single piece of information could be gleaned. They only received 3 names. This means that these super strong individuals are at least 10 levels higher than him. But judging from the aftermath of the battle, there is no doubt that they are beings who have transcended the realm of glory. Above the glory level is the epic level, and above the epic level is the legendary level. But whether it's epic or legendary level, they can easily crush or even instantly kill ordinary powerhouses at the glory level. Therefore, among these super strong individuals, a saying has been passed down. Below the epic realm, all are ants. This means that any powerful individual who has reached the legendary level will not take those below the glory level seriously. I want 3 Sheng Yuan Gua, and you can split the other 2 equally. Roxigar, you've gone too far. The holy essence fruit only bears fruit once every 10,000 years, and each one consumed has the potential to cause an incredible transformation in the body. It even brings unimaginable benefits. How can you possibly monopolize 3 such a precious treasure by yourself? That's right. In my opinion, you can only get 1 at most. If you're still greedy, you won't get a single one. Ha ha ha, what a joke. I am the king of beasts, and in terms of strength, none of you are my match. I am the strongest, so naturally I shall possess all 3. Roxigar, you are indeed the strongest. But don't forget that we are fighting together. In a one-on-one fight, we are no match for you, but 2 fists can't fight 4 feet. With Andy and me working together, you will surely be defeated. How laughable. Today I'll show you that I can still sweep you both aside, even when I'm fighting 2 of you. The battle between the 3 super strong beastmen grew increasingly fierce. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, birds die for food. Even though they are both super strong beastmen, they are completely willing to tear off their masks when it comes to interests. The beastmen are a bloody world where the strong prey on the weak, and cannibalism among their own kind is common, let alone for greater profits. Allies are nothing more than tools for each other to pursue their own interests. Ultimately, strength is the only true measure of success. The battle between the three powerful beastmen was earth-shattering. Even the aftershocks alone wiped out all living beings within 1,000 miles. Sujin only understood what was going on after hearing the conversation between the group of super-strong beastmen during their battle. It turns out that their life-or-death struggle was all for the Holy Essence Fruit. Sujin had heard of the Holy Essence Fruit in his previous life. It is an extremely rare fruit that deserves a place on the list of rare and precious natural treasures. Not only are countless powerful NPCs and monsters drawn to it, but even players are incredibly envious of it. Because the Holy Essence Fruit can not only enhance the strength of powerful individuals of all races, but even players' pets can gain unimaginable benefits after consuming it. Sujin stared intently, and in the very center of the battle between several super strong individuals stood a giant, dark tree. This tree looks ordinary, no different from any other common tree. Only a few fruits hung sparsely on this nearly ancient tree. Yet this ancient giant tree stood firm amidst the terrifying aftershocks of the earth-shattering battle between three super-strong individuals. Even the most terrifying forbidden spells could not leave even the slightest trace on this unassuming ancient tree. Without a doubt, the mysterious and unassuming ancient tree standing before us is definitely the legendary Sacred Origin Tree. Sujin's gaze remained fixed on the few Saint Yuan fruits hanging on the Saint Yuan tree. The fruits contained incomparably strong life force, shining quietly amidst the terrifying battle. Faced with such rare and precious natural treasures, Sujin was naturally extremely tempted. He was plotting how to snatch the Sacred Essence Fruit. Trying to rob someone openly like that is a sure way to fail. It's a dead end. Don't be fooled by the fact that these powerful beastmen are fighting to the death right now. If an outsider like Sujin were to intervene, they would definitely unite against him and kill him first. Everyone within them definitely gets a share. It's just a matter of how much each person gets. But outsiders will not be allowed to get a share of the pie. Such a terrifying battle was clearly beyond Sujin's ability to intervene. Since there's no chance to rob openly, let's steal secretly. Sujin quickly made a decision based on his assessment. The next moment, he switched the pet possession to Ari, then quickly activated Void Swiftness and flew towards the direction of the Holy Essence Fruit. The Holy Origin Tree was located right in the center of the battleground between the three beast race super powerhouses. The closer Sujin got, the more he could feel how terrifying the aftershocks of the battle between the super powerhouses were. However, with the Void Swiftness, as long as he is in a state of nothingness, the enemy has no way to deal with him. The Holy Essence Fruit is almost in my hands. Sujin's eyes betrayed a hint of joy. He quickly reached out and plucked the Sacred Essence Fruit from the towering ancient tree. But at that moment, a voice rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! Are you sure you want to pick the Holy Essence Fruit? If you forcibly pick it, you will need to break free of the void state. Sujin then realized that one cannot pick fruit from a tree in a void state. But then he glanced at the three super strong beastmen beside him, all of whom were less than 10 meters away from him. If he made a move to pick it, he would definitely be discovered immediately. Chapter 180 Ari's Amazing Transformation. Pick some, or pick more. After thinking it over, Sujin steeled his resolve and decided to take the plunge. Damn it, a man can't get rich without windfall gains, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. After all, they are people who have been given a second chance at life. If he backs down at this point, he'll despise himself. Thinking of this, Sujin reached out and picked the Saint Essence Fruit without hesitation. Ding! Successfully harvested. Congratulations on obtaining one Holy Essence Fruit. The moment the system's congratulatory message appeared. Someone's there. Court death. Kill him first. The three super strong beastmen roared in unison, instantly stopping their fight and flying towards Sujin. In an instant, Sujin felt a chill run down his spine, and an incredibly terrifying sense of crisis enveloped his heart. His sense of crisis, honed from countless brushes with death in his past lives, told him that death was very, very close to him. Sujin used phantom teleportation to quickly teleport to the side of another Saint Yuan fruit. But after all the Holy Essence fruits grow under the same tree, and the distance between them is really too close. Before Sujin could even begin picking the second Saint Yuan fruit, three super strong beastmen had already pounced on him. Void Speed. Helpless, Sujin could only activate Void Swiftness again, whose cooldown had been refreshed by phantom teleport. His figure quickly dissipated into nothingness, barely managing to dodge the terrifying combined attack of the three super strong beastmen. He's just a human brat with strength like an ant. How dare he steal the Saint Yuan fruit? Humans? This is forbidden territory for our beast men. How could humans possibly trespass here? Damn it, that brat has already stolen one of the holy essence fruits. What kind of stealth technique did that kid use? He only has the aura of the Star Radiance realm, yet he managed to evade our search. We'll split up and catch him first, then decide how to distribute the holy essence fruit. Yes, we absolutely cannot let the holy essence fruit fall into the hands of outsiders. The three beast race super experts were all furious. They spread their divine senses, which extended to a radius of thousands of miles, and searched for Sujin's location. But Sujin hadn't gone far at all. He had only picked one Saint Yuan fruit. How could he possibly give up now? Taking advantage of the moment when the three beast men were off guard, he decisively reached out and plucked the second Saint Essence fruit. Ding! Successfully harvested. Congratulations on obtaining one holy essence fruit. The second sacred essence fruit was quickly obtained as well. This undoubtedly alerted the three super strong beast men instantly. Seeing that Sujin dared to covet the second Saint Yuan fruit, their eyes turned red instantly, and they desperately attacked Sujin. Sujin was very close to the three super strong beast men, and they pounced on him in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he used Phantom Teleport again to refresh Void Dash, dodging another terrifying attack that could have instantly killed him. But he was still not satisfied, and risking his life, he reached out and picked the third holy essence fruit. Ding! Successfully harvested. Congratulations on obtaining one holy essence fruit. Another pleasant voice prompted Sujin. Although there are still two Saint Yuan fruits on the sky-supporting ancient tree, Sujin only has one last chance to refresh the Void Swiftness using Phantom Teleport. If he continues to be greedy, he will definitely lose his life here. Sujin decisively decided to quit while he was ahead. After activating his third Phantom Teleport, he quickly activated Void Swiftness and slipped away. Only two Saint Essence fruits remained, to be divided among the three super strong beast men. Human brat, if I catch you, I'll tear you to pieces. This is forbidden territory for the beast men. Even if you manage to get in, you'll never get out. Let's see how long you can hide here. Hand over the three Saint Essence fruits obediently, and we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, once we catch you, we'll tear you to pieces. The angry voices of the three beast men, super strong warriors, echoed between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Sujin had already fled thousands of miles away. At this moment, Sujin also thought of this extremely troublesome problem. Yes. How can he get out? The Orcish prophet can use Orcish arcane magic to tear open a rift in space-time and travel to this place. Sujin also followed the space-time rift created by the Orc prophet to this place. However, the space-time rift had already healed automatically by then, making it extremely difficult to open again. Furthermore, even if he were to tear open the space-time rift, he would still be unable to accurately find the coordinates to return to the original plane. If he were to rashly venture into an unknown space-time rift and were to be accidentally pulled into a dimensional black hole, he would be utterly destroyed. The kind of death that is caught in the dimensional rift is the complete death of the soul, and it is probably impossible to be resurrected. His account is almost completely useless, and even Sujin in reality may perish as a result. Therefore, how to successfully return to the original divine pet continent has become the most troublesome thing for Sujin at the moment. There's no time to worry about anything else right now. Let's use the holy essence fruit first. Sujin took out the sacred essence fruit from his backpack. He had risked his life to snatch these sacred essence fruits from the jaws of three powerful beastmen, so he naturally cherished them immensely. Holy essence fruit. Quality, unparalleled. Effect, an extremely rare fruit that only bears fruit once every 10,000 years. After consuming it, one's bloodline power and attribute values can be greatly enhanced, and there may even be unexpected benefits. The fact that we were able to plunder three Saint Essence fruits this time was thanks to Ari's Void Dash and Phantom Teleport skills. Sujin took out a Saint Yuan fruit and decisively chose to use it on Ali. After Ari consumed the sacred essence fruit, the power of her bloodline continued to burn and sublimate. A look of pain quickly appeared on her face. Sujin knew that this was a process of bloodline tempering and sublimation, which was extremely painful, but once he got through it, the benefits he would gain would be immense. About 5 minutes later, Ari's blood was finally fully tempered. At this moment, Sujin discovered through the internal vision ability of the pet panel that Ari's blood had changed from blood red to silver white. It was within this silvery white bloodline power that a magnificent yet ancient and terrifying aura faintly emanated. Her flowing, waterfall-like hair had transformed into an incomparably luxurious silver white. She had long, silver white hair, silver white pupils, and even her extremely sharp fingernails on her hands and feet had turned silver white. Under the silver white embellishment, Ari becomes enchanting and noble, and just standing there quietly gives people a very mysterious aura. Ding! Your pet Ari has undergone a mysterious change in its bloodline after consuming the holy essence fruit, thus unexpectedly triggering a special evolutionary selection. Chapter 181, A Terrifying Forbidden Spell. Blazing flames scorch the heavens. Option 1. Evolve towards all attributes. Ari can freely master ice, fire, wind, earth, lightning, light, darkness, and even many more unknown and mysterious attributes. The more attributes she masters, the stronger she becomes. Option 2. Maximize the ice attribute. Ari can only train ice attribute spells, but when training ice attribute skills, the damage will be increased by an additional 60%. I choose the first option, all attribute evolution. Sujin said without hesitation. The reason is simple. Even if you maximize the ice attribute, it is still only a secondary attribute. Even if you cultivate ice magic to its peak, it is still ice magic, and its upper limit is ultimately limited. However, if one masters and integrates all the attributes of fire, wind, earth, ice, thunder, light, and darkness into one, it is a path to the pinnacle with an even higher ceiling. Because once all 7 elements are perfectly mastered, and they are fused together, they will unleash unimaginable and terrifying power. Its power is enough to destroy a world. As Sujin made his choice quickly, the bloodline power within Ari's body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Sujin's mind. Because you made the choice to evolve Ari, the supreme saintess of the Pet Fox clan, in all attribute directions, Ari has mastered the mysteries of fire magic. Fire-type ultimate skill. When casting fire-type spells, the damage effect is increased by an additional 50%. With the blessing of extraordinary luck, your top-tier fire attribute has unexpectedly undergone a transformation, evolving into an extraordinary fire attribute. Extraordinary fire attribute aptitude. Ari takes 70% less fire damage and deals an additional 4,000 fire damage when attacking. If she can collect all 7 attributes, earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder, she may gain incredible high-level power. As the pure energy contained in the sacred essence fruit was continuously absorbed by Ari. Finally, Ari's evolutionary energy was fully charged, and she completed her final evolution. Congratulations! Your pet, the supreme saintess of the Fox clan, Ari, has evolved into a star-rank advanced pet, quasi-goddess of the Fox clan. This is precisely the time when Ari needs to absorb evolutionary energy the most. With a thought, Sujin fed the second sacred essence fruit to Ari. When Ari saw the second sacred essence fruit, her eyes lit up with joy. She gave Sujin a grateful look, and then quickly swallowed the second sacred essence fruit. This second sacred essence fruit actually caused Ari to undergo a second evolution. Congratulations! Your Pet Fox clan quasi-goddess, Ari, has evolved into a star-level peak pet, Fox clan goddess. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, will have her intelligence permanently increased. Point. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, will have her strength permanently increased. Point. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, will have her physique permanently boosted. Point. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, will have her agility permanently increased. Point. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, has acquired an extraordinary healing ability during her evolution. Extraordinary HP regeneration. When HP is below 50%, gain. Health regenerates every second for 10 seconds. Your Pet Fox goddess, Ari, has learned a new skill, Blazing Sky. Blazing Sky, level 1. Because Ari has mastered the extraordinary power of fire, he can ignite the power of fire in the world and transform an area within 100 miles into a world of flames that burns everything. This causes all surrounding enemies to be affected. Increases physical attack power by 200% with fire-based burst damage, and enemies will suffer damage for the next 10 seconds. Adds 100% physical attack power to fire-based continuous burning damage. Sujin was stunned when he saw Ari's amazing transformation. The sacred essence fruit actually allowed Ari to comprehend a second profound technique, the fire-type profound technique. From now on, Ari will go from being an ice-type fox-eared girl to a girl with both ice and fire powers. He even comprehended 2 different types of aptitude. A super-level fire-type talent makes Ari's explosive power even more terrifying. Another type is the extraordinary healing talent, which gives Ari a good ability to recover health. Even the 4 basic attributes have all increased dramatically. Most importantly, this new skill, Blazing Sky, not only has amazing burst damage, but also considerable burning damage over time. The combined damage from the 2 types of damage, after some calculation, is terrifying. Base damage, plus an additional 1,200% physical attack power bonus. The combined damage from both types of damage amounted to nearly 1,000,000. A look of wild joy flashed across Sujin's eyes. Keep in mind, this is an area of effect skill that covers a radius of hundreds of miles. No wonder it dares to call itself such a domineering name as Blazing Sky. If a Blazing Inferno skill were to be used to cover the entire battlefield when the light and dark factions were at war, wouldn't it be enough to destroy the world and reap the benefits? It was absolutely amazing. Sujin opened the pet attribute panel with expectant eyes. Fox Clan Goddess Ari, Peerless. Level, 41. Rank, Peak Star Glory, 1604 to 1700. Basic Attribute 1, Attack. Defense. Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Strength. Constitution. Agile. Intelligence. Qualifications. Extraordinary Luck Qualification, Extraordinary Strength Qualification, Extraordinary Attack Speed Qualification, Extraordinary Fire Qualification, Extraordinary Poisoning Qualification, Extraordinary Healing Qualification, Top-Tier Shield Qualification, Top-Tier Defense Qualification, Top-Tier Lightning Qualification, Top-Tier Dark Qualification, Top-Tier Ice Qualification, Top-Tier Wind Qualification, High-Tier Earth Qualification, Extraordinary Life Qualification, High-Tier Life Steel Qualification. Skills: Intimidate, Level 2, Frost Power, Level 2, Phantom Teleport, Level 1, Extreme Ice 4-Stage Slash, Level 1, Void Dash, Level 1, Heaven-Slaying Strike, Level 1, Mind Control, Level 1, Frost Blade Storm, Level 1, Ice and Snow Revival, Level 1, Extreme Ice Shadow Array, Level 9, Freezing 1,000 Miles, Level 1, Blazing Flames, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment: King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Demon's Lament Leggings, Peak Star Glory, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, Beginner King, Blood Frenzy Necklace, Advanced King, Saint's Soul Gathering Robe, Pseudo Glory, Sea God's Soul Belt, Advanced King, Spirit Weapon Essence Shoulder Pads, Beginner Star Glory, Heart of the Earth Earrings, Peak King, Beast Blood Undefeated Ring, Advanced King, Dragon Light Hidden Wing, Boots, Advanced King. Chapter 182, The Zerg Queen's Greet. Free experience points. Sujin's eyes swept over Ari's attribute panel, revealing a hint of joy. Ari's strength at this moment can only be described as absolutely terrifying. Bang! A deafening explosion ripped through the air. The small cave where Sujin was hiding was razed to the ground in an instant. Even a huge crater was formed centered on Sujin. An incredibly alarming damage number appeared above Sujin's head. Sujin, injured by the blast debris, was blasted backward. If Sujin hadn't sensed something was wrong immediately and activated Ari's pet possession ability in advance, he would probably have been instantly killed by now. Fortunately, Ari's health and defense stats increased dramatically after evolving. This damage is outrageous. Sujin was startled and looked up to see the Insect Queen, one of the 3 great beast race powerhouses. Hee, I finally found you. Those 2 damn guys each stole a Saint Essence fruit, leaving me without even a single one. However, Lady Luck is always on my side, and I unexpectedly discovered your whereabouts. This time, you're not getting away this time. You have been poisoned by my blasphemous poison. Even if you turn to ashes, I can still sense your precise location through the poison on your body. The Zerg Queen swayed her bloated body, her eyes gleaming with unbridled ecstasy, so excited that her entire massive insectoid form trembled uncontrollably. In order to monopolize the 3 Saint Yuan fruits in Sujin's hands, she even quietly sent away the other 2 super strong beastmen and secretly followed him here alone. Sujin then noticed that his attribute panel had indeed added a negative status debuff, Poison of Blasphemy. Poison of Desecration. You are tainted by the Poison of Desecration, allowing the Zerg Queen to detect your movements at any time. Furthermore, the Poison of Desecration significantly reduces your defense, increasing the damage you take by 100%. The poison of desecration cannot be removed. It will only disappear automatically after the Zerg Queen is killed. So, you're the only one left to follow me, right? A faint smile appeared on Sujin's face. That's right. You have a full 3 Saint Essence fruits hidden on you. If I were to swallow all 3 Sacred Essence fruits at once, I might even have a chance to break through my cultivation bottleneck, become a stronger being, and have an even longer lifespan. If those 2 guys come along, how can I possibly keep all 3 Saint Yuan fruits for myself? The Zerg Queen's eyes gleamed with greed as she spoke with disdain. At this moment, she spoke without any restraint. It was obvious that she deliberately let Sujin go. Only by secretly killing Sujin without anyone noticing can she reap all the benefits. Well done. You are so smart. Sujin's face immediately broke into an even brighter smile. The Zerg Queen is significantly weaker than the other 2 orc powerhouses. She is more adept at tracking and swarm tactics than at direct combat. If this had happened before, even if the Zerg Queen was the weakest of the beast race's super strongest beings, Sujin wouldn't have dared to confront her head-on. But things are different now. After 2 consecutive evolutions, Ari has undergone an astonishing transformation. They might actually have the strength to go toe-to-toe with the strongest beast men. Frostbite Storm. A strike that cleaves the heavens. Sujin's attack was a killing blow from the very first move. The frost elements filled the sky, instantly solidified into incredibly sharp blades, slashing towards the Zerg Queen with terrifying speed, like a storm. Seeing that this young comrade Sujin actually lacked martial ethics and launched a sneak attack, the Zerg Queen's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly spat out a crystal-clear white net, which not only possessed considerable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, once it falls on Sujin, it can firmly control him. However, under the buff of the heaven-slaying strike, every icy blade in the frost storm was incredibly sharp. When it collided with the silver-white web spat out by the Zerg Queen, it actually managed to cut through the incredibly tough web and still had enough power to strike the Zerg Queen herself. Even after being blocked by the silvery white net, the damage was reduced. However, the heaven-slaying strike combined with the frostbite storm still dealt a terrifying 300,000 damage. Damn it! Has your strength broken through? The Zerg Queen's eyes widened in surprise. She had sensed Sujin's cultivation level before, and it was far weaker than it was now. Could it be that he swallowed the holy essence fruit? Damn it! You dare to swallow my holy essence fruit. However, before you've fully digested the effects of the medicine, I'll devour your body and still gain most of the holy essence fruit's energy. My children, bite him to death for me. This being needs to devour his physical body. The Zerg Queen's eyes burned with intense rage. She opened her blood-red maw, and swarms of tiny insects emerged from it. Under the command of the Zerg Queen, these smaller Zergs swarmed towards Sujin. Although these insects were small, Sujin dared not be careless at all, because there are just too many of them. In just a short while, the Zerg Queen spat out thousands of insects, and the number of worms that were being spat out kept increasing, eventually surrounding Sujin completely. Seeing the dense swarm of insects rushing towards him, Sujin's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit. In his eyes, the insects spat out by the Zerg Queen were no threat at all. It's not just a massive amount of experience points. Flames engulfed the sky. With a low murmur from Sujin, the fire element in the world instantly began to surge violently. As these fire elements accumulated, the Zerg Queen felt an unsettling heat. Even the tiny insects that kept rushing towards Sujin felt immense pain and let out extremely mournful cries. But this was merely the prelude to a raging inferno. The next moment, an incredibly intense and raging fire suddenly broke out within a radius of 100 miles. The terrifying flames turned the white clouds in the sky blood red. Even the surrounding earth was burned clean of all moisture and began to crack wildly. Meanwhile, the thousands upon thousands of tiny insects were jumping around in the sea of fire, sweltering in the heat. Sujin could faintly smell the aroma of meat. Before these little insects could even get close to Sujin, they were roasted alive by the terrifying power of the raging flames. At this moment, Sujin, like an ancient fire god, looked down at the insects being devoured by the flames. Under such terrifying and astonishing damage, hordes of insects that had just emerged from the Zerg Queen's mouth were instantly charred. Immediately afterwards, a vast amount of experience points surged into Sujin and Ali's bodies. Chapter 183 Successive Breakthroughs. Abundant Rewards. Congratulations. Your pet fox goddess Ari has defeated a level 42 soul-eating insect, a peak-level monster, and you and Xiaoqing have gained 500 base experience points. Congratulations! Your pet fox goddess Ari has defeated a level 42 soul-eating insect, a peak-level monster, and you and Xiaoqing have gained 500 base experience points. Congratulations! Although each soul eater only provides 500 experience points, the sheer number of soul eaters summoned by the Zerg Queen is simply too much. Nearly 10,000 soul-devouring insects were thoroughly roasted by the forbidden spell-level skill, Blazing Flames, and their aroma even spread for miles. If Bear Grylls from Earth were here, he would probably consider this place paradise. The crunchy, roasted insect carcasses are incredibly fragrant and packed with protein, making them absolutely irresistible to him. Although the experience points provided by the soul-eating insects were not high, the fact that nearly 10,000 soul-eating insects were burned to death allowed Sujin and Ari to gain nearly amount missing. Earn experience points. Such a vast amount of experience points transformed into streams of incredibly pure energy, surging into Sujin's body. This caused Sujin's body to emit a series of dazzling silver-white lights. Congratulations! You have reached level 44 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. Congratulations! You have reached level 45 and gained 2 points of strength, 2 points of agility, 2 points of intelligence, and 2 points of constitution. At the same time, the light emanating from Ari was equally dazzling. The experience points required for a pet to level up are actually less than those required for a player. Therefore, despite gaining the same amount of experience points, Ari's level-up glow appeared more often than Sujin's. Congratulations! Your pet fox goddess, Ari, has reached level 42 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet fox goddess, Ari, has reached level 43 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations! Your pet fox goddess, Ari, has reached level 44 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Immediately afterwards, another system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Triggered kill and looting. You and Ari will each gain 4,392 points of strength, 2,938 points of agility, 1,827 points of constitution, and 843 points of intelligence. Ari received an extra 5,000 evolution points. What surprised Sujin the most was the infinite plunder talent not only granted Ari a whopping 4,000 strength points, it also gained a whopping 5,000 evolution points. Sujin glanced at Ari's attribute panel after she killed all the soul eaters and found that her evolution value had reached 6604 to 700 points. In other words, Ari, who has just evolved into the peak star glory rank, will soon usher in the next round of evolution. At this moment, Sujin fixed his intensely burning gaze on the Zerg Queen. The Zerg Queen also sensed that Sujin's strength had increased by another level, and she was slightly alarmed. She saw Sujin as prey, but she didn't expect that in Sujin's eyes, she was also prey. The next moment, Sujin moved. The Extreme Ice 4-stage slash, carrying immense ferocity, slashed wildly at the Zerg Queen. 3 terrifying and astonishing attacks poured down on the Zerg Queen, instantly reducing her health by nearly 800,000. Because of the vast difference in their levels, Sujin couldn't detect how much health the Zerg Queen actually had. Even a legendary super strongman, after enduring nearly 2 million terrifying damages, was still seriously injured. At this moment, the Zerg Queen's enormous, obese body was covered with wounds, many of which were still unhealed and oozing emerald green blood. That's right, the Zerg Queen is different from other creatures. Her blood is green. This green blood is extremely corrosive. If an ordinary, reckless, and ignorant person were to take this opportunity to fight the Zerg Queen in close combat, once they came into contact with her highly corrosive green blood, their physical condition would likely plummet, and they might even die from the poison. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying toxicity of the Zerg Queen's blood in his previous life, Sujin dared not be careless and urged Ari to carefully avoid the source of the Zerg Queen's blood spray. But the final strike of this 4-stage ice slash is Ari's true killing move. This strike contains the power of 6 times the damage of the Heavenslaying strike buff. A terrifying 1.8 million damage was poured onto the Zerg Queen, instantly cleaving her in two. Blood gushed out like a fountain, as if a poisonous rain had fallen from the sky. This is beyond my comprehension. Why has your skill improved so quickly? The Zerg Queen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ultimately, she could not withstand such terrifying damage and died suddenly. Because I have a cheat code. Sujin smiled brightly and said calmly. He was reborn from his past life, possessing all the information about the future, and also had an incredibly powerful SSS level talent for unlimited plunder. Furthermore, Sujin's backpack also contains a supreme gift pack that can be opened once every 10 levels, plus a supreme divine bone containing mysterious abilities. This gave him an enormous advantage over others from the moment he entered the game, which was practically equivalent to having a cheat code. But this does not mean that Sujin does not need to work hard to improve his strength. Instead, he has to work even harder than other players to improve his own and his pet's strength. Other players simply treat this game as a game about fighting monsters and leveling up. But only he knew that if he couldn't gain the strength to defeat the gods in 3 years, then the gods would inevitably step into the real world in 3 years. When that time comes, all of humanity will die at the hands of the gods. And Sujin will be no exception. Having been reborn, I must never let that tragedy happen again. Sujin clenched his fists, his eyes flashing like lightning, and silently made a vow. However, even though the Zerg Queen is dead, he still faces a huge dilemma. How can he possibly leave this place? Clearly, this is an alternate dimension belonging to the Beastmen. Although the area is vast, it is desolate everywhere. There wasn't even a single monster. If he couldn't leave smoothly, he would inevitably waste a lot of time here, unable to level up or continue improving his strength. This was absolutely unacceptable to Sujin. Chapter 184 Ari's Amazing Evolution. At that moment, the system notification sound of killing the Zerg Queen finally rang in his mind. Congratulations. Your pet fox goddess Ari has defeated the level 50 Zerg Queen Zul, a glory 1-star boss. You and Ari have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. Sujin's experience points instantly surged by another 300,000 points. And 300,000 experience points were enough for Sujin to reach the threshold for level breakthrough once again. Congratulations. You have reached level 46 and gained 5 points of strength, 5 points of agility, 5 points of intelligence, and 5 points of constitution. When Sujin reached level 46, the value of each of his attributes had increased from 2 points to 5 points. Although this improvement was just a drop in the ocean for Sujin. But in Sujin's mind, even the smallest ant leg is still meat. At the same time, an incredibly intense white light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations. Your pet fox goddess, Ari, has reached level 45 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preference, 15 points have been automatically allocated to strength. Congratulations. Your pet fox goddess, Ari, has reached level 46 and gained 30 free attribute points. As per your preference, 30 points have been automatically allocated to strength. After Ari reaches level 36, the attribute points she gains per level increase from 15 to 30 free attribute points. It's an improvement, better than nothing, I suppose. Plunder successful. Ari gains 1,000 evolution points. Ari gains an additional extraordinary lifesteal ability. Superior vampiric ability. 70% of the damage Ari deals will be converted into her own health. You will also enjoy this benefit when a pet is attached to you. At this point, Ari's evolution value has reached 7607 to 700, successfully meeting the evolution threshold. Then, the familiar system voice sounded again. Congratulations. Your pet, the supreme goddess of the Fox clan, Ari, has evolved into a pseudo-king level pet, the supreme goddess of the Fox clan. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, will have her intelligence permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, will have her power permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, will have her physique permanently enhanced. Point. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, will have her agility permanently increased. Point. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, has mastered the extraordinary shield level talent. Superior shield qualification. Once activated, Ari will gain a shield capable of withstanding a massive shield that deals point damage and can block all damage for 10 seconds. You can also enjoy this benefit when a pet possesses you. Your pet Fox clan's supreme goddess, Ari, has learned a new skill, Dual Ice and Fire. Ice and Fire Dual Force. Level 1 Ari successfully fuses ice and fire attributes into one, dealing double damage to enemies simultaneously. Ice attribute damage to enemies. Increases damage by 300% and significantly slows enemies, with a chance to trigger Frost Seal. Fire attribute damage to enemies. Increases damage by 500% and has a chance to critically hit. This fire-type skill has a built-in critical hit effect, which stacks with other critical hits without conflict. After Ari's latest evolution, her attribute values have increased dramatically once again. It has increased by a full all attributes. Furthermore, he comprehended an extraordinary level of shield talent, which was able to negate a full amount of damage. It deals point damage, making it a decent defensive skill. Not only that, Ari has also mastered the power of the fusion of ice and fire elements. The combination of these two types of damage results in an effect that is undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. In addition to its terrifying ice-based damage, it also possesses the control effect of frost sealing. Fire damage is even more explosive, and most importantly, there's a chance to trigger a critical hit. This skill has a built-in critical hit effect, and does not conflict with other critical hit effects at all. Once combined with Ari's own Heavenly Strike buff's 6 times damage skill, the damage would probably be insane. Sujin opened the pet attribute panel with expectant eyes. Ari, the supreme goddess of the Fox clan, peerless. Level, 46. Rank, Pseudo-King level, 604-8000. Basic attribute 1, attack. Defense. Health. Magic power. Basic attribute 2, strength. Constitution. Agile. Intelligence. Qualifications. Extraordinary luck qualification, extraordinary strength qualification, extraordinary attack speed qualification, extraordinary fire qualification, extraordinary poisoning qualification, extraordinary healing qualification, top-tier shield qualification, extraordinary earth qualification, extraordinary life qualification, extraordinary life steal qualification, top-tier defense qualification, top-tier lightning qualification, top-tier darkness qualification, top-tier ice qualification, top-tier wind qualification. Skills. Intimidate, level 2. Frost power, level 2. Phantom teleport, level 1. Extreme ice 4-stage slash, level 1. Void dash, level 1. Heaven slaying strike, level 1. Mind control, level 1. Frost blade storm, level 1. Ice and snow revival, level 1. Extreme ice shadow array, level 9. Freezing 1,000 miles, level 1. Blazing flames, level 1. Ice and fire dual heaven, level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Equipment. King's Crimson Crown, Peak Star Glory, Undying Demon Slayer's Shadow Bloodblade, Peak Star Glory, Blood Demon's Lament Leggings, Peak Star Glory, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, Beginner King, Blood Frenzy Necklace, Advanced King, Saint's Soul Gathering Robe, Pseudo Glory, Sea God's Soul Belt, Advanced King, Spirit Weapon Essence Shoulder Pads, Beginner Star Glory, Heart of the Earth Earrings, Peak King, Beast Blood Undefeated Ring, Advanced King, Dragon Light Hidden Wing. Boots, Advanced King. Having broken through to the Pseudo-King level, Ari has become even more outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Her legs were as white as jade. Her long, flowing silver hair cascaded down her back, and her face was exquisitely beautiful. Every part of Ari's body exudes her enchanting and captivating aura of a mature and sophisticated woman. The most astonishing thing, of course, is the transformation in strength. At this moment, Sujin's gaze fell on the corpse of the Zerg Queen. Although the Zerg Queen is the weakest of the 3 super-powerful beings of the orcs, she is still a genuine legendary figure. It is definitely a very substantial family fortune that has been accumulated. I hope to gain enough from you. Sujin examined the corpse of the Zerg Queen, a burning glint in his eyes. Chapter 185 Abundant Harvest. At this time, the Zerg Queen's corpse deflated completely, like a punctured balloon. But all around him flowed green blood, which contained an extremely deadly green toxin. As soon as it flowed onto the ground, it corroded the ground with crackling sounds and even emitted puffs of smoke, eventually turning the surrounding land into an extremely barren, black, and withered wasteland. Sujin knew that even though the Zerg Queen was dead, the destructive power of this green poisonous blood was still terrifying. He dared not be careless at all. He summoned Shaoqing, activated the purple thunder mystic wings, and flew into the air. Without his feet touching the corroded ground, he carefully approached the corpse of the Zerg Queen. Through the thick corpse of the Zerg Queen, Sujin could vaguely see the glittering spoils buried beneath it. His intuition, honed from countless brushes with death, told him that the more tempting the spoils, the more cautious he should be. Sujin took out Ari's weapon, the Shadow Bloodblade of the Undying Demon Slayer. This was a star-level peak weapon. He swung the indestructible Shadow Bloodblade and forcefully flicked it upwards, directly knocking the Zerg Queen's corpse aside. Sizzle! Sizzle! The moment the Shadow Bloodblade touched the poisoned blood, the tip of the blade was instantly corroded into molten iron. A valuable star-level peak weapon was thus reduced to scrap metal. Luckily, I was careful enough. Otherwise, if you get your hands on this poisonous blood, you'll probably lose your life here. Sujin looked at the completely broken Shadow Bloodblade with some pain, and with lingering fear, threw the broken Shadow Bloodblade aside. He then carefully picked up the spoils that had fallen to the ground, making sure that he did not get a single drop of poisonous blood on himself. Ding! You have acquired the pseudo-glory grade leggings of the 10,000 poisons. Ding! You have picked up the Glory 1-star, soul-devouring poison demon sword. Ding! You have collected 22 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You have acquired 1 peerless grade beast essence core. Ding! You have collected 196 silver coins and 2,329 copper coins. Genuine glory level equipment. Sujin's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately opened and examined both pieces of equipment that had been dropped. Pseudo-glory grade, leg guards of 10,000 poisons. Physical attack power increased by 7,200 points. Spell attack power increased by 6,400 points. Health points increased. Point. Strength increased by 3,200 points. Intelligence increased by 2,000 points. In combat, the wearer gains an additional 200% attack speed, 200% movement speed, and 200% casting speed. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Skill. The Curse of 1,000 Poisons. Reduces all poison damage you receive by 70%. Furthermore, increases all poison damage you deal by an additional 100%. The base stats provided by this equipment are already quite excellent. Just one piece of leg armor provides a whopping 7,200 physical attack power and 3,200 strength. This is equivalent to providing more than 10,000 physical attack power. Once converted into skills, the damage can be said to be tens of thousands more. Furthermore, the special effect of the 10,000 Poisons Lament skill is extremely well matched with Ari's extraordinary poison tempering aptitude. Superior poisoning talent. Your basic attacks and skills inflict a poison effect, dealing 3,000 poison damage per second to enemies for up to 10 seconds. This effect stacks with other poison damage. The extraordinary level of poison refining aptitude could originally cause poison damage within 10 seconds. It deals additional poison damage, but with the added effect of the 10,000 Poisons Lament equipment, the poison damage is directly doubled, lasting for 10 seconds. Additional poison damage. Because of its extraordinary poison refining aptitude, this equipment is a perfect match for Ari. Sujin decisively replaced Ari's original Star Glory peak level leggings with the Pseudo Glory level 10,000 Poisons lapel guards. Sujin then turned his attention to the genuine Glory level equipment that had just been revealed. Glory 1-star. Soul-devouring poison demon sword. Physical attack power increased. Point. Strength increased by 44 points. Physical critical hit rate increased by 40%. Physical critical hit damage increased by 100%. During the attack, additional poison damage. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Equipment skill, soul-devouring poison. Every time you deal damage to an enemy, there is a 10% chance to implant soul-devouring poison into their body. Enemies afflicted with soul-devouring poison have their physical and magical defense reduced by 65% and suffer damage per second. Restores health, lasting up to 30 seconds. If an enemy dies from the soul-eating poison, the poison will take over their body, turning them into a completely obedient servant. Another piece of equipment that provides an amazing upgrade. Furthermore, the boost provided by this equipment is far greater than that of the leggings of 10,000 poisons. Not only has the base damage increased, and also included the poison damage, under the double poison damage effect of the 10,000 Poisons Lament skill, is a full. It deals poison damage. The equipment skill Soul-Devouring Poison has an even more ferocious effect. Once an enemy is poisoned, they are essentially forced to fall to their death within 30 seconds. It deals poison damage and can also enslave enemies after killing them. Ari's Shadow Blade was damaged by the Zerg Queen's poison blood, but the new equipment she obtained is many times more powerful than the Shadow Blade. Sujin decisively replaced Ari's Glory 1-star, soul-devouring poison demon sword with it. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the 22 pet skill evolution stones. As expected of a pet of the glory level, it dropped a whopping 22 pet skill evolution stones from just one boss. Sujin was pleasantly surprised. Sujin previously had 3 pet skill evolution stones in his backpack, and with these 22 more, he now has a total of 25. I decided to prioritize upgrading Ari's extreme eyeshadow formation before considering evolving other skills. Ding! Evolving Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill requires 4 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. Sujin replied without hesitation. Ding! You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 10. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding! You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 11. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Chapter 186 Life or Death Battle. Ding! You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 12. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding! Level 13. Ding! Level 14. Ding! You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 15. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Extreme Eyeshadow Array. Level 15 Ari sets up a powerful magic array, then her figure dances within it. Each attack deals damage to all enemies within the array. Adds 520% physical attack power as ice damage. The magic circle lasts for a maximum of 17 seconds. The fewer enemies in the magic circle, the more times they will take damage. It costs 24 pet skill evolution stones to directly evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 15. There was only 1 pet skill evolution stone left in the backpack. Sujin roughly estimated that the physical attack power bonus of the extreme eyeshadow formation had now reached as high as 520%. Almost every attack from the extreme eyeshadow formation can deal more than 300,000 points of damage. The current extreme eyeshadow formation can last for a full 17 seconds. If all the damage from the absolute ice and shadow formation were to hit a single enemy, it could potentially cause millions of damage. Finally, there is one more peerless treasure material. Beast Essence Core. Quality, unparalleled. Effect, a mysterious essence core containing the essence of 10,000 king-level monsters and a legendary boss. It contains incredible energy. If you can refine it, you may obtain unimaginable benefits. Refining? Sujin was slightly startled. How was he supposed to refine this thing? He gripped the Beast Essence Core tightly, trying to guide and absorb the essence energy within, but found that he couldn't sense even the slightest leakage of energy from the core. If it hadn't been found on the Zerg Queen, Sujin would have thought it was just an ordinary little walnut, with nothing particularly remarkable about it. Just as Sujin was feeling a little puzzled, he seemed to feel the mysterious egg in his backpack trembling slightly. Even through the interdimensional space of the backpack, the presence of the essence core could be sensed from this mysterious egg. Sujin's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this essence core be the incubation material needed for that incredibly mysterious egg in the backpack? Thinking of this, Sujin decisively took out the mysterious egg that had been gathering dust in his backpack. He watched as the golden patterns on it kept flashing, as if it was transmitting some kind of signal. A mysterious egg. Rank. Introduction. A mysterious egg with divine bloodline. If you can hatch the creature inside and make it your pet, you will surely have a place on the future list of gods. Sujin had a premonition that if he could hatch this mysterious egg, the quality of the pet he obtained would definitely not disappoint him. He tried to attach the essence of all beasts to the golden patterns on the mysterious egg. Suddenly, the golden patterns instantly shone brightly, transforming into a golden vortex that frantically devoured the essence energy within the myriad beast cores. As the essence energy of the myriad beast's core was frantically absorbed, the core gradually shattered, eventually turning into a cloud of dust resembling debris. After absorbing all the essence energy within the core of 10,000 beasts, this mysterious egg showed signs of hatching. At that moment, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! You have unexpectedly discovered a mysterious egg hatching method. Current hatching progress, 27.5%. Ding! After absorbing the essence of all beasts, the mysterious egg has increased the grade of the larva inside by 1 level, and its power has also increased. Points increase intelligence. Points increase agility. Points increase physique value. Click this button to increase your luck by 100%. To successfully hatch this egg, it needs to absorb more core energy. Information. The other 2 super strong beastmen, the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger and the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, possess even more powerful energy cores. It seems that they intend to wipe out all the super strong members of the beast race in one fell swoop. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself. However, even without this system notification, he will definitely take the initiative to find the other 2 super strong beastmen. Because, at this moment, Sujin had no way to leave this forbidden area. The only way to find a way out of this forbidden area is to target the other 2 super strong beastmen. Sujin took out the last Saint Essence fruit from his backpack. The reason he had kept this Saint Essence fruit and had not used it was because he wanted to use it to lure out the other 2 super strong beastmen. After killing the Zerg Queen, Ari not only evolved to a stronger level. In addition, they also obtained a large number of other treasures. This caused Ari's strength to skyrocket. Wild animals have incredibly sensitive noses. Orcs' sense of smell is in no way inferior to that of ordinary wild animals. Both the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger and the Divine Wind Dark Eagle are super strong among the beast race. In terms of olfactory sensitivity, they can be said to be tens of thousands of times more sensitive than ordinary wild beasts. Just as Sujin expected. As soon as Sujin took out the sacred essence fruit, the rich fragrance emanating from the fruit spread outwards. In less than 10 seconds, a giant eagle, its body entirely black, swept across from the sky. This giant eagle is none other than the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, one of the strongest beastmen. They arrived so quickly. Orcs really do have a nose more sensitive than dogs. Sujin raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. You little brat, who are you calling a dog? Since you dared to offer up the sacred essence fruit, you must have already prepared to die? A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in Shinfeng Ening's dark eyes as he spoke with icy coldness. Do you see the Zerg Queen over there? That's what will happen to you next. Sujin smiled broadly and retorted without any hesitation. Shinfeng Dark Eagle saw the Zerg Queen's corpse that Sujin had pointed to, lying there in a very miserable state, with blood flowing like a river, and she was completely dead. He gave a sinister laugh, his words devoid of any pity. I knew it. The Zerg Queen was secretly coming to find you, wanting to take all 3 Saint Essence fruits for herself. Greed knows no bounds. She deserved to die. I am not as stupid as her. Brother Tiger, stop hiding. Let's join forces and kill him. Let's split the Sheng Yuan fruit equally. As the voice of the Divine Wind Dark Eagle faded, a giant tiger engulfed in crimson flames slowly stepped out from the side. One in front and one behind. The 2 super strong beastmen stared intently at Sujin, their killing intent almost tangible. What follows is bound to be a fierce battle to the death. Chapter 187: The 2v2 Showdown. Sujin's eyes were slightly gloomy. If it were just a legendary beastman super strongman, he would still be able to deal with him. But at this moment, 2 super strong beastmen attacked him from the front and the back. Furthermore, both the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger and the Divine Wind Dark Eagle are far stronger than the Zerg Queen. Especially the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger, which can fight 2 opponents at once. Even with the combined efforts of the Zerg Queen and the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, they were no match for the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger. I'm willing to join forces, but I have conditions. I want 2 of the 3 Saint Essence fruits this kid has. The fiery tiger's eyes were indifferent, yet a hidden killing intent burst forth from them. All right, you're stronger than me, so I have no objection to you taking 2 Saint Essence fruits. Divine Wind Dark Eagle nodded slightly and said, although Sujin was still standing alive in front of them, in their eyes, as long as the 2 of them joined forces, Sujin was already close to death. So, they openly discussed the ownership of the Saint Yuan fruit after Sujin's death. Sorry, I've already eaten 2 of the Holy Essence fruits. This is the last one. Sujin smiled faintly and said, kid, don't try to sow discord between us using this method. You're going to die today no matter what. Even if you have already eaten 2 Saint Yuan fruits, I am willing to give the last Saint Yuan fruit to Brother Tiger. I only need to devour your physical body and all your wealth. Godwin Dark Eagle chuckled and said, very good. If he only has 1 Saint Essence fruit left, then I will only take that 1 Saint Essence fruit, and you can do whatever you want with the rest. A cold smile flashed across Wan Yenmo's eyes as he spoke fiercely. How about I give you the Holy Essence fruit, and you don't interfere in my duel with him? That way you can obtain the Holy Essence fruit from me without lifting a finger. Sujin's eyes flickered, but a bright smile appeared on his face as he looked at the myriad flame demon tiger and spoke. Then hand over the Holy Essence fruit first. Wan Yin Demon Tiger stared at Sujin and said, once I kill the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, I will give you the Holy Yuan fruit. Sujin sneered and summoned Xiaoqing to his side. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's purple thunder mystic wings unfurled. Secret technique, Heavenly Thunderstorm. Instantly, an incredibly terrifying surge of lightning energy condensed, and this lightning energy, with unstoppable force, fiercely attacked the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. You're messing with me. The myriad flame demon tiger quickly realized that Sujin had no intention of handing over the Saint Yuan fruit, and instantly flew into a rage, launching a fierce attack. But Xiaoqing, taking the initiative, unleashed terrifying lightning energy upon Shinfeng Dark Eagle. Thunderstorm is not an instantaneous burst of damage, but a continuous burst of damage that lasts for a full 10 seconds. The relentless barrage of damage crashed into the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, but the Divine Wind Dark Eagle was, after all, a super strong being of the legendary realm, whose strength surpassed even that of the Zerg Queen. The damage of a few 100,000 is not fatal to the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. Even with the Kamikaze Dark Eagle's amazing recovery ability, the hundreds of thousands of damage will be automatically recovered in no time. Seeing that Xiaoqing had actually launched a sneak attack, a look of intense anger flashed in Shinfeng Ying's eyes, and he coldly said, Court Death. Forbidden Spell, 1,000-foot cold wind arrow. The first move was a forbidden spell. At this moment, the Divine Wind Dark Eagle was completely enraged. With the flapping of its massive wings, thousands upon thousands of feathers transformed into extremely sharp black arrows, carrying an incomparably surging and terrifying wind, slashing towards Xiaoqing. Body atomization. With a delicate shout, Xiaoqing activated her top-tier mistransformation ability, and her body instantly transformed into a wisp of ethereal black mist. One after another, black arrows carrying terrifying power struck the black mist that Xiaoqing had transformed into, but they hit nothing at all, as if they were hitting thin air. But Xiaoqing's crisis was not over at this time. It can even turn into mist, right? Where can you hide, you black mist? A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the fiery tiger. It opened its blood-red maw and spewed out terrifying bursts of flames, fiercely attacking Xiaoqing. This terrifying flame is the signature fire technique of the Myriad Flames Demon Tiger, the Myriad Flames Demon Fire. Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire increases fire damage by an additional 200%, and this fire can incinerate everything visible and suppress all evil spirits and demonic mists. The black mist that Xiaoqing transformed into was precisely the one that was restrained by the Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire. Wherever the Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire reached, everything was burned to ashes, including the wisps of black mist emanating from Xiaoqing's body. The wisps of mist, once they touched the Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire, were instantly burned to ashes, like a mouse encountering a cat. The Myriad Flames Demonic Fire, the signature fire technique of the Myriad Flames Demonic Tiger, is incredibly powerful, and its damage is multiplied several times when facing mist-like life forms. If this terrifying fire damage were to strike Xiaoqing, it would probably be enough to instantly kill her. When Xiaoqing saw the menacing Wanyan demon fire approaching, a look of panic appeared in her eyes. But at this moment, a proud and upright figure stood in front of Xiaoqing. The person blocking Xiaoqing's way was Sujin. A look of gratitude appeared in Xiaoqing's eyes, but at the same time, she was extremely worried about Sujin's safety. The Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire is the nemesis of the Black Mist, but even if Sujin is not a being of the Black Mist, the terrifying power of the Myriad Flames of Demonic Fire itself is enough to kill Sujin instantly. But there wasn't a trace of panic in Sujin's eyes. Instantly summoning Ari to possess him, he waved his hand, and an incredibly terrifying icy light was condensed. These clusters of icy light collided with the myriad flames of demonic fire, instantly creating a deafening and terrifying roar that echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The vibrations were so intense that everyone's eardrums ached and their souls trembled uncontrollably. 1,000 miles of ice. The sudden chill of the 1,000-mile icebound land clashed with the myriad flames of the myriad flames demon tiger, ultimately resulting in a draw. Whether it was the icy light that bound the land for thousands of miles, or the myriad flames of demonic fire, in the end, they all turned into nothingness. Hey, big guy, I'm your opponent. Sujin stared at the myriad flame demon tiger, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The myriad flames demon tiger sensed a hint of provocation in Sujin's eyes, and its eyes instantly blazed with fury, a blood-red, murderous glint flashing across them. The next moment, the myriad flames demon tiger moved, its entire body bursting with terrifying and astonishing flames, and suddenly attacked Sujin. Sujin was not intimidated at all. He raised the soul-devouring poison demon sword and slashed fiercely at the myriad flame demon tiger. On the other side, Xiaoqing and Shunfeng Enying were also exchanging spells back and forth. The Divine Wind Dark Eagle was, after all, a legendary level boss. Even though Xiaoqing's strength far surpassed that of other pets of the same level, she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position when facing such a terrifying boss for the first time. Chapter 188 The Shock of the Ancient Flood Dragon King. Ancestral Blessing. Little beauty, if that's all you've got, you might as well just accept your fate and die. After I defeat you, I will enjoy you thoroughly before devouring you whole. A cold, provocative glint flashed in Shunfeng Enying's eyes as he spoke smugly. Then, a chilling black wind suddenly burst forth from the figure of the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. A massive phantom suddenly appeared behind the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. This phantom was countless times larger than the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, and it carried with it an incomparably majestic aura of an ancient wild bird. It's the soul of the ancestors. Xiaoqing's eyes turned cold, and she instantly discerned the origin of the phantom behind the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. Since this immense and awe-inspiring ancestral soul was summoned, the already incredibly fierce Divine Wind Demon Shadow's aura surged even higher, and its combat power increased countless times compared to before. Even the black feathers covering its entire body have become more resilient and sharper. The next moment, the Divine Wind Dark Eagle's figure increased countless times, and it actually began to revert to its ancestral evolution. Isn't it just atavism? Don't think you're the only one who can do it. At the same time, Xiaoqing let out a cold shout, and her petite figure instantly unleashed an incredibly terrifying aura. Then, a massive and astonishing phantom of an ancient dragon suddenly appeared behind Xiaoqing. But the ancient dragon king that Xiaoqing summoned seemed to be sentient, looking down at Xiaoqing with a look of surprise in its eyes. I have been buried for tens of thousands of years. I never expected that there would be a descendant who could awaken my soul. The power of your bloodline is so pure. Even when I was at the Star Radiance realm, my bloodline was far less pure than yours. It's rare to see such a gifted junior. As my juniors, they should mentor me. As the illusory image of the Flood Dragon King muttered to itself, streams of incredibly pure ancient bloodline energy suddenly burst forth from its enormous phantom and surged into Xiaoqing's body. At this moment, an incredibly clear system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has received the blessing of the ancient ancestor's soul, increasing its evolution value by 3,000 points, strength by 5,000 points, agility by 5,000 points, constitution by 5,000 points, and intelligence by 5,000 points. Furthermore, the effect of the skill, Bloodline Reversion, Ancient Jiao King, has been doubled. How could there be such an unexpected bonus? Sujin was instantly stunned, but his eyes still showed immense joy. After absorbing the blessing of the ancestral soul, Xiaoqing's evolution value increased to 3,960 to 5,000 in a very short time. Furthermore, all basic attributes have been increased by 3,000 points, plus the Bloodline Reversion Ancient Flood Dragon King skill effect has been doubled. Bloodline Reversion, Ancient Flood Dragon King, Level 1 Xiaoqing activates the Ancient Flood Dragon King bloodline within her, providing additional enhancements. Increases spell attack power by 30%, spell critical strike chance by 100%, spell critical strike damage by 100%, and spell casting speed by 100%. This effect lasts for 10 seconds. After doubling, this skill has become capable of boosting. Increases spell attack power by 60%, spell critical strike chance by 200%, spell critical strike damage by 200%, and spell casting speed by 200%. This effect lasts for 20 seconds. The speed at which their strength is increasing is simply astonishing. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, the speed at which he improves his pet's strength in this life is far greater than in the previous life. At this moment, after absorbing the energy of the ancestral soul phantom, Xiaoqing's aura instantly surged, and her figure grew countless times larger, like manhwa supporting the sky and the earth. The only difference is that Xiaoqing's lower body is a dragon's tail, not a snake's tail. Purple Dragon Thunder Demon Seal. With Xiaoqing's soft shout, a vast and boundless amount of lightning energy suddenly began to gather in the sky. In the sky, there was an enormous phantom of a dragon, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Meanwhile, Shinfeng Enying had already refined the illusory image of the ancestral soul. But when his ancestral soul and Xiaoqing's ancestral soul looked directly at each other, Shinfeng Dark Eagle was horrified to discover that his ancestral soul was trembling slightly, seemingly terrified of the aura of the ancestral soul formed by the ancient Dragon King on Xiaoqing's body. Clearly, this is because in the contest of power between the ancestral souls, his ancestral soul ultimately lost. Damn it! How is this possible? Could it be that her bloodline is more noble and powerful than mine? Incredulity filled the eyes of the divine Wind Dark Eagle. But soon, the shock in his eyes was forcibly suppressed, replaced by a strong bloodlust. In other words, as long as I can kill you, I can devour all your bloodline. The more noble and powerful your bloodline attributes are after I devour you, the greater the benefits I will gain. The divine Wind Dark Eagle flapped its wings, like an incredibly terrifying blade, tearing through the endless void, using its wings as the sharpest edge to slash fiercely at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing remained completely calm and uttered a soft shout. Twin snake shadows. In an instant, it split into 9 streams of energy, transforming into 9 clones with the same strength as her. In an instant, 9 more terrifying purple dragon thunder seals appeared in the sky. The next moment, 10 purple dragon thunderous seals covered each other one after another, like an endless torrent, and fiercely bombarded the divine Wind Dark Eagle. Terrifying waves of damage rained down. In an instant, it took away nearly 1.5 million of the divine Wind Dark Eagle's life points. Before the terrifying, charged attack of the divine Wind Dark Eagle could even land on Xiaoqing, he himself had already been blasted into a miserable state. Even if he were a legendary expert, it would be difficult for him to withstand losing nearly 1.5 million life points in one go. Although he wasn't quite on the verge of death, his black feathers were now tattered and his body was oozing purplish red blood. Xiaoqing watched as Sujin fiercely battled the myriad flame demon tiger, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Master, I'll be there to help you soon. Sacrifice and self-destruct. With that, she waved her hand, and her 9 clones crashed into the body of the divine Wind Dark Eagle. The moment the self-destruction was activated, the 9 clones were no longer 9 ordinary clones, but 9 terrifying nuclear bombs with earth-shattering power. Bang! Bang! The clones crashed into the body of the divine Wind Dark Eagle, causing extremely violent explosions. Each explosion of the clone took away a large amount of the kamikaze Dark Eagle's health. In one incredibly powerful sacrificial self-destruction after another, Kamikaze Darkhawk's body was completely blasted into ashes, and he was beyond dead. Chapter 189 Reversion to Ancestral Formation, the Primordial Giant Tiger. Congratulations! Your pet, Undying Thunder King Jiao Xiaoqing, has defeated a Glory 2-star boss, LV51, Divine Wind Dark Eagle. Lei Xiuxi, you and Xiaoqing have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. The experience gained from killing enemies of a higher level is already incredibly generous. In addition, Sujin killed the Divine Wind Dark Eagle boss, which was at the Glory 2-star level. After successfully killing the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, Sujin obtained a full amount of earn experience points. Gaining such a large amount of experience points at once allowed Sujin to break through his level once again. Congratulations! You have reached level 47 and gained 5 points of strength, 5 points of agility, 5 points of intelligence, and 5 points of constitution. At the same time, such a massive amount of experience points allowed Xiaoqing to break through levels one after another. Congratulations! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao Xiaoqing, has reached level 42 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Strength, Ferrari. Congratulations. Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has reached level 43 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Strength, Ferrari. This allowed Xiaoqing's level to gradually catch up. Moreover, the infinite Plunder talent plundered an extremely pure energy from the divine wind Dark Eagle and poured it into Xiaoqing's body. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing has gained 1,100 evolution points. Xiaoqing gained an extraordinary level of life potential. Extraordinary life potential increases the pet's own health by an additional 300%. You will also enjoy this benefit when the pet is possessing you. After plundering a large amount of evolution points, Xiaoqing's evolution points also reached 2060 to 5000 points. Xiaoqing's original superior life quality could only increase her life value by 100%. However, the extraordinary life aptitude obtained through endless plundering caused Xiaoqing's health to double again, reaching a staggering 300%. After Kamikaze Dark Hawk was killed, some glittering loot fell to its feet. But at this moment, Sujin's battle with the myriad flame demon tiger was at an extremely intense stage. Xiaoqing didn't even bother to pick up the spoils. In her eyes, Sujin's life was more important than anything else. Master, I'm here to help you. Xiaoqing let out a delicate shout, and an eerie purple light flashed in her eyes. This purple light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed, striking the myriad flame demon tiger. At this moment, the myriad flame demon tiger was only focused on fighting Su Chun in close combat, and the closer the fight got, the more shocked it became. This human boy, who was so young and weak, actually possessed such great strength. But what shocked him the most was Su Chin's incredibly superb combat skills. The strength of the myriad flames demon tiger is greater than that of the Zerg Queen and the divine wind Dark Eagle combined. What a ferocious and powerful attack it was. But every single one of its attacks was neutralized by Su Chun in an incredibly clever way. So much so that even after fighting for so long, it still couldn't gain the upper hand. But just as Wan Yanmo and Su Chun were exchanging blows, the eerie purple light in Xiaoqing's eyes caught Wan Yanmo off guard. The purple light pierced into the eyes of the myriad flame demon tiger, instantly petrifying it. Xiaoqing, well done. Seeing the myriad flames demon tiger enter a petrified state, Su Chin's eyes lit up. Despite the formidable strength of the myriad flames demon tiger, Xiaoqing, with only a mid-level star glory realm cultivation, couldn't control it for very long. In less than a second, the myriad flame demon tiger was about to break free. Although the time was short, Su Chun was able to take this opportunity to unleash his strongest forbidden spell. Forbidden spell, a dual force of ice and fire. As Su Chun let out a low murmur, the surrounding ice and fire attributes simultaneously began to stir. As the ice and fire attributes around Su Chun gathered more and more, it was almost as if all the elemental energy around him was being drawn away. At this moment, Su Chun held an extremely cold ice ball in his left hand and an extremely hot fireball in his right hand. This ice ball and fireball, seemingly ordinary, actually incorporated almost all the elemental energy within 100 miles. Su Chun slowly fused these two completely different, even mutually repulsive, elemental energies together. The fused ice and fire sphere became extremely unstable, possessing extremely violent and surging energy, and could explode at any moment. Experience the thrill of ice and fire merging. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he swiftly hurled the ice and fireball at the myriad flame demon tiger. But this seemingly ordinary ball of ice and fire was seen by the myriad flame demon tiger as a life or death threat. It crashed hard into the myriad flames demon tiger, exploding like fireworks in an instant, dazzling and beautiful. But this beautiful scene brought the Wan Yin demon tiger unbearable agony. The myriad flame demon tiger was instantly sent flying backward, a look of horror flashing in its eyes. First, an ice attribute attack appeared on the myriad flame demon tiger. At the same time, faint traces of frost appeared on the body of the myriad flame demon tiger. However, the myriad flame demon tiger used the hot fire energy in its body to resist the invasion of the frost elements and failed to freeze them. But the next moment, fire energy, which was many times more terrifying than the previous ice energy, exploded once again inside the Wan Yin demon tiger's body. 6 times critical hit. Wan Yin Mo, who never expected that the real killing move was hidden in the second attack. This is not only the power of the ice and fire dual heaven itself, but also the hidden effect of the heaven-slaying strike buff. The two attacks, one after the other, have already dealt a terrifying 2 million damage to the myriad flame demon tiger. Even with such terrifying damage, it was not enough to instantly kill the 1,000 flame demon tiger. At this moment, Wan Yin Mo, who collapsed at the foot of a mountain, his body covered in bloodstains. His bulging muscles were covered with deep bloodstains. I really underestimated you. I never imagined your abilities were so amazing. But that's the end of it. Next, I'll show you the true divine power of the ancient bloodline of the Beastmen. The fiery demon tiger slowly rose from the ground, its eyes flashing with an intense fighting spirit, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Sujin. He suddenly burst forth with an incredibly dazzling light, and his body expanded countless times, his size reaching the sky and supporting the earth, like a giant tiger from the primordial era. Chapter 190, Acquiring a Female Tiger Cub. This effect can only be achieved when the ancestral bloodline reaches 100%. Sujin gazed at the colossal Wanyan demon tiger, his expression grave, and thought to himself. The purer the bloodline, the more terrifying the power boost after activating the ancestral state. Xiaoqing has just activated her bloodline reversion and has only achieved about 10% of the effect. At this time, the myriad flame demon tiger, after thousands of years of cultivation, had completely achieved the effect of 100% bloodline reversion. In other words, the myriad flame demon tiger at this point can no longer be called the myriad flame demon tiger. Instead, it has completely transformed into its ancestor, the primordial giant tiger. Fortunately, Sujin had already severely injured him beforehand. Otherwise, with Sujin's current strength, he would only be crushed when facing an ancient-level behemoth. Die, Your Majesty. The fiery demon tiger's eyes were filled with boundless rage. This young man had not only stolen 3 St. Yuan fruits, but had also severely injured it, forcing it to this point. How could it not be furious? The myriad flame demon tiger's body was now as tall as 10,000 feet, and its 4 limbs and claws were like 4 giant pillars of flame supporting the sky and the earth. Its body was so large that it blotted out the sky, like a blazing demon god intent on destroying the world. The myriad flames demon tiger raised its claws and stomped down hard on Sujin. It was just an ordinary blow, but it felt like the end of the world. Because at this moment, Sujin was as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of the colossal Wan Yin demon tiger. One kick is enough to crush it completely. Sujin watched as a massive tiger claw, treading on raging flames, crashed down upon him. His face showed no sign of panic, his eyes remained indifferent, and he simply murmured, "Extreme ice shadow formation." Suddenly, a large array containing a vast ice attribute aura was set up. Like a giant cage, it imprisoned the massive body of the myriad flame demon tiger. Then Sujin transformed into a supersonic afterimage, rapidly flashing through the void. Not only did it dodge the terrifying stomp attack of the myriad flames demon tiger, but it also launched a frenzied attack on it. A series of afterimages swept past the myriad flame demon tiger, inflicting astonishing damage upon it. After Sujin evolved the extreme eyeshadow formation to level 15, its damage has been greatly increased. The level of skill damage largely depends on the skill level. After being upgraded to level 15, the extreme eyeshadow formation increased from 100% physical attack power to 520% physical attack power, more than 5 times the damage. This shows just how important it is to upgrade your skills. Each attack inflicts devastating damage on the myriad flame demon tiger. In less than 10 seconds, the extreme eyeshadow formation had already dealt millions of damage to the myriad flame demon tiger. Despite the ferocity of the myriad flame demon tiger, Sujin, transformed into the extreme eyeshadow formation, could appear in every corner of the massive formation at any time, easily dodging every attack from the myriad flame demon tiger. The evolved extreme eyeshadow array lasts for a full 17 seconds. Even with its terrifyingly powerful attacks, the myriad flames demon tiger felt utterly helpless against Sujin's superior combat skills and the added advantage of the extreme eyeshadow array. If it can withstand the duration of the extreme eyeshadow formation, any single strike of damage to Sujin would instantly kill him. But before activating the bloodline of the primordial giant tiger, it had already suffered too much damage and was almost on the verge of death. He thought that with the power of the primordial giant tiger bloodline, he could easily turn the tide and kill Sujin. But Wang Yinmo, who never expected that Sujin had such a backup plan. Terrifying damage relentlessly bombarded the myriad flame demon tiger. In the end, even the myriad flame demon tiger could not withstand Sujin's damage and was on the verge of death. The body of the myriad flame demon tiger began to shrink rapidly, and its aura and strength also weakened continuously. Clearly, it had reached a point of near exhaustion and had no power left to resist. However, at this moment, Sujin stopped on his own initiative. Sujin stared at the blood-soaked Wang Yin demon tiger and said coldly, "Tell me how to get out of here." Wang Yinmo, who gave a shrill laugh and said bitterly, "Even if I tell you how to leave this place, do you think you will let me go? It would be better to keep you trapped here forever, enduring endless loneliness, living a life worse than death, imprisoned here." Sujin smiled, completely unconcerned about the threat from the myriad flame demon tiger, and said, "I really have no intention of letting you go. But what about the child in your belly? Do you want your child to die with you before it's even born? Tell me how to leave, and I'll take your child away from here and let it live well. Do you agree to this exchange?" A look of surprise flashed across Wang Yin demon tiger's eyes as he stared at Sujin and said, "How did you know I was pregnant?" Sujin smiled calmly and said, "That's natural. As a descendant of the primordial giant tiger, even if you are seriously injured, you shouldn't only have this much strength. Furthermore, I noticed a slight weakness in your power when you activated the bloodline power of the ancient ancestors. The only explanation is that your strength has declined because you were pregnant." A hint of sadness flickered in Wang Yin demon tiger's eyes, but a sigh of relief lingered within them as he said, "I promise you, if you let me give birth to the child, I can give my child to you. He has the pure bloodline of an ancient species, and he is qualified to become your pet." Sujin shook his head. "I don't plan to keep it as a pet because I have better options. However, I will hand your child over to someone else. With her care, I'm confident your child will achieve just as much as you." As Sujin spoke, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in his mind, as if this beautiful woman was nestled in his arms. He muttered to himself, "Guchinga, I wonder how you are doing these days. I've prepared a gift for our first meeting. I hope you like it." After saying that, Sujin slowly closed his eyes, revealing a happy smile. Seeing Sujin's appearance, Wang Yin demon tiger was also somewhat moved. Who would have thought that such a prodigiously talented young man would have such a tender side? 3 hours later, the fiery tiger gave birth to a female tiger cub. It has pure blood, a furry body, and is very honest and lovable. Chapter 191 Pet Strength Increases Drastically. Ding! You have obtained a Wang Yin demon tiger cub. Do you wish to tame it as a pet? I won't subdue them. Sujin replied without hesitation. His gaze was fixed on the mysterious pet egg in his backpack, and he murmured, "What kind of pet is this that requires such a huge price to hatch?" The beast essence core, formed from the essence of the Zerg Queen and 10,000 Zerg warriors, only increased the hatching progress of this mysterious egg by less than 30%. The more difficult it is to hatch a pet egg, the greater its potential. I wonder what surprises you will bring me after you hatch. A burning glint flashed in Sujin's eyes as he murmured to himself. At this moment, the myriad flame demon tiger, in a near-death state, gave birth to its cubs, its body already severely overdrawn. Before its death, the myriad flames demon tiger gave Sujin a time-space teleportation scroll, whose coordinates were exactly the same as the divine pet continent where Sujin originally was. Sujin originally intended to spare her life and have her sign a master-servant contract. But seeing that Wang Yinmo, who was already exhausted, it was better to let her die by his own hand than to let her die naturally. Therefore, Sujin made up his mind and ordered Xiaoqing to end the life of the myriad flame demon tiger. Congratulations! Your pet, the undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has defeated a Glory 3-star realm boss, level 52, the fiery demon tiger, Broxigar. You and Xiaoqing have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. The myriad flame demon tiger is a powerful creature at the Glory 3-star level, so the experience points gained from defeating it are naturally incredibly generous. It provided Sujin with a full 360,000 experience points. Then, an incredibly pleasant system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! You have reached level 48 and gained 5 points of strength, 5 points of agility, 5 points of intelligence, and 5 points of constitution. At the same time, white upgrade light emanated from Xiaoqing's body. and she broke through one after another. Congratulations! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has reached level 44 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao, Xiaoqing, has reached level 45 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual practice, 15 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. But Xiaoqing's gains didn't stop there. The rewards she obtained through endless plundering were even more astonishing. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing has gained 1,200 evolution points. Xiaoqing gains an extra level of movement speed. Exceptional movement speed attribute. Increases your movement speed by an additional 100%. When actively activated, the effect is doubled for 10 seconds. You can also enjoy this benefit when a pet is attached to you. With her extraordinary mobility aptitude, Xiaoqing's movement speed increased dramatically, making it much easier for her to dodge damage. After plundering a large amount of evolution points, Xiaoqing's evolution points also reached 3260 to 5000 points. Sujin stepped forward and picked up all the spoils dropped by the 10,000 Flame Tiger King. Ding! You have acquired a Glory 2-star item, Flame Spirit Shoulder Guard. Ding! You have picked up the Honor Samsung, King of Flames Magic Wand. Ding! You have collected 24 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You have picked up 1 Ancient Tiger King Core. Ding! You have collected 209 silver coins and 5,769 copper coins. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy as he took out and examined the spoils dropped by the myriad Flame Tiger King one by one. Glory 2-star, Blazing Spirit Shoulder Guard. Increases spell attack power by 900 points. Physical attack power increased by 6,400 points. Health points increased. Point. Intelligence increased by 6,800 points. Strength increased by 3,000 points. In combat, the wearer gains an additional 200% casting speed, 200% attack speed, and 150% movement speed. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Skill. Flame Mark. Each time the wearer deals damage to an enemy, a flame mark is applied. Every 10 seconds, the flame mark will automatically explode. The higher the number of flame mark stacks applied within 10 seconds, the greater the damage dealt upon explosion. Each stack provides damage/invite upon explosion. Fire damage equal to 100% of spell damage. A shoulder pad that can provide more than 10,000 points of spell damage is already quite amazing. It also has an additional skill called Flame Mark, which deals explosive damage. Sujin decisively replaced Xiaoqing's original high-quality king-level shoulder pads with the Glory 2-star, Blazing Soul shoulder pads. He then turned his attention to the Honor Samsung, King of Flames Magic Wand. Honor Samsung, King of Flames Magic Wand. Increase spell attack power. Point. Intelligence increased by 6,000 points. Health points increased. Point. Increase mana. Point. Casting speed increased by 240%. When dealing spell damage, 50% of the damage dealt is converted into health. Equipment requirements. Can be worn by players level 40 and above. Equipment skill. Soul of 10,000 Flames. When activated, it allows you to absorb the power of the soul of 10,000 flames into your body, temporarily enhancing your abilities. Points to strength, increase. Increase intelligence points. Increase agility, boost. Constitution stat. Also reduces all damage taken by the user by 55%. This equipment can provide Xiaoqing with ample. Increase spell attack power. Once the equipment skill Soul of 10,000 Flames is activated, the damage increase is nearly amount missing. It has many benefits, as well as other attribute bonuses and damage reduction effects. The equipment attributes are absolutely terrifying. Sujin decisively replaced Xiaoqing's King-level Advanced, Brilliant Star Holy Staff with the Glory 3-star, King of Flames Magic Wand. As for the 25 pet skill evolution stones that he just obtained, plus the 1 evolution stone that Sujin originally had left, he now has a total of 26. I can finally evolve my skills to my heart's content again. Sujin's eyes lit up instantly. After Ari's Extreme Ice Shadow Array evolves to level 15, it's a complete qualitative leap. The skill damage increased several times over. Continue to evolve Ari's Extreme Ice Shadow Array skill. Let's evolve this skill to the maximum level first, Sujin thought to himself. Ding! Evolving Ari's Extreme Ice Shadow Array skill requires 4 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. Sujin replied without hesitation. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 16. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Chapter 192: The Mysterious and Powerful Third Pet. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 17. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 18. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. Level 19. Ding. You have used 4 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill to level 20. Each attack now deals an additional 30% damage to enemies and extends the duration of the magic array by 0.5 seconds. Ding. Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill has evolved to its maximum level and is currently undergoing a mutation evolution. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy. After the extreme eyeshadow array skill evolved to level 20, it indeed evolved. Congratulations. Ari's extreme eyeshadow formation skill has evolved into a new skill, 9 Nether Frost Blade Formation. Level 1. 9 Netherworld Frost Blade Formation. Ari sets up a powerful 9 Netherworld Frost Blade Formation. Then her figure rapidly flies within it. Each attack inflicts damage on all enemies within the formation. Adds 600% physical attack power as ice attribute damage. The magic array lasts for a maximum of 20 seconds. The fewer enemies in the 9 Nether Frost Blade array, the more times the enemies within the array will receive damage. After consuming 20 pet skill evolution stones, Ari's extreme eyeshadow array skill was indeed evolved into 9 Nether Cold Blade array. After evolving into the 9 Nether Frost Blade formation, not only was the formation's duration greatly increased, but its damage also nearly doubled. As for the remaining 5 pet skill evolution stones, after thinking for a moment, Sujin decided to use it to evolve Shao Qing's bloodline ancestor, the ancient Flood Dragon King skill. Ding. Evolving Shao Qing's bloodline has reverted to the ancient Flood Dragon King skill. It requires 5 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? It takes exactly 5 evolution stones. Fortunately, it only requires 5 pet skill evolution stones. If it required one more, Sujin wouldn't have been able to afford it. Evolution confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Immediately, Shao Qing's bloodline reverted to its ancestral form. The ancient Flood Dragon King icon lit up with light. Ding. You have used 5 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Shao Qing's bloodline back to the ancestral ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 2. This will additionally increase spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical strike rate by 3%, spell critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Bloodline Reversion. Ancient Flood Dragon King. Level 2 Shao Qing activates the ancient Flood Dragon King bloodline within her, providing additional enhancements. Increases spell attack power by 33%, spell critical strike chance by 110%, spell critical strike damage by 120%, and skill casting speed by 120%. This effect lasts for 10.5 seconds. Although the skill was only upgraded by 1 level, Xiaoqing's bloodline reversion skill still received a significant boost. Then, there was one last ancient Tiger King essence core. Sujin tried placing the primordial Tiger King's essence core next to the mysterious egg. Sure enough, the runes on the mysterious egg lit up again. At that moment, a system notification sound suddenly rang in Sujin's mind. Ding. You have unexpectedly discovered a mysterious egg hatching method. Current hatching progress, 72.5%. Ding. After absorbing the essence energy of the primordial Tiger King, the mysterious egg has increased the grade of the life form inside by 1 level, and its power has also increased. Points increase intelligence. Points increase agility. Points increase physique value. Click this button to increase your luck by 100%. Just then, a system voice suddenly rang in Sujin's mind. Ding. You have killed 3 super powerful beastmen, causing the failure of the undead overlord's secret plan and subtly influencing the future fate of humanity. You have obtained. Calculate your destiny points. Congratulations. You have advanced to the 5th rank of Human Guardian. Ding. Your strength has increased by 500 points. Ding. Your physique has increased by 50 points. Ding. Your intelligence has increased by 50 points. Ding. Your agility has increased by 50 points. Ding. You have obtained a peerless treasure, the Myriad Blades Holy Radiance Crystal. The Myriad Blades of Sacred Radiance Crystal? Sujin's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the panel of the Myriad Blades Holy Radiance Crystal to check it. Wanren Shengyao Crystal. Quality, heavenly profound grade. Description, legend has it that this is the most dazzling crystal on the crown of the 18-winged seraphim Michael, possessing incredible and powerful holy energy. Since its loss, it is said that Michael has been searching for it everywhere. If Michael discovers this crystal on you, you will face certain death. Although Su Chun had already seen the extraordinary nature of this crystal, how could something that was regarded as a treasure by the 18-winged seraphim Michael be ordinary? Without a doubt, it is absolutely a top-tier treasure. It's even comparable to the supreme divine bone in Su Chen's backpack. However, carrying this Myriad Blade Saint Radiance crystal on one's person is like having a time bomb. Su Chun could already sense the incomparably holy aura of light emanating from Michael. Michael could easily find this place by sensing this aura. Although the Wanren Shengyao crystal must be an extremely precious treasure. But Su Chun now only has two choices left. Either destroy it completely, or find a way to consume it. Su Chun felt incredibly heartbroken if such an invaluable treasure were destroyed directly. After thinking about it, I finally decided to use it directly. Su Chun remembered that he had a treasure called the Super Fusion device in his backpack, which could be used to fuse all kinds of treasures. What should we fuse the Wanren Shengyao crystal with? After much deliberation, Su Chun finally made a bold and risky decision. The Myriad Blades Holy Radiance crystal was fused into the mysterious egg. The mysterious egg contains energy like a vast ocean. Although the pet cub will undoubtedly have extremely terrifying attribute values after hatching, this only improves its strength at the time of hatching. It is also necessary to improve its future potential. If the Myriad Blades Holy Radiance crystal is successfully fused into this mysterious egg, it will definitely cause the bloodline and potential of the pet cub inside the mysterious egg to undergo a qualitative leap. Without hesitation, Su Chun took out the Super Fusion device from his backpack. Ding! The Super Fusion device has been successfully activated. One pet egg of unknown grade and one super grade material of the heavenly profound level have been detected. The synthesis formula is Mysterious Egg, Myriad Blade Holy Radiance Crystal, equals. The synthesis cost is 1,000 silver coins. Do you want to synthesize it? Chapter 193 Little Green's Evolution. 1,000 silver coins? Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. You know, even if he kills a glory-level boss, he'll only get 100 or 200 silver coins at most. A full 1,000 silver coins. That's how many high-level bosses he had to kill to accumulate that much. Because Su Chun levels up too quickly, silver coins are not very useful in the early stages, but their importance becomes more apparent as the game progresses. In the later stages of the game, various powerful artifacts appear out of nowhere, and what can be exchanged for these top-tier artifacts is naturally the in-game currency. Although it's expensive, the money was definitely well spent. It's worth it no matter how expensive it is. Su Chun gritted his teeth and decisively chose to synthesize the substance. As Su Chen's voice fell, an incomparably dazzling light burst forth from the super synthesizer. Then the mysterious egg and the Wanren Holy Radiance crystal quickly fused together, ultimately producing an incredibly mysterious synthetic reaction. Su Chen stared at the super synthesizer for a full 5 minutes before the system notification sound finally rang out. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations. Your mysterious egg has been transformed into the mysterious egg, mysterious egg, mysterious egg, mysterious egg, mysterious egg, mysterious egg. After being synthesized by the Myriad Blades Holy Radiance Crystal. Ding! After evolving into a mysterious egg, Myriad Blades of Holy Glory, the rank of the life form inside the egg has increased by 2 tiers, and its strength has also increased. Points increase intelligence. Points increase agility. Points increase physique value. Points will increase your luck by 200%. Immediately, a golden rune exuding a noble and holy aura landed on the mysterious egg. At this moment, the vast aura emanating from the mysterious egg was countless times more terrifying than before. They actually managed to integrate all the energy within the Myriad Blades Holy Radiance Crystal into the mysterious egg. Furthermore, the presence of the Seraph Michael was completely eliminated. A look of wild joy flashed across Su Chen's eyes. After synthesizing the myriad blades Holy Radiance Crystal, not only was the upgrade potential of this pet egg greatly enhanced, but its attribute values also underwent an incredible transformation and breakthrough. After dealing with everything, Sujin walked over to the corpse of the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. The Divine Wind Dark Eagle is second only to the Myriad Flames Demon Tiger in strength, but it is said to be the richest of all the super strong beast men. Its tribe of 10,000 eagles consists entirely of birds, who are extremely skilled at reconnaissance and detection. Under the command of the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, he constantly searched for all kinds of wealth and treasures for it. Sujin bent down slightly and picked up the spoils that had fallen beside the Divine Wind Dark Eagle. Ding! You have picked up the Honor Samsung, Honor Invincible Ring. Ding! You have picked up the Honor Samsung, Cloud Stepping Phoenix Boots. Ding! You have picked up a treasure, a pet evolution stone. Ding! You have collected 27 pet skill evolution stones. Ding! You have obtained the essence of the King of Birds. Ding! You have collected 326 silver coins and 3,994 copper coins. As expected, the Divine Wind Dark Eagle was not as strong as the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger, but it still managed to drop 2 Glory 3-star equipment pieces, which was even more rewarding than the loot from killing the Myriad Flame Demon Tiger. Sujin's eyes lit up with joy, and he thought to himself. He then opened the 2 Glory 3-star equipment pieces he had just picked up to check their attributes. Honor Samsung, Honor Invincible Ring. Increased spell attack power. Point. Physical attack power increased. Point. Intelligence increased by 500 points. Strength increased by 500 points. Spell casting speed increased by 240%. Movement speed increased by 100%. The damage received will be further reduced. Point. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 50 and above. The Soul of Glory 3-piece set. 1 to 3. Collecting all 3 will grant a huge attribute boost. Equipment skill, Soul of Glory. Absorbs a wisp of the power of the Soul of Glory and converts it into the user's own attribute value. After activation, the user enters a 5-second damage immunity period with a damage immunity level of 99.99%. It's actually a defensive divine skill. Activating the equipment skill Soul of Glory grants 99.99% damage reduction for 5 seconds, which is practically invincible. The only thing that can limit him is probably control skills. As for the immune control effect, Sujin remembered that it was on other parts of the Glory Soul 3-piece set. If Sujin wants to make up for his weakness in fear control skills, he needs to collect the other 3 pieces of the Glory Soul set. First, replace Ari's original king-level ring with the Glory Samsung, Glory Invincible Ring. Then, Sujin turned his attention to the second piece of Glory-level equipment. Honor Samsung, Cloud Treading Phoenix Boots. Health points increased. Point. Defense increased by 7,500 points. Attack speed increased by 150%. Casting speed increased by 150%. Movement speed increased by 300%. When releasing a skill, there is a 10% chance to trigger a self-healing effect, restoring 45% of your own health within 3 seconds. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 30 and above. Equipment skill, Cloud Stepping Azure Phoenix Slash. When activated, your movement speed will increase by 1,000%, and your next attack will deal additional damage. Adds 100% spell damage. Cloud Stepping Azure Phoenix Slash is a burst-type equipment skill. After all, it's a Glory 3-star equipment, and its attributes can be considered top-notch. Sujin decisively replaced Ari's king-level advanced, Dragon Light Hidden Wings boots with the Glory 3-star, Cloud Stepping Azure Phoenix boots. As expected of the richest boss in the Beastman tribe, killing a single Divine Wind Dark Eagle yielded a whopping 27 pet evolution stones. As for the 27 pet skill evolution stones dropped by the Kamikaze Dark Eagle boss, Sujin decided to continue evolving Shaoqing's bloodline back to its ancestral form, the ancient Flood Dragon King skill. Ding! Evolving Shaoqing's bloodline has reverted to the ancient Flood Dragon King skill. It requires 5 pet skill evolution stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have consumed 5 pet skill evolution stones and successfully evolved Shaoqing's bloodline back to the ancestral ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 3. This will additionally increase spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical strike rate by 3%, spell critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Ding! You have consumed 5 pet skill evolution stones and successfully evolved Xiaoqing's bloodline back to the ancestral ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 5. This will additionally increase spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical strike rate by 3%, spell critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Chapter 190 for the unparalleled elegance of the Empress. Ding! You have consumed 5 pet skill evolution stones and successfully evolved Xiaoqing's bloodline back to the ancestral ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 5. This will additionally increase spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical strike rate by 3%, spell critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Ding! Level 6. Ding! You have used 5 pet skill evolution stones to successfully evolve Xiaoqing's bloodline back to its ancestral form. The ancient Flood Dragon King skill has been upgraded to level 7, which will increase magic attack power by 300 points, magic critical strike rate by 3%, magic critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Bloodline Reversion. Ancient Flood Dragon King. Level 7, Xiaoqing activates the ancient Flood Dragon King bloodline within her, providing additional enhancements. Increases spell attack power by 48%, spell critical strike chance by 160%, spell critical strike damage by 160%, and skill casting speed by 220%. This effect lasts for 13 seconds. Evolving the Bloodline Reversion skill to level 7 undoubtedly caused Xiaoqing's strength to skyrocket. Then, Sujin's gaze fell on the Pet Evolution Value Stone. Pet Evolution Stones. Quality, extremely rare. Effect, when consumed by a pet, it will increase its evolution points by 300. At this time, Xiaoqing was still only at the intermediate level of Star Glory. After thinking for a moment, Sujin decisively used the Pet Evolution Value Stone on Xiaoqing. He tossed the Evolution Stone to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's original evolution value had reached 3260 to 5000 points, and she had just consumed this Evolution Value Stone. This caused his evolution value to surge once again, directly breaking through the evolution bottleneck. Immediately, an incredibly dazzling light burst forth from Xiaoqing's body. Congratulations! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao Xiaoqing, has reached an evolution value of 6260 to 5000 points, meeting the evolution requirements, and will soon begin its evolution. Immediately, Xiaoqing's body shone brightly, and an even more dazzling 9-colored divine light burst forth from her body. This incomparably dazzling 9-colored divine light enveloped Xiaoqing's delicate body, seemingly transforming her bloodline and physique towards a higher level. The next moment, an incredibly pleasant voice rang in Sujin's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, the Undying Thunder King Jiao Xiaoqing, has evolved into a star-level advanced pet, the Mighty Thunder Prison Jiao Ancestor. In order to enable Xiaoqing to gain stronger power through a one-time evolution, Sujin had an idea. He decisively let Xiaoqing eat the last remaining holy essence fruit in his backpack. Due to the miraculous effects of the sacred essence fruit that Xiaoqing consumed, she unexpectedly triggered her second evolution. Congratulations! Your pet, the Thunderous Prison Flood Dragon Ancestor, Xiaoqing, has evolved into a star-level peak pet, Thunderous Prison Flood Dragon Ancestor, Xiaoqing. Your pet, the Thunderous Dragon King, and Xiaoqing, will have their intelligence permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Thunderous Dragon King, and Xiaoqing, will have their strength permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Thunderous Dragon King, and Xiaoqing's physique will be permanently enhanced. Point. Your pet, the Thunderous Dragon King, and Xiaoqing, will have their agility permanently increased. Point. Your pet, the Thunderous Flood Dragon King Xiaoqing, has acquired star-level intelligence aptitude during its evolution. Star-level intelligence aptitude. Xiaoqing's intelligence value is increased by an additional 300%. Your pet, the Thunderous Hell Dragon King Xiaoqing, has learned a new skill, Thunderous Hell Demonic Tribulation. Thunderous Hell Calamity. Level 1 Xiaoqing traps the enemy within a thunderous hell, subjecting them to severe lightning torture every second. They suffer immense mental anguish and lose health every second. Adds lightning damage equal to 500% of spell attack power for 10 seconds. Although the Star Glory peak realm isn't considered high, Xiaoqing's strength at this moment is already terrifying. He was able to single-handedly kill the Divine Wind Dark Eagle, who was at the Glory 2-star level, when he was at the Star Glory Intermediate level. Now that he has broken through 2 realms in succession and reached the peak of the Star Glory level, one can imagine how terrifying his strength will be. What Sujin didn't expect was that Xiaoqing had only broken through to the peak of the Star Glory level and had already comprehended her first star-level aptitude, which was the most practical intelligence aptitude. The ranking of qualifications from lowest to highest is Extraordinary, Starry Sky, Dawn Moon, and Radiant Sun. Xiaoqing's intelligence aptitude broke through to the star level, which directly doubled her intelligence aptitude. Sujin opened Xiaoqing's pet attribute panel with some anticipation to take a look. Thunderous Flood Dragon Emperor, Little Green, Mutant. Level, 45. Rank. Peak Star Glory, 1260 to 5000. Basic Attribute 1, Magic Attack. Defense. Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2, Intelligence. Constitution. Agile. Strength. Skills. Thunder Arrow Technique, Level 2. Twin Snake Shadows, Level 9. Exploding Thunderball, Level 1. Purple Thunder Mystic Wings, Level 1. Thunder Prison Heavenly Tribulation, Level 1. Thunder God's Shield, Level 1. Secret Technique. Heavenly Thunderstorm, Level 1. Gaze Petrification, Level 1. Sacrifice Self-Destruction, Level 1. Thunder Dragon Purple Fiend Seal, Level 1. Bloodline Ancestral Return. Ancient Dragon King, Level 7. 10,000 June Thunder Prison Demonic Tribulation, Level 1. Master, Emperor Chun. Qualifications, Star Level Intelligence Qualification, Extraordinary Level Magic Crit Damage Increase Qualification, Extraordinary Level Defense Qualification, Extraordinary Level Luck Qualification, Extraordinary Level Life Qualification, Top Tier Ghost Qualification, Top Tier Berserk Qualification, Top Tier Mist Qualification, Extraordinary Level Movement Speed Qualification. Equipment, Cloud Stepping Phoenix Boots, Glory 3-star, Blazing Soul Shoulder Pads, Glory 2-star, War God's Fury Ring, King Peak level, War God's Unyielding Bracelet, King Peak level, Blazing Holy Soul Earrings, King Advanced level, King of 10,000 Flames Magic Wand, Glory 3-star, Gluttony Source Robe, King Advanced level, Beast Spirit Plunder Necklace, King Advanced level, Glory Demon Slaying Pants, King Advanced level, Blood Queen's Crown, King Advanced level, Star Soul Belt, King Advanced level. After evolving, Xiaoqing's aura became astonishing, and she possessed an extraordinary and noble empress-like presence. Wearing a blood-red robe of gluttony, she resembled an ancient empress of unparalleled beauty. Finally, the Divine Wind Dark Eagle also dropped a core of the king of all birds. After absorbing the essence cores of 2 super-strong beastmen, the hatching progress of the mysterious egg has reached 72.5%. This essence core, the most precious of all birds, is the key to successfully hatching the pet inside the mysterious egg. Chapter 195. The third pet is born. Sujin's eyes burned with fervor as he took out the essence core of the king of all birds and placed it in his palm. Then the mysterious egg, which had been enhanced by the Myriad Blade's holy light crystal, was also taken out. Sure enough, as soon as the mysterious egg came into contact with the essence of the king of birds, the runes on the surface of the eggshell burst forth with an incredibly dazzling light. But unlike before, this time the runes bursting from the mysterious egg were an incomparably holy gold. Sujin guessed that this was probably related to the previous fusion with the Myriad Blade's holy light crystal, which endowed the pet egg with extremely powerful light-type abilities. But he was certain that this mysterious egg was a light attribute pet egg, otherwise it would never have been so compatible with the Myriad Blade's holy light crystal. For a single Myriad Blade holy light crystal to advance 2 ranks consecutively, this is something that can only be achieved through extremely perfect fusion. As the energy within the essence of the king of birds was continuously absorbed into the mysterious egg, the mysterious egg was also trembling, as if the tiny life inside had absorbed enough energy and was about to hatch. Suddenly, a series of system voices rang in Sujin's mind. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. The hatching progress of the mysterious egg has reached 80%. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. The hatching progress of the mysterious egg has reached 90%. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. The hatching progress of the mysterious egg has reached 100%. Ding! After absorbing the essence energy of the king of birds, The mysterious egg has raised the grade of the larva inside by 1 level, and its power has also increased. Points increase intelligence. Points increase agility. Points increase physique value. Click this button to increase your luck by 100%. Congratulations! You have successfully hatched the tiny life inside the mysterious egg. Would you like to hatch it into a pet? Just as the system voice sounded, Sujin saw the eggshells suddenly shatter. Golden eggshells shattered all over the ground, and then a blonde baby girl emerged from one of them. The baby girl had snow-white skin, delicate and lovely features, and bright gold eyes. There was a golden divine mark on her forehead, which seemed to hide a huge, unknown secret. The baby girl also has a pair of delicate golden wings on her back. Sujin had seen these wings before. They were actually a pair of angel wings. In other words, the baby girl was actually an angel. But aren't all angel wings white? Why are this baby girl's wings golden? Sujin gazed at the newborn angel baby, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Moreover, these golden wings gave Sujin a feeling that they were even more noble and powerful than the wings of ordinary angels. Could this be a race even stronger than angels? A bold guess began to form in Sujin's mind. But the more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. It should be noted that the angel race is already one of the strongest forces under the command of the God of Light. If it is even more noble than the bloodline of the angels, then what kind of powerful racial bloodline must it be? Is it comparable to the supreme God of Light? A burning light flashed in Sujin's eyes. I've decided to adopt her as my pet. As Sujin's firm voice fell, a mysterious light connected Sujin and the golden-haired angel baby girl. Through an incredibly mysterious connection, Sujin and she successfully established a pet contract. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining your third pet, Angel Yin. Her name is Yin? I never imagined I'd have a name right after I was born. Sujin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately thought of an incomparably mysterious and powerful female angel, a transcendent being of unparalleled beauty. Who would have thought that this baby angel shares the same name as her? Could it be the reincarnation of that person? If that's true, then it's an absolute steal. A look of wild joy flashed across Sujin's eyes as he examined the exquisitely beautiful and adorable young angel, increasingly convinced that she looked exactly like the being with the same name. Then, Sujin opened Angel Yin's attribute panel to check it. Angel Yin. Level 1. Rank. Beginner King 0. Basic Attribute 1. Physical Attack. Defense. Health. Magic Power. Basic Attribute 2. Strength. Intelligence. Constitution. Agile. Skills. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Level 1. Light Dance and Shadow Slash. Level 1. Master. Emperor Chun. Aptitude. Extraordinary level Strength Aptitude. Equipment. None. Description. A mysterious being with a bloodline more noble than that of ordinary angels, possessing immense evolutionary potential, and whose true talent and strength become increasingly apparent as time progresses. Born with the rank of a king and possessing extraordinary strength and talent? This is enough to make countless lower-level races green with envy. Sujin thought to himself, feeling increasingly satisfied with Angel Yin. He admitted that he is a complete sucker for good looks. To become Sujin's pet, one must not only possess extremely strong strength and potential, but also be female. Of course, the final point is that it must be beautiful enough. And Angel Yin perfectly fits all three of these criteria, and it even exceeded Sujin's expectations. She truly is a noble being born with a silver spoon in her mouth. My lord. Angel Yin opened her bright golden eyes and looked at Sujin, her gaze filled with devout faith. Without a doubt, angels are a proud race that places great importance on faith. Once they gain the angel's faith, they wouldn't even flinch if she were to wipe out their entire race. However, angels are also extremely aloof. It could be said that they look down on almost any other life form except for the master they worshipped. Sujin was extremely interested in raising a young angel of noble blood. We can train them gradually when we have more time later. Just by looking at Angel Yin's attribute panel, Sujin felt that her strength was incredibly terrifying. Level 1, 80,000 physical attack power, 80,000 strength. And all other attributes are also 60,000. Even Sujin's other two pets, after countless plundering and evolutions, did not reach such terrifying attributes. After dealing with everything here, Sujin took out the teleportation scroll that Huang had given him before his death and slowly crushed it. The moment the teleportation scroll was crushed, it burst forth with an incomparably dazzling white light. At the same time, a system voice sounded in Sujin's mind. You have crushed the teleportation scroll. Target, Divine Pet Continent. Chapter 196, The Imprisoned Elf Girl. Are you sure you want to go to / return to the Divine Pet Continent? Sure. A look of delight flashed in Sujin's eyes, and he responded without hesitation. Then, an incredibly mysterious power enveloped Sujin. He felt his vision go completely black, followed by a dizzying sensation. Although this intense feeling of losing control of his body was somewhat uncomfortable for him, Sujin had already become accustomed to it after countless teleportations. About 5 minutes later, when Sujin opened his eyes again, he was back in the same place. Sure enough, the teleportation scroll teleported them to the main city of the Beastman Empire. Inside the main city, the sounds of various vendors hawking their wares were almost constant. The streets were filled with all sorts of orcs. The Minotaur warrior with 2 horns on his head was incredibly strong and muscular, carrying a steel warhammer weighing thousands of kilograms on his back. There are also wild and agile leopard female throwers, with wheat-colored skin and strong, powerful bodies, carrying an extremely sharp javelin in their hands. There are also turtle men whose entire bodies are covered in turtle shells, with ugly faces, short stature, and holding an indestructible pure steel shield in each hand. At this moment, in the Beastman Emperor's palace, the Beast King urgently convened a grand tribal meeting, summoning almost all the tribal leaders of the Beastman race to discuss matters. Because the fate jade pendants of the 3 ancestors of the beast race were all shattered. This means that the 3 powerful ancestors of the beast race actually perished at the same time. This is an absolutely devastating blow to the orcs. The Beast King sat on his throne, looking down at the dozen or so tribal chiefs below. His face was grim as he spoke. The 3 ancestors of the Beastmen must have died in the forbidden area of the Beastmen's secret realm. How did outsiders find that place and kill the 3 patriarchs? Those 3 patriarchs are all super strong experts at the Glory Realm. The deaths of the 3 patriarchs will severely impact our ability to carry out the mission of the Lord of the Dead. I have already reported this matter to the Lord of the Undead. Once the Lord of the Undead receives this message, he will certainly not let anyone who dared to sabotage the secret plan get away with it. The Beast King strode down from his throne with the imposing presence of a dragon, his deep voice filled with boundless rage, echoing throughout the entire hall. At this moment, Sujin did not want to stay in the Beast Empire for long. Instead, he activated the purple thunder mystic wings and sped towards the Beast Camp where the Beast Prophet was originally stationed. Because there, many elven girls are still bound. Sujin could only go to the Elf Forest and report to the Elf Queen after rescuing all the elven girls. The Orc Empire is quite a distance from the Orc Prophet's former camp, spanning several thousand kilometers. Even with the purple thunder mystic wings' incredible speed, it still took Sujin nearly an hour to reach the former stronghold of the Beast Clan Prophet. Ari, lead the way. Sujin gave the order decisively. Ali reluctantly left Sujin's embrace and obediently led the way. Perhaps due to her innate racial habits, even though she has transformed into a beautiful woman, Ari always walks with her legs alternating, her posture incredibly charming. This allowed Ari to walk ahead, and Sujin felt a primal desire burning within him. But for now, business is more important. We can indulge in pleasures anytime, and take our time to enjoy them later. Ali walked to a huge tent, lifted the tent flap, and went inside with Sujin. Sure enough, there was a group of elven girls whose hands and feet were all bound by iron chains, imprisoned in cages. These elven girls were all dressed in tattered clothes, but that couldn't hide their elegant and beautiful appearance, as well as their slender and graceful figures. When the elven girls saw someone suddenly enter, they shivered, thinking that orcs from the beast race had come to slaughter and cook them. The despicable orcs will surely be punished by Her Majesty the Queen. Sujin smiled slightly and said, I've killed all the orcs outside. I've come to rescue you. I will take you back to the elf forest. Really? Upon hearing this, the elf girls couldn't hide their joy. Looking at Sujin's tall and imposing figure, I couldn't help but feel more trusting. Sujin didn't say much. Although he didn't have the key to unlock the door, he wasn't flustered at all. He channeled Ari's power into his body, drew the soul-devouring poison sword, and slammed it heavily onto the iron chains of the cage, imprisoning the elf girl. Boom. With a loud bang, the iron lock was shattered. The 2 imprisoned elven girls climbed out of the iron cage with joyful expressions and gave Sujin a look of gratitude. At that moment, a crisp system voice rang out. Ding. You have rescued 2 imprisoned elven girls. Elven reputation points, 2,000. Reputation is an extremely useful attribute. The higher your reputation, the more the race recognizes you, and the more trust and benefits you can gain from that race. Reputation points can also be exchanged for many treasures belonging to that race. Then, Sujin walked to the second cage and once again drew his sword and slashed. A loud bang rang out, followed by the iron lock shattering. 3 more elf girls have been rescued. Ding! You have rescued 3 imprisoned elven girls. Elven reputation points, 3,000. With each strike, Sujin shattered the iron locks of 12 cages, saving a total of 50 elven girls. It has accumulated a great deal. Reputation with the elven race. Sujin led 50 elven girls and left the orc camp in a grand procession. He not only perfectly completed the elf queen's first test, but also killed 3 super strong beastmen, plunging the entire beastman empire into great chaos. In the process, they also rescued 50 imprisoned elven girls. Having exceeded the elf queen's test by such an excessive amount, I wonder what the elf queen's expression will be when she finds out. Sujin had just stepped out of the beastman camp when he unexpectedly encountered Mynheer, who looked somewhat flustered. Mina is Elder Mina's daughter and the elven girl Sujin encountered before killing the elven prophet. Brother, something terrible has happened. Countless beastmen troops charged towards this place. It seems they have already learned of the orc prophet's death. If we fall into their hands again, all of our sisters will likely be in grave danger. Brother, you should leave here first. Mynheer looked extremely nervous and spoke up to persuade her. Chapter 197 Shock. The entire audience was stunned. Seeing Mynheer's nervous expression, Sujin didn't seem to care, and instead a faint smile appeared on his face. It's all right. If the orc army wants to come, let them come. No matter how many come, we are not afraid. Sujin had also heard the sound of the beast army rushing towards them. In an instant, warhorses neighed and all beasts roared. But Sujin showed no fear whatsoever. Even the 3 ancestors of the beast race were all killed by Sujin. Sujin had no fear of fighting the other young powerhouses from the mere beast tribe. If we're talking about the beast men who possessed greater strength than their 3 ancestors, it would only be the beast king and the beast queen. Sujin stared intently in that direction, but did not detect any aura related to the beast king. It seems that the beast king is personally investigating the deaths of the 3 beast ancestors, and has no time to attend to the matters concerning the beast prophet. That means the queen of beasts has arrived with her army. Based on his familiarity with the beast race from his previous life, Sujin quickly made a judgment. Sure enough, a woman with a lion-faced concubine, riding a rhinoceros war beast, led countless beastmen warriors in a charge from afar. She had a lion's head, but her lower body was that of a strong and fierce human. If it weren't for the obvious female features on her chest, no one would guess that she was a female orc and the queen of the orc tribe. This is a legendary empress with an extremely rich and legendary life. Orc tribes have always revered and respected force. Even the Beast King had to choose the strongest female beastman to be his queen. The reason is simple. Only when the genes of the 2 strongest individuals are combined can a beast race supreme being with the strongest genes be born. As the queen of the beast tribe, the beast queen is second only to the beast emperor in strength within the beast empire. Did you kill the orc prophet? Surrender obediently, or you'll face certain death. The beast queen's gaze swept over Sujin's handsome and extraordinary appearance. She had originally intended to kill Sujin outright, but now she had the idea of capturing him. Although she has a rugged appearance, her figure is like that of a military tank. But her aesthetic sense is definitely on point, as she spends most of her time with ugly and wild beastmen. Now, encountering such a handsome and dashing human youth, it's hard not to feel a little distracted, and one might even want to personally present the Beast King with a hat from the Hulumber grassland. At this moment, Sujin revealed a sneer on his face. Although he did not reject married women, he did not have a hobby of driving military tanks. The Beast Queen noticed the contempt in Sujin's eyes, and a flash of anger crossed her gaze as she coldly snorted. Humph, you won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. All of you, capture this human boy alive. At the Queen's command, all the orc warriors swarmed forward, shouting and charging at Sujin. Sujin happened to have the intention of training Angel Yen, and with a wave of his hand, summoning light burst forth. A beautiful blonde baby girl appeared before us. She fluttered her small, adorable golden wings, looking like a beautiful, fluttering moth. Seeing that Sujin was in danger, he actually summoned such a small and cute thing. All the orc warriors burst into laughter, their faces full of mockery, and they laughed loudly. Haha, so this is the thing you summoned to fight us? You're probably trying to make us laugh to death so you can achieve your goal. This little thing is probably not even enough to fill a tooth gap. But Sujin's eyes were unconcerned. He gently patted Angel Yan's head and chuckled. Ah Yan, someone looks down on you. Go teach them a lesson. Angel Yan's originally pure blue eyes suddenly changed, now flashing with endless killing intent as her gaze fell upon the orcs. Although she didn't say a word, her small, delicate fist had already been thrown out. When the orc warrior saw that the little baby girl actually dared to attack him, his eyes were full of contempt and mockery. He threw his battle axe aside, sneered, and swung his fist at Angel Yan. Angel Yan also raised her small fist and clashed with the orc warrior's enormous, millstone-like fist. Ha ha ha, that's utterly ridiculous. The orc warrior's face was full of mockery. He envisioned the scene of the baby girl being blasted into a bloody mess by his heavy punch. The orc warriors watching nearby burst into laughter. Even the queen riding on the rhinoceros war beast had a mocking look in her eyes, as if she felt that the scene before her was already a foregone conclusion. The next moment, the enormous orc's giant fist and Angel Yan's tender little fist collided with a loud crash. However, something truly shocking happened. In an instant, the deafening sound of fists colliding was deafening. It was as if iron weapons were clashing. Even more terrifying, the surrounding void collapsed and the earth shattered. You must know that the orc warrior in front of you is a peak-level king. He was also a centurion among the orc warriors, possessing the courage to withstand 100 men. His iron fists were as if they were cast from steel, powerful and heavy, as strong as an ox. But the unbelievable scene before their eyes was that after their fists collided, the orc centurion was blasted hundreds of meters away. It eventually came to a stop at the foot of a stone peak. The orc centurion, who was now lying paralyzed at the foot of the stone peak, looked utterly miserable. He was covered in wounds, his face was pale, and the huge iron fist that had collided with Angel Yan could not withstand such a terrifying force and broke off. Blood was gushing out uncontrollably from the web of the wrist, where it had been broken. Hiss! How is this possible? With Dolph's strength, how could he possibly lose to this little girl in front of him? This is not just a simple loss, it's being defeated in one move. All the orcs gasped in astonishment. Even the queen of orcs looked on in disbelief, a strange and indescribable feeling stirring within her. Fear. That's absolutely terrifying. How could this frail little girl possess such astonishing power? He's dead. Dolph is dead. That little girl's punch actually killed Dolph instantly. Good heavens. Who exactly is she? No. How could such a terrifying little girl be so obedient to this young man's orders? Only then did all the orc warriors realize that the little girl in front of them had acted on the young man's orders. In other words, this young man in front of us is the truly terrifying one. Thinking of this, many orc warriors suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What a terrifying enemy they were facing. At this moment, the Beast Queen narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had suddenly thought of something, and her face instantly showed extreme shock. Chapter 198 Angel Yan's First Battle Performance. Wings of light sprout from his back, and his attacks are imbued with the power of holy light, a power so terrifying it's unbelievable. Could it be? Upon realizing this, the Beast Queen's eyes flashed with utter disbelief and shock. Is she an angel? Angels, as the top fighting force of the Light faction, are extremely proud. How could they possibly stoop to obey the orders of a young man? Could it be that this young man has an even more terrifying identity? The Beast Queen suddenly felt a sense of lingering fear, and a slight thought of retreat even sprouted in her heart. Because she increasingly felt that the young man in front of her, with a calm and confident smile on his face, must have an unfathomable and unimaginably noble identity. So noble that even the most powerful and proud angels of the Light faction are willing to bow down before him. At this time, Sujin didn't care what the Beast Queen was thinking. Instead, he heard a series of system voices ringing in his mind. Congratulations. Your pet, twin-winged Angel Yan, has defeated a level 50 orc centurion warrior, a high-level monster. You and Yin have gained 5,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,000 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Although killing the orc centurion warrior only yielded 6,000 experience points. But after all, the newly born angel, Yin, is only level 1. The advantage of a low level is that the experience points required to level up are extremely low. With just 6,000 experience points, she leveled up several times in a row. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 2 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations! Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yin, has reached level 3 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations! Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yin, has reached level 4 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Immediately afterwards, another system voice rang in Sujin's mind. Triggered kill and looting. You and the twin-winged angel Yin each gained 30 points of strength. Ari gained an extra 20 evolution points. A total of 90 strength points and 20 evolution points were gained. 90 points of strength are somewhat insignificant to Angel Yin, but what Sujin cared about most was Angel Yan's level improvement. It should be noted that Sujin can drop a large number of top-tier equipment, including king level and even glory level items. However, without exception, all of these top-tier equipment items require a level of at least 40 to equip. This means that if Angel Yin wants to wear top-tier equipment and gain a significant boost in strength, she must level up to level 40 or higher as soon as possible. Killing monsters is the best way to increase Angel Yan's level. At this moment, the Queen of Beasts had already begun to consider retreating. Although she was a highly respected figure in the Beastman race, second only to the Emperor, the barbarian Beastman race was as insignificant as ants in the eyes of the lofty angel race. Any adult angel descending to Earth could easily annihilate the entire barbarian beast race. But in the eyes of the Beast Queen, this seemingly ordinary young man was an extremely noble and mysterious being. He might just be the son of a god from the Light faction. Only in this way can it be explained that angels were willing to follow him and obey his commands. Retreat. The investigation into the prophet's death is now over, and the entire army returns to camp. As the Queen of Orc's voice faded, all the orc warriors breathed a sigh of relief and immediately turned to leave. I thought I was just picking on the weak, but I never expected to have provoked such a terrifying being. Upon hearing the order, all the orcs turned from the rear guard to the front and prepared to retreat. But at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind, making all the orc warriors feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Did I give you permission to leave? Sujin always wore a faint smile, but in the hearts of the orc warriors, his smile was 1,000 times more terrifying than a demon from hell. Angel Yin also had a smile on her face, but her smile was more innocent and carefree, like that of a pure-hearted child. Our Lord said, "Let there be light." Her sweet, childlike voice slowly rang out. High in the sky, an incomparably dazzling golden holy light suddenly burst forth. The holy light was incredibly bright and intense, far more dazzling than 1,000 suns. This dazzling light crashed down from the sky, transforming into a holy sword that punished the wicked and slashed heavily towards all the orc warriors. Faced with such terrifying holy power, these orc warriors were filled with intense fear and begged for mercy with all their might. But Sujin felt no pity for these barbarian beastmen, because whether human or elf, once they fell into the hands of these barbarian beastmen, they would only be boiled and eaten. For these savage orc warriors stained with sin, death is their best destiny. Terrifying holy light damage floated from above the heads of the orc warriors. Such terrifying damage instantly wiped out a large number of orc warriors. Congratulations! Your pet, twin-winged angel Yin, has defeated a level 50 orc warrior, a mid-level king-tier monster. You and Yin have gained 4,000 base experience points, and an additional 800 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yin, has defeated a level 50 beast centurion, a high-level monster. You and Yin have gained 5,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,000 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Congratulations! Your pet, twin-winged angel Yin, has defeated a level 50 beast warrior, a peak-level monster. You and Yin have gained 8,000 base experience points, and an additional 1,600 experience points for defeating a monster of a higher level. Angel Yin's level is very low, so she doesn't need much experience to level up. But when she unleashed one of her skills, she instantly killed nearly 100 orc warriors. Killing one orc warrior only grants a few thousand experience points, but killing nearly 100 will yield hundreds of thousands of experience points. The massive influx of experience points into Angel Yan's body caused her level to skyrocket. The continuous system upgrade notifications kept ringing in my ears. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 5 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 6 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 7 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations. Chapter 199 Angel Yen breaks through in succession. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 9 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged angel Yen, has reached level 10. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged angel Yen, has reached level 11. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged angel Yen, has reached level 12. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged angel Yen, has reached level 13. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged angel Yen, has reached level 14. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged angel Yen, has reached level 15 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength Ferrari. With such a massive amount of experience points, Angel Yen jumped from level 4 to level 15. This is because Angel Yen's rank is too high, and the experience points required for leveling up are also very high. If it were any other pet, it would probably level up to at least level 20. At the same time, a dazzling white upgrade light emanated from Sujin's body. Congratulations. You have reached level 49 and gained 5 points of strength, 5 points of agility, 5 points of intelligence, and 5 points of constitution. The infinite plunder talent activated at this moment, as so many orc warriors were killed at once. Triggered kill and looting. You and the twin-winged angel Yen each gain 930 points of strength, 720 points of constitution, 450 points of intelligence, and 600 points of agility. The two-winged angel Yen gained an additional 1,800 evolution points. Sujin glanced at it. At this moment, Angel Yan's evolution value had reached 1820. Point. At this moment, Angel Yan, although still in the tender appearance of a baby girl, was radiating an incomparably dazzling golden light, like a blazing sun that made people dare not look directly at her. The Beast Queen watched helplessly as all her orc warriors were slaughtered, her eyes filled with intense shock. Clearly, the scene before her eyes had a profound and overwhelming impact on her. One move, just one move, and all the orc elites were wiped out. This is just a young angel, and its strength is already so terrifying. The Beast Queen felt a chill run down her spine. My God, their beastmen have actually offended such a terrifying being. At this point, the Queen of Beasts had completely lost the will to escape. Because if one's identity is known, what good is it if the other party doesn't intend to let them go? Their orc tribe was stationed there, and if the other side came looking for them, they would still be doomed. It could even lead to the extermination of the entire clan. The Beast Queen looked at Sujin, knowing in her heart that this calm and composed young man was the one with the most noble status. We beastmen were somewhat reckless and offended you before. We implore you to be lenient and let us go. If you require any compensation, please speak frankly. The Beast Queen quickly added a final sentence, her posture incredibly humble. If it weren't for her status as the queen of the Beast clan, she probably would have knelt down and kowtowed to Sujin. But the next moment, Sujin's icy voice fell, causing the Beast Queen to feel utter despair. I don't want any compensation from you. You only have one fate, death. As Sujin's voice slowly rang out, Angel Yan's body moved instantly, transforming into countless lights and shadows that danced magnificently in the sky. Streaks of light danced in the void. Like thousands upon thousands of light blades, they slashed wildly at the Beast Queen. Each strike caused the Beast Queen to splatter blood, repeatedly suffering severe injuries, and her health points plummeted. While each reduction of 300,000 health points was not enough to fatally wound the Beast Queen, she suffered countless slashes. This caused the Beast Queen's health to drop instantly. 2 consecutive skills landed, instantly taking away more than half of the Beast Queen's health. Since you're unwilling to let me go, let's perish together. Beast Reversal Blood Explosion. The queen beast was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. As her voice slowly faded, her body was suddenly enveloped in countless bloody rays, and her body began to swell continuously, becoming incredibly bizarre. Stop the queen of beasts. She's going to self-destruct. Upon seeing the beast, which suddenly became so strange, Sujin's eyes narrowed sharply, and he quickly issued an order. I'll control her. Sister Ian, it's your turn to reap the rewards. As Sujin's third pet, Angel Yin, with her noble status and bloodline, and being the youngest, is showing signs of becoming the most beloved pet in Sujin's group. Ari's ice attribute suddenly exploded, and the frost aura quickly condensed, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Even the Beast Queen's body was covered in frost. As the intense frost and coldness invaded her body, the Beast Queen's expression suddenly changed, and an unpleasant premonition welled up in her heart. But by then, it was too late. The land is frozen solid for thousands of miles. With a low growl from Ari, the Beast Queen felt the surrounding temperature getting lower and lower, and her movements becoming increasingly sluggish. In the end, she couldn't move at all and was completely frozen into an ice block. At the same time, a frost damage number appeared above the beast's head. The next moment, Angel Yan's figure suddenly moved. He swung his immature fists, repeatedly pounding on the Beast Queen's body. Once a beast is frozen solid, it is completely immobile and can only be beaten helplessly. Since there is no skill damage bonus, the damage dealt is not particularly impressive. However, it should be noted that Angel Yan's agility is a full 60,000, which makes her attack speed extremely fast. In less than 5 seconds, the Beast Queen, with only 1,000,000 health points remaining, was completely annihilated. In the end, the Beast Queen, her face filled with resentment and bitterness, fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, Sujin heard a series of familiar system voices. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged Angel Yin, has defeated the Glory 4-star realm boss, level 54, the Beast Queen of the Beast Tribe. You and Yin have obtained points to base experience, plus additional points. Earn experience points for killing enemies of a higher level. With a whopping 390,000 experience points, Sujin's experience points surged once again. Although it didn't allow Sujin to break through to level 50, the experience points have already reached. At this point, he is only one step away from level 50. Chapter 200 Abundant Harvest. This made Sujin somewhat look forward to what good things he could get from the level 50 Supreme Gift Pack that would be available after reaching level 50. After all, he had never been disappointed by the opening of the Supreme Gift Pack before. At the same time, Angel Yan's body was once again radiating a white, upgraded light. Killing monsters that are significantly stronger than you is definitely the best way to level up. The higher the level of the monsters you kill, the more experience points you will gain. Although Sujin's level was relatively high, which prevented him from maximizing the experience gained from killing monsters of higher levels, the experience points provided by the high-level monsters themselves were already quite substantial for Angel Yin. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 16 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength for Ari. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 17 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength for Ari. Congratulations. Your pet, the twin-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 18 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your usual practice, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength for Ari. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 19. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 20. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 21. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 22. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 23. Congratulations. Your pet, the two-winged Angel Yin, has reached level 24 and gained 20 free attribute points. As per your preference, 20 points have been automatically allocated to Strength. She leveled up a full 9 times, increasing Angel Yan's strength by 180 points. This amount of power is nothing to Angel Yan's improvement. The most crucial thing is the level increase, which will allow Angel Yan to reach level 40 sooner and equip herself with suitable top-tier gear. At the same time, with the infinite Plunder talent triggered, Ian's attribute values and evolution value are soaring. Plunder successful. Xiaoqing has gained 1,400 evolution points. Angel Yin has gained additional star-level power aptitude. Star-level strength aptitude increases the pet's own strength by an additional 300%. You will also enjoy this benefit when the pet is possessed. The extraordinary level can increase power by 2 times, while the stellar level increases power by a full 3 times. This caused Angel Yin's physical damage to surge even further. The 1,400 evolution points gained also increased Angel Yin's evolution value to 3220. Angel Yin hasn't evolved yet, and Sujin is really looking forward to seeing what form Angel Yin will evolve into next. Sujin slowly walked forward and picked up all the spoils that had fallen to the ground after the Beast Queen died. Ding! You have acquired a Glory 4-star item, Beast Blood Berserker Bracelet. Ding! You have acquired the Glory 4-star, Fallen Blood Necklace. Ding! You have picked up a treasure, a Pet Evolution Stone. Ding! You have collected 28 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You have collected 296 silver coins and 3,972 copper coins. 2 Glory 4-star equipment pieces. Looks like a good haul. Sujin's eyes lit up, and he clicked on the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment to check them. Glory 4-star, Beast Blood Frenzy Bracelet. Physical attack power increased. Increased spell attack power. Strength increased by 800 points. Intelligence increased by 600 points. Movement speed increased by 50%. The damage received will be further reduced. Level requirement. Can be worn by players level 40 and above. Equipment skill, Blood Frenzy. Activating this skill will result in the loss of the wearer. Health points, an increase. Increases physical attack power by 300%, attack speed by 30%, physical critical strike rate by 30%, and physical critical strike damage by 150% for 10 seconds. One piece of equipment can increase physical attack power by more than 20,000 based on its base stats. After activating Blood Frenzy, the attribute boost gained is terrifyingly high. I decisively replaced Ari's King-level beginner, Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet with the Glory 4-star, Beast Blood Frenzy Bracelet. Glory 4-star, the Necklace of Fallen Blood. Physical attack power increased. Increased spell attack power. Strength enhancement. Physical fitness increased by 2,000 points. Casting speed increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 50%. Any physical damage received will be further reduced. Level requirement. Can be worn by players who are level 40 or above. Equipment skill, Corrupted Blood, reduces the amount of dark damage you take by 50%, and when activated, you can briefly enter a demonized state, converting your required attributes into dark attributes and increasing the damage you deal by an additional 100%, lasting up to 15 seconds. This piece of equipment also has very good stats. It's quite interesting that once the Corrupted Blood is activated, one can enter a demonized state. I decisively replaced Ari's King-level advanced Blood Frenzy Necklace with the Glory 4-star Fallen Blood Necklace. Subsequently, Sujin used the Pet Evolution Value Stone dropped by the Beast Queen on Angel Yin without hesitation. Ding! Your pet, Twin-Winged Angel Yin, has consumed 1 Pet Evolution Stone and gained 5,000 evolution points. Your pet, Twin-Winged Angel Yin, currently has an evolution value of 8220. It seems to be a high-level evolution stone, providing a full 5,000 evolution points at once. Angel Yin is not far from her next evolution. A look of anticipation flickered in Sujin's eyes. He then turned his attention to the 28 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Sujin had 2 evolution stones left in his backpack, and with these 28, he now has exactly 30. I decided to first restore Xiaoqing's bloodline to its ancestral level and max out the Ancient Flood Dragon King level. Once this skill is fully evolved, Sujin's next evolved skill will definitely be the skill that Angel Yin possesses. He wanted to see just how much benefit Angel Yin, a pet with such a powerful bloodline, would gain from evolving skills. Ding! Evolving Xiaoqing's bloodline has reverted to the Ancient Flood Dragon King skill. It requires 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Confirm evolution? Evolution confirmed. Sujin replied decisively. Ding! You have used 5 Pet Skill Evolution Stones to successfully evolve Xiaoqing's bloodline back to the Ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 8. This will increase your spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical hit rate by 3%, spell critical hit damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this effect will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Ding. You have consumed 5 pet skill evolution stones and successfully evolved Shaoqing's bloodline back to the ancestral ancient Flood Dragon King skill to level 9. This will additionally increase spell attack power by 300 points, spell critical strike rate by 3%, spell critical strike damage by 10%, skill casting speed by 20%, and the duration of this status will be increased by 0.5 seconds. Bite.